Chapter 1. Casillas in the year 1510 of the Oceanic era, in the Eastern Sea, lies a nation renowned for its pristine beauty. The Kingdom of Goya from the highest palace, descending in tiers. One encounters the noble town, and beyond that, the central street. This configuration forms the very heart of the kingdom, akin to three circles of varying sizes stacked upon one another. The royal family, residing within the palace, represents the pinnacle of nobility, followed by the aristocrats of the noble town, and finally, the commoners of the central street. Beyond these societal ranks, there exist rogues and vagabonds, those who lead a transient existence, scavenging through heaps of refuse in search of valuables to barter for their basic necessities. The town of Danzhen serves as a haven for these miscreants, acting as a barrier between the unfortunate homeless and the central street where the common folk dwell. This is a realm of strict hierarchy. Generally, the commoners live their entire lives without ever glimpsing the splendor of the noble town or the palace. Occasionally, a finely dressed nobleman or lady may grace the central street, prompting the commoners to bow their heads in deference. Their eyes, filled with a failure to do so, could invite dire consequences. Disrespecting a person of high standing is a grave offense indeed. Fortunately, the aristocrats seldom venture into Danzhen or the realm of the outcasts, deeming those areas replete with foul odors that offend both the eyes and the nose. Thus, what one typically witnesses in this locality are the ragged and weary wanderers, or the ruffians who hold dominion over them, having discovered something of value amid the refuse. The vagabonds make their way to Danzhen to exchange their finds for coin and sustenance. With a resounding thud, a golden-haired youth is unceremoniously hurled to the ground. The place from which he was cast is a two-story edifice. Marked by the passage of time, the stone walls are mottled and worn, with some sections bearing gaping holes that allow a glimpse of the interior from within. The clinking of glasses and muffled conversations occasionally spill forth. The two burly men responsible for the youth's expulsion return to their post before the dilapidated wooden door, arms crossed. As he lies on the ground, having just made intimate contact with the earth, he curls into a pain ball, taking some time to muster the strength to rise. His tattered clothing is soiled, mirroring the dust that clings to his youthful visage. A gilded ring could fetch at least 1,000 belly, yet they only offered me 100. Fuming, he gazes at the establishment before him, which is filled with a considerable crowd, yearning to storm inside and continue his argument, yet his spirit soon deflates. Given his stature, having been forcibly robbed and unceremoniously discarded, he realizes that further reckless actions would only lead to greater misfortune. Clutched in his hand are a few silver coins, the total of his meager earnings for the day. 100 belly. Hawk, engulfed in despair, contemplated his departure. The mere 100 belly he had saved would suffice for 2 days of coarse barley bread, the kind that was so hard it required water to be consumed, lest he risk choking on it. Such unfortunate incidents had indeed occurred before. Tales he had heard from fellow wanderers. Is this the black market? At some point, a figure clad in a tight black outfit, draped in a matching black trench coat, appeared beside Hawk. Upon closer inspection, even the boots adorning his feet were black, and his hands were sheathed in black leather gloves. In stark contrast to this peculiar attire, the individual was a youth, likely of similar age to Hawk. Yet, this boy's immaculate black clothing, coupled with his short black hair and distinctly Eastern features, evoked in Hawk the sensation of standing beside a person of nobility. Especially striking was the expression on the boy's face. Could it be described as relaxed, confident, joyful? Hawk felt an inexplicable envy, akin to witnessing the common folk on Central Street indulging in feasts of meat and drink. Even though this boy wore garments as filthy as his own, his visage encrusted with dust, Hawk could not bring himself to categorize him as a vagabond. Unlike every other destitute soul he had encountered, whose faces bore the marks of numbness, coldness, even despair, this boy radiated an aura of vitality. Are you ignoring me? The boy turned to Hawk, a hint of impatience flickering across his features. Startled, Hawk noticed a silver object clipped to the boy's belt and instinctively lowered his gaze, stammering a reply. This is indeed a place where we trade found items for money. But whether it qualifies as a black market, and not certain. His understanding of the term black market was rather nebulous, merely a word he had heard in passing. The black-haired youth smiled. Then you've got it right. I just interrogated a pirate. I captured. This is precisely the place I was seeking. Pirate. Hawk's heart raced. Although he had never encountered a pirate, he had heard countless tales, rumors of murder and cannibalism. In essence, pirates were far more fearsome and dreadful than the thugs who preyed upon the destitute. This boy had captured a pirate. Before Hawk could ponder further, the boy casually continued. It seems someone inside has stolen your belongings. What do you say? Would you like to join me in confronting them? I can help you seek justice. As he spoke, he stepped forward, pushing open the creaking wooden door of the old, decrepit two-story building that served as a haven for ruffians, seemingly indifferent to Hawk's choice. Hesitant, Hawk watched as the boy entered, the door groaning on its hinges. "It can help you seek justice." He silently repeated the words in his mind, recalling the arduous life of wandering since he became an orphan. A surge of youthful courage inexplicably erupted within him throughout one's existence. There are inevitably moments when one feels as if their mind is shrouded in a fog of confusion. Without pondering the veracity of the other's words, he felt a lingering sense of injustice, for he had once been part of a prosperous family residing on Main Street. Without further hesitation, he stepped through the wooden door just before it closed once more. Following suit, the two burly men on guard paid no heed to the boy they had just cast out. As long as he refrained from causing further disturbances, he was of no concern to them. The ground floor of the building was an expansive space. In truth, it resembled a tavern, albeit without a sign to identify it during the day. Numerous inebriated patrons sprawled across the unevenly arranged tables, drinking and boasting, the cacophony far more pronounced than outside. Hawk doggedly pursued the dark-haired youth. The latter did not turn around, but had already sensed Hawk's approach. "You're quite brave, aren't you? What's your name?" "Hawk." Hawk replied softly, casting a glance at the one-eyed brute at the counter, the very individual who had taken his belongings and given him a mere $100. "Oh, I'm Casillas, but you can call me Yas for short." Casillas, the dark-haired youth, appeared to be a familiar patron of the tavern, skillfully sidestepping a drunken man's outstretched leg, disregarding Hawk, who had stumbled and fallen before taking a seat at the counter. "One juice, please." The one-eyed man was the proprietor of the establishment. If anyone else were to request a juice, he would likely mock them for being a hairless child still sucking on milk, insisting that they did not serve non-alcoholic beverages. However, firstly, the youth indeed lacked facial hair, and secondly, his attire commanded a degree of respect. Casting a dubious glance at Hawk, who had fallen and then caught up, he silently poured a drink and placed it before Casillas. "Orange juice." After taking a sip from the glass, Casillas nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, "Do you happen to have any firearms for sale?" "I seek the finest, the kind used by the Navy." The one-eyed man's expression shifted, and he promptly replied, "We do not have any aside from alcohol and food. We only assist the unfortunate wanderers in exchanging a bit of currency." "Is that so?" Casillas maintained a smile. "It's not easy to find such places. Are you certain you have none?" As he spoke, he produced a bag. It was bulging, producing the clinking sound of metal. The one-eyed man clearly heard this sound, unmistakably the clatter of gold coins. Not copper or silver, this bag must contain at least several 100,000 belly. Yet, this revelation did not bring him any joy. Such a youth, capable of producing such a sum of money. Could he be a noble? Or perhaps a pirate? Yet, this money. The one-eyed brute swallowed hard, contemplating in silence. Firstly, it was highly probable that this individual hailed from aristocracy. The notion of him being a pirate seemed implausible. His attire, albeit predominantly black, was neat and immaculate, coupled with his noticeably fair complexion, a trait likely cultivated from a life of privilege. Moreover, what if he were indeed a pirate? They often had the backing of high-ranking nobles. In the East Sea, even pirates rarely dared to provoke the aristocracy. With this line of thought, he finally gestured for Casillas to follow him and began to turn away unexpectedly. The other party interjected, saying, "No need for that. I merely require confirmation of your possession. All I seek is a means to access it." Upon uttering these words, Casillas grasped the silver object at his waist. Under the quizzical gaze of the one-eyed man, it was a peculiar firearm, entirely unfamiliar to the brute, perhaps a musket. Though it bore no resemblance to the firearms he recognized, with its gleaming metallic surface and sharply defined contours, the ominous black barrel exuded a palpable sense of danger, indicating it was indeed a gun. In this world, whether under the aegis of the world government's navy or amidst the notorious pirates traversing the Grand Line's new world, firearms remained rudimentary, employing simple gunpowder and solid metal ammunition. While there existed advanced weaponry akin to the Gatling gun, their numbers were exceedingly scarce. Only Casillas was aware that this object was known as the Desert Eagle, a true firearm from another realm, far surpassing the technological limitations of this world. Chapter 2. The Quest for Collaboration. This silver-hued instrument measured nearly 27 centimeters in length, with a caliber of .05 and a bullet exit velocity exceeding 370 meters per second, endowing it with immense destructive capacity despite its drawbacks, such as excessive recoil and inadequate adaptability to complex environments. Its notoriety in another world was precisely why Casillas had chosen it. In his mind, he believed that even if it did not rival the AK, it was undoubtedly a formidable choice. The customer suddenly brandished the clearly weapon-like object at the proprietor, drawing the attention of others. Initially, a drunken patron shouted, "There's trouble brewing." Is anyone going to intervene? Don't delay my drinking. Gradually, those who had previously overlooked the situation became aware that several relatively sober individuals scrambled toward the exit. In a place where knife fights were commonplace, the presence of firearms signaled a far graver matter. Survival took precedence. Prior to this, several figures had emerged from various corners, including the two sentinels stationed at the entrance. With solemn expressions, they reached for their waists, drawing either knives or firearms, awaiting the directive of a superior. He stood poised to spring into action at any moment, ready to take aim and fire. At that moment, the one-eyed giant, with the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at him, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The youth before him, cloaked in black, was evidently no ordinary foe. The glint in his eyes conveyed a stark warning. Any slightest movement would result in a bullet piercing through his flesh, most likely targeting his head. I suggest you instruct your men to remain calm, unless you wish to gamble on whether I pull the trigger first or your people manage to eliminate me, Casillas remarked, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze was icy and composed as he spoke. He lifted a glass of orange juice and took a generous sip. To be honest, this orange juice is surely of inferior quality, diluted with water, and likely pressed with a fair amount of pulp. Well, better than nothing, I suppose, the one-eyed giant observed as the finger resting on the trigger gradually tightened, albeit subtly. In the next moment, the middle-aged man, whose chin was adorned with stubble, raised his hand, signaling the few cautious individuals approaching to hold their positions. Having done so, he turned his attention back to Casillas. What exactly do you intend to do? Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time, the nameless tavern now nearly deserted. Casillas' companion, Hawk, had been in a state of bewilderment since the moment the Desert Eagle was drawn. Truth be told, it's rather simple, Casillas replied nonchalantly. Although explaining my purpose to a mere extra, destined to remain nameless, feels somewhat beneath me, I shall indulge the effort with that. He finally lowered his silver Desert Eagle and produced a pack of cigarettes. Skillfully, he extracted one and placed it between his lips, flicking open the lid of his silver lighter with a snap to ignite the cigarette. The one-eyed giant behind the counter exhibited a perplexed expression, as if questioning the meaning of his words. Extra? What does that mean? Casillas' words soon interrupted his contemplation as he inhaled deeply, exhaling a slender plume of smoke and declaring with a sense of relief. It's quite straightforward. Really, I am here seeking collaboration, though not with you or your ilk, but rather with the aristocrats behind you. Before the one-eyed giant could respond, Casillas continued unabated. Do not deny it, most of the powers in this region are backed by significant figures, and you represent the creme de la creme, among them the profits from arms trade, huh? In the Kingdom of Goya, those who can firmly grasp such undeniable benefits are certainly not ordinary individuals either, the nobility of Gaotian, particularly those of the highest standing, or perhaps even members of the royal family. Am I correct? The one-eyed giant fell silent, for the truths he spoke were irrefutable at this moment. It seemed that Casillas was invigorated. Moreover, it should not merely end there, should it? One must recognize that this is a standard-issue firearm used by the Navy, a commodity that is primarily accessible only to the naval forces. Thus, the noble behind, you must surely have connections with some high-ranking official from the EC Navy. Who might this individual be? Struggling to speak, the one-eyed brute managed to utter a few words with difficulty. I do not know. Huh. You certainly do not know, for you are merely a minor character, Casillas remarked mercilessly, lacing his words with derision as he slammed the Desert Eagle onto the counter. However, I trust you possess some intelligence. This weapon represents my leverage in collaborating with your noble patron. Simply present this to him, and prior to that, you may test the potency of this device. I trust you will not let me down. As Casillas stood up and turned to leave, he kicked Hawk, who was lost in thought, to rouse him. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, I shall return here, hoping for good news. Upon reaching the door, Casillas glanced back, regarding Hawk's matter. Compensating at market value should pose no issue, correct? Without awaiting a response, he then exited through the door. In the midst of the unfolding events, the minions of the one-eyed giant remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of agitation. A man wielding a firearm approached the counter, casting a concerned glance at their leader as he inquired, "How are you holding up, boss?" "I'm fine, for the moment," the one-eyed giant replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After a brief silence, he continued, "You take responsibility for retrieving that peculiar firearm from the counter. Be cautious not to damage it." The man paused momentarily perplexed by his leader's intent. Rather than impulsively seeking clarification, he redirected his gaze to the silver firearm resting on the counter. While he had encountered and even used short-barreled guns before, they paled in comparison to the long-barreled firearm he held, lacking in both power and range. This object appeared quite exquisite, exuding an indescribable aura of ruggedness and strength. However, given the brevity of the barrel, one could not help but ponder the extent of the bullet's potential power. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he stepped closer, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Lowering his gaze for a closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. The silver firearm was unexpectedly embedded deeply into the sturdy wooden counter. Yet there were no signs of wood grain cracking on the surrounding surface of the counter. What brute strength is this? Is it even human? Moreover, mere strength is insufficient. At this moment, not far away, Casillas extinguished his cigarette, idly toying with a silver lighter in his hand. The rectangular lighter gleamed with a metallic sheen, one side intricately engraved with black lines that formed a lifelike skull. Strangely, the skull wore a hat, which, though its color was indiscernible, appeared to resemble a straw hat. Hawk's eyes were fixated on the lighter, following Casillas' every movement. I almost forgot. Casillas suddenly halted, thrusting his hand into the pocket of his trench coat. I need to head to another location, which is quite distant. You should wait for me there tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. He produced 2 banknotes. This should suffice for you to acquire some new clothes, enjoy a decent meal, and rest for the night. Hawk numbly accepted the money, appearing hesitant to speak. Casillas chuckled softly. Do not worry, Hawk. You are the first underling I have taken in this world, and I shall not renege on my promise. If you fear trouble from others, seek out that one-eyed brute. For my sake, he will likely lend you a hand, provided he is not a fool. What follows is of great significance to me. I am to meet one of the future emperors of the sea, not to mention a certain little brat named Luffy. If fortune favors me and my memory serves correctly, he should still be in Windmill village at this time. Hawk found himself bewildered by the term for emperors of the sea, completely unaware of the whereabouts of Windmill village. As he watched the receding figure of Casillas, he couldn't help but ponder whether he had ever acknowledged the other as a leader. Recalling the natural demeanor of his companion, he experienced a fleeting illusion that he might have lost a segment of his recent memories. Regardless, the paper currency in his hand evoked distant memories of delectable foods: pork sausages, white bread, mashed potatoes, and roasted chicken. Chapter 3. Traversing Mount Galbo. 2 hours later, Casillas, with a half-burnt cigarette clenched between his teeth, ambled past towering heaps of refuse. Drawing closer to the foothills of Mount Galbo, which was gradually coming alive with the emergence of verdant foliage, resilient wild grasses, alongside various trees and shrubs, bravely pushed through the thinning layers of waste. Even as they were compelled to grow in contorted forms to survive, they earnestly extracted meager nutrients from the barren soil, reaching for the sun's rays to sustain their existence. The closer he approached the mountain's base, the more abundant the flora became. Eventually, colossal roots resembling walls obstructed the path into the mountains. These roots, half buried in the earth and half exposed to the air, belonged to trees so immense that they required the embrace of several, if not a dozen, individuals. The living beings of the world of One Piece were replete with wonders, and even this singular tree was enough to leave Casillas in awe. In his previous world, such a tree alone could have become a tourist attraction. Yet within Mount Galbo, similar wonders were countless. What would it be like to behold the legendary Adam Tree and Eve Tree? He found himself eagerly anticipating the experience. Gazing up at the lush canopy that obscured the sky, Casillas inhaled deeply, drawing the smoke into his lungs, and as he exhaled slowly, he murmured to himself, and what of the fishmen, the fur tribes, the little people, the giants? Not to mention the colossal elephants that can harbor an entire nation and have lived for over a millennium? He mused, the fishmen must be quite beautiful. I wonder if they can engage with humans in that manner. As his thoughts drifted into less than proper territory, he realized that he hadn't closely followed One Piece and couldn't recall any pertinent details. However, the fact that humans captured fishmen to sell them as slaves suggested certain possibilities. Even if the physical aspect was not feasible, surely there was still the ability to converse. Lost in contemplation, he inadvertently burned his finger on the glowing tip of the cigarette, prompting a reflexive flick of his hand to discard it. He blew vigorously on his middle finger, attempting to soothe the minor burn. Enough of this, he chided himself. Focus on the matter at hand. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore. Within the majestic expanse of Mount Galbo, the presence of fierce beasts is an undeniable reality. Therefore, as he ventures forth, it is imperative for him to possess means of self-defense. Even with the boon of a robust physique, Casillas wisely acknowledges that he cannot confront the formidable creatures, like those faced by Ace, unarmed. Consider, for a moment, the feats Ace accomplished in his youth. With a single kick, he severed trees with diameters of half a meter to a meter, obstructing the path of the pursuing Luffy. Yet, even a prodigy such as Ace could not contend with the sovereign of the mountain's wilderness, a massive tiger. While the animation may have exaggerated certain aspects, Casillas is not a man prone to hubris. System. With a silent invocation in his mind, a semi-transparent panel materializes before his eyes, reminiscent of those found in video games. This, indeed, is his extraordinary advantage. How could the protagonist embark on his journey without such a boon? The undeniable truth of this world is that the protagonist must possess extraordinary abilities. However, those who wield such powers are not necessarily the protagonist. The system remains nameless. An enigma to Casillas, as the interface lacks any characters or letters to denote its identity. There exists neither a mechanical, cold voice nor a melodious, charming one to inform him of its designation. Casillas, disinclined to bestow a name upon it, simply refers to it as the system. The interface is remarkably minimalist, presenting only 3 elongated options: talent list, task list, and item list. With a gentle touch of his finger in the air, he engages with the translucent interface. Selecting the item list, he experiences a tactile feedback akin to pressing against a glass surface, albeit with a subtle distinction. Striking the interface with excessive force yields no results. He finds himself unable to make contact. Upon expanding the item list, secondary options emerge, ranging from firearms, melee weapons, to vehicles. When he selects firearms, a multitude of densely packed icons materializes, among which one icon stands out prominently, inscribed with 4 Chinese characters: Desert Eagle. The cost for acquisition is 5,000 berries, the universal currency of the world of One Piece. Each bullet is priced at 10 berries. Thus, the combined cost of a Desert Eagle and 100 bullets amounts to 6,000 berries. After confirming his selection, however, no immediate transformation occurs. He neither draws forth currency for a recharge nor does a silver Desert Eagle manifest before him. Yet he is acutely aware that his funds have diminished by exactly 6,000 berries, taken entirely by the system. As for the weapon, Casillas reaches into the pocket of his coat and retrieves a Desert Eagle, identical to the one he had left with the one-eyed giant, gleaming and pristine. After ejecting the magazine for inspection, he audibly clicks it back into place, aiming at a bird foraging for food in the distance to test his grip. His proficiency with firearms grants him a solid command over such weapons. While he may not be an expert, he is certainly no novice. This weapon, effective within a range of approximately 100 meters, allows him to strike with great accuracy. Not to mention the Desert Eagle's effective range extends to about 200 meters. With its formidable power, he believes it would suffice against a tiger, prompting him to leisurely light a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he navigates a winding path among the sturdy roots of trees, delving deeper into the mountains. At this moment, the sun hangs high in the zenith of the sky. Meanwhile, as Casillas embarks on his journey towards Windmill Town, the one-eyed giant stands within a lavish building in the high town, feeling a measure of anxiety as he stands upon an exquisite dark red woolen carpet, instinctively rising onto his toes, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. This is due to the fact that the master here is a veritable demon, a being of utter brutality devoid of any semblance of humanity. He vividly recalls the tragic fate of the previous leader, who was mercilessly tortured to death along with his family by this demonic figure, simply for uttering a misplaced word in his presence. As the newly appointed leader, he is compelled to dutifully serve this tyrant, aware that refusal would lead to a dire fate. Faced with the choice between disobedience and survival, he opts to toil diligently, as he has a family to support, and he is not one to be overly burdened by the weight of morality. After all, the acts of killing and arson do not weigh heavily on his conscience. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, his cautiousness has allowed him to remain unscathed. Are you saying that this weapon was produced by that wretched individual? The man spoke while seated in a high-backed chair of solid wood. A glass goblet before him filled halfway with a liquid as red as blood. His countenance, rather plain and leaning towards the unattractive, was accentuated by a sharp, hooked nose that lent an air of coldness. Indeed, esteemed lord, replied the one-eyed giant with utmost caution. For every word uttered in the presence of this man demanded the highest form of respect. Not a single mistake had escaped him in 2 years. His robust physique had bent into a complete semblance of submission, embodying an extreme low posture. The other picked up the soft, silk-wrapped silver firearm and inquired, "This weapon has a range of over 200 meters and can penetrate steel at close range?" "Yes, esteemed lord." The nobleman, with his head adorned in meticulously arranged strands of silver hair, rose and seemed to speak to himself. "He wishes to collaborate with me?" "Indeed, esteemed sir," chuckled the one-eyed brute, who, after hearing the other's cold laughter, issued a command. Go find Sweeney Todd. Have him capture this scoundrel by tomorrow and extract the design blueprint of the weapon. Once obtained, ensure he is dealt with discreetly. He dared not hesitate and promptly responded. Yes, esteemed sir. Chapter 4. The Crimson Overlord. The journey unfolded without incident. Casillas encountered neither the bandit members of the Danzhen family nor the formidable leader of the mountain, a certain tiger. Aside from the solitary wolf that met its demise, he encountered no peril. As the sun began to set, he, armed with a compass, beheld the Windmill town bathed in the golden hues of dusk. The undulating fields, dotted with windmills perched in various corners, presented a truly picturesque setting. A harmonious blend of enchanting landscapes and seclusion. Seizing the fleeting twilight, Casillas ignited a fresh cigarette, pausing momentarily to relish the view. At that moment, a banana would have been perfect, perhaps accompanied by a refreshing glass of juice. Halfway through his smoke, the night began to descend. Casillas pressed onward, his silhouette growing increasingly indistinct in the dimming light, akin to a specter traversing a valley. The inhabitants of Windmill Town congregated along the coastline, forming a dense cluster of buildings. Despite its remote location, a rudimentary commercial system had permeated the area, no matter how isolated. It was improbable for the town to remain entirely unvisited. Recently, a medium-sized brigantine had docked in this coastal hamlet, flying a flag that symbolized piracy, a white skull, marked by 3 crimson slashes across its left eye socket. Typically, when a town faces pirates, it is often subject to plunder, or in more severe cases, complete destruction, with the surviving populace facing annihilation. Yet, the present atmosphere of Windmill Town was one of tranquility and peace. While most pirates relied on pillaging for sustenance, the red-haired pirates were not among the majority. As one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World following the demise of the Pirate King, the red-haired pirates eschewed such actions and had no desire to engage in them. Unlike the marauding pests of the sea, the members of the red-haired pirates were quite well regarded in this town. Ben Beckman, clad in a dark V-neck t-shirt and loose-fitting trousers, strolled along the street. His black hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a fringe cascading across his forehead, and his chiseled visage bore an expression of stoic seriousness. As the vice-captain of the pirate crew, his responsibilities were numerous. The ever-smiling Shanks was largely indifferent to the myriad of chaotic affairs aboard the ship, leaving the management of such matters to Beckman. Despite being a figure of formidable strength, rivaling that of the 4 emperors, Beckman's daily tasks often involved mundane chores such as procuring food and acquiring various supplies necessary for maritime navigation. However, he did not harbor disdain for these duties. Amidst a crew of unreliable misfits, he was essentially the only one with the meticulousness to orchestrate these intricate affairs. Just then, a figure approached, inadvertently obstructing Beckman's path. Once there was a youth, remarkably young in appearance. However, Beckman instinctively furrowed his brow as the dark-clad boy before him, who mirrored his own habit of smoking, evoked an odd sensation within him. Was it danger? No, that was not quite right. It was peculiar. Excuse me, sir? Could you direct me to the tavern in town? I am eager to enjoy a drink. Casillas inquired of Beckman, recognizing him as one of the few members of the red-haired pirates. Beckman, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor and offering little expression, replied simply, I am on my way there. In an instant, Casillas grasped the implication. Beckman would lead him there. What a fortuitous turn of events! For he despised the task of locating a place based on vague descriptions provided by others. As they journeyed, Beckman remained reticent, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat dull for Casillas. In his boredom, he lit another cigarette and began to play with his lighter. The silver, cube-like object danced between his fingers, yet it could not escape the confines of his grip. Even while clad in black leather gloves, Casillas managed to maintain control. Though this display seemed unimpressive to Beckman, it captured the attention of another onlooker. By this time, the two had arrived at the tavern's entrance. Well, sir, what are you playing with? A lively voice chirped, its pitch elevated beyond the ordinary. The swift return of retribution was unexpected, having just referred to another as sir. He was now addressed as such by yet another youthful imp. I am only 15, you know. Casillas looked down to find a child gazing up at him, captivated by the lighter in his hand, eyes sparkling with wonder. The lad appears to be around 6 or 7 years of age. A flicker of recognition sparked within Casillas. Could it be Luffy? Regardless, he halted his actions and, under the adoring gaze of the future Pirate King, stepped into the tavern. A cursory glance revealed the target of his search, a red-haired man adorned with a straw hat. Yet, he refrained from approaching him directly. May I offer you something to drink? A gentle, melodious voice resonated as Margarita, with her deep green tresses and a warm smile, stood behind the bar, addressing the recently seated Casillas. The young man, momentarily lost in thought, hesitated before inquiring, "Do you have any banana juice?" Margarita felt as though a crow had flown overhead. With caution, she replied, "I'm afraid, dear guest, I have never heard of bananas being juiced. How about a glass of orange juice? We also have apple juice, freshly made." "Very well." Casillas, feeling a pang of disappointment, contemplated briefly before conceding, "Then I shall have an orange juice." "Certainly." Margarita breathed a sigh of relief and turned to prepare the drink. Meanwhile, across the room, the red-haired man had just swallowed a mouthful of beer and was about to reach for another chicken leg when he noticed his first mate approaching. "Ah, you're back." Beckman simply acknowledged him and, upon sitting down, glanced at Casillas at the bar. "Shanks, there's an odd fellow over there." "What sort of person?" The red-haired captain's interest piqued, and he turned to look. "A boy? Oh, and he is armed?" At the same table, several others were seated, including the rotund and gluttonous Lockero, and a rather diminutive figure resembling a mere extra. "Jesus, what's so peculiar about being armed? As long as he is not here to stir up trouble, what does it matter?" One of them chimed in. "Haha, I'll go take a look." Shanks rose, grasping Beckman's implication. The lad likely bore no ill intent, yet it was evident that caution was warranted. The wait was tedious, and Casillas naturally began to fidget with the lighter in his hand, while the boy, presumably Luffy, leaned over from the adjacent seat, fixating on him. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Shanks exclaimed, playfully swatting Luffy, nearly causing him to tumble. Indignant from the playful hit, Luffy protested, "Shanks, what was that for?" But before he could react further, Shanks hoisted him up and tossed him aside. Ignoring Luffy's raucous complaints, Shanks casually seated himself beside Casillas and, in a tone akin to that of strangers exchanging pleasantries in a tavern, asked, "Since you're in a bar, why opt for fruit juice?" Casillas tucked away his lighter and turned to his companion, stating, "I have a fondness for fruits and a disdain for alcohol." The red-haired man appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Individuals like you are quite rare. I have scarcely encountered anyone who abhors alcohol. That is likely because you are surrounded by pirates. Among ordinary folk, there must be many who abstain from drinking," Casillas replied with a serene demeanor. However, beneath this calm exterior, he was anything but composed. For seated beside him was one of the four emperors, the sovereign of the seas. While a flicker of excitement coursed through him, a more pressing thought loomed in his mind. At this very moment, even a mere minion of his counterpart could easily extinguish his life. "Perhaps you are right." The red-haired man beamed brightly, yet his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "What brings you here?" In that fleeting moment, Casillas truly sensed an overwhelming pressure that left him somewhat breathless. Is this the essence of imposing presence? He mused inwardly, contemplating that if the red-haired individual were to slightly unleash his conqueror's haki, he would undoubtedly find himself prostrated on the ground. Thus, it was merely a transformation of expression and tone, perhaps influenced by the pressure he felt within. "I propose a transaction with you." Red-haired, Casillas replied effortlessly. "I believe I can offer a suitable price for an item I wish to acquire." The red-haired man instantly morphed back into the affable individual he had been before, his smile returning. "Oh, is that so? What is it that you wish to purchase? If it is something common, I would gladly gift it to you." "As a gesture of friendship, I desire a devil fruit," Casillas responded. Chapter 5. The Demon Sword Muramasa and the Devil Fruit. The devil fruit grants its consumer a myriad of extraordinary abilities, yet the cost is a perpetual inability to swim, rendering them powerless even in water. Furthermore, they will develop a fear of certain elements, notably sea prism stone, when weighed against such a price. The allure of remarkable powers is undeniably paramount. Many formidable beings in this world are users of devil fruits, thus making these fruits highly coveted treasures. An ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit can fetch a price exceeding 100 million berries. Red-haired was not taken aback. This youth not only recognized him, but had also ventured to this town, indicating that his desires would naturally transcend the ordinary. "What, then, do you offer in exchange?" "I have no interest in money." Red-haired straightened his posture, intrigued by the young man before him. "Additionally, I am quite curious about your age this year." At that moment, Makino placed a glass of orange juice before Casillas. "What are you discussing?" she inquired with curiosity. "Devil fruits, what are those?" "Indeed, I wish to know as well," exclaimed Luffy, who was nearby, his youthful spirit ignited by tales of pirate life and the whimsical adventures they spoke of, gradually nurturing his own desire for freedom and exploration at sea. "Away with you." Red-haired Shanks impatiently nudged Luffy a few times. Go ask your Uncle Beckman. After finishing this exchange, he turned to Makino to elucidate the nature of devil fruits. Once Luffy had sulked away, Casillas waited until red-haired Shanks and Makino had finished their whispered conversation before responding. I possess a sword that I believe will pique your interest. Moreover, I am 15 years old this year. Haha. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Shanks laughed heartily, clapping Casillas on the shoulder. At your age, I was merely an apprentice aboard a ship. Unlike you, who has already set out on your own adventures. Casillas found Shanks' exuberance somewhat overwhelming. Makino gave him a subtle wink, seemingly expressing sympathy or perhaps an apology. At this moment, Casillas sincerely felt that the laughter of the red-haired individual, while seemingly foolish, was not meant as an insult. Perhaps he was a truly liberated soul, laughing freely whenever the mood struck him, regardless of the opinions of others who might deem his laughter silly. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls of orange juice, Casillas felt quite satisfied. It was a stark contrast to the drink he had shared with the one-eyed giant, akin to heaven and earth. After engaging in light-hearted banter with the red-haired companion for a while, Casillas could no longer restrain himself and mentioned that he had matters to attend to the following day. Without waiting for a response, he reached into the pocket of his trench coat, as if to retrieve something of significance. Despite its unassuming size, Casillas produced a long knife, sheathed and gleaming, seemingly conjured from a hidden space within the modest pocket. In the world of One Piece, a knife is synonymous with a sword, with no distinction made between single-edged and double-edged blades. The weapon Casillas unveiled measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, entirely black in hue, from its sheath to its hilt, devoid of any decorative details. The hilt itself was merely wrapped in a spiraling strand of black cord, perhaps the only embellishment it possessed. At first glance, it appeared ordinary. This blade, named Muramasa, was akin to the fabled sword, Kyotek, possessed of a sinister reputation. The red-haired companion rarely exhibited such a serious demeanor. The moment the blade materialized, he sensed the latent aura of slaughter it possessed, undoubtedly a weapon of unimaginable carnage. However, the name Muramasa was entirely unfamiliar to him. It was indeed a precious artifact, no less formidable than the original Onigiri. Yet how could such a renowned sword remain obscure, unless it hailed from an ancient epic, so distant that its legends had long ceased to be recounted by the common folk? With such thoughts, the red-haired man pondered silently, refraining from voicing his inquiries. He reached out to grasp Muramasa, slowly drawing it from its sheath. A faint, otherworldly violet radiance erupted forth, unlike the cold gleam reflected by other blades of its ilk. The edge of the demon sword Muramasa shimmered with a delicate purple hue. Wave-like patterns spread across the sharpened section, while the unsharpened blade bore an inky blackness, profound and restrained, akin to the hilt itself. The instant Muramasa was unsheathed, it seemed as if every patron within the tavern heard a phantom horse roar reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Clang! The red-haired man deftly closed the scabbard, uttering softly, "What a splendid blade!" This scene inexplicably reminded Casillas of the television dramas he had once watched, as he sensed an incongruous aura of the martial world emanating from the red-haired figure before him. Are you truly willing to exchange such a formidable blade for a devil fruit? Comparable to the unparalleled great blade of 12 crafts, its worth far exceeds mere trinkets. The red-haired individual appeared reluctant to take advantage of the situation. Firstly, I felt an overwhelming inability to wield this weapon. Moreover, I am neither a swordsman nor particularly inclined to become one. The demon blade, in my possession, is merely a collectible. Furthermore, being able to grant the Yonko, red-haired Shanks, a favor would greatly benefit me. Casillas candidly expressed his thoughts, and upon acquiring the sword, he began devising a plan. Fortunately, his memory remained intact. Red-haired Shanks was still in Windmill Village, and had yet to lose an arm. After hearing this, Shanks burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness. We shall be friends from now on. Jessup, fetch the 3 devil fruits aboard our ship. Moments later, 3 spherical devil fruits of varying colors lay before Casillas on the bar. Among them, one was purple, the rubber fruit. Upon seeing this fruit, Casillas felt an irresistible allure. As he was well versed in its mature development model and usage, believing he could potentially reach the same level as Luffy, if not surpass him. But, is this truly advisable? The second fruit's abilities remained a mystery, as the devil fruit compendium had no record of it. It was an unknown fruit, yet its appearance suggested it belonged to the paramecia type. Skipping over this enigmatic pink devil fruit, the third possessed deep red and dark blue hues. The 2 hues appear as if 2 pigments have been amalgamated without thorough blending, resulting in a mesmerizing, layered display. The spiral patterns bear no distinction from the other two, while the circular form signifies its classification as a superhuman type. This is the temperature fruit, Shanks remarked. The devil fruit encyclopedia conveniently contains this information. Quite fortunate indeed, for it is generally the case that a substantial number of devil fruits remain enigmatic regarding their abilities prior to consumption. However, both the gum fruit and the temperature fruit are duly noted. Temperature fruit. Casillas pondered, intuitively grasping the essence of its power from its name, control over temperature, perhaps? What sets it apart from the heat-hot fruit? Shanks replied nonchalantly. The distinction is considerable. The heat-hot fruit can only confer high temperatures, whereas the temperature fruit can manipulate a spectrum from high to low. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted myself. You see, low temperatures can create ice. And there's a certain scoundrel in the Navy who wields such power with impunity upon the seas. He paused, then added, furthermore, possessing merely one devil fruit would be a considerable disadvantage. As a friend, I insist you select a second one. I shall grant you two. Shanks bore an expression of generous intent. As Casillas sipped his orange juice, he wrestled internally with the dilemma. Should he seize Luffy's gum fruit? More importantly, could he genuinely develop second, third, or even fourth gears? The chasm between understanding the principles and practical application is vast. The temperature fruit does sound appealing. As for that pink one, instinctively he chose to disregard it. Its color was simply not to his taste. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I shall take the temperature fruit, and as for the second one you are gifting me, I will choose that pink one. He ultimately relinquished the chance to outmaneuver the destined child. Chapter 6. The gift of a lighter. Casillas slipped the pink devil fruit into the pocket of his trench coat. But as his hand withdrew, the pocket deflated, eliciting surprise from Shanks. What manner of pocket is this? There exists a space within, capable of accommodating quite a few items. Casillas explained succinctly, as if to imply that his black coat possessed such a remarkable function. In truth, the space was not a feature of the coat itself, but rather a function of the system. This included retrieving the desert eagle from his pocket, as well as extracting the cursed blade Muramesa and placing the devil fruit within. All were facilitated by the system's capabilities. Not solely the pocket of the coat, but also his trousers, collar, shoes, or even a simple bag slung over his back could yield such effects. Remarkable. Red-haired had never encountered anything quite like this before. Initially, he suspected it might be some form of devil fruit ability. Extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray on the bar, Casillas directly brought the temperature fruit to his lips. With a crunch, the sensation was akin to taking a bite of an apple. Red-haired took a swig of beer, observing his rapidly changing expression and teasingly remarked, "Tastes delightful, doesn't it?" Casillas responded, "How shall I put it? The taste of devil fruits is notoriously repugnant. I was prepared for this. Yet I could not have anticipated it would be this dreadful. If someone were to claim that devil fruits were made of excrement at this moment, I would almost believe them. Ugh. Cough, cough." The smile that once adorned his face vanished as the physiological shock triggered his tear ducts, and large tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. After what felt like a couple of minutes, Casillas gradually regained his composure. This truly was a catastrophe for the palate. Grumbling in frustration, he lifted half a glass of orange juice and downed it, then called out to Marquino, "Another round, please." Of course. Chuckling behind her hand, Marquino took the empty glass and turned to leave, only to hear Red-haired erupt into laughter once more. "You know, the reason I avoid devil fruits is precisely because of this. The thought of being reduced to such a state by the taste of a mere fruit is utterly ridiculous." Haha. Ignoring the gleeful Red-haired, Casillas commenced experimenting with his newfound ability. Tiny flecks of ice began to appear on his black leather gloves, gradually increasing in speed until they coalesced into a thick frost. The surrounding air temperature plummeted rapidly. Red-haired slid half his beer toward Casillas, exclaiming, "Come on, chill my beer. It's been ages since I had a properly chilled one. You must understand, ice is a precious resource." Casillas readily accepted, placing his palm against the side of the large glass. Moments later, he observed delicate ice crystals forming within the beer. The liquid, now significantly colder than its surroundings, began to exude wisps of white mist. Red-haired snatched back the glass and began to gulp down the beer. Aha! After finishing Casillas's chilled beer in one go, Red-haired sighed contentedly, as if he had just downed half a liter of cola. "I say, you there? Casillas." "Ah, I shall call you Yas. How about joining us on our ship? Your ability is quite convenient. I almost regret not thinking of this sooner. Had I known, I could have casually let someone aboard enjoy it." And we could have been drinking chilled beer every day? Red-haired, appearing somewhat inebriated, began to babble incoherently. The captain is drunk. Let us send him back to rest. Uncertain of when he arrived, Beckman uttered a remark. The rotund Lockero responded with a grunt, effortlessly hoisting the captain onto his shoulders and dragging him away as if he were a lifeless pig, disregarding the incessant shouts of the red-haired one, who claims I am intoxicated. Release me. Beckman, you scoundrel, do you wish to hoard all the chilled beer? Scoundrel. Scound. The voice of the red-haired pirate gradually faded into the distance. Beckman settled into the seat vacated by the red-haired captain and addressed Casillas. Our captain is quite the fool. You may disregard his words as mere nonsense. The crew of the red-haired pirate gang truly were a raucous bunch, and the captain, despite being the leader, appeared to have no dignity whatsoever. Casillas thought to himself, yet replied, It is evident. I am glad you understand, young brother, Beckman said, speaking slowly. It is already evening. We have prepared a room for you here. Venturing over Galbo Mountain at the witching hour is hardly a prudent choice, is it? With a smile, Casillas accepted the orange juice from Marquino's hands. Indeed, Mr. Beckman. The implication of Beckman's words was unmistakable. He was subtly warning Casillas against engaging in any mischief. However, Casillas had no intention of causing any trouble after all. He was merely a minor henchman and dared not confront the red-haired pirates. Of course, Beckman harbored no genuine hostility or grievances towards Casillas. It was merely a discreet suggestion unspoken. As soon as Beckman departed, another individual occupied the seat. Hey, big guy. Luffy waved his small arms, addressing Casillas. Luffy, behave yourself. Marquino, polishing a goblet with a white cloth, interjected upon noticing Luffy's mischief aimed at disrupting the guest. At that moment, Casillas waved his hand and asked the impish boy, What do you want? Also, refrain from calling me big guy. I am only 15 years old. You should address me as big brother or something similar. Uncle is more fitting for someone like Shanks. Oh, is that so? But to me, you seem quite similar to Shanks. Very well, you may call me by my name, just as you do with Shanks. Just call me Yas. All right, Luffy exclaimed with exuberance, standing up to match Casillas' height. Yas, can I see that thing you were playing with earlier? Casillas paused for a moment, then realized he was referring to the lighter. Do you fancy this item so much? Uh-huh. Luffy nodded vigorously, brimming with anticipation. As Casillas retrieved a silver lighter from his pocket and handed it over, he observed Luffy's fascination as he examined it from every angle, finding the experience rather intriguing. The lighter in question represents the sole personal item he brought into this world. Adorned with a skull emblem, it is unmistakably the insignia of the future Straw Hat Pirates. A merchandise from the One Piece anime. While its authenticity remains uncertain, it was quite costly at the time of purchase. Presently, the individual holding this lighter, gazing eagerly at the Straw Hat Skull logo, is none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Casillas extracted a cigarette, placing a finger against its tip. As he inhaled, ethereal smoke began to swirl, igniting the cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. Luffy, how about I give you this? Huh? Luffy looked up, bewildered. And after a few moments of surprise, he exclaimed, Really? Yes. Of course, Casillas replied with a smile, although he cherished the lighter himself. Regarding it as one of his most treasured possessions, he could part with it for Luffy's sake. After all, if it fostered camaraderie between the red-haired pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, a mere lighter was a small price to pay. He believed Luffy would take good care of it. Watching the young Luffy mesmerized by the intricately engraved skull design, Casillas reclaimed the lighter, flicked it open, and lit it. Luffy jumped up, exclaiming, Wow, I want to learn. That is so cool. Chapter 7. The Wrath of Jack. The following morning, Casillas departed from Windmill Village without bidding farewell to Shanks and the others, traversing the morning mist once more to scale the Galbo Mountains, returning to the uncertain terminus laden with refuse. Along the way, he observed numerous vagrants scouring the heaps of garbage for valuables. Under the blazing midday sun, each freshly arrived garbage truck unloading its cargo became a treasure to be fiercely contested, often leading to bloody altercations. This vast landfill resembled a decaying breeding ground for parasites, continually birthing sin and sorrow. Outside an unassuming tavern in the town of End, Casillas spotted his first subordinate, Hawk. At that moment, Hawk sat on a stone by the roadside, evidently having bathed and donned a fresh, albeit plain, outfit in shades of gray and white. His golden hair had been cropped into a short style. Upon hearing Casillas' voice, Hawk looked up. Yes, boss. You're here. He stood, displaying a hint of nervousness. Casillas paid little mind to how the lad addressed him, casually inquiring about two familiar large men loitering at the entrance. So, have you seen anyone suspicious? Hawk shook his head, stating, I have been stationed outside since early this morning, and thus far, I have not observed anyone of particular significance. Not to mention the nobility. Even guests and vagabonds seeking to exchange goods have been turned away. Is that so? Casillas scrutinized the surroundings, feeling a distinct premonition stir within him. There was something amiss. Was it merely an unfounded illusion, or did the other party harbor other intentions? The lofty nobility. Perhaps the issue lay therein. Do not accompany me inside. Remain here and wait, Casillas instructed Hawk before striding toward the entrance. However, Hawk wished to inquire about the rationale, but ultimately complied, standing still. Upon noticing Casillas's approach, the two guards promptly opened the door, as though welcoming a guest. The interior was devoid of the previous day's bustle. Apart from the one-eyed giant behind the counter, no one else was present. Casillas walked briskly to the counter, observing the freshly prepared orange juice awaiting him, and plopped down onto a chair. You have prepared well, but is your superior not coming? Or are you to represent him? The one-eyed giant wore a somewhat strained smile. He produced several bills of belly, placing them before Casillas, and then spoke. That is indeed the case. Additionally, here is the compensation of 5,000 belly for that young lad. Well done. You are quite perceptive, Casillas remarked, pocketing the notes while gazing through the swirling smoke of the cigarette at the giant's stubbled face and blind eye. Ah, by the way, weren't you dissatisfied with my orange juice? I have specially prepared a superior version today. Do give it a try, the one-eyed giant offered with a semblance of cordiality. Casillas glanced down at the glass filled with orange liquid, noticing the remnants of pulp floating within. It appeared no different from the drink he had previously consumed. Are you certain this is safe to drink? He inquired abruptly. Upon hearing these words, the one-eyed giant felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him, a wave of cold sweat seeping from his back and swiftly dampening his attire. Ah, of course, you. Just as Casillas was about to utter the words you were lying to further pressure his adversary, he suddenly sensed a violent tremor beneath his feet, as if something were attempting to emerge from the depths below. He glanced down to see the wooden planks forming the floor beneath him fracturing before his eyes. A metallic object resembling a pair of scissors tore through the floor beneath Casillas, rather than a mere sting. It felt as if it were violently thrusting towards his lower body. Casillas reacted with remarkable swiftness, having been on guard from the very beginning. The sudden assault did not catch him off guard. He swiftly responded by stepping onto a metallic object resembling a pair of scissors. Utilizing the force of his assailant, he propelled himself upwards, then leaned back, executing a graceful aerial roll. As he spun twice in the air, he landed a good 5 to 6 meters away from his original position. The creature that had attacked him missed its mark, wreaking havoc on the surrounding floor, as the sturdy wooden planks crumbled like mere tofu, leaving even the bar in disarray. The one-eyed giant, who had narrowly evaded the attack, muttered curses under his breath. Damn Jack! If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would surely have fallen victim to that beast. Beneath the shattered floor, a towering figure, nearly 4 meters in height, emerged. His upper body was bare, showcasing robust muscles, and his hairless scalp gleamed under the harsh light of a bulb positioned just inches above. This individual appears to possess genes from species beyond humanity. It is uncommon for an ordinary person to reach such heights. His scarred, grotesque visage is adorned with 2 bloodshot eyes that glare at the disheveled one-eyed giant. Humph. Ronald, you are utterly useless. It seems that I must take matters into my own hands. After uttering this, he turned his gaze to Casillas. That was a commendable reaction. But since Lord Carimula intends to eliminate you, there is no one who can save you. I am Scissorhand Jack, a pirate with a bounty of 8 million. 8 million? A hint of disappointment flickered across Casillas's face as he observed the scissor-like weapon replacing Jack's right hand. In terms of sheer strength, it was indeed formidable, surpassing his own capabilities by a considerable margin. In the East Blue, it seems that a bounty of 8 million is exceedingly rare. Casillas recalled that the infamous clique had a bounty of less than 20 million, yet such an individual had established dominion over the seas, reigning supreme for an extended period. Although Jack appeared to be a muscle-bound simpleton, he possessed an intellect on par with that of an average individual, thereby discerning the expression on Casillas's face. Do you dare to underestimate me? Jack seethed, his right arm, as robust as the giant's waist, pulsating with rage. An 8 million bounty is hardly worthy of my attention. Casillas retorted with a mocking smile, deliberately provoking him. Ah, you have enraged me. I shall kill you on the spot. The scissor-like weapon began to spin at high velocity. Hey, Lord Carimula desires him alive. Jack, do you wish to bring about my demise? Ronald, witnessing the unfolding chaos, lamented his ill fortune. His intent to poison Casillas stemmed from the fear that this tempestuous Jack would create havoc. He was notoriously difficult to control. To his astonishment, the opponent had anticipated his moves, and Jack did not wait for him to signal before launching an attack from his concealed position underground. Had he bided his time to coordinate an assault that would divert the opponent's attention, perhaps Jack's ambush could have found its mark. If the adversary were to be eliminated without obtaining the schematics of the weapon, Ronald shuddered to contemplate his fate. Jack, after all, was a capable subordinate. Perhaps that old wretch would spare him, but what of Ronald? Individuals like him were expendable. In that fleeting moment, Ronald was engulfed by despair. Silently praying within his heart, please, do not let him perish. Jack's right hand, with the scissors fully spread to their utmost angle, whirled like the blades of a fan, devoid of any sharp edges, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Accompanied by a droning sound, Jack's towering figure lunged towards Casillas. Bellowing, die. Experience my whirlwind of death. Chapter 8, an unbalanced battle. The thunderous, spiraling scissors descended with ferocity, shattering the floorboards and the earth beneath, sending a cascade of debris into the air. Meanwhile, Casillas had retreated to the doorway, drawing his Desert Eagle. Remarkable strength indeed, but alas, insufficient speed. A tremendous boom erupted. The .05 caliber Desert Eagle, among the most formidable in its class, fired a bullet capable of penetrating steel plates exceeding 5 millimeters in thickness, accompanied by a blinding muzzle flash, a deafening report, and a substantial recoil. For those of slender build, merely firing a single round could leave their wrist aching for hours. The supersonic bullet struck Jack in an instant. Under the influence of his firearms expertise, the shot found its mark in Jack's chest, piercing through to his heart and creating a gaping wound. However, to Casillas' astonishment, he could discern the color of the deformed metal bullet embedded within the flesh, indicating that the Desert Eagle's projectile had failed to pass through the muscle. It was lodged merely within the sinewy tissue. Such a creature, possessing the strength of 8 million? Casillas fired another shot, hitting Jack's thigh, observing the similar lack of effect, and pondered, if this is the case, matters are not as simple as I had imagined. Was this man's skin and muscle, akin to steel, a natural endowment? Or had he consumed a devil fruit? He did not appear to be a user of such powers. In truth, while bounties and strength are correlated, relying solely on bounty to gauge one's power is rather naive. Scissors Jack had earned an 8 million bounty upon his debut as a pirate, subsequently becoming a subordinate to the nobility of the Goya kingdom. Although still a pirate, he had ceased his overt activities, leading to the Navy maintaining his bounty at 8 million. To assign him a more fitting bounty might even reach the level of Kuro, who commanded 17 million, largely due to his fleet of numerous pirate ships. Overall, he was a simple-minded individual, seeking merely a life of comfort and ease, thus serving the nobility. A roar escaped Scissors Jack, fueled by the pain of the bullet wound, as he charged fiercely toward Casillas. The painful stimulus incited the already volatile creature into an even greater frenzy. Casillas continued to retreat, crashing through 2 wooden doors and emerging onto the main street of the town. Hawk, having just heard the gunfire followed by a roar, witnessed the silhouette of Casillas being propelled outwards. As he contemplated approaching, he beheld a robust arm wielding scissors, wreaking havoc on the now-defunct doors. Standing at an imposing height of 4 meters, Jack had nearly dismantled an entire side of the structure before emerging. It was unclear when the underground space that concealed him had been excavated. Those who witnessed Jack's emergence, nearly collapsing the tavern in his wake, recognized him instantly. It was none other than Scissorhands Jack. And what of that figure clad in black? He appeared to be a mere child, audacious enough to confront the notorious Scissorhands Jack, who carried an 800,000 bounty. Moreover, the weapon in his possession seemed capable of inflicting harm on the famously impervious Scissorhands Jack. Remarkable indeed. Surely, it must be a firearm, albeit significantly more formidable than any they had encountered before. The onlookers prudently distanced themselves, perceiving this as yet another clash of gang factions. Damn you, little brat. Die! Jack bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and riddled with gunshot wounds, yet none had inflicted substantial damage, all halted by his muscular frame. With a thunderous crash, the bull-like Jack collided with a wall, debris cascading to the ground as he slowly rose, resuming his search for that shadowy figure. Sighing, Casillas touched the now heated barrel of his gun before tucking it back into the pocket of his trench coat. If both the Grand Line and the New World were populated by such monsters, then perhaps my advantages are not as formidable as I had presumed. At least in the early stages, even with an AK-47, it may not suffice to vanquish this foe. It seems I should redirect my focus towards the development of the devil fruit. Casillas removed his black leather gloves, revealing hands marred by scars and rough skin, devoid of the pale and healthy complexion typical of youth. "Hey," he taunted Jack, who was panting like a bull, making a provocative gesture with his scarred hands. Like a bull enraged by the color red, Jack crushed the stones beneath his feet, leaving deep imprints as he charged at Casillas. The combined scissors, wielded like a club, were swung down towards Casillas' head. However, Jack was met with a blur before him, as his strike met only empty air. That infuriating black figure had vanished. The taunting voice rang from behind him. "I told you, your speed is truly too slow." Casillas clenched his right hand, the muscles rippling with vigor. His robust physique not only endowed him with remarkable strength but also enhanced his speed and overall bodily coordination, all at an equivalent level. If Jack were likened to a colossal machine of immense power yet flawed in its control systems, then Casillas could be seen as a medium-sized apparatus, exhibiting a balanced performance across all facets, devoid of any particularly outstanding or deficient attributes. In simpler terms, it is not that Casillas is exceptionally swift, but rather that Jack is unduly sluggish. The coarse surface of his skin swiftly flushed crimson, as if his right hand had just emerged from the searing flames, resembling a glowing iron fist freshly forged in the crucible. With a resounding thud, Casillas' fist struck Jack's lower back, causing his body to jolt violently. In terms of sheer power, it was akin to merely tickling Jack. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh and Jack's anguished screams. The sensations experienced by one subjected to branding were now mirrored in Jack's own torment. Presently, Casillas possessed the ability to elevate the temperature of his body or any object he touched to over 1,000 degrees. Such an intensity of heat could swiftly reduce living flesh to charred carbon, rendering it a mere matter of time before it resembled roasted meat. Within 2 seconds, Jack's skin, as resilient as steel, had turned blackened, flaking away like the charred shell of carbon. This torment is far more intense than that inflicted by a Desert Eagle bullet. The excruciating pain rendered Jack the Ripper's body rigid and uncontrollable, rendering him incapable of mounting any form of retaliation, particularly with Casillas looming behind him. Standing at an imposing 4 meters tall, Casillas found it arduous to strike at a higher target and thus aim for the vulnerable lower back of his adversary. Even as Jack's cries echoed in anguish, Casillas remained relentless, continuing to sear Jack with his assault, determined to incapacitate him first. After 10 seconds, the stiffened Jack collapsed helplessly to the ground, his massive form stirring up clouds of dust, prompting Casillas to disdainfully wave away the debris before lighting a cigarette. "Jack the Ripper, you are indeed the first formidable opponent I have encountered," he mused, exhaling a plume of smoke. However, he continued, "It is regrettable that without acquiring the devil fruit, you would have posed a significant challenge. Alas, your misfortune is quite unfortunate." Casillas' words stirred Jack, who was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, prompting a feeble struggle to rise and continue the fight. What tenacity! Casillas pressed his hand firmly against Jack's bald head, his fiery fingers penetrating flesh to grasp the very skull beneath. "Be quiet, or face your demise." The chilling tone of Casillas extinguished any remaining embers of Jack's fury and fighting spirit. After all, the fear of death is a powerful deterrent. He fell silent. Chapter 9. The nobleman. Who is this individual that so effortlessly dispatched Jack the Ripper? The notorious pirate with an 800,000 bounty. Observers, hidden in various corners a few dozen meters away, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey, who knows? Perhaps another great pirate is about to emerge from the East Blue." The speaker was neither a vagabond nor a scoundrel lingering in the town. They were members of certain pirate crews from the sea. In the town of Danzhen, within the Goya kingdom, many such individuals existed, seeking to exchange the spoils of their plunder for gold or necessary supplies. Naturally turning to official channels, a young man with blue hair spoke to his companion. "Sai, what do you say we give this fellow a nickname? How about Black Bull? Or perhaps Black Tiger or Black Panther? Get lost. You uncultured fool. All you can think of are bulls and tigers." His companion, of similar age and dressed in drab clothing, with short black hair, retorted, "Cut it out. Why don't you come up with a cultured nickname then?" The blue-haired youth replied, clearly displeased. Let us call him Black Dragon." "Why are you staring at me? A dragon is far superior to your mundane bulls and tigers." Casillas paid little mind to the commotion of the onlookers as he gazed at Jack, lying still and silent on the ground, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Having just consumed the temperature fruit, he found himself somewhat clumsy in its application, draining considerable energy. While subduing Jack was not particularly challenging, the looming presence of the one-eyed brute and his companions posed a significant concern. That fellow, did he have a name? Earlier, the two guards had dragged a disheveled Ronald from the crumbling structure, and upon noticing the splotchy bloodstains on one of his legs, Casillas began to comprehend why the adversary had refrained from intervening during their brief skirmish. The fortune of this individual is decidedly unfortunate. It appears that during Jack's demolition, he was struck in the thigh by falling debris. Casillas withdrew a desert eagle from the pocket of his trench coat and approached. The two burly men assisting Ronald immediately brandished their firearms, vigilant as they shouted, "Halt!" Bang! Bang! The two shots rang out. The bullets from the Desert Eagle precisely striking the guns in their hands, the tremendous force causing the weapons to fly from their grasp. The now disarmed men displayed a look of bewilderment. Bang! Another shot echoed as the silver Desert Eagle flew from Ronald's hand, crashing against a mud wall. "Do you intend to capture me alive?" Casillas stood before them, a wry smile on his lips. I can perhaps fathom someone's intentions. How could such valuable weaponry be shared with a mere youth, even if it originally belonged to him? Your name is Ronald, is it not? Casillas holstered the Desert Eagle. We still have business to attend to, so I shall not take your life. It would be prudent for you to inform the nobleman behind you that his scheme has failed. Thus, he should send a representative or come himself to discuss our collaboration. You tell him, Casillas said with a grin. I could pursue my endeavors without your assistance, though it would significantly prolong the process. But should that be the case, you would receive not a single penny of the profits. Ronald, enduring the pain of his broken leg, nodded in understanding. Good, I shall await him here. Casillas remarked as he reached into his trench coat pocket. Please ask him to be prompt. Any delay may cost him dearly. Assist me to my feet. Ronald lowered his voice, addressing his two subordinates. Meanwhile, Casillas approached the somewhat dazed Hawk, handing him a roll of currency. This is for you, compensation from Ronald. That one-eyed fellow. Additionally, could you procure a pack of cigarettes and some bananas for me? Yes, boss, yes. Hawk seemed to respond swiftly to the teacher's command, akin to an eager primary school monitor, and promptly dashed away, taking a seat in the spot previously occupied by Hawk. Casillas retrieved a cigarette case and lit the last cigarette, simultaneously donning his black leather gloves once more. Now, all that remained was to wait. Before dusk, Casillas had set this as his personal deadline. In approximately 3 to 4 hours, the sky gradually darkened, revealing the sun descending in the western horizon, framed by the majestic backdrop of Mount Galbo. As he peeled a banana, Casillas felt a twinge of impatience and mused. Once I finish this banana, I shall depart. I shall gradually venture into the market. Although this approach may be somewhat sluggish, it is, in fact, acceptable compared to the anticipated concession of 1 or 2 tiers of profit. There is no punishment for failing to complete the task at hand. Indeed, the necessity for collaboration arose from a task that required fulfillment. Previously, Casillas had accomplished 2 tasks. The first task granted him the demon blade Muramesa and unlocked the option for cold weapon exchanges, endowing him with the talent of enhanced physique. The second task opened the exchange for firearms, allowing him to select the Desert Eagle and bestowing upon him the second talent, firearms proficiency. It can be said that the rewards from these tasks were exceedingly beneficial, particularly the demon blade Muramesa, akin to opening a bronze chest and drawing an SSS card. As for the third task, the completion condition entailed the purchase of 100,000 Desert Eagles. This meant that Casillas needed to amass 500 million belly, with a deadline of 6 months. While it was not entirely impossible to achieve this through his own efforts, it was evident that collaborating with a noble who possessed extensive smuggling channels would significantly expedite the process of generating wealth. A carriage, drawn by 4 pristine white horses, was slowly making its way through the city gate between Duan Town and Central Street, approaching this direction. The driver was adorned in splendid silk attire, and the carriage itself was lavishly decorated with an array of exquisite embellishments, replete with gold, silver, and gemstones. A carriage like this, adorned with mere trifles, could sustain a vagrant's blissful existence for an extended period. Yet, none dared to entertain such a notion. This was not solely due to the formidable presence of the dozen royal guards flanking the carriage, but rather the noble status it represented. In the entire realm of Goya, there existed but one individual fond of traveling by carriage, the illustrious nobleman, Carimula. The common folk scarcely dared to utter his name, for it was deemed a grave offense. The carriage arrived at the location of Casillas. The blood-red curtains gradually parted to reveal a grim-faced elder, his disheveled gray hair adding to his somber appearance. Is it you? Do you have any inkling of the unforgivable crimes you have committed? Casillas could not help but chuckle. Then why do you not punish me? Observe whether your royal guards can apprehend me and subject me to torturous interrogation in hopes of extracting the designs for the Desert Eagle. At this juncture, do you desire profit, yet refuse to relinquish your superficial decorum? Casillas tossed aside a banana peel and proceeded to light a cigarette. The grand nobleman Carimula struggled to suppress his mounting fury. Speak, how do you propose we collaborate? You are aware of the quality of the Desert Eagle weapon. It is priced at 30,000 belly, with each 100 rounds costing an additional 10,000. This is the offer I present to you. Casillas stated nonchalantly, showing no interest in the channels and routes the other party may possess. From the outset, Casillas sought merely a second-hand vendor with considerable purchasing capacity. The price he offered was undeniably steep. A Desert Eagle with 100 rounds cost him a mere 6,000 belly. Selling it to the other party would yield a profit of 40,000 belly. Such is the nature of market monopolization. Is this price not excessively high? Carimula's frigid gaze bore down on Casillas. You may choose not to purchase, Casillas replied, embodying the swagger of a rogue. Chapter 10. An odd dialogue. Humph. A lady's hand emerged from the half-drawn red curtain, delicately holding a finely cut black cigar, which she offered to Carimula. As he took it between his lips, she produced a match to ignite it. After a disdainful huff, Carimula, savoring the cigar's smoke, shifted the conversation. What of Jack? That fellow? Casillas glanced toward the distant figure of the lifeless Jack the Scissorhands. Rest assured, despite your despicable demeanor towards me as a potential collaborator, I spared his life to demonstrate my sincerity. Upon learning that Scissorhands Jack was safe, Carimula let out a sigh of relief. Unlike Ronald, a mere expendable, Scissorhands Jack was the most formidable and reliable among his subordinates. Losing him would undeniably constitute a significant blow. Simultaneously, immense dissatisfaction brewed within him. Wasn't Ronald merely a youth? Yet today, he appeared before him like a wretched creature, having limped in with a broken leg to report that their plan had failed and that Jack had been vanquished. And now, he expected Carimula to engage in negotiations for a partnership, to ensure the successful capture of their opponent. He had dispatched Jack, his strongest asset, only to face this dismal outcome. The anger of defeat, coupled with the indignity of lowering himself to negotiate with a commoner for the sake of profit, festered within him. Although he had managed to suppress these feelings, they inevitably surged towards Ronald, who was, in fact, rather innocent in this debacle. For the first batch, how much product can you deliver? Just a moment. Let me calculate, muttered Casillas, holding half a banana in his hand. This provoked Carimura's displeasure, and with a displeased expression, he muttered a curse. Damnable scoundrels. Casillas, undeterred, began to extract a small notebook and took out a pen to scribble notes. After a brief moment, he lifted his head and stated, for the initial batch, 300 units, along with 100 rounds of ammunition for each firearm. Therefore, please prepare 12 million belly by this time tomorrow. The transformation of 180,000 into 12 million filled Casillas with a sense of quiet delight. The funds at his disposal would suffice for the acquisition of 2,000 Desert Eagles. However, the purchasing power on the Calimura side remains uncertain. Should they manage to procure 10,000 within a month, the remaining time of less than 5 months would comfortably suffice to fulfill the task. If he alone proves inadequate, then Casillas would have to exert considerable effort to locate another second-hand dealer. Nevertheless, he is confident that the Desert Eagle will garner a reputation swiftly, making it easier to find subsequent buyers in other nations of the East Sea. You had better not go back on your word. The blood-red velvet curtain descended, obscuring the view within the carriage as the opulent vehicle departed slowly. Casillas stowed away his notebook and pen, noticing that Hawk was gazing intently at the Calimura carriage. He inquired, "What is it?" Lost in thought. Startled, Hawk snapped back to reality and glanced at the observing Casillas, muttering, "Nothing. Nothing at all." A suspicion began to form in Casillas's mind. "What is the matter, Hawk? Do you harbor a grudge against this noble?" The inquiry struck a chord. Hawk fell into silence. Casillas remained unperturbed, for the road ahead was still long, and he held a considerable patience for his first subordinate. Just as he presumed Hawk would say nothing further, Hawk finally spoke. "Boss, why do you choose to collaborate with this individual?" "Oh, why not?" replied Casillas. "This fellow named Carimula. No. He represents the nobility of this nation, a collection of well-dressed fiends. Many of those wallowing in the filth owe their plight to these nobles. So you imply he is a nefarious villain? Is that what you mean? Hawk, with his head bowed, responded, indeed. I harbor no animosity towards him, but I am aware of the many misdeeds he has committed, utilizing the powers of the temperature fruit. Casillas lit a cigarette and patted Hawk on the shoulder. Hawk, you must understand, if something can be exploited, one ought to seize the opportunity. For certain reasons, I require a swift turnover of goods, thus this individual is merely a temporary tool for my use. Rest assured, I detest such people as well. He shall not meet a favorable end, especially since he seeks my demise. Exploited? Certainly. Casillas inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Not just him. If you aspire to be a champion of justice, all the nobles of this nation can be disposed of, and it would be of no consequence. He casually uttered these words, which would likely provoke laughter from others. Yet, in that moment, Hawk perhaps did not fully comprehend the notion of a champion of justice as articulated by Casillas, but he felt an inexplicable trust in this ever-smiling man, believing that his words were sincere. By the way, Hawk, do you possess any particular skills? I studied a bit about business from my father. Hawk's expression dimmed at the mention of his parents. Though I didn't learn much, I still hold a fair amount of confidence. Is that so? That will indeed be quite helpful. Casillas was genuinely pleased. He had initially thought that Hawk might lack any significant skills, destined merely to be a muscle for hire. However, since he possessed such knowledge, Casillas could relinquish those concerns. As for accounting, I'm afraid his mathematics leaves much to be desired, and he lacks any understanding of business acumen. Fortune favors you then. Boss, I believe your method of trading is somewhat improper. Hawk began to voice his opinion. Your silver gun must be quite formidable, right? If we aim for the utmost profitability, I think we should consider an alternative approach. What kind of approach? Casillas glanced at Ronald, who was surrounded by subordinates tending to his wounds, and casually inquired. We should assign someone to follow them and monitor their transactions. The weapons they possess are likely worth more than 40,000 burley. If we can attain a higher price, a profit-sharing arrangement would be more advantageous. You are indeed correct. Hawk. Casillas initially concurred with his statement and continued, these weapons would fetch a high price on the black market, especially at the outset. Even if prices stabilize in the future, they should still exceed the 40,000 burley mark significantly. However, as I mentioned before, what I require now is access to their channels. I need one or more individuals capable of absorbing my goods in large quantities. More importantly, this noble's appetite must be considerable. Without offering some initial benefit, how can we ensure a smooth transaction? Hawk, it matters not how much he consumes at first, for in the end, all of it will belong to me. Do you comprehend? Hearing these words from Casillas, Hawk stood in a daze. Casillas chose not to elaborate further, waiting for him to grasp the concept, as Ronald, who had finished bandaging his broken leg, approached them. Is there something you wish to discuss? Casillas inquired with his customary smile. The one-eyed giant leaned heavily on his body, appearing to have experience with crutches, having managed to navigate over to them rather smoothly. I know you are a good person. Wait, what do you mean by handing me a good person card? Casillas questioned in confusion, nearly choking on the smoke. Perhaps due to the pain from his broken leg, Ronald's forehead glistened with cold sweat. I have a daughter studying swordsmanship at a dojo in Frostmoon Village. Mr. Gungshiro, the owner of the dojo, has mentioned her remarkable talent. She has been there for the past 2 years. What are you saying? Though taken aback by the mention of Frostmoon Village and Gungshiro, Casillas found it difficult to grasp his meaning at that moment. It's nothing. Just a bit of self-talk. Ronald seemed to have finished what he wanted to say, and with difficulty, he turned away, leaning on his crutch, stroking his chin. Casillas felt he was gradually beginning to piece together some clues. Is this an introduction to a new ally? However, that Carimula fellow. Stepping down from the carriage parked in front of his residence in High Town, Carimula accepted a handkerchief offered by a nearby individual, wiping away the splatters of crimson on his face. His expression, compared to earlier gloominess, had softened considerably. Clean out the rubbish inside. Certainly. Half an hour later, in the refuse truck at the terminus of the uncertain, outside of Danzhen, a lifeless body of a woman, marred by bloodstains, was discovered. Her once beautiful visage was now a grotesque sight, rendering her original appearance unrecognizable. Chapter 11. The Bone Pirate Crew on his way to Hawk's residence. Casillas found himself confronted by two individuals. It was not that they sought to cause him trouble. Dressed in unremarkable attire, both bore firearms at their sides, indicating that they were not the typical vagrants one would encounter at the terminus of the uncertain. Initially, upon seeing them, Casillas assumed they might be troublemakers. However, the two young men, one with blue hair and the other with black, exuberantly declared, "Boss, you're still in need of subordinates, right? What do you think of us? We are not mere ruffians from Danzhen. We have both had our share of experiences within a pirate crew." The speaker was the youth with blue hair. The individual exhibited exaggerated expressions and gestures, imparting a rather boisterous impression to Casillas. In contrast, the dark-haired youth, upon first glance, appeared to possess a demeanor that diverged significantly from that of his companions. "Captain, just moments ago, you swiftly dispatched Scissorhands Jack before our very eyes. We all witnessed your prowess. He is a figure even our captain fears, truly formidable. Do you recall when Lucien and I first joined that pirate crew, believing we would embark on grand adventures alongside the captain? Yet, after several months, aside from rampant plundering, the prospect of venturing into the Grand Line remains unspoken." The blue-haired youth's exuberance was palpable, though his raucous voice caused Casillas a slight headache. This individual may very well be one who enters the realm of piracy with dreams in his heart. However, the myriad pirate crews that set sail do not invariably seek the Grand Line in pursuit of the One Piece, as spoken of by Roger, or aspire to conquer the world. Many engage in piracy merely to commit acts of murder, arson, plunder, and debauchery. While some exceptional individuals may entertain thoughts of venturing to the Grand Line, the vast majority remain ensconced in the four seas, diligently pursuing their age-old trades. Enough of this chatter. What is your name? Gray. Captain, I am Gray, without a surname, for I have been an orphan since childhood. The young man with dark hair slightly bowed his head, introducing himself in a somewhat subdued voice. Lucien, the sharpshooter. Captain, do not be deceived by Lucien's appearance. His marksmanship with a firearm is unparalleled, nearly always hitting the target. And what of you? Casillas inquired. He could discern that neither of these individuals was merely an incompetent lackey. Since they had presented themselves, he thought it prudent to accept them, especially considering his keen interest in both these two and their pirate crew. I excel in combat. In my youth, I was undefeated in our town. Later, I joined a certain pirate crew, and none within could best me, except for the captain, who, while only slightly stronger, still surpassed me. With each question posed by Casillas, the blue-haired youth Gray would unleash a torrent of words. Very well, I shall accept both of you. After pondering for a moment, he reached into the pocket of his coat and produced 2 bananas, offering them to the pair. Consider this a token of our first meeting. Let us return to Hawk's residence and discuss matters further. Gray momentarily fell silent, accepting the ripe, soft yellow bananas from Casillas alongside Lucien. As they followed Casillas, Gray cast a glance at Lucien, and the two seemed to exchange unspoken thoughts. Is this captain truly trustworthy? Hawk's home, of course, lay within the realm of uncertainty, amidst a seemingly endless expanse of refuse, where numerous vagrants had constructed their abodes from various detritus. Such an environment is hardly commendable. On this side of Garibo Mountain, albeit distanced from the stench of garbage hills, it serves as an ideal locale for the homeless to erect their makeshift shelters. Hawk's dwelling, constructed from relatively sturdy timber, is topped with thatch and tattered tarpaulins, while its walls are comprised of haphazardly stacked stones, interspersed with a few old bricks. Boss, yes. Hawk finally could no longer suppress his urge to advise. This place is truly unsuitable for habitation. Not at all. Do you think I'm a pampered aristocrat? Without waiting for Casillas to respond, Gray boldly interjected. The place where I lived as a child was far worse than this. Lucien silently nodded in agreement. Casillas surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of similar shanties, with many homeless individuals casting curious and apprehensive glances at their group of 4. Let us stay here for the night. We can discuss our plans tomorrow. After extinguishing his cigarette, Casillas was the first to squeeze through the narrow entrance formed by branches. Inside, the space was relatively ample, with a bed of hay spread across the floor, and beneath it, a thick, waterproof tarpaulin, alongside a base layer of stones and twigs to guard against rain. Accommodating 4 people for a night was more than sufficient. Gray, how many members are there in your pirate crew? Boss, are you contemplating overtaking this pirate crew? That would be splendid. I've never liked that captain, Gray exclaimed. You have no idea. Had I been able to defeat him, I would have dismembered him long ago. But let's get to the point, Casillas emphasized, exasperated. I tend not to keep track of such matters. I haven't counted how many people are on that ship, excluding the 2 of us. The Bone Pirates consist of 52 members, 1 captain, 1 first mate, and approximately 10 competent fighters, while the remainder are little more than layabouts akin to local ruffians. Lucien's voice, cold and measured, conveyed this information. Ah, how infuriating. You've stolen my thunder. Wasn't it agreed that I would have the opportunity to shine? Lucian, if you are inept, can you blame me? Gray was left speechless. Meanwhile, Casillas contemplated the potential advantages of seizing the pirate crew. If we eliminate their captain, can you two take control of the entire ship? At that moment, Hawk finally managed to light a candle. The light, which had previously illuminated the scenery for a distance of several dozen meters, now succumbed completely to darkness. With no moonlight to aid them, the bone pirates must also see their first mate eliminated, though lacking in personal strength. He represents the shadowy forces supporting the bone pirates and serves as the overseer responsible for distributing most of the profits. In discussing such matters, it was still Lucian who spoke. Which noble does he represent? That remains unclear, yet if action were to be taken, the captain and the first mate should be prioritized for elimination. Both of us are pivotal in the ship's combat strength, though we do not penetrate the core. Our purpose in this venture is, in fact, to procure some weaponry. At this juncture, Lucian suddenly inquired, "Boss, may I see that silver weapon?" It is my first time encountering such a firearm. Casillas directly handed over the Desert Eagle to him, albeit in an unloaded state. As Lucian meticulously examined this unfamiliar firearm, Casillas engaged in profound contemplation. The bone pirate crew. After muttering a few phrases to himself, Casillas resolved, "Once the transaction is completed tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the ship to take a look. Just say that I am a newcomer eager to upload." At this moment, Hawk produced some food purchased along the way, including rice balls and savory beef and pork sausages as a late-night snack. There were also two kinds of fruit, bananas and oranges. Chapter 12. The first transaction. The following morning, Casillas had prepared a wooden crate filled with soft padding, crammed with 300 Desert Eagles and their accompanying ammunition. In the presence of the other three, Casillas extracted the items from his pocket, one by one. "Wow, boss, what kind of ability do you possess? Can the power of the devil fruit actually create weapons?" No, that was definitely the devil fruit ability used to defeat Jack yesterday, so, at that moment, Gray's imagination soared. Could it be that the boss is a rare being capable of consuming 2 devil fruits? Indeed, there are those who can wield the powers of 2 devil fruits, but that is not the case for me. Casillas mused internally, though his expression remained inscrutable and he chose not to speak. For many in the East Sea, the devil fruit was akin to a legend, and the fact that Gray could conceive of someone possessing 2 devil fruit abilities spoke to his immense imagination. Casillas had no intention of clarifying the matter. Being regarded as one with the powers of 2 devil fruits was far more convenient than revealing the existence of the system he possessed. In a sense, Casillas bore a striking resemblance to Blackbeard. Both were individuals who had defied the odds. After a simple breakfast, Casillas stuffed 5 bananas and 5 oranges into his belly, and then the 4 of them set off towards in-town. The rickety tavern underwent some reinforcement, and the gaping, misshapen door was hastily covered. The men from Carimula had long been waiting there, yet Ronald, with his broken leg, was conspicuously absent. A middle-aged man resembling a steward crouched before the crates that Lucian and Gray had placed on the ground, inspecting the goods, while Casillas leisurely sat on a wooden chair, indulging in a smoke. The crates were surrounded by soft hay, yet the 300 Desert Eagles were piled haphazardly within, lacking any protective measures to prevent wear and tear. Upon witnessing this scene, the steward appeared somewhat displeased. "You ought to take better precautions with these goods. Any visible wear will significantly impact our sales." Casillas chuckled nonchalantly. "Such items are abundant for me. As long as you can pay, I could prepare 100,000 for you. Spare me the chatter and finish your count quickly. I have other matters to attend to." The steward's expression soured. Yet upon glancing at Casillas seated in his chair alongside the 3 companions, he ultimately lowered his head and began to count the goods obediently. Before long, he completed the tally. The count was accurate. The steward nodded, meticulously examining each item to ensure that no defective goods were intermingled, at least as far as appearances suggested. The initial step in such transactions invariably involves a preliminary affirmation of trust between both parties. The steward was confident that the other party was well aware of this. Hence there was no intention to test the goods by firing a few rounds. Nearby, someone presented a leather case. The steward lifted the case, opened it, and placed it on the table before Casillas, revealing a half-full collection of neatly stacked banknotes. "Ah, what a delightful aroma." Casillas picked up a stack of bills, pressing one side down with his hand, then slowly allowed the notes to spring back one by one. During this process, he leaned closer and inhaled deeply, expressing his sentiments with a sigh. He noted that the scent of the former RMB and that of the current belly were remarkably similar. as if there were no discernible difference at all. The printing technology of the Bailey currency in this world is scarcely inferior to that of the RMB, featuring intricate patterns and lines, along with various anti-counterfeiting measures. Hawk, count them, commanded Casillas, who was disinclined to engage in the tedious task of counting the money himself, instead opting to indulge in smoking and idleness. However, Gray, clearly intrigued by the commotion, eagerly approached to assist Hawk in counting the bills. After all, who does not relish the act of counting money? In a previous life, had Casillas been presented with such a bounty of banknotes, he would have counted them repeatedly, craving more. Yet, his mindset had undeniably shifted. While Hawk and Gray busied themselves with the task at hand, Casillas cast a few furtive glances at the steward, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Pray tell you, happily, the steward, adhering to etiquette, responded while offering a slight bow. Happily, may I inquire about the tavern's proprietor, a certain Ronald, if I recall correctly? What is he currently occupied with? Is he recuperating? Due to some misunderstandings between us, Ronald was injured and is presently resting at home, Happily replied calmly, betraying no signs of deceit. Oh, so he has returned home to recover? Is there no other reason? Indeed, Mr. Casillas. However, due to his actions, there have been some misunderstandings between my master and you. This falls upon Ronald's shoulders, and I believe my master will impose some form of punishment upon him. Upon hearing this response, Casillas quickly deduced Ronald's current predicament. It seemed likely that Calimura was intent on exacting his wrath upon him. Previously, Casillas had perceived Ronald as somewhat unfortunate, and now it appeared that this unfortunate soul was on the verge of facing dire consequences at the hands of his own master. In a sense, this was also a result of his own actions. It was unexpected that in his pursuit of collaboration, he had inadvertently led to the demise of another. Although he felt no pangs of guilt, the recollection of Ronald's words from the previous day left Casillas with a curious sensation. What thoughts occupy this individual's mind? Faced with the foreknowledge of his impending demise, he does not flee but rather engages in a lengthy discourse, presenting himself as if he were entrusting his legacy before awaiting death. Ronald, by no means a virtuous character, what compels him to act thus? Lost in contemplation, Hawk and Gray have already settled their financial matters. Boss, all is well. Very well, let us depart. Casillas rose, stretching his limbs, and led the way out. Why concern oneself with Ronald's affairs? One must first accomplish their own tasks before pondering other matters. Hawk, Casillas called out, then smiled. I shall grant you 1,000,000 belly. First, seek a suitable location for us to settle down, preferably in the port town. The environment appears satisfactory. The central street is unwelcoming to our kind, and rents are likely exorbitant. Understood, boss. Hawk stammered momentarily, then responded with enthusiasm. This was the first task entrusted to him, one he was to undertake alone. I have my worth, he reassured himself, having recently felt rather ineffectual. Thus, he had exaggerated his business acumen. Though he did possess some knowledge, having once been a merchant, albeit one who succumbed to illness in the streets like his father, a former vagabond. Gray, Lucian, guide me to the Bone Pirate crew. Securing a pirate ship would grant us a modicum of power. Casillas addressed them. Guarantee you here in the port town to procure firearms and ammunition? Let us first acquire a few Desert Eagles as a preliminary measure. Once we successfully meet with the captain, we shall signal with a cup smash and seize the opportunity. Casillas' words ignited a fervor within Hawk, and even Lucian's eyes seemed to blaze with ambition. Yet, Gray interrupted the fervent atmosphere. Boss, what does smash the cup signify? I do not comprehend. Casillas regarded him with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head. Figure it out yourself. The blood-red carpet remained unchanged as Calimura meticulously admired a freshly severed head, nestled within a square box. The steward, happily, entered with others in tow. Has the transaction been completed? Yes, esteemed lord, it went exceedingly well. Calimura smiled with satisfaction, inhaling a puff of his cigar, letting the rich smoke linger before exhaling slowly. Present Ronald's head as a token of our introduction. Certainly, esteemed lord. Happily replied respectfully, carefully closing the square box and cradling it in his arms. You may depart. Calimura waved his hand. Yes, esteemed sir. Slowly and cautiously, he closed the study door. Happily glanced down at the dark red-painted box cradled in his arms. An inexplicable sensation began to spread within him. He might not comprehend that this feeling is akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Chapter 13. Enhanced Wine. The Bone Pirate crew, true to its name, bore a flag emblazoned with the ubiquitous skull emblem found among pirate factions. To emphasize the essence of bone, the captain opted for 4 crossed bones instead of 2, resulting in a rather congested appearance beneath the skull, which inevitably appeared somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, in Captain Luke's eyes, it was a masterpiece. Anyone daring to criticize this flag would find themselves at the sharp end of a white bone, thrust through their posterior until it emerged from their crown, whether they were his crew or adversaries from rival pirate crews. On board, the only individual who could stand on equal footing with Captain Luke was his first mate and navigator, Jack Lewis. Although sharing a name with the infamous Scissorhands Jack, their appearances could not have been more disparate. This first mate, often seen donning spectacles, exuded an air of refinement, and every crew member regarded him as a cultured gentleman. As dusk fell, the lone ship of the Bone pirate crew, aptly named the Bone, had just lit its oil lamps while anchored near a secluded coastline. The sailors were perpetually busy, spending most of their day scrubbing the decks. Inside the captain's quarters, Captain Luke was indulging in a seafood feast that had become painfully monotonous. After laboriously swallowing his food, the pirate captain, resembling a frail monkey, impatiently inquired, "Has that fool Gray not returned yet? I am on the verge of retching. I crave fresh vegetables, fruits, and beer." "Luke, calm down." First Mate Jack interjected gently. "They are merely out procuring some weapons and provisions. They cannot bring back much between the two of them. Furthermore, it is unwise to linger in the Kingdom of Goya, given the tenuous relations among the high-ranking officials." "Humph. I know that without you telling me." The emaciated Luke shook the empty bottle in his hand. The array of fish heads standing upright on his plate had finally extinguished his appetite. Those adults, even from different nations, is it truly necessary? Just as Luke was about to broach this topic, he noticed Jack furrow his brow, prompting him to immediately cease his words. A sense of vexation stirred within him. Likely a consequence of his troubled mood, he had completely forgotten that this first mate, Jack, was not entirely on his side. Indeed, this man, who always donned the airs of an intellectual, was in fact a covert observer dispatched by a significant figure behind the Bone pirate crew. Not only was he a moderately skilled navigator, but he also oversaw the ship's finances. Most of the plundered treasures had to be surrendered to those lurking in the shadows. Each time Luke thought of this, a murderous intent would bubble up within him. Yet in the East Sea, few pirate crews could stand against the might of the state, without the protection of these hidden benefactors. The relentless pursuit of the Navy posed an immense dilemma. Sigh. Captain Luke exhaled deeply. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the captain's quarters, followed shortly by a knock on the door. "Come in," Jack commanded. A sailor pushed the door open, exclaiming, "Captain, Gray and Lucien have returned." "Oh, did they bring food?" Luke's foremost concern was his own appetite. It seems they brought back some liquor, and there is also a newcomer who wishes to board." "Haha, that rascal Gray, usually so carefree, turns out to be quite thoughtful. I must reward him later. Take me to them at once." As a seasoned drinker, Luke immediately disregarded the latter part of the sailor's message upon hearing the word liquor. As Casillas and his 2 companions approached the pirate ship in their small boat, they were swiftly surrounded by a dozen burly men. "There's alcohol. Hand it over. We've been drinking nothing but water, and it's making our mouths as dry as a desert." "Hey, Gray, what did you bring back? Is it just a barrel of liquor? Is there nothing else? What are you thinking? Do you expect him to bring back a woman as well?" Laughter erupted. Perhaps Gray has indulged in that wretched place of Port Town. "Hey, Gray, did you indulge or not? Tell us." The boisterous chatter began to overwhelm Casillas, leaving him somewhat dazed. Was this the demeanor of all pirate crews that roamed the seas for prolonged periods? Gray placed the liquor barrel he had been shouldering onto the deck and bellowed with his naturally robust voice. "You rascals, step aside. I have no time to seek out women. I have no interest in such matters. This barrel is for the captain, so keep your hands off it." Few men of the sea were timid, and although Gray was indeed formidable, they were numerous, and soon the scene of them grappling for the barrel was imminent. "Get away from me." With a furious roar, one of the sailors surrounding the trio was sent soaring into the air, landing with a resounding thud on the deck several meters away. "The captain has arrived." With a single shout, the onlookers dispersed. Captain Luke bore a delighted smile. "Gray, I must admit I misjudged you. Excellent. You've shown maturity. Henceforth, I hereby appoint you as the second-in-command of the combat team. The former second-in-command shall now be reassigned to the third team. Captain, we have also acquired some new weapons." Take a look. Gray displayed an expression akin to presenting a treasure, eager to seize the silver desert eagle from Lucien's grasp. However, Luke waved his hand dismissively. Not so fast. Let me indulge myself first before we discuss anything else. Upon uttering these words, Luke raised one hand with a flick, and a white object pierced the wooden stopper of the wine barrel. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a pale bone. This is the prowess of Luke, who wields the formidable powers of the devil fruit, specifically that of the bone fruit. This ability allows him to freely extrude his bones for defense and combat. Upon hearing Lucien's description, Casillas' initial reaction was to wonder if this individual resembled Kimimaro. In many respects, this ability bears a striking resemblance to Kimimaro's bloodline limit. As Luke raised the wine barrel, he uncorked it, lifting it high above his head. The crimson liquid cascaded down, rushing into Captain Luke's mouth. The extent of his consumption could be discerned from the rapidly dampening gray shirt he wore. It seems that pirates are particularly fond of such a drinking style. At that moment, among the members of the Bone Pirate crew, only First Mate Jack sensed something amiss. Initially, upon hearing Gray's remark that the wine was intended for the captain, he felt a twinge of suspicion. While many aboard, including Luke, might not perceive it, Jack observed clearly that Gray harbored a significant amount of disdain for Captain Luke. Jack could not fathom why this was the case. Yet he was acutely aware of Gray's demeanor and gaze, confident in his ability to judge such matters accurately. Furthermore, the silver weapon in Lucien's hand appeared to be a firearm of sorts. Typically, revealing an unfamiliar object would not raise eyebrows, but under the present circumstances, it seemed rather suspicious. Lastly, his attention was drawn to the newcomer standing alongside Gray and Lucien, Casillas. The youth clad in black attire is far from ordinary. This reaction is akin to an instinctive response. The gaze and expression of the other party are far from what one would expect from a youth desiring to embark on a pirate's life. Who is he? What are his intentions? First Mate Jack took a cautious step back, initially intending to alert Luke, but as this thought surfaced, alarm bells rang fiercely in his mind. He is in grave danger. The young man in black is fixated on him. Lucien's silvery weapon, its dark muzzle, was inadvertently aimed in his direction. Jack struggled to regain his composure, but at this moment, he found himself increasingly flustered. Is this fellow an enemy? If he is indeed an adversary of formidable strength, then the foremost priority must be to ensure one's own survival. With this thought, he retreated 2 more steps. His lips, adorned with a faint mustache, trembled slightly. When he subjectively perceived that the danger had lessened, he opened his mouth to utter something. However, Casillas would not grant him that opportunity. Captain Luke, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, remained oblivious to the numerous additives mingled within, which were now beginning to take effect. As he attempted to set the barrel down, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The sturdy oak barrel erupted violently, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. Casillas swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the barrel in the adversary's grip, transforming his fist into an open palm that struck mercilessly against the enemy's face. While firmly gripping the blood-soaked visage, the searing heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, vaporized both the alcohol and blood, accompanied by the sizzle of roasting meat, saturating the air with an indescribable amalgamation of aromas. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The surrounding sailors stood frozen in place. And after a brief moment, some finally reacted by searching for weapons. However, each individual who dared to raise a weapon in defiance was met with Lucien's Desert Eagle, as he dispatched them with precise shots to the head. It was not until the 7th individual had a gaping hole in their skull that the remaining pirates aboard the ship, gripped by the terror of death, relinquished their resistance. Chapter 14. Defeating Casillas. Casillas now perceived the act of using his own hand as a branding iron to scorch another's face as reminiscent of the childhood pastime of pouring boiling water on ants. Exhilarating and utterly satisfying. Why did so many children revel in such games? Perhaps it stemmed from the intoxicating sensation of wielding dominion over those diminutive lives. Though it may simply have been for amusement's sake. It was said that the seemingly ineffectual First Mate Jack exhibited remarkable composure, leaning against the cabin wall, arms raised high in a demonstration of non-resistance, much like his fellow crew members. The emaciated Captain Luke, in agony, reached for the hand of Casillas that grasped his face, only to inflict burns upon his own hands, resulting in even more anguished cries. Yet, perhaps as a consequence, a layer of white substance suddenly erupted from Luke's body, resembling a milky gel that swiftly enveloped him. Casillas withdrew his hand with haste. At that moment, Luke was entirely encased in a hardened layer of white bone, particularly around his head, which appeared like a white mask. Protruding from his hands, elbows, and knees were elongated blades formed from bone, extending up to 0.5 meters in length. The bone fruit proved to be remarkably effective. Observing the white skeletal armor that enveloped this individual, Casillas' first thought was that he resembled a knight in armor. Lucien raised his hand and fired 2 shots, striking directly at Luke's eyes. However, the narrow slits in the white mask provided both protection for the vital areas and formidable defense. The white skeletal structure around his eyes merely sustained some fragmentation, which was swiftly mended in the blink of an eye. It was evident that this individual's bones were anything but ordinary. Lucien, through his decisive actions, conveyed to Casillas the formidable resilience and hardness of his opponent's skeletal defenses. Logically speaking, the concoction from the wine should have been sufficient to incapacitate even the most robust of men. Yet, this individual had remarkably recovered. Casillas could not help but reflect inwardly. Perhaps the initial choice I made was flawed. The intensity of the pain had yielded unexpected results. Had I opted to shoot him twice at the outset, creating 2 substantial openings in his skull, I would have avoided this current predicament. Since I chose to employ the underhanded tactic of poisoning, I must not act solely according to my whims and desires. I must exercise greater caution in the future. In the blink of an eye, having completed his self-reflection, Casillas reached a resolution. Lucien, Gray, you 2 keep an eye on the other pirates. This one is mine to handle. This is splendid. I shall utilize this fruit user with the bone ability to thoroughly test my temperature fruit capabilities and ascertain the extent of my current powers. Boss, good luck, Gray exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lucien, meanwhile, remained silent, redirecting his focus to the actions of the others aboard the ship. Luke was not faring well. The burns on his face throbbed incessantly, transmitting waves of excruciating pain. Pus-laden blood trickled gradually from the crevices of his white skeletal mask. This only intensified the fury that burned within him. Cursed be Gray and Lucien. Why have you chosen this path? Since your arrival aboard, I have treated you with nothing but respect, have I not? Why? A profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the rhythmic crashing of the waves and the whispers of the wind through the night sky, mingling with the crackling of the torches. Luke, unanswered, was consumed by rage. I shall slay you. I will pierce you from your very posterior to your skull with your own bones. Then, I shall hang you from the bow of the ship for all to witness the fate that awaits those who betray me. And you wretch, do you aspire to rise upon my shoulders? The agony and indignation twisted his voice into a hoarse growl. Dream on. Casillas, indifferent to his words, moved with the swiftness of a leopard, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a single, decisive blow, he struck Luke's face, sending him crashing onto the deck. The sound of splintering wood echoed as he forcefully pressed Luke's head into the very planks beneath them. In that moment, Casillas activated the heat-producing ability of his fruit for the first time. Perhaps stunned by the impact, Luke took over a second to regain his senses. Numerous white bone spines began to sprout from his body, some thrusting straight, others twisting in their direction, aiming to pierce Casillas. Seeing this, Casillas retreated with resolve, causing the aimless spines to gradually wither and vanish. During this interval, Luke's white skeletal features darkened to a charred black, fissures appearing across the surface. Had it lingered a moment longer, he might have shattered into ashes. Fortunately, as long as he possessed sufficient stamina, he could continuously mend the white bones adorning his form. At this juncture, Casillas also discerned a flaw in his abilities. He could not directly heat the flesh of his opponent. Otherwise, that last strike would have left Luke either dead or severely maimed. He was uncertain of Luke's strength prior to his affliction, but based on their current engagement, Luke appeared to be noticeably weaker than the previous encounter with Scissorhands Jack. His speed and reflexes were lacking, and his strength was mediocre at best. The sole complication lay in the peculiar capabilities of this fruit. The defenses of these skeletal forms rival the resilience of Jack the Ripper enduring the bullets of a desert eagle. However, this creature lacks the terrifying strength that Casillas, with his fearsome prowess, would never dare to confront head-on. What Gray had previously mentioned, that Luke could only evade Jack the Ripper, was not an exaggeration. Rubbing his hands, which had already shed their gloves before boarding, Casillas intended to experiment with the advanced techniques he had conceived for the deep development of the temperature fruit. The pirates present had largely succumbed to a sense of helplessness. To them, the captain, who usually appeared invincible, was now bleeding profusely and evidently disadvantaged. While their adversaries, the trio, were formidable. Not to mention the cloaked youth confronting the captain, Gray's combat prowess was nearly unrivaled aside from that of the captain himself, compounded by the extraordinary marksmanship of Lucien. In summary, the Bone Pirate crew was doomed. Yet, one individual still clung to a flicker of hope. The first mate, Jack. The gentleman harbored a glimmer of hope that Luke still possessed a chance of victory. Moreover, should Luke falter, he feared there would be little recourse for him. Luke's formidable skeletal defenses and his not insignificant offensive capabilities meant that if he could vanquish the cloaked youth, dispatching the other two would be a mere trifling matter. Thus, Luke, despite my frequent jests branding you a wretched barbarian, you must prevail this time. I am not yet ready to meet my demise. As he fervently prayed for the very Luke he often despised, he witnessed Casillas and Luke once more engaged in close-quarters combat. Casillas deftly evaded the bone dagger wielded by Luke, and in a swift motion, struck the latter's back with an open palm. Before first mate Jack could even revel in the efficacy of the attack, he beheld Luke, struck on the back, as if his very bones had been rigged with explosives, shattering and erupting in a gruesome display. The sound of the explosion was but a whisper, scarcely louder than a firecracker. Yet, Luke staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. His back was a ghastly sight, a mass of mangled flesh, with splintered bone fragments embedded deep within a gaping wound. First mate Jack stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Luke, thus defeated? What sorcery is this? Captain, why did his bones explode? Is it truly due to your mere slap? Do you comprehend the principles of thermal expansion and contraction? Casillas retorted. What is that? Casillas shook his head, unwilling to elucidate the concept to someone as intellectually simple as a protagonist from a spirited manga. This technique relied on the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. At the moment of contact with the adversary's skeletal armor, a rapid heating and cooling occurred. And once both effects had successfully acted upon the bones, no matter how resilient, they would inevitably shatter. The intensity of this instantaneous change produced an explosive effect. A surprise even to Casillas, who had merely intended to breach the opponent's bone armor. But what to name this maneuver? This was a source of vexation for Casillas, as an unnamed technique bore a certain stigma in this world. Explosive fist? Such a name was far too pedestrian. Ultimately, he relinquished the notion of naming it. Once he confirmed his hands bore no blood, he donned a pair of black gloves and instructed Lucien, "Produce the fruits we prepared earlier and lay them beside him. Then grant this captain a swift end." "Very well, Captain." Lucien had yet to utter a word when he was met with Gray's enthusiastic call. Meanwhile, Casillas turned his attention to another target of this expedition, Louis Jack, the first mate of the Bone Pirate crew. Chapter 15. Aftermath. Louis Jack? Casillas inquired. Perched upon the high chair in the captain's quarters, gazing at the bespectacled gentleman before him, who, despite his evident composure, seemed to struggle to maintain his calm demeanor. To be frank, Casillas found the name somewhat disconcerting. It lingered in his mind as if it were a mere jumbled assemblage of sounds. After all, the towering figure he had encountered previously, with his scissor-like hands, was also named Jack. Yet, that was not the crux of his concern. Across the table, First Mate Jack was preoccupied with other thoughts. The fact that his life had been spared instead of being extinguished indicated to him that a conversation was forthcoming. Logically, if the intention were to seize control of the pirate ship, the captain, Luke, would be the primary target, with the first mate following closely behind. Yet here he was, alive. What made him worthy of such mercy? Indeed, Jack possessed little in terms of strength. He had a modicum of navigational skills and a touch of cleverness. The singular factor that might have warranted his continued existence was his role as an informant for the forces backing the Bone Pirate crew, offering a conduit to the powerful noble of a certain nation in the East Sea. What should he do now? Should he seize the initiative and voice his suspicions? Would that not come across as overly presumptuous? What if his interlocutor decided to eliminate him on a whim? He was not yet ready to embrace death. Noticing Jack's silence, Casillas had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with this fellow. "I am Casillas, but you may call me Yas for brevity." Lighting a cigarette, he leisurely regarded the fish-head dish laid out before them and continued, "Do you comprehend the reason for your survival?" "I have a vague inkling." "Excellent." Casillas replied with a smile. "It is delightful to encounter an astute individual. I require you to return to your benefactors and convey that I possess a substantial stockpile of armaments, just like the ones Lucien employed, which you have witnessed, correct?" Jack, recalling the striking silver weaponry that had caught his attention earlier, stammered, "A substantial stockpile?" "Indeed, a considerable quantity." Casillas inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke as he elaborated with casual ease. "Inform him or them that I possess such advanced and formidable weaponry. In this current world, with pirates rampant across the seas and the Grand Line, many nations lack the capacity to manufacture arms, yet find themselves embroiled in warfare. The arms trade has become exceedingly lucrative. Like a celestial demon, of course, their endeavors are grand. As for mine, I am merely at the outset, still far from my aspirations. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that once you relay this information, those influential figures will undoubtedly take an interest. As he spoke, Casillas retrieved a desert eagle from the pocket of his trench coat. You may examine it first. This ship will soon belong to me. Gray and Lucien will escort you back. There is no need for haste. Taking a couple of steps forward, Jack nervously accepted the desert eagle. The weight of 2 kilograms caused it to feel substantial in his hands, distinctly different from ordinary firearms, which, despite being larger, could not compare in weight. Almost all firearms lack a fully metallic structure, while this silvery weapon appeared to be entirely composed of metal. Its frigid touch instilled an inexplicable chill within him. Take your time. Its operation is not much different from other firearms, Casillas remarked casually before departing the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the deck, the sailors gathered, listening intently as Gray addressed them. Now I'm your captain. No, wait. Your captain is my captain, Casillas. It's perfectly normal for pirates to change leaders. From now on, you shall follow our captain faithfully, and you will surely enjoy a life of indulgence and ample gold. Casillas clapped a hand on Gray's shoulder, interrupting his grandstanding. Gray promptly ceased speaking. Hey, Captain, would you like to say a few words to this bunch of rascals? As Casillas took a drag from his cigarette, the flickering ember illuminated the dimly lit surroundings where only torches provided light. Dozens of eyes fixated on the glowing tip of his cigarette. Gray was right. It was common for pirates to change captains. Unless one was a novice, most pirates had experienced life in more than one crew, whether by choice or circumstance. The pirates aboard, numbering around 40, harbor an attitude towards their new leader that can be succinctly encapsulated in 3 words: indifference. Within the ranks of the Bone Pirate crew, there are no virtuous souls. They are all adept at plunder and pillage. Their sole concern at this moment is whether the new captain might prove excessively ruthless, particularly given that the previous captain, Luke, was notorious for his indiscriminate violence. Thus, the prospect of a new leader does not significantly impact them, as they possess little sense of allegiance. Many among them are secretly relieved that a few unfortunate souls had previously set a grim example. Otherwise, it could have been their own lives at stake. Standing before them now is Casillas, the man who personally vanquished Luke, and his prowess is beyond question. After surveying the crowd with a slow, deliberate gaze, Casillas finished smoking half a cigarette and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. From this moment forth, this will no longer be the Bone Pirate crew. First, dismantle the pirate flag and replace it with a black banner. As for you lot, there is little I wish to convey. Simply remember this. Henceforth, we shall only plunder merchant vessels and are strictly forbidden from taking civilian lives. Before Casillas could finish his declaration, unrest rippled through the throng. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, the most agitated of the pirates collapsed to the ground, his crimson blood staining the deck that had yet to be cleansed. The group fell into a profound silence. Casillas' expression remained stoic as he holstered his Desert Eagle, as if the shot just fired had not been his doing. He continued, Your new captain will be Gray, with Lucien as the first mate. They will keep a vigilant watch over you. Anyone who disobeys my orders will meet a grim fate. Now, is there anyone who dares to dissent? I jest. Who wishes for death? The pirates were utterly silent, with some instinctively shaking their heads to indicate they had no objections. One person shook his head, and gradually, all followed suit. Growing weary of trivial discourse, Casillas instructed Gray, the primary task of this ship is to facilitate the transport of goods. When there is leisure time, feel free to engage in some piracy. With Lucien at your side, there should be no issues. If anyone proves disobedient, the pirates have their own code to deal with such matters. He then queried, What say you two? No objections? Of course not, Captain. Rest assured. The entire East Sea and the Grand Line will soon echo with our name. Gray began, when suddenly he remembered that the pirate crew lacked a title. Wait, Captain, you ought to give our pirate crew a name. Do not trouble me with such matters. Think of one yourself. Casillas replied dismissively, uninterested in such mental exertions. Where's Lucien? Has he not returned yet? Oh, he should be back shortly. He has been gone for a while, Gray responded absently, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he pondered a striking and impressive name for their crew. At that moment, Lucien returned aboard the pirate ship in a small boat. How did it go? Casillas inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Lucien shook his head, placing a black cloth bag on the deck and opening it to reveal an assortment of fruit, bananas, oranges, apples, and more, a vibrant array. I followed your instructions, finding a secluded spot to eliminate Luke, placing these fruits beside him, but they showed no signs of change, Lucian said while spreading the fruit out. Casillas crouched down, casually picking up a banana, peeling it, and taking a bite. He gazed at the fruits, pondering whether they truly were ineffective. The fruit users seemed to suggest that the powers of the devil fruit will usher in a new cycle of reincarnation, allegedly residing in the same type of fruit within the vicinity. Upon discovering that the captain of the Bone Pirate crew possesses such powers, preparations were naturally made in this regard. Casillas, however, is not among those who delve deeply into the intricacies of the One Piece anime and manga. He merely acknowledges the existence of such phenomena. The failure to succeed stems either from the absence of a fruit akin to the original host of the bone fruit, or from some unknown condition yet to be fulfilled. This remains a mystery. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. In the future, there may be opportunities to attempt again. Even if such chances do not arise, it is of no concern. What he truly requires is not a plethora of devil fruits, but rather a substantial amount of money to purchase weapons and accomplish his missions. At this moment, one task has already been completed and is ready for submission. Chapter 16. A new task. There are not merely one, but multiple tasks. The requirement to acquire 50,000 desert eagles is rather challenging. Conversely, this particular task is considerably more manageable. With over 30 subordinates at his command, it appears that even those who have only recently nominally joined his ranks have fulfilled the necessary conditions for the task. The transparent system panel emerged, and Casillas directly clicked on the task list. Within the list, there were only 2 entries, one naturally being the task for 50,000 desert eagles, while the other bore a small exclamation mark, indicating that the conditions had been met and rewards could now be claimed. As Casillas hovered his finger in the air to click, he made no effort to conceal his actions from others. Lucian observed his peculiar gesture with some curiosity, though ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. Were it Gray, he would have likely inquired boldly, however. He was currently engaged in directing the pirates to clear the deck of corpses and bloodstains. Upon clicking complete, another set of options appeared. Please choose your reward from the following options. A. Unlock new firearm purchasing privileges. B. Randomly acquire a new talent. C. Randomly select a cold weapon. With no restrictions on grade, this option is not new to Casillas. However, this time it seems there is no direct reward of innate talent, which leaves him somewhat disappointed. After all, a significant portion of his current prowess is attributed to the effects of his innate gifts. Without a robust physique, it is unlikely that Casillas would have attained such a level of strength. What captured his attention most was option C. The Demon Blade Muramesa was the reward he received for selecting this choice. Yet, much like the final note stating that the grade was not limited to a few words, he understood that the most probable outcome of this selection would still be an ordinary blade from the system store priced at 1,000 belly. According to the law of conservation of luck, acquiring the Demon Blade Muramesa likely meant that Casillas had expended a considerable amount of his good fortune. Nevertheless, he was not particularly interested in option A. At present, merely possessing the Desert Eagle was sufficient for him to earn money. The task involving 50,000 Desert Eagles should yield something worthwhile as well. Moreover, the increase in innate talent undoubtedly signified a rise in strength, making option B an unequivocal choice. He directly selected option B. A simple lottery interface appeared, with rows of Chinese characters rapidly scrolling through a box representing the draw. Casillas glimpsed talents such as limb regeneration and innate brute strength, which appeared exceedingly useful. However, the outcome was purely a matter of luck. After a few seconds, the swiftly moving entries began to slow down and gradually came to a halt. He randomly acquired a new talent, Iron Muscle and Bone. Iron Muscle and Bone. The body's muscles and skeleton are unlike those of ordinary individuals, as hard as iron. Iron Muscle and Bone. This object brought to mind a certain game, for the name he used in this world was derived from a formidable character within that game. Casillas clicked his tongue, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome this time. While he was uncertain whether this item could withstand the force of a Desert Eagle bullet like Scissorhands Jack, he certainly had no inclination towards self-harm. Shooting himself with a Desert Eagle was not within his character. If the steel and iron construct were to possess a trait that made it stronger after recovering from injuries, that would be another matter entirely. But such a notion was implausible. Upon completing a task, a new one emerged, occupying the space left by the vanished quest. Casillas discerned that there seemed to be a cap of 2 tasks at any given time, with no distinction between accepting or not. Merely fulfilling the conditions would prompt a notification of completion and the chance to claim a reward. As for the consequences of failing to complete a task within the allotted time, he was rather in the dark. Thus far, he had successfully completed the 3 tasks that had disappeared. Upon opening the new task, the detailed description unfolded before him. Within 2 years, he was to master the entire Kingdom of Goya and become the de facto supreme leader of this nation. In just 2 brief sentences lay the entirety of the task. To be candid, upon seeing such a task, Casillas' first thought was one of boredom. He had never harbored ambitions of world domination. His endeavors to enhance his strength stemmed solely from the knowledge of the impending chaos that awaited this world, a world where the conflicts between world governments, navies, pirates, and revolutionary armies were intensifying at an alarming rate, having erupted completely following the war on the summit. In such a world, lacking power meant awaiting death, praying for survival amidst the cataclysmic battles that would soon engulf the globe. A task of usurpation. 2 years. What sort of reward could such a task yield? If I do not receive a formidable talent along with 2 nuclear bombs, I shall not acquiesce. After indulging in a brief mental tirade, Casillas closed the system panel. Lucien, figure out a way to procure a few phone bugs. This pirate crew is rather impoverished, lacking even the means for such creatures. Contemplating the communication issues with the pirate crew, Casillas advised Lucien beside him. He had previously examined his spoils. Discovering that the total cash unearthed from the ship amounted to merely $1 million, he had originally hoped to acquire such miraculous beings as phone bugs, only to find that Captain Luke and First Mate Jack did not possess any. Phone bugs? Such creatures are indeed necessary. Communication would be significantly more convenient. Lucien nodded slightly. I have heard that these creatures are considered rather rare, yet their price is still somewhat reasonable. However, it is said that they require meticulous care during their upbringing. Otherwise, they may fall ill. Yes, let us expedite this. There is no rush for the pirate crew to set sail. Casillas gazed at the dark expanse of the sea, listening to the undulating waves as he remarked, be sure to impose restrictions on these fellows. If anyone defies the rules I have established, feel free to deal with them as you see fit. However, let us not be overly stringent. Among these individuals, there may well be those who can accompany us on our journey for the long haul. Should such a promising soul perish prematurely, it would indeed be a disheartening turn of events. I shall remain vigilant. It seems that Gray is intent on traversing the Grand Line, aspiring to achieve something monumental. Lucien, what are your own aspirations? Casillas suddenly realized that he ought to listen to the wishes of his subordinates. Gray's desires resonate with my own. Lucien fell into a contemplative silence before offering his response. The response is somewhat unexpected. Casillas shook his head and remarked, very well, as for the Great Sea route, I shall not be venturing there for the time being. However, if you wish to embark on your journey now, it is not out of the question. Lucien replied with a hint of indifference, there is no such thing. We all heed the leader. Haha, don't emulate that rascal Gray. Casillas chuckled. Meanwhile, at a pirate gathering in a certain location within the Kingdom of Goya, an auction was taking place. The auction was spontaneously overseen by the pirates themselves. However, despite their efforts to maintain decorum, the scene remained a chaotic cacophony, filled with incessant shouts and uproar. All right, everyone, children of the sea, please quiet down. What is about to be unveiled is undoubtedly of the utmost significance, and it is sure to delight you. A man of unpleasing appearance and stout stature ascended the makeshift platform. From this vantage point, he could see not only the pirates gathered around the auction, but also several other clusters of pirates, as well as the pirate ships anchored around the island. Here lies an island, a gathering point where, at designated times akin to a bustling marketplace, the pirates of the Goya kingdom converge. This locale not only attracts a multitude of pirates, but also provides them with the essential provisions of food, fresh water, and weaponry. As for the sellers of these goods, their identities are all too apparent. Enough with your shoddy antique firearms and counterfeit treasure maps. A voice rang out from the crowd, provoking a chorus of jeers. The diminutive and unattractive auctioneer, however, remained unfazed. As the host of the auction, he dutifully conveyed the descriptions of his items to the audience. He unveiled a parcel in his grasp, revealing a silver desert eagle. Its robust and formidable design immediately captured the attention of many a pirate, igniting the fervor within their hearts. Chapter 17. The Auction of the Desert Eagle Friends. Behold this revolutionary weapon, a far cry from the rudimentary firearms we currently possess. The auctioneer proclaimed from his elevated platform, brandishing the gleaming pistol before the eager onlookers. It is well known that in certain corners of the world, Firearms wield immense power, boast remarkable range, and offer convenient reloading, among other advantages. Although whispers of advanced firearms had undoubtedly reached the ears of many present, the majority regarded such tales as mere legends. This is certainly not to suggest that firearms utilizing solid granulated gunpowder and solid spherical bullets are entirely worthless. It is evident that there exist many skilled artisans capable of crafting such antiquated weapons with remarkable range and power. However, this expertise remains the domain of artisans, and the assembled pirates lacked both the means and resources to procure such finely wrought armaments. These notions are rather conventional. Thus, someone exclaimed, "Enough with the idle chatter. Show us the demonstration." "Of course. I'm aware of your interests." The diminutive, unsightly man chuckled. "Now, it's time to unveil the apparatus." Before the eyes of the audience, a wooden frame draped in a patchwork of human-shaped iron armor was presented. As the auctioneer, the short, unattractive man began to elaborate. "This is a makeshift contraption we have devised. While it may appear rudimentary, generally speaking, the protective gear worn cannot exceed this in thickness, as it comprises steel plates averaging about 2 millimeters in thickness, authentic, without a doubt." The two individuals who bore the item casually tossed it onto the stage, the dull thud and the metallic clanging confirming to the spectators that this was indeed a substantial material. "Now, let us commence." Covering his ears with one hand, he grasped the cold, weighty body of the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the metallic armor. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire rendered the audience momentarily speechless. The sound alone distinguished the Desert Eagle from the weapons held by the pirates. This gunfire was more forceful, more succinct, and overwhelmingly powerful. The sound of a supersonic bullet piercing the steel plate seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, some pirates took note. 2 millimeters of steel. It was directly penetrated. My goodness. Compared to the firearm in my possession, this is utterly inferior. What? Is this for real? Hurry. Bring the thing down so we can examine it. Moments later, a throng of pirates gathered around the wooden frame adorned with the metal plate that had just been struck thrice. Some reached out to touch it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness! The bullet holes are still warm to the touch. It is indeed real. Did you see? Not only did it penetrate one layer, but the rear layer has also." For safety, the humanoid metal armor lay flat on the ground, and as the short, unattractive man fired, he aimed downward, creating 3 irregular, triangular bullet holes in the chest area. Correspondingly, on the opposite side, bullet holes marked the exit where the bullets had traversed the second layer of steel. Next, he tested the shooting range of the Desert Eagle, and due to environmental factors, the ultimate conclusion was that its range exceeded 100 meters, with exceptional accuracy. The final presentation concerned the method of reloading ammunition. In contrast to the cumbersome operation of a firearm that can only load 1 or 2 rounds at a time, the Desert Eagle's reloading mechanism appeared to resemble a tortoise racing against a hare. Observing the excited pirates, the short and unattractive man wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief within. His task was nearly accomplished. Next, he aimed to sell the weapon known as the Desert Eagle at a lucrative price. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by stating that there are a total of 10 Desert Eagles, each accompanied by 2 empty magazines and 100 rounds of ammunition. I trust you are all well aware of the purpose of a magazine, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. These 10 Desert Eagles will be auctioned as a bundle, with a starting bid of 800,000 belly. As with any venture, there exists the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Thus, rather than presenting an initial low-cost price for the 10 Desert Eagles, the starting bid was set at double the price obtained from Casillas, 900,000 belly. 1 million. I bid 1 million belly. 1,000,001. You rascals. If you lack funds, stay home and drink your milk. I shall raise the bid by 200,000. 1,200,000. The price escalated rapidly. Many pirates, initially indifferent to the auction, were drawn by the lively atmosphere and curiously approached, joining in the bidding frenzy. Ultimately, the price settled at 1,870,000 belly. Several acquainted pirate captains gathered, successfully acquiring this novel weapon, and they eagerly began to unbox and familiarize themselves with the sleek, silver firearm. Meanwhile, some quietly mocked these impatient individuals. Since there were 10 on offer, it was likely that such items would soon flood the market. There was no need to spend exorbitantly at the outset to acquire this weapon, although the future selling price might exceed the initial bid of 80,000 per piece. It was hoped that the nobleman behind this venture would not be overly greedy and would offer a more reasonable price. Some seasoned pirates harbored similar thoughts. Following the auction's conclusion, the pirates resumed their individual pursuits, either seeking provisions and fresh water or indulging in merriment with the women who had arrived on the island. Perhaps offering some financial aid to these unfortunate ladies, though it was likely that 90% of this money would never reach their hands. A few hours later, Carimula, situated in the high town, learned of the outcome. Holding a knife and fork, he sliced into a medium-rare steak, the pink flesh still oozing dark red juices. As he savored the beef, a hint of enjoyment crossed his face. 10,000 for each, a price that isn't exorbitant. Considering the considerable cost I incurred to obtain them, he mused. The so-called considerable cost likely referred to his humbling experience of negotiating collaboration with an enigmatic individual. Indeed. Esteemed sir, Carimura waved his hand, signaling Apolly to withdraw, and began to contemplate the potential profits that lay ahead, which hinged upon whether this weapon could evolve into a best-selling product. He remained composed, resisting the urge to set an exorbitant price for such a formidable weapon driven by greed. As previously noted, if he were to profit 60,000 from each weapon, selling 10,000 would yield a staggering 600 million belly. However, should he aim for a price of 150,000 or 200,000, he might only manage to sell a few thousand or even fewer, resulting in diminished returns, a classic case of losing more than gaining. A price of 100,000 per piece, in his estimation, was a reasonable range, with room for adjustments. Yet, the supplier remained a thorn in his side, a constant source of unease. Squinting his eyes, Carimura recalled the black-clad youth, which significantly dampened his appetite. At a price of 40,000 per weapon, what could one truly earn? Regardless of the profits he might accrue, in the future, all that wealth would ultimately belong to me, he thought with a fierce intensity. Carimura's thoughts mirrored those of Casillas in a striking manner. He had his own sources of confidence, even though his most capable enforcer, Jack the Ripper, had been defeated. He harbored no concerns regarding the opponent's strength. Chapter 18. Creating trouble on the way back, Casillas yawned widely, nearly smearing his nose on his black trench coat. After all, in such a dark ensemble, any dirt would go unnoticed. Gray and Lucien remained aboard the ship, awaiting the arrival of the communication bug, after which they would set sail towards the country of the noble behind first mate Jack. Along with them on the ship were also 1,000 desert eagles. With 1,000 desert eagles exchanged, Casillas felt as though his hand might cramp from the exertion. Upon careful calculation, including the weapons he had personally utilized and those allocated to Lucien, combined with the previous 300 and this latest 1,000, he had amassed over 1,300. Though this figure barely nudged him closer to the 50,000 mark, merely a few percent, around 2 point something, he believed that every little contribution mattered. Moreover, he had reserved 2 million burley for the operational funds of 2 individuals. After deducting the 6 million burley spent on 1,000 desert eagles and the 2 million set aside, only a little over 3 million remained in his possession. He hoped that Hawk wouldn't squander the 1 million he had entrusted to him. As the garbage mountain at the end of the uncertain destination loomed nearer, Casillas made his way to Hawk's makeshift shelter. However, an unexpected scene unfolded along the way. A burly man was mercilessly assaulting a dirt-streaked woman, hurling curses as he berated her. "You wretched creature! How dare you defy me? Your survival as a vagrant is a mere act of charity from the noble lords and royalty. In this place, the refuse you inhabit is a testament to their compassion. Disobedience means you forfeit your right to exist here. Do you understand?" The woman, sprawled on the ground, cradled a young child in her arms. Despite the excruciating pain inflicted by the man's heavy boots, she resolutely shielded her child from the brutal blows. Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating the scene for a brief moment before striding forward and delivering a powerful kick to the brute. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling, crashing into the refuse pile, where he lay in a disheveled heap, unable to rise for an extended period. At this moment, Casillas was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength had significantly increased. Was it due to his reinforced physique? Although this innate talent did not directly enhance his power, the fortification of his skeletal and muscular structure naturally led to an augmentation of strength. Realizing this, a sense of joy swelled within him. The burly man struggled to rise from the heap of refuse, his once pristine attire now seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment, at least in Casillas's perspective. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" The other party still bore a proud expression, exclaiming, "You little rascal! You've provoked the mightiest force at the end of uncertainty, and we stand behind noble blood. Initially, the man was eager to witness the astonishment and fear on Casillas' face upon hearing the word noble. However, Casillas disappointed him. Nobles? Do you truly believe I would fear such entities? They are merely a herd of swine, many of whom are inferior to pigs themselves, just like you. Casillas was well aware that this individual belonged to that very faction. Compared to the lucrative arms trade, the meager profits generated by the vagabonds scavenging in the uncertain terminus were indeed minimal. Yet, this did not imply that no one was eyeing this domain. Even the flesh on a mosquito's leg attracted the greed of many. Moreover, the collective profit amassed from the countless vagabonds was not an insignificant sum. If the trade of weapons and the smuggling of various goods were the exclusive domain of grand nobles and royalty like Karimura, then the profits that were deemed tasteless yet regrettable by the highborn transformed into the spoils for the lesser nobility to seize and accumulate. This can be considered a means by which the great nobles and royalty win over the lesser nobility, securing their unwavering loyalty. The subtle advantages that emerge from this alliance can yield dual benefits. Why not embrace it? Ultimately, every situation is viewed through the lens of one's stance, rather than notions of righteousness or malevolence, and this applies to Casillas as well. Just a few days after arriving in this country, he learned of the peculiar requirement that even homeless scavengers must pay taxes. Those who enforce such tax collection often remind the destitute that paying taxes is an obligation of citizens of the Kingdom of Goya, asserting that these vagrants survive solely on the charity of the affluent. What harm is there in contributing a little tax? Casillas disapproved of such behavior, though initially he had no intention of intervening. If he were to address every injustice in this world, he did not aspire to live the life of a certain pirate, who, upon arriving in a new place, recklessly confronts the strongest adversaries. That individual possesses extraordinary resilience, unlike him. However, a newly presented task altered his perspective. Since he encountered this situation, he might as well take action. As Lu Sun aptly stated, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." Among other similar sentiments, it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable reputation among the populace. It would prove beneficial. Despite their status as wanderers, one dared to utter such audacious words. "Just wait. You will soon learn the consequences of offending us." Upon hearing this, Casillas displayed a devilish grin. "Before you concern yourself with me, perhaps you should worry about your own fate. Can those nobles you speak of, or your comrades, truly save you?" He stepped forward, causing his opponent to retreat in shock, stumbling over refuse and falling to the ground. "What do you intend to do? Consider the repercussions." The man clearly lost his bravado. Even a mere kick had made him aware of the formidable strength of this youth clad in black. Realizing he could not compete, Casillas smiled like a demon. "Do you know what I detest most? Those who prey on the weak, for I was once among those helpless victims. Seeing you reminds me of those I have personally torn apart. You seem quite fitting, with your impressive physique and muscle. Surely you would provide a satisfying challenge." "You. Don't come any closer." "Ah." The brute, filled with terror, scrambled backward, but Casillas advanced and delivered another kick to his face. He was propelled 2 meters away, one side of his face visibly swollen, blood streaming from his split lip, mingling with broken teeth that fell alongside his saliva. Perhaps fear ignited his instincts, for he swiftly rose from the ground, darting away like a fire-lit monkey, while not forgetting to utter a fierce threat. "You will pay for this." Casillas was neither surprised nor inclined to pursue. From the very onset, he had shown restraint. Eliminating the opponent outright was unwise, as it would hinder the swift arrival of their reinforcements. If trouble was to be stirred, it ought to be substantial. He merely hoped they remained oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had dispatched the infamous Scissorhand Jack, for that might deter them from approaching. Casually discarding the cigarette butt from his lips, Casillas gazed down at the woman and child, gently inquiring, "Are you able to rise?" Chapter 19. Bowing in apology, the woman, shielding her child, nodded with a hint of trepidation as she cautiously examined the infant for any signs of injury. "Big brother, has that bad man been driven away?" Children, in their innocence, often exhibit a bolder spirit than adults. "Fortunately, you didn't call me Uncle." Casillas smiled at the child, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, he has fled. Although he may return shortly, trust me, I shall protect you." Assuming the demeanor of a self-proclaimed avenger of justice, Casillas called out to a nearby vagabond, "Hey, fetch me a chair." Regardless of the setting, humanity's innate penchant for gathering and gossiping remains unchanged. The events instigated by Casillas swiftly spread throughout the vicinity. "What did you say? A fellow actually pummeled that group of tax collectors? Is that true?" "Absolutely. I was there. Word has it that the poor fellow was thoroughly beaten. Not only was he left bruised all over, but he even lost all his teeth. How dreadful. If I were in his position, I'd fear for my life. With that bony frame of yours, you probably wouldn't withstand a single punch. Unbeknownst to these two individuals, the tale was soon distorted as it spread amongst those nearby. Alas, did you hear? A fellow has been on a rampage, reportedly having slain several tax collectors. Really? Is that true? How thrilling. Indeed, I was present at the scene. You cannot fathom the horror of those corpses. Every single tooth was wrenched from their mouths. In short, this incident swiftly permeated the entirety of the uncertain terminus. Within the dim confines of Ronald's nameless tavern, Hawk sat idly sipping a glass of water, patiently awaiting the arrival of Casillas. Arranging accommodations had been a straightforward task, and he pondered whether she would return today. He endeavored to dismiss the hostile glances cast by the new bartender within the establishment. There was little that could be done. The mere thought of the wooden box he had received previously ignited a smoldering flame of suppressed fury within Hawk. How audacious of Carimula to resort to such intimidation tactics at this juncture. Yet, such methods would likely hold little sway over the boss. The most significant outcome might be to incite Ronald's former subordinates against him, despite the true perpetrator being Carimula. One day, this miscreant would be brought low, and all his transgressions would be reckoned. Bang! The new wooden door of the tavern was forcefully kicked open. The newly appointed bartender, who was currently the tavern's proprietor, was about to express his indignation when he heard the loud exclamation, "Hurry and take a look. There's breaking news at Garbage Mountain." "What news?" someone inquired. "Oh, it is said that those who provoked the tax collectors have already dispatched several of them. Moreover, one was deliberately spared, left waiting for retaliation. I think that fellow is truly foolish. No matter how formidable he is, can he truly contend with so many tax collectors? The tax collectors, backed by a coalition of several minor nobles, wield considerable influence here, and few dare to provoke them. As previously mentioned, it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Thus, within moments, the tavern was nearly emptied, as a throng surged out to witness the events firsthand, eager to gather fresh tales for future bragging rights. Hawk felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the murder of the tax collectors, but hesitated to leave the tavern. Just as he took another sip of water, he noticed the bartender, who had replaced Ronald, standing before him. "Do you require something?" Hawk's hand instinctively tightened around the cold grip of the Desert Eagle in his pocket. Although he was not well versed in firearms, Casillas had still provided him with one for self-defense. "You may call me Vladel. Please convey to Casillas that I wish to meet with him regarding certain matters," he stated. Hawk was taken aback but nodded in acquiescence. "I shall relay your message. Might I inquire about your intentions?" "Let us discuss that upon meeting your boss," Vladel replied, setting down a cup of coffee before retreating to his counter. Logically, the two parties should be at odds with one another at this juncture. What could his purpose in seeking the boss be? If he were loyal to Ronald and believed that Ronald's demise lay at Carimula's feet, that would indeed make sense. Hawk pondered this, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. The hostility in Vladel's gaze seemed to have dissipated. Alas, would the boss return today? Hawk mused. Considering that barring unforeseen circumstances, he ought to return either today or tomorrow. Thus, he resolved, tomorrow he would continue to wait here. Alternatively, one might wait by the makeshift shelter constructed amidst the refuse. Unbeknownst to him, the individual who had purportedly slain several people was none other than his superior. At this moment, Casillas felt rather splendid, for he reclined upon a chair of indeterminate origin. Despite its marred surface, he remained utterly indifferent. Casillas had never been one to prioritize cleanliness. For instance, the attire he donned had gone unwashed for numerous days. Exactly how many days? By his vague recollection, it could be nearly 2 months. The crowd continued to swell. "Look, that is the fellow. Oh, where are the bodies? Wasn't it said that he had killed several individuals? Where are the corpses? Could they have been disposed of? Which of your eyes witnessed him committing murder?" "No. Others have said as much. It is merely a case of misinformation. I have been observing from this very spot. I suspect that the tax collectors are soon to arrive. He merely taught a lesson to the man who assaulted a woman, and now he awaits retaliation." "Oh, does that not make him a fool?" "By remaining here. When the tax collectors arrive, he will have no means of escape." At last, someone recognized Casillas. "Hey, do you recall that just 2 days ago, someone was beaten to the ground by Jack the Ripper on the street? Right at Ronald's tavern. It is said that Ronald is a subordinate of the great noble Carimura. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. It is said that the individual was clad entirely in black. Even his gloves were black. Now take a look at this man." Concurrently, a cadre of menacing brutes appeared. Among them was the very individual who had been bested by Casillas. Half of his face remained swollen and bruised. The individuals were armed with weapons such as machetes and steel pipes, with only their leader brandishing a firearm, his expression menacing. Approaching the reclining chair, he looked down upon Casillas with an air of superiority. Suddenly, the leader's demeanor shifted. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Casillas?" His subordinates were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. However, they remained silent, observing their leader as he spoke in a somewhat deferential tone. "Ah, you recognize me? Your affairs, though recently made public, have already garnered considerable notoriety." The leader was still sweating profusely, had it not been for the updated list of individuals to be avoided. He might not have recognized this person at all. Casillas felt a twinge of displeasure, as he had initially entertained the notion of overpowering this group, thereby establishing a grand and noble image in the eyes of the homeless. "Very well, I shall not press you further. If that individual were to emerge and bow an apology to the mother and daughter, we could consider this matter resolved. What do you think?" "Indeed, indeed." The leader nodded vigorously in agreement, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the culprit, with a swollen cheek, was now crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 20. A lion's demand. With his cheek inflamed, the man who had previously exhibited arrogance by assaulting women and children reluctantly knelt before Casillas' chair, bowing 3 times. The gazes of the surrounding homeless and curious gang members rendered this process excruciatingly prolonged for him, as humiliation and resentment swelled within his heart. The leader rubbed his hands together and inquired of Casillas, "Well, he has bowed an apology. Shall we consider this matter settled?" He bowed an apology?" Casillas feigned astonishment. "However, I did not hear the sound of his bowing, nor did I catch any words of apology." The leader of the tax collection team, who could very well ascend to the role of a gang boss, appeared utterly bewildered. He looked at Casillas, hoping for a sudden smile and a declaration that the earlier events had merely been a jest. However, after a prolonged silence, with gritted teeth, the man steeled himself, lifted a foot, and kicked the unfortunate soul still prostrate on the ground, sending him sprawling. He then viciously shouted, "You blind fool! Do it again! This time, make it loud. If not, beware for your life." The man, already missing a prominent tooth, took a moment to gather himself before rising again. His face smeared with dirt and debris, displaying a look of suppressed rage. He knelt once more and forcefully struck his head against the ground 3 times. The sound was deafening, and even Casillas felt the tremors beneath his feet. The man who raised his head bore crimson stains on his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. "Do you see? Are you satisfied?" The grinning leader inquired of Casillas. "Well, this is somewhat acceptable," Casillas replied as he lit a cigarette, a sense of contentment in his voice. "All right then, let this matter be considered settled." Upon hearing this, the leader's face lit up with genuine joy. But before he could utter a word, Casillas continued, "The offense committed by that young man has been resolved. Now, we must discuss compensating the medical expenses for the woman who was struck. What do you think?" The leader stood foolishly in place, his tousled blonde hair dancing in the wind. He was merely a wretched soul drifting at the terminus of uncertainty. To be beaten was a trivial matter. Yet witnessing a gang willing to compensate for such violence was a first for him. The mere mention of money sent the leader's thoughts spiraling into confrontation. However, he managed to restrain himself. Who was Jack? A formidable monster that even 100 gang members, each armed with a firearm, would struggle to subdue. What chance did this youth possess against such a formidable opponent? Pessimistically speaking, even the nobles backing him would be powerless against this individual, for they could hardly afford the likes of Jack as a hired enforcer. This individual appears to possess a semblance of reason, should he act impulsively in this moment. Adversity is undoubtedly in store for him. As for the question of life or death, that remains uncertain. Damn it, let those who have long enjoyed the fruits of others' labor grapple with how to confront him. For now, the priority is to maintain a steady course. With such thoughts, he calmed his emotions momentarily and inquired, "What do you consider to be an appropriate compensation?" "From my perspective, the individual who struck earlier showed no restraint whatsoever. One must understand that any displacement or rupture of internal organs could lead to grave consequences for life itself. Furthermore, the woman and child will require the services of a competent physician for their treatment. Let us estimate this at 500,000 baileys. Additionally, given that they have endured physical assault, we should also account for another 500,000 for the emotional distress incurred. Moreover, considering that they have been subjected to this violence, they will, at the very least, be unable to scavenge for food in the refuse today. The time required for medical attention will also result in a delay, So I propose an additional 500,000 for lost wages. What do you think? This is outrageous. The lion demands a steep price. The leader wipes the sweat beads forming on his forehead. Those unfamiliar terms were utterly perplexing, such as mental anguish and lost wages. Yet he discerned the figure calculated by Casillas with clarity, 1,500,000 belly. The sum of money was nearly the total bounty they had amassed over several weeks, and within this sum, a staggering 90% had been siphoned off by the nobles. After years of leading, the leader himself had merely tucked away a few 100,000 bailey. Is that too much for you? Casillas remarked with a sly smile, swiftly drawing his desert eagle and aiming it at the adversary. I certainly do not think it excessive. I demand this 1,500,000 bailey today. Let your subordinates return to fetch the money, or I shall have no choice but to end your life right here. Which of these two options do you find more agreeable? Confronted with the muzzle of the gun, the mafia chief felt a shiver run through him. Sensing the faint yet palpable breath of death lingering in the air, he was well aware of the Desert Eagle. It was notoriously recognizable. Reputed to pierce through the skin and muscle of the infamous invulnerable Jack the Ripper. To be struck by such a bullet and not to result in a gaping wound would indeed be astonishing. Before the multitude of homeless souls at the terminus of uncertainty, a remarkable scene unfolded. The notorious gang that had long held dominion over this territory, known for their ruthless extortion, found themselves gathered in a group of a dozen or more, yet were now being intimidated by a single individual wielding a firearm. Strikingly, they appeared genuinely reluctant to act. Who was this formidable figure? It is my first encounter witnessing such a gang of ruffians cowering before one man. Are you not aware? It is none other than Casillas, the one who vanquished the infamous Scissorhands Jack. Who else could it be? Casillas? Is this individual merely a youth? Have the current generation become so formidable? Goodness gracious. TSK. What does age have to do with it? As the onlookers chattered amongst themselves, the leader at the vortex of this tumult was drenched in cold sweat, despite the sun being relatively mild that day. This fellow, he is driving me to the brink. Perhaps I should confront him head on. Such thoughts surged uncontrollably, a frenzy taking hold. At last, the leader spoke. All right, we shall compensate. That will suffice. Please lower your weapon. Let us converse amicably. What purpose does drawing your gun serve? After uttering this, he swiftly turned to a companion and barked, You, fetch 150,000 immediately. Right now? Hurry. However, the targeted thug wore a sorrowful expression. Boss, that amount must be surrendered to the nobles. How shall we explain it to them if we hand it over? Enough of your nonsense. Go quickly. Casillas observed this scene, momentarily stunned as he holstered his weapon. To demand such a substantial sum right off the bat was his strategy to provoke the opponent or to find a pretext to escalate the conflict. From the moment he requested an apology from the subordinate, Casillas had prepared himself to withstand incoming bullets. Yet, despite the outrageous demand of 150,000, these petty gangsters had not turned hostile. Was it that he exuded too much intimidation? Or was this leader merely a tad too cowardly? Chapter 21. Intriguing while Casillas sat nonchalantly in his chair, under the watchful eyes of those around him. Hawk finally arrived at this grand spectacle. Initially intending to wait and see if the leader would return, curiosity got the better of Hawk, and he rushed to witness this rare event at the uncertain terminus of the unfolding drama. Upon pushing through the crowd, he discovered that the notorious killer was none other than his own leader, the one he had only recently acknowledged. Hawk. Casillas felt an itch on his scalp but restrained himself from scratching, grappling with this internal conflict as he queried Hawk. Have you found a suitable new home? Also, the fruit vendors in the Kingdom of Goya should be located on Central Street, correct? Have you scouted the area in advance? In this locality, fruit vendors were indeed scarce. Boss, is it really necessary to scout for fruit? Hawk felt somewhat bewildered. I have already secured the rental for my place, don't you see? Before he could finish, Casillas interrupted him directly. Hawk, that line of reasoning is flawed. If you are unaware of which fruit shop offers the finest produce, or the freshness of various fruits at different times, how can you procure delicious fruits for me? This is the first time he adopts a tone and demeanor aimed at reprimanding his subordinates. Hawk scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately refrained from arguing. Nodding instead, whether he truly understood was known only to him. Do you comprehend? Casillas inquired with satisfaction. That is splendid. Starting tomorrow, I need you to scout the area. Also, are there any local specialties, particularly fruits, from the Kingdom of Goya that you might be familiar with? Hawk began scratching his head once more. Forget it. What were you about to say? Observing Hawk's demeanor, Casillas decided to abandon the inquiry. Ah, Hawk took a moment to gather his thoughts, recalling what he intended to express. I meant to say, despite this place resembling a dilapidated ruin, the houses here are not inexpensive. A residence suitable for around 10 people would cost upwards of 1,000,000 belly. Oh, I see. That's nothing, Casillas thought to himself, considering that Hawk had never witnessed a property worth billions of belly. Thus, I opted to rent a place for a month since I deemed this to be merely a temporary base. I took it upon myself to secure a 1-month lease. Although that fellow was initially reluctant, insisting on a 6-month commitment. You are right, Casillas chuckled. This place might not even last a month. By then, we can switch to a luxurious residence, one that rivals a palace. What do you think? Did you encounter any issues with the landlord? How much is the rent? If they dare to hike the price, we'll deal with them. No, boss. You still doubt my judgment? I negotiated the rent down to the most reasonable price. I assure you, no money was wasted. Hawk hastily clarified, then began inquiring about the current situation. Boss, what is going on here? I've heard increasingly bizarre rumors from those folks. Initially, they claimed you had merely killed one person, and now it's escalated to a scene of carnage. Yet, I see no bodies on the ground. Have you disposed of them? Let them spread whatever tales they wish. Today, I'm merely seizing the opportunity to extort some funds to compensate for recent losses. Over 10 million has dwindled to a mere fraction. And this 150,000 is but a transfusion, Casillas remarked, having smoked quite a bit and feeling his throat dry. So he pulled out a cup of orange juice and took a sip. Additionally, this serves to bolster our opposition against the nobles, laying the groundwork for the image of the justice bearer you aspire to embody. Upon hearing this, Hawk paused momentarily, then asked, Boss, must we proceed in this manner now? Isn't it a bit premature? Premature? Casillas smiled nonchalantly. Are you worried that those nobles might act against us? Hawk, you must realize one thing. Would they dare? Boss, I find myself perplexed. Hawk candidly admitted his confusion regarding the situation. In his view, if Casillas were to force these minor nobles to forfeit substantial financial gains, even if they lacked the power to act against him, they would undoubtedly seek assistance from the powerful elite, who might not be so easily subdued. Allow me to elucidate. Casillas remarked, finishing his orange juice. He gestured toward the tax collectors, or rather, the thuggish enforcers congregating nearby, and inquired, Aren't these the very ruffians under the minor nobles' employ? What do you suppose they can accomplish? Look at that fellow. I had anticipated their leader would possess some semblance of fortitude, allowing me to demonstrate my might by breaking a few of his limbs. Yet, as you can see, their leader readily consented to surrender 150,000. Boss, I understand that. Given your capability to eliminate that scoundrel, Scissorhands Jack, it's evident that you harbor no fear of these individuals. However, what about the influential nobles? They might very well come to their aid, and surely, someone like Calimura has more than just one Scissorhands Jack under his command. In response to Hawk's concerns, Casillas raised a finger and shook his head slowly. On the contrary, those powerful nobles will not intervene in the short term. Even if I were to strip away all the interests of those minor nobles. Why? Because they are primarily concerned with their own gains. Upon hearing this, Hawk fell silent. Suddenly grasping a crucial point, Calimura was likely relying on the arms trade benefits from the boss. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to negotiate with Casillas. Even considering the near demise of Scissorhands Jack. As he pondered this, another significant matter crossed his mind. Boss, I have witnessed the brutality of Calimura firsthand. Hawk recounted, still somewhat shaken. What transpired? Casillas inquired with curiosity. That man sent a wooden box, delivered by a steward, happily. Inside was the head of that fellow, Ronald. Hawk recounted, recalling his shock upon opening the box. It was the first time he had encountered something so macabre, excluding the head still attached to a body. Ha. Casillas could not suppress his laughter. It seemed Calimura, this noble, was eager to rid himself of Ronald, yet for the lucrative benefits of the Desert Eagle trade. He had to restrain himself, resulting in such a grim display. In due time, he shall reap what he has sown. It's rather tragic that Ronald met such an unjust end. While, based on the tales I have heard, his fate was likely grim regardless, it appears that his demise was, at least in part, due to our actions. Casillas recalled the words Ronald had once spoken to him. A noble death, perhaps? Why did he immediately flee to search for his daughter, wandering in a foreign land? At that moment, Hawk mentioned the new proprietor at the tavern. While I was waiting for you there, the individual who seems to be Ronald's replacement expressed a desire to meet with you to discuss certain matters. How intriguing. Casillas squinted, gazing at the scattered debris on the ground. This situation is rather fascinating, albeit it may merely be a rather glitch detail. Chapter 22. Weariness. The leader of the gang approached, carrying a small leather suitcase. This amounts to 1,500,000, see? Observing the grin on the man's face, Casillas couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, how very kind of you. Are you truly handing over this sum? He initially feigned disbelief, but his expression quickly shifted as he turned to Hawk, saying, let's count it first. Not a single penny should be missing. All right, boss. I truly enjoy counting money. Hawk's words were sincere. For him, the task of counting was both effortless and delightful. As he busied himself with the bills, Casillas turned his attention to the gang leader, who had been overly respectful, casually inquiring, it must have been quite a burden to gather this money, no? Oh, not at all. The man quickly shook his head. This sum is merely compensation for the offense caused by my subordinates. It is only right. Well, that's reassuring. Feeling somewhat bored, Casillas picked up a torn strip of cloth from the ground, twirling it in his hands and reflecting. The end station of uncertainty in the Kingdom of Goya is indeed a spectacle. I have never encountered such a mountain of refuse, all amassed in one place, with no means of disposal and no one to oversee it. Look around. There's everything here: bricks, branches, broken pots, shards of tiles. Any waste produced by humanity can be found here. Ah. The gang leader responded with a chuckle, adding, well, this actually provides a means of survival for these homeless folks. You see, without this heap of garbage, these wanderers would have nowhere to settle and no way to secure their daily sustenance. Daily sustenance? Casillas surveyed the scene. The homeless gathered here appeared emaciated, gaunt, and pallid, a rather polite way of describing their condition. Is this what you call daily sustenance? Furthermore, among the throng of homeless individuals, there were women, elderly, and children. Where did they all come from? While most of the homeless residing in the uncertain end of the Kingdom of Goya were robust men, there were indeed not a few women, children, and elders. The leader, at a loss for words, rubbed his hands together and chuckled foolishly. By the way, I realize I don't know your name. Casillas finally remembered to ask the man. Oh dear, it's better if you don't know such a minor character as myself. Revealing my name might tarnish your ears. Though he spoke thus, he was secretly hoping to remain unremembered by this black-clad youth. It would be a tremendous hassle if he were to catch the boy's attention. It's fine if you don't tell me, but I do have something to share with you. Casillas adopted a serious demeanor. Yes, please go ahead. The individuals at the terminus of uncertainty have endured sufficient hardships. Thus, I fervently hope that the matter of taxation ceases to persist. If there must be taxation, let it be levied upon the merchants, rather than burdening the common folk. Is it not so? As soon as the words were spoken, a look of displeasure crossed the other person's face. Is it impossible? Casillas slowly tore the tattered cloth in his hands into countless fragments, gazing into the other's eyes as he spoke. I understand this may pose some challenges, yet let us strive to overcome them. This is not merely a challenge. It is akin to uprooting an organization that systematically exploits the homeless. The existence of this vibrant unofficial organization in the town is merely to extract the meager profits from the homeless, for if they refrain from such endeavors, the nobles lurking behind them would surely not show them any mercy. Initially, the leader assumed that Casillas was merely seeking to extort a sum of money. Thus, he took it upon himself to comply, believing that the nobles would overlook this sudden emergence of an unexpected contender. However, if Casillas' recent statements were indeed sincere, the response eluded him, leading him to remain silent, his countenance dark as he stood there, observing the pile of money counted by Hawk. The turmoil within him difficult to articulate. Casillas, showing no empathy for the predicament of others, rose from his chair and declared in an authoritative tone, if I discover that you are continuing to extort taxes from the homeless, no. A more colloquial term would be to demand protection fees. If I find out that you persist in such actions, your fate may not be much better than that tattered cloth. The shredded remnants of fabric in Casillas' hand began to emit wisps of smoke, igniting into flames, ultimately transforming into a mere handful of ashes. After more than half an hour, Hawk, carrying a small leather suitcase, escorted Casillas to the residence he had just rented in Danzhen. This is an old building, much like the others in Danzhen. 3 stories high, constructed of brick and stone, its exterior is marred by peeling paint, while the interior remains relatively clean, furnished with all necessary amenities. Boss, yes, this place is rather decent. Isn't it? It's passable, Casillas replied, upon entering the bedroom prepared for him. He noticed the pristine bedding arranged neatly. It's only the second day, and you've already set everything up. Quite impressive. Of course, Hawk chuckled. eager to take credit. "Oh, and I also bought some fruit, which I placed right here." He approached the bedside table, pulling open a drawer containing oranges and bananas. "I can tell these are your favorites, boss." "Indeed." Casillas sat on the edge of the bed, reaching for an orange. "I see my first little brother is quite the flatterer." "Hey, if you're so confident, don't eat it," Hawk retorted, feeling indignant, using the formal address. Casillas tossed a piece of orange peel at Hawk's head. "Is that how you speak to the boss? Get out of here. I'm tired and need to rest." Hawk, sensing the mood, refrained from further jesting, exiting and closing the door behind him, perhaps due to the youthful spirit and their seemingly similar ages. Hawk displayed a childlike demeanor before him. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, unlike Casillas, who, despite his youthful appearance, harbored a relatively mature soul. Casillas did not find this endearing. Removing his boots, he had no intention of washing his feet. Since his encounter with Hawk, for days had passed, during which he had made a round trip to the uncertain destination in Windmill town, subdued a pirate crew alongside Grey Lucian, and returned. Most of his time was spent either traveling or attending to tasks. Frankly, Casillas had never anticipated that he would be this busy one day. Looking ahead, it seemed more responsibilities awaited him. Given that he had sought out those nobles today, it was time to put his plans into action. He was certain that those individuals would continue to collect protection fees, and he, Casillas, needed to transform his words from today into tangible reality. Sometimes, only through genuine action can others discern that one's intentions are not mere idle talk. Moreover, this new force in Danzhen consisted solely of him and Hawk. However, he could temporarily recruit a band of miscreants for assistance, and there was no need to rush the recruitment process. He could take his time. Situated on the second floor, Casillas lay on the bed, gazing through the window at the bright sunlight outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Within minutes, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 23. Cap. Early the next morning, a small warship slowly approached the harbor of Windmill town. A few days prior, the ship belonging to the red-haired pirates had vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether they had foreseen the approach of the Navy and fled in advance. A towering man, robust in stature, stepped ashore at the harbor, donning a dog-headed hat. His face bore numerous wrinkles, and a scar marred his left eye. His hair had turned gray, yet his broad chest and well-developed muscles still filled his casual attire to the brim. "Ah, it has been quite some time since I last visited this place." He yawned, the corners of his blue eyes glistening with the fatigue of sleepless nights. His demeanor somewhat lackluster. "I wonder how that rascal Luffy has been faring lately." This man was none other than Garp, who had spent the previous night at the bow of the ship, trying to catch fish using senbei as bait, and was now yawning incessantly. "Commodore." A Navy officer stepped forward, intending to voice something. "Stay here. I shall go see my grandson." "Why are you following me?" Garp waved his hand impatiently. "And don't forget, my supply of senbei is running low. Be sure to purchase some in town. Get a lot." "Yes, Commodore." "It is said that the red-haired pirates are in Windmill town. Perhaps you should exercise caution, though it appears they have already departed." Few were privy to the news of the red-haired pirates' brief sojourn in Windmill town, and the Navy had only just learned of their presence. Garp, however, was not pursuing the red-haired pirates. He was merely reminded of his grandson. "Haha, if that red-haired fellow had run off, I would mind capturing him and bringing him back to impel down." Garp laughed heartily, only to yawn once more afterward. "All right, I said I don't need you. So hurry along with your business, and don't forget the senbei." With a swift motion, Garp removed his dog-headed hat and tossed it to his subordinate, then ambled away in his floral Hawaiian shirt and shorts, his short gray hair standing on end against the morning breeze. Watching the Navy hero depart, the lieutenant sighed and ceased his attempts at persuasion. After all, while Garp still held the rank of Commodore, his strength was undoubtedly on par with that of an admiral. Even if the red-haired pirates lingered, he recognized that Garp would not encounter any peril. It was common knowledge that Garp had no desire to ascend to the rank of admiral. The majority of the Navy harbored a blind trust in him, believing that the hero who had brought an end to the era of the great pirate rocks and had relentlessly pursued the pirate King Roger in the ensuing years would never falter, remaining a steadfast champion of the Navy. Minutes later, the door of the Makino tavern was forcefully shoved open, startling the patrons within. "Hey, Makino, where is that rascal Luffy?" "Where is he?" Garp inquired, one hand pinching his nose while the other slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Makino, serving a mug of beer to another customer, turned back to Garp. "Mr. Garp, you've arrived. Luffy just ran out to play. He should be back shortly. Would you care to wait a bit? Perhaps enjoy another drink?" "Ah, well, I shall simply wait for that rascal. The illustrious Garp nonchalantly seated himself, flicking away the remnants of dried nasal mucus from his fingers, and rather unhygienically wiped them on his attire. Tell me, Machino, during my absence, has that little scamp Luffy caused any trouble? Well, Mr. Garp, you ought to inquire with him directly, Machino chuckled. Before Garp could pose further questions, Luffy's exuberant voice echoed from outside the tavern. Machino, I'm back. He joyfully pushed open the door, only to be met with a colossal fist crashing down upon his head. In that instant, Luffy's head was forcefully driven into his chest. Garp was momentarily taken aback. One could easily envision a scenario where, on a typical day, one inadvertently delivers a sharp blow to their own back, only to find that a mere flick of the fingers could shatter another's skull. In that fleeting moment, Garp was truly dumbfounded. However, being a seasoned veteran of the seas, he was not ignorant of the existence of devil fruits. He quickly deduced that the force he had exerted was consistent with his previous encounters, and Luffy's head had retreated into his chest solely due to the consumption of some peculiar devil fruit. With a firm press and a swift tug, Luffy's head and neck sprang back into place. Ah, Grandpa, what brings you here? Luffy exclaimed, still bewildered, feeling a sharp pain and momentarily losing his sight, only to find Garp standing before him. You little rascal, Garp exclaimed, gripping Luffy's arm in an attempt to lift him, only to be met with surprise as Luffy's arm stretched to an impressive 2 meters while he remained firmly planted on the ground. How could you have eaten a devil fruit? Who told you to do such a thing? Garp fumed, his mustache bristling with indignation. Can one simply indulge in such things? And this? He held up a straw hat that had fallen to the ground when Luffy's head retracted. Give it back. Grandpa, return my hat. That was a gift from Shanks. I made a promise. I aspire to be a pirate. I must safeguard this hat. Luffy's declaration caused Garp's mustache and hair to stand on end. He recognized the hat's significance, the very straw hat of the Pirate King, Roger. What did you just say? You little brat? Listen closely. I am a hero of the Navy. When you grow up, you must join the Navy and uphold justice. The life of a pirate is not for you. I refuse. I shall undoubtedly become a pirate. Luffy retorted, his arm still ensnared by Garp's grip. Yet he was unwilling to heed his grandfather's admonitions, straining to break free and reclaim his hat. However, the youthful Luffy was no match for Garp, even if he would one day become the formidable pirate with a bounty of 15 billion. With a decisive pull, Garp lifted Luffy off the ground, and the elasticity of the gum-gum fruit allowed his arm to retract, only for Garp's beloved iron fist to come crashing down upon Luffy's head once more. At this moment, although his head had not receded, it was throbbing painfully. Luffy crouched down, cradling his head, exclaiming in agony. After reprimanding Luffy, Garp returned to his chair and inquired of Machino, what on earth is happening with this boy? I haven't visited him in a while, and he is already dreaming of becoming a pirate. He even consumed a devil fruit. Did that red-haired fellow give it to him? Just wait until I head to the New World. I shall tear him apart. Machino, bringing a beer to Garp, said, Mr. Garp, please don't be angry. Let me recount what has transpired. It turned out that on the very day when Casillas departed with 2 devil fruits, a certain mountain bandit king made his appearance, and everything that was destined to happen unfolded within those few days. Just yesterday, at dusk, the red-haired one, having lost an arm, bid farewell to Luffy, leaving behind a straw hat and a promise. Garp gradually calmed down. He was not one to be blind to right and wrong. The devil fruit had been consumed by Luffy on his own accord, and it was the red-haired man who had sacrificed an arm to save Luffy's life. Frankly, even though he would never express gratitude to a pirate, Garp silently offered thanks to the red-haired one in his heart. However, there was a caveat. Luffy absolutely must not become a pirate. It seemed that keeping Luffy in Windmill Village was no longer feasible. He must be sent to Dawn Island immediately. Garp hoped that the 2 little ones could forge a strong friendship and ultimately transform their aspirations into joining the Navy, rather than setting sail as pirates into the vast ocean. Chapter 24. Heights and statures. Within the opulent noble residence of Gaojinhua, Calimura sat at the head, listening to 4 individuals voicing their grievances before him. Naturally, those who could meet him were all nobles, and the 4 who had come today were all vassals under the influence of Calimura's power. These 4 individuals possessed distinct characteristics. To encapsulate them in a single phrase, they vary greatly in height, build, and demeanor. The tall nobleman, dressed in a somewhat disheveled manner, bears a ruddy complexion and reek of alcohol. Even at this moment, he clutches a bottle, occasionally indulging in a sip. The short nobleman, impeccably attired, possesses a rather lecherous visage reminiscent of a simian. At this moment, like his taller counterpart, he embraces a slender woman, seemingly indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes around him. His hands audaciously roaming as if he yearns to claim her right then and there. The third nobleman appears visibly anxious, his substantial frame sinking into the sofa. Beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he wipes them away. The final figure, gaunt and emaciated, is clad in a modified uniform of the Kingdom of Goya's army. Tailored to reduce the appearance of emptiness, a firearm holstered at his waist, sitting upright with a grave demeanor. Among these four, only the perspiring rotund nobleman speaks. His chin, nearly engulfed by flesh, moves incessantly. Lord Carimula. That fellow named Casillas has gone too far. Our subordinates have been injured by him. Several have even been rendered disabled. Yes, those commoners are hardly deserving of pity, yet one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. What does Casillas intend to accomplish? What harm is there in our collecting taxes from the refuse at the uncertain terminal? By what right does he prevent our men from gathering taxes? After uttering these words, the anxious nobleman wipes the sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief. Each moment, a burden of loss weighs heavily upon him. Even though the money collected from the uncertain terminal constitutes but a fraction of his income, as a nobleman, he scrimps and saves, striving to conserve every single belly. Wasting a belly would cause him great distress, let alone the disruption of the routine tax collection since this morning, thwarted by Casillas. Initially, he was incensed, eager to rally his subordinates to eliminate this obstacle to his profits, to dismantle him entirely. However, he soon received word that Casillas had connections to Lord Carimula, purportedly as collaborators. Thus, he gathered the other three to seek an audience with Carimula, hoping this noble would render him justice. Carimula, leisurely puffing on a cigar, hardly absorbed the incessant ramblings of the rotund nobleman, yet he was acutely aware of the true purpose behind their visit. Assist them in dealing with Casillas? Absurd. Just that morning, Appley had already reported on the situation regarding those 300 goods. Once released, they had been seized in a frenzy. The figure of 300 is indeed minuscule for the multitude of desperate souls adrift upon the vast ocean, barely raising a ripple before being swiftly seized by the pirates brandishing their bounty. Even considering the pirates' infrequent visits to the black market or similar trading venues, selling several thousand within a month is hardly a challenge, translating to profits in the billions. Have you finished? The expression on Carimula's face revealed nothing. An enigmatic demeanor in the eyes of the rotund noble. Yet in the next moment, he perceived a fleeting glimmer before a still smoldering cigar struck his face. The ignited end branding his skin and inflicting upon this avaricious noble a pain surpassing the loss of considerable bounty. However, he dared not voice his anger, nor could he even muster the courage to display it. A servant cautiously approached to dispose of the half-burned cigar, leaving a conspicuous black hole seared into the crimson carpet. The noble, his face reddened and visibly swelling into blisters, was drenched in sweat, a response to both agony and fear. Yet, he could not fathom how he had provoked Lord Carimula's ire. Do you wish for me to assist in dealing with Casillas? Carimula's countenance bore no trace of mirth. The other three nobles, varying in height and build, bowed their heads, too intimidated to continue drinking or touching their companions, their backs curving in submission. Why have you ceased your chatter? Carimula extended his hand, and the butler, Appley, presented him with a newly lit cigar, his gloved hands startlingly white. Pray tell, is Casillas a friend of yours, Lord Carimula? Yet I have heard that this fellow is clearly what? Carimula exhaled a plume of white smoke, his gaze fixed upon the corpulent noble and the other three who had remained silent. Clearly he has harmed my subordinate and tarnished my reputation. Yet I would not dare to retaliate. Dare not. The other nobles echoed in a flurry of agreement, shaking their heads vehemently. That is well. You may take your leave, Carimula replied coolly, rising from his seat. Henceforth, as long as Casillas does not seek your lives, do not approach me. The remaining four nobles exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, the lanky noble spoke. In light of this, let us relinquish that trivial profit. I was engrossed in a game of naval warfare when you forcibly summoned me, and what was the outcome? I ended up receiving a scolding. The inebriated tall noble took another swig, exhaling a cloud of alcoholic breath. Why trouble ourselves with such matters? Lord Carimula has spoken. Let us return to our own domains. The short man, silent as ever, simply took the woman's hand and stood up to leave. The other three followed suit, leaving only the portly nobleman sitting in his chair, lost in thought for a considerable time. These unreliable fellows, one only knows how to play soldier games, another is merely adept at drinking, and the last one is solely interested in women. What can you do when you run out of money? Damn it. It's all thanks to me that you find ways to earn, yet today not a single word of support was offered. Enduring the reprimands from Lord Carimula, it feels as though I deserve this. These three worthless scoundrels. He cursed under his breath, yet dared not voice his grievances aloud. He touched the burn on his face, inhaled sharply, and slapped the servant who came forward to assist him, storming out in anger. Not long after, in Lord Carimula's study, happily entered gracefully with a tea set, elegantly pouring black tea into exquisite silver cups and gently placing one before Carimula. Has the person sent to find that scoundrel, Casillas, returned? Carimula inquired. The mission to locate Casillas was not for the sake of the portly nobleman, but rather because the Desert Eagle was selling exceptionally well. Carimula was preparing for a second transaction, aiming to procure several thousand units. With his connections, he should be able to sell them for at least a month or two. Esteemed Lord, I was just about to report this matter to you. It is as follows. Casillas has stated that a deposit must be paid first. Bam! Carimula's hand struck the table with great force, causing the tea to spill, soaking the plush red cloth beneath. As Apolly busied himself cleaning the tea stains, the aging nobleman revealed a sinister smile. He has quite the audacity. Indeed, this Casillas truly knows no bounds. Very well. Carimula waved his hand, signaling Apolly to cease his cleaning. If he wants it, let him have it, whatever quantity he desires. Understood. By the way, how is the disassembly research on the Desert Eagle progressing? Although the Goya Kingdom is not an industrial powerhouse, we can still manufacture firearms. Let those fellows expedite the process. Yes, esteemed Lord Carimula. The personnel at the military factory are working diligently, but they require some time. Carimula rubbed his temples. He understood that the personnel at the Goya Kingdom's military factories likely lacked the capability to replicate such a weapon. Yet, he felt compelled to give it a try. Even if it ultimately failed, he could seek collaboration with the Navy. As for whether the Navy possessed the capability to replicate the Desert Eagle, they should. Otherwise, alternative methods would need to be considered. Chapter 25, The Power of Temperature Fruits in Danzhen. Casillas had just seen off Carimula's men when he noticed Hawk walking in with a bag. Boss, who is that? Hawk inquired with a hint of curiosity, recalling his brief encounter with a representative from Carimula upon entering. Who else could it be but a member of the aristocracy, demanding an immediate supply of 3,000 Desert Eagles? Casillas casually tossed a book on religion onto the table and remarked to Hawk. I informed him that should he desire such a quantity, a deposit was required, and I would dictate the delivery timeline. Did this individual not mention the events you orchestrated earlier today? Hawk queried, referring to the morning when Casillas, at the uncertain goods terminal, incapacitated a multitude of tax collectors, leaving several of them disabled. In the span of that single morning, those who profited from the suffering of vagrants vanished completely from the terminal. Encountering such a formidable adversary, the gangsters were not fools, who would willingly seek to endure such punishment. Not having eliminated a few of them can be considered a mercy, Casillas mumbled, popping a purple candy into his mouth. As for Carimula, he may have been unaware when he sent his envoy, or perhaps he simply chose to remain uninvolved. Oh. Hawk placed down the bag containing metal nails and similar items that Casillas had instructed him to procure. This is what you requested, boss. After setting it down, he seemed to recall something and added, Boss Yass, are you aware of the wild rumors circulating outside? There are all sorts of tales. What are they saying? Casillas frowned, his expression souring as if he had tasted something bitter. The vagabonds speak highly of you, claiming you are a good person. They have little to say, but those in charge around here have quite a range of opinions. Some assert that you must be a monster returned from the Grand Line. Others suggest you are a new puppet of the aristocracy, and there are even whispers of you establishing a gang to dominate all underground forces in this locale. Quite the flattering narrative. Have any expressed a desire to join us? Indeed, I recently encountered a few individuals on the street who approached me, inquiring if you were currently recruiting. Hawk recounted his earlier experience. We can discuss recruitment later. There's no rush in the next couple of days. With that, their conversation reached a natural pause. Hawk settled into a solid wooden chair by the table, his demeanor appearing somewhat lackluster, and his golden hair slightly disheveled. What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Given that his condition had been noticed, Hawk did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. Boss, I hardly slept a wink last night. It's been like this for a few days now. then you ought to retreat to your room for a proper rest. There is nothing pressing in the immediate days ahead. Casillas stood and patted Hawk on the shoulder. What was the name of the person seeking me? After a moment of contemplation, Hawk replied, I believe it was Vladel. Indeed, tomorrow let us summon him and ascertain the matter at hand. Well then, I shall retire for a while. Hawk responded affirmatively and proceeded towards his room on the first floor. Meanwhile, Casillas bowed his head, lifted the bag, and made his way to the small backyard of the 3-story building. The space is desolate, devoid of anything except a large water tank. The stone-paved ground is occasionally punctuated by resilient weeds that manage to emerge, yet they appear notably malnourished and feeble, with no pressing matters at hand. And considering that it may take a few days for news from Gray and Lucien, Casillas naturally turns to his training. However, unlike his previous physical conditioning, he recognizes that with the acquisition of the devil fruit, his focus must shift accordingly. Relying solely on physical prowess to attain strength seems to Casillas a rather narrow path, particularly as he doubts his ability to transform into monsters like Cap and Kaido. The development of the devil fruit hinges on creativity. Reflecting on the likes of Doflamingo, Luffy, and Bartholomew Kuma elucidates that the abilities of Paramecia-type devil fruits must be applied judiciously based on their categories and natures, while simultaneously conjuring imaginative techniques. For instance, Doflamingo's parasite strings, the sky path, and string clones, Luffy's various forms in gear 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and Kuma's compressed air blasts that repel fatigue and pain. Even everything else. So what wonders can be accomplished with temperature? Clearly, the primary focus would be on both low and high temperatures. Casillas inquired with Hawk about the availability of a thermometer, but Hawk merely indicated that he had only heard of such devices, and that most common folk had likely never encountered one. This dissuaded him from pursuing the idea of finding a thermometer to test the extremes of temperature he could generate. And even if he possessed one, it might not be suitable for his purposes. Drawing out a rusty iron nail from his bag, Casillas discarded his weathered leather gloves, which bore numerous signs of melting and damage, and grasped the nail with his calloused fingers, commencing the process of heating it. Here, one might mention the injury on his hand. The wounds adorning his hands were the result of relentless training over a considerable period, forging them into instruments as resilient as iron, impervious to pain. However, this came at a price. Had it not been for the emergence of his robust physical constitution, his hands would have succumbed long ago. Thus, he had long since abandoned such a self-mutilating approach to training. The temperature of the iron nail continued to rise, transforming into a dark crimson hue after a few moments, yet it ceased to evolve into an orange glow. According to Casillas's somewhat limited knowledge on the subject, this temperature surely did not exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. If it were indeed 1,000 degrees, the iron would have melted, wouldn't it? Pondering this, Casillas felt a twinge of frustration. Why had he never paid attention to such information before? Regardless, the melting point of iron is certainly above 1,000 degrees. And judging by the red state of the nail, the high temperature he could presently generate was undoubtedly below that threshold. Whether it reached 700 or 800 degrees remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this temperature was already significant. The heat imparted to the nail by his temperature fruit must have achieved a level comparable to that of conventional flames. After experimenting with high temperatures, Casillas began to explore the realm of low temperatures. Here, we delve into the remarkable attributes of the temperature fruit. A formidable ability possessed by Casillas allows him to manipulate any part of his body to experience either extreme heat or cold, rendering him impervious to both frigid and scorching conditions. For instance, should one attempt to sear his hand with fire, even after several hours of exposure, he would emerge unscathed. It can be asserted that he is immune to the detrimental effects of both low and high temperatures. Although the consequences of surpassing the thresholds of the temperatures he can generate remain uncertain, he speculates that harm would likely ensue. Otherwise, the potency of this fruit would be unparalleled. With his right hand outstretched before him, as a cold object is placed in a tempered environment, the moisture in the air condenses upon contact, forming delicate droplets. In no time, a myriad of white frost adorns Casillas' hand. This is water vapor transforming directly into solid ice. Initially, Casillas entertained the fantasy that the temperature fruit encompassed the powers of both Aokiji and Ace, merely lacking the ability to elementalize. However, he swiftly realized this was not the case. Just like now, he could condense frost on his hand, ultimately forming a layer of white snow, and he could also convert a glass of water into ice cubes. Yet, The temperature fruit governs temperature, not the water vapor present in the air. He could not elegantly summon an ice sword with a mere gesture for battle, as he lacked the ability to manipulate ice or water, rendering it impossible to shape them. Moreover, he could not command flames to harm his enemies, as generating fire from thin air is implausible without the presence of fuel, unless he could heat the air to the point where it ignites. But can air truly burn? Someone who struggled with physics and chemistry was utterly clueless. Furthermore, even if the air were to ignite, he still would be incapable of controlling the flames. Chapter 26. Training. So how should this ability be developed? At present, it seems the only avenue is to explore the extremes of temperature. The technique he previously employed against the captain of the Bone Pirate crew, utilizing instantaneous heating followed by rapid cooling to shatter solid objects, warrants further investigation. Casillas was still a novice in this regard. He intended to experiment with repeatedly using his abilities to ascertain if this was indeed the correct path to honing his skills. The large earthen jar rose to his chest, its exterior dark and grimy, filled with water. However, this water was far from pristine, with withered yellow leaves and various impurities floating within. The water within this vessel likely weighs 1 or 2 tons, Iker Casillas mused. With his hand pressed against the dusty exterior of the water tank, he commenced to activate his abilities. However, he soon realized that his powers could not penetrate the thick walls of the tank to influence the liquid inside. Yet, when he ignited a rag while wearing gloves, he did not experience such limitations. Perhaps it was due to the thinness of the gloves? Dismissing these thoughts for the moment, Casillas plunged his hand into the water and began to channel his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the water in the tank transformed into ice, accompanied by the sound of cracking. At that moment, the dark tank shattered, the thick ceramic fragments clinging to the ice, temporarily suspended from falling. What a miscalculation! Casillas felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated that the volume of water would significantly increase upon freezing, resulting in the destruction of the tank. Although this earthenware vessel held little value and could be easily replaced for a modest sum, how would he practice his abilities now? Shaking his head, Casillas leaned closer to the large block of ice, scrutinizing it closely. Due to impurities and trapped air in the water, the ice was not crystalline and transparent, but rather a milky white mass with minimal clarity. His hand was also encased within the ice, firmly ensnared. However, by slightly increasing the temperature through his abilities, he managed to extricate his hand. Casting a glance around, Casillas picked up a leaf from the ground and placed it on the surface of the ice. After a few seconds, upon pulling it away, he observed that the portion of the leaf in contact with the ice had frozen solid, indicating that the ice's temperature was at least not around the freezing point of water, but rather somewhere between -30 to 40 degrees. Once again, this was merely speculation based on his recollections of knowledge. Without a means to measure temperature, Casillas could not ascertain the exact degree. As for the temperature units in the world of One Piece, they too were in Celsius, without issue. Once more, he pressed his hand against the ice to normalize its temperature, watching as it swiftly melted back into liquid, along with the fragments of the ceramic tank, pooling into a large puddle. With the water gone, he turned his attention to a bag of iron nails and various metal scraps that Hawk had procured, subjecting them to his relentless manipulation, heating them to their limits, then cooling them down. He repeated this process until he amassed a substantial collection of brittle scrap metal. The consumption of his devil fruit abilities drained his stamina, and as he continued to exert his powers, Casillas began to feel fatigue. Yet, he showed no intention of halting, persistently employing his abilities until they began to falter. This has reached its limit. Returning to his chamber, he indulged in some fruit and savored 2 glasses of orange juice. After lighting a cigarette and taking a brief respite, he ventured back into the courtyard to continue his training. In this realm, personal prowess is undeniably paramount. Even if he may never ascend to the heights of a world-conquering titan like Whitebeard, he must at the very least possess the strength to stand undaunted against the 4 emperors and the admirals of the navy. Otherwise, survival would be fraught with challenges. Amidst this contemplation, he suddenly recalled the existence of a devil fruit. He nearly forgot. Yet, should he exchange this devil fruit for something through the system? Or perhaps sell it instead? After discarding a bag full of scrap metal, he began to ponder this dilemma. Alternatively, he might inquire if Hawk would be interested in consuming it. The enigmatic red-haired devil fruit remains a mystery in terms of its capabilities. Should Hawk or Lucian Gray express interest in the devil fruit, Casillas contemplates that allowing them to partake might be a prudent choice. Having mulled over this matter, he resumes his muscle training. The existence of his system's innate talents endows his 15-year-old physique with remarkable attributes that rival those of an adult. Yet he remains steadfast and does not allow himself to grow complacent. These past few days of rigorous training have indeed been somewhat neglected. Thus, when he finds a moment of leisure, he is resolute in making the most of it. Under the extreme exertion of the devil fruit's abilities, each movement becomes a formidable challenge due to the considerable depletion of his stamina. Nevertheless, whether performing squats or push-ups, he diligently completes 100 repetitions with unwavering precision. Casillas possesses a clear understanding of his current strength. In the world of One Piece, the threshold for true mastery begins at the rank of Rear Admiral. But what level of prowess does one need to attain to reach such a rank? The benchmark lies in the 6 techniques commonly employed by Rear Admirals: Shirgan, Soru, Jeppo, Tekai, Kami, and Rankyaku. With the exception of Kami, each technique is executed solely through sheer physical prowess. Can he currently perform any of these techniques? The answer is evidently no. Be it the rapid footwork of Sara that allows for swift ground traversal or the aerial movement of Jeppo, Casillas finds himself unable to replicate such feats. He senses that, in terms of physical capability, he still falls significantly short of the Rear Admiral level. Moreover, Rear Admirals wield haki, which serves as the true demarcation between the powerful and the insignificant, a goal that feels exceedingly distant for Casillas. Thus, even after effortlessly defeating the scissor-handed Jack and vanquishing the captain of the Bone Pirate crew, Luke, he has never regarded himself as particularly formidable. Perhaps this is one of the advantages of being a transmigrator, possessing an awareness of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. As he perseveres through arduous training, time quietly slips away. When night descends, Casillas, his movements now labored, returns to the living room, clutching his windbreaker and taking each step with great effort before settling into a chair. At this moment, Hawk is busy preparing dinner. "Boss, have a sip of water. And here's a towel to wipe off your sweat. The meal will be ready shortly." He handed Casillas a glass of water, set down the towel, and hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Breakfast and lunch had been enjoyed outside, and during lunch, Hawk had suggested that he take on the task of cooking. Although Casillas was uncertain of Hawk's culinary skills, he did not dissuade him from the notion of preparing his own meal. A taste would suffice. As long as it wasn't overly unpalatable, it would be acceptable. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel soaked in cool water, Casillas felt considerably revitalized. Yet the craving for a cigarette resurfaced. Just as he reached for a cigarette, preparing to light it with his powers, a knock echoed through the room. Chapter 27. At sea, Casillas nodded at Hawk, who had peered out from the kitchen, signaling him to answer the door. Awaiting outside was none other than Apolly, the steward of the illustrious Karamura family, accompanied by several individuals, each carrying a small leather suitcase. The middle-aged butler, impeccably dressed in formal attire, bowed his head and inquired, "May I enter?" "Let him in," shouted Casillas, who then prepared to light a cigarette. However, he discovered that his abilities had been overstretched, leaving him too fatigued to ignite even a single cigarette. Reluctantly, he rummaged through a cluttered table to find a match. The individuals behind Apolly did not follow him inside. He approached Casillas directly, placing a leather suitcase on the table and stating, "Mr. Casillas, Lord Carimula has consented to your request. Here is the advance payment of 18 million berries. When can the 3,000 desert eagles be delivered?" "In about a week. I require some time," Casillas replied. "Very well. I shall convey this to Lord Carimula." Apolly bowed once more and turned to leave, but his gaze fell upon the Bible resting on the table. "Mr. Casillas, do you practice religion?" "Certainly not," Casillas replied, holding a cigarette between his lips and squinting as he casually opened the Bible. "I am merely somewhat intrigued. I do not believe in any great lord or omnipotent deity. This Bible is quite aged, it's dark. Antiquated cover bearing no inscription save for the 5 capital letters spelling Bible." Apolly said nothing and turned to leave. "Mr. Apolly, do you practice faith?" Casillas inquired, observing Apolly's retreating figure at the doorway. "If you do believe, do you consider yourself sinful?" Apolly exhibited no reaction as he swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. Casillas paid it no mind. This Bible was not a deliberate find, but rather a relic of the house itself. He recalled that the bear often held a Bible, which piqued his curiosity about whether this one was akin to that of another world. However, he found himself unable to ascertain its authenticity, as Casillas did not adhere to any faith nor had he ever perused the Bible, rendering him incapable of making such distinctions. Nonetheless, he did glean some insights. such as the notion of the singular deity creating the world in 7 days, which was indeed present in this Bible. Yet, it also encompassed tales of the creation of devil fruits. To Casillas' knowledge, there were indeed individuals in this world who practiced faith. Yet he had never heard of any organized and proactive religious groups. For instance, while he had encountered this Bible before, terms like pope or bishop were entirely unfamiliar to him. In this world, few individuals take the time to pray to the divine without reason. Although the Bible exists, Christianity may not be prevalent in the realm of One Piece. The use of may is deliberate, as the history of this world stretches back millennia, making it impossible to ascertain what was present 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, in a geographical environment that can only be described as fantastical, it is entirely plausible that an obscure location could house an unknown papal state. Ultimately, Casillas possesses only a fleeting curiosity about this matter. His inquiry into whether Aptly practices of faith was merely casual, lacking any earnest contemplation. God have mercy on humanity, he muttered, reciting empty phrases before carelessly tossing the Bible into a corner of the table. Yet, as the ancient Chinese proverb aptly states, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sentiment holds a similar weight. Hawk, dressed akin to a cook with an apron, cleared the table of clutter and placed a platter laden with pork sausages and other delicacies upon it. He caught Casillas' words. "Boss, what are you talking about?" "Nothing much," Casillas replied, taking a bite of a pork sausage dipped in garlic sauce. "By the way, have you ever seen anyone preaching with a Bible?" "No." Hawk shook his head, sitting across the table as he mixed lettuce with salad dressing. "I've never encountered anyone, whether they follow the Bible or any other doctrine." Gazing at the pork sausages and bacon egg sandwiches on the table, Casillas couldn't help but reminisce about Chinese cuisine. How he longed for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Contemplating this, he suddenly lost his appetite, and the once delectable pork sausage became difficult to swallow. After taking a bite and discarding half of it on the table, he reached for a few purple grapes, only to grimace at their sourness. "Boss, is it not to your liking?" Hawk, who had initially held some confidence in his culinary skills, felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing Casillas' reaction. To be fair, the meal was not particularly unpleasant. It was just that consuming such fare repeatedly had grown tiresome. Casillas popped another ordinary grape into his mouth and inquired, "I recall there are numerous restaurants on Central Street, right? There seems to be one that serves ramen. Do you know where it is?" He referred to the ramen shop where, in his memory, the Steel Pipe brothers had dined lavishly. "I know it," Hawk mused. "It's quite well known, reputed to be delicious." "Excellent. Let us dine on ramen this evening," Casillas declared with a grand gesture. He had expected Hawk to be elated. However, a look of regret crossed Hawk's face upon hearing his words. "What shall we do with this food? If left until tomorrow, it may spoil and be wasted." "No worries. When we return, I will freeze it." "It will certainly remain fresh until tomorrow," Casillas swiftly reassured him, dispelling Hawk's concerns. On the table, alongside the freshly prepared meal, lay a Bible, fruits, a suitcase, and other items. The money had yet to be counted. Hawk had only just voiced this thought when he observed Casillas pulling out a black bag and placing the suitcase inside it. The bag appearing as though it contained nothing at all, flat and unassuming. Hawk swallowed his words and rose to follow Casillas. As the two exited, far out on the ocean, Gray and Lucien's pirate ship encountered another vessel. On the vast expanse of water, the target could be spotted from a considerable distance. Thus, the passenger ship had lost all chance of escape. Moreover, pirate ships were swift and nimble, contrasting sharply with the bulky, unwieldy passenger vessel, akin to a swift seabird compared to a plump duck. "Captain, what do you think? Shall we make a move?" a pirate eagerly asked Gray. However, Gray turned to Lucien, recalling the captain's prior instruction to heed the first mate's counsel. After Casillas' departure, the pirate crew set sail. But their destination was not the hometown of the former first mate, Jack. Instead, they aimed for the nearest large black market. They would procure a din mushy before returning to the Kingdom of Goya to leave one behind, only then commencing their long voyage. Thus, the pirate ship had just exited the waters of the Kingdom of Goya, with at least a day's journey remaining to reach their target. Lucien, without much thought, declared, "Let us seize it, but remember the captain's orders." "Understood. I recall that the captain explicitly stated that we must not harm innocent people without cause." "I understand." Gray's azure locks danced in the sea breeze as he bellowed, "You bunch of scoundrels. Pursue that ship. Once we catch up, all the riches shall be ours. However, heed my warning. Murder and sexual assault are strictly prohibited. Anyone who dares to defy this command shall face the severance of their head. These words were uttered by Gray, slightly altered from what the deceased Captain Luke had once said. When Casillas advised them, he did not intend to deter them from plundering merchant and passenger vessels. After all, pirates are pirates. As long as they do not harm the innocent, their actions cannot be deemed utterly villainous. Perhaps, with a bit of embellishment, they might even transform into a Robin Hood-like endeavor, wouldn't it? One point he always kept in mind was to avoid becoming a true antagonist. For antagonists are destined to be vanquished by the protagonist. The fluttering black flag emblazoned with crossed pistols represented the identity of the pirate crew, a rudimentary creation devised by Lucien and Gray after much deliberation. On the vast, dark sea, the hunting beasts steadily approached their unsuspecting prey. Chapter 28, Ace Captain. That is not a skull flag. Are they truly pirates? A passenger inquired as the passenger ship had already spotted Gray's pirate vessel. The captain, a portly man, was busily directing his crew to prepare for confrontation, his brow glistening with sweat. What else could it be? Pirate ships are swift vessels, distinct from merchant and passenger ships. On the seas, aside from the Navy, encountering such ships is predominantly indicative of piracy. Although this pirate crew may be newcomers, as I have never seen that flag before. One must never underestimate any pirate. The captain shouted at his crew to ready their firearms and blades while, amidst the chaos, he managed to provide a few explanations to the concerned passengers. Then let us hasten our escape. Why are we still standing here? Someone in the crowd shouted. The captain, feeling somewhat helpless, wiped the sweat from his brow and explained to the passengers in a somber tone, that is not feasible. Once a pirate ship has detected us, there is no chance of escape. The passenger vessel's speed is far too slow. We can only pray that the pirates aboard this ship are not formidable in combat, and that they refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Such an explanation naturally breeds discontent among certain individuals. In particular, the few ostentatiously dressed patrons at the forefront of the crowd are not true nobility, for nobles possess their own private vessels and can summon armies for protection. Rather, they are affluent members of the common populace, ranking among the highest in status aboard this ship, residing in first-class accommodations. One woman, whose countenance bore a harsh demeanor, unleashed a torrent of invective. Are you all simply a herd of swine on this vessel? When confronted by pirates, you can only await their approach. If our personal safety were to be compromised, how would you take responsibility? How is this captain even fit to serve? The woman, evidently accustomed to a life of luxury, had scarcely finished her sentence when the man beside her abruptly pulled her back, silencing her. He nodded apologetically to the captain, who wore an awkward expression, and said, I apologize. My wife's words were a bit excessive. However, I implore you to do your utmost to resist the pirates. If we can navigate through this crisis unscathed, I assure you, a generous reward awaits. Regardless of the circumstances, someone had intervened to alleviate the tension. The captain, with his bronze skin yet corpulent figure, repeatedly responded, Indeed, we shall certainly do our best, rest assured. Yet, internally, he remained skeptical. At that moment, his thoughts mirrored what he had previously articulated. It was acceptable if the crew could fend off the pirates' assaults, but should they falter, a swift surrender would be preferable, offering up all their possessions in hopes that the pirates would spare them. Generally speaking, a prudent course of action would be to relinquish valuables, for while the pirates might take a few lives, they were unlikely to annihilate everyone. If they were to encounter those with a penchant for bloodshed, then misfortune would be their only companion. In this era, making a living at sea remains an inherently perilous profession. Most individuals engaged in this vocation frequently voice their grievances regarding the inaction of the Navy and the world government, despite their awareness that these authorities are utterly incapable of eradicating the multitude of pirates that abound in the seas and the Grand Line. Fortunately, pirates often turn against one another. Otherwise, the situation could be far graver. With this thought in mind, the captain began to instruct the passengers. Everyone, please return to the cabin and seek refuge. It will be perilous when we engage in battle with the pirates. Under his persuasion, those gathered on the deck hastily retreated to their rooms, securing their doors as they awaited the hand of fate. In the darkness of night, illuminated by the moonlight, a pirate ship displaying the ominous black flag of crossed pistols could be discerned in the distance. It resembled a specter, moving stealthily, with all sounds muffled by the crashing waves. Within the passenger cabin, the innocent travelers anxiously listened to the commotion outside, fervently praying that the makeshift fighting force composed of the crew would be able to fend off the pirates. Yet, there were exceptions. In a modest cabin, A figure no taller than 4 feet sat cross-legged on the floor, a sheathed sword resting across her knees. Through the cabin's circular window, the moonlight illuminated her visage. Delicate and fair, her youthful features belied a remarkable spirit not befitting her age. She appeared to be a girl of approximately 11 or 12 years. Her long hair, as red as blood, cascaded down her back to the floor. The raucous sounds of the pirates outside became increasingly audible. Their crude insults a favored pastime among the lower-tier brigands during combat. Gunfire and cries of battle erupted chaotically. Meanwhile, Casillas, having left his home with Hawk and walking down the street, noticed numerous ruffians patrolling the vicinity. As he contemplated who might be causing trouble, a shout rang out nearby. "Found him! That little rascal is here. Don't let him escape. Come quickly. Stop that brat." From around the corner of the street, a 10-year-old boy dashed out, pursued relentlessly by several rough-looking men, missing a number of front teeth and brandishing machetes and iron rods. The boy donned a red off-shoulder t-shirt, his feet adorned with flip-flops, and brown shorts gracing his legs. In his hand, he wielded a steel pipe, remarkably longer than himself, clearly a water pipe. Casillas observed with clarity. The boy, speckled with freckles on either side of his nose, with raven-black hair, and the pipe in his grasp, could only be Ace. Poor gas Ace. Casillas knew that at this hour, Ace should be loitering at the end of the uncertain. However, he never anticipated encountering this future luminary so swiftly. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Ace was remarkably swift. Had he not been, he would have been apprehended by the locals countless times, and perhaps met his demise more than once. Even a child is not afforded a guarantee of safety. Near Casillas, several ruffians dashed past, intent on subduing Ace. As the distance closed rapidly, a subtle smile graced Ace's face. How could these inept fools possibly catch him? With the steel pipe poised horizontally, 10-year-old Ace possessed strength surpassing that of the majority of adults. Otherwise, he could not roam freely in this area, robbing at will. With a swift sweep, he dispatched the 2 approaching ruffians, and Ace caught sight of the black-clad youth with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Attempting to impede me? Ace remained unfazed, swinging the pipe from above, executing a powerful strike. Yet, in the next moment, the swiftly advancing metal pipe was halted by an overwhelming force. Casillas, clad in new black leather gloves, effortlessly countered Ace's move, a triumphant smile gracing his features. "Your strength is insufficient." This statement ignited a surge of indignation within Ace, and his competitive spirit caused him to lose his composure. He halted in his tracks and began to grapple with Casillas. To his astonishment, he discovered that his once invincible strength had become futile. No matter how much force he exerted, the steel pipe remained utterly immovable. His face flushed and his neck strained. He realized he had already summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. For the young Ace, this was undoubtedly a severe blow. Casillas felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Although Ace was still in his youth, it was precisely because of his tender age that he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to assert dominance. For such chances would be fleeting. Thus, when faced with him, one must not let go easily. Ace and Casillas found themselves in a stalemate, completely oblivious to the pursuers behind them. When Ace suddenly regained his senses, regret surged within him. It was too late. Damn it. Just as he prepared to let go and make a desperate bid for escape, he overheard the voices of those behind him. "Hey, that's, indeed, the dark demon. What should we do?" "You go confront him." "I certainly will not." Chapter 29. The Stick. After exchanging a few words, one of the individuals stepped forward. "Lord Casillas. This little brat." He fidgeted nervously, carefully choosing his words. "He previously pilfered our boss's belongings. Do you think it would be appropriate for us to take him off your hands?" Gripping a steel pipe, Casillas took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "Oh, and how much are you offering?" Well." The fellow wore an expression of great perplexity. After all, he was merely a subordinate, incapable of acquiescing to such matters. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Since he could not make the decision, he resolved to seek out your elder brother for resolution. "Until then, I shall not surrender the individual to you." Casillas naturally considered Ace as a possession within his grasp. The tone of the speaker incited a greater sense of aversion in the proud Ace. Who was Ace, after all? A person who would never yield, regardless of whom he encountered. This man in black, merely possessing a tad more strength than him, acted as if he had already subdued Ace. Ace was not one to maintain his composure. At this moment, his most prudent course of action would have been to abandon his weapon and swiftly distance himself, seizing the opportunity to flee while the ruffians hesitated in fear of Casillas. Yet, his lack of composure prompted him to take an entirely opposite action. Instead of retreating, he exerted himself to pull the steel pipe, using the momentum to leap into the air and launch a punch aimed directly at Casillas, seemingly intent on incapacitating him before making his escape. It must be acknowledged that Ace, at merely 10 years of age, already demonstrated considerable prowess. His routine practice of hunting beasts in the mountains had rendered his movements decisive and rapid, possessing an element of unexpectedness. However, if Casillas were to falter here, how could he ever face the world as a gang leader again? With a swift motion, Casillas lifted the steel pipe, effectively blocking Ace mid-air, preventing his advance, and reached out to grasp the boy's clothing. Yet, Ace, quick to react, shifted his stance in the air, delivering a kick to Casillas' outstretched hand. Using the force to land safely on the ground, the steel pipe clattered to the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound. At that moment, a small stone shot from the visual blind spot of a nearby building and struck Casillas squarely in the chest, leaving a smudge of dust on his black inner lining. The impact, negligible, felt merely like a scratch to Casillas. A voice, belonging to another child of around 10 years, cried out, "Ace, run," with the call of a companion. Ace, having just regained his footing, ceased his reckless charge and immediately turned to flee towards an open space. In this fleeting moment, Casillas barely made a move. One of the thugs attempted to lunge at Ace, but was met with a bullet from Casillas, striking his thigh and sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Howling in despair, "Oh dear, my hand slipped," Casillas exclaimed theatrically. "I've been training a bit too much lately, just had a bit of a cramp. Is that all right? Hurry, take him to a doctor. Whatever the cost, just tell me, and I shall pay." Unbeknownst to him, a desert eagle gleamed with silvery reflections under the night sky, inducing dread among the onlookers. The thug who had previously approached to speak stammered, "And no, it's fine, we can cover the medical expenses ourselves." He gestured for his companions to carry away their injured comrade. Truly, who would ever believe Casillas' words? They are not fools. It is evident that this dark demon is intent on shielding that little rascal, and the reasons behind it are not for them to ponder. The leader, secretly elated, finds solace in the fact that someone has been injured, which will provide him with an explanation for their superior upon their return. After all, they did not simply flee without taking action. Indeed, they made an effort. Alas, their adversary is a dark demon. As he holstered his desert eagle, Casillas recalled a pressing question and inquired of Hawk, "What is this dark demon all about? I have not committed any heinous acts, have I?" Hawk pondered for a moment and replied, "I am uncertain who bestowed that moniker, but it has certainly circulated among the factions in the district. After all, you, boss, eliminated Scissorhands Jack upon your arrival, demonstrating considerable strength. Furthermore, your recent endeavors have involved disrupting the livelihoods of those targeted by the tax collection squad. The individuals from the district are all part of the shadowy underbelly, engaging in similar activities. And many are whispering that you will soon eradicate all who partake in such traits. Hence, they have dubbed you a demon?" Casillas brushed off the dust from his chest and glanced down at the small stones scattered on the ground. He then shifted the conversation to an entirely unrelated topic. "A slingshot, you say? Sabo is truly a mischievous child." "Sabo? Do you know that boy from earlier? Is that why you aided him?" Hawk realized something profound. "I suppose I do know him, though he is unaware of my identity." The words left Hawk somewhat perplexed. However, Casillas had already moved on, and for the moment, he chose not to inquire further, hastening to catch up after a few steps. Under the shroud of night in Danzhen, numerous abandoned houses stood, many of which had fallen into disrepair and were on the verge of collapse. Inside a roofless abode near the Galbo mountain, Ace gasped for breath. Retrieving a stash of clean water he had hidden away, he and Sabo had discovered many such hideouts. In pursuit of funds for their future maritime endeavors, they naturally targeted not the common folk, who had little to spare, for they also possessed a sense of morality, choosing instead to seize the ill-gotten gains of those in Danzhen. By robbing these individuals, they inevitably encountered the relentless pursuit of various factions, leading Ace and Sabo to sometimes hide away for days to evade detection. After all, they were merely two 10-year-old children. Securing money was already a formidable task, and standing against the overwhelming numbers of thugs was futile. The bandit family, the Danzhen, had grown accustomed to Ace's frequent and prolonged absences. A rustling sound jolted Ace awake. He instinctively braced himself, grasping a broken piece of brick nearby, ready to retaliate should an enemy discover his hiding place. However, the distinct sounds of rhythmic knocks against the wall soon reached his ears, allowing Ace to breathe a sigh of relief. It was Sabo returning. Wearing a large top hat adorned with windproof goggles, Sabo cautiously entered through the half-collapsed doorway and plopped down beside Ace, whispering in a deliberately muted tone, "Ah, that was quite perilous today. You nearly got caught. Humph. If it weren't for your carelessness in being discovered after acquiring the goods, I wouldn't have had to divert their attention to help you escape," Ace retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Sabo chuckled sheepishly. "Don't say it like that. I helped you too. I used my slingshot to draw the attention of that dark demon. Thankfully, he didn't follow us. Perhaps we held little interest for him." After Sabo had shouted for Ace to flee while hitting Casillas with his slingshot, he had slipped away undetected, thus missing the aftermath. Yet Ace was keenly aware. When he escaped, he had glanced back just in time to witness Casillas deftly draw a silver pistol and shoot the thigh of a thug who had pursued him. "He was helping me," Ace asserted confidently to Sabo. "Huh, how do you know him?" "Of course, I don't know him. I've never seen him before." "I see, so why did he help you?" Ace fell silent for a while, contemplating, before recalling that Sabo had referred to the man in black as the dark demon. He then inquired, "Do you know him?" "Yes, he just arrived here in the last few days." Reflecting on the events of 3 or 4 days ago, it appears that an individual ventured into Ronald's territory, and the following day, he eliminated the infamous Jack the Ripper. Rumor has it that a transaction of sorts was made with the nobleman behind Ronald. There are numerous accounts surrounding this incident. Subsequently, Ronald seems to have met his demise, leading to his former subordinate assuming control. Some allege that this very individual was responsible for Ronald's death. What a chaotic affair. Ace, however, remains disinterested in these matters. Sabo, with a grin revealing a conspicuously missing white tooth, remarked, "All you need to know is that this fellow is formidable. No one dares to provoke him in this region. They have even bestowed upon him the ominous nickname of Black Demon due to his penchant for donning all black attire." Chapter 30. The surrendered passenger vessel. As the pirate ship approached, the crackling sound of gunfire echoed across the open sea. Even from a distance of 10 to 20 meters, the pirates had commenced their assault, prompting the sailors, who were temporarily acting as guards aboard the passenger vessel, to retaliate. The flames at the muzzles of the guns illuminated the limited darkness. At this range, Lucien began to showcase his prowess. The effective range of the Desert Eagle exceeds 100 meters, wielding the silver handgun. Lucien effortlessly picked off each guard that dared to reveal themselves, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Desert Eagle and the unmistakable flashes of gunfire. Brass shell casings flew into the night, while the guards aboard the passenger vessel found their firearms shattered and rendered ineffective. Although the weight of the Desert Eagle and its formidable recoil make precise strikes on moving targets challenging for the average person, Lucien stands as an exception. His exceptional marksmanship, coupled with his impressive physical prowess, sets him apart. While he may not match Gray in hand-to-hand combat, Lucien's physical capabilities are undeniably formidable. On the passenger vessel, with the two ships still not having closed the distance for boarding operations, the stout captain had already discerned that they were no match for the pirates. The guards, numbering merely around 30, were clearly outnumbered, and within less than a minute, nearly half of the sailors had seen their firearms destroyed. This is quite the marksman. How unfortunate. As the pirates cast their grappling hooks to connect with the passenger ship, the initial volley of gunfire from the vessel had ceased, and the rotund captain decisively led his crew in surrender. "We surrender! We surrender!" he shouted hoarsely, flinging his firearm 2 meters onto the deck, arms raised high. Nearly kneeling in submission, the sailors followed suit. The pirates of the Bone Pirate crew, seasoned in their craft, swiftly boarded the passenger ship, brandishing swords and guns to compel the crew to gather, discarding their weapons into a corner. When Gray and Lucien stepped onto the creaking planks of the passenger ship, they found the captain and all the sailors huddled together, guarded by 7 or 8 pirates wielding firearms and blades. How dull. I expected these fellows to put up more of a fight, allowing me to stretch my limbs. What a bunch of cowards. Gray complained, his dissatisfaction palpable. But Lucien interrupted him. "Well, we have only one injured by a stray bullet, which is a fortunate outcome. You lot, summon the passengers to the deck. And remember the new rules." Aye. The pirates enthusiastically streamed into the cabin, rummaging about, taking anything of value, and not wasting food and drink, loading everything onto their own ship. Fresh water is especially scarce at sea, and food is considered secondary. Thus, easily preserved beverages are highly sought after, contributing to the reputation of pirates as heavy drinkers. The trembling passengers were led by the pirates from the cabin to the deck, gathering near the area overseen by the sailors and the captain. Among them were men, women, and even the elderly and children. Gray crossed his arms, observing the crowd, feeling it was time to speak. Yet, just before he could utter a word, a gunshot echoed from below deck. It was the unmistakable sound of a firearm, followed by an eerie silence. Was there resistance? There should still be a few pirates down there. Had they opened fire on someone? If not, it suggested the presence of a formidable individual who had dealt with them swiftly. Otherwise, how could there be just a single shot, followed by silence? Lucien exchanged a glance with Gray, signaling him to remain on deck while he approached the entrance to the cabin to assess the situation. Before he could reach the threshold, he saw someone emerging from below. A diminutive figure, partially obscured by an unconscious pirate, was slowly making its way up from the lower cabin, which typically served as the sailors' working and living quarters and should have been deserted. Strangely, this person appeared to be quite short, standing only slightly over a meter, despite being concealed by the fallen pirate. Lucien swiftly seized the rotund captain, pressing a desert eagle to his temple. "Speak. Who is that?" The captain, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, replied in a quavering voice, "There is no one else in the lower deck, except for a young girl who was brought up from Frostmoon Village, pleading with me to escort her to the Kingdom of Goya." The mention of the girl caused Gray to narrow his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the situation, and he finally discerned a clue. The individual concealed behind the unconscious pirate, revealing only a hint of red hair, wore a pair of modest yet feminine leather boots, adorned with subtle decorative patterns. "Lucien, can you strike her?" Gray inquired, glancing at Lucien, aware that the enemy held a hostage. He instinctively thought of Lucien's sharpshooting skills to handle her. Although she was merely a little girl, Gray felt no pity, only a flicker of surprise. If she chose to oppose them, eliminating the girl would pose no moral dilemma. After all, the boss, Casillas, had stipulated not to harm innocents without cause, but this enemy did not fall within that category, regardless of her youthful appearance. Christina, wielding an adult as a shield, struggled to drag the considerable weight forward, her heart racing with anxiety. This journey, intended as a brief visit to check on her father's well-being after a long absence, had unexpectedly led her into the clutches of pirates. It was bad enough to encounter pirates, but to witness the captain surrendering without a fight was beyond her expectations. When the first pirate appeared before her, her immediate instinct was to subdue him, albeit with the hilt of her weapon. She had never taken a life. After incapacitating 3 or 4 pirates, she found herself using one as a shield against the chaotic gunfire that ensued. At that moment, uncertainty gnawed at her. What should she do next? Defeat all the pirates? Such a thought was absurd, unless they were all as inept as the few she had just dispatched. At 13, she possessed strength, yet she hardly qualified as a formidable warrior. Cautiously, she remained in a low stance, her body carefully concealed, her feet still moving. Aware that even if she struck, she could not guarantee that her unfortunate shield would not meet a fatal blow. Her knife was gripped in her other hand, now drawn from its sheath. "I'll handle it," Lucien declared, upon hearing Gray's words, prompting Gray to abandon the notion of using a gun. Although these pirates had only just become adversaries, he resolved to minimize casualties wherever possible. "Hey kid, what's your name? Tell Gray." Gray's demeanor was unyielding. He never softened his language for anyone, not even for a young girl, referring to her as kid with the same bluntness. An enemy was an enemy, devoid of distinctions of age or gender. Christina remained silent at the cabin door, unsure of what to say. Noticing her reticence, Gray swiftly closed the distance, his feet pounding rhythmically on the deck as he approached the cabin entrance. He lowered his body, sweeping one leg toward the ground in an attempt to break both the sturdy wooden wall and her ankle in one decisive motion. Chapter 31. Gray's twisted thoughts. Gray moved swiftly, yet Tina's response was equally prompt. She immediately discarded the pirate she had been holding before her, allowing her longsword to descend and embed its blade into the deck of the cabin, thus creating an obstacle to thwart Gray's sweeping kick. Had Gray recklessly continued his assault, it was likely that before the pirate even touched the ground, his leg would have been cleaved in two by the sword's edge. Gray was not one to withstand blades with sheer force. Secretly admiring the girl's considerable prowess, Gray abruptly halted his motion, instead seizing the unfortunate pirate midair, swiftly retreating and tossing him aside at the doorway. Although Tina had yet to engage in a proper battle after several years of training at the swordsmanship dojo in Frostmoon Village, her remarkable talent shone through as she faced her adversary without the slightest hesitation. Seizing the opportunity while Gray was preoccupied with rescuing the pirate, She advanced relentlessly, her sharp blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Gray's exposed chest and abdomen. The blade struck true, capable of eviscerating Gray. Fortunately, Gray was no mere novice. With Lucien's remarkable marksmanship, it was evident that Gray, who shared a brotherly bond with him, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary adversary. The silver blade shimmered like flowing light, and just as it reached Gray, he deftly caught the tip of the sword between his fingers. Tina, being merely a 13-year-old girl, could hardly match the strength of an adult like Gray. She was no ordinary child with extraordinary lineage. The force accompanying the longsword was effortlessly neutralized by Gray's 2 fingers. One might wonder why he chose to employ just 2 fingers. At that moment, Gray turned his gaze toward Lucien, his eyes silently inquiring, how impressive was that move? Meanwhile, the unfortunate pirate whom Gray had tossed aside had just collided with the ship's wall, bouncing back to the ground with a thud and rolling a few times. Tina was acutely aware of her absolute disadvantage in strength. Yet she never anticipated that the force exerted by Gray's 2 fingers could be so formidable. However, this realization did not deter her from resisting. Gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, she summoned her strength to execute a spiraling motion, allowing the sword to break free from Gray's grasp. What followed was a flurry of whirlwind-like slashes. Since she could not compete in strength, she would rely on speed. Gray sensed a flash of silver light appearing before him. In a fleeting moment, Tina unleashed a barrage of strikes, each not entirely haphazard, but focused on Gray's vital points, targeting his limbs and torso. Due to her height, she found it challenging to strike at Gray's head, which would have been considerably more strenuous. This is her limit. After unleashing her ultimate move, Tina was nearly depleted of energy. Leaning on her sword against the deck, she gasped for breath, beads of sweat rapidly forming on her forehead and cheeks. As for Gray, he remained unscathed. It is not that he is impervious to harm, but rather that he sensed something when the opponent's sword slipped from his grasp. Taking a step back allowed all of Tina's sword strikes to miss entirely. She should have advanced, which at least would have continued to pressure Gray. However, Tina, still struggling to control her move, found it exceedingly taxing to even perform it, leaving her with no strength for anything else. Gray felt a twinge of exasperation. He had been quite astonished when a flurry of blades erupted before him. Truly, she is still just a young girl. To unleash an uncontrollable maneuver from the very start. Does she possess no practical experience at all? Soon, she shall be utterly defenseless. He stepped forward 2 paces, his tone ominous as he addressed Tina. At that moment, Tina was filled with not only regret but also a profound sense of helplessness. Stumbling backward while barely holding onto her sword, she pondered her next course of action. Her strength was simply too feeble, and yet, she had the audacity to proclaim to her father that she would protect him in the future. With the sweat-soaked hilt clutched in her hand, what should she do next? Perhaps she could attempt a surprise attack? Or even resort to drawing her sword for self-destruction. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. Yet she remained indecisive. Just as Gray closed in with a menacing intent, Lucien appeared behind him, delivering a forceful slap on his shoulder. Stop scaring her. TCH. Lucien, you were so dull. Did you not see? Her expression just now was utterly adorable. Did you catch that? Gray grumbled, displeased that Lucien had interrupted him. But soon his enthusiasm rekindled as he began chattering excitedly to Lucien. The shaken Tina instinctively touched her face, realizing it was damp with cold sweat. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of disdain for the young man with blue hair, Gray. Hadn't the boss said that if they encountered someone with potential, they should try to recruit them? Lucien, with a stoic expression, interrupted Gray's incessant chatter. This little girl Gray turned to scrutinize her more closely. She is quite young. Oh dear. Lucien, don't you think she would be a fine match for the boss? Lucien appeared baffled by Gray's musings. Look, how old is she? She seems even younger than the boss. Moreover, her prowess is impressive. She is destined to become a formidable swordswoman. No, a future female swordmaster. Just think. A remarkable woman deserves a worthy partner, don't you agree? Shall we introduce her to the boss as a potential bride? Lucien, having grasped Gray's thought process, asked directly. Indeed. What do you think? I believe the boss would be elated. In the future, we are the matchmakers for the boss. Look, Gray pointed at Tina. She is beautiful, isn't she? In a few years, she will undoubtedly be a great beauty. The boss will surely thank us and remember our contribution. Lucien rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Well, let us set aside such matters for now and promptly attend to our tasks. Indeed. Ahem. Gray interjected earnestly. We mustn't rush. Let us wait a couple of days until we see the captain. Alas. You there. Come here. Gray summoned 2 pirates. Keep a close watch on her. Fulfill any requests she may have. But for heaven's sake, do not let her out of your sight. This concerns the future prosperity of both me and your esteemed brother Lucien. As Tina was stripped of her long sword and escorted back to the pirate ship by the 2 pirates, her mind was still in disarray. It seemed that perhaps complying would ensure her survival. That captain they spoke of meant for her to serve him. No, she was no naive child. She understood all too well what the insidious blue-haired youth named Gray implied. Their captain was most likely a hideous and menacing old man with a predilection for young girls like herself, truly a pervert. She must find a way to escape. But for now, there was no option. If only she possessed the strength of a formidable swordsman. Far away in the bustling heart of the Kingdom of Goya, within a beautifully adorned restaurant, Casillas sat at a table dressed with a pristine white tablecloth alongside Hawk. A sudden itch in his nose prompted him to stifle a sneeze. They were eagerly awaiting the arrival of their ramen. In this restaurant, there are newspapers available for reading. During the waiting period, Casillas began to peruse the newspapers with great interest. This is precisely the newspaper disseminated by the news birds across the globe. A publication capable of reaching every corner of the Pirate King world exists solely due to the diligent efforts of these tireless messengers. Each edition brims with content, featuring sensational stories, introductions to new policies from the world government, sycophantic tributes to the celestial nobles, and, most importantly, various significant events occurring throughout the world. The copy in Casillas' hands is the latest issue, detailing events that transpired within the past fortnight. The most striking headline, prominently displayed, reads, "Shocking. The Navy has gunned down Fisher Tiger, the leader of the Fishman pirates who once wreaked havoc in Mariawa." Chapter 32. The Seven Warlords and the hero Casillas undoubtedly holds a vivid impression of Fisher Tiger. His tale of liberating enslaved individuals of various races in Mariawa is widely circulated in the Pirate King universe. The Fishman tribe regards him as a great hero, the captain of the Sun Pirates, and even Jinbi, who would later become one of the Seven Warlords, serves under him at this time. Reflecting on the Seven Warlords, Casillas ponders the differences between the current 7 and those who would set sail with Luffy a decade hence. Jinbi is not yet a warlord. And what of the others? Crocodile, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Moria, Hancock, and Kuma. It's certain that Hancock and Kuma are not yet warlords. The former has only recently ascended as the Empress of Amazon Lily, while the latter remains with the Revolutionary Army. As for the others, Doflamingo must have achieved his status relatively early, and Mihawk is already renowned. Casillas is less certain about Crocodile and Moria. Hawk, do you know who the 7 warlords are at present? Boss? Why do you ask that? Hawk, idly fiddling with the cutlery before him, inquired with curiosity upon hearing Casillas' question. To be honest, while I've heard of those prominent figures, the truth of their nature is uncertain, and I've never paid much attention to such matters. Is that so? What have you heard? Casillas pressed further. Well, some say the warlords of the sea are merely lapdogs of the world government, while others claim they have curtailed the rampant piracy in the first half of the Grand Line. In any case, some deem them worthless, while others consider them great. Some even envy their strength, suggesting that to serve the world government as a dog, one must possess considerable prowess. Those discussing such matters are often a band of precarious vagabonds. I'm not sure why they are so invested in the affairs of these prominent figures in the world. And what is your personal opinion on the 7 warlords? After a moment of hesitation, Hawk finally replied, I don't know. Those individuals feel too distant from me. Boss. With a chuckle, Casillas couldn't help but laugh aloud, leisurely addressing Hawk amidst his puzzled gaze. Hawk, while the distance may seem vast now, soon enough, it shall not be so far. Before Hawk could inquire further, Casillas set down the newspaper and continued, there is much for you to learn ahead. Even if your future endeavors revolve solely around managing wealth, you cannot remain a feeble individual. You must learn to wield a firearm and aim. You must learn to fight and take lives. Of course, you must also contemplate the security of future riches in the management of subordinates. I hope you can rise to the occasion. Certainly. I shall endeavor to do so, Hawk replied resolutely. For Casillas had liberated him from a life of uncertainty, and he harbored no desire to return to those bleak days devoid of hope, nor did he wish to fail the one who had rescued him without recompense. Ah, indeed. Casillas sipped the grape juice before him, clicking his tongue as a thought crossed his mind. Hawk, I happen to possess a devil fruit. Would you care to consume it? Without hesitation or inquiry into the nature of the devil fruit or its powers, Hawk nodded at the mere mention. Upon concluding this discussion, Hawk's gaze fell upon the newspaper, where he discerned an eye-catching headline. The literacy rate in the world of pirates is considerably better than in the medieval or ancient Eastern eras, especially since Hawk was born into a merchant family, allowing him to recognize the bold title. Has Fisher Tiger perished? The world government and the Navy seldom propagate falsehoods. Given that the paper reported it so, I believe he has indeed met his end, captured and overwhelmed by the Navy. However, the article diverged from Casillas' account, stating that the just Navy Rear Admiral Stowbury had received reports from the righteous residents of Fuchsia Island, engaging in a fierce battle with the Sun Pirates, ultimately wounding Fisher Tiger gravely, leading to his demise shortly thereafter. The details regarding the seizure of the warship and Fisher Tiger's refusal to spill human blood until his death could not be disclosed. Such particulars would circulate through the shadowy channels of the black market worldwide, matters that even the world government and the celestial dragons could not suppress. What a pity. I believe he could be considered a hero. Hawk hesitated slightly as he expressed his thoughts on the matter. A hero of your cherished justice? Casillas inquired with a smile. I suppose so. The celestial dragons, their arrogance surpasses even that of the nobility here. Had he not liberated those thousands of enslaved souls, their fate would have been dire. Even within the confines of this private chamber, Hawk spoke with an instinctive caution, refraining from directly criticizing the celestial dragons, a sentiment that Casillas could readily comprehend. The celestial dragons, indeed. To offend them invites the wrath of an admiral, a figure of immense power who reigns at the pinnacle of the seas, capable of wreaking unparalleled devastation. This is no exaggeration. This is the essence of power. Indeed, he is a hero, yet merely a hero. Casillas remarked to Hawk, the existence of such heroes cannot rescue the vagabonds of the Kingdom of Goya, nor can they save the slaves held by the celestial dragons. Of course, he has salvaged a small fraction of them. This fraction, in the future, will wield significant influence. What Casillas referred to were the Empress's 3 sisters, along with the little girl exchanged with Fisher Tiger to Fuchsia Island, who, if memory serves me right, is destined to become the wife of the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army? That rascal Sabo is still meandering aimlessly at the terminus of uncertainty. Hawk, momentarily disregarding Casillas' discourse on heroes, curiously inquired, Boss, what do you mean? What significance? You shall understand soon enough. At that moment, the waiter presented a large white porcelain bowl brimming with steaming ramen, instantly igniting Casillas' appetite. Hawk fell silent. The white noodles, vibrant green vegetable shreds, and creamy broth appeared far superior to the Lanzhou ramen Casillas frequently consumed in the past, especially with several generous pieces of marinated beef on top. Indeed, another bowl, please. Iker Casillas slammed his hand on the table, calling out before he had even eaten. The chef, who stood by, bowed in acknowledgement and hurried away. A few drops of vibrant red chili oil were added, and with a gentle stir, the enticing aroma of noodles wafted through the air. Unable to contain his eagerness, Casillas swiftly lifted a pair of chopsticks, slurping the steaming noodles into his mouth. The scalding heat of the noodles posed no hindrance for him. Instead, it intensified the pleasure of his meal. In deliberate imitation, Hawk grimaced as he felt the burn. Chapter 33. 3 days later, Casillas enjoyed a leisurely existence. He had no immediate plans to recruit a large following in the town of Danzhen to expand his influence, as he believed he had better options. Thus, apart from honing his abilities each day, he began to instruct Hawk in marksmanship and combat techniques. Although Casillas himself was largely self-taught, his proficiency with firearms allowed him to adequately teach newcomers, while he also possessed some insights into hand-to-hand combat. That evening, Hawk consumed the pink devil fruit that Casillas had acquired from the red-haired individual. To everyone's surprise, Hawk spent a considerable time retching and ultimately informed Casillas that the fruit's power was the ability to create sweetness. It could produce anything that tasted sweet, such as various candies, and could transform anything into a sweet flavor. In other words, even a pile of dog excrement could be made to taste sweet, though the question of who would choose to consume dog excrement remained a separate matter. The unexpected nature of this revelation stemmed from the immediate association Casillas made with the Big Mom Pirates. Among the myriad of devil fruit users linked to food, the presence of such a power seemed entirely fitting. In other words, had Casillas not intervened, would this devil fruit have ultimately become a capability for each member of the Big Mom Pirates? He instructed Hawk to apply this ability to his cigarette, and instantly, a sweet flavor emerged from the burning end. It was a delightful sweetness, fragrant yet not cloying, and similarly, the smoke produced by the burning tobacco carried this flavor, providing a novel experience. Although Casillas was not particularly fond of sweets, this flavor still brought him a sense of comfort. The thought that even a pile of dog excrement could be transformed into such a taste left him with a peculiar feeling. Aside from this, there was little else to recount over the 3 days. On the evening of the third day, Casillas sat beside a newly excavated pond in the backyard, continuously employing his abilities. This large pit, filled with water, had been dug the previous day, and the details of the expenses were matters for Hawk, which Casillas chose not to concern himself with. In any case, the utility of the pond was undeniably convenient. The surface of the water alternated between freezing into solid ice and silently melting, transitioning almost instantaneously without much intermediate process, a remarkably swift transformation. Casillas could sense that. With continuous use, the power of the devil fruit was steadily enhancing. Both the speed of its effects and the range of temperatures were witnessing improvement. Although the progress was modest, such is the nature of the devil fruit's strength. One cannot become fat in a single bite, nor slim down in an instant. "Boss, Brother Gray is back," came Hawk's voice from the room. Due to their age difference, Hawk naturally referred to Gray and Lucien with the affectionate title of brother. Without needing to glance, Casillas soon heard Gray rushing into the backyard with great enthusiasm, presenting a small box as if it were a treasure. "Boss, look, we've got the telephone bugs." Casillas was not in a hurry to examine the telephone bug's appearance. Instead, he casually inquired about the experiences Hawk and Lucien had during the past few days. "Boss, did you know? We didn't spend a dime on these telephone bugs. Just 3 nights ago, we encountered a passenger ship at the boundary of the open sea. And not only did we seize some gold and jewels, but we also managed to acquire a few telephone bugs. That sounds rather fortunate." Casillas reached for the box, which was a simple brown leather case secured with a basic clasp. With a gentle press, it sprang open. Inside, a bed of unfamiliar dry hay was laid, and one telephone bug was slowly emerging from its shell, gazing at Casillas with its 2 dazed eyes. "I've heard that these telephone bugs look like this when not in use, but once a conversation begins, they can perfectly mimic the expressions, tones, and gazes of the interlocutor. Truly remarkable." Gray eagerly boasted about the knowledge he had recently acquired from the previous owner of the telephone bugs. Moreover, caring for these creatures was quite simple. They required only a minimal amount of food each day and were not picky eaters, thriving on vegetables or even wild grasses. The telephone bug appeared as an ordinary snail, slightly larger than a fist, yet its surface lacked the slimy secretion typical of smaller snails, resembling instead the smooth texture of human skin. Its grayish-black shell was already fitted with a similarly dark microphone and a numerical dial. This is a truly remarkable little creature. One cannot help but say that the first word that springs to mind when Casillas gazes upon it is adorable, endearing. I can only imagine that many women from his past life would shriek at the sight of such a being, their cries echoing with the might of a conqueror's will. However, the creature's wide, vacant eyes slightly mar the charm. Setting that aside, Casillas closed the box and summoned Hawk to store it away, then turned to Gray and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Seven Warlords? Could you tell me who they are?" Gray, momentarily distracted by the half-frozen surface of the pond, pondered for a moment before beginning to recite a few names from memory. Compared to Hawk's utter indifference towards such matters, Gray exhibited a fair degree of familiarity. As he listed the 7 names, Casillas recognized only 3: Crocodile, the Sand Alligator, Dracula Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and Boa Hancock, the Empress. The remaining 4 names were entirely unfamiliar to him, which was somewhat at odds with his earlier assumptions. Moreover, he had heard that the Empress had only recently joined the ranks of the Warlords, less than 6 months ago. For someone like Casillas, who had traversed time, being well acquainted with the narrative seemed to pose a slight challenge. He was not an aficionado of the One Piece lore, nor did he have the inclination to research the ascensions of the 7 Warlords, especially with the multitude of characters that populate this work. Nonetheless, these figures held little significance in relation to him, and his interest was primarily piqued out of curiosity. "By the way, boss." Noticing Casillas lost in thought after hearing the 7 names, Gray broached another topic. "During our heist, we also captured a girl." "A girl? What about her?" "Well," Gray replied somewhat sheepishly, "the girl appears to be around 12 or 13 years old, yet her swordsmanship is quite formidable. I exerted considerable effort to subdue her, intending to bring her back for you to see." However, upon our ship's arrival at the dock, we discovered she had vanished. Let her go then. Casillas shrugged off the matter, showing little concern, even as the keywords young girl and formidable swordsmanship failed to capture his attention. Gray had intended to say more, but seeing Casillas' lack of interest, he fell silent. Meanwhile, the girl Gray referred to, Tina, stood before the dilapidated tavern owned by the unfortunate Ronald, the very establishment that lacked even a proper sign. As the pirate ship neared the shore, Tina skillfully pried open a porthole with a concealed tool and leapt into the sea. In their excitement to dock, the pirates momentarily forgot to keep an eye on her, allowing her to make a successful escape. By the time they realized her absence, she had vanished without a trace. Her reason for arriving at this tavern was simple: it was her home. The deceased Ronald was her father, and she was the daughter whom Ronald once mentioned to Casillas. A girl with remarkable talent in swordsmanship, studying at the dojo in Frostmoon Village. She bore her mother's surname, Christina. Tina was unaware of what awaited her. At that moment, she inwardly lamented that this homecoming journey, which was meant to be pleasant, had been disrupted by pirates, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. How could she explain this to her father when they met? Chapter 34. Revenge in the dimly lit, cramped space. 13-year-old Christina had changed into a simple, coarse linen garment. She gazed at Vladil, who stood before her with his head bowed, towering over her by a considerable height. The imposing figure, nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, bore an expression of guilt, unable to meet the gaze of the girl who had just learned of her father's demise. So, you loyal subordinates, did you simply stand by as my father was killed while you comfortably accepted his position, serving that old dog Carimula? Her voice, though youthful, carried an undeniable air of authority, largely due to Vladil's demeanor in her presence. These words were merely a venting of Tina's frustration, akin to a curse. In truth, she understood well that if Vladil had indeed taken over everything as she accused, and felt a sense of triumph, a little girl like her would hardly be able to speak to him alone in the tavern's inner chamber. Those with even a shred of conscience would avoid her, while the heartless might contemplate how to eliminate her entirely. She was uncertain about others, but at least Vladil, who had watched her grow, would not entertain such thoughts. His bond with her father was akin to that of brothers. Thus, after a prolonged silence, she softly apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Vladil. I let my emotions get the better of me. Could you share the specific details with me? As it stood, she only knew that her father had incurred Carimula's displeasure and had consequently been murdered. The nobility possessed such power, although the law forbade all defined transgressions. It is regrettable that the law cannot govern everything. At least, this was the case in the world of the Pirate King. Furthermore, most people understood that while the solemn legal text did not explicitly state it, the nobility indeed enjoyed privileges that allowed them to act outside the law. This is what is determined by one's status and origin. Vladil recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, providing Tina with a general understanding. Did he not perceive this? Why was there no preparation made in advance? How many have perished serving that old dog? Tina maintained a semblance of composure, refraining from tears, yet her heart was tumultuous. After years of practicing kendo, her small hands were calloused, tightly clenched into fists, with joints rendered pale from the intensity of her grip. Your father is not oblivious to this. Vladil's expression turned pained. When Scissorhands Jack was defeated, he sensed that something dire was imminent. Then why? I am well acquainted with the nature of Carimura. It is his common practice to exact vengeance by eliminating those who fail him. I urged Ronald to hastily depart from the Kingdom of Goya and to seek your company in leaving this place. Yet he refused. Ronald insisted that if he fled, the brothers who followed him would likely face calamity. Given Carimura's brutality, it was not inconceivable that all his relatives and connections would also suffer the consequences. He had done such things before. Conversely, if he bore the brunt of it all, based on past experience, Carimura's wrath would likely be directed solely at Ronald, subsequently selecting one among us as his successor. Tina was well aware of this. If she were to describe her father, she would undoubtedly use the word foolish. He was not a virtuous man. Yet he treated his comrades who accompanied him through life with genuine kindness, willing to sacrifice his own life for their safety, much like the reality she currently faced. Bang! Tina's hand slammed down on the low table before her, the mediocre wooden surface cracking under the force, leaving a dent. He never considered my feelings, that scoundrel. Tina unreservedly uttered words she would never typically associate with her father. To many, Ronald's actions were indeed foolish and despicable. Finally, a tear escaped her eye, trailing down her fair skin. In the next moment, Her fury mingled with sorrow was quelled as she wiped away her tears and turned to Vladil. So, what is your next plan? Upon hearing Tina's question, Vladil perked up. Ronald had previously advised me on this matter. He mentioned seeking out that dark demon. Dark demon? A glint of hatred flashed in Tina's eyes. He is indeed the architect of my father's demise. Vladil fell silent. Rationally speaking, the true object of hatred should be the ruthless Karamura, while Casillas' guilt was ambiguous. He could be deemed responsible or absolved of responsibility. It was as if he had fortuitously stumbled into this predicament, appearing somewhat innocent. However, logic is but logic, if it were always sound. The world would not be rife with hatred and conflicts of interest, even if one tried to convince themselves to overlook the troublesome figure of Casillas. It was an impossible endeavor. It is akin to a new car malfunctioning and causing a fatal accident. Ultimately, the car manufacturer bears the responsibility. Yet would the bereaved family harbor no resentment towards the unfortunate driver? Certainly not. But seeking vengeance against Karamura seemed insurmountable. Vladil lamented, "Uncle, I possess only brute strength. And I am far inferior to a true monster like Jack the Ripper. Even though we have loyal brothers willing to join us in seeking revenge and possess the most advanced naval weaponry, achieving retribution remains a daunting task. Not to mention, Karamura's ties with the naval high command of the Eastern Sea run deep to an unimaginable extent. This presents a stark contrast of power. The high nobility of the Goya kingdom not only enjoys military protection, but also possesses their own trained bodyguards. Moreover, it remains uncertain how many pirate crews belong to this individual in the East Sea. With a mere command, the amassed force is formidable, so overwhelming that it takes one's breath away. Therefore, it is imperative to seek collaboration with this dark demon, as it may provide an opportunity for revenge. Tina voiced such a query. Indeed, Vladil replied gravely, affirming with two definitive words. Is he truly that formidable? Tina inquired, her mind drifting back to the incident of being ambushed by pirates on her return journey. Not long ago, this event occupied her thoughts with utmost significance. Yet now it seemed trivial. She merely hoped that those pirates would not cross her path again. This reflection arose from her renewed awareness of the helplessness that accompanies a lack of strength. Were she endowed with great power, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament during the pirate attack. With such strength, she could single-handedly storm into Gao Town, eliminate Kalamura, and display his head upon the palace walls of the Goya kingdom. Uncle Vladil, have you had any dealings with this fellow named Casillas? What are your impressions? A few days ago, I mentioned to one of his subordinates my desire to meet him, yet I have received no word as of today. I wonder if he is disinclined to meet, or if there is another reason. Vladil mused. However, his residence is not a secret. Since you have arrived, Tina, it may be more fitting for you to discuss the matter of avenging Ronald with him. If he has not sought us out today, I shall escort you there tomorrow. Tina casually acknowledged this. Yet, in her heart, she contemplated the significance of strength. Is it possible for her future self to become a grand swordsman akin to Hawkeye, traversing the seas with unmatched prowess? It is said that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, enjoys unparalleled freedom, often drifting upon a small vessel across the Grand Line, effortlessly dispatching those who offend him, and having engaged in a legendary duel with one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, a tale frequently recounted with admiration. Chapter 35. The nobles hunt. A nobleman, standing at approximately 5 feet tall, surveyed the street with eyes scarcely larger than mung beans. He was not in search of anything in particular, but rather, as a matter of routine, sought his prey. As a noble, he possessed interests that were either absent or far more profound than those of common folk. He indulged in no other vices, no smoking, no drinking, nor the consumption of hallucinogenic substances, save for his passion for women. From a young age, upon the maturation of his own desires, he experienced pleasures that transcended the conventional boundaries between genders. Certainly, he had no interest in seeking pleasure from any creatures other than women. As one of the 4 aristocrats under the command of Karamura, each possessed their own peculiar tastes. For instance, the slender noble reveled in games reminiscent of the childhood pastimes of boys wielding wooden toy guns. However, his preference lay for genuine blades and the thrill of bloodshed. This posed a dilemma. While it was permissible for his subordinates to occasionally slay a few, the slender noble, who indulged in this macabre pastime daily, could not possibly find enough minions to satiate his bloodlust. Thus, it became customary for him to randomly capture some commoners to expend his excess energy. These wretches, whose very breaths were irksome, were better off meeting their demise at his own hands, thus conserving resources. Moreover, the tall noble had a penchant for fine wines, many of which were not purchased but rather brewed by himself. He had acquired numerous wineries and estates, often demanding lives in lieu of payment. Then there was the avaricious rotund noble, whose every copper coin, representing the smallest unit of currency, was tainted with unseen blood. After all, in the capital city, even the commoners' thoroughfares were vibrant and resplendent, illuminated by countless signs that guided the evening passers-by. The short noble was perpetually accompanied by a throng of attendants, who vigilantly observed their master's demeanor and movements. Upon spotting a target of interest, they would converge upon the unfortunate woman, whisking her away to their master's abode. Should fortune favor her, she might even return alive the following morning. The short noble's attire was remarkably austere, a reflection of his initial success in procuring satisfactory women. However, as time passed, such finds became scarce, for the commoners had begun to realize that a particular noble harbored such inclinations. Consequently, he adopted a guise, forsaking the pomp of nobility. Initially, this ruse proved effective, but soon became futile, as his diminutive stature, accompanied by a retinue, rendered him easily recognizable among the common folk. Thus, he had refrained from venturing out for quite some time. If he were to offer some advantages to the families of these women, perhaps there might be those desperate enough to present their daughters or even wives for his indulgence. Yet, the women that did find their way into his clutches seldom survived, particularly as he grew increasingly dissatisfied with mere physical pleasures. Those who fell into his hands were often left broken or lifeless. Furthermore, he was loath to part with even a modicum of his wealth. Once, a slave trader had presented him with a beautiful slave in hopes of securing some favor. Yet that very trader soon met his untimely end on the streets, with all his possessions falling into the hands of the rotund noble. There existed slaves cultivated specifically to cater to individuals with his proclivities. Regrettably, he remained reluctant to spend, unless the beauty was truly exceptional. Today, once again, he found himself in the bustling central street, driven by a prolonged absence of satisfactory women and a growing sense of agitation. A few days ago, after being reprimanded by Lord Karimu, the chubby fellow expressed his grievances towards the three of them. He asserted that if they did not assist him in dealing with Casillas, he would sever their access to the coveted goods, beautiful women, fine wine, and high-grade weaponry. This matter left him quite dissatisfied. In his view, the rotund individual held a considerable portion of his assets thanks to the assistance of the three of them. Now, he audaciously threatened them. It was utterly ungrateful. However, the avaricious man was resolute in his intentions, especially when it came to his wealth. The night air was imbued with a refreshing coolness, allowing him to momentarily set aside his troubles. As he squinted, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Within a dessert shop, he caught sight of a figure with crimson hair. Excitement surged through him, triggering an abundance of certain hormones, as the short-statured nobleman's hand pointed in that direction. Those around him instantly grasped his meaning. 7 or 8 individuals positioned themselves, with 2 blocking the entrance of the dessert shop, while the others surged inside. This woman, no, it should be a young girl, whose physique has yet to fully develop, yet her alabaster skin and vibrant crimson tresses, coupled with her petite frame and striking features, create a breathtaking visage. All of this led the diminutive nobleman to fantasize about how he might slowly torment and savor the presence of mature married women, vibrant young maidens, and innocent little girls. Regardless of the type, all were to his liking. Such exquisite specimens had not graced his existence in quite some time. The events unfolding here are regarded by the surrounding civilians with trepidation, as if they were venomous serpents. The proprietor of the confectionery, along with the staff and patrons, remained eerily silent, fully aware of the flintlock pistols holstered at the waists of these individuals, and vaguely comprehending their intent to surround the young girl. Such audacity is reserved solely for the nobility, a class that must not be trifled with. Christina felt particularly unfortunate of late. She had encountered pirates on her way home, narrowly escaping with her life, only to learn of the demise of her naive father at the hands of his enemies, with whom she now found herself compelled to conspire for revenge. Now, merely seeking a bite to eat, she was once again embroiled in trouble. If only she had thought to disguise herself. In moments of joy, she indulged in delightful sweets as a reward, and now, in this trying time, she sought solace in them as well, a form of catharsis for her troubled spirit. Young lady? The leader, a fellow whose attire resembled that of a ruffian, spoke in a gentle tone. Our master wishes to extend an invitation for you to dine with him. You must understand, this is the invitation of a nobleman. and we hope you will consider it with due seriousness." He spoke casually, presuming that a mere child would be terrified at the mere mention of nobility, making her abduction a trivial matter. "And where is your master?" Christina, initially absorbed in savoring her cream pudding from the glass cup, finally lifted her gaze. With an unexpected calmness that belied her youth, she inquired. The man gestured towards the outside, following his gaze. Christina spotted a short nobleman leering at her with a disconcerting eagerness. As Ronald's daughter, she had heard whispers of this particular noble. Upon seeing him, her previous intention to draw the hidden broken blade from her possession and dispatch these scoundrels before fleeing shifted dramatically. With a slightly sweetened tone, she asked, "Is he truly a nobleman?" The sound nearly caused the seasoned sycophant, who had served under the diminutive noble for many years, to falter. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, offering a confident smile as he provided a resolute answer. The little girl's fluctuating tone did not faze him in the slightest. Those of lower status within the aristocracy always aspired to ascend the social ladder, and the common folk naturally harbored aspirations of marrying their daughters into nobility to attain a higher station. He merely regarded this girl as precociously aware, recognizing her as the object of a noble's attentions, which were marked by an earnestness that was quite evident. Tina wore an expectant smile, tinged with a hint of nervousness. It is universally acknowledged that tension is a natural response. Yet, at this moment, no one is aware that this girl is on the verge of committing murder in plain sight, targeting a nobleman. Is she nervous? Certainly. This marks her inaugural act of taking a life, a pivotal step towards avenging her father. As for what to do after the act, such considerations are beyond her current grasp. Chapter 36. The throat-slitting surrounding onlookers cast curious glances at the unfolding scene, though the majority prudently kept their distance. It was evident that only a nobleman would dare to engage in such affairs. For them, eliminating a peasant who displeases them is akin to crushing an ant underfoot. Tina exhibited a nuanced blend of anticipation and excitement, tempered with a hint of shyness, much like any ordinary girl. To outsiders, she resembled those women who strive to infiltrate the noble families, albeit with the distinction of her youth. In truth, a 13-year-old girl is not without her prospects for marriage. The short-statured retainers of the nobleman encircling her felt a mixture of pity for this Navi girl's innocence and a twinge of resentment over their own lack of noble status. As Tina drew nearer, the nobleman was able to scrutinize her delicate features more closely. He flashed a smile that nearly made her retch. "Come here, little girl." The girl, standing shorter than him, elicited an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in the nobleman due to their height disparity. Though he was not indifferent to his stature, he did not harbor thoughts of sending all taller individuals to the depths of hell. However, in a world where many towered around 2 meters or even taller, his own height of 1.50 meters was a constant reminder of his inferiority. At this moment, he mused that perhaps this child could linger a few days longer, allowing him to relish her company. He had encountered girls of a similar age before, but none had struck him as fitting so perfectly in height, nor possessing such exquisite beauty. Precious things are always worth cherishing, are they not? Standing before a nobleman instilled a genuine sense of fear in the girl. For Tina lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and remained at a distance, hesitating to advance further. "What is the matter?" The nobleman believed his smile to be endearing and charming. "Come closer." In reality, while his appearance was not particularly handsome, it was hardly unattractive either. However, due to his expression and demeanor, many perceive him as quite unattractive, especially when he smiles. Yet, those around him rarely dare to voice such a truth. Tina appeared hesitant, her gaze fixed downwards, yet she slowly advanced, inching forward. One of her hands hung beside her lace-trimmed skirt, timidly tugging at the hem. As she drew nearer, the diminutive nobleman's green bean-like eyes radiated an increasingly intense emerald glow. If gazes could inflict harm, Tina would likely be pierced with 1,000 wounds at that moment. At last, she stood before him, and with a mere outstretch of his hand, the short nobleman could grasp her hair and delicate form. Indeed, he did just that. As he extended his hand, Tina finally began to lift her head. No one noticed as her fingers, still clutching the skirt's edge, gradually ventured beneath its fabric. Even if they had, their attention would have been drawn solely to the smooth expanse of her thigh, exposed above the knee, unadorned by concealment. The youthful girl's thigh, pristine and radiant, shimmered under the glow of the streetlights on a nocturnal boulevard. The nobleman's hand hovered just shy of resting upon her head. At that moment, he beheld her alluring visage in its entirety, including those eyes, dark yet seemingly imbued with a hint of crimson, exuding a chilling, lethal intent. he sensed something amiss. As a nobleman, he was accustomed to a life of luxury, devoid of physical exertion. Moreover, after years of relentless dedication to the arduous studies of the interplay between the sexes, he had become a mere shell of physical prowess, utterly lacking in agility. His reflexes reflected this inadequacy. Before he could utter a sound or command his body to retreat, a flash of silver streaked before his eyes. Gasps erupted around him. The short nobleman stood momentarily dazed, initially oblivious to the unfolding events, but soon an indescribable sting began to spread in his throat. He could also feel warmth trickling from that very spot. He reached out to touch it. Indeed, it was warm, with a slightly sticky and somewhat slippery texture. Bringing his hand before his eyes, he realized it was blood. The vibrant shade of red mirrored the hue of the other's hair. He parted his lips, and a torrent of briny liquid surged from his throat, saturating his mouth. The airiness of his throat rendered him incapable of producing coherent sounds. And as he attempted to speak, the wound widened dramatically. The severed artery, initially held together by the rapidity of the injury, was now subjected to the relentless pressure exerted by the heart, forcing blood to surge from his body. The ruptured artery incessantly spilled the lifeblood of the diminutive nobleman. Instinctively, he pressed a hand against his neck, yet it was futile. The blood continued to spurt forth, staining everything around him, including the delicate figure of Tina in her light-colored dress. A profound sense of helplessness and suffocation enveloped him, causing his body to weaken. He collapsed helplessly. In the final moment before succumbing to darkness, his eyes caught a glimpse of the dagger in Tina's hand, shimmering with a silvery light. No longer than the span of her palm. Perhaps the diminutive nobleman had never envisioned such an end. In truth, even as consciousness slipped away, his mind had yet to fully comprehend the situation. In other words, he departed this world without ever grasping how he had met his demise. Around him, his subordinates stood in stunned silence. All of this transpired within the brief span of merely a second or two. It is not that they required such an extensive duration to react. Rather, they could scarcely fathom that their master, a nobleman, had been so brutally slain with a single stroke to the neck. The copious amount of blood made it abundantly clear that survival was an impossibility. They found themselves utterly bewildered, grappling with the shocking reality. Who would have the audacity to murder a noble? Is this noble their master? So, seize her. It was unclear who uttered that command, but aside from a select few who may have been genuinely paralyzed by fear, the rest immediately encircled Tina. One individual crouched down to inspect, then shook his head at the others. My lord, he has no breath left. The flicker of hope within them was extinguished. They glared with blood-red eyes, wishing they could devour the girl alive in their wrath. They were acutely aware that with the death of the noble, regardless of the circumstances, their fates would be dire. They could only cling to the hope of capturing the perpetrator. Perhaps the other nobles, in a moment of mercy, would spare their families. Tina nonchalantly wiped the specks of crimson from her face. After slaying this noble, she felt a surge of relief. She could not deny her impulsiveness. Instead of fleeing, she had brazenly executed this loathsome noble in the street. It was likely that the entire Kingdom of Goya would be rocked by this incident, and perhaps even the entire East Sea, as well as the Great Sea Route and the other 3 seas, would come to know of it. Such occurrences of commoners brazenly eliminating nobles were exceedingly rare. The dagger in her hand bore no trace of blood. It was a sharp and fine blade. Albeit a bit short, yet she cherished it dearly. Moving forward, she must strive to survive. Chapter 37. Unrest in today's world. The death of an individual is often inconsequential. For an ordinary person, whether succumbing to illness, falling victim to an accident, or being slain, it seldom garners attention. At most, only their relatives and acquaintances will remember them for a brief time, after which, aside from the bones buried in obscurity, they leave no trace in this world. However, nobles are different, especially when one is murdered in broad daylight. Within minutes, the city guards, responsible for the defense of the high town and the royal palace, cordoned off the area completely. Some civilians who witnessed the event were also detained and interrogated for every detail. The murder of a noble would soon reach the ears of the king, commanding significant attention. Keldon, responsible for city security and order, was drenched in sweat. He too was a noble. Yet, just as the populace was divided into royalty, nobility, commoners, and wandering scoundrels, the nobility was stratified into ranks. Keldon was merely a minor noble. Though he had some backing, it paled in comparison to that of the recently deceased short noble. In light of such an incident, he would undoubtedly be held accountable unless he could swiftly track down and apprehend the murderer. Otherwise, Once the wrath of Karamura and the king descended upon him, his fate would be far worse than death. My lord, a member of the city guard approached and addressed Keldon, who was stifling the urge to vomit. The situation has been largely clarified. The Kingdom of Goya lacks public officers akin to the police. The city's security issues are solely the responsibility of the city guard, of which Keldon is the supreme leader. Speak. According to all eyewitnesses, this nobleman had an encounter with a red-haired maiden. During this encounter, the maiden suddenly erupted, severing his neck with a single stroke. The red-haired maiden? Where is she now? Keldon inquired. After slaying the nobleman, the red-haired maiden felled several attackers before escaping, despite sustaining injuries, and made her way toward the outskirts of the city. Humph. Keldon scoffed, a chilling glare emanating from his eyes. What is the matter with these wretches? Capture those worthless fools. They cannot even apprehend a mere girl. They shall pay for their incompetence. Keldon seethed inwardly, his fury reaching a boiling point. Had the underlings of that short-statured nobleman been able to seize the assailant at that moment, it would have made his explanations far easier. Instead, these inept, worthless insects failed him, and also apprehend the civilians who witnessed this entire affair and throw them into the dungeons. They merely stood by as a noble was slain. These worthless beings must also face consequences. The city guard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately responded, yes. Arresting these civilians served merely as an outlet for Keldon's rage and anxiety. If he could not swiftly capture the murderer, then, even if he were to perish, he would ensure that many others were dragged down with him. In some way, this would provide him with a modicum of solace. Truly, it was an unwarranted catastrophe. What has become of this world? How could there exist those audacious enough to slay a noble? That murderer is the most despicable of all. She must be apprehended at all costs to preserve everything, and let this wretched woman pay for her crimes. The common folk began to cry out in terror. Yet the city guards, essentially a military force, loomed with their weapons and cold, unfeeling gazes, compelling many to wisely choose silence. Those who dared to speak were struck down with the butts of rifles, while others resigned themselves to their fate in fearful silence. They could blame no one but themselves, perhaps regretting their decision to linger and witness the spectacle, ultimately leading to their own demise. As for harboring resentment towards the noble who sought to ensnare them, they might have felt a twinge of hatred, but none dared cast even a fleeting glance in that direction. Time rewinds slightly. Before the short noble had identified his target leading to his own demise, the corpulent noble was ensconced in a leather sofa, surveying the kneeling individuals before him with an air of authority. You immediately take a contingent and continue collecting taxes from those vagabonds. One of them hesitated, wearing a strained yet obsequious smile. But my lord, what shall we do about that Casillas? We've already lost several of our men. This fellow is far too vicious. The fat noble's smile twisted into a sinister grin. Dare you question me? No, no. How could we ever question you, esteemed lord? Yet we truly have no means to deal with that Casillas. You need not concern yourselves with that. The corpulent noble replied, his tone softening considerably upon hearing their plight. Come in. Two servants entered, bearing a wooden crate, which they carefully set before the kneeling individuals. My lord, what is this? I procured some firearms at a considerable cost, the noble proclaimed with pride. I am aware that this fellow even bested the infamous Jack the Ripper, but he cannot be invulnerable like Jack. You will lure him out. Then, unleash a volley from the firearms. I refuse to believe he can survive. The corpulent noble had contemplated deeply over the past few days, feeling that Lord Carimula had been overly timid. Indeed, Casillas was formidable, having dispatched even Carimula's most prized subordinates, perhaps instilling a sense of trepidation in Lord Carimula. Yet this individual was merely a youth. How formidable could he truly be? With a flintlock musket in hand, the noble was adamant that Casillas could not escape unscathed. To sever a man's means of income is akin to slaying his kin. At this moment, the corpulent noble selectively disregarded the notion of Casillas and Carimula's collaboration. He was resolute in reclaiming his lost funds. For every coin lost, his heart ached anew. Moreover, the spoils extracted from those lowly peasants amounted to far more than a single coin. Even though he had numerous businesses and earned far more than what this incident could yield, the mere thought of this trivial loss drove him to madness. Eliminate Casillas. He firmly believed that this was the best choice. Not long after, Casillas, with an air of ennui, was poking at the vegetables in his salad and the unidentifiable meat sausage on his plate with his fork when a knock at the door interrupted him. Gray did not linger long before returning to set forth with Lucien to the hometown of first mate Jack. In the room, only he and Hawk remained. Hawk went to answer the door, and shortly thereafter, he returned, his expression rather grim as he addressed Casillas. Those tax collectors have come again upon hearing this. Casillas burst into laughter. Well, they certainly have some nerve to show their faces again. He drew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, suppressing his excitement. He felt perhaps he had been too lenient, as these individuals seemed incapable of learning from their past mistakes. This time, he resolved to eliminate a few of them to ensure they understood that his words should be heeded with utmost seriousness. Which one should he dispose of? Chapter 38. The ambush in the kingdom's capital at night. The distinctions between the three tiers were starkly pronounced, more so than during the day, owing to the artificial illumination. The royal palace, along with the affluent district, boasted virtually no extensive areas of darkness. Every magnificent structure and the expansive green spaces and roads were aglow with bright lights. The ruling elite spared no effort in perfecting every detail of their domain, showcasing their status and emphasizing their stark difference from the common folk. This epitomized the disparity between individuals. Surrounding the central street beneath the affluent district, at least in the commercial hub, the lights blazed brightly. However, a short distance away, one could only glimpse the faint twinkling of lights from the homes of the commoners, casting a soft glow into the surrounding darkness. Casillas gazed up at the starlit sky, where countless stars adorned the heavens. Regrettably, he possessed no knowledge of constellations. Had he known even a little, he might have found himself intrigued enough to discern the intricate patterns in the starlight, pondering any connections to his past life. Yet, it was highly improbable. This time, he did not allow Hawk to accompany him, as he sensed that there might be peril lurking ahead. These individuals, having maintained a semblance of decorum for several days, have once again reemerged, undoubtedly having devised a strategy. Beyond their proclivity for violence, what else might they excel at? It is highly probable that the nobles lurking in the shadows have begun to lend them support. If the central streets at night still bear some traces of prosperity, then the terminus of uncertainty at Danzhen and its outskirts truly represents a desolate wasteland. Here at Danzhen, there remain a few scattered lights. Though scant, they still exist. In stark contrast, the terminus of uncertainty, which could aptly be dubbed a mountain of refuse, reveals not even a flicker of artificial illumination. The distant starlight and moonlight serve as the sole sources of illumination for those who dwell here. Of course, there is also the flickering glow of fire. The wanderers, still very much human and inherently social beings, naturally congregate and construct their makeshift shelters. This place echoes the one where Hawk once resided, situated in the same vicinity. Among the wanderers, a hierarchy exists, albeit less pronounced. The robust and vigorous youths can seize the freshest refuse, yielding greater rewards, and may even possess clandestine ties with the exploiters of Danzhen. Women, the elderly, and children undoubtedly represent the vulnerable demographic, primarily subjected to the imposition of so-called taxes. At this moment, the fire used for boiling water and cooking has just been forcibly extinguished by this newly arrived group, who gather the marginalized with derogatory words, revealing their intentions. The embers of the fire continue to smolder, casting flickering red spots of light. The menacing leader stands at the forefront. He is the same obsequious chief who had recently knelt before the corpulent nobleman, having shown undue deference to Casillas. However, this evening he shall no longer suffer in silence. You wretched commoners, he bellows, do you truly believe that your association with the one called Casillas grants you the right to revel in arrogance? I tell you tonight, right here, we shall eradicate all opposition. Furthermore, the taxes you will owe from now on will double. These words stirred a certain unrest among the crowd. However, tranquility soon descended upon them, for each individual surrounding them wielded a firearm. The notion of one firearm is vastly different from that of dozens. What? Do you intend to resist? The man boasted with audacity, proclaiming, have you all been living comfortably these days? Look, now the noble lord has equipped each of us with a firearm to ensure we can continue our work undisturbed. Do you truly believe that in the face of such firepower, Casillas can still offer you protection? He ostentatiously displayed his might, releasing all the pent-up frustrations of previous days. His spirits considerably lifted. In truth, the moment the corpulent noble informed him that he need not concern himself with the relationship between Casillas and Karamura, the typically fierce gang leader erupted with excitement. Even without the noble's substantial cache of firearms, he would still dare to act as he did tonight with just his original few. The disparity between fists and firearms is monumental. Had it not been for the fear of offending Karamura, a figure so formidable that even the noble feared him, he would have long since turned against Casillas. As he reveled in the expressions of terror and dread from the vagabonds, One of his subordinates hurriedly emerged from the shadows, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. You there." Upon hearing this, he casually pointed to a few individuals, declaring, "You remain here to keep an eye on these wretches. The rest of you, follow me. We shall turn that scoundrel into a sieve." From the outset, the noble had laid out the plan to gather men to seek out those lowlifes, which would soon draw Casillas' attention. They merely needed to leave one person to monitor the situation. Once Casillas arrived, they would ambush him on the way. With dozens of guns at their disposal, as long as one bullet struck a vital spot, they could send the man straight to hell. Every member of his crew brimmed with confidence. The terrain amidst the refuse was far from ideal. Casillas could feel the detritus clinging to his boots, including decaying food remnants, moisture-laden muck, and potentially even some noxious organic substances born from layers of digestion. During the day, it was manageable, but at night, avoiding such filth proved exceedingly difficult. Casillas lacked the ability to perceive the world as a dog might. If only there were time, this place truly warranted a thorough cleansing. Though he was not particularly fastidious, this level of filth was simply intolerable. The path was flanked by towering heaps of garbage. Casillas heard faint, discordant sounds, so subtle that they would be easily overlooked by anyone not paying close attention. It was the sound of many feet slowly shuffling across the ground. His hearing, while not on par with that of canines, was undoubtedly superior to the average person's, a testament to his robust physique, which enhanced all his senses and strength significantly. Especially when focusing on this aspect, his senses became even more acute. Upon closer listening, he discerned the sound of breathing and caught a faint whiff of gunpowder's distinct aroma. Firearms, there were quite a number of them. An ambush, perhaps? Casillas came to a halt, his exceptional hearing enabling him to discern the approximate location of his adversary. He reached into the pocket of his trench coat and retrieved the silver Desert Eagle. The formidable weapon exuded a robust metallic texture, reflecting a unique brilliance even in the dim surroundings. His expertise with firearms rendered him intimately familiar with this weapon, akin to an extension of his own limbs. He ejected the magazine to verify the number of rounds. The brass .50 caliber bullets were fully loaded within. The crisp metallic sound echoed as he slid the magazine back into the chamber. This clear and resonant noise traveled far into the night. Among a group of individuals lurking by a refuse pile at a junction a mere 10 meters away, someone took note of the sound, though its significance eluded them. One individual cautiously peered from behind the makeshift cover of the garbage heap. A thunderous crack resounded, accompanied by a violent tremor that coursed through the unfortunate soulless body. To their horror, they beheld a dark, gaping wound appearing on their companion's forehead, while the force of the bullet had obliterated the back of their skull, sending crimson and off-white viscous matter splattering in all directions, reminiscent of tofu hitting the ground. The lifeless body crumpled to the earth, and the firearm fell from their grasp, landing in the muddy refuse. Chapter 39. A brief gunfight when a large caliber bullet strikes a person's forehead at supersonic speed. It not only creates a gaping hole in the skull, but also alters the trajectory and motion of the bullet. This phenomenon occurs not due to the skull's formidable hardness, but rather because any obstacle encountered by a bullet traveling through the air will significantly affect its path. The bullet, initially flying steadily and rapidly spinning due to the rifling, will slightly change direction, utterly shattering the tissues within the cranial cavity, ultimately creating a much larger wound in the rear due to the cavitation effect. The bullets from the flintlock firearms wielded by these gang members can, at most, penetrate the skull, yet they cannot exit from the rear. The sudden collapse and the gruesome demise of one of his subordinates startled the leader, who had previously been vociferously berating those he deemed beneath him, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. Casillas possessed a silver weapon, one of formidable power. He was aware of it. The question is, how did this fellow discover them? The watcher returned immediately to report after spotting Casillas leaving, and he did not send his subordinates to track the opponent's movements. An ambush on the main route was undoubtedly a foolproof choice, unless this individual was not venturing out at night to cause them trouble. Damn it, charge. He possesses but a single firearm, while we are over 20 strong, each armed. Let us advance together. A palpable sense of impending death drove him to shout in a frenzied manner. Nearly half of his subordinates instinctively obeyed the command, emerging from either side of the refuse, brandishing flintlock pistols. Upon sighting Casillas, who wielded a gun with one hand a mere 10 meters away, they launched a decisive assault. It was not that the remaining few were disobedient. Rather, the narrowness of the path left no room for more than a dozen individuals. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, numbering over a dozen shots. Yet amidst the crackle of flintlocks, 3 thunderous shots echoed, resulting in 3 individuals sustaining wounds to their heads or chests. By observing the direction of the opponent's gun muzzles and their aiming stances, Casillas was able to take evasive action before they could pull the trigger, thereby significantly reducing his chances of being hit. The marksmanship of these individuals is indeed subpar, despite unleashing a barrage of shots. Only 3 or 4 struck the periphery of Casillas' form, with but one grazing his arm. Had he not evaded in advance, the bullet would have surely found its mark in his torso. In terms of numbers, they certainly held an advantage, yet 4 of their own had already perished. Casillas' remarkable shooting skills allowed him to both evade and return fire with unerring precision. His proficiency stems from an extensive knowledge of firearms, even those antiquated flintlock pistols. After firing a shot, the gang members promptly retreated to their cover, not due to the loss of 3 comrades, but because their flintlocks could only discharge a single round before necessitating a reloading period. Those who had previously withheld themselves from firing were now expected to act, however. The sight of the 3 additional corpses on the ground rendered them hesitant. A surge of anger ignited within the leader as he observed his subordinates reloading ammunition. One individual's hands trembled uncontrollably, causing the paper cartridge filled with gunpowder to tumble to the ground, now soaked in mud. The leader refrained from executing him. For his own firearm, too, could only unleash a solitary bullet before requiring time to reload. At this moment, it was most prudent to set aside matters and settle accounts after the autumn. "Follow me," he shouted, resolutely leading the charge. The formidable lethality of the opponent's firearm struck him like a kick to iron, yet he felt an unwavering confidence that, with so many people and firearms on his side, a single hit would signify victory. Cursed Casillas. The depths of his wrath demanded nothing less than the dismemberment of his adversary. The loss of 4 men was inconsequential. What truly unsettled him was the palpable breath of death that he had sensed, igniting a fury that bordered on madness. However, upon glimpsing the ominous muzzle of the gun, regret washed over him. Casillas, steadfast with his desert eagle aimed unerringly at the opposition, understood that surrender would not come easily. When his adversary dared to reveal himself, a spark of clarity ignited within him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The firing pin struck the primer, igniting the propellant within the cartridge. The explosion generated a vast quantity of gas and heat, all confined within the narrow confines of the casing, with the entire force directed towards the projectile, propelling it forth through the rifled barrel. The shot was still precise, creating a clean passage through the eyes of the gang leader. In order to ensure this shot found its mark, Casillas even relinquished his evasive maneuvers. With a stroke of fortune, he might have effortlessly eliminated the enemy's pivotal figure. Even in the event of a slight misfortune, sustaining a wound would be inconsequential. Lady Luck, it seemed, favored him. As aside from a small patch of debris stirred up by a bullet at his feet, no shot came close to his body. Such is the nature of poor marksmanship. At a mere distance of a dozen meters, a group of over 10 individuals firing together could achieve such dismal results. Conversely, at the same distance, Casillas, wielding a desert eagle with formidable recoil, could utilize his immense strength and skill to ensure that each bullet found its target, dispatching an enemy with lethal precision. Their leader had fallen. This is a decisive outcome. Some stand frozen in place, while others hurriedly begin to reload their firearms. A few panic-stricken individuals stumble to the ground, crawling towards the nearest shadowed corner. Moreover, there are 2 loyal subordinates of the fallen leader, seemingly just deceased, who have cast aside their flintlock pistols and brandish their drawn knives, intent on charging forward in a desperate attempt to fight. Casillas effortlessly offers them 2 bullets, which, to be candid, feels somewhat wasteful. The remaining individuals have descended into chaos. Some are driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of their leader, while others are eager to flee this harrowing scene. 7 lives have already been claimed. Who among them will be next? It is nothing short of hellish. At this moment, Casillas had just expended the 7 bullets in his magazine, whistling softly as he began to replace it with a new one. The more than 10 survivors, some of whom remained frozen in place, were hastily dragged into the dark shadows of the refuse piles by their comrades. They now faced 2 choices: to remain and confront Casillas in a desperate struggle, or to swiftly disperse into the uncertain refuge of the towering mounds of garbage under the cover of night, seeking to preserve their lives. Need it be said? Naturally, survival took precedence. They had already lost 7 of their own, having failed to land a single shot, which had imparted a sobering awareness of their inadequacies. Slowly lighting a cigarette, Casillas glanced at the abrasions on his arm after replacing the magazine. The wound was not deep, It merely grazed the surface of the skin. This is not a lead bullet, so there is no cause for concern. He is aware that these individuals may now be utterly terrified, likely opting to flee from him. The merciless demon of death wielding a firearm. Yet, he remains completely indifferent. Should he pursue and eliminate them one by one? These insignificant creatures merely serve to make Casillas feel that his time is being squandered. Should they all flee, it would perfectly spare him the exertion of having to eliminate them all. The brief skirmish lasted no more than 2 minutes and involved only 2 exchanges of fire. The seemingly isolated faction exacted a heavy toll from the more numerous adversaries, resulting in the loss of 7 lives, including their leader. This can be aptly described as a resounding defeat. As the smoke billowed halfway, there remained an eerie stillness a mere 10 meters away from Casillas. In contrast, behind him, from the direction of the town, a cacophony of commotion began to spread. Chapter 40. The search ascending the highest mound of refuse. Casillas could clearly observe the turmoil unfolding in the town. He touched the heated barrel of his firearm, stowed the Desert Eagle into his pocket, and pondered the events that had transpired. The individuals here have all armed themselves with firearms, seemingly determined to eliminate me. Could the turmoil in the town be instigated by Karimu's intent to completely eradicate me? Unlikely, unless he has begun to replicate the Desert Eagle, which is improbable. Even if assistance were sought from the Naval Equipment Manufacturing Department to procure metals akin to those used in the Desert Eagle, the true challenge lies in the ammunition. The crucial element is the ignition pin that activates the solid propellant within the bullet. Specifically, that minute quantity of a chemical known as lead azide at the base of the cartridge. Indeed, it is not mercury fulminate, but a more stable and effective explosive compound. Casillas is convinced that even if the bullets were sent to the brilliant scientist Vegapunk, it would be impossible to decipher the structure and manufacturing process of this substance within a short time frame. This technology hails from an entirely different world and belongs to a completely distinct system. The scientific framework in the world of One Piece is remarkably advanced. While the East Blue still employs flintlock pistols, many other regions have already adopted multi-shot firearms or even 6-shooter revolvers. Moreover, there are individuals like Frankie, who can utilize cola as fuel, illustrating the vast differences and levels of advancement when contemplated thoughtfully. Unless another individual of a similar nature were to assist Karimu, Casillas does not believe he could replicate the Desert Eagle and thus no longer require his supplies. Given the impossibility of replicating the Desert Eagle, the current circumstances warrant further deliberation. After pondering while biting down on a cigarette, Casillas resolved to first visit the gathering place of the Wanderers. Perhaps some remnants remain unaware of their defeat. Led by Keldon, a significant contingent of the city guards surged into the town, brandishing standard-issue firearms as they commenced a brutal search. Those who dared to resist were summarily executed, their blood pooling on the ground, instilling a sense of despair and extinguishing any courage to resist among the populace. Observant individuals quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The city guard operates similarly to the kingdom's standing army, and under the vigilant efforts of the aristocracy and royalty prioritizing their own safety. The city guard can be considered the most elite force in the Goya kingdom. The mobilization of such a force to conduct extensive searches is undoubtedly no trivial matter. When Keldon informed several prominent figures in the town that they were searching for the murderer of a noble, they all understood the seriousness of the situation. The prospect of mitigating losses seemed impossible. Buildings were turned inside out. The city guards overlooked no detail, seizing any valuables, weapons, and cash hidden by the townsfolk. Some felt fortunate that they had not concealed their money in their residences, while others wore expressions of despair. For much of that money was not solely theirs, but required to be turned over. At that moment, did you claim it was taken by the city guard? Those influential figures are indifferent to such matters. Without sufficient funds, their status is jeopardized, and their lives are in peril. As for whether the city guard would return what they have seized, that is but a dream. Only a fool would relinquish what they have acquired. Before long, the modest building where Casillas resided was surrounded by the city guard. Hawk stood at the door, gripping a small suitcase. His face contorted with unease as he gazed at the 2 guards aiming their rifles at him. Within the suitcase lay 18 million belly, along with a telebug recently delivered by Gray, the only valuables he possessed, which he had packed in anticipation of cooperating with the search. However, how could the city guard overlook a suitcase that so evidently contained something of worth? We are currently investigating the brutal criminal responsible for the murder of a noble. Please cooperate with us. If you refuse, do you consider yourself an accomplice of the murderer? The leader of the guards bore an unmistakable expression of greed. Hand over the suitcase. Hawk placed one hand inside his coat pocket, gripping the warmed handle of his Desert Eagle, contemplating a means to navigate this perilous situation. The sum of money holds great significance for the leader. Its unwarranted loss is indeed regrettable. Moreover, if one cannot safeguard their own domain, how might the leader perceive them? One must never relinquish control. What is the matter? Keldon, with his rotund belly and an air of authority, inquired with a stern countenance. Although he ostensibly presides over the city guards, he found himself unable to voice objections regarding their conduct. The soldiers, in truth, owed their allegiance to several prominent nobles, seizing the rare opportunity to reap benefits while executing their duties, an endeavor he was powerless to curtail. Furthermore, a small fraction of the spoils would eventually find their way to him. Keldon regarded the oblivious Hawk with palpable disdain, his inquiries serving not as assistance, but as a means to coerce compliance. Should one ponder why Keldon does not focus his efforts on apprehending the criminals responsible for the murder of nobles, one might chuckle. In his view, the city guards are conducting a thorough sweep of all areas beyond the high town and the royal palace. How could the perpetrator possibly escape? Even if they fail to capture him, Keldon has already devised a method to ensure his own protection from being uprooted. The city guards are likely to surrender a significant portion of their plunder, thereby ensuring that the higher-ranking nobles who benefit from these gains will remember the merits of Keldon. Regardless of the circumstances, he should be able to maintain his position. At the very least, he can preserve his noble identity. As long as he retains that status, he shall always live in comfort. My lord, this fellow refuses to cooperate with us. Do you see? The soldiers, emboldened by the presence of Keldon, a nobleman and the highest authority, found their confidence renewed, casting haughty glances at Hawk. In turn, Hawk regarded Keldon, adorned in opulent attire and walking with a cautious demeanor as if fearful of soiling the ground beneath him, with renewed interest. He recalled the original owner of the box. Lowering his gaze, he lifted the small leather case, meticulously searching until he finally discovered what he sought. Clearing his throat, he drew Keldon's skeptical gaze. Esteemed sir. Hawk cautiously employed respectful language, suppressing any revulsion he felt within. If you truly wish to inspect it, might I suggest that you do so personally? Keldon immediately perceived this as an affront. This is a task for the lowly. Should we allow him to proceed? However, just as he was about to instruct the soldiers nearby to execute this audacious youth on the spot, he noticed a rather inconspicuous emblem on the side of the leather case the boy held. Hawk deliberately stepped closer, positioning the side towards Keldon for a clearer view. Keldon's expression immediately shifted. He recognized it as the emblem of the esteemed noble Carimula. Nobles have a penchant for such embellishments, adorning their carriages, possessions, and correspondence with unique insignia that signify their status. This small leather case, meant for holding currency, was no exception. Hawk had previously observed it without particular concern, but now, fortuitously, it bore significance. After closely examining the weighty case for a moment, Keldon confirmed he had not misjudged. The emblem was authentic. Consequently, the way Keldon regarded Hawk shifted considerably. Although he retained a semblance of noble demeanor, the hostility and disdain dissipated. One must treat with caution those who are connected to Carimula. What is your name? Hawk, came the smiling reply as he reclaimed his leather case. Keldon chuckled. Ah, a misunderstanding indeed. He turned to the city guards and declared, there is no need for a search here. I assure you, there will be no issues. Should any problems arise, I will take full responsibility. The soldiers, of course, exhibited a degree of reluctance. However, as Lord Kelton was of noble lineage and their nominal superior, they had no choice but to obediently turn and search elsewhere. Kelton cast another glance at the exceedingly respectful Hawk, yet refrained from inquiring about the nature of his relationship with Carimula. What is your name again? He asked, as though he had forgotten the previous inquiry. Hawk, my lord, came the reply. Ah, very well. Hawk, I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. The search this evening may extend throughout the night, for a lowly wretch has committed the heinous act of murdering a nobleman. Such foul criminals must certainly be apprehended. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 41. Old Hank in the gathering place of the wanderers. The flames were rekindled, consuming the salvage wood and refuse that could serve as fuel. They boiled water sourced from the mountain stream and prepared to toast their hard whole-grain bread by the fire, readying themselves for the evening meal, one of the two scant repasts they would have that day. A designated individual ventured into the mountains to procure edible stream water, a perilous task fraught with danger, as the mountains harbored fierce beasts, and many had suffered injury or even death as a consequence. As for sourcing water from the town or the central street, that could only be acquired through monetary exchange, not freely given. Although there were some nearby water sources, these were stagnant and contaminated with refuse, issues that boiling alone could not remedy. Those who fetched water could earn food, while others engaged in labor, albeit meager, in exchange for the precious drinking water. This can be regarded as a form of collaboration among a collective, simple and devoid of complexity. Just moments ago, the two miscreants who had gathered them together encountered a returning companion, and suddenly they fled, leaving not a single word or even a syllable behind. Many remain indifferent to what transpired, numbly engaging in the daily ritual of rummaging through refuse in exchange for scant funds to procure the meager sustenance necessary for survival. Life offers not a glimmer of hope. Existence is reduced merely to the act of surviving, driven by an incessant fear of hunger and death that propels them to persist in their endeavors. Old Hank stands as a figure of slight authority among these vagabonds. It is he who, amidst the chaotic and uncertain terminus, has managed to establish a semblance of order, allowing a few elderly individuals, women, and children to barely endure. The thousands gathered here constitute the largest assembly among the wanderers at the terminus of uncertainty. Yet, they are also the group most severely afflicted by the so-called persecution of taxation. This is an inevitable situation. Numerous groups of young individuals are far more agile than they are. Taxation? How long would it take to extract them from the vast mountains of refuse? Many of the thousands gathered by Old Hank are elderly and children, unable to escape. In the face of authority, they can only bow their heads, accompanied by a meager offering of vegetables scavenged from the garbage. With the decayed portions removed and whole wheat bread softened in boiling water, Old Hank, now quite aged, finds it difficult to chew the hard, blackened crust, requiring it to be soaked for a while before it becomes palatable. With his hair streaked with gray, he gazes at the cracked porcelain bowl containing the vegetables, furrowing his brow as he inquires, did those injured earlier have access to such vegetables? When the gang members drove them away from their gathering, it was not with smiles but with guns pointed at them, fists and feet striking, resulting in injuries, albeit not severe. Do not worry, old man. A somewhat haggard middle-aged man beside Old Hank managed a faint smile. Today, fortune smiled upon us. A batch of spoiled vegetables and fruits was discarded in the city, and we managed to seize some, enough for everyone to have a bit tonight. That is good dodge. Old Hank's son pondered, what do you think about those wild dogs we encountered? How could those two fellows simply walk away? Did they run into trouble? The wild dogs referred to the gang members working for the nobles, collecting their so-called taxes. After a moment of contemplation, Dodge hesitated. I suspect they might have encountered difficulties while dealing with Mr. Casillas. They were indeed grateful for Casillas' actions over the past few days, as he had previously rescued women and children who were members of their group. Indeed, it is unfortunate we cannot assist that young man. Old Hank sighed, his thoughts not entirely inclined towards the positive. It was said that the youth clad in black was a violent individual, employing brutal methods, even if he did not kill. The wild dogs had paid a heavy price, leaving many permanently disabled. Was Casillas aiding them, or did he possess ulterior motives? In this world, there exist individuals who embody the traditional notion of goodness. However, Old Hank is acutely aware that virtuous souls seldom reap the rewards they deserve, which is why such individuals are few and far between. Among the myriad of wanderers who have fallen from grace for various reasons, what are the odds that they might encounter a kind-hearted individual endowed with considerable strength? At least, Hank harbors a sense of skepticism regarding this possibility. Yet, within this throng of thousands, some have begun to place their hopes upon the sudden emergence of Casillas, who stands as a beacon for them. Gradually, whispers of his benevolent deeds began to circulate, with some proclaiming him a good man. Could it be that young Hawk has aligned himself with Mr. Casillas for this very reason? Dodge pondered the rumors he had heard about the golden-haired boy, Hawk. Old Hank recalled that golden-haired youth. So, the lad is indeed following Mr. Casillas now? No wonder he had not seen him for quite some time. Wait, hadn't someone mentioned seeing Hawk in the company of a few others not long ago? Hank was referring to the night when Casillas, Gray, and Lucien shared a humble shelter. At the time, he had not given it much thought, but now, upon hearing about Hawk, it immediately struck him. Could it be due to Hawk? There exists a possibility. As Old Hank savored his soft, soaked black bread, a wave of commotion began to ripple through the crowd. What was happening? Supported by his son Dodge, Hank trembled as he stood, acutely aware of the frailty that accompanied such movements. He felt the weight of age pressing upon him, realizing that he was nearing the twilight of his life. The wanderers, gathered around their campfires, suddenly began to disperse, gravitating towards the sides of the road. Their gazes fixed intently upon a young man clad entirely in black. Casillas surveyed the reaction of the crowd with satisfaction. While he could not discern any overt admiration in their eyes, he noted a considerable degree of respect among many. Curiosity ran rampant. They were intrigued by the identity of the person who dared to confront the pack of wild dogs on their behalf. Many others, still oblivious to the unfolding events, were drawn in by the crowd's collective energy, ultimately setting their sights upon Casillas. With a lightness in his step, Casillas appeared unfazed by the weight of 1,000 gazes upon him. His characteristic gentle smile remained etched upon his face, unwavering, until Old Hank, supported by Dodge, came into view. "You are Old Hank?" Casillas inquired, having gleaned much about the wanderers from Hawk's accounts, including the tale of this elder who had painstakingly gathered thousands over the span of 2 decades. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Casillas. Your presence is our fortune." Old Hank spoke with propriety and exhibited proper etiquette, which did not surprise Casillas in the least. It is rumored that Old Hank was once a nobleman until an arrow pierced his knee. Chapter 42. The Great Search Despite His Impaired Mobility. Old Hank resolutely guided Casillas to a nearby campfire. "I apologize, Mr. Casillas," he said, glancing at several pieces of charred black bread roasting by the flames. A hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. "We vagabonds have little to offer you." Though he bore the appearance of a mere 15-year-old, Casillas felt no discomfort in being addressed as Mr. "A bowl of water will suffice." He waved his hand dismissively. A youth carefully placed an intact white porcelain bowl filled with crystal-clear spring water before Casillas. He nodded in appreciation and took a sip from the bowl as a gesture of courtesy before addressing the matter at hand. "I've heard that the tax collectors from the town have returned, so I came to investigate. On my way, I encountered a group and dispatched 6 or 7 of them. The remainder has vanished." Dodger, seated beside his father on a bed of hay, could not help but shoot a shocked glance at Casillas upon hearing his nonchalant admission of having eliminated 6 or 7 individuals. Casillas paid no heed to the astonished gaze and chuckled. "These people disregard my words, and naturally, they must face the consequences. The first time, I spared their lives. Now, I intend to kill one whenever I encounter them. It is imperative that others understand the heavy price for disobedience, for only then will my words carry weight. Wouldn't you agree?" With a knowing smile, Casillas regarded Old Hank's aged visage and clouded eyes. "Indeed, Mr. Casillas speaks the truth." Old Hank nodded, subtly tugging at his son from the corner of his eye to redirect his gaze. "I have heard that you were once a nobleman, Old Hank. Is there any truth to that?" Casillas expressed a hint of curiosity about this matter. "Aha, those are bygone days, best left unspoken." Hank's face flickered in the firelight, revealing a visage that suggested the fragility of life. "Even if I once held the status of nobility, I am now but a vagabond, and nearing the end of my days." Casillas could discern that Hank indeed appeared to be in the twilight of his existence. "The pack of wild dogs had indeed come, gathering us together under the pretense of dealing with you, Mr. Casillas." Hank recounted the recent events. "Fortunately, they were thwarted. The 2 guards left behind had also fled. We were fortunate, although some were injured, none were grievously harmed." As he spoke, the murky depths of Hank's eyes seemed to gradually brighten. He fixed his gaze upon Casillas's face and, with deliberate clarity, inquired, "We are most grateful for your assistance, Mr. Casillas, yet I, Hank, am quite curious to know what motivates you to aid us. What do you seek from us? These destitute wanderers?" In response to Hank's probing question, Casillas let out a soft chuckle, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with stillness. Dodge felt a twinge of anxiety. The middle-aged man's hands were concealed in the shadows, and he silently lamented his father's bluntness in posing such a question, fearing the potential ire it might provoke. The youth clad in black attire certainly did not appear to be a character of amiable disposition. The other wanderers instinctively kept their distance. And although Old Hank never assumed the role of a leader by issuing commands, preferring instead to consult with the group on matters in their hearts, he was undeniably their rightful leader among the thousands. "And what of you? After investing so much time to establish even this modicum of order, what is it that you seek?" At last, Casillas spoke, posing a direct question in return. To be candid, Old Hank, at that moment, reverted to his initial frail demeanor, perpetually on the verge of slumber. "My original intention was merely to gather a group together. With numbers, we could assist one another. Moreover, as I age, if I did not create such a sanctuary, it is likely that my old bones would have lain in the earth for several years by now. I have aided them, and in turn, they have aided me. I must admit, my journey to this point has not been solely driven by altruism, at least not in the beginning. Is that so? Casillas gently tapped a cigarette against his palm, then placed it between his lips, speaking with a somewhat muffled tone. I can assure you, old Hank, what I am doing is undeniably beneficial, indeed enormously so, for these people. Well, that brings me some comfort. Just as old Hank was about to continue, a disheveled wanderer, grimy and tattered, stumbled before them, rasping, "Trouble. The city guards are conducting a search. A squad is heading this way. Calm down. Speak clearly. What is happening?" Upon hearing the word city guards, old Hank's expression shifted, prompting Dodge to assist the wanderer to his feet. It is said that someone has killed a noble and fled. Consequently, the city guards have mobilized, searching not only the main street and the outskirts, but also every nook and cranny of the uncertain terminus. A noble has been slain? Old Hank contemplated the implications of this statement and recognized that the guards' actions were entirely reasonable. Nobles are of the utmost esteem, as long as one remains a noble. All high-ranking individuals within a kingdom instinctively uphold the dignity, rights, and elevated status that a noble deserves. If the murder of a noble does not warrant serious attention, it implies that all nobles in the kingdom are fools. I see. Old Hank murmured. We must comply. We have no choice but to assist in their search. Meanwhile, Casillas exhibited a heightened curiosity regarding the identity of the noble slayer. Do you have any information about the perpetrator? The wanderer glanced between old Hank and Dodge, recollecting before responding. It is said to be a girl, a very young girl, who severed the noble's throat in the main street. A young girl? This piqued Casillas' interest even further. Old Hank, what do you intend to do? Collaborate with the city guards? Indeed, we have no means to resist. Moreover, their objective is to apprehend the culprit. As long as we cooperate, there should be no issues, replied old Hank. I shall take my leave then. Old Hank, if anything arises, send someone to find me in the town. I will assist in any way I can. Casillas adjusted the collar of his black trench coat, exhaling smoke rings, and without waiting for their response, turned to depart. To dare to murder a nobleman in the streets, such a person would make an excellent subordinate. As Casillas gradually melded into the shadows, he contemplated this notion, particularly as it involved a girl. Having already gathered a few followers, it would indeed be fitting to recruit another female to balance the yin and yang. This thought suddenly reminded him of what Ronald had once shared with him, a young girl, mastering swordsmanship, who had slain a nobleman. Could it be a person? The sound of noisy footsteps approached, prompting Casillas to conceal himself behind a broken wooden plank protruding from the refuse. The city guards, armed with flashlights, rushed by, charged with the immediate task of scouring the gathering place of the vagrants, while soldiers behind them spread out to meticulously search every nook and cranny. Realizing this, Casillas understood the predicament he was in. The adage that soldiers and bandits are akin held true. Soldiers could easily transform into bandits at any moment. The vagrants had no possessions to speak of, thus they remained unafraid. As for him, he slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping the barrel of his handgun. It seemed he would have to kill again. Truth be told, Casillas despised taking lives, unless provoked. Chapter 43. A curious interest, damn it. Why must we undertake such tasks? Those rascals can search Central Street and the main town for countless rewards, yet here we are, rummaging through this filthy, stinky place for some absurd murderer. Clad in the white military garb of the Kingdom of Goya, one of the younger soldiers, perhaps in his early 20s, swept his flashlight around, occasionally kicking debris in frustration and venting to his companion. Quit your grumbling. Do you think I enjoy this? We're just unlucky. Teams like theirs, working in pairs, scattered from Central Street, radiating towards the outskirts of the capital, leaving no corner unchecked. Despite their incessant complaints, the duo remained diligent, meticulously scanning the dim, shadowy recesses, ensuring no potential hiding spots went unnoticed. The silence did not linger for long before the first soldier broke it once more. Unable to endure the quiet, I wonder why we weren't born into noble families. If we had been, even as mere illegitimate children, life would be a breeze, drinking, feasting, and indulging in women daily. You can only blame your mother for not hooking up with a noble, his middle-aged companion jested with a hint of malice. Huh. Indeed, he brushed it off, retorting, your father didn't manage to charm a noblewoman either, did he? They say he was quite handsome in his youth. If I were him, I would certainly have pursued a noble lady. You think that would make you a noble? I can assure you, even while still in that noblewoman's womb, you would have met your end. In this world, men can have illegitimate children without consequence. But if a woman were to become pregnant for no reason, her husband would surely go mad. Let's not dwell on that. One of the soldiers shifted the conversation. How are things with your old flame? I've heard you mention marrying her several times recently. Aren't you worried about what others might say? After all, you have a job with the city guard. Finding a respectable woman shouldn't be too difficult, right? You fail to comprehend. Although she is in this profession. Indeed, I do not understand. My concern is that you might be deceived. Such occurrences are frequently heard about. One must remain vigilant. Adjusting the flintlock rifle slung across his back. The middle-aged man responded with a gentle smile. It is all right. I trust she is not that kind of person. TCH. The young man, somewhat disinterested, turned away, following the beam of the flashlight to gaze into the distance. The woman they spoke of was employed at a service establishment adorned with suggestive pink lights on the central street. She was merely an ordinary presence, not particularly striking. And in the eyes of the young man, she possessed nothing exceptional. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this nearly 40-year-old companion was infatuated with her. This was not the first time he attempted to persuade the middle-aged man. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged whenever the subject of the woman arose. His demeanor transformed into one of tender sweetness, sometimes evoking a sense of discomfort and even revulsion in him. He was convinced that the woman was of unsavory character. Having previously fallen victim to someone of her ilk, he would never admit that a trace of envy lingered within him. Nor would he confess his curiosity about the man's expression when the woman ultimately revealed her true self. More prominently, however, was a sense of superiority derived from his own experiences. Previously, he had been schooled by this middle-aged man, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of the societal truths. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope resided within him, wishing that this man, who had always cared for him like a guardian, would awaken from the gentle dream spun by that woman. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. The two immediately directed their flashlight toward the source, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, the crimson strands of hair strikingly vivid. The youth and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance, each recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. This is a murderer who has slain nobility. The aristocrats in the city surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for this assailant, as he poses a direct challenge to their esteemed status. Failure to capture him and subject him to a gruesome fate would be a profound affront to their dignity. The reward for his capture stands at 10 million Bailey. What could such a sum facilitate? It is ample enough for two individuals to share, allowing them to lead a life devoid of financial worries. Although it is likely that they would not receive the majority of this fortune, it represents an opportunity nonetheless. They would certainly ascend the ranks. And such elevation is invariably linked to another notion, prosperity. Many individuals, though merely commoners at the outset, begin as minor officials and gradually rise to prominence. While they may never attain nobility, they become significant figures in the eyes of the populace. Capture him. This is not merely a sum of money. It represents an opportunity for ascension. Without a moment's hesitation, both individuals set off in pursuit of the fleeing figure. They did not heed the commander's instruction to launch a signal flare immediately, for doing so might have allowed others to claim the glory for themselves. Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight was none other than the murderer who had slain a nobleman in the street, Christina. At the tender age of 13, she bore several wounds and was utterly exhausted. She dared not seek out Uncle Vladil, fearing that it would bring doom upon them all. If one were to ask her whether she regretted her actions at this moment, the answer would be no, as she fled from the central street to an uncertain destination. Hiding among refused to tear her dress for bandaging her wounds. She could not shake the image of the short nobleman's bewildered and terrified expression as his throat was cut. The sensation of warm blood splattering upon her was exhilarating and delightful. She had run out of choices, compelled to escape by force. With a swift stroke, she severed the nobleman's neck and felt a surge of empowerment. It was not merely vengeance for her father Ronald. She yearned to eradicate all these parasitic nobles. If she could survive the night, perhaps she could realize this ambition. The sharp pains from the two wounds on her thigh and chest persisted. And with no bandages at hand and her suturing skills inadequate, she felt the blood seeping anew from her injuries as her body was forced into further exertion. Damn it, Christina could not afford to stop, mustering her frail body to continue running forward. Behind her, the beams of two flashlights swayed and swiftly closed in. Having lingered in darkness for so long, her eyes had somewhat adjusted to the light, allowing her to see, albeit barely. However, the ground was strewn with debris, and she inevitably stumbled and fell. A stone lay in wait within the muck, meeting the girl's forehead with a thud. She lost consciousness instantly. In that moment of tripping, despair filled Christina's heart. Perhaps this was to be her fate? Yet, it was certainly preferable to the cowardly demise of that wretched father Ronald, who only considered his comrades and never spared a thought for his own daughter. No matter. In another world, she would have endless time to confront this irresponsible parent. She has fallen. Quick. The young man moved with a lightness in his step, as if it were not his own. He stumbled several times along the way, yet he ignored the pain coursing through him. Breathless, the two finally arrived at the unconscious girl. The middle-aged man turned her over, and upon seeing the bleeding wound on her forehead, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, she merely fainted due to misfortune. The young man could not conceal his joy and immediately reached for the signal gun, only to have it swatted away by the middle-aged man. The signal gun fell to the ground and splashed into a puddle of mud. These firework-like devices are rendered useless once they come into contact with water. The dampened gunpowder can never be ignited again. Do not summon others. We shall personally return to Danzhen to seek out Commander Kelton. The young man suddenly understood, feeling a mix of regret for his earlier misjudgment and admiration for the middle-aged man. Indeed, presenting their findings directly to Lord Kelton would ensure that no one could overshadow their accomplishments. Should others intervene, the gravest outcome would be their untimely demise, with their merits attributed to someone else, leaving their families with only a meager compensation. Come, let us carry her. Be cautious of her wounds. Or perhaps we should tend to her injuries first. It would be dire if she were to perish along the way. Splendid. The young man chirped with the exuberance of a songbird. The two began to tear away the girl's clothing, revealing her gruesome injuries, marred by mud and filth, a sight both shocking and distressing. At that moment, a voice pierced the air, startling them. What enthusiasm you both possess in this dark and windy night. Tearing the garments off a poor maiden. Chapter 44. Healing wounds in such a moment. The sudden emergence of another voice caused the two city guards to instinctively suspect that a comrade sought to claim their glory. In unison, they reacted with the same motion. As the saying goes, malice arises from the heart, and anger manifests in courage. They raised their flintlock rifles toward the source of the voice, determined to eliminate the newcomer for the sake of their monumental achievement and the astounding bounty it promised. However, before they could catch sight of the voice's owner, the young man felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision as a powerful blow struck his head, sending him airborne for half a meter before crashing back into the mud. The middle-aged man, having discerned the appearance of the adversary, could not adjust the aim of his firearm in time, witnessing the black-clad youth who had effortlessly dispatched his companion. In a mere 2 strides, the assailant delivered a kick to his chest. The man instinctively raised his only weapon to shield his torso, only to hear a series of crackling sounds as the flintlock rifle splintered into 2 pieces, the wooden shards and iron fittings, along with the forceful impact of a black leather boot, struck his chest with tremendous force, lifting him off the ground and leaving him breathless, his vision fading as the surroundings blurred into obscurity. At that moment, he became aware that he had taken flight. Upon landing, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Having dealt with the 2 city guards, Casillas casually picked up the flashlight that had fallen to the ground, only to find that its beam flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. He shook it vigorously in his hand, but it failed to illuminate once more. It remained uncertain whether it had simply run out of power or had succumbed to water damage, rendering it useless. His luck was indeed unfortunate. He twisted off the back cover of the flashlight in an attempt to ascertain whether it contained batteries, but instead found only a dark void filled with tangled wires and incomprehensible components. Disinterested, he cast the useless item aside and approached the unconscious girl. The fabric covering her wound had been torn away, revealing flesh that had turned pale from exposure to dirty water, with no blood seeping forth any longer. This sight led him to believe that the girl might not be salvageable. However, having already saved her, he resolved to see her through to safety. Hoisting her onto his back, Casillas began his ascent towards the Gorbu Mountains. Returning to the town was out of the question, as the city guards had turned every corner upside down, and carrying her back would undoubtedly lead to discovery. Thus, the most prudent refuge lay within the vast, albeit not entirely desolate, mountains, where at least a band of mountain bandits led by Danzhen resided. Perhaps he could offer them some compensation to look after the girl? With a lightness in his steps, Casillas sprinted forward, the burden of the girl not hindering his pace. The more he contemplated, the more he felt this was a favorable choice. Nonetheless, her wound required urgent attention, and she needed sustenance and a night's rest. Carrying her up the mountain, he feared that by the time he reached Danzhen's band, it might already be too late. Skillfully navigating through the overgrown underbrush and the roots of trees that sprawled across the ground, Casillas's figure swiftly faded into the shadowy embrace of the forest night. When he had sought out the red-haired woman in Windmill Town, he had noticed a small wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, conveniently located near a water source. This may have been constructed by hunters, or perhaps by someone else entirely. Casillas felt that temporarily borrowing it should pose no issue. Before long, the wooden cabin was within sight. The night was filled with the haunting howls of wolves echoing through the forest, leading Casillas to ponder whether the mountains were inhabited solely by ferocious beasts. In addition to the unsettling wolf howls, a cacophony of other miscellaneous sounds added to the eerie atmosphere surrounding the cabin, reminiscent of scenes from certain horror films. The gentle gurgle of flowing water could be heard. A stream meandering down from the mountaintop was located less than 100 meters from the cabin. Casillas, carrying the girl, made his way to the water's edge. Just then, a light rain began to fall, the soft patter of raindrops soon dominating the auditory landscape, drowning out much of the forest sounds. Unfazed by this, he set the girl down by the stream and retrieved a wooden ladle from his pocket to collect some water. Casillas commenced the task of cleansing the dirt from her wounds. The ground at the uncertain destination was laden with an abundance of substances, beyond mere soil and water, various refuse. Urine, feces, and the decay of corpses were present. In this world, there exists no place that can be deemed entirely clean. To speak candidly, when one utilizes a restroom and flushes, microscopic particles of urine and feces disseminate throughout the surrounding air, settling upon the ground, clothing, and even entering the oral and nasal cavities through respiration, subsequently infiltrating both the digestive and respiratory systems. Even in the most commonplace environments, such as on the streets, one can find fecal particles at a molecular level, implying that, in a strict sense, all individuals partake in this unseemly act. This is no jest. It is as undeniable as the presence of elusive mites upon the surface of the skin. On the day when Casillas comprehends this reality, he will remember to lower the toilet seat after flushing. Faced with the inevitability of breathing, one can only strive to minimize the intake, particularly avoiding oral respiration, thus acknowledging the grim truth of consuming fecal matter. Should the filth upon a wound remain unaddressed, the likelihood of infection becomes boundless. While Casillas was cleansing her wound with fresh water, Tina awakened. "Where am I?" she asked, her confusion palpable as raindrops incessantly fell upon her face, complicating her effort to open her eyes. "You're awake?" Casillas remarked, pouring water over her chest while meticulously tending to her injury with cotton. "I am treating your wounds, so please remain still." Tina struggled to lift her head slightly to discern Casillas's face, but her attention was swiftly drawn to her own predicament. More specifically, the condition of her body. The wound on her thigh was manageable. However, the concern lay in the fact that this young man was attending to her chest. The injury was situated just below the collarbone, leaning towards the left. Given that her already torn clothing had been entirely lifted by Casillas for ease of access, it was inevitable that the developing contours of Tina's form were fully exposed to his gaze. Not only did he behold her, but as he tended to the wound, it was unavoidable that his hands would occasionally brush against the gentle swell. In an instant, Tina's eyes filled with tears. She struggled to rise. Yet her efforts were futile as Casillas firmly pressed her back down. With her strength waning, she resignedly lay back down, devoid of any power to resist. At this moment, feeling that the wound had been sufficiently cleansed, Casillas spoke to her as though nothing had transpired. "Next, we must disinfect it. I am not a doctor, so I can only use strong spirits. I hope you can endure the pain." Although unable to rise, Tina's striking blue eyes were fixed intently upon Casillas, as if she could consume him alive. "Why are you staring at me like that?" He found it somewhat peculiar. After a moment's reflection, he noticed the exposed areas of her body and finally grasped the crux of the matter. However, he paid little heed to the situation, explaining in a casual tone. "You must understand, I am doing this to save you. You have killed a nobleman, and I have nowhere to find a doctor for you. Besides, bringing in a doctor would only lead to them examining you. In truth, I am like a doctor at this moment. To me, you are merely a patient. What is the harm in examining these areas? It's trivial. I'll treat it as if you were a piece of dead pork, nothing of great significance." His words nearly drove Tina to the brink of fury. Yet, Casillas was intentionally provoking her. He enjoyed finding amusement in idle moments. In response, Tina clenched her jaw and managed to utter a few words. "Once I recover, I will surely make you pay." "Oh, I shall eagerly await that," Casillas replied with an exaggerated, cheeky grin. "By then, I might just pin you down and take my turn. You should know, even children as young as 13 or 14 can wield a knife. I wouldn't mind trying my hand at it. But as of now, you are quite injured and cannot withstand much more. Tina chose to ignore him, closing her eyes and thinking that if she was merely a piece of dead pork, then let him look and touch. One day, this scoundrel would pay the price. He retrieved a transparent glass bottle containing a liquid as clear as water, which was high-concentration alcohol. It was said to be a favorite of certain malevolent spirits, and he had prepared it for disinfecting his own wounds. Not anticipating he would use it on someone else first. Bear with it. He reminded her, and without hesitation, he poured the alcohol onto her wound. Tina flinched violently. Although drenched by the rain, her face flushed with a sudden warmth. This is not a late embarrassment, but rather a relentless struggle to endure. She stifled a scream, managing to contain her anguish. Quite the stoic, aren't you? By the way, you still haven't revealed your name to me. Have you vanquished a notorious noble heroine? Gritting her teeth, she averted her gaze from Casillas, declaring, Christina. A splendid name. I must confess, I have often heard it, though I am entirely unaware of its significance. The name evoked distant memories in Casillas. A fleeting recollection of a time when the name Christina held a place in his past. I am Casillas, your savior. Upon hearing his name, Tina opened her eyes wide, fixating on him with a seriousness that seemed to overshadow her pain. Soon, a satisfied smile graced her lips. How delightful. I now have yet another reason to slay you. Are you truly Ronald's daughter? Casillas had suspected as much, but had not anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence. Initially, he had thought to visit Frostmoon Village to meet Ronald's daughter in person, yet here she was, arriving at his doorstep. Chapter 45. How long has it been since you bathed? Tina ceased to speak, shutting her eyes tightly. She did not wish to witness her helpless form lying on the ground, subject to the whims of this detestable man, even if it was merely a self-deception. It was all she could do at that moment. Do not be like that. I have saved you. While tending to her wounds, Casillas continued to chatter, disinfecting her injuries and producing a bottle of healing ointment. You must be around 13, merely a child in my eyes. What is the matter? It's not as though you're losing a piece of flesh, is it? Moreover, although your father has passed, I am not the one who killed him. While it cannot be said that I am entirely uninvolved, you ought to know he poisoned me, and I did not hold it against him, did I? Besides, I saved you. Are you a few years older than I am? Are you also a child? Tina found it increasingly intolerable to hear Casillas ramble on, retorting, Stop reiterating that you saved me. Must you always mention it? How tiresome. Although the wounds on Tina's body bled considerably, they were neither deep nor extensive. Otherwise, Casillas would have needed to stitch her up. Fortunately, he merely needed to apply the ointment and wrap her wounds in bandages to complete the task. He carried an assortment of items such as healing ointments, bandages, and strong spirits, for he never knew when he might need them. Thus, he stuffed whatever came to mind into his pockets. After all, he was blessed with a convenient spatial system, which, aside from not being able to conceal several individuals, was nearly perfect in functionality. Is this how you speak to your savior? Be careful, little girl, or I might just strip you bare and leave you here. Do you believe me? Casillas threatened menacingly. Upon hearing this, Tina shuddered. Drenched from the rain, she felt an even deeper chill from the palpable ferocity in Casillas's words. As a young girl, she was not only terrified by the possibility that he might indeed strip her bare and abandon her in this desolate place, but she also felt an inexplicable sense of injustice. After all, she was a girl who had never encountered someone so utterly unyielding. Yet, she did not reveal her emotions. Instead, she remained silent, observing as Casillas retrieved a towel to dry her off, before carefully wrapping her wounds in gauze. Perhaps another girl her age would have succumbed to tears in such a predicament, but Tina would not. She prided herself on her maturity, having once urged her father to free himself from the grasp of Carimula. Believing that serving such a capricious noble would ultimately lead to a fate similar to that of the fallen predecessors, history had proven her right. Thus, it was Casillas who found himself somewhat uncomfortable under her unwavering gaze. Please stop looking at me like that. I acknowledge my mistake. He swept the girl into his arms and made his way toward the wooden cabin nestled within the woods. Having rescued you, how could I possibly abandon you here? He expressed a measure of admiration for her. Ah, a noble indeed, so quick to take a life. Such is the nature of human relationships, where one party softens and the other inevitably follows suit. What of the nobility? Their color is as red as blood, Tina retorted, her mind conjuring images of a short nobleman, either unwilling or altogether unaware of the chaos unfolding alongside the blood that had splattered forth. You speak so easily. Yet in this realm, the nobility are undeniably the highest authority. Just look at the city guards. After your act of violence, they have initiated a city-wide search, leaving no refuse unturned in their quest to apprehend you. Yet I remain at large, do I not? Tina lifted her gaze to Casillas, who was cradling her like a princess. Moreover, you saved me. Do you not fear the wrath of the esteemed nobility upon you? Huh, nobility, you say? Of course. I fear them. Casillas scoffed, though his tone belied the contempt underlying his words. The rain continued to patter down, and Casillas shielded her from the brunt of it, allowing Tina to observe the smooth line of his jaw and, well, a rather unpleasant odor that lingered about him. Casillas, when was the last time you bathed? You reek. Tina's nose discerned the unmistakable scent that clung to those who had long neglected their hygiene, and with a surge of defiance, she struggled against him, disregarding her own frail condition and the pain of her wounds. Her tone was laced with considerable disdain. As a young lady, she could tolerate this unsavory character's threats, but she could not abide his foul stench while he held her close, even though she had previously rolled in the filth of a refuse heap. Her struggles, of course, proved futile. Upon entering the dimly lit cabin, Casillas delivered a firm slap to the girl's rear, urging her to comply. This rendered Tina's gaze increasingly fierce. The cabin was furnished with a bed, the floor covered in straw. The design, elevated well above the ground, alleviated concerns of dampness during rainy days. However, in comparison to the flawless waterproofing on both the upper and lower sections, its wind resistance left much to be desired. This place is ill-suited for winter habitation. Unless the drafty spots are mended, the cold winds could render one almost lifeless during the frigid season. Placing her upon the ground strewn with dry straw, Casillas retrieved several garments identical to those he wore, tossing them to her. After all, he was not a pervert, and would not prepare women's clothing without reason. Should he produce a few pieces of women's attire and undergarments, the young girl before him might very well perceive him as a deviant. Although, under the current circumstances, it seemed rather similar. Meeting Tina's disdainful gaze, Casillas lowered his head and sniffed his sleeve, remarking, "It doesn't seem to have any odor, does it? Over these past few days, that rascal Hawk has never mentioned that I reek. Perhaps you are mistaken? Pray, tell me how long it has been since you last bathed or changed your clothes." Tina adjusted her position amidst the pile of dried grass, pulling the black garments over herself for warmth, and then inquired, "Well, I believe I bathed about a week ago." Casillas reflected, acknowledging that he had been in this country for 8 days, with his last wash occurring before arriving in the Kingdom of Goya, meaning it had indeed exceeded a week. "And what are the clothes you wear?" "Clothes?" Casillas pondered while tugging at his collar. "I suppose I've been wearing these for 2 or 3 months. The black fabric was remarkably stain-resistant. Upon closer inspection, one might not discern the dirtiness of his attire. Damn it, you filthy creature." Tina recalled her earlier act of sniffing his scent and nearly felt nauseous. "Quickly, go wash up and change into something fresh. There's a stream outside." Casillas felt a sense of resignation. After contemplating the fact that it had indeed been far too long since he last bathed or changed, he chose not to respond, turning to exit the small wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Tina instinctively glanced at the black garments draped over her, hastily bringing them to her nose for a sniff, and then sighed in relief. The warmth enveloped her, inducing a sense of drowsiness. At this moment, the hour had grown late. Typically, she would be nestled in her bed, deep in slumber at such an hour. Yet today, she had taken a life. Perhaps the nobility believed she had no right to extinguish a fellow aristocrat's existence. Yet she did so nonetheless. Moreover, she felt an unexpected elation afterward. The short blade lay nearby. Tina had not discarded it, and Casillas had picked it up as well. Reaching out, she grasped the cool hilt of the dagger, gradually succumbing to the embrace of sleep. The royal palace was ablaze with light. Radiant illumination cascaded throughout the grand hall belonging to the king, reflecting off every gilded wall and ornament, bathing every inch of the space in a resplendent golden glow. Majestic and extraordinary. This does not appear to be tacky, for in addition to the golden hues, there exists a plethora of elements imbued with historical and artistic significance. For instance, a series of murals chronicling each monarch and every momentous event in the annals of the kingdom's history. This signifies a legacy, as the time-honored nobility take great pleasure in meticulously displaying their ancestors in chronological order, adorned and framed, accompanied by numerous inscriptions extolling their honorable deeds. Each intricate pattern, engraving, and decorative flourish has been painstakingly crafted by the most skilled artisans and the most illustrious designers. Remarkably, every inch of gold on the kingdom's walls and columns has been secured with gold leaf, rather than a mere layer of deceptive paint. Since its completion, Each successive monarch has contributed additional details, resulting in a considerable toll on life. At the highest point of the palace, upon a golden throne encrusted with a multitude of gemstones, sits a king, his countenance dark as he glares at his ministers. Wielding a scepter fashioned from a magnificent blue sapphire, the king, no longer in the bloom of youth, is nearing the age of 60. At this age, the elderly often find their health in decline, even amidst opulence and the care of the finest physicians in the nation. Their well-being remains precarious. The doctors have advised him to avoid anger and agitation. However, the current circumstances leave him no choice but to be incensed. A noble has been assassinated in broad daylight. And yet, nearly 6 hours have elapsed since the city guards were deployed, with no apprehension of the perpetrator? Pandal, the individual overseeing the city guards is your subordinate. Is he not? The authority wielded by the kingdom's ministers is merely delineated into finance, civil affairs, judiciary, and military governance, all of which are held in the grasp of various high-ranking nobles. Pandal serves as the Minister of Military Affairs. This individual possesses a robust physique, his countenance perpetually adorned with a jovial smile, a stark contrast to the term military and political. It would be more fitting for him to assume the role of Minister of Finance, swapping positions with the perpetually stern Carimula. His name is Keldon, Your Majesty. At the very moment of the incident, Keldon arrived at the scene. No one could have anticipated that such a savage lurked in the heart of the city. Hence the failure to apprehend the perpetrator immediately. Nonetheless, I have faith that Keldon will not disappoint us, nor His Majesty. Pander, with his sparse silver locks, reveals that he is considerably older than the king, yet his voice resonates powerfully within the gilded palace. I trust you, Pander, my dear friend. The king rose and descended the steps to address the gathered ministers, seated below, saying, We have awaited this moment for far too long. It is time to return, the hour is late. I am confident that by the morrow, Keldon shall bring forth good news. Unlike the emperors of China, the king's absolute power is significantly curtailed. Essentially, he embodies a grand noble, often referring to his ministers and fellow nobles as my friends in colloquial discourse. The ministers responded in unison. Carimula and Pander, accompanied by over a dozen nobles, exited the palace. Suddenly, a wave of lethargy washed over me, as if the urge to write had dissipated. I am uncertain why, but I yearn for a day of respite. I shall make amends tomorrow. Chapter 46. 7 Kills at Dawn. Tina awakened from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Casillas seated at the entrance of the wooden cabin, munching on a large red apple. The rain from the previous night had not ceased, though it had diminished to a mere drizzle. Would you care for an apple? Casillas inquired, producing another fruit. Tina shook her head, struggling to sit up. Despite the difficulty, she succeeded. This indicated that Casillas' treatment bore some efficacy, as she was recovering, markedly better than the previous day when she could scarcely rise. You are recovering well. Fortuitously, we shall have quite a journey ahead. Tina, intrigued, asked, Where do you intend to take me? To a place of concealment, of course. There exists a bandit named Danzhen on this mountain. It would be safe to entrust you to them. The royal guards are unlikely to search the far side of this mountain, and even if they do, I believe it will take them considerable time, not to mention that Danzhen's clan is not to be trifled with, Casillas explained at length. He perceived that while Danzhen's band may be mere brigands, in these times, it is no easy task to be a bandit. Their strength is likely formidable, and they would not fear the city guards. Bandits? You wish to send me to such a place? Tina found it hard to believe. Casillas, somewhat helpless, reassured her. Do not worry. You ought to understand that in this world, there exist both virtuous and wicked individuals, be they pirates, nobles, or common folk. The Danzhen family, for instance, should indeed be regarded as the benevolent kind of bandits. How can you be so sure? Tina inquired skeptically. Well, I have had a brief encounter with them. He replied, fabricating a lie with conviction. In truth, the Danzhen family was indeed as he had described, and he had no fear that Tina would unearth his deception when the time came. When shall we depart? She asked. Let us wait a bit longer. It is preferable to wait until you are able to walk unaided. I would rather not carry you over this high mountain, as it would be quite exhausting, Casillas jested, producing a cup and taking a sip before inquiring. Would you care for some sweetened water? This is no ordinary concoction. It has been created through Hawk's abilities. For the time being, neither Hawk nor Casillas had a clear understanding of how to develop the combat potential of his powers. Consequently, Hawk had applied his abilities to food. Though it offered only sweetness, that singular flavor was more than enough to be delightful. Casillas not only carried this sweetened water, but but also a considerable supply of sweetened tobacco, which, when ignited, imparted a unique sensation that he occasionally indulged in. Having not had water for some time, Tina reached out for the cup. The liquid appeared indistinguishable from plain water, yet upon tasting it, a continuous wave of sweetness enveloped her palate, perfectly balanced, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It is said that the human penchant for sweetness is inscribed within our genes, as sugar is one of the best means to replenish fat. Foods with high sweetness allowed our earliest ancestors to store energy more efficiently, helping them withstand the harshness of nature and fend off famine. Thus, it is no surprise that many are drawn to sweet flavors. Casillas was unaware of the validity of such claims, nevertheless. He had neither the inclination nor the desire to delve into such trivial matters. The sweetened water, which was originally plain, was simply delicious, and that was sufficient for him. Suddenly, Casillas stood up, announcing, "Someone is approaching." Tina, holding half a cup of sweetened water, cast him a puzzled glance. "Have you lost your senses?" "Of course. It is the city guards beginning their search in the mountains." Casillas replied irritably. "It seems we have no time to rest. We must depart immediately, but first, we must deal with this squad of city guards." Upon the discovery of two unfortunate city guards, Keldon immediately commanded his subordinates to scour the Gorbo Mountains in search of the culprits. No longer would they form pairs. Instead, they would venture forth in squads of 20. It was improbable for an injured young girl to have inflicted such grievous injuries upon two robust men, one with a significant portion of his teeth shattered, the other with several ribs fractured, indicating the assistance of a formidable accomplice. Although Casillas' wooden cabin lay not far from the mountain's entrance, its elevation surpassed that of the guards, granting him extraordinary sight and hearing to detect the adversaries. The guards, clad in waterproof coats to shield their firearms from moisture, spread out in an irregular line, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters between one another, ensuring a vast area remained within their line of sight, leaving no suspicious corner unexamined. Just as one guard, treading upon the soft ground carpeted with fallen leaves and decaying matter, shifted his gaze towards a comrade to his left, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, followed by the sight of his brother's body stiffening. A gruesome spray of unknown matter erupting from the back of his head as he slowly collapsed to the ground. What transpired? Was that the sound of a gunfire? Had he been struck in the head? As confusion clouded his mind, darkness enveloped his vision, and he knew nothing more. A bullet pierced through the hardened bone of his forehead, tearing away a considerable portion of the skull at the back, liberating itself amidst a torrent of blood and brain matter. The price of this freedom was his demise. The city guard squad had spread out to a distance of over 200 meters, apart from a few guards in close proximity. The others only heard two thunderous gunshots and remained oblivious to the death of their comrades. It was not until they saw their visible allies taking cover behind large trees or rocks, gesturing and shouting for attention, that they realized they had fallen prey to an enemy ambush. Another gunshot rang out. One guard, concealed behind the trunk of a tree, was struck in the back by a bullet that, having traversed the thick bark, had lost much of its momentum, yet still easily tore through the fragile flesh, embedding itself into his corporeal form. The tree he had chosen for sanctuary was insufficiently robust. The bullet did not strike the heart, yet it penetrated the lungs and came to a halt therein. Blood surged from his mouth and nose, spilling into the pulmonary lobes. Helplessly, he gazed towards the direction of his comrades, yearning for someone to rescue him. However, lying on the ground, his field of vision was limited. Apart from the sky obscured by the branches and leaves, he could discern little else. Soon, he would succumb to drowning in his own blood. Within a brief span, 3 teammates had fallen, while others nearby took refuge behind cover, and those further away began to converge cautiously towards this site, meticulously searching for shelter. Fearful of a bullet to the head, they gradually recognized the enemy to be but one. With this realization, their fear began to dissipate. A burgeoning resolve to eliminate this foe arose in most, especially within the leader of the team, a man of rank. He had not ascended through sycophancy. His marksmanship was commendable, and his combat prowess was lauded by many within the city guard. Cautiously, he peered from behind a rock, ever prepared to retreat. In the field of his view, an eerie silence prevailed. Apart from the barely audible sound of the fine rain, it seemed as though nothing else existed. Bang! The 4th gunshot rang out, and with the fall of the commanding officer, the composure of the group shattered. Someone roared, rushing from behind cover, armed with a flintlock rifle, scanning the surroundings in hope of locating the enemy to take a shot. Bang! 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 3 more bodies collapsed, and once again, silence engulfed the jungle. If the captain's death had stripped them of their calm, the demise of these three had shattered their courage. Each felt a chill ascend from their spine, and the notion of stepping out transformed abruptly into a harrowing reality. The remaining dozen or so, concealed in various hiding spots, dared not show themselves. In truth, they had only lost 7 men. Casillas felt this was not a significant loss. Changing out a spent magazine from his Desert Eagle, he readied a new one and waited. Observing that these individuals seemed genuinely reluctant to reveal themselves, he leapt down from the tree. Standing atop the trunk several meters high, he considered the prospect of sniping with a handgun from a distance of 70 to 80 meters. Should they be able to perceive him through such distance and the dense foliage, they would indeed be formidable. Yet, even if someone managed to spot him, their firearms would lack the range, and even with such range, they would not possess the accuracy to strike true. Casillas returned to a nearby wooden cabin and addressed Tina, clad in identical black attire, saying, "Let us depart." Chapter 47. You are the eunuch. In the fleeting moments during which the city guards cowered behind their cover, paralyzed by fear, Casillas had already carried Tina away from the wooden cabin, making swift progress through the jungle. However, midway through their escape, he lit a cigarette. Tina furrowed her brow, her distaste for the acrid scent evident. "Casillas, could you possibly refrain from smoking? I can hardly breathe," she exclaimed. To her dismay, he not only disregarded her plea, but took a deep drag, exhaling thick clouds of smoke. Coughing violently, Tina protested, "Just you wait. Once I recover, I will make you pay for this." "I'll be waiting," Casillas replied with a chuckle, as their journey was filled with laughter and banter, clearly bringing him joy. Hours later, Casillas reached the mountain's summit, only to encounter yet another dilemma. He was unaware of the location of the Danzhen family amidst the rugged terrain. This is quite a headache. He feels as though he is a fool for only now considering this issue. This is not a quest to find Windmill Town, just beyond this mountain. The sea can be glimpsed from afar, and Windmill Town lies by its shores. The band of brigands known as Dadong may have established their stronghold in any secluded corner of the mountains. To locate this place solely by foot would be akin to the tale of the old man moving mountains, while not as exaggerated. It would undoubtedly be a monumental and time-consuming endeavor. What to do? Just as he was troubled by this predicament, he discerned the faint sounds of human presence nearby, specifically the sound of breathing. Casillas's gaze shifted to a distant large tree, which appeared unremarkable, an ordinary sight that would require several people to encircle. However, before long, a raspy voice emerged, drawing closer from afar. This voice is familiar to Casillas, as he had heard it just a few days prior. This voice calls out, "Ace! Ace! Ace!" The sound reverberated through the jungle, startling numerous birds and beasts, creating a considerable commotion. Hiding behind a great tree, Ace felt as if his head might explode. Normally, this would be tolerable, but now, Casillas wore a knowing smile, as it seemed his fortune was finally on par with that of the protagonist. Just when he found himself at a loss, 2 individuals who could guide him appeared. He positioned Tina against the trunk of a tree before striding towards the colossal tree. As he walked, he called out boldly, "Come out, do not hide. I know you are there." As he uttered these words, Casillas reached the side of the massive tree and beheld a steel pipe whistling through the air before him. Raising his hand, he grasped the pipe, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Ace, I have just assisted you, and you repay my kindness with hostility?" Emerging from behind the great tree, Ace's gaze was fixed intently on Casillas, glinting with a hint of menace. He decisively relinquished the weapon caught in Casillas's grasp, his eyes scanning the environment, contemplating any advantageous conditions he might exploit. Despite their brief encounter, Ace recognized that Casillas was significantly stronger than himself. The voice of Luffy drew nearer, and Casillas caught sight of him, now adorned with a straw hat, a notable difference from their previous meeting. In merely 4 or 5 days, the red-haired one has departed. And has Carp already paid a visit? Casillas appeared somewhat distracted. Ace, endowed with an innate and acute sense of combat, instantly seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, he surged forward, his fist clenched tightly, aiming a blow towards Casillas's groin. With this strike, he was ruthless beyond measure, aiming directly to incapacitate Casillas Jr. He had considered the situation thoroughly. Targeting the opponent's chest, abdomen, or head would likely yield little chance of success, given his own capabilities. However, the male anatomy's vulnerable region presented a different opportunity altogether. This particular area, regardless of the feebleness of the force applied, is invariably a vital target. The impact is assuredly significant. However, Casillas is no novice. His lightning-fast reflexes enabled him to instinctively lower one hand to intercept Ace's fist, and in the subsequent moment, he felt an unsettling chill around his lower body. Naturally, this incited a surge of fury within him, although he understood that Ace, during this period, regarded nearly every stranger as an adversary. Having nearly brought Luffy to peril, his own manhood being jeopardized compelled Casillas to instinctively retaliate with greater force. In the next instant, Casillas raised his foot and forcefully propelled it against the considerably shorter Ace, sending him soaring through the air until he collided with a tree. The impact between Ace and the trunk produced a dull thud. The force of that kick nearly rendered him unconscious. Luffy happened to witness this scene. "Well, Uncle, what are you doing? Stop it," he shouted, his straw hat fluttering wildly behind him as he ran. Casillas had no intention of continuing. He understood well that such a kick was not easily endured. For an ordinary child, this blow would likely result in several broken ribs, with a significant chance of immediate death. However, Ace was no ordinary 10-year-old. The damage inflicted upon him was not particularly severe, perhaps merely some internal displacement or similar injuries. This would incapacitate him temporarily, requiring a few days of rest for recovery. Luffy knelt beside Ace, anxiously inquiring, "Ace, how do you feel? Don't worry, he won't die?" Casillas elegantly adjusted his slightly disheveled attire before lighting a cigarette. After all, he intended to kill from the very start. At that moment, Luffy felt a sense of confusion. He had already considered Ace as his close friend, and despite their brief acquaintance, he had also come to regard Casillas in a similar light. Now, witnessing the conflict between them and Ace's injury placed him in a difficult position. "Don't worry, this injury will heal quickly." Observing Luffy's worried expression, Casillas reassured him. "Really?" Luffy gazed at him with wide eyes, prompting Casillas to reflect on the innocence of the boy. Is it truly wise to place such faith in oneself so swiftly? Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a positive development for one's own sake. Ace gradually regained his senses, and upon noticing Luffy's gaze upon him, he began to huff disdainfully through his nostrils, turning his face away in defiance. He yearned to rise, yet the pain from his injury was quite unbearable. Despite his earnest efforts, he remained unsuccessful. "Luffy, I seek to find the members of the Danzhen family. Could you guide me to them?" Casillas expressed his desire to expedite the matter, eager to return to the town of End. "Huh." Luffy responded with his adorably naive expression directed at Casillas. And after a moment's contemplation, he finally replied, "Sure." This caused Ace to cough incessantly. He felt a constriction in his chest, a pressure that could not be released, leaving him in great discomfort. What purpose does Casillas have in seeking Danzhen? The individuals in the town of Danzhen are notorious for their malevolence, and it is certain that Casillas is no virtuous character himself. That fool Luffy. Chapter 48. National Insults. Along the journey, Casillas carried Tina on his back, while Ace was reluctantly hoisted by Luffy. However, due to Luffy's diminutive stature and Ace's lack of cooperation, Ace's legs dragged along the ground, leaving a trail behind him. The path was rather straightforward. Casillas soon caught sight of a grand wooden house rising amidst the jungle, boasting 2 stories and possibly an attic. Judging by its size, the first floor alone contained at least a dozen small rooms. From a distance, Luffy shouted joyfully, "I'm back." As his voice echoed, someone emerged from the entrance. "You 2 little brats should have stayed away," Danzhen exclaimed, her disdain palpable as she chewed on a cigarette, her mouth moving incessantly. "That old bastard Carp is a real jerk. 1 ace is enough, and now he sends back his grandson." As the leader of the mountain bandits, Danzhen was quite imposing. To describe her physique, the word broad would suffice. Yet it was said that she was once a beauty in her youth, which reminded Casillas of Big Mom, who was similarly striking in her earlier days. Thus, it is said that women transform greatly with age, though the outcome is often uncertain. Danzhen was a rough woman. After spitting on the ground, she noticed that Ace had been brought back by Luffy. This was indeed curious. Setting aside Ace's formidable abilities, there were scarcely any beasts in the mountains that could pose a threat to him, and yet he had allowed Luffy to carry him back. Just days had passed, and Ace's attitude towards Luffy remained unchanged, still indifferent and dismissive. After surveying the 2 individuals she cared about most, her attention shifted to Casillas and the girl he was carrying, who was staring at her intently. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Danzhen's voice was accompanied by the gentle clinking of the brown beads around her neck. The cigarette she held remained steadfast at her lips, seemingly glued in place as her mouth moved. Truthfully, Casillas envied this ability. He could not yet manage to smoke while performing significant movements with his mouth. "I would like her to stay with you for a while," Casillas said with a smile. However, Before he could finish, he noticed Dayton's expression darken instantly, her vibrant orange hair contrasting sharply with her grim visage. Damn it. This is no place for children. I am a mountain bandit. This is the stronghold of the Dayton family. She bellowed. Brat, hurry and take your people and get lost. A few individuals emerged from behind, clambering alongside them, including a familiar figure to Casillas, Dugra, a diminutive bandit wrapped in cloth reminiscent of an Arab headdress. Casillas shrugged, retrieving a bulging little pouch from his pocket and giving it a shake. If you agree to take care of her, this money is yours. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even Luffy, who had initially intended to speak on behalf of Casillas, was momentarily struck dumb by the sudden stillness. Swallowing back the words he had prepared to utter, he found himself puzzled by the unexpected turn of events. Dayton wrestled with her inner turmoil. The flesh on her face twitched as she listened to the sounds emanating from the pouch. Gold coins. This bag must contain over 1 million berries. Despite being a notorious mountain bandit with a bounty in the millions herself, Dayton's family had been enduring hard times. The primary reason for their plight was the constant scrutiny from Carp. Additionally, caring for Ace, even though he often managed to bring back some food, meant that they still had to purchase staple provisions, as relying solely on meat led to malnutrition. Moreover, with Luffy, the 7-year-old child, their food consumption had increased beyond that of any one of them. Having lived for years with dwindling resources, Dayton's family had not seen a substantial sum of money in quite some time. And this was gold, the most esteemed currency in the underworld. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard, sensing a tug from beside her. Turning her head, she noticed Dugra, and she crouched down to him, allowing him to whisper a few hushed words in her ear. This scene is rather comical. However, Casillas remains unfazed. Unsurprisingly, Dadong hesitantly inquires, well, how long will she stay? The duration is uncertain, but during this time, her safety must be ensured. Observing the effectiveness of his persuasive tactics, Casillas feels a wave of contentment wash over him, prompting a newfound generosity. As long as her safety is guaranteed, there will be rewards to follow. Money holds little significance for him, merely a sum of 1 million belly. Even if he were to offer Dadong's family 2 million, he would not bat an eye. In the lucrative business of arms dealing, such an amount is but a drop in the ocean. For the first time, he experiences the sensation of affluence. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person, devoid of the means to indulge in such pleasures. When a pouch of gold coins is handed to Dadong, the band of brigands lights up with broad smiles, including Dadong himself. As Dadong lifts the immobilized Tina, she casts an anxious glance towards Casillas. Though reluctant to admit it, Casillas is now her sole pillar of support. This left her in a state of contradiction. Yet, it mattered not, for when Casillas smiled and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, do not worry. I shall return for you in due time. Focus on your recovery here. Her anxious heart found solace. Uncle, yes. Must you leave so soon? Luffy inquired, visibly reluctant, as he proudly displayed the lighter Casillas had gifted him, exclaiming, look, I've taken great care of it. With Luffy's persistent enthusiasm, Casillas was compelled to indulge him with a sip of sweet water. Upon tasting it, Luffy exclaimed in delight, only then allowing him to depart, having completed his tasks. And with little reason to linger, Casillas soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Ace was being carried inside by a few mountain bandits. When he seemed to recall something, turning to Dayton to say, this man is no good. He has only recently appeared in the town of Duan, and taking on the responsibility of caring for this woman is merely courting trouble. Dayton playfully smacked Ace on the head, unconcerned about his potential dim-wittedness, her heart brimming with delight at the newly acquired gold coins. Life would improve from here on, and if she could care for the young girl well, even greater riches could be garnered. Seeing Dayton's indifference, Ace huffed and turned away as the bandits carried him into the house. Luffy, still clutching the cup, followed eagerly, calling out, hey, Ace, would you like to try it? It's really good. There's still half left. It's all yours. Want to taste it? Once her subordinates and the 2 troublesome boys were inside, Dayton lowered her gaze to the girl who was watching her intently, her voice gentle as she inquired, your name is Tina, is it not? What happened to your injury? I killed a nobleman, and his subordinates struck me twice. Tina responded calmly, as though recounting what she had eaten the previous night. Dayton paused, suspecting her ears were deceiving her. What did you say? After a moment, a woman's anguished scream echoed through the mountains of Galbo, even reaching the distant ears of Casillas. WCNMLGB. Chapter 49. Suggestions regarding the true culprit on his return journey. Casillas once again encountered the gathering place of the Wanderers. During the day, this area was nearly deserted. In their precarious existence, everyone, young and old alike, needed to venture out to seek sustenance, rummaging through refuse. The city guard's search of this place should have concluded last night. After all, it was merely a dilapidated shanty, revealing nothing but waste upon inspection. It is evident that the city guards assigned to such a task, whether they be ordinary soldiers or officers, do not wish to squander excessive time in this place. Casillas made no prolonged stay here, in stark contrast to the seemingly unchanged gathering of vagabonds. The town of Danzhen lies in utter disarray. Some houses have had their doors forcefully removed by the city guards. The uneven streets still bear traces of blood. Regardless of the circumstances, there will always be individuals who, unable to discern the reality, are reluctant to relinquish their possessions, ultimately losing everything. Even after a night has passed, the city guards remain, with soldiers still patrolling the area. Similarly, amidst the heap of refuse at the uncertain terminus, squads of soldiers tirelessly scour the terrain, determined to apprehend the perpetrator. These guards could comprehend the situation. However, what eluded him was the presence of the city guards surrounding his own doorstep. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the men with flintlock rifles appeared to be on duty at the entrance. As he approached, one of the guards, with a stern expression, advanced and inquired, "Who goes there?" "I am the master of this house," Casillas replied, raising his hands in a gesture of compliance, smiling in the face of the weapon aimed at him. Upon hearing this, the guard retreated to the side of the door, ceasing all further action. What a dutiful soldier, Casillas mused. Had there not been several hundred city guards stationed in the vicinity, he would have drawn his weapon and fed him a bullet long ago. Upon pushing the door open, he was unsurprised to find a man who appeared to be of noble descent sitting at the table, puffing on a cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke. Beside him stood a woman of striking beauty, attending to his needs. This individual has evidently gained weight. Although traces of his youthful, robust physique remain, they are largely overshadowed by his plump visage and protruding abdomen. His hair, once golden, is now gradually transitioning to a shade of gray. The man turned to Casillas. "Oh, I beg your pardon for my impudence, Mr. Casillas." He stood up and offered a slight bow. "I have intruded upon your home without the permission of its master, yet I find myself in need of temporary shelter. I trust you will not hold it against me." He appeared exceedingly polite, though it was evident that this demeanor was merely a facade. His effort to exhibit courtesy stemmed from an awareness of the potential, albeit obscure, connections between Casillas and the esteemed noble Karamura. Nonetheless, deep down, he harbored a sense of contempt for Casillas, for he was a noble, while Casillas was not. This is also the reason why he brazenly intruded here, treating it as his temporary command center and sanctuary. Hawk approached Casillas, whispering a few explanations. "Ah, it is indeed my honor to have the esteemed presence of a nobleman." Casillas instantly beamed, remarking, however, "I must apologize as this place is certainly far too humble compared to your residence." His reaction brought great satisfaction and comfort to Keldon. In Keldon's eyes, regardless of any connection this fellow had with the great noble Carimula, since he was not yet a noble himself, he ought to exhibit such demeanor in his presence. Casillas adjusted his slightly disheveled attire and took a seat on the opposite side of the table. Glancing at the elegant goblets and the red wine, as well as the ashtray filled with numerous ashes, with a smile, he inquired, "My lord Keldon, have you yet apprehended the audacious perpetrator who dared challenge noble dignity?" At the mention of this, Keldon's face betrayed his agitation. Alas, this detestable wretch, this ruffian, seems to have vanished without a trace. To date, 7 of my men have perished within the confines of Galbo Mountain. What? Does this fiend have accomplices? Casillas expressed surprise, while inwardly reflecting on the unfortunate fate of several more individuals he had encountered on his way back. It appears so, and it should not be merely one. Unbeknownst to Keldon, the man before him was the very architect behind the demise of his 7 subordinates. Oblivious to the truth, he lamented, "I have dispatched numerous men into the mountains, hoping they might bring me good tidings. Yet, I must also guard against this rabble potentially retreating to the refuse hills or the nearby town. Thus I cannot abandon the search here. My lord Keldon, you bear a heavy burden." As he uttered these words, Casillas wore a mask of genuine admiration and concern. "But have you considered, my lord Keldon, what if they have already crossed the mountains and fled to some unknown destination?" The statement seems to capture the essence of Keldon's inner turmoil perfectly. He emanated an air of worry and frustration, sighing, "Alas, I can only do my best." Casillas lit a cigarette for himself, gazing at Keldon's face, and cautiously continued his thoughts. "I believe Lord Keldon must be wary of such a situation. In my opinion, There exists an even better alternative. What? Keldon, with his mind wandering, absent-mindedly reached out to caress the woman beside him. However, Casillas' subsequent words widened his eyes in astonishment. I have heard that the perpetrator is a red-haired girl, likely around 12 or 13 years of age. After pausing momentarily, Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke and added, You see, since no one knows her identity, all you need to do is capture a red-haired girl. Isn't that so? This is a rather straightforward matter. So simple that Keldon suddenly realized, cursing himself for having harbored fear of the king's accountability for so long. How he had overlooked such a method. The girl with the crimson hair was not difficult to find. The simplest approach was to seek out slave traders, who possessed a variety of slaves to cater to the demands of nobles and the affluent. In an instant, Keldon comprehended all this, bursting into a hearty laugh. Mr. Casillas, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. This has resolved a significant dilemma for me. I owe you a favor. He laughed to the point of tears, momentarily choked by his cigar smoke, prompting the woman standing beside him to gently pat his robust back. A favor? What value does a favor hold? Casillas silently scoffed. For him, Keldon's favor as a minor noble was of little consequence. It might hold some significance in the future, but that was a matter for another time. The sudden inspiration he provided to Keldon was primarily for the sake of Tina's safety. The death of a noble in broad daylight, with the culprit escaping, posed a matter of prestige among the aristocracy. Even without Casillas suggesting this course of action, the nobles, unable to capture the murderer, would have eventually considered this solution. Once the perpetrator is dead, all would be resolved. Thus, the pursuit of the true culprit is likely to gradually fade into obscurity. Should the nobles choose to punish the murderer in a few days, it is highly probable that the city guards, who have been scouring the mountains in search of the truth, will discover that Tina is indeed in the hands of the Danzhen family. Although the noble lords previously considered the cost of eliminating the Danzhen family to be substantial, the revelation of Tina's whereabouts alters that perspective. With the identification of the murderer, the city guards would naturally withdraw, thus resolving the issue at hand. Elated, Keldon promptly decided to depart in search of the perpetrator, seizing the opportunity to bid farewell. Casillas discreetly handed him a small parcel. Ordinarily, a commoner offering him an item would be met with reluctance, but having recently benefited greatly from Casillas' assistance, Keldon accepted it without hesitation. As he stepped through the doorway, he tore open a small corner of the wrapping, only to quickly repackage it, ensuring that none of those nearby caught a glimpse. Inside was a substantial stack of banknotes, estimated to be no less than 1 million belly, concealed beneath layers of paper that rendered its contents unrecognizable. Reflecting on the smiling visage of Casillas, Keldon mused, "Ah, indeed a perceptive fellow." Chapter 50. The reality of the world after Keldon's departure. Casillas felt a pang of concern for his finances. He currently possessed just over 2 million in cash. However, this was inconsequential, for in a couple of days, upon completing the transaction of 3,000 goods, he anticipated a substantial influx of wealth, potentially exceeding 100 million belly. Consequently, he was quite generous with his expenditures, 1 million for the Danzhen family, and likewise for Lord Keldon. It was expected that he had gained a new subordinate, who might one day become a formidable female swordsman. Thus, the minor inconvenience and financial outlay were entirely worth it. In light of this, Casillas' spirits soared, and he began to sing with a voice lacking in melody, "Moonlit hues, the scent of women. On this battlefield of mundane affairs, who among the myriad can claim the crown? Cross the bonds of sentiment, who dares to intrude? Gaze upon the bright moon, my heart is heavy with sorrow." Just as Casillas immersed himself in song, relishing the nostalgic feeling of commanding the microphone in a private room, an untimely noise interrupted him. Hawk stood awkwardly, empty-handed save for a tray that bore remnants of shattered glass and a liquid speckled with orange pulp. "Boss, my apologies." Casillas waved dismissively, indicating that all was well. Yet, as he lit a cigarette and took a puff, Hawk, curiosity piqued, inquired, "Boss, what song were you just singing? The language seemed unfamiliar to me." In the world of piracy, a universal language is propagated by the world government, yet a myriad of regional dialects exists, albeit at an alarming rate of extinction. For the adventurous merchants of this realm, encountering a language barrier is an exceedingly rare occurrence. "That is the language of my homeland," Casillas remarked. At this juncture, it seemed as though he could pierce through the haze before him and once again behold the vibrant neon lights, the colossal iron beasts traversing the expansive black asphalt, and the towering skyscrapers that rendered individuals utterly insignificant. Casillas harbored a deep-seated disdain for his homeland, for it was devoid of cherished memories, filled instead with exhaustion, numbness, injustice, helplessness, and jealousy. In his native land, he was merely an ordinary man, perpetually met with obstacles. Perhaps the distant relatives he had long been separated from elicited a modicum of nostalgia, yet nothing could withstand the relentless passage of time. At present, Casillas found himself no longer reminiscing about them as he once did. During his moment of introspection, Hawk quietly swept up the shards of glass from the floor and brought forth a fresh cup of juice. After taking a sip, Casillas exclaimed his approval, "Delightful, truly delightful. Of course, I scoured the entire main street to find the best and freshest oranges, then squeezed them by hand." Hawk's face radiated a sense of pride. Ultimately, Casillas was quite satisfied. The orange juice was indeed exquisite, perhaps enhanced by Hawk's own ingenuity. However, it soon became apparent to Casillas that Hawk seemed to harbor something he wished to express, yet hesitated. He could easily surmise what Hawk was contemplating. The outcome was as he had anticipated. "Boss, why did you suggest that to Keldon? While it may not concern us directly, but, boss, he will implicate an innocent girl." Hawk's bewilderment was palpable. Casillas was well aware of Hawk's kind-hearted nature, which allowed him to foresee his reaction. "Hawk, your concern for ordinary, innocent people is commendable," Casillas stated, pinching the cigarette but between his fingers, his demeanor remaining composed, neither angered nor amused, but rather serious. "However, first and foremost, you must understand your own weight in this situation. How much influence do you believe your boss holds in this country?" Just as Hawk was about to respond, Casillas interjected. "Allow me to enlighten you, Hawk. I remain utterly inconsequential in this nation, even though Karamura collaborates with me out of self-interest. The moment he can extricate himself from needing my supplies, such as replicating the Desert Eagle, I will be rendered worthless. In the next instant, countless city guards will surround us with cannons. Do you comprehend? Do not presume that I can withstand cannon fire. The mere presence of 100 or so city guards wielding firearms encircling this abode renders our escape impossible. I am not akin to Jack the Ripper, who can disregard ordinary bullets. Do you comprehend this? Therefore, in matters such as these, it is prudent to refrain from meddling. Do not assume that my involvement in the trivial affairs of certain minor nobility scavenging for coin amidst rubbish grants me the liberty to intrude upon a matter of national significance, one that attracts the attention of both the nobility and the king. I cannot guarantee the safety of the perpetrator, at the very least. A scapegoat must be provided to preserve the feude that the nobility so cherishes. Moreover, it is imperative that my involvement in this affair remains concealed. Do you understand?" Hawk stood momentarily dumbstruck, his mouth agape. "Hawk, you value justice, do you not?" Casillas finally remarked. "There is a saying I hold in high regard, for it encapsulates the essence of truth. Justice, without a doubt, prevails, for it is the victors who embody justice, while the vanquished are forever branded as evil. The age-old adage, 'To the victor belong the spoils,' remains an unwavering truth, easily discernible upon a cursory examination of history. Casillas is not a virtuous man, yet he does not consider himself malevolent either. If he could resolve this predicament without sacrificing an innocent life, he would be quite pleased. However, the crux of the matter lies in his lack of capability, or more precisely, his insufficient power. Were he endowed with formidable strength akin to Doflamingo's ability to usurp a nation, it would be a trifling matter. Yet, he lacks this power. Thus, in times of personal inadequacy, he must seek to accrue greater benefits and amass a larger following. Extinguishing his cigarette, he observed the dazed Hawk while contemplating when Lucien and Gray would return. His decision to refrain from recruiting the local thugs in Danzhen stemmed from a desire to forge his own power with the pirates who make their living upon the seas. Primarily, these individuals are steeped in bloodshed, far more formidable than the weaklings beyond Danzhen. Furthermore, those who dwell upon the ocean are often subservient to the strong, at least. The majority are. To command the loyalty of these desperate souls typically requires merely defeating or capturing them. Casillas is confident that he can consistently overpower all others in terms of personal strength. He requires this self-assurance. Once he falters in strength, no justification is needed. It is likely that Gray and Lucien, having recently joined his ranks, will abandon him, for they allied with him due to his formidable prowess. Their brief association harbors little emotional investment, and there exists the potential for them to abscond with many of his possessions. Ultimately, the only one likely to remain by his side, even in death, is Hawk. This is the true face of the world, compelling Casillas to strive incessantly. At the tender age of 15, He already possessed strength surpassing that of the majority of adults. Chapter 51. The Guild and Contemplations on Ability. As Casillas sat by the waterlogged area in the backyard, immersing his feet in the water while continually exercising his powers to freeze and boil it in an endless cycle, Hawk approached with a platter of peeled and sliced fruits. It seemed he had come to a realization. "Boss, there's something I forgot to mention." Hawk placed the fruit platter beside him and reminisced. After the city guard's search concluded last night, Liddell paid a visit. Was it for Ronald's daughter? Indeed, Hawk nodded. He hopes we can assist him in locating a girl named Tina and ensure her safety. However, popping a piece of apple into his mouth, Casillas chewed thoughtfully and replied, "You guessed correctly. I rescued Christina and sent her to the mountain bandits for the time being. She is safe for now. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even need to concern myself with such trivial matters. What do the nobles' vendettas against a murderer have to do with me? Should we inform Liddell about this? Not for now. What good would it do him to know? He offers us no assistance. And revealing this could heighten the risk of exposing our secrets." Casillas shook his head, fixating on the water's surface that alternated between freezing and melting, occasionally boiling due to excessive heat. He pondered Liddell's usefulness. Was he to serve as an insider when the time came to eliminate Karamura? To be candid, he doubted Liddell's significance. Individuals like him and Ronald could never gain Karamura's genuine trust. When Casillas aimed to eliminate Karamura, he would undoubtedly possess a considerable advantage in strength. If the power was insufficient, as in the present circumstance, what could Liddell do to aid in killing Karamura? Poison the nobles? Or draw a gun on him during a meeting? Entering Gao Town would entail a body search, and even in Karamura's opulent residence, another search awaited him. Success was nearly impossible. Perhaps he could persuade his subordinates to serve him loyally. In any case, Casillas regarded Liddell as a superfluous presence. Consequently, he had not sought a personal meeting with him for several days. It would be far more beneficial to hone his devil fruit abilities during that time. "Hawk, I believe we must commence action." Casillas exhaled contentedly after finishing the fruit. "Aren't you adept in business? Thus, let's establish a guild and leverage your greatest talents." A guild? Hawk was taken aback. He had assumed that following Casillas would lead to a life of violence, only to be surprised by his leader's directive to form a guild. Precisely. Casillas stretched lazily. Upon reflection, since you excel in this arena, you should embark on this venture. Certainly, I require your assistance as well. Once Lucien establishes contact with another buyer, he will procure a ship and crew. However, it would be prudent not to rely solely on pirates for personnel. It would be wise to recruit from wanderers and common folk. With a vessel and a crew in place, trade can commence. In today's vast oceans, merchants face the most formidable challenges, as the barriers to entry are exceedingly high. Conducting business on land is not overly difficult, yet the profits are modest. What constitutes a lucrative enterprise? It is the transportation of abundant goods from one locale to another that is deficient in such resources, allowing for high prices upon sale. Nevertheless, even in the East Sea, where piracy is at its weakest, the number of marauders remains staggering. Moreover, are pirates the only threat at sea? Certainly not. There are merchant ships and naval warships as well. Given the right circumstances, anyone may resort to plunder. At sea, when lives are taken and vessels are sunk, who can ascertain whether the assailants are indeed pirates? Thus, it is implausible for an ordinary individual to acquire a ship, load it with goods, and venture forth to trade without considerable risks. One must also employ individuals capable of safeguarding oneself and the cargo against adversaries, ensuring that this hired crew does not turn against you and seize everything for themselves. You either need substantial wealth or connections to procure effective permits that can safeguard against piracy and other threats. Otherwise, one should not harbor lofty ambitions. Engaging in maritime commerce is a perilous endeavor. Upon the establishment of the trading company, the foremost task will be to facilitate the transportation of arms. Beyond that, other business ventures can be pursued. I believe securing a permit for the seas from Kalimura should not pose a significant challenge, even if he declines. As long as we possess sufficient manpower and arm ourselves with my Desert Eagle, we can traverse the entirety of the East Sea with ease. Hawk did not hesitate long and readily agreed. I understand. I shall begin preparations immediately. Conducting business is no simple matter. It necessitates a thorough understanding of various elements, such as what commodities are in demand in the Kingdom of Goya and what items are popular in other nations. The maritime routes require navigators. Where might one hire them? Which trading companies operate throughout the East Sea? To which factions do they belong? From this moment forth, Hawk must prepare and gather a wealth of information. Meanwhile, Casillas remained by the poolside, occasionally enjoying slices of fresh fruit or lighting a cigarette. After Hawk's departure, his thoughts turned to his temperature fruit abilities. Would the knowledge acquired in a past life regarding temperature prove useful? This matter is indeed difficult to ascertain. For instance, Luffy's rubber is an insulator, counteracting lightning. However, one must question, does lightning truly find rubber ineffective? Certainly not. If the current and voltage are sufficiently high, incinerating rubber is hardly a challenging feat yet. Luffy remains entirely impervious to Enel's lightning fruit abilities. Numerous explanations abound, such as the notion that Luffy's rubber differs fundamentally from ordinary rubber, or that Enel's seemingly colossal attacks, boasting millions of volts, may not possess such overwhelming voltage, merely theatrical displays intended to impress. Let us consider a simpler example, Kizaru's fruit ability, known as the glint fruit. If memory serves, this power enables him to transform into light, move at the speed of light, and strike with such velocity. Yet, the question arises, does he truly attain light speed? In my view, it appears he does not. If he genuinely achieved light speed, Kizaru might easily obliterate this planet with a single kick, perhaps even traverse the realms of Dragon Ball. However, this may stem from the requirement that, to reach the speed of light, Kizaru must become light itself. Since light lacks physical form, generating tangible force becomes rather challenging. One must either produce sufficient heat or revert to corporeal form just before making contact, a process that may result in a loss of light speed, causing him to decelerate. Now, considering the magma fruit, if my memory serves correctly, the temperature of magma typically hovers around 2 to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Can such temperatures rival those of the flame fruit? It seems rather dubious. The temperature of flames does not cease at this threshold. Based on my limited knowledge gleaned from educational videos, flames are plasma, and the sun's flames are also plasma. Achieving temperatures in the thousands of degrees is not insurmountable for Ace. After all, Ace's prowess is such that he could serve as the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, the development of his fruit must not be lacking. So, why is Akainu capable of subduing Ace's flames? Is it due to the physical nature of his abilities? No. I contend that his magma should possess a higher temperature. Of course, it may also be attributed to the disparities in physical prowess, haki, and other factors. These are merely conjectures. Perhaps it is only when he faces these formidable individuals that he will discern whether his speculations hold any truth. Although he is uncertain of the utility of his previous knowledge of physics in the development of his abilities, Casillas certainly will not abandon his endeavors in this regard. He begins to reminisce, as if he has encountered certain texts that elucidated the essence of temperature. What causes the fluctuations in temperature? He feels he is on the verge of grasping the elusive tale of memory. What could it be? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupts his reflections. This left Casillas somewhat vexed. He felt he was on the brink of recollection, just a mere veil away from clarity. If only he could pierce through that thin layer, the truth would unveil itself. Many people may encounter similar situations, grappling with a thought that remains tantalizingly out of reach. Yet with a little more effort, it seems just within grasp. Hawk had stepped out, leaving him to answer the door. Upon opening it, Casillas' mood soured, as he harbored an almost instinctive premonition that unraveling this mystery could yield immense benefits to his capabilities. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and now, as he contemplated it again, he found himself utterly at a loss. Thus, when he opened the door, his demeanor was darkened, his gaze tinged with a hint of ferocity. Were it possible, he would have relished the thought of dispatching the knocker with a single shot. Chapter 52. The search. The visitor was Apolly, the steward of Calimura, whom Casillas had encountered twice before. Upon seeing Casillas at the door, Apolly inclined his head slightly in greeting and promptly stated his purpose. Mr. Casillas, the esteemed Lord Calimura invites you for a discussion. What matters does he wish to discuss? Casillas referred to Calimura directly by his title, which caused Apolly's brow to furrow momentarily, though he quickly composed himself. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, he replied, I am not privy to the details. You shall learn upon your arrival. Without further deliberation, Casillas nodded in agreement, turned, and retrieved his black overcoat, donning it before following Apolly. To his astonishment, he noticed that the noble steward had brought a carriage. It was the very same vehicle that had transported Calimura during their initial meeting. A detail that lingered in Casillas' memory. Under Apolly's assistance, Casillas ascended into the carriage, which was adorned with understated opulence. Opposite him sat a scantily clad woman who, upon his arrival, immediately bowed her head deeply, inadvertently revealing more than was appropriate. Faced with such a scene, Casillas felt no embarrassment, nor did he flush with modesty. Though not a worldly man, he was no innocent either. Such encounters were merely commonplace. As the carriage began its slow journey, the woman straightened herself and reached for a cigar from a nearby tray, preparing to snip it with a cutter. Casillas intervened. "I do not favor cigars. Do you have cigarettes?" She paused, placing the deep brown cigar back into the tray, then opened a nearby box to produce a beautifully packaged yet unadorned pack of cigarettes. With practiced ease, she tore open the seal, ready to proceed, only to find her hands suddenly empty. Casillas had swiftly snatched the cigarette from her grip, extracting a pristine white roll and inserting it into his mouth. The woman, taken aback by the scene before her, quickly regained her composure, being a trained professional. She promptly picked up a lighter and ignited a flame. Soon, she witnessed Casillas' cigarette come to life. The bright tip gradually dimmed, as wisps of white smoke ascended into the air. Confounded, she couldn't comprehend how the cigarette had ignited without seeing him place it in his mouth or perform any other actions. Initially, Casillas had not possessed such finesse. However, as his mastery of the temperature fruit's abilities developed, he learned to elevate the temperature of an object partially upon contact, a skill that became increasingly effortless. The smaller the object, the easier it became. He could instantly ignite the tip of a cigarette without needing to touch it with his hand. Casillas then drew aside the curtain and gazed outside. The people on the street kept their distance, bowing their heads respectfully as the carriage approached, only resuming their activities once it had passed. Though this was a humble town, even the local ruffians dared not disregard the dignity of the nobility. The woman quietly extinguished the lighter and placed it back on the tray, only to hear the man across from her exclaim, "Nobility is truly enviable." Indeed, she thought to herself, if only she had been born into a noble family, she would not have been captured by slave traders. Nor would she have had to toil for years, mastering various etiquette skills, ultimately settling for the position of a higher-tier slave. As a slave, she possessed striking beauty and a repertoire of skills honed through rigorous training, unlike some of her companions who labored in squalor, subsisting on meager, spoiled meals. She was fortunate yet unfortunate, for like all slaves, she was devoid of freedom and dignity. Casillas' voice interrupted her reverie. "What is your name? Are you a slave?" "I am Sophia, my lord," she replied, lowering her gaze, her beautiful golden hair cascading over her shoulders. As for the second question, she remained silent, reluctant to utter that term. Casillas recognized her silence as an affirmation. "Where do you hail from?" Sophia reflected for a moment before shaking her head. "I was taken by slave traders when I was very young, so I do not remember." "Is that so?" Casillas replied with a mere 2 words, lapsing into silence. Sophia studied his features with her dark, expressive eyes, and after a pause, she remembered that such scrutiny was considered impolite. Had he been her master, she likely would have faced punishment for her gaze. She hastily lowered her head, instinctively arranging the items on the tray beside her. The tray was lined with exquisite silk, adorned with red wine, elegant goblets, cigars, and a lighter. Her duty, during her master's outings, was to serve him in every capacity. It was said that the previous slave who performed similar tasks met an untimely demise, causing her companions to hesitate and ultimately leaving this responsibility to her. For Sophia, she perceived this duty as rather favorable, even if she were to share the same fate as the last female slave. It was preferable to being summoned to her master's bed or being offered to some repugnant, gluttonous noble. She was unaware of the identity of the person before her, but it was evident that he was a figure of considerable stature. As a prominent noble, Caramora would not have his carriage summoned for anyone of ordinary standing. As for who he truly was, Sophia had no inclination to delve deeper. The carriage soon glided into the central street, eventually halting before the gates of the elevated town. The soldiers of the city guard, initially intending to inspect the carriage, recognized the family crest, and, upon seeing the impatient wave from the figure seated at the front, allowed them to pass without further inquiry. If the central street could be described as clean and orderly, then the elevated town was immaculate, resplendent as if newly constructed. Casillas observed slaves, shackled and bearing cleaning tools, patrolling a designated path. Upon noticing a fallen leaf or a hint of dust, they meticulously attended to the mess. He had even heard that if a noble lord were to drop a handkerchief on the ground, and it became soiled, a group of the slaves responsible for cleanliness would be executed. Whether the rumor is true remains a mystery to Casillas. It could indeed hold some veracity, or it may simply be the fabrication of idle gossips. Just as he began to feel the tedium of sitting in the carriage, the steward, happily, drew aside the partition at the front of the carriage and addressed Casillas. "Mr. Casillas, we have arrived. Stepping down from the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of an immense edifice, towering at least 4 or 5 stories high, which presented an undeniably splendid appearance. Here, the city guards are stationed. As Casillas stepped forward, 2 guards swiftly approached him and rudely blocked his path, stating, "Apologies. For the safety of the noble lord, we must conduct a search." The 2 guards, wielding rifles, looked down upon Casillas with an air of arrogance, their gazes tinged with disdain. Meanwhile, Apolly, trailing behind, remained utterly unresponsive. Casillas chuckled softly. "Is this how you treat your guests, Lord Carimula?" "Regrettably, Mr. Casillas, a search is a necessary procedure. Please surrender your weapons. It is the rule," Apolly explained. "Oh, a rule, you say? Naturally, I shall comply. Apolly, I trust you wouldn't mind if I took matters into my own hands?" As Apolly's expression shifted, about to respond, he witnessed Casillas move with an almost imperceptible swiftness, swiftly incapacitating the 2 guards. The guards bore no visible wounds, yet they struggled momentarily on the ground, unable to rise. At least they were not dead. Before Apolly could even exhale in relief, he saw Casillas draw forth a silver desert eagle. "Wait," he called out. But it was already too late. With 2 gunshots, the guards lost something of great significance. Casillas had aimed with precision. The bullets from the desert eagle completely severed their 3rd leg at the base, akin to a eunuch's operation. He did not take lives. The sudden turn of events left the other city guards frozen in place, uncertain of how to react. In truth, the actions of these 2 individuals were prompted by the instructions of the steward, Apolly. Otherwise, the guards were not foolish. They clearly recognized that Casillas had descended from the carriage of Carimula, and thus understood that he was no ordinary person. Apolly represented the will of Carimula, leading them to comprehend that this individual could not possibly have a favorable relationship with him, and consequently, they adhered to the steward's directives. It was merely an act of humiliation, devoid of any intention to resort to violence. Ultimately, 2 unfortunate souls paid the price. The other guards, witnessing the blood rapidly pooling beneath the 2 men and hearing their anguished cries, could not help but shudder, a chill creeping through them. "They do not respect me, so I shall teach them a lesson." Casillas, with a smug expression and without the smoke of gunfire, smiled at Apolly and remarked, "You have no objections, do you?" "Of course not." Apolly felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from such petty tactics. Never expecting such a vehement reaction from this man. Even if a few more city guards perished, neither Apolly nor Carimula would particularly care. However, the issue lay in the fact that this transpired at Carimula's doorstep, and it was Carimula's dogs that had been humiliated. Apolly could already envision the repercussions he might face. For this incident would tarnish Carimula's reputation, becoming fodder for mockery among other noble families. Presently, there was no possibility of Carimula venting his anger on Casillas. The humiliation would likely be directed at Apolly himself. Thus, he found himself regretful. Yet, regret served no purpose. Apolly, with an air of impatience, commanded the 2 city guards to drag the unconscious men away, while slaves would soon come to clean the bloodstains. "Do not be angry. I shall adhere to the rules," Casillas remarked with an easy smile, handing his desert eagle to one of the guards. At Apolly's silent signal, the guard, somewhat apprehensively, accepted the firearm and began to search him. The notion of someone touching his body was distasteful to Casillas, particularly coming from a grown man, even if through clothing. Fortunately, the guard was discreet and did not venture into inappropriate areas. Otherwise, Casillas would not have hesitated to perform a castration on him. After a cursory search, Casillas followed Apolly through the grand entrance of the building. It must be said that the residence of the nobles was indeed exquisite. Every detail was beautifully crafted, verging on artistry. The floor was adorned with a blood-red carpet, the walls embellished with intricate patterns, and perfectly placed decorations that suggested dedicated individuals had meticulously ensured each detail's perfection, creating an environment that was both comfortable for the owner and pleasing to the eye. As Casillas surveyed the hall, he pondered whether he might one day claim this place as his own. It appears to be a commendable choice. Apolly led the way, guiding through a side door and navigating several turns in the impeccably adorned corridor of the hall, until they arrived before a dark brown wooden door. After a gentle knock, Apolly received permission to enter. After a brief moment, he returned, stating that Mr. Casillas was invited inside by the esteemed Lord Calimura. Casillas, displaying no semblance of reserve or decorum befitting a guest, strode in boldly and settled onto a fabric sofa, casually crossing his legs while directing his gaze towards Calimura, who stood by the window. "What business does the honored lord have with me?" he inquired. Even the glass of the window bore exquisite, colorful patterns, a testament to the indulgences of the aristocracy evident in every corner. Calimera did not exhibit any sign of anger in response to the other's rudeness. He sauntered a few steps, embodying the graceful demeanor expected of nobility. Upon returning to the rear of the dark red long table, Calimera took his seat. "There are certain matters I believe warrant your attention," he remarked, his silver strands meticulously combed back, adhering to his scalp. They appeared to have been treated with some sort of oil, glistening and reflecting the light. "What is it?" Casillas queried. Retrieving a cigarette from the case he had seized from Soja, placing it between his lips and exhaling plumes of smoke, Calimera cast a glance at Appley, who presented a box before Casillas. The box, devoid of a lid, was lined with a layer of velvet, containing a slightly deformed bullet head. Even the finest flintlock pistols utilized by the Eastern Sea Navy did not possess such ammunition. Flintlock bullets had always been solid metal spheres, and aside from sea stone bullets, it seemed that no other materials were used in the pirate world, such as lead bullets. The bullet head originates from a Desert Eagle handgun. Upon seeing this, Casillas instantly comprehended the underlying message. However, even with such evidence presented before him, he could not possibly admit to anything. "Isn't this a bullet from my Desert Eagle?" he pondered. "But what do you mean by showing me this?" Appley placed the box on the table before Carimula, who fixated his gaze intently on Casillas. 7 members of the city guard perished in the mountains, and shortly thereafter, several others succumbed to bullets of this kind. Similarly, there were also casualties in Danzhen due to these bullets. Therefore, I must inquire, Mr. Casillas, do you happen to know anything about this? Casillas, casually pinching a half-consumed cigarette, responded nonchalantly, I can't say I know anything about such matters. How many Desert Eagles have you sold? I've sold a few myself over the past few days. If one of those weapons fell into the hands of a criminal who killed your people, surely you cannot hold me accountable for that?" As he spoke, Casillas maintained a composed demeanor, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, leaving both Carimula and Appley unable to discern whether he spoke the truth or was merely acting. "Of course." Carimula chuckled softly. "I am merely inquiring. I do not wish to place blame upon you. Since you claim ignorance regarding this matter, let us discuss something else." "What matter?" Casillas extinguished his cigarette and suddenly turned to Appley. "Fetch me a glass of juice, preferably orange." Appley glanced at Carimula, who imperceptibly nodded, before departing. "From where does Mr. Casillas hail?" Carimula raised a high-stemmed glass filled with crimson liquid, gently swirling it as he posed a question that left Casillas somewhat perplexed regarding his intent. "What relevance does that hold?" "None at all. It is unimportant," Carimula replied, taking a sip of the red wine. "However, there is a piece of promising news that I believe will pique your interest." "Promising news? What is it?" Indeed, the other party had successfully aroused Casillas' curiosity, though the tantalizing manner of presentation was somewhat irksome. Carimula set down the glass and met Casillas' gaze, stating, "Would you care to become a noble?" Chapter 54. The threat. Casillas inquired without hesitation, "What are the terms?" Becoming a noble is undoubtedly a favorable prospect, and he believed that Carimula possessed the capability to grant him such a status. After all, the former pirate captain, who had ignited uncertainty at his destinations, was once offered a condition to ascend to nobility, albeit ultimately reneging on it. However, such benefits are seldom bestowed without expectation. What, then, did Carimula seek from him? The design plans for the Desert Eagle, along with the methods of bullet production. Upon hearing such a response, Casillas could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. You know that's impossible. Not to mention whether I even possess the design of the Desert Eagle." He waved the hand holding the cigarette towards Calimera. "Even if I did, would it be worth it for a mere noble? Thus, it is simply unfeasible." Calimera's expression darkened slightly. From a monetary standpoint, the gains of a noble would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the substantial profits from the Desert Eagle. Nevertheless, Calimera believed that this individual would not likely refuse such an offer, as the status of nobility entailed benefits beyond mere financial gain. "Are you certain?" Casillas took a sip of the orange juice handed to him by Alpari, remaining silent, effectively conceding the point. This ignited an uncontrollable fury within Carimula. "What is nobility?" "It is the most esteemed class within the Kingdom of Goya. A noble invites a commoner to ascend to their ranks, only to face rejection? Such news would be a monumental jest." He felt his dignity, once again, partially compromised. Yet, what could he do? Carimula compelled himself to regain his composure. However, the words that followed from Casillas sent him into a furious rage. While the status of a noble may not suffice to procure what you desire, I can offer you a promise in exchange for my elevation to nobility. For instance, I shall refrain from seeking alliances with others in the Kingdom of Goya. What do you think? Are you threatening me? A glint of predatory intent flickered in Carimula's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the smile adorning Casillas' face. How could the esteemed Lord Carimula perceive this as a threat? Casillas replied, gently swirling his orange juice in a manner reminiscent of one savoring fine red wine. You must understand, such substantial benefits would surely not only captivate your interest in the Kingdom of Goya, but also pique the curiosity of other prominent nobles. If I were to present my request for nobility as a condition for collaboration with them, do you believe, esteemed Lord Carimula, that I would succeed? The threat has become increasingly apparent. Casillas is unafraid of this individual as potential wrath, not solely due to considerations of self-interest, but also because this person is ultimately powerless against him. Admittedly, he could swiftly turn against Casillas and summon the city guards to apprehend him. However, prior to that, Casillas could undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to him. As for any potential ambush on the road after Casillas departs, he remains entirely unconcerned. Indeed, a contingent of dozens or even hundreds of city guards could present a formidable challenge to Casillas, yet they could not guarantee his demise. If they cannot ensure his death, then Calimura must weigh the risks and rewards carefully. Ascending to nobility is a commendable aspiration, and Casillas genuinely desires to become a noble. He could also collaborate with other prominent aristocrats, as he previously suggested, which would likely yield success without necessitating the risk of threatening this particular noble. However, one crucial element remains: time, along with certain complications. Casillas harbors a strong aversion to trouble. Thus, finalizing this matter here would be expedient. The slight risk involved is of little concern to him. Calimura is left with two choices: to confront Casillas openly or to acquiesce to his demands. To intensify the pressure, Casillas retrieved a new desert eagle from his pocket. Indeed, during the search, he had surrendered his weapons and no other armaments were discovered on his person. Yet at this moment, he produced another desert eagle. Calimura, unaware of Casillas' possession of a system space that grants him such an unfair advantage, could only think that the wretch responsible for the search was doomed. Such a formidable firearm could be overlooked? Beyond the city guards, within the opulent residence of Carimula, there exist numerous private armed forces at his disposal. Yet, he dared not make a move. Even as Casillas withdrew the magazine and examined the bullets within, he remarked, "Observe. 7 rounds. Surely, the frail human form cannot withstand such firepower, unless one is the notorious Jack the Ripper. But is he present here?" Carimula was compelled to suppress the tumultuous flames of fury within him. "Mr. Casillas, you have truly astonished me," he conceded. Upon hearing this, Casillas understood that he had acquiesced. "How long will it take?" "A month hence." "Agreed. In return, I shall refrain from seeking collaboration with others within the Kingdom of Goya." Casillas beamed with delight. "Then, I take my leave. No need for farewells." As the door behind him closed, Casillas heard the unmistakable sound of shattering glass, not upon the ground, but upon someone's person. Within the room, red wine mingled with blood, slowly dripping from the forehead of Apolly. Carimula could no longer maintain his noble elegance and authority. After shattering the wine glass upon Apolly's brow, he retrieved a modified desert eagle from the drawer. In the beginning, it was Casillas who presented Ronald with the weapon. The originally silver and black gun was now adorned with a layer of gold, embellished with exquisite engravings that did not compromise its functionality, showcasing the undeniable skill of a master craftsman. However, a chill coursed through Apari's heart. He could not feel the sting on his forehead, nor the discomfort of his clothes soaked in red wine, for the golden desert eagle in Carimula's hand seemed to have conjured a phantom named Fear, firmly gripping his heart. Apari had always been a competent steward and subordinate, the one in whom Carimula placed the utmost trust, even more so than Carimula's own sons. Yet, he understood one critical truth: his effectiveness had waned since the appearance of Casillas. He had witnessed many meet their end at Carimula's hands. Some were dispatched swiftly, while others endured a slow torment, depending on Carimula's mood. At times, he was the executor of these grim fates. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Apari felt the murderous intent in Carimula's gaze, the golden desert eagle seeming poised to unleash a bullet that would rend his flesh, much like those who had faltered before him. Chapter 55. The conspiracy. "Go fetch the one responsible for the search," Carimula commanded, stroking the cold gun's body, gradually regaining his composure. With those words, Apari emerged from the depths of his fear. Little did he know that just moments ago, the loyal steward at his side had undergone a profound transformation. Carimula had indeed entertained thoughts of murder, contemplating the elimination of this devoted steward to vent his wrath. Yet, he ultimately quelled that impulse, unaware that his murderous intent had been perceived by Apari, nor could he foresee the consequences it would bring. Smashing a glass and causing a bloody wound was inconsequential. What mattered was that Apari comprehended Carimula's genuine murderous intent. The eyes do not deceive. What should he do now? At this moment, he was fortunate to be alive, but what of the future? Apari realized that his safety was no longer assured. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind, yet outwardly he displayed no sign of distress, merely acquiescing and leaving the room. If he had a choice, he would prefer never to return to this place. However, life is fraught with helplessness. Just like him, could he truly escape Carimula? Unless Carimula is dead or has perished. It is impossible. Shortly after, with a few gunshots, a corpse of a city guard was dragged out of the door. Meanwhile, Carimula, with a new glass of red wine in hand, fell into deep contemplation. Apuleia stood quietly to the side, having tidied up his disheveled appearance. If it weren't for the glaring wound on his forehead and the throbbing pain that served as a reminder, it would seem as though nothing had transpired. The scoundrel Casillas must die. Apuleia hastily pledged his loyalty, saying, "Noble Lord Carimula, I shall lead a group too." Even at this moment, he could not forget to prepend the term noble. Carimula interrupted him, stating, "No, any movement from our side will attract the attention of others. The city guards are no different. This army is not a monolith. I only command a small fraction of its might. Therefore, we must summon others." Carimula was wary of drawing the attention of other great nobles. The others he referred to were indeed the other prominent nobles. In this realm, only the royal family and a few other powerful aristocrats could instill fear in him. He was apprehensive that these individuals might seize the opportunity to undermine him and usurp his interests. Casillas's weapon held immense value, and he was reluctant to relinquish it. Then, Apuleia momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Carimula grinned sinisterly, summoned the navy. Opening the drawer before him, Carimula retrieved a telephone bug. Beep beep. Beep beep. After a few turns of the dial, the telephone bug began to emit a series of beeps, awaiting a response from the other end. "Hello?" The telephone bug opened its eyes, producing a somewhat shrill voice. Carimula adjusted his posture. "Is this Major Mouse?" "Oh. Is this the esteemed Lord Carimula of the Kingdom of Goya?" It is indeed surprising to receive a call from such a distinguished figure. However, allow me to correct you. I am now a lieutenant colonel. Major Mouse, a disgrace within the Navy. In truth, the Eastern Seas Navy is rife with individuals akin to Lieutenant Colonel Mouse. Within this vast organization, many at the grassroots level mirror such characters. The Eastern Sea is the region with the weakest pirate influence and the least scrutiny from the Navy, leading to the rampant proliferation of such individuals. The lax oversight has allowed the Eastern Sea Navy to decay to its very core. Carimula maintained a favorable relationship with the Eastern Sea Navy, although Lieutenant Colonel Mouse seemed but a minor player compared to him. This very individual could prove to be of great assistance. In this world, the celestial dragons hold the highest status, followed by the world government, various allied nations, and the Navy, as the instrument of the world government to maintain global order and suppress pirate forces. The Navy's banner of justice can be said to flutter across every corner, from the four seas to the New World. At least, that is the Navy's aspiration. In the eyes of many, the Navy symbolizes justice. Typically, Carimira would not directly approach this particular rat. However, this time, considering that the individual collaborating with him among the high-ranking officers of the East Blue Navy was also a person of insatiable greed, he directly sought out Captain Rat. Even though he was merely a captain, Rat commanded a naval warship and led nearly 100 sailors under his command. This is a considerable force. Nearly 100 regular Navy personnel, well-equipped and significantly more formidable than an equal number of city guards. It was my oversight, Colonel Mouse. Let us discuss matters of importance. I have a task I wish for you to undertake. Carimura gazed into the overflowing crimson liquid of his wine glass. Although Colonel Mouse was of a lesser status, he did not exhibit any disdain at this moment. Come to the Kingdom of Goya and assist me in eliminating a certain individual. Who? A scoundrel, notorious for his misdeeds. Carimura replied nonchalantly, "Eliminate him, and I shall reward you handsomely." On the azure expanse of the sea, Colonel Mouse stood at the bow of the naval ship, while others discreetly kept their distance. With a small tuft of mustache, this young man in his 20s had already risen to the rank of colonel, making it unwise to underestimate this rather unattractive fellow. If one were to describe his appearance, it could be likened to that of a rodent. This also explains the origin of his nickname, Mouse. However, he no longer cares about this matter and has never contemplated shedding the moniker that has accompanied him since childhood. What of the mouse? He wields command over a naval warship, with nearly 100 sailors at his disposal. Who would dare to underestimate this mouse? Upon hearing the words emanating from the phone before him, his eyes sparkled with intensity. A history of misdeeds? How grave is this malevolence? 20 million berries, in cash. In the span of a single sentence, his breathing began to quicken. 20 million berries. What does that even signify? In the East Sea, there are no bounties reaching such heights. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million would be beyond the reach of Colonel Mouse, who possesses neither exceptional strength nor formidable prowess. His crew consists solely of ordinary sailors, recruited locally from the East Sea, and his own capabilities are limited. He merely enjoys numerical superiority, and nothing more. What of this individual's strength? Although Colonel Mouse was nearly dazzled by the figure of 20 million, he managed to pose the most crucial question with a calm demeanor. How could an ordinary person be worth 20 million? His strength is formidable. The words rendered Colonel Mouse's heart cold. Yet, there followed. But he is not one of those monsters. My subordinate, the Scissorhands Jack, shall also be employed, and I will assist you in creating suitable opportunities. He cannot withstand the bullets. All you need to do is take your men and fire. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard. 20 million berries was a price he could not refuse. Though acutely aware of the peril, he resolved to proceed. Furthermore, are you familiar with the Desert Eagle? The voice of the transmitter worm jolted him back to focus. The Desert Eagle? Colonel Mouse had indeed heard of it. Purportedly, it was a new weapon recently acquired by pirates, which had inflicted significant losses on the Navy, resulting in numerous casualties and ultimately derailing the plan to eradicate that pirate crew, who managed to escape largely unscathed. This incident had transpired merely yesterday. I will provide you with 10 Desert Eagles, thus. Before Carimula could finish his thought, Colonel Mouse bellowed, punishing the wicked and eradicating evil. This is the Navy's duty. In the hearts of the Navy, there exists but one word: justice. Although Carimula pondered why he was shouting so vehemently, he nonetheless inquired, when can you reach the waters of the Goya Kingdom? The distance is somewhat considerable. Colonel Mouse estimated, approximately a week, I believe. Very well, I shall await you. However, Colonel Mouse, 20 million is not yet a demonstration of my sincerity. Should you manage to capture him alive, I have 40 million berries prepared for you. Colonel Mouse felt his heart race. Haha, I know that the Eastern Sea headquarters has long-stored tranquilizer bullets intended for subduing villains, crafted by the genius scientist Vegapunk. They are said to be highly effective. However, this round trip will take longer, approximately half a month. The tranquilizer bullets were precisely what Carimula sought. He needed to capture Casillas alive rather than eliminate him outright. Otherwise, how could he acquire the source of the Desert Eagles? Thus, he felt quite satisfied. Carimula nodded, softly uttering, then we shall meet in half a month. The transmitter worm withered, and Brew closed his eyes with a quiet exhale. Chapter 56. First, let them learn to shoot. The next encounter with Butler Appley would be 3 days hence. In recent days, Appley has been plagued by unease, finding it exceedingly difficult to fall asleep each night. When he finally manages to doze off, he is tormented by dreams of Kareem wielding a Desert Eagle, mercilessly ending his life. Today marks the day when the 3,000 exquisite Desert Eagles of Casillas are due. Thus, Appley finds himself with a legitimate reason to meet Casillas. To be honest, Appley has come to view Casillas as his only chance for survival. Escape? With his family held hostage by Kareem, he has nowhere to flee unless he were to abandon his wife and children. Though many perceive him as a malevolent figure, he cannot bring himself to commit such a betrayal. As for the other noble families, even should he assist them in devouring everything that belongs to Kareem, a favorable outcome would be virtually unattainable. After all, he would be branded a traitor to a noble. Casillas, however, is different, arriving in Danzhen with a retinue. He gently rapped on Casillas's door. It was Hawk who answered. Besides Casillas and Hawk, there was another person present. Hawk's trading company had begun to take shape, initially recruiting from the vast numbers of destitute wanderers outside Danzhen. These individuals merely require a bath, a change of attire, and a hearty meal, and they would be indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Dodge represents Old Hank in discussions regarding this matter. The essential details have already been finalized. Nearly 400 able-bodied men from Old Hank's gathering will join the ranks of the trading guild. The conditions offered by Hawk are undeniably generous. In addition to ample food and drink, there will be wages to be earned, a rare boon for the wanderers. At this initial stage, the guild's tasks will predominantly involve strenuous physical labor, such as shipping goods and working at sea. Thus only male laborers will be accepted for the time being. The elderly, children, and women are not required. Once stability is achieved, considerations will be made to allow women to join the guild and engage in tasks suited to their capabilities. As for the elderly and children, the burden of survival should not fall upon their shoulders. Casillas, smoking a cigarette, spoke candidly to Dodge, who stood before him. In the future, as the guild thrives through everyone's efforts, they will all lead improved lives. Even now, as long as they are united as one family, essentials such as food, water, and clothing will never be in short supply. Casillas made his intentions clear, as the wanderers serve him. He shall provide for those elderly and children who currently bear no tangible value. Such matters are highly sought after by Dodge, as well as by the venerable Hank. As for the minuscule authority he once held among the wanderers, its absence scarcely registers with him. When one's belly goes unfilled and one's garments fail to provide warmth, such concerns become almost trivial. That is all there is to it. It is not a particularly convoluted issue. Casillas stretched languidly, unceremoniously consuming a slice of peeled fruit. Boss, I believe these individuals are in a state of considerable frailty. At the very least, they require a period of training or some form of regimen, he interjected casually, cutting off Hawkes' words. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. With negotiations nearly concluded, Dodge, displaying admirable intuition, rose to his feet. Mr. Casillas, since you have other guests, I shall take my leave. Standing up, he smiled and patted Dodge's shoulder. Casillas proffered a cigarette to him, assisting in lighting it. And when he observed a flicker of anxious trepidation on Dodge's face, he chuckled and said, Go on, return to Hank and inform him that henceforth you shall no longer endure a life of hardship. These words stirred an inexplicable excitement within Dodge. He reminisced about his childhood, a time when he paid great attention to every detail of his attire and sustenance, a life steeped in happiness and privilege. However, it was not long before he found himself enduring days of uncertainty, living from one meal to the next. Now, at approximately 40 years of age, he had resigned himself to the belief that his life would remain unaltered. The life he had long yearned for seemed tantalizingly within reach. At the entrance, Appley caught sight of Dodge. Naturally, he could not recognize a vagabond. He was merely intrigued by what purpose such a person might have for being there. This thought, once entertained, was swiftly cast aside. More pressing matters loomed in his mind. Casillas remained unchanged, casually perched in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, smoking a cigarette while nibbling on an apple. He gestured for the visitor to take a seat, yet he noticed an intriguing detail, this time. The individuals brought by Appley were left waiting at the door, not permitted to enter. No sooner had he settled in than Appley, brimming with urgency, whispered, Mr. Casillas, I hope to seek your assistance. As he spoke, Appley kept his gaze lowered, adopting a demeanor markedly different from his previous self, though once courteous. An underlying arrogance had now been replaced by a profound humility. This revelation left Casillas somewhat astonished. Ah, Apari, you are a trusted confidant of the esteemed Lord Carimula. Is there truly anything I can assist you with? What am I? A mere confidant. Apari replied, his countenance darkening. There have been many like me around Carimula, yet few have met a favorable end. Just like Ronald, one minor misstep can lead to a loss of life. Those in my position are merely afforded the luxury of making a few more mistakes. Moreover, even if I am not at fault, he will invariably lay the blame at my feet. So, you suggest that Carimula intends to kill you? Casillas, intrigued, did not question the motives of his companion too deeply. How can you be certain of his intent to end your life? Intuition, Apari hastily explained. I can sense that his gaze towards me has shifted. It is no longer the same as before. Just 3 days ago, when you departed, I could feel that he had already entertained thoughts of my demise. Casillas found this notion quite peculiar. Could such instincts and feelings truly exist? From his understanding, Apari was indeed the most favored individual in Carimula's circle. In other words, he was exceptionally capable, adept at managing both nefarious and laborious tasks for Carimula, and he had likely executed them with commendable proficiency. Such a confidant might harbor murderous intent over a trivial mistake, igniting anger and resentment. Reflecting upon previous tales concerning Carimula, this grand noble indeed embodies such a temperament. It is entirely plausible. Very well, Appley, you find yourself in peril. Casillas, cigarette but in hand, inquired with a smile, what news do you bring? Moments later, Appley summoned his companions to transport box after box from Casillas' residence, leaving behind a large leather trunk. Hawk, take this money to handle the affairs of the trading company. Ensure that the gathering of wanderers has sufficient food and clothing. Casillas instructed, handing Hawk a small leather case containing 20 million belly. The trading company must be established post-haste, but before that, impart another lesson to these men and boys. Boss, what lesson? First, let them learn how to shoot. Casillas declared, picking up a desert eagle, chambering around with a resounding click, and aiming it at the window, through which glimpses of the outside world could be seen. Chapter 57. Shooting practice. Ugly devoured the white rice in his bowl with gusto, accompanied by a pork sausage, savoring every bite in sweet satisfaction. He bore no name, merely this moniker. Such is the plight of wanderers. Many possess only a nickname, devoid of a true identity. He was dubbed Ugly due to his unfortunate appearance, with numerous flesh lumps from childhood that could frighten a child to tears. Yet, despite his looks, his status within this enclave led by Old Hank was not insignificant. He was renowned for his archery skills, and with firearms rendering bows obsolete, he had amassed countless achievements, hunting down numerous beasts and providing extra sustenance for the community. Moreover, he was easily content, requiring nothing beyond ample food and drink. Logically, he need not remain among the wanderers. He could effortlessly seek out a gang in town and live comfortably. Yet, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. In his 20s, Ugly was relatively robust, being among the strongest in a congregation of thousands, enjoying the finest and most plentiful provisions. Though short of stature with short legs, his long arms were his asset, making the use of his homemade longbow a skillful endeavor. He was not stingy with his knowledge. He would gladly teach others. Yet none could master even a fraction of his prowess, perhaps due to his limited verbal skills, rendering him an ineffective teacher. Having just finished his meal, contentedly patting his belly, he heard a voice from outside the shack calling, "Time's up. Assemble." It was Dodger, Old Hank's son. To be frank, Ugly held little fondness for Dodger. Primarily, he had a penchant for trivial pursuits, while others toiled for survival. He often merely engaged in idle chatter. Moreover, although this individual is the son of Old Hank, there exists a certain air of superiority in his demeanor, perhaps a remnant of noble upbringing from his childhood. In contrast, Old Hank, despite his advancing years and diminished strength, does not succumb to idleness. Instead, he engages in tasks within his capacity. As for the matter of the gathering, Acho is certainly aware. The food he hastily devoured, consisting of rice and meat, was provided by a man named Casillas. Having partaken of another's provisions, one is compelled to offer their service in return, especially considering that not only the men but also women and children are well provided for. These were all provided by Mr. Casillas. In recent days, they are no longer compelled to habitually rummage through the foul refuse, seizing the newly discarded treasures. These days feel like a dream. After meticulously scraping the last few grains of rice, Acho tossed the chipped porcelain bowl aside onto a pile of straw. He took up his longbow and pushed open the door of the makeshift shelter, stepping outside. Men and older boys stood together, lined up under the command of a fair-haired youth. It was said that Mr. Casillas intended to form a trading consortium, and they would be employed for this venture. Acho was not well versed in the particulars, nor had he inquired. Regardless, any task that afforded him the opportunity to savor fragrant rice and meat was, in his eyes, the epitome of a good life. The individuals were divided into two groups, one consisting of the frail and somewhat older, the other comprised of the stronger and all the adolescents. Upon noticing Acho, the golden-haired youth inquired about his bow and arrows, seemingly intrigued by such a rare weapon. To be candid, the longbow, crafted from rough wood, and the arrows adorned with iron nails or other sharp objects, were exceedingly rudimentary. The fair-haired youth was none other than Hawk. He expressed a keen interest and asked a few questions before directing the somewhat diminutive yet impressively muscular Acho to stand among the adolescents. Boss Yes spoke with clarity, selecting those young individuals with decent physiques for training, establishing the initial core group, although it was unlikely that any significant results could be achieved in the short term. As long as they learned to aim and shoot, the Desert Eagle would provide formidable combat capabilities. This segment of individuals comprises 200 slots. However, upon final selection, only 70 or 80 individuals meet the criteria. Hawk is well aware of the existence of the Wanderer's plight. This outcome, in fact, exceeds his expectations slightly. Ultimately, he could only choose a few marginally better candidates to fill the gaps. After considerable effort, he managed to assemble the 200 individuals required. Hawk set forth with this group, while the remaining men were advised by Casillas not to rush. The priority was to establish military strength, and other concerns could be postponed for the time being. Their destination was a desolate village by the sea. The Kingdom of Goya is replete with such coastal settlements, akin to Windmill Town, where humanity congregates. Some of these have flourished, evolving into small towns like Windmill Town itself, while many others remain impoverished fishing hamlets. And there are even numerous abandoned sites. In pursuit of the kingdom's prosperity, the nobles, long ago, perhaps sought to emulate the lifestyle of the celestial dragons, congregating in the capital city. Consequently, many were forcibly relocated there, with a significant number of wanderers being descendants of these displaced commoners. Even to this day, such actions continue to occur, perpetuating the existence of more wanderers. The nobles' intentions are rather straightforward. They desire an ample workforce to serve their needs. Much like the vast number of slaves serving the celestial dragons, those who manage to survive in the capital become the common folk of the central streets. While those who cannot survive, what concern is it of the nobles? This desolate village requires neither traversing great mountains nor penetrating dense jungles. Departing in the opposite direction from the royal capital and Mount Galpo, one can discern the horizon merging with the azure sky from several miles away, far removed from the refuse-laden hills. In recent days, Hawk has undertaken repairs in this location and transported various supplies. Upon arriving here at midday, he commenced with the established plan. This was what Casillas conveyed to him, and thus he retained a fair amount of the information. The 200 individuals do not include Dodger. According to Casillas, it is Hawk who shall assume the mantle of leadership from this point forward, without the necessity of Dodger issuing commands in between. Not far from the seaside, a newly constructed shooting range awaits. Upon opening the 2 crates he brought along, Hawk distributed the silver desert eagles into their hands. Acho, holding this weapon, touched the cold metal of the gun while listening to Hawk elucidate the precautions for its use. The target before them was set at a distance of 30 meters. At this range, the wooden board, marked with concentric circles of red, appeared quite diminutive. Many may be unaware of the true extent of 100 meters. In reality, a person beyond that distance would seem no larger than an ant through the eyes of a marksman. Training a group of novices, who had never so much as touched a firearm, at such a distance seemed impractical. After careful consideration, Casillas resolved that 30 meters would suffice. The effective range of a handgun is approximately 100 meters, and the Desert Eagle is notorious for its significant recoil. Thus, 50 meters would be overly ambitious. Achieving accuracy at 30 meters would already be a commendable feat, and in the context of real combat, it would be adequate. Once they acquired rifles, they could contemplate marksmanship training at distances of 100 or 200 meters. Hawk demonstrated the proper stance and key points, firing a shot. Although he possessed little talent for marksmanship, he was able to hit the 30-meter target. Whether he achieved a perfect score was left to chance. The thunderous crack of the Desert Eagle startled the group, causing a momentary hesitation among them. Acho was the first to approach the designated stone wall, raising the Desert Eagle with both hands and attempting to fire a shot. His inaugural attempt struck the target. This garnered the approving gaze of Hawk, inspiring others to become eager to try as well. However, Acho, feeling the slight tingling sensation in his wrist, found himself rather disenchanted with such weaponry. He preferred his trusty bow and arrow, for at least they did not cause his hands to ache from the recoil. Chapter 58. The captured mouse. A colossal warship emblazoned with the Navy insignia emerged on the horizon. Behind the clustered rocks along the shore, a young man, having waited for a considerable time, discerned the vessel and hurriedly retreated. On board the warship, Colonel Mouse gently toyed with a stack of banknotes, his spirits soaring with each passing moment. Be it the weighty, gleaming gold coins or the substantial denominations of paper currency, he cherished them deeply, to the extent that he embraced them each night as he slumbered. Through generous donations made to assist those in financial distress, he had ascended to the rank of colonel. Yet, this was merely a stepping stone. With the prospect of acquiring even greater wealth, he envisioned further advancement. With increased power, he could procure more benefits, which in turn would elevate his status, creating a virtuous cycle. Colonel Mouse felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for his future, a path paved with promise. How splendid it was to be a member of the Navy. To his knowledge, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his endeavors. Many of his peers engaged in the direct expulsion of pirates, only to subsequently plunder them, an endeavor devoid of risk. His command was still somewhat limited. Once he attained the rank of captain, he would have the requisite manpower to pursue such ventures. Reclining in the captain's quarters, Colonel Mouse's ambitions flourished ever more vividly, until, suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. What is it? The voice of Colonel Mouse, sharp and high-pitched, was quite fitting for his appearance. Akin to the squeaks of a mouse, a source of jest among his colleagues. Nevertheless, as long as no one aboard this vessel dared to mock him, he remained unfazed. He bore no concern if individuals of equal or superior rank made light of his looks and voice. They would still be obliged to wear a smile. However, should any of the lower ranks attempt similar jests, Colonel Mouse would ensure they would meet their demise without even realizing how it had come to pass. "Colonel, we have arrived." Upon overhearing the naval soldiers outside, Colonel Mouse cautiously concealed all his valuables in a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards, ensuring the bedding was properly arranged before he stepped outside. 100 meters away, an uneven cluster of rocks jutted out, forming a reef that spanned the entire coastline. This was the designated meeting point agreed upon with Carimula. The details finalized during the conversation with the telephone bug had yet to reach the stage of comprehensive arrangements. During the 2-week voyage to the Eastern Sea Naval Headquarters and subsequently to this location, Colonel Mouse had engaged in several discussions with Carimula, ultimately confirming only their landing spot. While the method of apprehending the individual remained to be deliberated, Colonel Mouse intended to land not with the entire naval force, but rather with a select few. To meet Carimula in person, the warship would not approach the shore, not only due to the conspicuousness of a naval vessel but also because this area lacked the capacity to accommodate such large ships. This was not a port. The rocky terrain necessitated the use of small boats for landing. Accompanied by 3 trusted subordinates, Colonel Mouse sat in a small boat, flanked by 2 naval soldiers who rowed steadily, cutting through the water as the crimson hues of sunset enveloped them. On the shore, amidst the dimming twilight, a freshly ignited torch stood out prominently. As they drew closer, Colonel Mouse could faintly discern 2 figures on the shore. With further proximity, he recognized one as exceptionally youthful, clad in black and holding the torch. The other, a middle-aged man, appeared empty-handed, likely the steward, Appley. Colonel Mouse had never met Appley. In truth, he had only glimpsed Carimula conversing amiably with his superior at a distant banquet, and it was only through a series of fortuitous events that they established contact. Yet they had never engaged face-to-face. He would not mistake him. Appley, as the steward of a nobleman, embodied the refinement expected of the aristocracy. And even in his mere presence, he exuded an air distinct from that of ordinary folk. As the small boat approached within 10 meters of the shore, Appley happened to speak. "Is it you?" Colonel Mouse, as the boat made contact with the rocky shore, disembarked onto the somewhat slippery stones and replied, "I apologize for keeping Lord Carimula waiting. We shall set off immediately." "Not at all," Appley responded with a smile, gesturing to indicate the way. "This path may be submerged during high tide and is rather slick. Please tread carefully." Colonel Mouse lowered his head and observed the scene before him. Indeed, the rocks, including the area where his feet rested, were thoroughly covered with various dark, velvety marine algae and fungi, though they had previously been trampled, rendering the surface considerably more even. The sun was nearly descending beneath the horizon, and these once vividly colored aquatic plants now appeared as a mere shadowy expanse. Following what seemed to be the trail left by the footsteps of Apiari and the dark-clad servant, he ventured deeper into the rocky thicket, where the terrain gradually rose, and the ground beneath his feet became less slippery. Colonel Mouse pondered the name of the individual he was meant to confront. Unable to recall it until he could not resist inquiring, "Apiari, who is the person that Lord Calimula is so intent on dealing with?" "Casillas," came the reply. "Casillas?" Colonel Mouse stroked his neatly trimmed mustache, reminiscent of a mouse's whiskers. "What manner of person is this?" "Lord Calimula has stated that this individual possesses formidable strength." "Just how strong?" Apiari abruptly halted his steps. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, nearly colliding with the leading Apiari. This unexpected stop ignited a spark of irritation within him. And just as he was about to voice his inquiry, he heard a series of dull thuds. "What has transpired?" Turning his head, Colonel Mouse's gaze fell upon 3 fallen Navy soldiers and a black-clad youth who was now rubbing his hands. "It has been a while since I last engaged in combat. I feel a bit restless," the youth remarked. In shock, Colonel Mouse was about to utter a question when darkness enveloped his vision, and a fist encased in a black leather glove collided with his face. The punch landed perfectly, causing blood to gush from his nose while leaving him momentarily disoriented. Unable to shout, this encounter transpired just behind a large reef, rendering the crew aboard the warship oblivious to the events unfolding here, especially in the dead of night. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of flickering flames, which would briefly vanish before reappearing, gradually receding into the distance. The sailors on the warship could never fathom that their highest commander had already been captured. A few youths clad in coarse garments emerged from the shadows, binding the 4 fallen sailors tightly before hoisting them up and continuing onward. Only Casillas, brandishing a torch, followed the procession at a leisurely pace. Once they had completely distanced themselves from the warship's line of sight, the captured sailors were unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. As Colonel Rat's body made contact with the hard earth, he felt as though he might fall apart, with small pebbles scraping against his face, adding more crimson to his already rat-like visage. The blood from his nose had ceased to flow, leaving behind rapidly drying clots that clung uncomfortably to his lips and chin. In this state, Colonel Rat regained some semblance of cognitive ability, and his first utterance was, "You are not from Carimula? Who are you?" After the youths discarded the bound sailors onto the ground, they stood silently to the side, as did Apolly. It was now Casillas' responsibility to communicate to the naval commander the gravity of his situation and ensure compliance. Colonel Rat watched as the cloaked youth crouched closer to him. "Esteemed naval commander, I am indeed Casillas, the very person you just inquired about. What a pity that you do not recognize me." Upon hearing this, Colonel Rat momentarily lost his train of thought. After a pause, he hastily asked, "How did you know I would land here?" Before he could finish, realization dawned upon him as he glanced at Apolly, who had fallen silent. He understood now. Apolly was no imposter, but rather the steward of Carimula. However, this steward had betrayed Carimula and allied himself with its enemies. This damned noble had surrounded himself with such unscrupulous individuals. Truly, he was blind to the worthlessness of his choices. Setting aside the treachery of Carimula, the pressing concern was his own predicament. It had barely begun, and already he had fallen into enemy hands. "Colonel Rat, I would like to propose that we collaborate. What say you?" Casillas' smile resembled that of a demon, at least in Colonel Rat's eyes. "You have 3 seconds to consider." The despicable little imp in the black attire laughed even more joyously. 3, 2, 1, still hesitating. The bewildered Colonel Mouse could only watch as this individual drew a short dagger and brandished it with a flourish at the count of 1. A torrent of searing, scalding blood gushed forth. Chapter 59. Arrival at Frostmoon Village. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was overwhelmed with rage and despair, remorse gnawing at his soul like ants. If only he had known. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would inflict such a wound upon his own neck? Shouldn't he have asked a few more questions? He felt a warmth in his trousers, realizing he had lost control. Yet, at this very moment, Colonel Mouse felt no shame for such a trivial incident, for he was on the brink of death. The blood that splattered was a vivid crimson, he thought to himself. A few seconds later, he began to sense something was amiss. His neck seemed to be devoid of pain. The sound of something collapsing nearby instinctively drew his attention, revealing one of the 3 naval soldiers lying helplessly on the ground. A vast pool of dark liquid spreading beneath him in the night. It turned out that it was not he who had been slain. The sensation of having narrowly escaped death made Colonel Mouse's body go limp, ready to fall backward, but the collar of his uniform was seized, yanked forward with such force that he nearly collided with the blade held by Casillas. "Stop, please. I surrender. I'll tell you everything. I have money. Take it all. Just don't kill me." The blade loomed perilously close, exuding an aura of death. The bright silver metal was stained with the blood of his unfortunate subordinate, rapidly drying in the night air. It seemed he finally remembered to plead for mercy as Colonel Mouse hurriedly voiced his desperate entreaties. "Don't kill me." With the back of the knife, Casillas struck Colonel Mouse's forehead twice, observing his body convulse violently, and made a gesture for silence. "Be quiet." Colonel Mouse complied immediately, shutting his mouth and attempting to curl into himself, as if seeking solace and a semblance of safety. "Quick on the uptake, are we? If you keep playing around, you might find yourself next in line." Casillas laughed heartily, a sound that, to Colonel Mouse, was laced with cruelty. "You can't blame me. After all, you sought to deal with me, didn't you? Wouldn't you agree?" Yes. I was blind. I shouldn't have crossed that detestable Carimura." Silence. Casillas pressed the knife closer, prompting Colonel Mouse to swallow the remainder of his words. "I do not wish to hear the things I already know. Nor do I want to listen to your other nonsense. Be quiet now, and listen to me. Understood?" Colonel Mouse nodded vigorously in submission. Yes. "Colonel Mouse, shortly you will meet Carimura. I require just one thing from you, and that is..." Far across the sea, Gray and Lucien stood side by side at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant Frostmoon village, illuminated only by a few scattered lights. Standing beside them was First Mate Jack. "Is this the place?" "Indeed, logging in from here. It only requires a little over a day's journey to reach the capital of the kingdom." The bespectacled First Mate Jack responded. Having been confined in the cabin for so many days, his spirit inevitably waned, and the lenses of his glasses had accumulated a considerable amount of dust and grime. Nevertheless, he had never entertained the thought of escape, Should he flee now, everything he held dear would vanish. His family and possessions resided in the capital, and he served the queen of this realm. After the demise of the Bone pirate crew, should he fail to return to the queen with the loyalty of a new pirate crew, all would be lost, possibly including his very life. As for running away, to be frank, ever since the bounty was placed on him in the East Sea, he had not enjoyed a moment of peace, unless he ventured to one of the other 3 seas or the Grand Line, both of which were fraught with peril. Speaking of which, I heard that your king was gored to death by a wild boar while hunting. Gray inquired with curiosity. It is said that it was your queen's doing. Is that true? Moreover, I have also heard that not only did she cause her husband's demise, but she also engaged in an incestuous affair with her own brother. And thus the 2 princes and 1 princess are not the king's biological offspring. Strikingly, the poor king was oblivious to this truth even as he lay dying in his bed. Yet, most of the populace was well aware of it. These rumors, all of which Gray had gleaned from the lips of pirates, were recounted with such vivid detail that they seemed almost credible. For instance, it was said that the king's illegitimate children were all dark-haired, while the 2 princes and the princess were notably fair-haired, as was the queen's own brother. Jack's expression turned somewhat strained, and after a prolonged silence, he finally declared, "These are merely the malicious fabrications of ill-intentioned individuals, eagerly amplified by those who are utterly ignorant. The queen has never engaged in such actions." He certainly dared not join in the gossip that circulated so widely. He felt compelled to vehemently refute it, for he could not ascertain whether his words might reach the queen's ears. Even if they did not, he was, after all, in her service. Oh. Gray scratched his blue short hair. Is that so? At this moment, Lucien spoke. Allow me to meet the queen this time. You shall remain on the ship. With your propensity for careless words and reckless chatter, should you provoke this queen, our leader's plans may very well come to ruin. Do you think so little of me? Am I, Gray, truly that kind of person? Gray retorted indignantly. And what, pray tell, were your words just now? Lucien inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Gray, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondered for a moment before offering an explanation. Well, we have yet to meet this queen named Circe, who would know if I merely spoke a few words here. Lucien tilted his head slightly. Following his gaze, Gray noticed a pirate standing not far behind them, scrubbing the deck with a brush. Upon noticing Gray's gaze, the pirate, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his head and continued to exert himself in scrubbing the deck with a long-handled brush, producing a series of scraping sounds. In a swift motion, Gray delivered a kick that sent the ruffian flying, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the other pirates. Despite the jeers, Gray remained silent, turning instead to Lucien to offer his apologies. Very well. I vow to refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Henceforth, you may take the lead. By the way, during this period, I need not remain confined to the ship, correct? Gray had indeed been feeling quite stifled. The journey had stretched over half a month without encountering any ships, be they merchant vessels or other pirates, marking a rather unfortunate turn of luck. A small boat was launched into the sea, where Gray, Lucien, Jack, and 2 other pirates, totaling 5, embarked and gradually paddled towards the shore. Once ashore, before parting ways, Lucien reminded Gray once more, "Do not cause any trouble," to which Gray retorted, "I understand. It's quite bothersome." With that, he strode into the town accompanied by his 2 pirate companions, while Jack and Lucien headed directly towards the capital. Before the group had even disembarked, a cluster of children, around 10 years old, atop a slightly elevated hillside, spotted the pirate ship anchored offshore. They immediately began chattering excitedly and planned to rush to inform the adults of this astonishing discovery. One child attempted to call over another, who was lifting a large stone to strengthen his muscles, only to be met with a reprimand. "Get lost. I intend to continue my training and grow stronger. You may do as you wish, but do not disturb me." After dismissing the child who had called him, the green-haired boy resumed his strenuous lifting of the heavy stone, unwilling to relinquish a single moment. How could he possibly surpass that detestable woman without relentless effort? As for pirates, what was there to fear? Should they dare to set foot on land, he would slay them all. Chapter 60. I am here to learn swordsmanship. The swordsmanship classes at the Isen dojo were conducted during the day, leaving the vast training hall occupied solely by a girl just over 10 years of age, who was fervently wielding a bamboo sword to hone her technique. With both hands gripping the sword, she raised it to her brow, channeling all her strength into a powerful downward strike. With each swing, she exerted herself fully, focusing intently. Although Kuina possessed innate talent, her ability to consistently surpass the green-haired Sora was not solely due to her exceptional gifts. while Sir tirelessly labored to improve. Kuina's diligence matched his, and in fact, her physical condition surpassed that of a typical girl. Beads of sweat accumulated and trickled down her cheeks and forehead, soaking her collar. Huh! With another fierce shout, the bamboo sword in Kuina's hands cleaved through the air, emitting a deep, resonant sound of displacement. She finally came to a halt, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve to prevent it from trickling into her eyes, taking a moment to rest. However, just as she began to ease her aching muscles, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dojo. Most of the children studying at the Yishin dojo were around the same age as Sauron and Kuina, with quite a few even younger. Children, indeed, are creatures that constantly create mischief. Their daily noise is merely one of the most common and trivial occurrences. Fights and brawls were not uncommon either. A swarm of adolescents burst into the dojo, chattering excitedly in a chaotic jumble of incomprehensible sentences. Silence. What is going on? Kuina, the esteemed leader among the Yishin dojo students, commanded with authority, casually pointing at one of the children. The child sniffled, wiping his nose, and spoke in a youthful voice. We saw a pirate ship out at sea. Yes, we all saw it. I saw them lower a small boat. Right. They must be up to no good. There's no good pirate. That's why we came to call Master Gung Shiro to chase away those bad people. The children clamored, each speaking over the other. Pirates? The mere mention of the word sent a chill down Kuina's spine as she turned to seek her father. Just as she did, she noticed Gung Shiro standing behind her, gently patting her shoulder and speaking softly. I already know. Father. Kuina began to say something, but then saw Gung Shiro, adorned with small round glasses, smiling as he continued, they have arrived, right at the door. With that, Gung Shiro stepped towards the entrance of the dojo. Meanwhile, Gray was engaged in conversation with his two companions, glancing at the sign of the Yishin dojo. I recall this Yishin dojo is quite renowned. It is said that the master is a formidable expert, Gray remarked. In reality, the Yishin dojo was not particularly famous. It had not produced any renowned figures that shook the East China Sea, and Gung Shiro had never showcased his prowess to the outside world. Gray had learned about the dojo from Casillas, who had mentioned that he wanted to study swordsmanship, as he found swordsmen quite impressive, especially after witnessing Tina's swordsmanship. His desire grew stronger. Casillas had then informed him of the Yishin dojo, where the master Gung Shiro was an exceptionally skilled swordsman, suggesting that if he wished to learn swordsmanship, he could attend the dojo. Thus, upon discovering that their destination was Frostmoon Village, Gray resolutely decided to visit. If possible, he hoped to become a disciple there and learn the art of the sword. Gray had always been a brawler, relying on his fists in combat, given his naturally strong physique and robust strength. Now he feels it is time for a change. Having never systematically learned combat techniques, his interest in swordsmanship is particularly fervent. Among the two pirate lackeys, one hails from this very country, yet even he has never heard of any particularly formidable swordsman associated with the Yishin dojo. Thus, they can only listen to Gray's words, nodding vacantly. King Shiro, accompanied by a group of children, spotted Gray and his companions from a distance. Upon their meeting, Gray inquired, "Are you Mr. King Shiro?" The scholarly-looking Kung Shiro smiled and nodded, courteously responding, "Indeed, I am Kung Shiro, the owner of this dojo. May I ask who this esteemed guest is?" Kung Shiro's gaze swept over Gray's two companions, noting the bulge of hidden firearms beneath their garments. Their sun-kissed skin from years spent at sea, and their habitual mannerisms, leading him to ascertain that they were indeed pirates. However, he deemed it prudent to observe further to ascertain their intentions. "I am Gray," he boisterously declared. "Our boss said that in the East Sea, only Mr. Kung Shiro's dojo teaches authentic swordsmanship, so I've come to observe and learn." Upon hearing this, Kung Shiro felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was a comfort that they were not seeking trouble. Although no one in the East Sea had the audacity to provoke him, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. He cherished the tranquility of teaching his students swordsmanship rather than engaging in violence. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to establish his dojo in the remote and desolate Frostmoon Village of the East Sea. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, a modest fee is required, and you may attend classes starting tomorrow, as I instruct these children during the day, Kung Shiro said, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. By the way, may I inquire who Mr. Gray's boss is? Do I know him? Kung Shiro pondered. Could it be that an old acquaintance had come to the East Sea to become a pirate? As a native of Wano country, King Shiro had many old friends. Yet he doubted that any of them would have the leisure to venture to the East Sea as he had. My boss. Gray scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of learning swordsmanship alongside a group of young children. His name is Casillas. I asked my boss if he knew where I could learn swordsmanship, and he directed me to you. Casillas? Kengshiro's smile remained unchanged, though internally he mused that he had never heard that name before. Very well, what is the tuition fee? Gray proceeded to inquire about the details. As Gray handed over the tuition to the smiling Kengshiro in the high town of the Goya kingdom, Karimula was intimately handing a thick stack of belly notes to another individual. You have finally made a decision, he remarked. Karimura observed as the individual cautiously tucked the banknotes into their cloak, and with a light chuckle, he inquired, Lord Karimura, if I follow your instructions, will you truly assist me in regaining my noble status? The figure was shrouded in a hood, rendering their features invisible from the side. Of course, Karimura replied, his tone imbued with an alluring charm. As long as you fulfill my expectations, that noble title rightfully belongs to you. Your father's misdeeds do not define your fate. By undertaking the right actions, you can offset the past transgressions. Karimura spoke with compelling eloquence. I shall strive diligently and ensure that I accomplish the tasks entrusted to me by Lord Karimura. The man stood up in excitement, revealing a haggard visage beneath his hood, none other than Dodge, the son of the elderly Hank. Indeed, I trust you, Karimula nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Esteemed Lord Karimula, Colonel Mouse has arrived. It was the voice of the butler, happily. This evening, Karimula had dispatched him personally to escort Colonel Mouse for their meeting to discuss the particulars of their undertaking. Although Colonel Mouse's arrival was slightly delayed, it was a trivial matter. Come in, Karimula said, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those outside. Chapter 61. The outcry. The chamber where Karimula and Dodge convened was his study. A fortnight prior, it was here that he had met Casillas and placed a call to Colonel Mouse. The floor was adorned with a crimson carpet, while Karimula held a glass of the same hue in hand. The door swung open as Appley entered first, followed closely by Colonel Mouse and a diminutive naval officer with a low-brimmed hat, whose height barely reached 5 feet. It was uncertain whether his stature was due to youth or some ailment. Colonel Mouse, you have finally arrived, Karimula exclaimed, rising and gesturing for the hooded Dodge to take his leave. Haha, the distance was considerable, and the naval vessel's speed is quite brisk. Colonel Mouse offered a nervous chuckle in explanation. Karimula failed to notice the stiffness in his tone. Appley, pour a glass of wine for our guest. The same kind I usually partake, he instructed. Yes, Lord Karimula, Appley replied. Karimula frowned. Not only because Appley had omitted the honorific esteemed in his address, but also due to the butler's unusual hesitance to move, standing still without taking a step. What is amiss with Appley? This is rather out of character, Karimula pondered, yet before he could resolve his thoughts, Dodge emitted a cry of terror. In fact, many days prior, Karimula's associates had located Dodge. Initially, he had scoffed at their words until they mentioned the possibility of reinstating his father's lost noble title, a proposition that finally stirred his interest. In this nation, possessing noble status equated to holding all power. The faint memories of his childhood resonated deeply within this middle-aged man. Delicious cuisine, respectful servants, and the envious gazes of common folk. One day, all of it vanished in an instant. What followed was a life of torment and wandering, enduring hunger in the biting cold of winter, and suffering from starvation while being tormented by mosquitoes in summer. Death and hunger accompanied him throughout the majority of his existence. Ultimately, he found himself before Karimula, consenting to the proposition. When the stack of banknotes was finally in his possession, desire eclipsed all else, including the faintest shred of shame from betrayal. What he was required to do was, in essence, quite simple, to divulge all that Casillas had undertaken. The number of individuals trained, and the status of the Merchant Association's formation. These are mere trifles, are they not? With a few words, one could restore their noble status in the future. He was filled with excitement until, just as he was about to leave the door of the house, he caught sight of the figure clad in a naval uniform and wearing a naval cap, the face concealed beneath the brim. It was Casillas. A gasp escaped his lips, and fear tightened its grip around his heart. As he uttered that cry of terror, Karimula snapped back from his bewilderment regarding Alpari's unusual behavior and cast his gaze over. In the next instant, he hurled the wine glass in his hand to the ground, bent down, and reached for the drawer before him, shouting, Jack. Simultaneously, Casillas raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, aiming it at Karimula, who was reaching into the drawer to seize the gilded desert eagle. However, just as Casillas pulled the trigger, the pristine white wall behind Carimula suddenly erupted, the exquisite decorative mural torn to shreds. As countless splintered wooden boards and fragments of the broken white plaster swirled about, a massive figure leaped forth, using his armored body to intercept the bullet from the desert eagle. Old friend, Scissorhands Jack. Upon seeing him, Casillas holstered the desert eagle. For this was the only individual against whom the weapon had proven ineffective, a man who could deflect bullets with sheer muscle alone. Moreover, he was clad in a robust steel helmet, and his entire body was similarly encased in armor of the same material and thickness, protecting both his head and his vulnerable areas below. This was specifically designed to counter the desert eagle, attempting to thwart me. Apart from his towering height, Casillas recognized him by the weapon in his hand, resembling a large pair of scissors, a substitute for his severed hand. Casillas, how dare you assault a noble? Today shall be your day of reckoning. Carimula had already acquired the golden desert eagle, taking cover behind an opulent wooden table. Although covered in dust, he remained resolute. The guards outside would soon rush in, sealing your fate. He sought to undermine Casillas' resolve, for he knew that Scissorhands Jack was likely not his equal. Within this grand mansion, dozens of armed forces belonged to him, while outside, the city guards stood watch, buying him precious time, an advantageous situation, indeed. Was it not? The laughter of Casillas echoed in his ears. Could one truly rely on the city guards outside? The once unwavering confidence of Carimula was shattered by Casillas' words. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, akin to the sound of popping beans. Without the support of others, how could I brazenly come here to eliminate you? Carimula's heart plummeted into despair. Yet, Casillas continued, as the Minister of Finance, you have overreached your bounds. While amassing wealth may be acceptable, you have inserted your hands into the kingdom's military affairs. Is it not enough that a portion of the city guards should suffice for your protection? This has incited public outrage. They, including the king, will seize your amassed fortune, and for the sake of that wealth, they will pave the way for me. Once you are dealt with, I shall naturally ascend to become a noble residing in the high town. How is it that I can connect with such influential figures? You might inquire of your esteemed steward, Mr. Appley. Huh, surprised, are we? Carimula's eyes reddened as he grasped the gravity of the situation, the veins on his hand gripping the desert eagle bulging prominently. Jack, eliminate him. Carimula was consumed by frenzy, dismissing all other considerations. He resolved to eliminate the one who had led him to such a dire predicament. Oh, wait. Casillas waved his hand in front of Scissor Jack. Do you comprehend our conversation? Would you not forsake your master and join me? I assure you, the rewards here far surpass what you receive from him. In response, a powerful punch was thrown. Scissor Jack's massive fist whistled through the air, arriving in an instant. Casillas barely had time to sigh, hastily raising his palm to block the blow. The sound was akin to leather tearing apart, as Casillas braced himself against the punch. The crimson carpet beneath him wrinkled and tore, his body sliding like a steel nail across the ground, his heels retreating over half a meter. Beneath the ripped blood-red carpet, the solid wooden floor bore a deep gash, splintered fibers scattering in all directions. What a force! Casillas laughed heartily, realizing the advantages bestowed upon him by his innate strength. They manifested vividly in this fierce encounter. Had he faced such a powerful adversary before acquiring this fortitude, he might have sustained grievous injuries or even broken bones. However, the benefits of his newfound resilience rendered his skeletal and nervous systems as robust as iron. Now, through the crucible of combat, he found himself unfazed even after absorbing such a blow. Even without an increase in raw power, the augmentation in combat effectiveness this talent provided was formidable. Colonel Mouse from Appley had long since fled. Such a monstrous confrontation was beyond their capacity to spectate. Observing that Casillas absorbed a punch as if it were nothing, Scissorhand Jack raised his other scissor hand and brought it crashing down. Faced with such an onslaught, an exhilarated Casillas chose not to evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on. He lifted his hand, once again deflecting the opponent's strike. Although this left his arm aching, the force of metal was undeniably more potent than that of a fist. Even as he gripped the massive scissor tightly, his hands were already bruised and bloodied from the impact. Yet Casillas appeared unfazed, shouting, "All right, that has some power. Ha! Come at me with your best shot." The surge of adrenaline dulled any sense of pain, and he immediately unleashed the abilities granted by his devil fruit. Chapter 62. Seriously wounded Casillas pushed forward with the palm that had blocked Scissorhand Jack's fist, and then he noticed a flash of red across the metallic gauntlet. Suddenly, a jarring metallic explosion echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the once formidable metal was riddled with numerous fine cracks, emitting a bone-chilling coldness and a faint scent reminiscent of charred flesh. This is the only somewhat technically sophisticated application of the Casillas temperature fruit. Following an instant of extreme heat, it plunges into a chilling cold, several dozen degrees below zero. Under the influence of thermal expansion and contraction, the once rigid internal structure of the metal is utterly obliterated in the blink of an eye. The rapid oscillation between scorching heat and frigid cold has indeed inflicted some harm upon his hand. However, the process is so swift that Scissor Jack, glancing down at the fine shards of steel cascading from his hand, scarcely registers any pain. Were it not for my devil fruit abilities, you would indeed be a formidable adversary. Yet, the unpredictability of life leaves no room for hypotheticals. Casillas remarked with a hint of nostalgia, acknowledging the envy evoked by the sheer strength and physical prowess that he admired. In the world of pirates, there exists an abundance of individuals with extraordinary physical capabilities. How delightful it would be to possess such superhuman strength. Nevertheless, despite these musings, he had no intention of relying solely on physical combat without utilizing his abilities. Scissor Jack seemingly finally felt the searing burn inflicted upon his hand and the stiffness and sharp pain in his finger joints from the encroaching frost. With a thunderous roar, he surged into action, shattering the sturdy wooden floor beneath his feet, and recklessly swung his injured palm once more towards Casillas. Truly fierce, Casillas cursed under his breath and crossed his arm before him to block the strike. In the violent collision, the fragments of iron armor that covered Scissor Jack's palm scattered, exposing the blisters formed by the burns that were now cracked open by the freezing temperature. The mingled fluids of blood and other substances crystallized into ice shards, cascading down with his movements. The confrontation was far from over. As Casillas attempted to defend himself with his arm against the incoming blow, he suddenly found his opponent's bloodied hand gripping his arm, locking them in a fierce struggle of strength. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Casillas towards the wall behind him. In this contest of power, he remained at a distinct disadvantage. At this moment, he began to sense that he had made a miscalculation. Engaging in combat with this bull-like monstrosity, his advantage lay in his devil fruit abilities, while the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. In such close quarters, constrained as he was, the opponent's advantages were maximized to an alarming degree. Regrettably, the power of the temperature fruit did not allow him to directly heat a living organism's body. Had it been possible, he could have incinerated the heart into a charred mass, thereby circumventing many troubles. However, he was not entirely powerless. Seizing the massive scissor-like weapon wielded by his adversary, he simultaneously activated his abilities on both the weapon and the arm that had been ensnared. A plume of black smoke erupted, and Scissorhand Jack let out a wretched howl. Imagine the agony of grasping a red-hot iron. That was his current plight. Concurrently, the enormous scissor weapon, directly affixed to the severed arm, visibly glowed a fiery red. This weapon, akin to a pair of scissors, was intricately connected to the flesh and bone through advanced biological modification techniques, and now radiated an intense heat, amplifying Jack's suffering to unimaginable levels. Yet, contrary to Casillas' expectations, he did not retreat in despair. Instead, the pain seemed to awaken a primal ferocity within him. The eyes visible beneath his helmet were now bloodshot, exuding a predatory intensity as he roared madly, rallying his strength with renewed vigor. This individual, when unleashed, exhibits a terrifying force, propelling Casillas as if he were a deeply embedded wooden stake, uprooting the solid wooden floor. His black leather boots were reduced to mere fragments, and with a thunderous crash, he collided with the unyielding wall. Despite this, his momentum showed no sign of abating. Instead, he barreled through, creating a substantial breach in the wall that led into the corridor beyond, only to crash into the opposing wall once more. Casillas felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Half of his body lodged within the wall, a predicament that could hardly be deemed pleasant. Moreover, at that moment, he sensed pain radiating through his arms and torso, and his feet were a gruesome sight, bloodied and battered, with no part of him unscathed. Yet, he silently thanked his robust constitution. Without it, such negligence would have surely left him severely injured, if not worse. Although he was in considerable discomfort, he was fortunate enough to escape with only superficial wounds, which, while dismal in appearance, were bearable. Meanwhile, Scissorhands Jack was not faring much better. His remaining hand was likely only partially functional. Consequently, he raised his other arm, the immense metallic scissors still radiating with residual heat, and with a howling rush, he aimed once more at Casillas, who was ensnared within the wall. In response, Casillas, racked with pain, struggled to raise his arms, adopting an awkward stance to deflect the impending attack. A dull thud echoed as his body penetrated the second, semi-dilapidated wall, rolling onto the grassy expanse outside. At that moment, a throng of city guards encircled the area, witnessing the spectacle and instinctively inching closer. However, the subsequent scene instilled dread, causing them to retreat a few steps, gasping in horror. They beheld a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall, effortlessly dismantling the wall, debris scattering in all directions, injuring several unfortunate guards in the process. Coughing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Casillas assessed his injuries, reminding himself that this was a lesson learned as he rose from the ground. The soft green grass beneath his scarred feet only served to amplify the pain he felt. Observing him rise, Scissorhands Jack emitted an inhuman roar, charging toward him from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Yet this time, Casillas perceived a fleeting blur before feeling a sharp sting in his lower back. Utilizing his speed, he maneuvered behind Jack and struck the metallic plating on his rear, causing it to warp and shatter, incinerating the garments beneath and leaving behind a cascade of frigid remnants. Jack let out an enraged cry, and upon their encounter anew, he finally managed to utter 2 words, "Damn it." As Scissorhands Jack let out a ferocious roar, he instinctively swept his arm backward, only to find himself grasping at empty air. Had he remained within the confines of Carimula's residence, where space for Casillas to maneuver was limited, perhaps Casillas would have harbored some trepidation towards him. However, in the vast expanse of the outside world, Jack's diminished speed rendered him a negligible threat. Casillas, swift as the wind, dashed forward, the blood staining his feet, turning the verdant grass crimson, yet his pace remained unaltered. The target of the assault was his legs. This time, however, Casillas did not continue to dismantle Jack's tortoise-like armor. Instead, he opted to heat it. For the first time, Scissorhands Jack experienced the sensation of wearing iron boots heated to a searing 1,000 degrees. In short, it was utterly disastrous. He found himself powerless to recover. In merely 2 minutes, as Casillas, with his arms swollen from exertion, retrieved a cigarette from his battered pack, Scissorhands Jack collapsed helplessly to the ground. His legs were likely half-cooked by now. A group of previously hesitant city guards surged forward, expertly binding him with thick ropes. "Boss, how are you? Do you need to tend to your injuries first?" Hawk, cradling a medical kit, inquired with concern. "No need. Where is Carimula?" Casillas waved his hand, instructing Hawk to place the kit on the ground, and sat down upon it. "The city guards have already surrounded him in the study," Hawk replied, observing the swollen marks on Casillas's forearms where Jack's formidable scissors had struck, and the gruesome sight of his feet, some areas exposing stark white bone. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave, but returned 2 minutes later, carrying a new medical kit. He knelt before Casillas, producing bandages and alcohol to begin treating his wounds. Hawk had learned about such matters, though his actions lacked finesse. Seeing him so anxious, Casillas chose not to refuse him again. Although the occasional jolt of pain from Hawk's ministrations was bearable, he decided it best not to dampen the man's enthusiasm. Had he not grown overly confident and succumbed to excitement during the battle, perhaps his situation would not have been so dire. Before long, a disheveled Carimula was dragged out, bound, and thrown before Casillas. Upon seeing Casillas, the first words that escaped his lips were, "If you spare me, I shall grant you 2 billion berries." Chapter 63. Death 2 billion berries? Casillas tilted his head. "Lord Carimula, your offer is indeed tempting. But is that truly all your wealth? Surely, there must be more." With his hands bound behind his back and his body facing downward, Carimula regarded Casillas with an awkward posture and continued, "This is all my liquid assets. If you find it lacking, I also have properties." "No, no, no." Lord Carimula, Casillas interjected with a smile, a cigarette but clenched between his teeth. "It is not that I disdain the sum. In fact, it is quite substantial, and I am indeed intrigued. However, once you are eliminated, your riches will elude me entirely, destined instead for those high-ranking individuals who frequent or reside within the palace. Thus, 2 billion is a considerable amount." At this juncture, Casillas exhaled a puff of smoke before persisting. "The crux of the matter is, what I desire transcends mere money. That is point one. Secondly, should I wish to release you, do you believe the city guards would acquiesce?" Does Lord Carimula remain oblivious to his predicament? Your life now rests not in my hands, but in those of others. Whose hands hold Carimula's fate? Undoubtedly, it lies within the grasp of Casillas' collaborator this time. The benefits I can glean from Lord Carimula are limited to a noble title and the smuggling routes under your command. Lord Pander has assured me that all the smuggling channels you once governed will henceforth belong to me. At least on the surface, they shall not interfere. Casillas spoke with conviction, surrounded by a multitude of city guards, all loyal to the military and political minister, Pander. They formed a tight perimeter around Casillas and his 20 or so subordinates. In truth, throughout this entire ordeal, not a single guard had raised a hand. Even the earlier gunfire, which neutralized Carimula's armed forces, was executed by a battalion of fighters selected by Casillas from among the wanderers after brief training. Pander's men had never intervened, not even to discharge a warning shot. The rationale behind this is quite simple. Both Pander and the prominent figures require a tangible fact. The downfall of the noble Carimula was orchestrated by an outsider. Casillas emerged as a fortuitous instrument for them. Although all these machinations were executed under their guidance, they refrained from direct involvement. This matter holds significant importance should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future. They shall bear no relation to them, for it is Casillas who undertakes this endeavor. Naturally, it would be impossible to proceed without some publicly declarable transgressions. This is the role of Colonel Mouse. Soon, the people of the Goya kingdom, particularly those who are keenly interested in various news, will learn that the noble Carimula has colluded with pirates to exploit the common folk, a transgression unveiled by the righteous naval officer, Colonel Mouse. In his unwavering commitment to uphold justice, Colonel Mouse boldly disclosed these crimes and initiated their apprehension. During this process, Carimula violently resisted arrest, leading to a confrontation. However, ultimately, the forces of justice prevailed. Of course, the Navy's incursion into a member state of the world government to apprehend a noble is both procedurally and legally impermissible. Yet the king of the Goya kingdom will later pardon this act and commend it verbally. Thus, even if Colonel Mouse does not receive a promotion, he is unlikely to face any demotion, rendering it a most satisfactory conclusion. Such news is trifling, failing to garner significant attention from the other seas and the Grand Line after its transmission from the East Sea. No one will discern that the so-called heroes within are merely naval miscreants. At least the common folk remain oblivious to this truth. Casillas harbors no fear that the city guards of Pandau will turn their weapons upon him, for he possesses the immense advantage of the Desert Eagle to offer them. The smuggled price of the Desert Eagle remains a staggering 100,000 per piece, of which 50,000 will conveniently line their pockets, yielding monthly profits exceeding 100 million berries, all without him needing to exert any effort in arranging various matters. Even a fool could discern the choice to make. Unless, of course, Pandau is truly a fool. Could the esteemed Minister of Military and Political Affairs of the Kingdom of Goya be a fool? It is evident that he is not. Casillas had only spoken half his thoughts when Carimula, grasping the gravity of his imminent demise, began to comprehend the fears and anxieties he had previously dismissed or failed to articulate. With this understanding came an even greater sense of despair. He had always been a lofty noble, contemplating death only as a distant eventuality, a time when he would be too frail to move, peacefully passing away in his bed. Not facing the grim prospect of dying at the hands of his enemies now. How could he not be terrified? The distant memories in his mind were sharpened by fear. Recalling the many slaves he had mercilessly executed over trivial matters, the beautiful slave girl he had bludgeoned to death with an ashtray in a cart, her gaze haunting him in her final moments, as if to say he too would meet a similar fate one day, and so forth. Before today, no? Before Casillas entered his study, he had reveled in the superiority and thrill of controlling the fates of others. But the joy of those moments is now eclipsed by profound despair. Carimula, being a relatively astute individual, gradually emerged from the abyss of meaningless panic upon realizing his inescapable fate. He began to curse vehemently, perhaps seeking to indulge in a final display of defiance before his demise. His vitriol was primarily directed at Casillas and Ophari, followed closely by Pandau and the king. The man exhibited a remarkable verbal agility, yet Casillas remained unfazed. Hawk, who had tended to the grievously injured feet, dragged the esteemed nobleman aside and handed a Desert Eagle to Colonel Mouse, who stood nearby. Do you understand what to do? Colonel Mouse's hands trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied the quaking grip of his weapon with his other hand and nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Excellent, off you go. With a sorrowful expression, Colonel Mouse turned away, his desire to refuse overshadowed by the haunting memory of the blood that had splattered onto his face, belonging to his own loyal subordinate. When the sound of a gunshot pierced the night, silence enveloped the scene. Colonel Mouse, having fulfilled his mission, numbly held onto the handle of the Desert Eagle, even as waves of pain surged through his wrist from the immense recoil. It was only when his eyes caught sight of the intricate patterns of the Belly's banknotes that he regained his senses. Unbeknownst to him, he had been returned to Casillas' presence. A thick stack of banknotes was being shuffled, creating a delightful rustling sound. Instinctively, Colonel Mouse swallowed hard. He recalled the imagined 40 million bellies, so tantalizingly within reach, now reduced to mere illusion. Congratulations, Colonel Mouse. Startled by Casillas' sudden voice amidst the rustling notes, he registered the words congratulations with a mix of confusion. As he pondered this, Casillas patted a leather suitcase beside him. The promised 40 million from Calamura is all here. Now it belongs to you. Colonel Mouse's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. Soon, however, he jubilantly crouched beside the suitcase, cradling it with delight. Boss, is this really necessary? Casillas cast a glance at Hawk. Absolutely necessary. Maintaining a good relationship with this Colonel Mouse is vital. With someone so morally flexible in the Navy, everything becomes negotiable. Moreover, this money isn't coming from my pocket. When Pandal, that old rascal, arrives, he will reimburse me for this expenditure. As he spoke, Casillas surveyed the line of over a dozen individuals. His attention was drawn to a man with numerous growths on his face, who bore a long bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. Chapter 64. The Fallen Captain Baki Boss. This is H.O., Hawk introduced to Casillas. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He possesses remarkable talent. Not only is he skilled with a bow, but his marksmanship is exceptional as well. After these days of training, he has surpassed me, hitting the target every time within 50 meters. In fact, during this operation, he single-handedly dealt with nearly 10 adversaries. Truly impressive. Hawk's praises were delivered with such candor, yet Acho exhibited little emotional fluctuation. He slightly bowed his head, appearing to be an even more taciturn individual than Lucien. If one possesses a firearm, why then carry a bow? Casillas inquired with curiosity. Acho regarded the younger, significantly shorter figure of the dark-clad youth with deference. For it was this very person who had bestowed upon them a life free from want, a true blessing of abundance. Lord Casillas, although I have swiftly acquired marksmanship, I believe I am better suited to wield a bow. He articulated, to some extent, the bow proved far more effective than firearms, at least in his hands. Despite his reticence, he endeavored to express his thoughts more fully in the presence of Casillas. Is your bow newly acquired? Casillas observed that the bow slung across Acho's back appeared rather pristine and inquired further. Yes. It was only after obtaining this that I realized what I had previously used scarcely qualified as a bow, Acho replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia as he ran his fingers along the sturdy, smooth limbs of his longbow. Previously, he had lacked the means to procure such a costly and rare weapon until a few days prior when Hawk, at his request, had purchased this bow for him. He had finally grasped what true weaponry entailed. Very well, from now on, let these individuals be under your training and leadership. Hawk's capabilities in this regard are rather mediocre. It would be more prudent to entrust this responsibility to a professional like you, Casillas concluded after a moment of contemplation, deeming it a fitting reward for Acho's contributions in the recent skirmish. Acho's instinctive reaction was to decline, truth be told. He was not fond of nor accustomed to assuming a leadership role. However, upon noticing Hawk's encouraging glance, he acquiesced with a nod. As for the others, ensure those who were injured receive ample compensation. No one has perished, correct? Casillas directed his gaze at Hawk, who shook his head in response, prompting him to continue. Determine the compensation as you see fit, and from now on, all these trivial matters will fall under your purview. Hawk nodded in agreement once more. And Dodge? Acho stepped aside to stand firm, recalling another individual requiring his attention. The despondent Dodge was brought forth, firmly bound by several ropes. As an ordinary man, he was utterly incapable of escaping, and the two individuals restraining him did not treat him as roughly as they had with Karimu. After all, he was the only son of Old Hank, and those hailing from the realm of the Wanderers retained a modicum of respect for him. Of course, this merely meant they would not subject him to abuse. No one would consider releasing this traitor out of loyalty to Old Hank. Mr. Dodge, TSK. Casillas observed the middle-aged man, whose hair had begun to show signs of gray, and with a hint of resignation, asked, I had not perceived your treachery during our previous encounter. What prompted you to betray me? Certainly, I do not require you to pledge your allegiance. Perhaps this cannot solely be blamed on you. After all, one must look after oneself. Is this not the perspective of Mr. Dodger? Before Dodger could utter a word, Casillas murmured to himself, "To be frank, I have heard from Hawk that old Hank has been quite cooperative. I could swiftly amass a force of over 100, largely thanks to his contributions. Moreover, you are old Hank's only son. It would be unfortunate for him to witness the demise of his own flesh and blood." Dodger, whose complexion had been pallid, gradually regained some color with Casillas' words. Hawk, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Casillas would decisively eliminate this traitor. Yet it seemed from the leader's tone that there might be a chance for mercy. Given his current position, Hawk leaned towards administering adequate punishment. For clarity in reward and retribution is of utmost importance. However, considering the aged Hank, whose body was already half buried, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Let the esteemed leader make the decision. After a lengthy discourse, Casillas felt an absence in his hands and initially considered asking Hawk for some fruit. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that matters here would soon conclude, allowing for a swift return. He lit another cigarette and leisurely began to smoke. His prolonged silence regarding Dodger's fate only exacerbated the torment within the kneeling Dodger. Yet, as a prisoner, he remained silent, awaiting his fate. Dodger did not believe he had erred. Was not Casillas himself pursuing a noble identity? What fault lay in my desire to reclaim the noble status my father cast aside? Ultimately, should I fail, it would be no one's fault but my own misfortune and lack of strength. At this moment, Dodger lamented only that he had not inflicted any harm upon Casillas. Instead, he had merely exposed his treachery, and now he must face the consequences. Under such circumstances, he felt somewhat aggrieved. The agonizing wait persisted, stretching on for what felt like an eternity, though in truth, Casillas' cigarette had scarcely burned halfway. Eventually, Dodger heard Casillas speak again. "Very well, I shall spare you, but you can no longer reside here. Leave this country, cross the seas, and do not let me lay eyes upon you again, Dodger." Casillas turned to Hawk. "Prepare a lifeboat for him, and send him directly to the sea, at once." Hawk, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped Casillas' intent. He did not plead for Dodger's case, but summoned 2 men to escort Dodger away. The city guards made no attempt to intervene. "Apolly," he called. "Yes." Upon hearing his name, Apolly responded immediately. "You shall continue in your original profession. As for Hawk, he can be somewhat kind-hearted at times. So you must assist him in managing matters he cannot handle. Do you understand?" "I understand," Apolly swiftly responded. Understanding the clear implication behind Casillas' words, he would henceforth serve as Hawk's assistant. He harbored no grievances regarding this arrangement. In comparison to him, Hawk was merely a callow youth. Yet his proximity to Casillas, a trusted confidant, afforded him a certain gravitas. Moreover, as one who had betrayed Karamura, Apolly felt no discontent in maintaining a position of relative significance. Unlike Karamura, who relished in the act of killing, he recognized that he would not hesitate to extinguish the life of those deserving of demise. A shiver coursed through Apolly at this realization. Casillas' words served as an unmistakable warning. At that moment, a portly figure, surrounded by an entourage, entered the perimeter of the city guard, casting a satisfied glance at Karamura's lifeless body. "This is the collaborator of Casillas moving forward, the Minister of Military and Political Affairs, Pandau." Yet another corpulent figure, excessively rotund. A few hours later, when Dodge was unceremoniously tossed onto a small boat by Hawk and his men, he finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. It was only upon seeing the lifeboat that Dodge comprehended its true dimensions. This vessel, slightly superior to a mere canoe, occupied half the space once Dodge was stowed within. The boat was desolate, devoid of both sustenance and water, though such provisions were hardly necessary. In the event of a fierce storm, it was highly probable that this small craft would capsize amidst the turbulent sea. At that juncture, even if Dodge were to suddenly embody the skills of an Olympic swimmer, he would undoubtedly perish in the depths of the ocean. Furthermore, Hawk showed no inclination to release him from his bindings. Dodge's pleading gaze went entirely unnoticed by Hawk. A grand ship towed the diminutive lifeboat into the tumultuous waves of the sea. This was one of several merchant vessels Hawk had acquired, soon to be put into service. The large ship continued to drag the smaller one until it was far from the coastline, ensuring that the lifeboat would not drift back to shore with the waves. At which point Hawk commanded the ropes to be untied. Dodge understood the unambiguous message from his superior. If he managed to survive, it would be due to fortune. If the boat capsized or he starved, he could only blame his own inadequacy to endure. Farewell. The sailors on board, all hailing from the camp of wanderers, recognized Dodge, but merely observed in silence, none daring to speak. Bound and utterly immobile, Dodge gazed at the grand ship that slowly diminished into the darkness of the night, ultimately collapsing weakly upon the swaying bottom of the boat. He refrained from uttering pleas for mercy, preserving the last vestiges of his dignity. Time passed, though its passage was uncertain, until he detected an unusual sound. Suddenly, a hand grasped the edge of the small boat, its surface soaked and white from soaking. In Dodge's line of sight, the owner of the hand emerged, donning a waterlogged captain's hat emblazoned with a pirate skull insignia. His forehead bore two intersecting white bones painted in white, his lips were painted a vivid red, and a bright crimson nose adorned his face. Dodge paused, as the sea gradually brightened with the impending dawn. A clown? His voice was hoarse. He had not consumed food or drink throughout the night, and felt exceedingly weak. The stranger paid no heed to the bound Dodge sprawled on the deck. Clambering into the cabin, drenched with seawater, he erupted into laughter. The heavens have not forsaken me. Captain Buggy. Ah ha 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 ha. Having just formed his pirate crew, Captain Buggy found his ship sunk by enemy cannon fire and, clinging to a piece of driftwood, had floated upon the ocean for several days and nights, only to discover this small boat. He stroked his chin, laughter subsiding as he looked down at the previously overlooked Dodge. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you tied up on your own ship? And where's the food? The drink? Have you consumed it all? Dodge replied in a feeble voice, There is nothing of the sort. I was cast into the sea by my enemies to await my demise. Oh, exclaimed Buggy. What kind of vengeance is this? They even provided you with a boat? If it were my words, I would cast them straight into the sea, clean and decisive. With such a vessel, how could one possibly perish? Ever since the demise of Roger, Buggy has been scouring the East Sea for crew members to establish a pirate crew. He has encountered numerous instances of individuals adrift on makeshift wooden planks, and in his understanding, such small boats could never capsize. For he has sailed on such vessels many times before, finding them quite safe. Alas, enough of this. What shall we do without food or water? Just moments ago, filled with bravado and feeling as though he had once again evaded danger, Buggy could not help but feel despondent. Sigh. Never mind. Buggy glanced at Dodge, bound with ropes, drew forth his small dagger, and swiftly severed the bindings. The reason for employing his devil fruit abilities was to subjugate this fellow. Now, with everything lost and the crew he had just gathered feeding the fish, despite this individual appearing weak and seemingly useless, how could Captain Buggy possibly operate without an aid? Upon witnessing the powers of the devil fruit, this fellow would surely be astonished and would naturally become his subordinate. Just as he cut through the ropes, Buggy suddenly caught sight of a vague shadow in the distance. Above the ocean, many islands dotted the horizon. Given the vastness of the sea, such islands were rare to encounter. Yet, Buggy spotted a dark silhouette that resembled an island far off. Chapter 65. Inspection by the celestial dragons. There's an island ahead. Hurry, get up and row the boat. Buggy shouted exuberantly, pushing Dodge aside as he frantically searched for oars. But to his dismay, he found nothing. Damn it. How could there be no oars at all? Buggy sensed the malice of the world, after enduring days of weakness while half submerged in the sea. He had finally encountered a small boat, and to add insult to injury, it lacked food and water. No food or water could be tolerated. But now that an island was in sight, he was bereft of oars to navigate. Hearing about the island, Dodge, who had been pushed aside, suddenly felt invigorated, rising to squint towards the direction Buggy indicated, and indeed, there was the shadow of an island. Observing Buggy's furious demeanor, he leaned over the side of the boat and began to paddle with his hands. In a fit of rage, Buggy noticed Dodge's actions and immediately joined in. The sides of the little boat were low enough that one could easily lean over to paddle. As a wielder of abilities and possessing some combat prowess, Buggy rowed with considerable speed, splashing seawater behind him. However, after just a few strokes, the small boat began to spin in place. Damn it, row harder. Dodge was startled by the roar, and immediately, with a hint of grievance, he cautiously flattered, I am merely an ordinary person. Captain Buggy possesses immense strength, far beyond my capabilities. Buggy, known for his amiable nature, despite occasionally venting his frustrations on innocent souls, had already regarded this timid fellow as his subordinate. Upon hearing such remarks about his overwhelming prowess, he felt a surge of elation. Ah, very well, I'll take care of you, Buggy declared. I shall proceed at a slower pace, but you must exert yourself. Our escape hinges upon the island ahead. Should we miss it, who knows how long we would have to wait for the next one. Dodge inwardly cursed, as if there is another island. The mere fact that we stumbled upon this one is a stroke of luck that I should not have survived. He then began to paddle fervently. Regardless, through their combined efforts, they gradually drew closer to the distant island. Fortune smiled upon them, as the sea under the morning sun was calm and serene, devoid of any tumult. At that moment, Casillas could never have anticipated that Dodge would encounter an individual imbued with the aura of a protagonist on the open sea and manage to survive. He was currently positioned at the far end of the grand hall of the palace, standing among a throng of nobles. The Minister of Military Affairs, Pander, was addressing the assembly, proclaiming the crimes of Carimula. The elderly gentleman, adorned with sparse silver hair and of similar age to Carimula, despite his corpulent physique, displayed a fervent indignation as he enumerated Carimula's transgressions, his face radiating a sense of justice that seemed poised to overflow from his ample figure. In summary, Carimula was a man of notorious villainy, utterly unworthy of the nobility of the kingdom, while the actions of His Excellency, the naval commander, were somewhat excessive. It must be acknowledged that in light of this man's malevolence, His Majesty the King would publicly extend forgiveness for the commander's inappropriate conduct. The aged monarch, clearly showing the signs of time, stifled a yawn and nodded, afflicted by insomnia that prevented him from finding rest until dawn. Yet, he felt compelled to be present, not for any other reason but to acknowledge the substantial fortune left by Carimula. The reactions of the nobles below varied widely. Those allied with Carimula or having vested interests appeared dismayed, not out of sorrow for his sudden demise, but rather due to concerns over the future division of his wealth. Would the powerful nobles seize the entirety of these assets, leaving nothing behind? Among them were many who mourned, yet their grief was largely self-serving. They were staunch loyalists of Carimula, now fearing the loss of their formidable patron and questioning whether they could find another benefactor or face retribution. This group included the corpulent noble, the tall noble, and the slender noble. While some were filled with sorrow and unease, others reveled in the misfortune, nearly bursting into laughter. There were also those who remained indifferent. In essence, the nobles each harbored their own thoughts. Some relished in the misfortune, others were burdened with worry. Their expressions a canvas depicting the myriad facets of human emotion. The early morning assembly of nearly all the nobles was not solely prompted by Carimula's demise. As for Casillas, at this moment he had already attained noble status, albeit on the fringes, without any official position. Yet, merely standing there signified that he had achieved a rank that ordinary individuals could only aspire to throughout their lives. The addition of a minor noble was met with little more than a passing glance from most, lacking any notable reaction, except for Keldon. He would not forget Casillas, who had presented a bribe of 100,000 Bailey, though Keldon's circumstances were better than those of most nobles. Holding a position as the commander of the city guard, this was the first time he had received such a substantial sum in bribery. Upon seeing Casillas for the first time, Keldon surmised that he must have paid a considerable amount to acquire his noble title. This is not without precedent, in fact. A considerable portion of the minor nobility in the Kingdom of Goya comprises former merchants who have purchased their noble status with wealth rather than inheriting it from their forebears. However, the sum required is substantial, rendering it unattainable for most merchants. This situation arises largely from the Kingdom of Goya's dire financial straits. A commonality among the member states of the global government, the royal family must diligently amass wealth, as they are obligated to pay the celestial gold to the celestial dragons of the Holy Land. As Pander eloquently delivered his speech, Keldon leaned towards Casillas with a smile, exclaiming, "Ha! Who would have thought, Casillas, that in such a short time you would rise to the rank of nobility?" To which Lord Keldon jested. Casillas, returning the smile, replied, "In comparison to Lord Keldon, I am but a mere trifle, merely a minor noble." The words brought a sense of satisfaction to Curtin, who chuckled softly before whispering, "Do you know what we are to discuss today?" He sought to showcase his knowledge. "Look, while you may be of noble birth, you still fall short in comparison to me. There are matters of which I am aware that you are not." In truth, he need not speak, for soon all the nobles present would be informed. "I am unaware of any other matters. Pray tell." Curtin leaned in slightly, his gaze fixed on the old king, who was dozing with half-closed eyes on the throne, and said softly, "Another matter is the arrangements for the celestial dragon's inspection of our sacred land in a few months." At this revelation, Casillas felt a jolt of alarm. He had nearly forgotten this detail. The inspection by the celestial dragons of the Kingdom of Goya could be deemed the sole significant event chronicled in the original tale. a culmination of uncertainty that sparked a revolution, where the revolutionary army rescued a multitude of wanderers abandoned by the nobles amid flames. Sabo's ship was destroyed by the celestial dragons, yet he too was saved by the revolutionary forces and later rose to become their second-in-command. Reflecting on these events, Casillas began to ponder the potential benefits he might derive from this circumstance. The revolutionary army, the celestial dragons. Chapter 66. The fallen pirate days ago. We received notification that in 4 months, the celestial dragons would arrive in the Kingdom of Goya for an inspection. The forthcoming reception of these esteemed visitors would become the kingdom's most paramount undertaking. The old king, gripping his scepter, roused himself and personally relayed this news. The announcement of the celestial dragon's inspection incited an even greater tumult than before. Some were already privy to this information, yet for the majority, it was their first encounter with such news. The nobles began to murmur among themselves. Silence. The king rapped the scepter against the armrest of his throne and continued. Our Kingdom of Goya has long been revered as the face of the East Sea, which is likely why the esteemed celestial dragons have chosen our nation. Therefore, when the celestial dragons behold our capital for the first time, it must reflect the truth. Everyone fell silent. In truth, they quickly grasped the implications of the old king's words. When the celestial dragons beheld the capital of the Goya kingdom from the harbor, they perceived not merely a pristine and orderly city, but also the dilapidated outskirts and the grim realities of the uncertain terminus. The journalists who extolled the capital's exquisite beauty dared not mention the crumbling districts and the mountains of refuse, yet the celestial dragons were different, should they feel deceived. The consequences could be dire. The nobility were not common folk. They were acutely aware of matters such as the demon-slaying edict. They understood all too well the conduct of the world government and the celestial dragons, for they belonged to the same ilk. It was not inconceivable that, in a fit of rage, the celestial dragons might annihilate all the nobles of the Goya kingdom. Before the world aristocracy of the celestial dragons, the nobles of the member states of the world government were scarcely distinguishable from slaves. The atmosphere in the grand hall froze momentarily until one noble ventured. Shall we not simply eliminate the uncertain terminus? Casillas and Keldon, standing together, felt like mere bystanders witnessing a play as the noble assembly erupted at this suggestion. It was indeed a mad proposal, yet if successful, it could rid them of the towering nuisance of refuse. What could the celestial dragons possibly be like? I have never encountered one in the flesh. After a moment's hesitation, Keldon, driven by instinct, expressed his opinion. It was indeed a sound plan. Casillas subtly concurred. At that moment, he was struck by a sense of absurdity that felt somewhat contorted. What sort of individuals had gathered here? The most esteemed nobles of a nation. Pivotal figures for this kingdom were now, in the face of a being of even loftier status, an entity that was, in essence, no better than the most wretched refuse, discussing strategies to appease it as if facing a formidable foe. They perhaps still harbored hope. If they could placate the swinish celestial dragons, there might be immense rewards to reap. How ludicrous, although he longed to depart, remaining in this place. Listening to these individuals deliberate on how to ingratiate themselves with the celestial dragons felt like a futile endeavor. It would be far more beneficial to hone his own abilities. Yet, even with his bandaged feet, he felt waves of pain. Leaving now would be inappropriate. Reflecting on it, he realized that his current pursuits were not much nobler than theirs. If he were to encounter a celestial dragon now, demanding him to serve as a living steed, would he acquiesce or refuse? Maintaining his self-righteousness seemed futile. The only way to escape such a predicament was to cultivate formidable strength. Perhaps one day, he could compel the celestial dragons to kneel before him, begging for mercy. This fantasy is somewhat enchanting. Unbeknownst to him, Casillas felt an unprecedented sense of expectation. Or perhaps desire. Self-preservation? The completion of a task? Could this be termed ambition? Casillas mused to himself. What? The nearby Keldon seemed to catch a hint of this and turned to voice his inquiry. Oh, nothing. I too look forward to witnessing the grandeur of the world's nobility. Casillas replied, his smile radiant and natural, yet this beaming expression sent a chill down Keldon's spine, causing him to involuntarily shudder. What's wrong? Casillas asked upon noticing Keldon's tremor. Keldon stammered. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I just felt a sudden chill. Is that so? Casillas queried, glancing around in confusion, not sensing even the slightest breeze. Keldon forced a smile, instinctively stepping back a few paces and falling silent. The midday sun blazed mercilessly, and the once bustling island, now inhabited by pirates, had quieted considerably. The pirate crews that had come seeking supplies or trade had departed, leaving behind those unwilling to venture out in the oppressive heat. At this moment, most pirates were either entwined with women they had paid for a brief respite or were laboring under the sun, relishing the fleeting joys amidst a life of violence. The only ones still active on the island were the official personnel, such as the one perched in the watchtower, idly fiddling with a telescope, occasionally peering towards certain wooden huts in hopes of glimpsing something white and enticing that might afford him a moment of solace. Ah, so large, so white, though a tad saggy. That wretched Sally only has eyes for money. She won't let me look unless I pay. Humph, not that I can see it all now. Sigh, if only I were that pirate. How exhilarating it would be. Hiss, ah, it's about to happen. After satisfying his physiological needs, the scrawny lookout turned the telescope towards the sea out of boredom. What is that? A flash of color, distinct from the ocean's azure, flickered in the moving lens. Adjusting his angle, he discerned it clearly. It was a tiny boat, a pitifully small vessel, with 2 figures aboard, paddling their way toward the island. Oh, are they castaways? Wait. He recognized the figure donning a pirate captain's hat, Buggy, with his flamboyant clownish attire unmistakable. Still a pirate. Is he? A clownish pirate. I feel I've heard tales of this before. Gazing into the palm of my hand, I ponder deeply. This is not a significant matter. Everything on the island is inherently designed to cater to the pirates. As long as one possesses wealth, it poses no issue whatsoever. Although the unfortunate pirate, who has arrived on a small boat, had never set foot on this island before. He leaned out from the lookout tower, shouting down below, "Pirates are approaching from the sea, but they appear to be in distress. Just 2 individuals. Go and check on them. Ensure they do not cause any trouble." A few minutes later, as 7 or 8 individuals armed with swords and firearms made their way to the shore, the small boat steadily drew nearer, now clearly visible in the distance. Chapter 67. The matter of prestige in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days have passed. The nobles seem preoccupied with preparations for the arrival of the celestial dragons. The downfall of a grand noble like Karamura has, aside from becoming a topic of idle gossip among the common folk, elicited no significant reaction. The kingdom remains unchanged, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Casillas, with a newspaper in hand and a cigarette perched between his lips, reclines by the pool, engrossed in its contents. The remnants of the Sun Pirates, led by the ruthless fishman Arlong, have stealthily infiltrated Fuchsia Island with the intent to orchestrate a massacre, only to be thwarted by Rear Admiral Borisolino of the Navy headquarters. Casillas? Wasn't he already a vice admiral at this point? Casillas stroked his chin, flipping back to the front page of the newspaper, where a full spread featured a photograph of Jinbe, alongside a headline proclaiming, "New captain of the Sun Pirates, the Sea Knight Jinbe, accepts the world government's invitation to join the Shichibukai, filling the vacancy left by the removal of a previous member. Arlong, that fool, is truly Navii. Simply surviving is a stroke of luck for him, considering he crossed paths with a future admiral. Moreover, Casillas appears to have a penchant for leniency. Why spare a minor character like Arlong? Perhaps it's due to Arlong's affiliation with the Sun Pirates, prioritizing the greater good? Who can say? Casillas possesses an air reminiscent of a bureaucratic official. In Casillas' eyes, he is a man of remarkable tact, yet somewhat inscrutable. Many speculate he may be an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, but such theories are mere conjecture, lacking any definitive proof. The multitude of individuals referenced here undoubtedly pertains to the devotees of social platforms from a past life. "Soja, please fetch me some orange juice," Casillas remarked to the woman who had been kneeling beside him. The setting was none other than the opulent mansion of Carimula. Perhaps in consideration of the need to allocate a residence for him, the newly ennobled, coupled with the fact that nearly all of Carimula's assets had been appropriated by them. Several prominent aristocrats seemed to experience a pang of conscience, leaving this grand estate to Casillas, along with a handful of slaves who were not taken away. After all, slaves hold little value. Soja was among them. Given their acquaintance, Casillas had permitted Soja to attend to him during these days. It must be said that a professional excels in her craft. She adeptly fulfilled all the roles expected of a maid, from making the bed to serving tea. Soja rose gracefully, leaving with a captivating feline stride, a habit ingrained in her since childhood as a female slave, one that was difficult to alter. Coupled with attire that revealed as much as their initial encounter, her statuesque figure and long legs epitomized elegance. Casillas was no saint. Yet he had refrained from making any advances towards the room full of beautiful slave girls during these days. After all, This body was merely 15 years old, and damaging it prematurely would be counterproductive. Moreover, he intended to retain only Soja for himself, while the remaining female slaves could be distributed among his subordinates. How fortunate to have a leader like this in my past life, he mused, grasping the ice sword that lay discarded beside him. He observed the traces of melting upon its surface. Casillas activated his abilities once more, lowering the temperature of the ice sword to the minimum threshold attainable by his temperature-altering powers. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could carry such an ice sword as a weapon in the future. However, it needed to be sufficiently cold and possess a high degree of hardness. At present, the hardness of the low-temperature ice sword still fell short compared to an ordinary iron sword. Metal, when subjected to low temperatures, tends to become considerably brittle. In contrast, ice, as its temperature decreases, gains hardness. Therefore, once the hardness of the ice sword reached a certain level, it could serve as a viable substitute for conventional blades, also inflicting damage with its low-temperature properties, a promising application of his abilities. As for the notion of crafting a high-temperature fire sword, that idea had never crossed his mind. Regardless of how low the temperature, ice remains ice. Yet, could one truly imbue an iron sword with high heat? It seems that it will soon transform into molten iron. Even the most renowned blades cannot withstand this, save for the most formidable of black swords. As he caressed the uneven surface of the ice sword, which had repeatedly melted and crystallized, he found himself lost in thought. At that moment, the telephone bug began to ring, buzzing incessantly. It lay beside him, and Casillas reached out to grasp the receiver, hearing Hawk's voice on the other end. "Boss, I've nearly wrapped up everything on my end, but there has been a slight issue at one of the locations." Hawk had been at sea for nearly 10 days. Among the 200 armed forces selected and trained from the Wanderers, only 20 remained by Casillas' side. The rest had embarked on the merchant ship with Hawk. This voyage cannot be regarded as the official commencement of the Commercial Association's activities. The smuggling channels controlled by Carimula predominantly belong to the forces of darkness, who thrive on bloodshed and are scarcely distinguishable from pirates. Hawk and Appley must inform them that their master is changed. There may be dissenters, although the likelihood is low. Upon hearing Hawk's words, Casillas inquired, "What is it? Is someone unwilling to continue as a dog?" The telephone bug vividly mimicked Hawk's expression, revealing a distinctly human-like look of denial as it replied, "No, boss, that is not what I meant. Indeed, there are a few die-hard loyalists of Carimula, but they were successfully eliminated with the assistance of Appley's steward. However, what?" Casillas pressed. "Among Carimula's smuggling channels are several nameless islands that engage and trade with pirates. When we arrived at one of these islands, all of Carimula's men had perished. We captured a pirate who claimed that over 10 days ago, a fellow named Buggy the Clown had landed with a small boat, plundered the ships and supplies, killed numerous individuals, and departed with those willing to follow him." Buggy the Clown? Casillas chuckled upon hearing this familiar name. "So, does that pirate know where Buggy the Clown went?" "He does not know. He mentioned that many surrendered at the time, but he was unwilling to pledge allegiance and received a gash from Buggy, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself the sole survivor on the island." I see." Casillas took the orange juice from Sasha, contemplated for a moment, and commanded, "Let us reconstruct this island, and also discreetly inquire about the whereabouts of Buggy the Clown. Remember not to overreach. Those 100 or so individuals wielding desert eagles are indeed formidable. Yet there are many powerful beings on the seas. Exercise caution." "Understood, boss," Hawk affirmed before hanging up the telephone bug. "Sasha, are you familiar with Buggy the Clown?" Casillas asked the woman beside him. "No." Sasha searched her memories but found no recollection. Casillas did not press further. Based on his recollection, Buggy the Clown had seemingly been wandering the East Blue since Roger's demise. Although his strength appeared lacking, achieving passage into the Grand Line is no trivial feat. It was only when Luffy set sail that Buggy pursued him away from the East Blue. Is there some hidden agenda here? Regardless of any ulterior motives, this individual has robbed what rightfully belongs to him, and when found, he must pay a price. In the world of pirates, or rather, the realm of darkness, if one suffers losses and does not seek retribution, others will only perceive you as weak and easily bullied, disregarding your considerations. Thus, Buggy must undoubtedly face consequences for his actions. This, in truth, is a matter of face. The Big Mom pirates have lost their dignity and are relentlessly pursuing Luffy, venturing into Kaido's territory. The nobility of the Goya kingdom have also lost face and must uncover the culprit to preserve their honor. It is a similar principle. Chapter 68. The outcome. Just as Casillas savored a sip of orange juice and contemplated requesting Sasha to peel a banana for him, the snail phone rang once more. What day is it today? The snail phone, which had remained unused, rang twice in succession, receiving a glance from Casillas. Sasha delicately lifted the receiver from the back of the snail phone and handed it to him. As soon as he grasped the receiver, the snail phone's eyes opened, displaying an exuberant expression. "Boss, we're back." From the tone and manner of speaking, Casillas recognized the voice on the other end belonged to Gray, who had been away for nearly half a month. "Gray, how have you fared?" "Of course. Boss, you should ask around the sea about my name, Gray. I've teamed up with Lucien. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. But, boss, why have things changed so drastically on your end?" I was puzzled by the empty surroundings. And when I inquired, I discovered that you have actually become a noble. This is a long story. Where are you now? Casillas felt quite pleased, surmising that their current mission had been flawlessly accomplished. He wondered how much sales revenue his Desert Eagle could contribute from another country. The neighboring nations of the Goya Kingdom are minor countries with sparse populations, although this time he had allowed Hawk to explore potential sales channels or seek local influencers. He doubted there was much hope of carving out a substantial slice of the pie from the 50,000. A month has now passed. Yet Casillas' count barely exceeds 5,000. We're at the gates of Hightown. The city guards are quite displeased. I want to take them all down. At this moment, Gray stood alongside Lucien, without any companions. The two brazenly commenced their conversation through the snail phone at the heavily guarded gates of Hightown, attracting the bewildered gazes of the city guards. The pirate attire was unmistakable. Gray had even gone so far as to tattoo the pirate flag on his exposed arm. The silhouette of two intersecting Desert Eagle handguns, resembling the emblem on the pirate flag, was emblazoned there. Upon hearing that Casillas had ascended to nobility, Gray boldly approached, intending to enter Hightown, only to be promptly denied entry by the guards. Had it not been for Lucien's intervention, Gray might have resorted to violence at that very moment. "All right, Gray, let us not cause a commotion," Casillas chuckled. "I will come to fetch you. I will arrange for you to have credentials for entering and exiting Hightown. For now, just wait for me to arrive." Hanging up the phone, the insect donned black leather boots and a matching trench coat under the attentive service of Sasha. He bit down on a cigarette that Sasha had ignited for him. And Casillas had grown accustomed to this pampered existence, akin to that of a swine. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to follow. Exiting through the back door, Casillas strolled along the streets of the noble district. The clean and tidy roads were sparsely populated. If the aristocrats of the district were to evenly distribute the architectural space, each would likely possess several hectares of land. Compared to the bustling main street outside, this area truly felt vast and sparsely inhabited. As he walked, a sweeping servant immediately bowed low upon seeing Casillas, remaining prostrate until he had moved far away. Casillas paid no heed to this display, although he seemed to amble leisurely. His pace was brisk, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the towering walls separating the noble district from the main street. Spotting a youth clad in black, adorned with a medal exclusive to the nobility, the city guards respectfully saluted and stepped aside. From a distance, Casillas heard Gray's voice calling out, "Boss! Over here! Over here!" The sight of Gray, bouncing around like a monkey, made Casillas want to cover his face in embarrassment. The fellow increasingly struck him as deserving of a reprimand. As he approached them, Lucien, deliberately maintaining a slight distance from Gray, nodded in acknowledgement. Casillas inquired, "Would you like to eat? Shall we venture inside to sample the delicacies favored by the nobility? Do they have good beer?" Gray's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No, the nobility only drink red wine. At least, I've never seen beer there. But there might be some. I never drink, so I haven't paid attention." Casillas shook his head in response. Gray appeared crestfallen. "Nobles are so dull. What's so great about red wine? Let's just find a restaurant, right on the main street." Lucien nodded in agreement from the side. A little later, the three were seated in a tavern. Gray seemed familiar with the place, greeting the bartender with ease as he ordered 2 large barrels of stout, a glass of juice, and 3 ample servings of roasted lamb. "Boss, you won't believe it. The owner of this tavern used to be a pirate, but then he made enough money and found a beloved wife, so he quit and opened this tavern." "Oh, that's quite rare. Is the owner still around?" Casillas inquired, genuinely surprised. It would be one thing for a tavern to be located in a modest town, but to establish one in the main street and seem to run it successfully was indeed no small feat. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare for those engaged in piracy to amass sufficient wealth to achieve personal satisfaction and then retire from such a tumultuous life. Gray shook his head. remarking that the old fellow seemed to have genuinely transformed into a law-abiding citizen, severing all ties with pirates and other underground factions. As for the present, it is likely that he's enjoying a peaceful retirement at home, while his son has taken over the tavern. Casillas, cutting off a sizable piece of golden, crispy lamb chop generously sprinkled with spices and chili powder, stuffed it into his mouth and took a sip of orange juice, mumbling, "Let us not dwell on that for now. What was the outcome?" Gray swallowed a hearty bite of meat, washed it down with a gulp of dark beer, and, with a satisfied hum, responded, "Boss, you wouldn't believe the luck we've had. The situation over there is now dominated by the infamous Circe, and chaos reigns. It feels like civil war is on the brink of erupting, perhaps in a bid to bolster their military might. They've consumed all 1,000 desert eagles after witnessing their formidable power, and they're requesting an additional 5,000, each priced at 150,000. Casillas could not help but smile. "Circe? 6,000 in one go. That is quite a bold move." "Indeed, boss, you may not be aware, but Circe's family is renowned for their immense wealth. Rumors are rampant in their kingdom, suggesting that her children are not the legitimate heirs of the king, who met his end at the tusks of a wild boar. The great nobles are stirring restlessly." With that, Casillas pondered the implications. Wouldn't the nobles opposed to Circe also be in need of weaponry? Connecting with these adversaries of Circe could indeed present an opportunity to sell even more arms. As soon as the words were spoken, Lucian seized the opportunity to respond. "I have considered that as well, but to meet Queen Circe, or should I say now the Dowager Queen, is only possible due to the capture of Captain Jack. As for the other noblemen, they seem entirely disinterested in meeting us. Even if we were to pay them a visit, we would find ourselves unable to gain an audience with such illustrious figures." Casillas understood and nodded in agreement. "Since they have missed their chance, there is no need for us to extend our warm greetings to their cold shoulders. You should rest for a few days, and then we will present them with these 5,000 desert eagles. Our leader is truly wise," Gray exclaimed, having just devoured the last piece of meat. He then shouted enthusiastically, "Another serving of roasted lamb, please." Chapter 69. Restrictions having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Gray and his companion followed Casillas back to the high town. "Wow, this place is remarkably clean," Gray remarked, his eyes darting around like an excited child, marveling at the pristine ground untainted by dust and gasping at the sight of a slave collapsed by the roadside. Upon reaching the mansion, Gray's excitement grew even more exaggerated upon seeing Sasha, exchanging knowing glances with Casillas that conveyed an understanding among men. As Sasha assisted in removing his trench coat, Casillas chuckled, "There are quite a few female slaves purchased from Calamura left here. If you two are interested, you may select a couple. However, I do not regard them as mere concubines. Should you take them, you must treat them as your own women." Initially, Gray was eager at the prospect, but his enthusiasm waned upon hearing the latter part. "Boss, how can you say that? If I must take responsibility, I might as well pay for a few outside to enjoy myself." Casillas merely smiled and replied, "Since you are unwilling, I shall reserve these women for distribution, so you may leave them be. For now, relax and enjoy yourselves." As he spoke, he produced a pack of cigarettes, withdrawing one and offering it to Gray. Lucian, however, declined to partake. Gray accepted the cigarette with both hands, maintaining a composed demeanor as Casillas lit it for him, before sitting down with Lucian on the opposite side and exhaling a puff of white smoke. Casillas similarly lit one for himself, opting not to have Sasha assist him, and together with Gray, they indulged in the fragrant clouds. The ethereal smoke unfurled and swirled around them, resembling a soft, grayish-white cocoon gradually expanding throughout the space. After savoring a few puffs of the soothing smoke, Casillas recalled the jester, Buggy, and inquired, "Gray, have you heard of the jester Buggy?" Gray paused, his expression one of surprise. "Buggy? Has he gotten on the boss's bad side?" Casillas, smoking contemplatively, remained silent, allowing a slender column of smoke to rise from the half-lit cigarette in his hand. "It seems that this jester Buggy has garnered a bit of notoriety. It is said he possesses the powers of a devil fruit. In the East Sea, this place is rather rare, yet no one knows the true extent of his abilities. It is said that those who have seen him have met their demise, which implies that this individual possesses formidable strength." Gray pondered, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to sift through his memories. However, the true nature of his power remains shrouded in mystery, with only rumors circulating. As for this fellow's notoriety, it primarily stems from his misfortunes. Misfortune? Casillas seemed quite intrigued by the term and inquired, "What sort of misfortune?" "The clown Buggy has been in the East Sea as a pirate for several years. He has attempted to gather a crew and set sail 4 times in total, 3 of which allegedly ended with his ship running aground, leaving him as the sole survivor. On another occasion, he encountered the Navy, who swiftly sank his pirate ship with cannon fire, yet he miraculously emerged unscathed. Gray remarked, "Many claim this guy is merely a paper tiger, lacking any real strength. It's all just bravado." However, whether his luck is good or bad is difficult to determine. Everyone mocks his pirate crew's repeated failures, yet he continues to defy fate and survives. A misfortunate clown, Buggy? Casillas found this amusing, yet replied, "This fellow should possess considerable strength. Not long ago, he single-handedly annihilated one of Karamura's island strongholds, recruiting numerous followers in the process. I suspect he will soon raise the flag of the Buggy pirates once more." Really, this guy is quite impressive. Gray's perception of him shifted. Indeed, however, at that time, I had already begun to take over Karamura's influence. "And this fellow encroached upon my territory," Casillas stated nonchalantly. "Ah, I see," Gray exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Then I shall seek him out. Anyone who dares to meddle with the boss deserves a lesson." Gray appeared exhilarated, feeling as though he finally had something to do. After a month at sea, he had encountered no merchant vessels of note, nor a single pirate, with the exception of that previous encounter with the young swordswoman, which had been his only opportunity for action. Noticing his enthusiasm, Casillas chuckled and asked, "Are you not going to rest?" "Rest? What is that?" Gray replied with fervor. "I've been itching to move for a month. I must team up with Lucien to track down this clown Buggy and show him the consequences of provoking the boss. And as for delivering weapons, there's no rush on that front either." Gray's eagerness prompted a shift in Casillas' thoughts. Since he was so intent on finding something to do, he might as well let him proceed, though he felt it necessary to offer a word of caution. "Gray, you may pursue this fellow, but do not underestimate him." Casillas extinguished his cigarette and said to Gray, "The clown Buggy is indeed a formidable ability user. This devil fruit is known as the chop-chop fruit. He possesses the power to disassemble his body into numerous parts. For instance, he can make his hands fly away or detach his head from his body, creating the illusion that his form is fragmented. However, he retains complete control over these disjointed pieces. If one is unaware of this, an unexpected encounter could lead to significant disadvantage. The vulnerability of this fruit's ability lies in his feet. No matter how much he divides his body, it cannot extend beyond the confines of his feet's range. And those feet lack the capability to fly like the other body parts." Casillas conveyed all he knew about Buggy's chop-chop fruit, including its weaknesses. "Ah, I understand now." Gray did not inquire how Casillas acquired this knowledge. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, performed a customary bow of respect from subordinate to leader, and then hurriedly grabbed Lucien and dashed away. Throughout this entire exchange, Lucien had not managed to utter a single word. As Gray burst through the door, Casillas suddenly remembered that he had yet to arrange for their access passes to the high town. However, since they had already departed, he decided it would be best to wait for their return to address the matter. This fellow is so reckless. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. A few minutes later, as Socha was preparing juice for Casillas, she suddenly heard a voice filled with exasperation cursing. Not knowing what had transpired, she cautiously knocked twice on the bedroom door, only to hear a voice from within say, "It's nothing. Go about your business." Socha breathed a sigh of relief and, cradling the juicer in her arms, departed from the threshold of the bedroom. In recent days, although she has been dutifully attending to Casillas, his bedroom remains her sole forbidden domain. On the very first day, he sternly cautioned her against any unauthorized incursions, warning her not to blame him for his lack of civility should she transgress. Initially, she felt little concern regarding this edict. However, as time progressed, the anticipated frivolities of her physical form remained unrealized. Her responsibilities revolved solely around his dietary and travel needs. Yet, amidst this routine, a burgeoning curiosity began to take root within her. Nevertheless, she understood that Casillas was not a man of tender disposition, compelling her to suppress her intrigue. Within the confines of the bedroom, Casillas sat upon his silk-draped bed, his mood decidedly sour. Before him stood a formidable array of large crates, a number that could scarcely be counted. Fortunately, the opulent chambers of the nobility were expansive, and the room once occupied by Karamu was particularly vast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a multitude of boxes. Neatly arranged within these crates were several silver desert eagles, while a considerable number of firearms lay haphazardly strewn across the crimson carpet, awaiting organization. The source of his discontent stemmed from the revelation that the acquisition of Desert Eagles was subject to restrictions within the system. Each month permitted a mere 10,000 units. According to the system's calculation cycle, several days remained before a refresh could occur. With his recent purchase included, his stock approached 7,000. Ample enough to fulfill a hefty order of 5,000, with a comfortable surplus. What truly vexed him, however, was the absence of prior notification regarding this quantity limitation. It was only after he had procured the full 10,000 Desert Eagles this month that an alert had suddenly manifested. Purchase limit. Please await refresh. The purchase button for the Desert Eagle remained illuminated, seemingly devoid of any anomaly, yet upon confirmation, that disheartening message would invariably surface. This is entirely different from his situation. A mere 10,000 each month in such a vast expanse as the East Sea is hardly sufficient. Moreover, there are the other 4 seas. Not to mention the Grand Line. Casillas, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a long while before suddenly breaking into a cold chuckle. Since the quantity is limited, why not raise the price? Ideally, each piece could be sold for 200,000 belly, perhaps even more. My only concern lies with the Desert Eagle's purchasing restrictions. Will there be limitations once other firearms are unlocked? What might those limitations entail? Is it possible to lift these restrictions? Chapter 70. The Casillas Islands. Another evening graced the Casillas Islands with its vibrant atmosphere. If many nameless isles had been utilized for trade with pirates to reap their profits, backed by influential figures of the underworld, the Casillas Islands stand as a bastion of darkness, wholly belonging to the realm of pirates. The East Sea is vast, with more than half of its area covered by ocean. The Casillas Islands occupy an exceptional position, far from the mainland, near the doldrums, and situated in a remote locale where the waters are riddled with hidden reefs. Without a seasoned guide, it is exceedingly difficult to reach this place. The East Sea Navy once devised plans to eradicate this haven, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor due to various complications and the intricate web of vested interests involved, which ensnared even the Navy itself. The archipelago consists of a sizable main island at its center and a dozen smaller islands scattered around it. Over the course of a century, the smaller islands have been interconnected by floating bridges or structures that literally float upon the sea. The houses and small buildings are haphazardly arranged, creating an impression of chaos and overcrowding. Pirates are notorious for their lack of decorum, and the layout here reflects their style perfectly. Beyond a few universally acknowledged rules, everything else is dictated by brute force, the mightier one's fist, the greater the claim to victory. Thus, skirmishes and bloodshed are commonplace, with the air perpetually thick with the sin of smoke and iron. A somewhat dilapidated 3-masted sailing vessel flew a skull flag adorned with a clownish visage and a bright red nose. 2 pirates, leaning against each other while clutching bottles of liquor, stumbled onto the dock, their bleary eyes fixated on the approaching pirate ship. One of them, pouring liquor into his mouth alongside the remnants of his recent indulgence, inquired curiously, "Is there a new pirate crew arriving? By the way, doesn't this pirate flag look familiar?" His companion, no less disheveled, donned a coarse, filthy garment that exuded a medley of peculiar odors. He raised his empty bottle, discovering it devoid of contents, and seized the bottle from his comrade's lips without a second thought, disregarding the saliva and grime as he greedily gulped down the remnants. Once the last drops were consumed, he hurled the bottle aside and, gazing at the pirate ship now moored at the dock, remarked, "Isn't that the infamous, that clownish flag of the Pesci pirates?" After enduring a prolonged bout of drunkenness, the copious alcohol consumed rendered his brain incapable of properly articulating words, resulting in an amusing distortion of the name Baki. However, he distinctly heard the moniker clown, as Baki stepped onto the wooden planks of the harbor in the Casillas Islands. Trailed by Dodger and a few lackeys, he overheard the whispers concerning him. The phrase clown was seamlessly transformed in his mind into Baki. "Oh, ha, ha." Baki erupted into a raucous laughter, his pearly white teeth gleaming from behind lips adorned with crimson lipstick, and his round, vivid red nose appeared even more resplendent. To his astonishment, someone still remembered the infamous clown Baki. He had indeed visited this place before, yet the memories it evoked were far from pleasant. In truth, it was here that his pirate crew met its first disastrous demise due to navigational inexperience, leading to a calamitous shipwreck on treacherous reefs. Once, sprawled atop a large plank, draped in his pirate flag, Clown Baki became the subject of ridicule for an extended period. The tale of his misfortune persisted long after his departure, perhaps still echoing even now. Baki glanced at the 2 drunken souls. Could they be acquaintances from that bygone era? This thought ignited a fierce determination within him. As he pivoted towards them, His mind raced with schemes of vengeance against those who had mocked him, tales suggesting that some had even laughed themselves to death. With a sudden plop, silence enveloped the surroundings. The only sound was the crisp echo of a glass bottle rolling across the wooden planks before plunging into the sea. Who had cast that bottle? Baki, still sprawled on the ground, found his head and hands floating in the air, one hand clutching a drunken reveler without a care for the filthy garments that would tarnish his pristine white gloves. Dodger observed this spectacle, still astounded by the unfolding scene. Is this the power of the devil fruit? The ability to separate one's body and soar through the air? It is indeed a wondrous force, and each time he witnesses it, he feels an overwhelming sense of amazement, accompanied by a burgeoning desire. If he possessed such strength, could it not facilitate his revenge? As for enlisting Captain Buggy to aid him in this quest for vengeance, Dodge remained uncertain of its success. Through prolonged interactions, he sensed that Captain Buggy was not the most reliable individual. Thus, he had refrained from broaching the subject, instead choosing to obediently follow Buggy to this very place. Two drunken souls, ensnared by hands suspended in midair, gazed at the furious visage before them, and a portion of the alcohol within them swiftly exited their systems, mingling with the cold sweat that followed. We didn't do it. We don't know anything. Please don't ask us. In their panic, they vehemently denied Buggy's inquiries regarding the wine bottle. Buggy's nose was nearly pressed against their faces, his expression rife with suspicion. However, after a few tense moments, he sniffed, suppressing the urge to gag, and moved his head slightly away. Are you certain? Absolutely. We assure you, it was not us. They pleaded. Captain Buggy, spare us. We are innocent. Is that so? Buggy adjusted his position, soon reuniting his head with his body, returning to normalcy. Yet, he subtly began to move the hands of the two pirates he had captured. So engrossed were they in watching Buggy that they failed to notice this shift, repeatedly nodding their heads like bobbleheads. Yes, we truly do not know who threw the bottle. Very well, I shall take your word for it. It's quite rare for you two to recognize me and know the illustrious name of Captain Buggy. Buggy's smile turned sinister. But I suppose you have mocked me on numerous occasions, haven't you? Before the two pirates could respond, Buggy exerted his strength and hurled them away, sending them crashing into the sea several meters below. As for their survival, that depended on fate. Approaching the calm belt, various ferocious creatures of the sea began to emerge, with schools of sharks being the most commonplace. If they managed to resist the alcohol within their systems and harness their innate swimming prowess, perhaps they could reach the shore unscathed. Having disposed of the two, Buggy turned to his crew and called out, "Let us depart. We have drifted upon the seas for countless days. Today, we shall feast. Beer will flow abundantly." The dozen or so pirates following him down the gangplank erupted in cheers, their commotion drawing the attention of onlookers. Yet, none dared to confront them, as the unfortunate duo's comrades were likely still reveling in some tavern, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. As Buggy and his band of pirates entered an inn, Gray and Lucien could already see the lights of the Casillas Islands twinkling in the distance. Gray was fiddling with a sword, though termed a sword. It could hardly be classified as one. This object measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a blade width comparable to that of a human hand, and a thickness nearing an inch. It bears no sharp edge, resembling nothing more than a long, flat strip of iron. Although Lucien did not inquire, Gray felt compelled to share the origins of this peculiar item. Alas, I trained in swordsmanship at that one-hearted dojo for a mere 2 days, only to be told by the instructor, Gung Shiro, that I am utterly unsuited for sword fighting and should instead wield an iron rod. Yet, my desire to master the art of the sword remains undeterred. Look, even though this object differs from conventional swords, it is still, nonetheless, a sword, is it not? The iron plate, or rather the extraordinary sword, has been crafted with remarkable skill, not merely forged haphazardly. Its surface is smooth and even, revealing the dark gray hue of steel. Although it lacks a sharp edge, each side has been polished to a smooth curve. Due to its size, this weapon possesses considerable weight, yet for Gray, who is naturally strong, this sword is the perfect instrument. When I next encounter Gung Shiro, I shall present this sword to him. Gray firmly believes that mastering the sword is not an arduous task. He is destined to become a proficient swordsman. Chapter 71. Tension mounts within the bustling tavern. A cacophony of raucous laughter, shouts, and the clattering of cups and cutlery fills the air, coalescing into a chaotic din. However, one becomes accustomed to such noise, rendering it less significant. The arrival of Buggy and his crew garnered little attention. The waitstaff, bowing and scraping. Quickly found 2 tables for them. These individuals were not pirates, but rather properties akin to slaves. And the tavern's proprietor would not concern himself with their conflicts with actual pirates. Thus, the staff treated them with the utmost reverence, as if the customers were indeed gods. Before long, large barrels of ale and roasted meats were served. After Buggy took his first bite, the others began to devour their meals ravenously. Buggy, equally famished, showed no restraint. Once they finished this feast and recruited some unaligned pirates, the illustrious Captain Buggy would set sail once more towards the Grand Line. This time, he was resolutely confident that failure would not befall him again. As Captain Buggy struggled to chew a substantial piece of roasted meat, the shadow of a towering figure loomed before him. A man, standing over 3 meters tall, glared at him with fury. "Are you the one who tossed my crew member into the sea?" The man slammed his massive palm down, shattering the table into pieces, sending beer mugs and grilled meat tumbling to the ground, rendering them inedible. Baki's brow twitched violently, a tempest of fury surging within him. Nevertheless, he methodically chewed and swallowed the morsel in his mouth before revealing a sinister smirk, his crimson lips curving into an almost unreplicable arc. "Are you referring to those 2 drunken fools? It was indeed your doing." The towering figure, muscles bulging, was quick to escalate the confrontation, bellowing, "Anyone who dares to harm me shall find themselves begging for mercy." With that, he raised his fist menacingly. Baki, ever vigilant, braced himself, prepared to utilize his abilities to evade this impending strike, for the likes of such a physically formidable adversary were precisely the type he loathed the most. It was not merely due to his seemingly frail appearance. However, at that critical moment, amidst the onlookers, a young man with dark hair subtly adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist when a thunderous shout erupted from outside the tavern. "Jester Baki, today, I have come in haste to seek trouble with you." Gray succinctly summoned his breath and bellowed those 2 sentences with fervor. Then, with a sweeping motion of his sword, he transformed the tavern's entrance into 4 shattered planks of wood. The patrons within the tavern all turned their gaze towards the commotion. The manner of his entrance left Gray feeling rather dashing. While others might not share this sentiment, it was undeniably captivating enough to draw attention. The individual poised to confront Bucky stood frozen in place for several seconds. Meanwhile, Bucky remained seated on his bench, disregarding the chaos among his subordinates, and scrutinized Gray, who had just shattered the tavern's door. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Who are you?" A hush enveloped the room, broken only by the crisp sound of glass, as someone inadvertently collided with a bottle. As Gray prepared to respond, the towering man, feeling slighted, erupted in fury, charging towards Gray with a roar, "You bastard! Get out of my way!" The man's thoughts were clear. Regardless of the grievances between Gray and Bucky, there was an unspoken order to things. He was ready to avenge his subordinate, and Gray's sudden appearance was unwelcome. Did he think himself above the fray? If so, then he would teach this scoundrel a lesson. Gray swallowed his words, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as his body sprang into action. He advanced swiftly, stepping forward with remarkable speed. And as the charging man drew near, Gray leaped into the air, wielding the iron board like a sword, and slashed down towards the man's neck with precision. The burly man, eager to react, raised his hand to defend himself, only to be seized by terror as he realized it was far too late. With a resounding crack, Gray's weapon struck the man's neck with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling through the air, shattering several tables and crushing a few pirates who were unable to evade the chaos. As the cacophony subsided, gasps of astonishment echoed through the tavern. Who was this individual? The mighty Johnson was effortlessly dispatched. You don't recognize him? I know. He is one of the combat captains of the Bone Pirate crew. However, the Bone Pirate crew has not made an appearance in quite some time. The Bone Pirate crew? Is that the one led by Captain Luke, who is rumored to possess a legendary devil fruit ability? Indeed. No wonder he is so formidable. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Gray planted his weapon firmly on the wooden floor of the tavern, his gaze icy as he surveyed the room. Those who met his eyes instinctively recoiled, eager to flee the tavern, yet strangely hesitant to make any sudden movements. The man known as the mighty Johnson had ceased his final breaths. His neck grotesquely twisted at an alarming angle, swollen and crimson, while blood oozed from his mouth, staining the tavern floor. With a single strike, Gray had decisively broken this man's neck, and as he lay on the ground, breathless and utterly lifeless, Gray spoke with an air of authority. This type of scoundrel pales in comparison to Scissorhand Jack. Scissorhand Jack is a legend in the East Blue, known for his near invincibility, a figure of extraordinary prowess. And by his words, it seems he has also vanquished Scissorhand Jack? This fellow is truly a monster. Gray paid no heed to their discussions, after all. They remained oblivious to the fact that the one who vanquished the infamous Scissorhands Jack was, in truth, their own leader. It seemed that the leader would not mind this detail, so he continued unabated. Furthermore, I am no longer a member of the Bone Pirate crew. Now, my pirate crew is called. At this point, Gray faltered. What is the name of their crew? Although they had acquired a flag, they had yet to determine a name. Black Flag. Lucian stepped through the decrepit tavern door, seamlessly picking up where Gray had left off. Gray sighed with relief. Yes, indeed, I am now the captain of the Black Flag pirate crew, and Lucian is my first mate. Casillas implied that for the time being, it was prudent not to openly declare his status as the leader. Although Gray was uncertain of the benefits of such concealment, he complied with his leader's wishes. After ceremoniously announcing his allegiance, Gray finally turned his gaze upon Captain Buggy. Are you prepared? At that moment, Buggy was already entertaining thoughts of escape. Yet merely turning to flee would not guarantee his safety. The individual capable of defeating Scissorhands Jack was an adversary he could not contend with. He knew all too well the daunting figure he faced. A slash from his dagger had barely left a mark. Moreover, there were two of them. But how could the great Captain Buggy cower in fear? He had no choice but to maintain his faade. After all, his abilities rendered him difficult to defeat in the short term. Once the battle commenced, he would seek an opportunity to flee. As for the newly recruited subordinates, they would have to fend for themselves. He stood up, meeting Gray's gaze with an air of composure amidst the scrutiny of his new crew. Mustering a cold tone and a defiant glare as he retorted, Your name is Gray, is it not? This day next year shall mark your day of reckoning. The surrounding pirates, sensing that this affair did not concern them, were suddenly filled with a desire to spectate. They showed no urgency to flee, with only a handful recalling the unfortunate pirates crushed or injured by the formidable Johnson, who wisely slipped away from the tavern. Meanwhile, the novice pirate, Chloe, who had just embarked on this perilous journey, eagerly observed the impending battle, his excitement evident as he adjusted his glasses. Chapter 72. Ambushed. As the cacophony of Sella's Island commenced, upon the azure waters near the Kingdom of Goya, 3 merchant vessels, marred by numerous patches, bobbed with the waves. Hawk stood at the bow, gazing at the half-obscured white moon shrouded by dark clouds, lost in thought. The journey had been relatively smooth. When he first set sail, the inexperienced Hawk found everything to be marvelously novel: the vast ocean, the briny sea breeze, the constant sway of the ship, and the peculiar marine creatures occasionally glimpsed. Yet, as time passed, that sense of wonder gradually dissipated. Hawk, would you care for a glass of red wine? Appley, still clad in his refined butler attire, claimed to have grown accustomed to this role and thus had no desire for change. He held 2 glasses of red wine, gently swirling them to create small whirlpools within the crystal vessels. Hawk silently accepted one and took a sip. Mr. Casillas despises alcohol. I once attempted to have him taste it, just a small sip, hoping he might appreciate its allure. Appley chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the end, he simply uttered 2 words. Disgusting. Hawk replied, glancing at the wine in his hand. I do not find red wine particularly delightful either. However, you esteemed individuals seem to relish such things. Perhaps it possesses some charm, but alas, it is not within my palate to savor. Appley awkwardly echoed the laughter, soon realizing the conversation had reached a standstill. He was, after all, merely seeking to fill the silence. Just as Appley contemplated a new topic, a piercing alarm rang out. Ships sighted in the distance. Pirates. 7 o'clock. 10 ships. While the initial 2 sentences bore little weight, these merchant vessels had encountered pirates before. The significance lay in the latter number, 10. In the East Sea, pirates typically roamed alone, indicating that their numbers were generally modest. A single ship seldom carried more than 100 crew, which was already quite cramped. What did 10 pirate ships signify? The absence of a pirate admiral commanding 5,000 underlings was noteworthy, as in the current East Sea. It was exceedingly rare for a band of pirates to possess 3 or 4 ships, let alone 10, which was nothing short of astonishing. This signifies at least several hundreds of pirates. This is indeed the East Sea of the weakest ocean. When did such a formidable pirate fleet emerge in the East Sea? Appley and Hawk exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and gravity in their eyes. All hands, prepare for battle. Hawk bellowed, while Cho, who had stealthily ascended the mast, confirmed the lookout's alarm. Indeed, 10 ships flying the pirate flag. Skilled with a bow, Acho possessed keen eyesight and frequently took on the role of lookout, alternating shifts with another crew member. The sailors, armed with desert eagles, sprang into action. Their merchant vessel could not hope to outrun the pirate ships. In previous encounters with pirates, they had relied on their overwhelming firepower to inflict significant casualties and drive them off. Now, with a pirate fleet of 10 ships, their only hope lay in the possibility that the enemy would suffer heavy losses under the fire of the desert eagles and retreat. Soon, the silhouettes of the pirate ships became distinctly visible. The anticipated cannon fire did not materialize, which puzzled both Hawk and Appley. Typically, when encountering a target at sea, pirates would commence a show of force with cannon fire as soon as they were within range, even if they were concerned about damaging valuable cargo. They would merely adjust their aim to be a bit less precise. Yet now, it was evident that they were well within cannon range. This momentary doubt did not linger for long. Under the shroud of night, 10 pirate ships formed a menacing circle, swiftly converging upon 3 merchant vessels. The raucous shouts of the pirates were distinguishable to the ear. "Hey, you worthless scum over there. Surrender now, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. You wretches, lay down your arms. You had better pray that your backsides are sufficiently fair, or else I shall not hesitate to transform you into women." Such unabashed vitriol was a common tactic employed by many pirates to shatter their adversaries' psychological defenses. The gunners were no longer novices. Though their combat skills might resemble those of beggars on the street, their marksmanship, honed through training, had improved substantially. Moreover, previous encounters with pirates had ensured that they were not entirely unacquainted with the face of danger. Some were gripped by anxiety, their palms slick with sweat as they grasped their weapons, for they faced an enemy numbering in the hundreds, perhaps nearing 1,000. Yet, no thoughts of surrender crossed their minds. After enduring hardship and hunger, struggling amidst the refuse, they now found themselves with daily earnings, delectable food, and warm, comfortable clothing. Although no one explicitly explained the reasons behind their newfound fortunes, they were acutely aware that it was all due to Mr. Casillas. Presently, they served Mr. Casillas, safeguarding his possessions. Under the helmsman's command, the merchant ships huddled together, forming a triangle encircled by the 10 pirate vessels. The bulkiness of the merchant ships necessitated that 2 pirate ships grapple with each one, initiating close-quarters combat. Suddenly, the air erupted with the cacophony of gunfire. A gaunt pirate was the first to ascend the grappling iron, yet before he could traverse a mere meter, a bullet struck him down, dangling from the ropes. He desperately clung to them, as if that could stave off death. However, the bullet from the Desert Eagle had penetrated his thick fabric armor, shredding his chest cavity and tearing apart a substantial portion of his lung. Even before blood could spill forth, his breath was already obstructed. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his fingers, rigid and unwilling, relinquished their grip on the coarse grappling iron, his body plummeting like a small stone, sending ripples across the sea between the 2 ships. Many other pirates met a similar fate. The bullets of the Desert Eagle claimed lives with chilling efficiency. Whether clad in thick fabric or sturdy iron helmets, death was an inevitable consequence. In an instant, the pirates suffered the loss of a dozen lives. Numerous pirates retaliated with their own firearms, yet they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. As the aggressors, they clung to the grappling hooks, exposed and vulnerable, while their adversaries sheltered behind the ship's railings, utilizing designated firing ports to attack with ease and evade bullets. Within less than a minute, nearly 100 pirates lay injured. While on Hawk's side, aside from a few ordinary crew casualties, only a handful of gunners had sustained injuries. The losses incurred are undeniably severe. The incessant deaths have instilled a profound sense of dread among the pirates. It seems as though those sinister grappling hooks serve as instruments of the Grim Reaper. For to ascend them is to embrace death. They have begun to falter in their advance. Chapter 73. The Navy aboard the largest pirate ship on the periphery of the battlefield. A pirate with a bushy beard gazed with bloodshot eyes at the fierce combat unfolding before him. He watched as one pirate after another was struck and wounded, sending splashes of water surging into the air. Each casualty caused his furry visage to twitch with anguish. Beside him stood 2 others, their expressions scarcely better. Damn it! Which faction do these 3 ships belong to? There are over 100 gunners wielding those silver firearms. The bearded pirate slammed his fist against the ship's railing, disregarding the pain, as fury consumed him. Those Desert Eagles cost 100,000 berries each. That amounts to over 10 million berries. Damn it! For these 3 pirate captains, 10 million was no trifling sum. Even though they held a modicum of power in the East Blue, their earnings dwindled significantly after tribute, leaving little for themselves, especially with several ships and crew to support. The gaunt, middle-aged man beside him, with a cruel expression, seemed to reassure himself as he spoke. After all, these are the enemies that Lord Foxhunter aims to confront. They cannot be mere, ordinary foes. Hasn't the Lord already promised that the spoils will belong to us? This can somewhat alleviate our losses. Nonsense. Our men are being slaughtered. How can we ensure our own safety? The gaunt man, unable to tolerate the bearded pirate's coarse language, retorted impatiently. The 3 pirate crews had been gathered to serve those above them. Yet this one was becoming increasingly volatile as he witnessed his subordinates perishing. The gaunt man glanced at a third individual, shorter in stature and adorned with several firearms, who bore a similarly grim expression as he listened to the cacophony of gunfire. His mood lifted slightly. Surely, the loss of their men weighed heavily on him as well. Yet what good was sorrow? The pirates procured long wooden planks, bridging the gap between their ship and the merchant vessel. Compared to grappling hooks, such planks at least provided a stable footing. Urged on by their captain, the pirates surged onto the planks, only to be met with even fiercer gunfire from the merchant ship. Compared to the swaying grappling hooks, those stepping onto the planks were far more susceptible to being shot. In an instant, the casualty count soared once more. It resembled a path leading to death, as the desperate pirates, under the watchful eye of their commanding officer brandishing a weapon, could do nothing but continue their relentless advance. Charging forth with their lives on the line proved to be effective. No matter how intense the gunfire from the marksmen, it could not deter these individuals from their reckless advance. Particularly remarkable was a pirate who, in a moment of ingenuity, used a wounded comrade as a human shield against incoming bullets. The other pirates quickly followed suit, surging forward with overwhelming momentum. "Hold the line," Hawk shouted, firing incessantly. Yet he felt the immense pressure stemming from the adversary's numerical superiority. After suffering hundreds of casualties, the pirates stormed the deck of the merchant ship. A chaotic melee ensued. Although the marksmen wielded their Desert Eagles, formidable weapons in their own right, the close-quarters combat favored the pirates, who often dispatched their foes before they could even reload. The hired crew, armed yet clearly inferior in combat prowess to the pirates, struggled to hold their ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the cries of the mortally wounded as the battle began to tilt decidedly in favor of the invaders. With the pirates breaking through the defensive fire, more of them surged forward, rendering the marksmen's firepower ineffective. In close combat, many of the gunmen fell victim to the sharp blades wielded by the pirates, collapsing onto the deck. Despite the persistent gunfire that claimed the lives of numerous pirates, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage proved insurmountable. Within mere minutes, the conflict reached its conclusion. Out of over 100 marksmen selected from the vagabonds, only a few dozen remained alive to surrender, only to be met with death. Hawk was struck from behind by a pirate's sword, rendering him a captive. Had he not been the leader, the pirate would have certainly used a blade. The butler, Apari, was in a similarly dire state. He was kicked to the ground by a pirate, kneeling and watching as 3 individuals clearly of leadership stature approached him. No wonder, 10 pirate ships. It turned out to be a confluence of 3 pirate factions. Blood filled Apari's mouth, a punch had knocked out 2 of his teeth, and half of his face was swollen grotesquely. The bearded pirate surveyed the deck strewn with corpses, his lips twitching in agitation. Even as the pirates had overtaken the merchant vessel, sealing the fate of their opponents, the fierce resistance had cost them nearly 300 lives, including previous losses. 1/3 of his own men were gone. The brutality of the encounter was undeniable. Executing the surrendered enemies did little to quell the fury within him. Without warning, he delivered a kick to the unconscious Hawk's abdomen. Hawk slid half a meter across the deck, his body curling up in agony, the sharp pain jolting him awake as he instinctively clutched his stomach and retched. "Stop!" Just as the bearded pirate was about to unleash further violence, a voice, not loud but commanding, resonated through the chaos. The disgruntled pirate captain, with his somewhat corpulent physique, trembled slightly and took 2 steps back alongside his 2 companions. Bowing his head to explain to the source of the voice, "Lord Hunter, I was merely incensed. Those fellows—" "Enough," interrupted a man clad in a white military uniform, his tone unperturbed. "The surrendered gunners have already been slain by your outburst, so I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. These 2 individuals are of utmost importance. There must be no mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes, indeed, I understand." The bearded man wiped the sweat from his brow and retreated to the side with the short and slender pirate. Upon seeing this individual, Apolli's gaze flickered momentarily, initially incredulous. He soon grasped the reality. So that is why. It is Lord Hunter. Haha. Happily. The man in the white military attire, a cigar gripped between his teeth, spoke with an enigmatic expression. We may consider ourselves old friends. My collaboration with Lord Carimula has always progressed smoothly, yet I never anticipated. Why did you choose to betray him? Haha. Happily spat a mouthful of blood and, with a wry smile, replied, Carimula has never cared for the lives of his subordinates. I always believed I would be the exception. But eventually, I discovered that even I, after years of unwavering loyalty, was not spared. The man nodded thoughtfully, a look of understanding crossing his face. Indeed. I don't particularly care about the fate of Karamura. However, the issue lies in the fact that after Karamura's demise, my share of the business seems to have stagnated. This has left me quite distressed. Until I learned of this so-called Desert Eagle. He took a blood-stained Desert Eagle from a soldier nearby, toying with it for a moment before continuing. Alas, this is not mine. Isn't Lord Fox here to seize it? Happily, kneeling with some discomfort, shifted his body slightly. Yes. The only downside is that the dozen or so gunmen who surrendered are now dead. But it matters not, for even if you are insignificant, this individual named Hawk should be of sufficient importance. The man pinched the cigar between his fingers and exhaled a plume of smoke. At this moment, Hawk gradually regained his composure. He directed his gaze towards the man who spoke. Although he did not catch the words uttered, he recognized his name. Under the flickering light of the torch, the man's naval attire stood out conspicuously. The Navy. Hawk gritted his teeth, yearning to rise. Yet the repercussions of the severe blows to his chest and the back of his head had yet to subside, and thus, he inevitably faltered. Confine these two guests. The fox hunter commanded the naval soldiers beside him, then turned his attention to the three pirate captains standing nearby. As the naval soldiers dragged Hawk away, he distinctly heard their words. As previously agreed, all the spoils belong to the three of you. Fortunately, I have observed your losses. Thank you, Lord Fox Hunter. The trio responded in varying tones, each distinct from the other. According to the plan, dispose of the bodies and head to the Casillas Islands. Minutes later, the final corpse was unceremoniously cast overboard. The pungent scent of blood had already attracted countless predators of the sea. The freshly fallen body was swiftly seized by several gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, torn apart in a frenzy. The traces of the naval battle would soon vanish entirely once these ships departed. Chapter 74. The Fox Hunter. The cabin door swung open, and a figure was dragged in and thrown to the floor. Hawk, half reclining on the hard wooden surface, cast a glance at the bruised individual. Nearly failing to recognize him, it was Ugly. At that moment, Ugly's face bore the marks of violence, mottled with shades of blue and purple, swollen flesh riddled with contusions. A ghastly amalgamation of red and dark hues that rendered his grotesque features slightly less conspicuous. One of Ugly's legs was grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Hawk was not surprised at his capture. There was no suitable place to hide aboard the ship. Did you resist? Hawk, feeling somewhat breathless, inquired with a hint of discomfort. The wound on the back of his head and the dull pain radiating from his abdomen were persistent reminders of their ordeal. Nevertheless, he and Appley were fortunate to have sustained only minor injuries, while Acho had suffered a broken leg, along with numerous other wounds adorning his face and body. Acho exhaled heavily, his speech somewhat slurred. I seized an opportunity to ambush that naval officer, only to be swiftly subdued. All these injuries were inflicted by that individual. Hawk sighed, inching closer. The cabin was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Had they not spent some time there, his eyes would have struggled to adjust. A sliver of light filtered in through the small, grid window, barely illuminating the space. That leg of yours, if not treated promptly, it may become useless. Hawk gazed at the distorted limb in the shadows, his thoughts drifting to the over 100 sharpshooters they had brought along to sea, a tumult of guilt and anger intertwining with concern within his heart. The initial force under the captain's command had been utterly decimated. Moreover, their adversaries sought not merely the cargo and riches of the merchant ship. The assailants were not pirates but naval officers. What was the true objective of that hunter of foxes? The answer loomed ominously. Coughing several times, Acho seemed to find slight relief, a hint of mirth creeping into his tone. If this leg is lost, so be it. I have no regrets in my defeat. That man's prowess. At this point, Acho hesitated. What about his prowess? Hawk pressed. Remarkable. I had already loosed my arrow. I never anticipated he could evade it. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight, appearing right before me. As an archer, facing such an opponent up close was inevitable. As Cho recounted this episode, he spoke without pause, seemingly oblivious to his pain. Perhaps I should have opted for the Desert Eagle, but I sensed that even its bullets could be evaded at the moment of firing. Listening to Cho's account, Hawk inhaled sharply, incredulous as he responded, "Is he truly that formidable?" Hunter of Foxes is a brigadier from the East Sea branch of the Navy, reputedly emerging from the Naval Academy. At that moment, Appley, who had remained silent, interjected. He was well aware of the stature of the naval officer known as Hunter of Foxes in the East Sea. He is among the most powerful figures in the Navy. The only one who can rival him is the local East Sea branch's rear admiral. His dominance over another brigadier stems from his exceptional strength. He has mastered 2 of the Navy's 6 styles. Hawk paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Navy's 6 styles? What are they?" Chu was evidently unaware, waiting alongside Hawk for the erudite Appley to elucidate the mysteries for the 2 of them, who were rather inexperienced. The 6 styles of the Navy are said to be formidable martial techniques that only elite warriors can master, each move possessing overwhelming power. Of course, I have never witnessed them firsthand, nor do I know what these so-called 6 styles entail, let alone their names. Although this Hunter Fox is supposedly one of those eliminated from the training camp, he remains virtually unmatched in the East Sea. And this is merely a Hunter Fox. It is rumored that the Navy headquarters harbors numerous formidable beings who have mastered all the techniques of the 6 styles, possessing an unfathomable strength capable of battling sea kings. As Appley spoke, his tone grew increasingly somber. With the Hunter Fox's might being so formidable, was there any hope for their survival? Or rather, was there any hope for Appley himself? It appeared that the Hunter Fox intended to use them, the captives, to negotiate with Casillas for some benefit, perhaps the schematics for the Desert Eagle. If the endeavor were to fail, there was no need to mention it. But what if it succeeded? Hawk and Chu might stand a chance at survival. But what of Appley? How might Casillas perceive this recent attack? Is the suspicion surrounding Appley not the most significant? Given Casillas' considerable losses, could it be possible that he would seek retribution? The more he dwells on such thoughts, the deeper his unease grows. Appley, a man who cherishes life and fears death, is not yet ready to meet his end. Thus, he betrays Windmill. But what options remain now? It is evident that there are none. The Navy. 6 styles. 6 styles. Hawk repeatedly mulled over this term. Although he had never encountered a sea king, he had heard tales of these monstrous beings that, while rare across the seas, were abundant in the Grand Line and the Calm Belt, particularly in the Calm Belt, where the multitude of sea kings rendered it an absolute no-go zone, thereby shaping the very nature of the Grand Line. Was the 6 styles truly as formidable as rumored? Hawk was unsure. Yet the plight of the disheveled Ho indicated that the fox hunter was indeed formidable. But how did he compare to the boss? Perhaps the fox hunter was currently reaching out to the boss? Upon learning of this incident, the boss would likely feel quite disappointed in him. At that moment, the cabin door swung open. Several Navy personnel entered, carrying bandages and medicinal supplies, and began to administer treatment to Ho's broken leg with a roughness that elicited deep, guttural roars from the typically stoic man. Clearly, the Navy's brutal method of setting bones was far from pleasant. The harsh light of the candles they brought was somewhat blinding. Despite the existence of electricity and electric lights, such conveniences were absent aboard this vessel, as their cost was prohibitively high. The technology within the world of pirates remained underdeveloped in regards to both power generation and storage. After tending to the broken leg, the Navy personnel tossed some food and water onto the floor before departing. Hawk, feeling somewhat petulant, chose not to eat. He gazed at Ho, who had fallen into unconsciousness, seemingly with his leg expertly bandaged, and pondered deeply. This fox hunt, indeed, appears to be a means for them to exchange for their own gain. Prior to uncovering this truth, Casillas found himself standing within a newly constructed factory, surveying his surroundings. The gathering place for the wayfarers harbored a multitude of individuals, and it seemed implausible that they could all be sustained without purpose. Before leaving, Hawk had proposed the idea of establishing a distillery, a notion that was soon put into action. Thus, those women and not-so-elderly individuals could find employment within the distillery, and alcohol, being one of the most sought-after commodities, appealed to the common folk, the pirates, and even the beggars who, upon acquiring a bit of money, would relish the opportunity for a drink. The matter proceeded smoothly, devoid of any complications from the authorities. Although it infringed upon the interests of numerous nobles, they appeared to indulge him, as if no ripples had been stirred. This situation appears somewhat unusual, yet Casillas could not quite discern what was amiss. In any case, the factory has been successfully constructed today. The machinery is meticulously arranged, and seasoned brewers, along with a cadre of skilled workers, have been summoned. Everything seems poised, awaiting his command to commence operations. Beside Casillas stands the venerable Hank. The venerable elder, despite his frailty, continues to radiate vitality. Even upon learning of his son's actions and the manner in which Casillas has handled the situation, he merely sighed, offering no further expression. He remains the de facto leader of the Wanderers. After Hawk's departure, the construction of the distillery has been largely under his stewardship, progressing smoothly to this point. Surrounding him are the women and older individuals who are set to work in the factory, seemingly awaiting a command from the young Mr. Casillas to commence the brewing of the first batch of spirits. Yet, Casillas, inhaling the faint scent of alcohol within the new establishment, remained silent, hesitating to speak. It was not until a gunman, left behind in the high town, hurriedly arrived with a phone bug still engaged in conversation that the atmosphere shifted. Chapter 75. The journey finding a temporary seat, Casillas fixed his gaze on the phone bug, pinching the cigarette end, and calmly inquired, "So, it appears Hawk is now in your custody?" "Indeed. I hope Mr. Casillas can personally come to the Sarah's Islands to discuss the matter of these hostages with us. What are your thoughts on this? This incident can be described as quite sudden. Recently, Casillas has found himself reflecting on whether his progress has been somewhat too smooth sailing. Carimulum managed to resolve matters effortlessly, while the formidable Scissorhands Jack posed little genuine threat. It appears that the major setback lies here. The most grievous losses were suffered by the gunmen. Apart from the unfortunate Ocho, over 100 were left without a single survivor. This is not merely a loss of manpower, but also a significant erosion of the trust that the Wanderers placed in Casillas. Once this news spreads, one can only imagine the reactions of those Wanderers who currently hold him in such high regard. Is this a pursuit of a better life, or a march towards demise? This is a perplexing dilemma. Many of those mercenaries have relatives among the vagabond community, and now, some have grown complacent. Given the scale of the pirates in the East Sea, the over 100 gunmen clearly represent a formidable force with few adversaries capable of opposing them, which is why he had never been concerned about this issue. Yet, an incident has occurred unexpectedly. Old Hank listened intently, his hand trembling as it rested on his cane. He understood all too well that allowing these vagabonds to follow someone like Casillas meant danger lurked at every corner. What he did not anticipate was how suddenly this calamity would strike. Over 100. All young adults among the Wanderers. "Very well, I shall go." Casillas extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and ended the call. "Casillas," Old Hank called out as he saw him rise, but hesitated to speak further. "Do not worry, Old Hank." Casillas turned to face the elder, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. "They are all mine. Anyone who dares to harm my people must pay the price." With that, he turned and departed, adding as he walked away, "Prepare a ship for me. No need for any extra company. I shall confront those who dare to lay their hands upon me alone, on the Casillas Islands." Gray was relentlessly pursuing Buggy's head with his sword, as it soared through the air, incessantly circling the tavern, wreaking havoc. Buggy always managed to evade Gray's attacks at the last moment. Faced with this adversary capable of disassembling into pieces, Gray could only chase after the clown-headed figure with fervent strikes. At Gray's request, Lucien stood by, wielding his silver desert eagle, opting not to intervene. Outside the tavern, a throng of pirates who had exited yet refused to leave gathered, peering through the windows and doors to observe the unfolding battle. Captain Buggy repeatedly emitted anguished cries. Yet after nearly 2 minutes, not a single chair or table remained intact, and despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, Buggy remained unharmed. Occasionally, with daggers in hand, he would attempt to launch surprise attacks on Gray from behind. Gray, growing increasingly exasperated, found this opponent to be exceedingly nimble. His fruit ability allowed him to simply split his body when evasion was impossible. Moreover, just as Gray was about to strike Buggy's balloon-like head with his sword, he would be forced to abandon his assault due to a surprise attack from behind. Was it necessary to exchange injury for injury against such a seemingly feeble foe? Gray was indignant. Damn it, perhaps I should just ask the boss for a devil fruit as well. This is utterly unfair. Sighing, he wondered aloud. Is that clown Buggy merely putting on an act? He has not sustained any injuries until now, yet he constantly exclaims about how perilous the situation is. His cries are quite dramatic. Perhaps this fellow possesses formidable strength and is merely feigning weakness? With a spark of inspiration, a pirate nearby inquired of his companions. Your assertion does seem plausible. I have heard of individuals who consistently project an appearance of fragility, only to be cunningly deceiving their adversaries. They feign weakness to lull their opponents into a false sense of security, then suddenly unleash their true power to vanquish their foes. Moreover, Captain Buggy previously informed us that he harbors no fear of any swordsman. The two conversing are, in fact, newly recruited subordinates of Buggy. This statement garnered considerable support, as many onlookers, who had no direct ties to Buggy, nodded in agreement with such sentiments. Just observe how one named Gray swiftly dispatched the formidable giant Johnson. Yet, despite several minutes of relentless pursuit, Buggy remains elusive, with no means to confront him. Consequently, an individual began to shout, "Captain Buggy, cease your pretense. Quickly eliminate that insufferable Gray. Is it not a waste of time to continue this charade? Aren't swordsmen precisely the type of adversaries that Captain Buggy excels in handling?" Upon hearing such remarks, and realizing it was one of his own subordinates speaking, Buggy nearly spat blood in frustration. In truth, as evident to all, Buggy found himself in a perilous situation. Indeed, Buggy harbors no fear of swordsmen. He possesses the ability to split apart the corresponding sections of his body when a blade strikes, thereby evading the harm of sharp instruments. Yet, can this fellow truly be classified as a swordsman? The implement in his grasp is hardly a sword, after all. Such a thing, when met with force, would inevitably result in injury, even if one were to promptly split one's body apart. However, Buggy had no time to discipline his unruly subordinates. He needed to devote all his energy to countering Gray's relentless assaults. Gray not only matched his speed but also surpassed him in strength, rendering Buggy's attempts at ambush utterly ineffective, as they were deftly evaded. Damn it, what a troublesome opponent! Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot interrupted their clash. The bullet struck the ground mere inches in front of Gray's foot, creating a small crater. Lucien holstered his Desert Eagle and beckoned to Gray. "What now? I still intend to take this guy down." With a single statement, Lucien deflated his enthusiasm. "The captain has called. There is an urgent matter at hand." "What is it?" Gray jogged a few steps to join Lucien, inquiring as they walked, casting a fierce glare at Buggy intermittently. The pirates blocking the tavern's entrance hastily cleared a path for the two, and with the messenger pirate, the three made their way back to the ship. In the captain's quarters, the transponder snail awaited them. "Gray has arrived?" The voice of Casillas emerged. "Yes, boss. What is the matter?" "Hawk has been captured. They want me to resolve this issue at the Casillas Islands. You should head there as well. As for Buggy, it's of little consequence." Gray was taken aback. Hawk has been captured. In truth, he had little camaraderie with Hawk. They were merely acquaintances. Even his relationship with Casillas, his superior, had not been extensive. Nonetheless, Hawk was still a comrade, and in the next moment, Gray's face contorted with anger. "Who did this? I will tear him to shreds." Haha, the opponent is far from simple. At that moment, Casillas was savoring the sight of the ocean under the night sky, stars twinkling brightly. Slowly sipping a glass of orange juice while standing at the bow of a small sailboat, accompanied only by a few crew members. In any case, you should reach the Casillas Islands first, and do not act rashly until I arrive. I am unsure whether they are aware of your and Lucien's presence, so exercise caution. Boss, we are already at the Casillas Islands Chapter 76. The mission 3 days later, Casillas arrived off the coast of the Casillas Islands. The crew members were not pirates and were apprehensive about navigating the treacherous reefs surrounding the island, but Casillas merely smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to enter. I can manage it myself." Having spoken, without waiting for a response, he leaped into the vast ocean. In the astonished gazes of the crew, Casillas sent up a cascade of splashes. However, the seawater barely had time to return to its great family before it was transformed by the chill into fragmented ice crystals, which fell upon the already frozen surface of the sea, producing a series of crackling sounds. Although it was his first attempt to mimic the walking style of the esteemed blue pheasant, he performed remarkably well, save for a brief moment at the onset when he plunged into the water, causing a slight delay in activating his abilities, which resulted in his feet becoming ensnared in the ice. Affecting nonchalance, Casillas extricated his frozen feet from the seawater and ambled forward. "Father, who is this person?" The boy, wide-eyed, gazed at the ice spreading across the sea in tandem with Casillas' steps, his expression a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Smack! The youth received a sharp slap from his father. "Why ask so many questions? We are heading back." Casillas, oblivious to the friendly interaction between father and son aboard the vessel, directed his gaze towards the distant Casillas Islands, basking in the intense sunlight. This diminutive archipelago bore little semblance to nature's handiwork. Instead, it was dominated by a haphazard array of chaotic constructions. The pirates, indifferent to aesthetics, left him with a first impression marred by disorder and squalor. Here, near the doldrums, there is naturally little wind or waves, and the gentle undulations of the sea hardly impede Casillas's movements. His appearance has already captured the attention of the pirates inhabiting the archipelago. "What is that?" A pirate, armed with a telescope, exclaimed as he scanned the horizon. His companions swiftly snatched the telescope from him, only to behold a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A path of glistening white ice, ever extending, unfurled before them, upon which a dark figure advanced leisurely. In the vast expanse of the ocean, it resembled a white line cleaving through the azure mirror, the visual impact profoundly striking. These two individuals are undoubtedly members of the pirate crew that attacked Hawk. The harrowing battle that occurred 3 days prior remains vividly etched in their memories. "You stay here. I will report to the captain." "All right." Though his voice trembled slightly, the pirate acquiesced. The East Sea is neither the Grand Line nor the New World here. Even a pirate with a bounty in the millions is considered a rare sight, let alone this peculiar phenomenon of a person traversing the sea. In recent days, this pirate has been pondering the identities of those their captain has united with to confront, and it seems that clarity is beginning to emerge. The 3 merchant ships, manned by over 100 sharpshooters wielding desert eagles, alongside the individual before him who walks effortlessly upon the freezing sea, leads him to realize that this may indeed culminate in a grand conflict. Upon receiving news, the bearded man, accompanied by his 2 companions, appeared at the shore. Their expressions reflected unease, and upon hearing the report from their subordinate, they even suspected they were being deceived. Without the need for a telescope, the deep black of Casillas was already plainly visible. A flicker of regret stirred within the bearded man, but the deed had been done, even in the realm of piracy. There exists no miraculous remedy for regret. With the formidable Lord Fox backing him, he believed that even if this individual possessed such extraordinary abilities, he could not possibly rival Lord Fox. After all, Lord Fox had emerged from the naval headquarters. The subtle sounds produced during the freezing of the seawater were distinctly audible. The wooden piles driven deep into the seabed and the planks resting above the water's surface were coated in a layer of frost. The ice seemed to possess a life of its own, spreading forth as a fierce chill dispelled the warmth of the blazing sun, causing all the pirates to feel the intense cold, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As Casillas twisted his body and approached the crowd, the pirates instinctively recoiled a few steps, as though confronted with something terrifying. The bearded man and his companions were no exception. Casillas' gaze was as frigid as steel, imbued with a palpable murderous intent, sweeping over the crowd as his intense cold aura permeated the air, leaving nearly no one daring to meet his eyes. Only the bearded man and his companions struggled to maintain their composure, particularly the bearded man, who, despite feeling a wave of trepidation within, outwardly feigned a demeanor of indifference. "Are you the one who captured Hawk?" Casillas inquired. "Indeed, that was me," the bearded man replied, twisting his neck, only to subsequently feel that his demeanor had faltered, prompting him to unconsciously adjust his posture. The voice was unmistakable. Casillas, wearing a semblance of a smile, regarded him, his tone no different from what had been heard through the transponder snail. "Ah, splendid. Now, let us dispense with formality. What is it that you desire?" As the stubble-bearded man contemplated taking him to the tavern for a leisurely discussion, he suddenly heard Casillas speak, and without hesitation, he directly responded to the words of the Lord of the Hunt, the design blueprint for the Desert Eagle. Casillas had already anticipated this moment in his mind. What else could evoke such desire? Surely, it was the Desert Eagle. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he possessed no actual blueprints. These items were merely exchanged within the system for currency. At that moment, he abruptly gestured in the air a few times. The surrounding pirates, each holding a Desert Eagle, looked on in confusion, some nearly drawing their weapons. Although the stubble-bearded man did not fully comprehend what Casillas, with his unfocused gaze, was doing, he refrained from inquiring and instead waved away the multitude of pirates nearby. He had witnessed the frenzied scene of many raising their guns and was keenly aware of the Desert Eagle's formidable power. Should Casillas be harmed without them acquiring what they sought, the Lord of the Hunt would certainly not spare them. Turning back, he revealed a grotesque smile, his teeth stained from smoke, and said, "Let us not rush, Mr. Casillas. How about we first sit in the tavern and enjoy a few beers while we ponder?" Casillas continued to stare at the air before him, casually replying, "All right." He was examining the system's interface. To be candid, the system had been rather inconspicuous lately. He only accessed it when exchanging for the Desert Eagle, and otherwise, it seldom crossed his mind. Now, A task that had arisen before his departure awaited his acceptance or dismissal. Random task: eliminate the puppet master. Optional task. A few lines of simple text appeared beneath two standing tasks. Previously, he had been completely unaware of such a task existing. He had never encountered it before. However, this aligned with his impressions from reading numerous novels. Tasks, after all, often included randomly triggered varieties. The rewards were also plainly stated: the freedom to choose a firearm exchange privilege and unlock a premium shop. After the stubble-bearded man had responded with their desired item, Casillas promptly opened the system and accepted the task. Having been busy since rising, aside from smoking a few times and having a meal, he realized it was nearly 8 o'clock. Perhaps I should take a break. If tomorrow is not too hectic, I might make up for it with 2 updates. I am quite fatigued. Chapter 77, Explosion. In the tavern, Casillas boldly seated himself and called out, "A glass of orange juice." The tavern staff had already been cleared out, leaving no one to serve him. After a moment of eerie silence, the stubble-bearded man turned to one of his subordinates and signaled with a glance, "Go." At a spacious round wooden table, 3 pirate captains settled down. Excluding the one with the bushy beard, the other 2 displayed an unwillingness to speak, while Casillas, unperturbed, seized a sizable piece of meat with bones and began to gnaw at it. It was evident that prior to his arrival, these ruffians had been indulging in a feast. The remnants of gnawed bones and discarded empty bottles littered the table and floor, remnants of their hasty revelry. The bearded man glanced at his 2 companions. The taciturn lean fellow and the short pirate, scratching at his bushy chin, feeling a slight itch. The directive from the hunter was straightforward: negotiate with this man named Casillas, ideally persuading him to surrender his possessions before eliminating him. Yet, he felt an undeniable trepidation. Even if this man obediently relinquished his belongings, were they truly capable of overpowering him? The chilling air that greeted them upon their arrival from the sea made him uneasy, despite the tavern being filled with their crew, all armed and perpetually vigilant toward this man, or rather, this youth. He still felt a sense of insecurity. However, as he observed the figure voraciously consuming his meal, he found it hard to reconcile this ordinary appearance with the imposing silhouette that had emerged from the icy depths. Oh well, I must heed the hunter's words. After all, I still rely on him, he mused, tying off the tumult of his thoughts. He and his 2 companions each commanded more than one ship, holding significant sway in the East Blue pirate circles, all thanks to the hunter's clandestine support. Without the hunter, given his middle-aged, somewhat portly frame, even if he were to assemble a crew, it would likely end in either being consumed by rivals or eradicated by the Navy. Mr. Casillas, we did not acquire your weapon blueprints without reason. 20% of the profits from the sales of such weapons will be generously delivered to you. You see, Mr. Casillas, your influence seems rather limited at present. Our situation is quite different. We have navigated these waters for many years. Once we possess the blueprints, mass production will pose no challenge, which is far more lucrative than our current petty squabbles, the bearded man began, attempting to persuade Casillas in accordance with the hunter's advice. Struggling to swallow a hearty mouthful, Casillas licked the morsels from between his teeth, then lifted the juice placed before him, guzzling it down. After finishing the cup with a satisfying belch, a rich scent of orange wafted through the air. The bearded man twitched at the corner of his eye as Casillas cheerfully inquired, "Oh, you are quite the kind souls. However, before we proceed, could you answer a question of mine? Firstly, how did you come to know that I possessed the blueprints for the Desert Eagle? Furthermore, I wish to inquire as to why you chose to eliminate all my subordinates, leaving only Hawk alive." The inquiry startled the bearded man, for the remaining group of insurgents who had surrendered were the very ones he had ordered to be executed. It dawned on him that each of these hostages had been a bargaining chip, now utterly extinguished due to his impulsive and wrathful decision spurred by the casualties among his men. Fortunately, Lord Hunter had chosen not to hold him accountable for this blunder. This situation, however, warranted no further discussion. The matter at hand was rather straightforward. All that was needed was for Mr. Casillas to. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. Casillas slammed his hand upon the table with such force that the dishes and beer mugs were sent soaring into the air. The surrounding patrons, startled by the commotion, witnessed the sturdy wooden table endure for a fleeting 2 seconds before shattering with a resounding crack, scattering food and drink across the floor. The 3 pirate captains, caught off guard, found themselves splattered with a myriad of liquids, and it was only as the table crumbled that they instinctively recoiled in a state of utter disarray, collapsing backward and being caught by their own crew. Meanwhile, Casillas remained seated, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. His face was etched with palpable anger, and his tone bore a menacing edge. Do you deem yourselves worthy to converse with me? Bring him forth to speak with me directly. Judging by the task he had just received, it was evident these three were not the masterminds behind the schemes. Moreover, after a period of observation, Casillas discerned that these so-called pirate captains were feeble, their muscles slack and strength akin to that of an ordinary person. He found it utterly implausible that individuals of their ilk could ascend to the role of pirate captain or possess the capability to seize their own interests. In but a heartbeat after Casillas overturned the table, the surrounding pirates, momentarily stunned, soon raised their firearms. Aiming at the center of the circle where the languid figure of Casillas sat, casually puffing on his cigarette, the trio of bearded men flinched, initially believing he was about to unleash violence upon them. However, upon hearing Casillas' words, the bearded man hesitated before gesturing for his crew to lower their weapons. Turning to enter the tavern's rear door leading to the kitchen, Hunter, still clad in his military garb, was engrossed in light-hearted banter with the woman in his arms. The distant clamor failed to divert his attention from her soft form. Upon noticing the bearded man, his expression soured. Meeting Hunter's piercing gaze, the bearded man, albeit nervously, reported, "He has surmised your involvement and wishes to speak with you directly." Hunter, clad in pristine white military attire, released the woman and stood abruptly. "Let us proceed." The bearded man nodded vigorously, bowing slightly as he trailed behind Hunter, unaware that the latter had already lost all faith in him. Previously, it might have been acceptable to eliminate those captives who could serve as bargaining chips, but now, failing to manage this situation properly and disturbing him is quite another matter. Perhaps it would be better to offer you to Casillas to appease his ire. This was the thought that crossed the mind of the fox hunter. Across from the tavern where Casillas was located, Gray and Lucien were intently observing the establishment, which had been reserved exclusively for a day. Not long ago, they had seen their leader enter, and now they heard a distinct sound of a table being slammed. "Lucien, what did the boss say earlier? Is it true that upon hearing a table being slammed, we should charge in?" Gray inquired, his patience wearing thin. Lucien shook his head, gently brushing his hair back from his forehead, and replied, "The boss mentioned that we should only act upon hearing an explosion. Do not rush. This is merely the beginning." "But there are so many of them." Gray's face glistened with perspiration, his blue hair appearing damp, perhaps from the oppressive heat within the cramped space. He spoke in a hushed, anxious tone. "There must be dozens inside the tavern, and outside, there are quite a few, over 100. This is not even counting the many others in the vicinity, which also number in the hundreds. Oh dear, if they decide to strike. With a volley from their firearms, can the boss withstand it?" Gray's agitation was palpable. Lucien remained silent, but it was another voice that broke the tension. "I believe the boss surely has his own strategy. He would not engage in actions he is uncertain about. Casillas would not take risks without assurance." The young man, scarcely beyond his teenage years, appeared to be around 17 or 18. His fair complexion was framed by a pair of spectacles, and his hands were adorned with a unique pair of gloves, each connected to a long, sharp blade at the fingertips. Habitually, he adjusted his glasses with a slight flick of his wrist while speaking, a somewhat awkward gesture that cleverly averted the risk of injuring himself with the weapons he bore. This was Clow, one of the onlookers during the fierce confrontation between Gray and Bucky, who later approached Gray with the hope of joining his crew. Gray, ever the easygoing sort, was quite pleased after testing Clow's abilities and thus consented to his request. One could only hope that this decision would prove wise. Gray himself found the reasoning rather sound, slowly regaining his composure. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, and they glimpsed through the window what appeared to be a massive bomb detonating at the tavern across the street. A violent gust of wind and flames surged forth from the doors and windows. The entire tavern seemed to ignite instantaneously, a raging inferno rising to the heavens. Chapter 78, Scorching Air. A few minutes earlier, Hunter Fox boldly emerged from the back door of the tavern's bar, his gaze immediately drawn to the chaos before him, where Casillas sat alone on a bench amidst the wreckage. Casillas fixed his stare upon him. The Navy. At this moment, he experienced a profound epiphany, as the previously perplexing connections suddenly became crystal clear. What force could possibly unite a multitude of pirates upon the vast sea? The Navy, indeed, stands as one of those formidable entities. The tactics employed by the Navy to expel pirates and seize their plunder are markedly inferior to the strategy of nurturing and supporting a cadre of pirates to pillage and subsequently pay tribute to oneself. With this realization, Casillas spoke with a tone laced with disdain. "In such a place, do you still dare to wear the Navy's uniform? Are you not afraid of being besieged by the pirate horde on this island?" The implication behind Casillas' words hinted at his willingness to take matters into his own hands. Mr. Casillas certainly had a knack for jest. Foxhunter raised his hand, gesturing emphatically. Few pirates are unaware of the illustrious name of Foxhunter. Even if there are those ignorant of it, they are but mere ants. Who truly fears ants? The underlying message from Foxhunter was clear. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength, inviting a challenge. Based on the intelligence at his disposal, he knew that Casillas wielded a devil fruit power, seemingly capable of manipulating extreme temperatures. However, his physical prowess appeared lacking. As engaging in battle with Scissorhands Jack seemed quite arduous for him, should Casillas choose to confront him. Foxhunter believed he could effortlessly subdue a brute reliant solely on innate strength through sheer physical skill. Casillas narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on him. Foxhunter had a chair brought over and seated himself directly opposite. His height nearing 2 meters provided him a significant advantage, casting a more formidable presence over the seated Casillas. At this moment, Casillas suddenly remarked, "It is not impossible to give you the items, but I have certain conditions." "Pray, elaborate." Hunter Fox nodded in response. "Firstly, regarding the 20% profit previously mentioned, how can you assure that you will not renege on the agreement later? Shall we sign a contract?" Casillas flicked the ash off his cigarette and blinked, attempting to conceal the subtle bloodshot veins gradually appearing in his eyes. Were it not for the effects of the temperature fruit, his face would undoubtedly be drenched in sweat. Hunter Fox remained oblivious to this detail. After a moment of serious contemplation, he secretly thought, "Once you hand over the items, I shall dispose of you. You shall not reap that portion of the profit. So what does it matter what promises you make now?" Yet, how could he convince Casillas of his commitment to fulfill his promises? Hunter Fox found himself at a loss for a solution. A signed agreement? Merely a scrap of paper. And who would oversee the execution of such a clandestine contract? Just then, Casillas spoke again, offering him an alternative. "Of course, we can only have a verbal agreement, as there exists no one to guarantee its adherence." "Huh, wouldn't it be splendid if God truly existed?" Casillas said with a smile. "Thus, I do not require you to guarantee my share of the profits. But you ought to demonstrate some sincerity. What say you?" "Sincerity?" Hunter Fox was momentarily perplexed, furrowing his brow. "Those over 100 individuals are my sole strength. With all of them dead, should there not be someone to take responsibility?" Casillas displayed a malevolent smile. As soon as these words were uttered, some individuals in the arena began to tremble. The bearded man realized the implication behind Casillas' words. This is a matter of him paying the price. And what could he possibly offer? Certainly, it is his life. Both the short man and the thin one have come to realize the peril they face. For this deed was committed by the three of them together. The fox hunter's brow relaxed, and he let out a hearty laugh. "Indeed. Someone must bear the consequences. Seize him." He pointed a finger at the bearded man. In that moment, the short man and the thin one felt as if a great burden had been lifted, and they swiftly sprang into action, restraining the bearded man, demonstrating unexpected ingenuity. They even managed to procure a rag from somewhere to stifle his voice, preventing him from uttering a sound. The changes unfolded rather swiftly, inciting a flurry of unrest among the pirates. The subordinates of the bearded man began to awaken a sense of rebellion. Yet they soon fell silent under the scrutinizing gazes of other pirates and the hunter. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the disheveled figure of the bearded man, who knelt in a state of distress. Casillas, his body taut with tension, finally relaxed and spoke. "Ha! The sincerity I seek is the lives of you all." No sooner had the words left his lips than the hunter, sensing an overwhelming threat, felt a visceral shiver course through him. Instinctively, he initiated the shave technique, shattering the wooden planks beneath him, and in an instant, his figure vanished as if he had teleported from the spot. At this moment, Casillas remained utterly still. Yet, the air surrounding him experienced a sudden surge in temperature, soaring to nearly 1,000 degrees. Such an extreme escalation in heat caused the already modest volume of air to expand violently, resulting in an explosive effect that radiated outward in all directions from his body. In an instant, flames erupted. The air, heated to approximately 1,000 degrees, ignited every flammable object it touched, whether it be wooden tables, chairs, the floor, or the very structure of the tavern itself. The pirates present were not spared either. Their hair and garments succumbed to the same fate, followed by the gunpowder in their firearms, resulting in a series of relentless explosions. As the superheated air swept through the vicinity, fragile human bodies faced catastrophic devastation. Flesh was instantly charred to a crisp, even carbonized, and a mere breath allowed the scorching air to infiltrate their lungs, transforming them into mere remnants of charred flesh reeking of burnt decay. The pirates within the tavern were obliterated in an instant. Those pirates outside fared little better. The sudden onslaught of explosions engulfed them in a torrent of scalding air and flames, leaving even the fortunate survivors wounded, each bearing varying degrees of burns. Once they burst from the confines of the narrow tavern, the searing air gradually dispersed, the temperature subsiding as it mingled with the surrounding atmosphere, dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the entire tavern was engulfed in a fierce blaze. The island, predominantly composed of wooden structures, ignited with alarming ease. Such a cacophony of destruction naturally drew the attention of other pirates on the archipelago, prompting some to rally and prepare to extinguish the flames. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the entire Casillas archipelago was consumed by fire, reduced to a desolate wasteland. The speed of the shave allowed Hunter Fox to evade the initial wave of searing heat, leaving him with only singed hair. Gazing at the tavern, now completely engulfed in flames, Hunter Fox found his emotions indescribable. The magnitude of such an explosion. Had he not escaped in time, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe burns. How could he possess such formidable strength? No, it is inconceivable. This must be an ultimate technique of a fruit ability that requires a prolonged build-up. Otherwise, he would not have needed to engage in a drawn-out ruse to buy time. The real concern lies in the fact that he failed to notice it. Is it that his prolonged absence from the Grand Line has dulled his vigilance? Or has this individual concealed his true capabilities exceptionally well? However, this pales in comparison. The shaving technique and finger pistol are the foundation of the hunter's confidence. After countless trials and refinement, the 6 forms have been developed, rendering the defeat of a mere martial artist with a devil fruit ability a manageable task. That level of explosion, even if endured, would not necessarily spell death. Moreover, whether he can still employ such a technique remains to be seen. As his thoughts raced, the hunter suddenly heard gunfire from behind. He turned to see 2 individuals leading a group of pirates, firing incessantly and dispatching one injured pirate after another who had either not yet perished or had approached too closely. The individual wielding a desert eagle signified their identity. Chapter 79. Explosive movement. Flames danced wildly, unleashing swathes of scalding air that surged in all directions, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the crackling of ignited timber, while shouts for assistance echoed amidst the chaos. The thunderous gunfire of the Desert Eagle pierced through the tumult, resonating sharply in the disorderly environment. Lucien's deep brown eyes glimmered with a hawk-like intensity, absorbing the surroundings, as he wielded a Desert Eagle in each hand. With each gunshot, a life was claimed. The bearded trio had brought but a handful of subordinates. Of the 10 pirate ships, only 3 were moored at the shore, suggesting their pirate cohort numbered around 300. The explosion, orchestrated by Casillas, had decimated over 100 lives, and as the surrounding pirates were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, they hastily congregated to ascertain what had transpired, only to be met with a sudden onslaught from Lucien and his allies, resulting in considerable losses. As the first volley of gunfire erupted, a dozen individuals fell lifeless to the ground, although Lucien and Gray's cadre numbered in the dozens. With each member armed with silver pistols, most exhibited mediocre marksmanship, causing many bullets to find empty air. Nevertheless, the initial exchange resulted in a significant tally. With a dozen of their adversaries collapsing, Lucien fired twice, eliminating 2 pirates wielding confiscated Desert Eagles, before retreating with his companions into a nearby building. Though other pirates lingered within, they chose to ignore those who had taken refuge in their territory, occasionally peering out or haphazardly firing their weapons. Damn. This weapon is truly unwieldy. Gray fired several shots, only to discover that the pirate he was targeting remained unscathed, prompting a frustrated complaint. At that moment, the adversary retaliated. A bullet piercing the beam above the window Gray was leaning against, sending splinters flying. He instinctively recoiled, feeling utterly constrained. With another shot, Lucien dispatched 2 foes. Observing the remaining enemies and recognizing their imminent collapse, he felt compelled to engage Gray in conversation. You must learn to wield a firearm with haste. Such weaponry will likely proliferate in the future. The intense gunfight ultimately caused the firefighting pirates to pause, hesitating on the periphery. They were acutely aware that recklessly plunging into the fray could lead to significant losses. Moreover, these individuals were exceedingly affluent, armed with sleek, silver firearms. Even a mere proximity to them instilled a fear that a stray bullet could claim their lives. Lucien and his companions refrained from attacking the conspicuous figure clad in naval attire, the Fox Hunter. Their leader had commanded that the enemy's captain be left for him to deal with personally. The Fox Hunter furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to engage these foes. But the sound of approaching danger was already upon him. Casillas had no desire to linger in the inferno, Despite the heat providing a deceptive comfort, he was still human. Requiring breath. He was not of the nature element, capable of merging with flames or magma, and what was the essence of breath to him? He certainly did not possess 3 dragon eggs to slumber amidst the roaring fire. Following the explosion, chaos reigned. Casting a glance at the pirates writhing in agony on the ground, Casillas felt no stirrings of empathy. Even the 3 charred figures, soon to be lifeless, elicited no further attention from him. Eliminating the fox hunter, the architect of this turmoil, remained his paramount objective. As for the repercussions that would ensue, he chuckled softly, considering that he had no design plans to offer, and even if he did, what would follow their submission? Conflict would remain unavoidable. Casillas could surmise the adversary's likely course of action. Should he indeed possess a design to present, it was likely that once in their possession, his life would be forfeit. This is not solely the desire of the hunter, it likely also reflects the aspirations of the nobles within the Kingdom of Goya. It is reasonable to assume that both parties reached an immediate accord. The nobles, disinclined to tolerate a butcher like Casillas who has slain prominent aristocrats, undoubtedly wished to eliminate him. Consequently, when the hunter, motivated by lost interests, arrived, they swiftly recognized the mutual benefits to be derived from collaboration. The hunter would rid them of Casillas, securing the blueprints for the Desert Eagle. Yet, the question remained, how would he manufacture it? This would hinge upon the assistance of the nobles. Meanwhile, the nobles, intent on disposing of Casillas, found the hunter, an individual of formidable strength, trained at the Naval Headquarters Academy, to be an excellent choice. Casillas advanced swiftly, and just as he was about to step through the flames swirling at the entrance, a surge of high-temperature air erupted between his feet and the ground. He was not merely indulging in leisure at the high town. His mastery of his fruit ability had seen significant advancement. A minuscule explosion of heated air beneath his feet generated tremendous force, propelling Casillas forward with astonishing speed, to the point where the air felt thick with resistance. Like a cannonball released from its chamber, he burst through the illusory flames, reaching the hunter's back in an instant. Twisting his body and bending his arm, he ignited intense heat with one hand and struck with a powerful punch. The hunter, however, was not caught off guard. As Casillas arrived behind him, his fist nearly grazing the hunter's form, the latter did not even glance back. Instead, with a mere flick of his arm, he remained firmly planted, twisting his body nearly 90 degrees, his pale blue eyes locking onto Casillas's dark pupils, and one hand transforming into a palm to deflect the incoming blow. Speed equates to strength. Even though the hunter believed his power to be vastly superior to that of the youth, the inertia generated by such rapid acceleration still forced his palm back, destabilizing his footing, and in the next moment, he was propelled away like a struck pinball. Casillas pressed on without hesitation, igniting another surge of scorching air beneath him, pursuing the airborne hunter, who found himself bereft of leverage. Yet, despite initially overestimating his capabilities and falling into a disadvantageous position, the hunter managed to make the right adjustments mid-air. He kicked off Casillas's advancing punch, momentarily halting its momentum, twisting his torso to drive his palm into the ground, splintering a large expanse of wooden planks and stabilizing his stance. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The damage inflicted by the extreme heat did not discriminate against the strength of his physique, as the brief contact had already singed his skin. Just as he regained his footing, amidst a series of explosive sounds, a dark figure reappeared before the hunter. In this direct confrontation, the fox hunter's gaze sharpened fiercely. Yet he disregarded the opponent's fist aimed at his face. With a single hand extended, his fingers became akin to a blade, thrusting toward the vital points of his adversary's torso. The finger spear. The blade aimed directly at Casillas' waist, a mere extension of his hand. Yet it seemed to summon the very sound of thunder. In a split second, a deafening crack resounded beside Casillas, causing his body to shift slightly from its original position. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a defeated leather. The two combatants separated instantaneously. In a bid to evade the incoming attack, Casillas harnessed the heated air around him, propelling himself sideways and crashing through a wall of a building engulfed in flames. However, the hunter had inevitably absorbed the brunt of the blow. Rolling several times before stabilizing on the ground, his face marred by a charred imprint resembling a fist, with the surrounding skin flushed a vivid red. Emerging from the splintered wooden wall, Casillas touched the bloodstain left by the hunter's thrust, casting a sympathetic glance at his adversary's wounds. The explosive force of the heated gas was still beyond his control, rendering it impractical for direct use on his hands. Otherwise, he would have harmed himself before even injuring his opponent. As for his feet, he feared not. for a layer of iron was affixed to the soles of his shoes, though the explosion had warped them somewhat. Likewise, the recent explosion had damaged his attire and inflicted minor injuries, but fortunately, his innate resilience left him merely with superficial cuts and bruises. Both were lightly wounded, yet the hunter bore the injury upon his face, igniting a furious wrath within him. Chapter 80. Deception nonetheless. The hunter recalled the crucial lesson imparted by the instructors at the naval headquarters regarding the essence of combat: composure, suppressing the flames of anger within. He observed Casillas brushing off the dust from his clothing and opted to engage in verbal sparring. I fail to comprehend. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for all if you simply surrendered what you possess, allowing us to prosper together? Casillas was momentarily taken aback. Did this fool truly perceive him as dim-witted? He swiftly retorted, "Do you believe I'm oblivious? It's evident that the nobles of the Kingdom of Goya have provided you with intelligence to eliminate me. Yet you cannot procure the Desert Eagle from the Navy with the schematics in your possession. It would be perilous. Thus, those nobles must make splendid partners. Wouldn't you agree? Stalling for time? Indeed, that was advantageous. The exertion from the previous explosive encounter had drained considerable stamina, and any recovery would be welcomed." Casillas recalled the speed at which the hunter had vanished during their confrontation at the tavern, gaining a clearer picture of the individual before him. With techniques like the shave and thrust, it was apparent that his opponent possessed formidable strength. The hunter was somewhat taken aback, yet Casillas' words had struck near the truth. With this realization, there was little room left for banter. With a sudden tremor beneath his feet, the hunter propelled himself, striking the ground more than 10 times in rapid succession. Harnessing this immense force, he surged forward with lightning speed, leaving Casillas momentarily blinded before he could react. A fist collided with his chest. The velocity of the hunter's strike was such that Casillas found himself incapable of responding in time. Just as he discerned the silhouette of his opponent, he was already struck. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Navy 6 style. Not to mention that Casillas was struck in the chest, seemingly propelled backward as though a colossal hammer had collided with him. The hunter felt a sense of disbelief. He believed that with such a punch, his opponent would at least suffer a few broken ribs, and it was not entirely impossible that he could inflict a fatal blow. Yet in reality, this powerful strike failed to even fracture a single bone, a stark contrast to his expectations. It was only at this moment that he realized the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Ice and fire. He was uncertain of the true nature of Casillas' abilities. However, as long as he was not of the natural element, it mattered little. The opponent's martial prowess was vastly inferior, and one punch should leave him either dead or severely injured. Yet, upon landing that recent blow, he felt as if he had struck a creature composed entirely of hockey-infused bones. Not only did he not break anything, but he also did not even hear the sound of a fracture. The punch inflicted only minor injuries. Therefore, let us target the head. In the blink of an eye, the thoughts of the fox hunter whirled through his mind, leading him to make a swift and accurate decision. He once again employed his technique, pursuing Casillas, who had yet to touch the ground. With a pointed finger, he aimed directly at his opponent's eyes. No matter how resilient the bones may be, these areas remain indisputable vital points. However, just as he believed he could seize the opportunity, the air before him suddenly erupted. Searing currents of heat tore through his military uniform, lacerating his cracked skin, igniting a few sparks, and thrusting him backward. Casillas fared little better. The acrid scent of charred fabric filled the air as he landed awkwardly, glancing at the slightly injured, but still firmly standing fox hunter. With a slight twist of his arm, he inhaled sharply. A substantial bruise had formed on his chest, though his sinewy frame was advantageous. It was regrettably not impervious. The muscles and skin lacked the necessary fortitude. He was merely a wretch banished to the East Sea, on the brink of self-destruction. "Curse it," Casillas muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the fox hunter, who was in the process of tearing away the charred rags that clung to him like a shroud. Casillas silently continued to gather his strength, already formulating a plan to eliminate this formidable adversary. If only this fellow would take the bait. The fox hunter was beginning to feel his simmering irritation become uncontainable. In all his years in the East Sea, he had never endured such injuries. What sort of enemy was this? He had scarcely encountered anyone capable of forcing him to draw upon his razor. Truly, the weakest of seas. Having witnessed the grotesque prowess of the Marine headquarters' physical combatants, the fox hunter harbored a deep disdain for this region. Despite being just another cast-off from the training camp of the Marine headquarters, the wounds he bore were merely burns, yet his pride had been wounded. Thus, this boy named Casillas must be made to pay. He was determined to see the boy suffer to the brink of death. "You have succeeded," The fox hunter raised his head, feeling the pain etched across his face and body, whispering with venomous intent, "Your abilities are quite effective, are they not? You believe you can exchange injuries to counter me, do you not? That must be your thought." Casillas spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, and if so, what of it? Boom. In an instant, the fox hunter closed the distance between them, disregarding the explosive heat that surged between them. He braved the searing blasts that tore at his flesh, thrusting a single finger through the chaotic air, aiming directly for Casillas' eye. This time, Casillas barely managed to respond, raising his palm in a futile attempt to shield himself. The explosive force generated before him was not something he could react to in the moment. Rather, it stemmed from his prior preparation, relying solely on reflexes. He remained a step behind the fox hunter. The potency of the finger gun felt as though it pierced through Casillas' palm. Yet, at least he had managed to block it, before blood could spill forth, and before he could feel the pain in his hand. The fox hunter's other hand clenched into a fist, delivering a blow to Casillas' abdomen. The second explosion was not interrupted. Even as Casillas' body bent backward under the impact of this punch, as if it might snap in two, the explosion once again engulfed the air before the fox hunter. Nevertheless, the fox hunter remained undeterred. Despite Casillas being enveloped in intense heat, the finger he used for the finger gun was charred, and the fist that struck his abdomen bore burn marks. Yet, he closed his eyes to shield them from the searing air currents, and with both hands converging, he clamped down on Casillas' head like a vice. A direct hit. Any ordinary person would have had their skull shattered by now, yet this imp's cranium was remarkably resilient. The fox hunter, without hesitation, leaned forward and lifted his knee. It seemed impossible to create a third explosion, as Casillas swayed unsteadily and was about to collapse. The knee strike landed squarely on his chest, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through several building walls before finally coming to rest amidst splintered wood. The intense heat that had surrounded him dissipated, and the wood remained unscorched and intact, as if he had lost consciousness. The fox hunter felt a surge of satisfaction. Having dealt with Casillas so decisively alleviated much of his pent-up fury, even though he was still plagued by the unrelenting pain of his burns. The battlefield had moved far from its original location, with unrelated pirates frantically avoiding the clash between the two and prioritizing the task of extinguishing fires. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the fox hunter entered the dimly lit building, seizing Casillas by the throat and lifting him from the shattered wood. His face marred by dirt and burns breaking into a grin. "How do you fare? Are you able to continue fighting? Or will you resort to those extraordinarily high-temperature explosions as you did at the outset?" His greatest concern remained the potential for a devastating explosion that could obliterate all the pirates within the tavern. Sensory perception informed him that the temperatures were vastly different. If the former explosion rated 100, the subsequent explosion and the heat he emitted could only be around 30 or 40. Yet now he was convinced it was merely a single outburst. Perhaps it required an extensive period for preparation. Under his mocking gaze, Casillas opened his eyes. Amidst the swollen orbs, a glimmer of amusement flickered, causing the fox hunter's heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, it seemed that the seemingly powerless Casillas sprang into action. One hand radiated a crimson light, as if reaching to pluck fruit from before him, yet the movement was swift, plunging directly into the chest and abdomen of the fox hunter. Instinctively, the hunter attempted to retract his palm to crush Casillas' neck. However, an icy chill had already rendered his hand immobile. The cold, the low temperature. Why had I overlooked this detail? He had never employed this ability until now. Why had I been so blind? No, that is not the crux of the matter. It is the red light emanating from his hand that holds significance. The temperature was even greater than that of the explosion in the tavern. So, have I fallen into a trap? Just a moment of stiffness. And he already sensed it was too late. Casillas moved with unfathomable speed. The temperature of his hand surpassed 1,000 degrees, searing through flesh and penetrating deep within. The viscera and blood were incinerated, steam swirling chaotically within and outside the hunter's body, while the accompanying gas was also heated by the ability. Ultimately, the temperature alone could not cause the explosion. It required Casillas' power. A thunderous detonation erupted. The midsection of the fox hunter burst forth like a grotesque blood bomb. Chapter 81. The task completed. Scarlet, verdant, and charred black substances splattered across the ground and walls, resembling remnants of a colossal explosive. The hunter's hand could no longer exert strength, gradually encrusted in frost, transforming into a solid block of frozen flesh. Casillas effortlessly snapped it from the neck and tossed it aside. The hunter's mouth opened slightly, but only blood gushed forth, unable to produce sound, as his lungs had been reduced to a pulpy mass. The charred remains were ghastly. The upper half of his chest and his legs remained intact. However, from the hips upward, only a spine connected the two, faint streaks of blood marring the stark white bones. The flesh, intestines, and various organs had vanished without a trace. Thud! A half-charred mass of flesh tumbled forth, rolling twice upon the ground before it pulsated a few final times. It was the heart of the fox hunter. Ultimately, this organ, severed from its owner, expelled the last remnants of bright crimson blood, and then lay still. In the hunter's defiant eyes, the light faded, losing its focus. The formidable adversary had finally succumbed to his own hand. Casillas yearned to draw a deep breath, but the movement exacerbated his wounds, causing him to collapse onto the ground with a thud. The injuries to his chest and palms, where he had been struck by a bullet, were bearable. Yet his head was in dire straits. As he relaxed his mind slightly, a cacophony of piercing buzzing began to resonate in his bloodied ears, far more intolerable than mere tinnitus. Coupled with the dizziness and nausea induced by the blow to his skull, it felt like a torment from the depths of hell. However, another matter soon distracted him. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Such proactive notifications were rare. They typically only occurred upon the completion of tasks or the emergence of new ones. Enduring waves of discomfort, Casillas leaned against a wall, ignoring the filth that clung to it, for he was equally sullied. Task completed. Please click to confirm acceptance of your reward. Extending his finger, he scrutinized the task interface. The first task's tally had surpassed 10,000, while below it, a 2-year countdown was incessantly ticking away. Casillas ultimately pressed the flashing confirmation button within the now unfolded temporary task. Congratulations, please select to unlock weapon purchasing rights. A series of patterns lined the interface, each clearly labeled with the names of the weapons. In his previous life, Casillas had not been an aficionado of military affairs. Thus his understanding of these numerical and alphabetical terms, occasionally interspersed with English and Chinese characters, was rather limited. Among the plethora of complex firearms presented to him, he recognized scarcely a few. This was precisely the reason why he initially chose the Desert Eagle. After all, it was a name he was familiar with, even if only by reputation. Scrolling down the page, Casillas quickly spotted the choice he had long contemplated, the AK-47. He noticed numerous similar firearms preceding it, such as the AK-74 and various models with letters or numbers changing slightly, presumably modified versions of the AK-47. However, given his lack of familiarity with these assorted models, he remained uncertain whether selecting any of them might lead him to an inferior choice. Thus, Casillas diligently searched until he confirmed that he had indeed chosen the AK-47, ultimately clicking to finalize his decision. Congratulations on the successful explanation. The advanced store has been unlocked. Please proceed to explore. 2 more system notifications appeared, after which the system reverted to its previous, mundane state, resembling a lifeless entity. An advanced store selling premium items? Casillas murmured, contemplating a closer look, when he heard Gray's voice. Boss, how are you? Ugh. The blue-haired youth burst through the half-open wooden door, only to be taken aback by the overwhelming stench within, prompting him to retch and hurriedly retreat to one side to vomit. Casillas inwardly sighed, wondering if Gray was merely feigning disgust at the scent that clung to him. How could a seasoned pirate, having navigated these waters for years, be so affected by the smell of blood? Following Gray, Lucien emerged, exhibiting a demeanor far more composed than his companion, calmly instructing his subordinates to fetch water and a towel. Have we located Hawk? Casillas inquired as Lucien helped him to his feet. As they maneuvered around the lifeless body of the fox hunter, merely a spine connecting its pale form, Lucien replied, Yes, we found Hawk. He bears no significant injuries and is in fairly good condition. However, only 3 have survived. Aside from Hawk, there are only Appley and Ugly left. Upon hearing this, Casillas could not help but exhale a sigh of disappointment. He had harbored a glimmer of hope. With water and a towel procured, Lucien began deftly wiping away the grime from Casillas's face and body, applying medicine to his wounds and wrapping the areas needing bandaging in gauze. The enemy pirates, aside from those who surrendered and a few stragglers, had been thoroughly eliminated. After Lucien finished tending to his injuries, Casillas gently moved his limbs and, with some trepidation, managed to stand, taking a few tentative steps. He discovered that his injuries were not as severe as he had feared. With a brief rest, he would likely recover soon. The dizziness in his head had significantly diminished, and he felt reassured that his recuperation would not take long. Boss, how are you? Gray, now with a handkerchief in hand to wipe his mouth, rushed over. In response, Casillas lifted his foot and sent him sprawling to the ground. Get lost. Do not disturb me. Let me find a place to rest before discussing anything further. Haha. The boss seems to be in good spirits. Gray, with a tenacious spirit, clambered to his feet, nonchalantly dusting off his trousers. With such force when you kicked me, you must be fine. Casillas, uninterested, turned and walked away. Don't follow me. Gray, retrieve those elusive stragglers. If you fail to do so, you shall face my wrath, he declared without looking back. Yes, boss. I shall not disappoint you. Gray saluted like a naval officer, exuding confidence. However, once Casillas had distanced himself, he immediately beckoned Lucien. Quick, help me out. Capturing these individuals is not my forte. Since Casillas had contacted them 3 days prior, Gray and Lucien had anchored their vessel near the windless zone of the archipelago, steering clear of the pirate-infested regions. The side of the Casillas Islands near the windless zone was predominantly utilized as a storage area, starkly contrasting with the bustling entertainment facilities on the opposite side. Along their journey, many pointed and whispered, yet most kept their distance, with few daring enough to approach and cause trouble. As they neared the pirate ship, adorned with the black flag of crossed pistols, Casillas noticed that the individual in front bore a strangely familiar aura. Particularly striking were the black gloves resembling feline claws on his hands, and the elongated blades stained with remnants of dried blood. What is your name? Clow, sir. I am Clow, replied the young man, sporting a neatly styled black pompadour, as he turned to face Casillas, bowing slightly in a gesture of politeness. How may I assist you? Casillas shook his head, recalling the identity of this young man, a pirate who had been relegated to mere stepping stone by Luffy and had yet to ascend to the rank of captain, much less serve as a steward in some affluent household. Chapter 82. Treasures. Though it was a time for rest, Casillas found himself unable to sleep. He needed to contemplate the forthcoming plans. Initially, he had intended to develop his influence steadily, and when the uncertain end of the fire arrived, he could rescue a number of individuals to recruit them, while also seeking out other wanderers. However, it seemed that this task could still be pursued. Casillas mentally assessed the likely reactions of the nobility and the navy. Having eliminated an important figure within the East Blue branch of the navy, he surmised that the righteous navy would not let this transgression go unpunished. Thus, preparations for the impending retaliation from this formidable entity were now in order. Fortunately, the naval power of the East Sea is rather feeble, making it improbable for them to dispatch a formidable figure from headquarters to deal with such a trivial matter. Overall, the outlook appears quite optimistic. As for the nobility, it is unlikely that he will return, at least not to Gao Town. As previously stated, Casillas is not yet a formidable adversary, and should he return to the heart of the Goya kingdom, what if those nobles were to muster their forces to besiege him? Nevertheless, he has no intention of going back. Hawk and Appley can return instead. The distillery has already been established, and with the recent formation of a rudimentary chamber of commerce, it would be a pity to abandon it. As long as Casillas, this perilous individual, remains, the nobles will think twice before acting against Hawk and the others. Alas, it is a pity about the luxurious residence in Carimula. It is quite comfortable, and Sashia is rather adept at attending to one's needs. The vicinity of the windless zone is not truly devoid of wind. The crashing waves against the shore and the gentle undulations of the vessels upon the water dispelled any lingering drowsiness he had. Unable to sleep, he recalled the so-called high-end shop he had not yet had the opportunity to explore. He accessed the system. Beyond the 3 options, indeed, an additional one had emerged. The words high-end shop shone brightly in stark, unembellished characters. Speaking of which, the system's text is entirely composed of Chinese characters from his previous life. At times, after spending so long in this world, Casillas would only remember, I am a time traveler, upon opening the system and seeing those characters. Sometimes, even the knowledge he brought from his former life fails to evoke the long-sealed memories in his mind. Everything from the past feels illusory. Especially after he gifted a lighter to Luffy, the frequency of those memories resurfacing has plummeted dramatically. Truth be told, Casillas still reminisces fondly about those times. Whether it be his favorite anime and web novels or the once-dreaded melodramatic dramas, they all evoke nostalgia. If only he had brought not just a lighter, but a desktop computer loaded with a terabyte of resources when he traversed into this world, perhaps life would be more flavorful. Currently, the only moments of joy he experiences are those when he perceives progress in his abilities. Beyond that, little else seems to amuse him. The world is vast and enchanting. However, Casillas still finds himself lacking, and although the world is filled with wonder, the feeble are unworthy of experiencing its splendor. Feeling his thoughts drifting too far, Casillas refocused and selected the option for the premium shop. The interface of the premium shop matched the dimensions of other interfaces. Yet the icons representing the merchandise were considerably larger, allowing only 2 rows, with a total of 6 icons flickering enticingly. Casillas did not scrutinize the offerings closely and casually attempted to scroll down, only to discover that the interface remained static. Thus, did the premium shop offer only these 6 items? Very well, let us examine what they are. Given its designation as a premium shop, could it possibly feature advanced technological weaponry? Perhaps something akin to the little boy, the infamous atomic bomb? Indeed, the reality was as exaggerated as his imagination suggested, yet sufficiently astonishing nonetheless. The first item, the icon depicted an object reminiscent of a skateboard, though its design could be aptly described as cool in the parlance of an adolescent. Its coloration evoked the vastness of the prairie. The Green Goblin skateboard, produced by Osborne Industries, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. This product can accommodate an average-sized human for high-speed flight at a maximum velocity of 400 kilometers per hour, soaring to heights of up to 5,000 meters, with exceptional agility and grace. It boasts a rated load capacity of 1 ton. Equipped with dual titanium alloy blades on the front, 12 mini-rockets, 5,000 steel core armor-piercing rounds, it possesses an overwhelmingly formidable firepower. The product's frame is primarily composed of tungsten titanium alloy, having undergone impact tests in the millions, with a damage rate of merely 0.3. Furthermore, this product is outfitted with highly efficient solar panels, alleviating any concerns regarding energy supply. A mere 10 hours of charging grants 10 minutes of exhilarating freedom. As he read this vividly reminiscent product description, Casillas' emotions fluctuated dramatically, akin to the exhilarating highs and lows of a roller coaster ride. Although this item exudes a sense of advanced technology and is indeed a high-tech product of known origin, Casillas swiftly relegated it to the list of discarded items upon learning that it required 10 hours of charging for a mere 10 minutes of usage. How absurd! To exchange a devil fruit for such a device with such dismal endurance is unfathomable, unless he had somehow sprouted a mushroom of folly in his mind. Turning his gaze to the second item, he encountered what appeared to be 2 ordinary metallic spheres, their surfaces smooth and gleaming with a silvery sheen. A lengthy description soon captured his attention: a high-energy magnetic levitation laser cutter. The origin of this product remains uncertain, yet it possesses the ability to hover and fly within a 2-meter radius, directed by the user's brainwaves. When activated, a high-energy laser beam connects the 2 spheres, capable of effortlessly severing any known material. The price for this item was a single devil fruit, accompanied by a cautionary note. It lacks a qualified energy source for sale and can only be charged by the system during the owner's use. Each charging session costs a staggering 1 billion berries, providing a mere 10 seconds of operational time. Before reaching the end of the description, Casillas had developed a favorable impression of the 2 thumb-sized metallic spheres. However, the final cautionary note nearly caused him to bite his tongue in disbelief. While Casillas was not a miser, the thought of expending 1 billion berries for just 10 seconds of functionality was utterly unacceptable. He promptly categorized this item as yet another piece of useless rubbish, vowing not to revisit it. The third item presented itself as a sci-fi-inspired, yet conventionally designed sniper rifle. Entirely silver in hue, with a robust stock seamlessly integrated into the body. Numerous lines pulsating with blue light adorned its surface, and the elongated barrel was strikingly impressive. This was the Gauss sniper rifle, unveiled by Hawkeye Corporation in 2333 to dominate the arms supply market in North and South America, specifically identified as model. This Gauss sniper rifle boasts an impressive length of 2.3 meters and weighs 23 kilograms, with a recommendation for use alongside the Yen Wang Type 233 exoskeleton armor. Its maximum range reaches an astonishing 20 kilometers, with an effective range of 12 kilometers, equipped with a 20-kilometer microwave scanning and intelligent targeting system for ballistic calculations. A purchase of this product includes a complimentary supply of 100 standard specialized bullets and 20 high-explosive incendiary rounds. It operates using a miniature low-temperature fusion nuclear battery, ensuring safety and reliability for up to a century without the need for replacement, provided the battery remains intact. The price for this remarkable product was set at a single devil fruit, limited to 1 purchase only. Casillas gazed enviously at the item before him, the Gauss weapon. He was well aware of its nature as an electromagnetic weapon. A single devil fruit was undoubtedly worth it, and aside from the somewhat intricate nuclear fusion battery, everything else appeared to be in order. However, he found himself devoid of a devil fruit at present. Should he contemplate acquiring a standard Zoan-type fruit instead? The next 3 items were all flawed equipment, and Casillas ultimately disregarded them, casting a cursory glance at the shop's upper corner, where the refresh time displayed a month, accompanied by a rapidly counting down series of numbers. Upon calculation, it indeed indicated a full month. Chapter 83. Captives. The fierce battle of yesterday left behind only the lingering scent of blood, now dissipated, along with vast swathes of land scorched to a pale white by flame. Some rejoiced that it was not their territory that had been burned, while others seethed with anger, for it was their domain that had suffered. Initially, the Navy had arrived on the Celestial Islands with a band of pirates scornfully dubbed lackeys by others, claiming to be on official business. Though they loathed any association with the Navy, the notorious pirates occupying the area chose to overlook their presence, considering the formidable strength of the fox hunter. Yet, mere days later, chaos erupted. Bald-headed UK stared grimly at the remnants charred by the flames, feeling the sting of substantial financial loss, compounded by trepidation towards the individuals who had engaged in fierce combat here. Moreover, if the fox hunter were to perish on this ground, what repercussions would the East Blue Navy unleash? Would they resolve to annihilate the Celestial Islands? Such a prospect was indeed grave. Have you discerned who they are? UK's face, marred by scars, contorted as he directed his gaze at a subordinate nearby. Captain, at present, we only know that the individual is named Casillas. He commands 2 individuals we recognize from the former Bone Pirates, namely Gray and Lucien, both of formidable strength. Casillas? That name seems somewhat familiar. UK rubbed his bald head, pondering with a furrowed brow. Where might he hail from? Oh, it seems to be from the Kingdom of Goya? The mention of the Kingdom of Goya stirred UK's memory, reminding him of an article he had read recently in a Goya internal newspaper, which spoke of the newly ascendant noble, Casillas, a noble from the Kingdom of Goya, who is also a powerful pirate. How amusing. I had thought that the nobility of the East Blue were a collection of worthless scoundrels. Yet, if he is indeed a noble, he likely will not remain here for long. UK's exterior was rugged, but inside, he harbored ulterior motives. Whenever a powerful newcomer emerged, chaos was inevitable on the Celestial Islands, and the scale of that chaos would depend on the newcomer's strength. The prowess of Casillas undeniably surpasses that of all pirate crews in the archipelago. Should he choose to remain, Uke would not only have to endure immediate losses, but might also forfeit numerous long-term benefits. However, it is imperative to remember that this individual has slain naval officers, and not mere foot soldiers. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of anxiety washed over Uke. Although the Goya Kingdom is considered a significant power in the East Sea, it pales in comparison to the Navy and the world government that stands behind it, rendering it akin to an ant. It is quite plausible that Casillas may choose to linger here, decisively renouncing his noble status to embrace the life of a pirate, as his kingdom could never safeguard him. A throbbing pain began to manifest in Uke's head. The more he pondered, the more intense the discomfort became, almost compelling him to strike his own bald head. At that moment, someone shouted, "Hurry and look. That fellow Casillas is setting up a scene by the seaside, seemingly preparing to execute those enemies on the spot." Really? Let us go, let us go? In the midst of the commotion, the idle pirates gathered around quickly lost interest in Uke's potential reaction, as the primary instigator of the spectacle drew their undivided attention. Uke instinctively touched his bald head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the distance, reaching the indistinct beach ahead. Aside from a few docks suitable for mooring vessels, the coastline of the Casillas Islands is largely barren, characterized by treacherous reefs that render navigation perilous. Nonetheless, there have recently been ventures aimed at exploiting these reefs, with aspirations of constructing buildings supported by the submerged rocks to expand the island's territory. This is a commendable notion, yet it remains unimplemented. At this beach, the sound of crashing waves perpetually fills the air, and the eerie stillness of the distant calm zone can be discerned with the naked eye. Casillas stifled a yawn. Surrounded not only by Grey Lusian but also by dozens of pirates, all members of the newly christened Black Flag pirate crew, some of whom bore a striking resemblance to those from the notorious Bone pirate crew, Hawk, hindered in movement, chose to remain behind. The beach was adorned with reclining chairs, sun umbrellas, and a small round table, atop which sat a glass of watermelon juice, glistening with fine droplets of water that evoked an invigorating sense of coolness. This spectacle drew the attention of the surrounding pirates, who swallowed hard in envy and occasionally cursed the blazing sun that shone down upon them. The watermelon juice was flecked with transparent shards of ice, rendering it exceptionally refreshing. The reason for partaking in such a drink was not merely for respite from the heat. The powers of the temperature fruit allowed Casillas to bask under the searing sun for hours without breaking a sweat. He drank out of mere habit. He casually offered half a glass of watermelon juice to Graylis, who eyed it greedily, and jestingly remarked, "If you truly desire a drink, go fetch a few more. I have ample ice to spare." Graylis simply chuckled and, upon noticing his companion Lucien shaking his head, gulped down a generous mouthful. Casillas treaded upon the damp yet warm sand, advancing a few steps to gaze upon the captives, bound and kneeling in several rows. They were drenched in sweat, most with their heads bowed, trembling more violently as Casillas approached. Yet, a few bore resolute expressions, their injuries failing to sway their resolve. With a smile, Casillas queried, "You must be parched, having endured the sun for so long. I assure you, I am not a malevolent soul. If anyone wishes for a sip of water, I am more than willing to oblige." As he spoke, a captive lifted his head, catching sight of Graylis indulging in the watermelon juice. A chorus of gulping sounds ensued. Despite their prolonged deprivation of water, saliva pooled in their mouths, only to be swallowed back down, providing no relief to their thirst, intensifying the sensation of impending desiccation. One murmured, "I long for water." The desperate and parched tone of this plea exacerbated the crumbling resistance of the kneeling captives. "Very well, I can provide you with water, but under one condition." Casillas grinned maliciously at the murmurer, whose consciousness seemed to waver. "That is, you must surrender, align yourselves with me, and serve my cause." Some hesitated, while others boldly proclaimed, "I am willing. I am willing. Give me water." With the first surrender, dozens of captives weakly called out their willingness to capitulate. Naturally, members of the Black Flag Pirates stepped forward to assist those who wished to surrender, guiding them to the side and providing them with fresh water and sustenance. The gaze of Casillas fell upon the remaining few individuals, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Could there truly be such unwavering loyalty among pirates? A silence lingered for a moment, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Casillas shouted, "Lucien, grant these unwilling souls a swift end." Upon hearing this, Lucien swiftly approached, raising the AK-47 slung across his back, its muzzle aimed at the kneeling captives who bowed their heads in silence. "I have succumbed to laziness. No updates today. I shall compensate tomorrow." Chapter 84, Demonstration. AK-47, fully known as the Automat Kalashnikova Model 1947. This fully automatic rifle, developed by the Russians, embodies characteristics akin to its creators, robust and resilient. Its reliability remains steadfast, exhibiting a remarkably low failure rate in the face of mud, sand, extreme heat, or frigid temperatures. The price for this remarkable system stands at 50,000 belly per unit, significantly surpassing that of the Desert Eagle. More importantly, the limited purchasing quantity has been revealed, 1,000 units, while the price of ammunition remains unchanged and is available in unlimited supply. When Casillas contemplated the possibility of acquiring these bullets for self-manufacturing firearms, he discovered an intriguing addition on the ammunition purchase interface. Ammunition purchased through the system can only be used in conjunction with system-sold firearms. A simple statement. Yet Casillas was certain he had never encountered such a stipulation before. This seemed to convey a clear message. Thinking you can exploit a loophole? Think again. Naturally, he harbored no doubts regarding the system's capacity to enforce this rule. Even if he meticulously replicated an AK or Desert Eagle, the bullets would likely turn out to be duds. As for manufacturing bullets, he would probably need to consult a scientist of the caliber of a Bijapong. Returning to the subject at hand, the AK-47 weighs just over 3 kilograms and measures less than 90 centimeters in total length. It features a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, with a caliber of 7.62 millimeters and a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. This translates to the ability to empty an entire magazine in merely 10 seconds. With an effective range of 300 meters and a maximum lethal range of 1,500 meters, achieving a muzzle velocity of 700 meters per second. In terms of specifications, it undoubtedly surpasses the Desert Eagle by a considerable margin. This is only natural, although the Desert Eagle ranks among the most powerful handguns. It pales in comparison to the capabilities of a rifle. Lucien, wielding this peculiar weapon, aimed at the kneeling figures before him. The sharp, jarring cracks of gunfire startled the onlooking pirates, compelling them to instinctively retreat a couple of paces. They could distinctly see the bizarre firearm, a blend of dark gray with splashes of orange, unleashing a torrent of fiery projectiles, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl in the back of one captive. With remarkable marksmanship, Lucien, despite his brief acquaintance with this weapon, had already mastered the art of managing the rising muzzle during fire. 3 bullets found their mark in one captive's body, while the remaining rounds struck another. For captives, 12 bullets, all within the span of 3 or 4 seconds. The surrounding pirates observed the faint blue smoke wafting from the now silent muzzle, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the acrid scent of gunpowder sent chills down their spines, causing beads of cold sweat to form in their palms and soles. UK, with his bald head gleaming, gazed at the lifeless body sprawled on the beach, its blood steadily soaking into the sand, and struggled to swallow hard. This unprecedented firearm is astonishingly powerful. The shooting speed it exhibits is unparalleled. One cannot compare it even to a standard firearm, as even the Desert Eagle requires a moment to pull the trigger, does it not? Yet, he was unequivocally certain that this individual merely pressed down on the trigger with his finger and did not release it thereafter, as the gun continuously belched forth fiery serpents throughout the entire process. Only upon releasing the trigger did it cease its relentless barrage. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the sensation. Perhaps the feeling of World War II pilots witnessing supersonic fighter jets would be akin to his own. Moreover, the power of those bullets is certainly not inferior to that of the Silver Desert Eagle. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced at the others and discovered that each member of the Black Flag pirate crew bore such a weapon upon their backs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Uke felt an overwhelming desire to acquire one of these weapons, convinced that even at a price of 1 million or more, it would be a worthy investment. Each member of this group wielded a Desert Eagle, and now they all possessed this new weapon as well. It was highly likely that they were suppliers of such arms on the black market. Even if they weren't, there was undoubtedly a connection. As memories of yesterday's battle flooded his mind, a web of realizations began to take shape in Uke's thoughts. Was it possible that this fellow, Hunter, was after the profits from these arms trades? It seemed plausible. Uke felt a sudden clarity, and even though he recognized his own lack of power to contest, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of temptation. Yet, he resolutely set aside such thoughts. After subduing a few stubborn individuals who refused to surrender, Casillas calmly lit a cigarette, seemingly unfazed under the watchful gaze of an ever-growing audience. As he exhaled the first plume of smoke, around 30 pirates from the Black Flag Pirates unsheathed their AK-47s, pointing them skyward in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Brass casings scattered in the air, landing on the sandy beach beneath them. As the barrels unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, the sound echoing through the ears of all present like a cacophony of firecrackers, piercing eardrums and stirring the souls of the onlookers. The pirates under Casillas had only just acquired these weapons, and most had never even fired a shot. Aside from Lucien, who had practiced for a few hours, none had any experience. However, this did not deter them from following their leader's orders, firing off the entirety of their magazines into the sky upon receiving the signal. 10 seconds was all it took. They swiftly replaced the empty magazines with new ones, holding the weapons with the barrels resting against their shoulders, cradled in their arms. The heat emanating from the barrels seeped through their clothing and onto their skin. Yet no one flinched. Instead, their hearts burned with an inner fire. An inexplicable pride surged within them as the Black Flag Pirates straightened their backs, striving to maintain calm faces in the presence of their astonished and fearful peers. A hush fell over the scene. The gunfire from the execution of the unwilling captives had ignited the curiosity of many pirates on the periphery who could not discern the situation, prompting them to question those in front about the unfamiliar sounds. However, the next sound that erupted silenced them all. 40 AKs, each with 30 rounds, totaled 1,200 bullets. Within those 10 seconds, there had been a staggering 120 gunshots per second. Everyone realized that if those barrels were aimed at them, it would spell disaster. Casillas observed the varied expressions of the onlookers, taking it all in. This is merely a demonstration, a display of power. You may not be well acquainted with me, so allow me to introduce myself. Casillas, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, surveyed the diverse faces before him. My name is Casillas, and perhaps not many have heard of it. However, soon the entirety of the East Sea shall recognize my name. I have executed a high-ranking naval officer known as Hunter, albeit only from this side of the East Sea. Everyone is quite respectful, for failing to show respect might result in a bullet finding its way to their own heads. Thus they listen attentively to Casillas's impromptu speech. This includes the captains of several of the most prominent pirate crews on the island, as well as the clown Buggy, who is mingling among the crowd. Buggy stands alongside Dodge, having chosen not to leave immediately after Gray suddenly ceased his assault that day, but instead lingering on. When the battle erupted yesterday, Buggy briefly entertained the notion of playing the part of a lurking predator. However, Casillas' swift victory left him with no opportunity. Witnessing the current scene is not entirely shocking for him, though he does feel a sense of astonishment. In terms of firearms, a formidable marksman can, even with the most ordinary flintlock, shoot a bullet several kilometers away, capable of penetrating city walls and toppling buildings with ease. He has encountered more advanced weaponry, and there remain countless secrets in the Grand Line and the New World yet to be uncovered. He is simply astonished by where this Casillas fellow has procured such an arsenal of weapons that possess devastating lethality against ordinary individuals. Just as he ponders the various possibilities, someone shoves him. Buggy stumbles a few steps, emerging from the crowd. Chapter 85. Buggy has a temper. In an instant, all eyes are drawn to Buggy. The pirate, distinguished by a prominent crimson nose, experienced a tumultuous shift in his complexion, oscillating between shades of blue, black, and red. His gaze felt like a barrage of sharp daggers piercing through him, leaving Buggy utterly uncomfortable, particularly with the amused eyes of Casillas just a few meters away. Who was the one that pushed me out here? Buggy's heart roared with indignation as he turned to observe his subordinates, each bearing an expression of innocence, offering no clues as to the true instigator. With no leads on the hidden hand behind his predicament, Buggy reluctantly turned back. I feel a sense of familiarity about you. Casillas stroked his chin, the cigarette but at the corner of his mouth bobbing with his words. What is your name? Do you have any grievances against me? The striking red nose unmistakably identified the figure before Casillas as the clown Buggy, though he feigned ignorance. Initially distracted by the crowd, he had not registered the presence of this character until he stepped forward. Casillas' smile, however, bore an air of malice in Buggy's eyes. No, of course not. Buggy hastily waved his hands, signaling his lack of any objections, given his own capabilities, should he be subjected to a barrage from such a weapon. He would surely end up gravely injured, if not dead. Very well, Captain Buggy, Casillas responded with a nod. Yet, Buggy's head soon became rigid with apprehension. You know me? He stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief, the blood vessels in his sclera glaringly evident, reminiscent of a case of red eye. Indeed. How could I not recognize you? Casillas stepped closer, affectionately draping an arm around Buggy's neck. You plundered an entire island of its riches, eliminating anyone who refused to submit or was deemed unnecessary. However, Captain Buggy, you lack attention to detail. How could you leave even one survivor? Were it me, I certainly would not make such a blunder. Buggy felt increasingly uncomfortable, towering over him. He had to bend slightly to accommodate the embrace while beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he feigned ignorance. Have I done such a thing? A chuckle escaped Casillas as he exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Buggy's face. Are you certain you haven't? Aye. Buggy attempted to maintain his pretense of ignorance, but felt the cold press of a firearm against his lower back. Without needing to turn, he understood that someone was aiming a gun at him. Of course, I have done so, he quickly amended, but I inquired about the territory belonging to. Never mind whose domain it was at the time. From now on, it all belongs to me. Do you understand? At this proclamation, Buggy's heart seethed with anger. Recalling how, after he and Dodgy had rowed ashore, they learned that everything on the island belonged to Caramira. Dodgy had urged him to seize the opportunity to loot, reasoning that Caramira was already facing dire straits. Buggy was not a virtuous man. He had bombarded the town merely out of boredom and found no remorse in the loss of life, viewing indiscriminate slaughter as inconsequential. The temptation had been irresistible. Furthermore, there was no formidable adversary on the island. He effortlessly dismantled all who dared to resist with his fragmented abilities, eliminating everyone who did not catch his eye for recruitment, including the women of the island. In an effort to conceal the truth, he had eradicated all witnesses, ensuring that no one would ever discover his culpability. Who would have anticipated that a lone survivor remained? Faced with imminent exposure, Buggy unexpectedly found his resolve. He broke free from Casillas' grasp, casting a dismissive glance toward Lucien, who aimed a firearm at him, and boldly proclaimed, Very well, I confess it was I. Adjusting his attire and straightening his captain's hat, he continued. What do you intend to do? Captain Buggy, we stand with you. Captain Buggy, fear not. Indeed, Captain, we are here for you. A cadre of Buggy's loyal followers emerged, brandishing muskets and swords, their eyes fixed intently on Casillas and his entourage. It is worth noting that Buggy possessed an inexplicable charm akin to a form of brainwashing. His subordinates seemed to revel in the fantasy of viewing their captain as a valiant and formidable figure. In the eyes of these loyal followers, Captain Buggy was a man undeterred by the vile threats of Casillas, who attempted to manipulate him with deceit. However, the despicable demands of his adversaries ultimately provoked the indomitable Captain Buggy. Now, he required the unwavering support of his steadfast crew. This unexpected situation caused the corners of Buggy's mouth to twitch involuntarily. He merely intended to exhibit a semblance of his own temper. Are these individuals truly intent on leading themselves to ruin? They have audaciously begun to declare their desire to confront them. Casillas cast a glance around, only to suddenly spot a familiar figure amidst the throng. It was Dodger, straining to maneuver through the solid wall of bodies. Yet the pirates on the island had nearly all congregated here, making his progress arduous. After a considerable time, he had scarcely advanced at all. Turning his head, Casillas inclined it toward Lucien, gesturing for him to observe that direction. Among the crowd, someone attempting to push their way out was particularly conspicuous. This prompted him to halt. Upon hearing this, Lucien nodded, raising his Desert Eagle and firing a shot. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Dodger fell onto another individual, who, startled and splattered with blood, hastily shoved him away, causing him to collapse onto the ground as those nearby hastily retreated. During this commotion, several instances of trampling occurred, accompanied by shouts of anger and cries of distress. The onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding events. All they knew was that someone had been struck by a bullet, and that individual might very well be an adversary of the Black Flag pirate crew and the man named Casillas. Lucien moved swiftly, retrieving Dodger, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise once more. Casillas scrutinized him intently, contemplating sending this wretch out to sea to await his demise, yet to his astonishment, he found himself face to face with him again, a rather unexpected surprise. "Ah, it is you. You are the one who urged me to plunder that island. Speak, Dodger. Was this all intentional?" Before Casillas could utter another word, Buggy, who had been caught in a precarious situation, suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope. Lunging forward to grasp Dodger while incessantly chattering, as his subordinates mercilessly aimed for Dodger's jaw, delivering blows with fervor. In this scene, Casillas comes to realize that Buggy possesses an extraordinary audacity. He intends to silence Dodge, rendering him incapable of speech, thus shifting the blame entirely onto this individual. Lucien, wielding his firearm, gestures forward, compelling Buggy to relent, albeit with a face swollen beyond recognition and precious few teeth remaining. The bullet wound in his shoulder continues to bleed profusely. The punishment had already been meted out, and surprisingly, fortune had favored him. He had not perished. Casillas cast a glance at Buggy before addressing Dodge. "Your reappearance before me is quite unwarranted. Yet, I shall spare your life, for you have already endured your just deserts." With this, Casillas handed Buggy a Desert Eagle, stating, "Captain Buggy knows how to deal with such disloyal subordinates, does he not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy seized the Desert Eagle and discharged 3 shots into Dodge. For Buggy, Dodge was merely a disposable underling, and sacrificing him to earn Casillas' forgiveness was a decision requiring little contemplation. "Captain Buggy, since this is all a misunderstanding, it seems there is no issue." Casillas retrieved his Desert Eagle, poised to resume his prior endeavors when he heard Buggy's booming voice inquire, "Do you sell that rapid-fire weapon?" Chapter 86, Arrangements. "Are you referring to the AK-47? Casillas replied with an apologetic smile, "That is not for sale. We barely have enough for our own needs." He had a mission to fulfill involving 50,000 Desert Eagles, but the AK-47 posed a far greater threat if sold. Had Hawk and his 100-plus men been armed with AK-47s and ample ammunition, even double the number of pirates would have met their demise in a bloodbath. If any were to be sold, it could only be to those who currently posed no significant threat, such as the Revolutionary Army. Buggy's disappointment was palpable. Yet he quickly composed himself. Casillas, finding the situation rather tedious, felt that the purpose of showcasing the AK-47 had been achieved. Although he had initially intended to engage in further conversation, fatigue began to wash over him, prompting a yawn. "Let us return." Watching Casillas and his entourage depart, the bald youth in the crowd furrowed his brow, contemplating the imminent upheaval in the East Blue, particularly among the pirates. Despite Casillas appearing to lack any immediate action or intent, it was likely that tomorrow or the day after, the Black Flag pirates would embark on unsettling endeavors, such as recruiting pirates and engaging in underhanded dealings. Regrettably, that formidable weapon was not for sale. This serves to affirm that the other party is not merely a businessman, but rather one with ambition. Upon returning to the ship, Casillas first checked on Hawk and Appley, both of whom were in decent condition and merely needed rest. The real concern was for Acho, the archer whose broken leg posed a significant issue. After consulting the island's physician, the prognosis was that once his body healed, he would require some time to adjust to his limp. Acho clearly heard the doctor's words, but showed no sign of worry. Upon waking, he began to devour his food ravenously. He remarked to Casillas, "A limp is of no consequence. I rely on my hands and arms, not my feet and thighs." His optimism relieved Casillas' concerns. After giving Acho a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he returned to the captain's quarters. Gray, Lucien, and the resting Hawk and Appley were all seated there. Casillas' first inquiry was directed at Lucien and Gray. It is said that a typical zoan-type devil fruit can fetch at least 100 million berries. I am in need of a devil fruit. Where might I procure one? The East Blue seldom sees devil fruits, making them quite difficult to obtain. Such auctions, where devil fruits might appear, are typically only found in the Grand Line. Gray pondered for a moment before responding, "But Captain, why do you want a devil fruit? Are you going to let us use it? I certainly do not desire a zoan type. Captain, if you are going to give me a devil fruit, it must at least be a Logia type to be worthy of Gray." Casillas dismissed his unfounded narcissistic remarks, replying calmly, "Of course it is not for you. I only require this ordinary devil fruit. Since they are more readily available in the Grand Line, Gray, Lucien, are you willing to make the journey yourselves?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Gray jumped up excitedly. "Well, the Grand Line. I absolutely want to go. Captain, let me." Lucien nodded in agreement. "Well, I will provide you with 100 million berries. However, if you can avoid spending any, that would be preferable," Casillas said without batting an eye. Despite having just over 100 million berries himself, leaving only a few tens of millions after giving a substantial sum to Gray and Lucien. Nevertheless, this was ample. The more devil fruits they could acquire, the better, though it would be ideal for them to return within a month. This was not a strict requirement. If necessary, a delay would not be a problem. They would set sail for the Grand Line under the banner of the Black Flag Pirates, bringing along all of their original crew. In addition to 2 AK-47s each, Casillas would ensure they had sufficient ammunition for an extended period. Each Desert Eagle would be accompanied by 120 rounds, and Casillas would prepare 100,000 rounds of ammunition, costing 1 million berries. Thus, the remaining sum of money on him amounted to just over 30 million, although a significant portion of it had vanished in an instant. The thought of the exquisite Gauss sniper rifle in the upscale shop ignited a fervor within Casillas. "Aha, you're truly wonderful, boss," Gray exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The Grand Line, his long-cherished ambition. Although this was merely a temporary venture to the Grand Line, with plans to return within a month, the mere prospect filled him with exhilaration. Waving dismissively, Casillas gestured for him to quiet down, then turned to Hawk and Appley. "Hawk, you shall return to the Kingdom of Goya, continuing to manage the newly established winery and trading company. Those nobles wouldn't dare turn against me. As long as I draw breath, they will not act against you." Casillas spoke with unwavering confidence. The notorious Hunter Fox had long been touted as the strongest in the East Blue, and having vanquished such a figure would certainly deter someone like the military minister Pander from acting rashly. Moreover, the day of inspection by the celestial dragons was fast approaching. Continue to recruit wanderers, provide them with sustenance and shelter, as long as they pledge their loyalty to me. Train them. I wish to witness my new forces take shape in a few months. Hawk promptly stood, nodding earnestly in response. "Understood, boss." As he tapped the unlit cigarette in his hand, Casillas gazed at the vacant millimeters of white paper at the tip, suddenly recalling someone he had overlooked. Go to the mountains and find the Dadong family. I have an associate there, a girl named Christina, a talented swordswoman. Bring her back. And also, their S.A. Soxia in Gaushan. Ensure she is brought to me as well." Casillas reminisced about the days when the golden-haired beauty attended to him, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Though only a few days had passed, he was already somewhat unaccustomed to the absence. "I have indeed grown indulgent," he reflected after issuing his commands. Shaking off such thoughts, he continued, "We shall remain here for 2 days. I expect some individuals will desire to join our pirate crew. The captives and new recruits will accompany me. I shall personally deliver the goods requested by the Queen." At this juncture, Casillas turned to the young CLO standing aside. "You shall accompany me as well." Without hesitation, young CLO nodded in agreement. "Well then, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do as you wish, but refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 87. Aftermath. Alas, have you heard? In a bustling tavern, a boisterous voice was inquiring, breath laden with the scent of alcohol. The companion at the table, intrigued, asked, "What? Has something significant occurred recently?" The man waved his arms animatedly. "You mean to say you are unaware? Hee. Are you aware of a certain hunter fox in the East Sea Navy? This individual is indeed quite renowned, particularly within the circles of pirates. This formidable naval officer is frequently a topic of discussion among them, much like how the pirates of the New World relish in conversing about the esteemed naval experts from headquarters. Hunter Fox's stature in the East Sea is akin to that of the three admirals at Navy headquarters. He is undoubtedly the mightiest force within the East Sea Navy." Nonsense. Who doesn't know Hunter Fox? Hurry and tell us. What has transpired? Has that old dog Hunter Fox once again annihilated another pirate crew? Someone impatiently slammed the table, demanding answers. The individual remained unfazed, downing a generous gulp of beer, followed by a loud belch that prompted those around him to wrinkle their noses in disdain and mutter curses under their breath. He then chuckled and remarked, "Ha! As if that pirate crew could be extinguished. The loyal hound of the Navy, Hunter Fox, has already descended into the abyss." As the words were spoken, the once cacophonous tavern fell into a brief silence. Numerous patrons, their ears perked up, displayed expressions of disbelief. Following this fleeting tranquility, the clamor erupted once more, louder and more chaotic than before. "What? Hunter Fox is dead. Who did it? Is it true? Hunter Fox, rumored to be a product of the pirate headquarters training camp, has been slain? Are there still such formidable figures in the East Sea? Ha! What a relief. The pirate crew I once belonged to was also brought down by Hunter Fox. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to escape with my life." A throng of people gathered around, blocking the man who was downing another half-pint of beer, bombarding him with questions. "Quickly, tell us, who did it? Where did your information come from? Is it real? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Spit it out. Who is so powerful that they could take down Hunter Fox?" The besieged man, stroking his beer-soaked beard, slammed his empty glass down heavily. The solid oak table bore the mark of the impact, resonating with a deep yet sufficiently loud thud. Immediately, someone shouted, "Damn it, give this greedy wild boar a pint of stout. I'll pay for it." Upon hearing this, the bearded man, insulted as a wild boar, revealed a satisfied grin, his yellowish-brown teeth shining through. This island, teeming with a multitude of pirates, is anchored with numerous vessels. The rainy season of the East Sea has arrived, and few pirates dare to venture out to plunder during such times. Although the sea in this season may not be as terrifying as the Grand Line, the frequent storms and sudden downpours are sufficient to deter anyone who makes a living upon the waves. Merchant ships no longer sail far from shore, and pirates also choose to dock and rest for 2 to 3 months, patiently awaiting the passage of this tumultuous period. Thus, the tavern is as cramped as a can of sardines. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rain outside, within the tavern, the mingled scents of sweat and stale breath wafted through the air. A figure downed half a glass of stout, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath as they uttered the name, Casillas. With a resounding crash, an exquisitely bottled vintage red wine shattered against the wall. The Minister of Military and Political Affairs of the Kingdom of Goya bellowed this name in fury, simultaneously sacrificing a treasured bottle of aged wine. Pandal's face flushed a peculiar shade of crimson, fueled by rage. He had just learned of the death of the fox hunter, and moreover, that he had perished at the hands of Casillas. The messenger had barely departed before he could contain his wrath no longer. Smashing the wine bottle he had been meticulously polishing, still unsatisfied, he seized a glass ashtray from the table and hurled it against the wall, marring the pristine white surface with yet another blemish stained by wine. He could not comprehend how this had come to pass. The prowess of the fox hunter was formidable, a fact Pandal was acutely aware of. Thus, after reaching an agreement with the fox hunter, he had awaited the news of Casillas' demise with a sense of ease. Once Casillas was eliminated, he could rest easy, as the king and several other noble lords would no longer pressure him to dispose of the weapon that had slain a prominent aristocrat. Yet now, the fox hunter was dead. An uncomfortable pang gripped his chest, prompting him to retrieve a vial of medication, trembling as he extracted a pill to swallow. Age brings numerous ailments, and his heart has long been troubled. This life-saving medication, procured at a great expense, was now dwindling to only a few tablets. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation for a considerable time before exhaling slowly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, which clung to his silver strands. He pondered the grim reality. With the fox hunter now deceased, he might have no choice but to mobilize the kingdom's army. But did he truly understand that the hands of the noble class were intricately involved in the unfolding events? If it were known, it would only complicate matters further. It is highly unlikely that Casillas will return to the homeland. As for dispatching the military to eliminate him, that too is an impractical endeavor. Pandau can only hope that Casillas remains oblivious to his involvement behind the scenes of the fox hunt. Furthermore, even if Casillas were to return, it would be prudent for this matter to remain discreet, and it would be best to refrain from action unless one is certain of avoiding any scandal. The days leading up to the Celestial Dragon's inspection are drawing near, with merely 2 months left. Should any unfavorable rumors surface, it is the nobility who would bear the brunt of the repercussions. The temperament of the Celestial Dragons is notoriously capricious in their eyes. These noblemen of the kingdoms are scarcely more esteemed than ordinary folk, akin to the distinction between ants and crickets, merely insignificant insects. A throbbing headache encapsulates his current state of mind. On a brighter note, Casillas has slain the fox, which may prompt the navy to take action against him in the future. This indeed presents a glimmer of hope. Pandau earnestly wishes that the demise of the fox will catch the navy's attention, ideally leading to the eradication of that wretched Casillas. Such an act would be a boon. However, the reality is far from his expectations. The navy is currently overwhelmed with pressing concerns. Firstly, Jinbei, the new captain of the Sun Pirates, has been invited by the world government to become a warlord of the sea, a process fraught with complexities. Additionally, over 6 months ago, the surgery fruit, which was to be sold to the navy by Doflamingo, has gone missing due to unforeseen complications. The world government's Gorosei have issued a strict mandate to locate the fruit. Yet despite their relentless efforts, this crucial devil fruit remains elusive. Sengoku is particularly reluctant to recall this incident, as it claimed the life of his disciple. These two matters have consumed considerable energy from the navy. Originally, the situation was manageable. However, the recent return of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors, to the New World has stirred quite a commotion, rendering the navy increasingly busy. A stack of documents looms high, creating a mountain of paperwork. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku always wears a serious expression. His meticulous nature is evident as he uses his hat to conceal his distinctive, explosive hairstyle, while his intricately braided beard cascades down his chest. To him, being the fleet admiral necessitates a corresponding demeanor. Maintaining a tidy appearance and a stern countenance is merely part of the expectation. A disheveled look akin to that of Garp is absolutely intolerable. He handed a trivial document to the sheep, which served as a makeshift shredder, before perusing the next one. The report stated that the East Blue's commodore, the fox hunter, has died. Sengoku furrowed his brow, then casually passed the document to an aide, instructing, issue a bounty for this Casillas. The specific amount can be determined by Vice Admiral Tsuru. The overall strength in the East Blue is feeble, and this commodore's rank is rather hollow. After completing these tasks, Sengoku's thoughts drifted away from the matter at hand. It is no wonder he did not regard this issue with great significance. He had a faint recollection of the fox hunter, but it was merely a fleeting impression. Even in times of relative calm, he would typically overlook such matters. Ambitious pirates inevitably seek greatness. If Casillas possesses substantial strength, it would be prudent to address him once he enters the Grand Line. The affairs of the 4 seas, particularly those of the East Blue, do not weigh heavily on his mind. Moreover, with so many Navy personnel in the East Blue, it would be a mark of incompetence if they could not handle a single pirate. Sengoku's gaze shifted to the next document, which contained intelligence. The warlord, Dracul Mihawk, had sought out the red-haired pirates. Sengoku chuckled with a hint of satisfaction, remarking, with Shanks having lost his sword arm, all you can do is drink. Chapter 88. Acquiring a warship? The rainy season is indeed ill-suited for seafaring. Thus Casillas' plan to deliver a package was thwarted. The ship flying the black flag of the double-gun scissors pirates docked at the modest pier of Windmill town. Ominous clouds and relentless raindrops cast the sky into a state of gloom akin to being drenched in ink, while the surging waves violently rocked the small vessel, seemingly intent on capsizing it. At this moment, it had been over 10 days since the battle with the fox hunter. According to the original plan, Gray and Lucien had set sail from the Celestial Islands aboard their initial pirate ship towards Loketown. If fortune favored their speed, they might have already crossed Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line by now. The The so-called plan to acquire a devil fruit within a month became futile when he learned that merely traversing from the Casillas Islands to Rogue Town would require approximately 10 days of navigation. Thus, Casillas could only hope that the advanced shops would not deplete their stock of the Gauss sniper rifle or that it might be restocked again. It has been a week since his return to the Kingdom of Goya, and he has remained in Windmill Town. The rain fell in torrents, drenching the eaves like fine threads, with the splashes ascending into the air only to ultimately succumb and fall back to the ground, merging with many companions to form a layer of stagnant water covering the streets. The rudimentary drainage system was insufficient to carry it all to the sea in time, leaving behind a bothersome mixture of dirt and debris. Casillas sat on a stool, gazing at the relentless downpour while engaging in tedious muscle exercises. After the battle with the fox hunter, he became acutely aware of his weaknesses, particularly in physical combat. If his physical prowess could be enhanced, he might at least be able to contend with an opponent capable of employing the sixth technique, shave, thus positioning himself in a place of invincibility. In reality, facing the opponent's rapid movements afforded him almost no opportunity to counter. This was both a blow and a wake-up call for him. The wounds on his body had nearly healed, the most severe being the almost puncturing injury on his palm, which had now largely ceased to trouble him. His head, however, still bore the remnants of discomfort, as the echoes of the dual peaks from the fox hunt had left him with some lingering effects akin to a concussion. There remained a subtle dull ache in his palm, a mere illusion born of nerve sensations. Casillas gripped a metal dumbbell weighing over 100 pounds, methodically lifting it up and down with a slow, steady rhythm. His muscles, not overly exaggerated but sufficiently robust, expanded and contracted with each movement. The mechanical nature of this exercise was undeniably tedious, yet he possessed ample patience and determination, much like his hands, rugged and scarred, which had long since mastered the art of perseverance. However, after acquiring the devil fruit, he had somewhat neglected his physical training, and now he sought to reclaim it. "Sir, would you care for some orange juice?" A golden-haired woman, clad in a brownish-red dress, approached, one hand holding a transparent glass filled with orange juice and the other presenting a platter of sliced fruits, including several bananas. Casillas nodded, placing the heavy dumbbell down to accept the glass, drinking it in one swift motion before returning it to Sophia, resuming the rhythmic exercise with the weight. When fatigue set in, he switched to his other hand. "Casillas, when will you take me back?" A red-haired girl followed closely behind Sophia, her face a mask of dissatisfaction. "Watching the rain in this town day after day is far less enjoyable than staying up in the mountains, where I could at least have my fun with those little brats. Ace is several years younger than you. Do you not feel any shame, Tina?" Casillas remarked casually, glancing at the pouting girl. "Although I promised to take you to find your swordsmanship teacher, given the current weather, venturing out to sea is simply impossible." Having spent over a month in the mountains, Tina had practiced her swordsmanship during her bouts of boredom, reportedly training with the 3 aspiring young pirates who yearned to sail the seas. Even when they teamed up, they could hardly stand against Tina, who wielded her wooden sword with skill. Whenever Casillas mentioned this, he could see the subtle pride that she desperately tried to conceal. "I'm not just letting them take hits. Ace and the others have made remarkable progress lately, but that rubber-brained kid, Luffy, is a whole different story. He struggles to control his abilities and often ends up injuring himself in the process." Tina leaned her wooden sword against the eaves and deftly snatched a peeled banana from Sophia's hand, devouring it eagerly. Once finished, she clapped her hands and noticed Sophia presenting another freshly peeled banana to Casillas, swiftly seizing a second for herself. Under Casillas' exasperated gaze, Tina consumed the second banana, leaving only a few slices of peeled apples and oranges on the plate. "What are you looking at? Do you wish to recruit me as a subordinate? You can't even spare 2 bananas. Humph. Who needs your bananas? I won't eat them next time, all right? Tina, could you please repeat that?" However, upon hearing this, Casillas suddenly donned a peculiar smile, halting his previously animated arms. In a mocking tone, he mimicked her voice for the latter part of her statement. "Who cares about your banana?" The young girl momentarily failed to grasp the implication, gazing at Casillas in confusion, and obediently reiterated each word. "Who cares about your—" It was only upon reaching the word fragrant that she finally comprehended. "Ah!" she exclaimed, as if the final word tasted foul, letting out a half-stifled shriek that transformed the offending word into a mere whisper of air escaping her lips. In the realm of understanding, certain nouns and their anatomical associations remain widely recognized, even in the world of One Piece. Although still youthful, Tina was far from an innocent blank slate. Despite her slightly delayed reaction, she eventually caught on. Enraged, she grasped the wooden sword she had been whittling and swung it directly at the boy with the wicked grin. With a single hand, he effortlessly caught the blade. Shaking his head and chuckling, "You dare to challenge me? Beware, I might just spank you. Scoundrel! Pervert!" Tina spat out in a brief flurry of words, relinquishing her grip on the sword's hilt and turning on her heel to retreat indoors. In recent days, several skirmishes resembling playful brawls have transpired, each culminating in the defeat of the prodigious swordswoman, Tina. Regardless of speed or strength, Casillas undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Although Tina's swordsmanship is exquisite, it pales in comparison to the overwhelming disparity in raw power, leaving her with no semblance of a chance. Despite wielding a wooden sword, Casillas has not refrained from employing his own formidable abilities. The incidents of playful reprimands have occurred twice. Ultimately, this fiery-haired maiden finds herself before him, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleads for mercy, though she resolutely denies any acknowledgement of her defeat once she escapes his grasp. These matters can be deemed as a diversion amidst the monotony of daily life. Upon returning to the Kingdom of Goya and reuniting with Christina, Casillas had intended to set sail immediately. However, he was informed that the rainy season had arrived, making it ill-advised to venture out to sea during this period. Thus, he found himself compelled to linger for a while. Initially, the prospect of acquiring the devil fruit within a month seemed unlikely. And now with the onset of the rainy season, the obstacles to his plans had multiplied. He wondered what thoughts might occupy the queen, who awaited the delivery on the other side. Moreover, the rainy season would persist for some time. The uncertainty surrounding the destination of the flames was also approaching. Just a few days ago, during a spell of clear weather, Casillas had entertained the idea of setting sail at once, but ultimately, he was dissuaded by Crow. During the rainy season, despite the occasional clear skies, one could easily find themselves amidst a tempest at any moment. The very essence of the rainy season lies in the fact that storms at sea occur almost incessantly, albeit shifting in location. While large vessels with formidable resilience against wind and waves might venture out during such weather, their current ordinary ship, seized from pirates, certainly does not qualify. To embark upon the sea in the rainy season with a vessel of this modest size is fraught with peril. In the event of a maritime disaster, while Casillas might manage to rescue a few, what of food? What of water? In summary, sailing during the rainy season is an act of folly. With nearly 3 months of rain ahead, the third alteration to his plans emerged here. He had originally intended to make a journey there before returning to participate in the Celestial Dragon inspection incident. Now, however, perhaps he must devise a way to procure a sufficiently large ship. In the East Sea, such vessels of considerable size are predominantly possessed by national fleets and, of course, naval warships, which would be the optimal choice. Thus, Casillas continued to move about restlessly, muttering to himself, "Shall I have Hawk seek out a lead? Though such a vessel cannot be acquired with mere currency, it is still worth a try. Panal should not disappoint me." Chapter 89. Hartrog's return from the Grand Line following a sudden downpour. A series of relentless rains ensued. Outside the dilapidated tavern in Danzhen, a shivering drunkard mumbled incoherently about the wretched weather, cursing the foul day. After draining the last drop of his meager drink, he vented his frustration by hurling the brown glass bottle into the puddles. The bottle rolled several times before coming to rest at the feet of a man clad in a waterproof leather coat. The man raised his head, revealing a weathered visage beneath the hood, marked by scars and adorned with black-letter tattoos on the side of his face. Upon seeing this face, the drunkard gasped in shock, disregarding the incessant rain as he scrambled out from under the eaves, fleeing into the curtain of rain. Exhaling a short breath through his nostrils, the man emitted a sound that was uncertain in meaning and strode toward the tavern's entrance. Years had passed since Hartrog last set foot in Danzhen, and as he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for this place, which had scarcely changed over the years. Prior to his return, he had often worried that this memory-laden locale had fallen into ruin or vanished altogether. Shaking off the rainwater, he approached the bar. Currently, the proprietor, Vladil, was engaged in conversation with a golden-haired youth, momentarily oblivious to the arrival of this unexpected guest. However, the tavern's bouncers and the youth's entourage turned their gaze toward him, subtly raising their weapons in vigilance. The golden-haired youth was none other than Hawk, who was inquiring about the sales of the brewery's beverages. The first batch of drinks from the brewery was nearing completion, and the subsequent challenge lay in distribution. The brewmaster hired by Butler aptly proved to be quite reliable. Although the concoctions were merely the most common types of spirits available, their quality was commendable, promising a competitive edge. Vladil's trial sales of the initial batch yielded promising results, which was good news for Hawk, signaling that full-scale production could commence. Alcoholic beverages would serve as one of the cornerstone industries for the newly established Black Flag Trading Company. Of course, with a trading company named after a pirate crew, the primary pillar remained the arms trade. The movement of Hawk's subordinates caught his attention, leading him to turn and scrutinize the imposing figure, approximately 2 meters tall, who was shrouded in the leather coat. The sharply defined jawline, marked by a thin scar, indicated that this individual was no ordinary person. Ultimately, Hawk waved his hand, signaling his men to refrain from rash actions. For the newcomer had not exhibited any overtly suspicious behavior. "A glass of rum," the man stated as he approached the bar, addressing Vladil. While Hawk concluded his business and departed the tavern with his entourage, the voice bore a strangely familiar resonance. Vladil, disentangling his gaze from Hawk, furrowed his brow as he regarded the man before him, who was significantly shorter in stature. He gently set down the drink that had been prepared for him. Who was this youth? The imposing figure of Vladil, towering at approximately 2 meters and 4 centimeters, tensed momentarily before relaxing again. A look of confusion and uncertainty gradually crept across his face, and after a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Hatrog?" The other man pulled back his hood, revealing a visage familiar to Vladil, marked not only by the passage of time but also by several scars that had not existed before, alongside dark tattoos. "Ha! Vladil." The robust giant could not help but burst into laughter, disregarding the bar counter that separated them, and opened his arms wide to envelop his friend in a bear hug. "You actually returned. I thought you had perished in the Grand Line." Hatrog, too, wore a smile. "How could that be? I shall not be the first to fall." Hatrog and Vladil had been close companions since childhood, once subordinates under Ronald. Years ago, Hatrog had boldly set sail, becoming a pirate, and subsequently ventured into the Grand Line alongside his captain, disappearing from Vladil's life since. To be honest, Vladil had believed him lost to the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Yet, here he was, reunited with his old friend. As they spoke, Vladil squeezed tightly, as if wishing to meld Hatrog into his very being, a cherished pastime of theirs, competing in strength and physique. However, despite Vladil's fervent embrace, Hatrog remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Your strength has diminished." Taken aback, Vladil released him, surveying him with astonishment. "You now, haha, the Grand Line is no place for the faint-hearted. Had I made no progress, I would have long been cast into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. Do not think that in this state. Even if you summoned 10 more like yourself, you could best me." Vladil had no reason to doubt his words. Just moments ago, he felt as though he were embracing not a man, but a statue forged of iron. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hatrog inquired, "What of Ronald? And that little girl, Tina? When I left, she barely reached my waist." Vladil's expression darkened, and he sighed. "He is dead, slain at the hands of Carimula." At this revelation, Hatrog crushed the sturdy oak cup in his grasp, his eyes ablaze with fury and sorrow. "What? I shall take vengeance upon him," Vladil hastily interjected. "Do not act rashly. Carimula is already dead. The vendetta has been fulfilled." Hatrog looked at him, bewildered. "Really? You did this? How is that possible?" "It is not I, but Casillas, who now stands as my newly pledged leader." Vladil, undeterred by the scrutinizing gaze and tone of suspicion, calmly elucidated. "Tina, in a moment of impulsiveness, took the life of a noble, and it was Boss Yass who came to her aid. Presently, she is with him. As for my role here, I shall continue to serve as a tavern keeper, a position that I find rather agreeable. The young lad who just spoke to me is none other than Boss Yass's trusted confidant, Casillas." Hatrog wiped the wooden shavings from his hands and took another sip of rum, lamenting softly, "Alas, a glass of fine liquor wasted." This elicited a helpless glance from Vladil. "It is your own waste, after all. Consider this my treat, but from now on, ensure you have the funds for any food or drink." He pushed a fresh glass of rum towards him. "Stingy fool," Hatrog muttered under his breath, referring to Vladil with the nickname he had previously coined for him, a foolish bear, due to the way he would exploit his physical advantages. It was not the kind of exploitation most would presume. Rather, it was a matter of bullying, as Hatrog, unable to overpower Vladil, often found himself subdued and deprived of food and drink. A sense of satisfaction washed over Hatrog for the first time in his years of survival in the Grand Line. It was no longer the foolish bear who tormented him. Now he possessed the strength to knock down this former adversary with just a few punches. It was a bittersweet thought. Really, had Vladil chosen the path of piracy and ventured into the Grand Line, he might have carved out a place for himself in that land of monsters. Yet, perhaps it was for the best to avoid such a brutal realm. In recent days, I find myself grappling with the arduous task of writing, particularly today, when I have barely managed to produce a handful of words over the span of several minutes. Alas, I fear today's update may not materialize, and I suspect tomorrow's will follow suit. My apologies. I may require some time to organize my thoughts, perhaps even engage in the art of outlining as the great scholars do. Chapter 90. The Summit of Whiskey Prey. Enlighten me about the Great Sea Route. What has transpired in your life over these years? Upon reuniting with an old friend, Vladil was filled with joy, recalling that Hartrog had returned from the Great Sea Route. And thus he inquired with curiosity. Hartrog offered a gentle smile, contemplated for a moment, and began to narrate his tale. Have you ever beheld the Red Earth continent? It is truly a sight to behold. Viewed from the sea, it resembles a majestic mountain where deities reside. Do not speak of the Red Earth continent. I am well acquainted with that place. Vladil retorted, his words laced with sarcasm. If deities dwell upon the Red Earth continent, then I must be the father of the gods, residing above them. Hartrog, with a resigned chuckle and a sip of his drink, disregarded Vladil's banter and continued, Very well. You may be whoever's father you wish. Let us set that aside for now. The Red Earth continent is indeed magnificent, but even more awe-inspiring is the inverted mountain. Have you witnessed water flowing upwards? Is that truly possible? Water can flow upwards? Vladil felt his worldview slightly upended, having never encountered such a notion before. Yet, he found himself believing Hartrog's words. Haha, you have never seen it, have you? Hartrog's face radiated with delight, his pride evident. Not only does the water flow upward, but it rushes with the speed of a waterfall. The seawater cascades as if rushing down from a lofty peak, relentlessly ascending to the summit of the inverted mountain. To embark on the Great Sea Route, aside from courting death in the doldrums, one must traverse this location. Allow the seawater to propel the ships to the mountain's apex. However, this is where peril lurks. At the summit of the inverted mountain, there lies a waterfall. Many have met their doom at this very spot. Such danger? The Great Sea Route truly is. Vladil opened his mouth, yet no fitting descriptor emerged, for he lacked the eloquence. A mere exclamation would seem to reveal his ignorance. Indeed, the Great Sea Route is a wondrous realm, where sights unimaginable to many a traveler may unfold. Pray, do continue. Do not rush. If one successfully navigates past the waterfall and evades the occasional grasp of a lurking whale, they shall have gracefully entered the Grand Line. The inaugural destination of my journey is none other than Whiskey Peak. As this man, returned from the Grand Line, uttered these words, within a restaurant at the very inception of the Grand Line, a multitude of pirates reveled in raucous celebration. To have smoothly entered the Grand Line and embarked on the quest for the legendary treasure known as One Piece, as spoken of by Roger, is indeed a moment worthy of festivity, even if the survival rate for these pirate crews may dwindle to less than 10%. In a corner of the restaurant, a girl of approximately 12 years fiercely gnawed at a golden roast chicken before her. Opposite this young maiden, adorned in a black dress with a bow, sat an individual clad in eccentric attire. Most would gasp in shock at the sight of him, deeming him a peculiar anomaly. He is a robust man. Yet aside from the dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes, his attire is anything but conventional. A pacifier is clutched between his lips, a pink baby hat adorns his head, and he is clad in a yellow diaper adorned with star patterns, an ensemble far removed from what one would expect a normal person to wear when stepping outside. Despite this peculiar garb, he possesses a certain handsomeness, particularly accentuated by his muscular physique. The young girl, displaying a lack of decorum, let out a loud belch, then nonchalantly grabbed a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. Casting a peculiar glance at the man across from her, "Why on earth are you wearing that out in public? I can hardly endure the stares of those people." I could just scream. The man's voice, deep and resonant, contrasted sharply with his outlandish attire. "I need you to be patient." Upon hearing his words, the girl's face suddenly flushed, her body trembling as if something momentous had transpired. "Oh, I can be patient." It was akin to a lovesick maiden discovering her crush reciprocated her feelings. Sighing inwardly, the man clad in baby attire thought, exploiting a companion's vulnerability is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. However, the tempestuous nature of baby 5 could lead to complications, particularly if her weaknesses were to be exposed. After all, She was merely 12 years old. Venturing out alone on missions posed significant risks, necessitating the accompaniment of a more mature adult. Although Say or Pick, at first glance, hardly exuded steadiness, there was no choice. He had once been a dapper gentleman in a tailored suit. The memory of his wife, now a mere shell of her former self, brought a pang of guilt to his heart. Yet, if it brought her joy, what did it matter if he wore this attire for a lifetime? The mission had been accomplished, and it was time to return home. He needed to discuss with the young master about taking on fewer tasks for a while, to spend more time with Lucian. Perhaps she still held a chance for recovery. Surely, the young master would agree. Are you unable to eat? Pick inquired, noticing Baby 5 nodding. He then pulled the last remnants of food toward himself and pushed a cup of drink in her direction. Have a sip. Once we finish our meal, we shall head back home. After a brief moment of respite, Baby 5 gradually returned to her usual self, the flush of color slowly fading from her fair cheeks. However, she did not reach for the drink before her, but instead gazed toward the entrance of the restaurant. What an unusual weapon. I have never seen anything like it. Pike displayed a look of curiosity, turning his gaze towards the direction in which Baby 5 was looking. At the entrance of the restaurant, a blue-haired youth, brimming with excitement, was inquiring something from the attendant, reminiscent of a novice who had just embarked on the Grand Line, an unmistakable characteristic. Beside the blue-haired youth were several companions, among whom only a stern-faced young man with black hair, seemingly of similar age, caught Pike's attention. The others were rather unremarkable. What piqued Baby 5's interest, however, were the peculiar weapons slung over the backs of these individuals. Even without Baby 5's inquiry, Pike could discern that they were firearms, albeit of an unusual design he had never encountered before. Given the vastness of the Four Seas and the Grand Line, it was not particularly surprising that there were firearms he had yet to see. Despite the young master's efforts to familiarize him with various weapons to hone his devil fruit abilities, Pike spoke in a nonchalant tone. But Baby 5's response took him by surprise. The young girl declared, I want to get one to examine. Why not just buy one from them? Pike raised an eyebrow. They probably want T-cell. Baby 5 slapped her delicate hand on the table, exclaiming, Humph. I don't care whether they sell or not. If they want tea, we can just take it. The 12-year-old beauty spoke with such fiery determination, using phrases like without any semblance of awkwardness. This was simply a reflection of her explosive personality. Albeit with significant flaws, Pike was at a loss for words, absent-mindedly picking his nose before flicking away a soft, sticky booger. Finally, he sighed, let it be. Baby 5's prowess would easily handle a group of novices who had just entered the Grand Line, yet these individuals did not appear to be mere amateurs. Pike felt that their task was complete and that they should return without attracting trouble. Just as Baby 5 was about to speak, a commotion erupted nearby. A group of pirates, having arrived later, seemed to have a vendetta against the blue-haired youth's faction and began to draw their weapons, tension palpable in the air. Meanwhile, in another corner of the restaurant, a woman obscured by a hood lifted the edge slightly with her fingers, directing her gaze towards the two factions at the entrance. She is a young woman, seemingly 18 or 19 years of age, her blue-black eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Silken strands of black hair cascade elegantly from her ears, and her demeanor exudes a sense of calm. How intriguing, she murmured softly, lifting the coffee before her to her lips. Chapter 91. Mutual schemes. The group of blue-haired youths is unmistakably Lucian and Gray. As for the one seeking confrontation, he is a gaunt middle-aged man with an unsavory appearance and an arrogant demeanor. His face, marred by pockmarks and scars from youthful acne, reflects a blatant disregard for those around him. He begins with a brash declaration, so it's you bunch of rascals. Clear the way for me. Good dogs don't block the road. Gray, who had previously been inquiring with the waiter about any signature dishes, was abruptly interrupted, and his mood soured. He turned back with a curt retort. And who might you be? The unsightly extra erupted in fury, directing his firearm menacingly at Gray. You scoundrel. Was it you who was capering atop the pinnacle, hollering like a monkey? You are nothing but an insufferable nuisance. The grand ambition of embarking on the Great Line has been utterly shattered by your antics. What was my name again? Gray inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face, indicating that he had completely forgotten the matter at hand. The man seeking to provoke him paused for a moment, then finally spoke. Look at this bowl. It is both large and round. Observe this noodle. It is long and curvy. Oh, that was my song. What of it? Gray scratched his head, realizing that in his emotional fervor, he had indeed shouted a few lines atop the mountain, including those that resembled a melody yet did not quite fit the form. These two sentences were inadvertently overheard by him from the leader, striking him as particularly noteworthy. So he took note of them. Just as Gray finished speaking, the other party immediately interjected, wishing to utter no further words, only desiring to swiftly eliminate this detestable foe. However, at the very moment he began to speak, Lucien had already discharged his weapon. As the man aimed his firearm at Gray, both sides had already drawn their weapons, remaining on high alert. The timing of Lucien's shot was abrupt. The muzzle flash of the AK-47 flickered a dozen times within mere seconds. At the instant the gun fired, they attempted to react, yet the next moment brought a sharp pain to certain parts of their bodies. Upon glancing down, they realized they had been struck by bullets. And soon thereafter, they succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. The opposing 7 or 8 individuals all fell. Fresh blood rapidly soaked the earth. Strangely, no one gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events, for here, one either encountered bloodthirsty pirates or bounty hunters who specifically targeted them. Even the restaurant staff were seasoned veterans, having witnessed numerous similar occurrences. Nonetheless, some still inhaled sharply, inwardly astonished. What type of firearm were these individuals utilizing? The recent barrage of gunfire, which resonated at least 20 times, was witnessed by many, yet only one person was seen firing. With a solitary individual wielding such a weapon, a formidable barrage of firepower could be unleashed. If only one could possess such an instrument. Many hearts harbored this thought, but it remained suppressed within, save for a few tears shed for the foolish pirates who had just fallen. They began to contemplate whether it might be possible to procure such a remarkably powerful firearm through monetary means. Where do these individuals hail from? Are they inclined to part with such weaponry? Following a momentary silence in the restaurant, the clamor erupted once more. Gray, without casting a glance at the figure lying on the ground, now becoming a corpse, turned to the waiter and inquired, "Could you assist in disposing of them?" Lucien timely produced several banknotes and handed them to the waiter. The waiter nodded obsequiously. "Of course, it shall be no trouble. We will handle these unwitting souls properly. Please follow me. Our specialty dish is butter-baked cactus." Cactus? Let us indulge in a taste. In the present day, Whiskey Peak has not yet witnessed the rampant behavior of bounty hunters that will characterize the decade to come. However, during the initial phase of the Grand Line, at each of the 7 starting points, numerous bounty hunters abound. For the novices entering the Grand Line are the easiest prey, and their bounties are the most readily acquired. Yet, bounty hunters fixated on Gray and his crew have become virtually non-existent. Everyone is astute. With such weaponry in play, should they all fire simultaneously? It would likely result in hundreds joining the fray, and ultimately, it would be they who meet their demise. This peculiar yet formidable firearm is not only characterized by its rapid firing rate, but also boasts a significantly greater power. Among the limited elite of bounty hunters, there are those capable of discerning the trajectory of bullets fired from standard firearms. However, they are utterly incapable of perceiving the velocity of the projectiles from this extraordinary weapon. Although the bounty hunters do not engage in cooperative efforts, the practice of sharing intelligence has long been established. Consequently, those who still dare to target Gray and his associates are fundamentally individuals with an unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Senior Pick, having finished his last morsel of food, raised a glass and took a sip, addressing Baby 5. "Are you still intent on pursuing them?" The girl's expression was far from pleasant, brimming with reluctance. With her extensive knowledge of various weapons, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of such firearms. And both of them were fully cognizant that they lacked any assurance of seizing the item without incurring losses. However, it was precisely due to the might of these firearms that Baby 5 harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was the prospect of possessing greater strength that would render her more sought after. Or perhaps it was simply that this flawed girl cherished these weapons above all else. She was unwilling to relinquish her ambitions. Though we cannot seize it, perhaps we could explore the option of purchasing it. Our assumption that they will not sell may be misguided. They might indeed entertain an offer. Or, with a sufficient price, they may be inclined to sell. Baby 5 mused, biting her rosy lips as she spoke to Pick. "Very well," he replied, raising his hand to summon the waiter. "Let us give it a try." Subsequently, Pick ordered an array of dishes. At that moment, a distinct voice rang out. "Wow! Look over there. There's a freak. The Grand Line truly is extraordinary. It seems even such rare creatures abound, and we've encountered one at the very first stop." Pick recognized the voice of the blue-haired youth. However, he had grown accustomed to it. After wearing this attire for a month or two, his sense of shame had nearly dissipated, and, in truth, he had little need for it. Meanwhile, Baby 5 turned her gaze toward the source of the commotion, visibly displeased. Although many would utter comments upon seeing Pix garb, who would be so audacious as to shout? The voice continued, "Look, Lucien, there's a little loli. Quite beautiful. Stay calm." "Baby, 5, Pick advised his companion with a composed demeanor. "It's merely for the transaction." "Umph." Baby, 5 exhaled through her nostrils, grasping her drink and biting the straw, producing a series of slurping sounds. Meanwhile, Gray leaned in closer to Lucien, speaking in hushed tones. "What do you think of that little loli? Do you reckon the boss would fancy her? How about we snatch her up?" Lucien remained silent, awaiting the arrival of their food, neither approving nor disapproving of Gray's suggestion. However, Gray understood that this reaction signified indifference, allowing him to proceed as he wished. Unbeknownst to Baby, 5, while she was contemplating the other party's weapons, they had already begun to set their sights on her. In another corner of the restaurant, a woman had long since departed, revealing her complete visage. Her fair skin and the harmonious blend of vigor and intellect in her features exuded an alluring beauty. She sat gracefully in a small room diagonally opposite the restaurant, delicately manipulating the dial of a telephone bug. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice came through. "What is it, Robin?" Chapter 92. Provocation? You mean you've captured a little girl who is also a devil fruit user? Well then, what is her ability? Casillas inquired into the receiver, addressing Gray on the other end. The prospect of acquiring a devil fruit user was indeed enticing. At present, it seemed that his subordinates lacked any formidable warriors. Gray and Lucien could be counted among them, but beyond that, there was little to boast about. The combat prowess of the Black Flag pirates relied heavily on advanced weaponry rather than individual strength. It was uncertain whether Hawk's devil fruit could be harnessed for combat capabilities. And little Lolita Tina, while proficient in swordsmanship, could only possess so much fighting power at the tender age of 12. She was hardly the extraordinary Casillas. Sometimes, he mused, how wonderful it would be to recruit future powerhouses like Ace, yet such thoughts were destined to remain mere daydreams. Idle. Nanny search category? Came Gray's murmured recollection from the other end. Weapon fruit, Lucien's voice chimed in, and the expression of the telephone bug shifted instantaneously to a poker face. Though it was another person whose countenance changed more dramatically. Casillas sat by the seaside near Windmill town, and upon hearing the term weapon fruit, he was taken aback. The powers of the temperature fruit began to unconsciously manifest. In an instant, part of the ground around him crystallized in thick frost, while another portion visibly evaporated all moisture, turning it to arid sand. His feet were submerged in seawater, which too was affected. The high temperature caused an explosive vaporization that swiftly transformed into frost, enveloping him as if a localized snowstorm had materialized from thin air. "What did you say?" Casillas could not help but shout. The loud voice startled Gray, who was opposite him. At that moment, on Whiskey Peak, Gray and Lucien were in a cramped cabin aboard their vessel. On a small bed, neatly made with bedding, a 12-year-old girl bound and gagged was struggling fiercely. "Ah, Captain!" Gray flinched at the furious shout from across the room, instinctively curling his body, only to realize that the formidable captain was far away, unable to come over and reprimand him. "What's the matter?" Lucien glanced at him with exasperation. But before he could speak, Casillas solemnly inquired, "Does anyone else know about this?" The girl's companion, a perverse individual fond of wearing infantile clothing, was also a devil fruit user, capable of moving through land and buildings as if swimming, which is why he had not been captured. Sitting by the sea, Casillas gradually calmed his emotions, exhaling deeply as he murmured, "So, does this pervert know who you are?" Casillas could certainly guess who this pervert was, none other than a certain iron-willed man, recognized by Frank as such. When the other party threatened that he was a member of the Don Quixote family, Gray foolishly shouted back that he was from the Black Flag pirate crew, that the captain was Casillas, and that if they wanted to save someone, they should come find him. Lucien recounted someone's actions in a calm tone. But before he could finish, Gray covered his mouth. After hearing all this, Casillas felt no lingering hope. He began to contemplate a strategy. The Don Quixote family was indeed a formidable opponent. The future warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was no less impressive. Renowned in the New World as the notorious knight Yasha, a significant intermediary in the world of darkness, codenamed Joker, and a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Damn it. Is it that people like Gray are particularly adept at stirring up trouble? Much like Luffy, they provoke the strongest boss wherever they go. Though Doflamingo might not be the ultimate boss of the Grand Line, he was certainly not far from it, especially for Casillas at this moment. If Doflamingo were to arrive in person, he could likely crush him with a single hand. A headache. Casillas felt the dull ache in his head returning, reminiscent of the post-concussion symptoms he had recently recovered from, seemingly resurfacing once more. Gray. Casillas wished he could tear him to shreds and toss him into the sea as fodder for the sea monsters. You all should hold off for now. Find a way to circle around the first half of the Grand Line, and delay as much as possible. When I tell you to return, then come back. What else could he do? Casillas could only hope that Gray and the others could buy him some time. To him, who was just starting out. The Don Quixote family loomed large, their formidable strength sufficient to effortlessly crush him. Well, we will do our utmost, Lucian responded. After all, this is something Gray stirred up. Lucian, Casillas interrupted, rising with the telephone bug in hand. As he tread upon the chaotic ground around him, the frost-laden, steaming earth and the arid soil settled into a momentary calm. He slowly made his way toward Windmill town, his tone light yet imbued with an immense weight. You two knaves better not perish. Since the deed is done, I, as your leader, shall bear the burden. Gray's voice, tinged with desperation, rang out instantly. Boss. I. Blue. Casillas decisively severed the call, unwilling to endure the sound of that fool any longer, as it would only worsen his mood. In truth, there could have been a more favorable resolution to this predicament. Casillas could abandon everything and seek a new beginning elsewhere, effortlessly rising again. As for Gray and Lucian, he harbored no particularly strong feelings for them. To be blunt, they had not even shared the experience of fighting side by side in any strict sense. Yet Casillas chose not to take this exceedingly simple path. In all honesty, following the initial shock and a tinge of fear, he found himself gradually awakening to a sentiment known as excitement. The formidable Don Quixote family, the fearsome Doflamingo, a powerful adversary and a daunting challenge. There was a sense of no. It was an overwhelming anticipation. This sensation was profoundly unfamiliar, evoking memories of his childhood when he would stealthily scale the walls of his school in the dead of night to indulge in games at an internet CAF. Subjectively speaking, it felt as though several decades had passed, as if separated by an entire era. In truth, it indeed spanned a lifetime. Casillas commenced to redial the communication device, reaching out to Hawk. The connection traversed vast mountains and oceans, linking to the starting point and the midpoint of the Grand Line, Chambord Archipelago. Hello? A flamboyant pink-feathered coat hung nearby, as a man lounged on a couch with one leg crossed over the other, surrounded by a chaotic scatter of discarded bottles, some shattered, others containing remnants of spirits. Ah, you're not afraid at all, are you? Casillas, the Black Flag Pirates. Are they mere novices just entering the Grand Line? From where do they hail? The North Sea? The West Sea? The South Sea? The East Sea? The long legs, clad in pointed leather shoes and shorts that revealed coarse black leg hair, began to tremble. Oh, the ants of the world. How amusing. I see now. Sitting upright, his short golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and the lenses of his crimson sunglasses glowed with a white brilliance. Very well. Bring that weapon back first, and I shall dispatch others to capture these troublesome insects. Chapter 93. Healing Senior Peak concealed himself in a secluded cave on Whiskey Peak. After concluding his communication with Doflamingo, he swiftly tended to his wounds. Previously, he had only managed a hasty bandage, and now he had the opportunity to properly cut open the injury and extract the bullet. The power of an AK-47 round was immense, typically. A person's body would have been perforated through and through. However, as a member of the Don Quixote family, his physical condition was formidable. The bullet struck his arm and collided with bone, lodging itself within. Though the injury was on his arm, Peak understood that this was no mere scratch. His arm was rendered useless. Had the bullet merely passed through the muscle, it would have indeed been a minor injury. Yet, the projectile had impacted the bone, creating a dent and fissures in what was once sturdy skeletal structure. He could feel the bullet embedded in his ulna. After attentively listening to the sounds of the outside world, Peak retrieved a small, gleaming silver knife. Ideally, it would be best to sterilize it with fire, but such conditions were not available. He was uncertain whether the blue-haired youth was currently searching for him. Thus, starting a fire was not a prudent choice. The cave was not deep, and with the darkness encroaching, a bright flame would be perilously conspicuous. Unwrapping the bloodstained cloth, Peak gritted his teeth and used the knife to widen the circular wound. Crimson blood began to flow profusely, yet he did not hesitate. The moment he cut the wound, he swiftly dropped the knife and plunged 2 fingers into the gory cavity, gritting his teeth as he extracted the yellowed bullet. Beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. and perspiration dripped into his eyes, but Peak remained undeterred. After removing the bullet, he wasted no time, swiftly applying a coagulant and deftly bandaging the wound once more. In the pitch-black cave, Peak executed each movement with precision and speed, minimizing time and alleviating pain to the greatest extent possible. Yet, this was genuine agony that penetrated to the marrow. He suppressed his breaths and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Moments later, the blood-stained bullet he had discarded returned to his hand. Gazing at the sharp object reflecting dim light, he could envision its pointed tip piercing through the surface of his bone, causing fissures in the once solid structure. Removing the bullet would leave a small cavity, revealing the marrow within. The pain was akin to worms gnawing at his bones, sending waves of torment through his nerves. A moment of carelessness. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as Peak began to reflect on how he had fallen into this predicament. At that moment, Baby 5 had directly confronted the adversary in a narrow alley outside the restaurant, exchanging a few words before, for reasons unknown, the enemy had suddenly launched an attack. After all, Baby 5 was merely 12 years old and was quickly subdued. Meanwhile, he, a few meters behind her, had been compelled to evade using his abilities due to the overwhelming firepower of the assailants. Even so, he had still been struck by a bullet. Peak remembered distinctly who had fired that shot, the man with a calm, expressionless visage. Despite reacting promptly, he had been hit in the arm. While none of the stray bullets from the others had grazed him, Peak realized he had grown accustomed to his role within the Don Quixote family, leading him to become increasingly careless in his actions. After all, as long as one knows he hails from the illustrious lineage of Don Quixote, few dare to disregard them. Even in this ruthless new world, when he proclaimed his identity, and the two leaders remained unmoved, Pick realized he was in dire straits. While he harbored no fear of the blue-haired youth in close combat, the expressionless sharpshooter, whose marksmanship was impeccable, posed a formidable challenge he could not confront. Moreover, the adversary possessed such a devastating weapon. Pick grasped the AK-47 he had previously set aside, though the details were obscured in the darkness. Its weighty presence and the tactile sensation of metal and wood combined were quite satisfying. Removing the magazine, he marveled at the unfamiliar yet straightforward mechanism. Quickly grasping its purpose after a few glances, the curved, elongated magazine had housed vibrant yellow-orange bullets. Gazing at it, he let out a sigh. He resolved to rest for a few hours, hoping the pain in his arm might subside. In his current condition, even walking proved to be a struggle. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm had drained much of his strength, and he genuinely needed to recuperate. Beneath the tranquil night sky, raindrops began to fall. In stark contrast to the desolate, rain-lashed Whiskey Peak, the Sabaody archipelago remained warm and enchanting, bathed in gentle sunlight and fragrant blossoms. Beneath the roots of the Urkimaran tree, enormous bubbles formed from the tree's secretions created diverse worlds, each distinct. On Island 1, Don Quixote Doflamingo cast a glance at the auction venue where mermaids were being sold. Opulently adorned men and women of various peculiarities were continuously raising bids. Jimby was set to join the Shichibukai, becoming an ally of the world government and the Navy. Rumors circulated that the world government would commence a stringent crackdown on the slave trade involving fishmen. Although the veracity remained uncertain, this tidbit had gained considerable traction, convincing many. Consequently, each mermaid slave sold would diminish the supply. For a myriad of reasons, today's slave auction was imbued with heightened fervor, as affluent patrons waved their gleaming hands, incessantly offering greater riches for the trembling mermaids in the tank. Observing this scene from the shadows, Doflamingo's lips curled into a broad, sinister smile. This scene truly evokes a sense of delight, although the room is filled with a group of repugnant scoundrels exuding a foul stench. Their unabashed malice directed towards the slaves brings forth an exhilarating emotion within Don Quixote Doflamingo. Human trafficking is a highly lucrative enterprise in the world of One Piece, and he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, stands as the most formidable slave trader. Providing slaves to these wretches is merely a mundane aspect of his business. In reality, the majority of the slaves he supplies are destined for the celestial dragons. Compared to the detestable beings in Mariewa, these individuals are hardly significant. Doflamingo's smile fades as he turns and traverses the dimly lit passageway. Before long, he arrives at a spacious and well-lit chamber where someone awaits him. Doflamingo, what is the matter? Inquires a man in his 30s or 40s, adorned with two ambiguous vertical stripes of reddish-brown paint on his face. Baby 5 has been captured. Doflamingo replies as he settles onto a long sofa, reclining with one leg crossed over the other. Diamante, I need you to take some men and assess the situation. Do not underestimate the opposition. Those who dare to confront us must possess some form of advantage. What? Who are they? Diamante, resembling a chieftain of an Indian tribal shaman, responds with a face full of rage. Doflamingo casually remarks, the capture of Baby 5 is a minor issue. According to Pika, the adversary possesses a unique firearm, capable of unleashing tremendous power, having severed one of his arms with a single shot. In his estimation, this weapon surpasses any firearm he has encountered, including those produced by our own military factory. Diamante nods in understanding. Acquire the manufacturing method for this firearm? Ah, clever, Doflamingo replies, popping the cork from a bottle and gulping down its contents. Huh, it's nothing. I cannot claim to be intelligent. Very well, off you go. Chapter 94. The oranges of Casillas village. The orange trees flourish, their once green fruits now transformed into vibrant yellow-orange orbs, nestled among the lush green leaves, creating a sight that fills the beholder's heart with joy. The scent of harvest fills the air. In the orange grove of Casillas village, two young girls assist a young woman in gathering fruit. Nami, stop sneaking bites. Get back to work, scolded Noki, her blue hair contrasting sharply with her determined gaze fixed on the orange-haired girl who was stuffing citrus segments into her mouth. Though merely 10 years of age, Noki bore the demeanor of a miniature adult, unreserved in reprimanding the idle Nami. Hey, hey, exclaimed the 8-year-old Nami, juice trickling from the corners of her mouth as she nodded repeatedly, clutching a mound of oranges and wobbling towards the large basket intended for their collection. Despite the overcast sky, threatening rain at any moment, the harvest of oranges did not necessitate the same weather considerations as crops like wheat, once ripe. They must be swiftly gathered and exchanged for currency. Windmill, donned in a plaid shirt and a beige apron, busily attended to her tasks while keeping an eye on the two young girls. Noki resumed her admonitions directed at Nami. Nami, how many times must I tell you? When picking oranges, it's best to leave a few leaves attached. This not only ensures the freshness of the fruit but also adds a touch of weight. Look at what you've picked. Some have even lost their peels. How do you expect to fetch a good price like that? Humph. Who says that? I don't believe it. Nami pouted defiantly, oblivious to the advice as she deposited all the oranges in her arms into the woven wooden basket before darting off to another spot. Noki chased after her. Hey, you stop right there. Nami. Windmill merely smiled as she observed their playful scuffle. She did not harbor high hopes that her daughters could significantly alleviate her workload, no matter how hard they tried. After all, children will be children, and such frolicsome antics are to be expected. As she skillfully plucked oranges, ensuring to include a couple of green leaves with each, she heard someone calling her name, Windmill. She tucked a stray pink lock behind her ear and turned to see the village constable, Kinzo, approaching. The man bore a thick, dark mustache above his lips, with a whimsical windmill model perched atop his head, creating a rather peculiar ensemble. What's the matter? Windmill inquired with a hint of curiosity. After steadying himself, Kinzo exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, a new merchant ship has arrived, offering prices 20% higher than those of the previous traders. Your oranges are of such exquisite quality that they can fetch an even better price. Upon hearing this, a smile of joy spread across Windmill's face. Really? She exclaimed, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Aren't they afraid of facing opposition from their competitors? Windmill was no naive village girl. Having once served in the Navy and participated in battles, she possessed considerable experience and understood the nature of merchants well. No matter how exceptional the oranges in the orchard were, merchants would seldom offer high prices. These traders had both manpower and ships, along with influential connections. Even if the prices offered to villagers were low, they had little recourse but to acquiesce, lest they allow their precious oranges to rot and spoil, incurring substantial losses. For the sake of profit, merchants could resort to various unscrupulous actions, including eliminating their rivals. Windmill was uncertain whether the individuals from this high-bidding caravan were benevolent or merely indifferent to exploiting the common folk. Yet she was acutely aware that the merchants who previously purchased oranges at low prices from Cocoa Village would not simply stand idly by. Fear not, Windmill, Kinzo chuckled. Did you not see? When those unscrupulous traders attempted to cause trouble, the members of this caravan unhesitatingly subdued them with their firearms. The words prompted a subtle furrow of concern on Belmir's brow. Are they all dead? Yet, that was not the case. Kinjutsu replied. They were merely injured in their limbs. The leading few ruffians were beaten to a pulp. Changing the subject, he inquired, how much more can you harvest? Do you need me to find some people to assist? After surveying the flourishing orange trees in the orchard, he asked again. Halfway through already. Assistance is unnecessary. In another couple of days, it should be nearly finished. Belmere, tugging at her apron to wipe her hands, called to the two girls. Let's head back for dinner. Ah, understood. Noki, clutching a bundle of oranges, ran back with Nami. Uncle Kenjutsu is here? Nami, taking the lead, tossed a few oranges from her arms into the basket and then lunged into Kenjutsu's embrace. Uncle Kenjutsu, did you bring me a gift? With more than a year until Arlong's release, Nami remained an ordinary little girl, untouched by harsh realities. She was not greedy and possessed the charming traits typical of girls her age. Kenjutsu's face, still unscarred, lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum as he gently patted Nami's small head, which was bobbing about energetically, disregarding Belmere's reproachful gaze. As long as you're good, Nami, I'll get you whatever you desire. Really? Nami exclaimed in delight. Then I want the detailed guide for navigators. I've already finished the beginner's book, and I've read everything about ocean currents and weather. All right, Nami. Belmere interrupted. Let us eat first. Later, I'll check on the new merchant convoy and inquire about the prices. Suddenly recalling, she asked, by the way, what is the name of this new convoy? It seems to be called the Black Flag Trading Company, Kenjutsu recalled, confirming, indeed, that's it. The Black Flag Trading Company. After dinner, Belmere and Kenjutsu carried a basket filled with freshly harvested oranges to the small harbor by the village. A merchant ship, adorned with a black banner bearing a silhouette of crossed pistols, was docked there. The name of the Black Flag Pirates had yet to reach the ears of ordinary folk, and Belmere had long ceased her associations with the Navy. Otherwise, she would have known of the recent notoriety surrounding the newly emerged Black Flag Pirates. After Iker Casillas made a spontaneous decision, the term concocted by Lucien became the universal name for his pirate crew and trading company. Originally, there were several other merchant ships here, some selling essential goods and others purchasing oranges, but now only this solitary vessel remained. Having been severely battered and with all his men wounded by gunfire, it was only natural for them to depart, whether to seek reinforcements or to flee entirely. At the edge of the small dock, a crowd had gathered, some intent on selling goods while others sought to buy. After exchanging pleasantries with a few familiar villagers, the well-acquainted Kenji went in search of the caravan leader. Moments later, the ever-unchanging butler, Apolly, approached Belmere. He picked up a bright orange, scrutinized it closely, then peeled it, breaking off a segment to taste. Nodding repeatedly, he exclaimed, indeed. Haha, Mr. Apolly, I was right. The oranges from Belmere's orchard are the finest in our village of Kokoja. No one excels in this as she does. In high spirits, Apolly mused that these oranges should satisfy Mr. Casillas, and thus donned a noble smile. So, it is Lady Belmere, is it? We can offer you double the price originally proposed by those merchant caravans, provided all your products meet this standard of quality. We could even establish a long-term supply agreement. What do you think? Naturally pleased with the price, Belmere smiled and extended her hand, saying, very well, thank you. We can discuss the agreement later. It seems a bit premature at this moment. Apolly shook her hand. How much stock do you have? It will take another 2 days. We need to finish the harvest and weigh the produce first, she replied. The narrative shifts to the present state of Danzhen, which has undergone a significant transformation. Although Hawk did not intentionally instigate this change, most of his subordinates were former oppressed drifters. After joining the Black Flag Trading Company, their demeanor towards the local ruffians of Danzhen was far from cordial. The residents who dared to engage in illicit activities were acutely aware that they must avoid detection by the members of the Black Flag Trading Company. Many unfortunate souls had already been apprehended and hung beneath thieves for mistreating the weak. The earliest among them had begun to rot, exuding a strong stench of decay. The armed guards of the trading company reveled in this newfound authority. Hawk permitted their actions, fueled by the fact that these individuals were once oppressors and enemies, now driven by a sense of justice. This naturally incited considerable discontent among many, particularly the nobility of the high town. However, they remained passive. Firstly, the nobles were acutely aware that the Black Flag Merchant Association was under the influence of an individual named Casillas. And who is this Casillas? He is a man notorious for having slain a prominent noble, Carimula. Not long ago, it was rumored that the most formidable warrior of the Eastern Sea Navy, the Fox Hunter, also met his demise at Casillas' hands. In the age of rampant piracy, the strongest adversaries are the most feared. To the nobles of the high town, Casillas undoubtedly epitomizes strength. Originally, the pirate forces in the Eastern Sea were exceedingly weak, lacking any formidable entities. Even the occasional appearance of a pirate of some renown could hardly contend with the might of the state, especially with the Navy's oppressive presence. Yet now, Casillas stands apart from those who came before him. It is said that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, and these abilities are remarkably potent, enabling him to conjure ice and fire. After all, the information they could gather is merely that which has been disseminated by pirates who witnessed the battles, and thus they could not accurately ascertain the true nature of Casillas's powers. These accounts merely reflect the surface of his confrontations. The duality of ice and fire conjures images of the Navy's current formidable figures, two vice admirals whose renown has spread far and wide. Moreover, there is more to his prowess than meets the eye. In the realm of the East Sea, the formidable weaponry of the Desert Eagle, heralded by the notorious Casillas, has become a household name. Presently, within the dilapidated outskirts of the royal capital of the Kingdom of Goya, a newly formed armed faction has acquired a more potent arsenal. It is rumored that this singular weapon can unleash a firepower equivalent to that of a dozen or more men wielding muskets, boasting an astonishing might. While many covet this peculiar firearm known as the AK-47, Casillas remains steadfast in withholding its sale. As for the notion of seizing such power by force, who would dare? Even the king refrains from entertaining such thoughts. Mobilizing the kingdom's army to eradicate this faction, regardless of the collateral damage, poses a significant risk. What then becomes of Casillas? Should the adversary muster 1,000 men at sea, or even a mere few hundred pirates armed with those terrifying weapons, they could potentially lay siege to the royal capital, staining the throne of the Kingdom of Goya with the king's blood. Some might propose the audacious idea of appropriating the enemy's weaponry for their own use. However, the answer is a resounding no. The Desert Eagles scattered throughout the East Sea, despite their commendable firepower, coalesce into a formidable armed force. Yet to wield them effectively necessitates the acquisition of the specialized ammunition exclusive to Casillas, while the lesser nobility may remain oblivious to this fact. The prominent noble families of Goya are well aware that replicas of the Desert Eagle have been produced, almost indistinguishable from the original. The crux of the matter lies in the impossibility of replicating the unique structure of its ammunition. Even the naval forces, whose technological prowess surpasses that of the various kingdoms in the East Sea, find themselves at an impasse. What then can be done? Among the great nobility, particularly the Pandal family, who have had the most interaction with Casillas, a shift in mindset has begun to take root. In this world, there exist neither eternal enemies nor steadfast friends, but rather enduring interests. Had they not been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of Casillas, they would have commenced efforts to mend the relationship between both parties long ago. Even if this would lead to significant losses for the esteemed nobles of Pandar, it would still be far preferable to perpetuating the current state of affairs. In any case, the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce in Danzhen remains undisturbed, free to pursue its ambitions without hindrance. Shops selling goods are already preparing to open on the central street, facing no obstacles whatsoever, despite their actions adversely affecting the interests of many. This is the advantage of possessing strength. Before long, Acho found himself before Hawk, where he was met with a surprising revelation. Acho, the boss has decided to assign you the task of delivering this shipment. What do you say? Are you willing? Do we actually have a large vessel that can set sail in this season? Acho inquired, somewhat astonished. Although he had previously been an ignorant wanderer, he had recently come to understand the challenges faced by the Merchant Guild. They lacked the seaworthy vessels capable of withstanding storms, making long-distance voyages in this season utterly impractical. They could only navigate short distances along the coast or between nearby islands. Any further venture would likely lead to disaster should a storm arise. Previously, Apolly had sailed along the coastline of the Kingdom of Goya, where ordinary merchant ships had no choice but to follow such routes during this season. It seemed that during their last communication, he had been in the midst of procuring oranges. Hawk nodded. The boss instructed me to directly request a warship from Pandal, and to my surprise, they readily acquiesced. He mused, speaking of which, the naval forces of the kingdom are indeed difficult to articulate. Hawk's expression was a mix of elation and disappointment as he recalled his visit to the naval port of the Kingdom of Goya. There were no soldiers in training. The sentries stood at odd angles, and the warships were rarely clean and orderly. Many soldiers, akin to pirates, were drunkenly reveling in broad daylight, while public gambling seemed trivial. He even witnessed women of dubious professions boldly entering the military camp, receiving financial aid from the sailors. What does it mean when weapons are stored away and horses roam freely? Hawk, of course, was unfamiliar with this phrase. It was something the boss had casually mentioned when recounting his observations. It was indeed a thought-provoking question. Did the kingdom truly require a navy? In the Eastern Sea, a navy sufficed. Incidents of pirates invading the kingdom, capturing nobles, or even assassinating the king to bring about its downfall were unlikely to occur. Such a scenario could be attributed to the relative weakness of the Eastern Sea pirates, given that the Royal Navy served little purpose and seemed almost unnecessary. It was understandable that such a disregarded military force would be in a state of disrepair. It was no wonder Pandal exhibited a somewhat generous demeanor. After all, the Royal Navy was as it was. Offering a warship to mend relations posed no burden. Hawk discerned the underlying implication in their conversation, that there was a desire for reconciliation with the boss, and to this end, he, or rather the nobles of the kingdom, were willing to make certain concessions. Upon sharing this with Casillas, Hawk discovered that the boss was indifferent to the matter, showing no interest. Instead, he shifted the conversation towards the acquisition of devil fruits. This pertains to the mission of acquiring a warship alongside Hawk. The exact words of Casillas were, "The East Sea is vast. There may yet be devil fruits in existence. Spare no expense. Procure them for me." Chapter 96. Rumors. Hawk has already taken charge of the matter. He has made a phone call to the Appley side, where various fruits are being procured, to instruct them on this issue. The East Sea, being one of the four seas, boasts a population and area that is at least comparable to the other seas. Although the devil fruits are considered rare commodities along the Grand Line, it is possible that the East Sea conceals many more. Through the Merchant Guild, news of this development has spread, and it seems that nearly the entire Goya kingdom is now aware. Perhaps the news has even reached the entire East Sea, as such matters are indeed significant there. The devil fruits have long been akin to legend, and now, with the notorious Black Devil, Casillas, acquiring them, it is enough to convince the common folk of the East Sea that these fruits not only exist but may very well be real. Speaking of the moniker Black Devil, Casillas is aware that it is often criticized for its unpleasant connotation, yet he cannot seem to conjure a more appealing title. Hawk ponders whether individuals might approach them to sell devil fruits, and he can only hope for such an occurrence. If I had a sufficiently large ship, I would certainly be willing. But is it truly all right for me to go? Ho hesitates, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He is neither a fearless pirate nor an illustrious figure of vast experience. His only sources of pride are his commendable marksmanship and beloved archery skills. Hawk smiles and says, "With Gray and Lucian absent, I believe the captain's decision is quite reasonable. Since you possess the strength, you cannot merely aspire to be a foot soldier. Truth be told, the captain holds great expectations for you. This mission is not merely about delivering goods. You will also need to undertake additional responsibilities." Hos face, marred by unsightly growths, reveals signs of indecision. What else is required? This time, I will assign you 20 guards and provide you with 200 AK-47s. You will set forth in the name of the Black Flag Merchant Guild. However, upon arrival, your first task will be to disseminate the news that the Black Flag Merchant Guild is acquiring devil fruits, and the price is negotiable. This is quite straightforward. Yet, there is another matter, establishing a stronghold for the Black Flag Guild over there and recruiting those willing to join us. I hope to have some loyal subordinates for the captain in that region. What do you think? The term subordinate is, of course, learned from Casillas. Although he is unsure of its origins, Hawk knows it refers to a subordinate or underling. Taking a deep breath, Ho concedes, "All right, I will do my best." He has always been someone who adapts to circumstances. Even during his days as a wanderer, his only desires were for 3 square meals a day, with little regard for the taste of food, simply because he had never experienced or savored it. However, he has now become a subordinate of Casillas, and he gradually began to engage with the outside world, savoring exquisite delicacies and acquiring a finely crafted longbow. He witnessed firearms that surpassed his own archery skills and encountered formidable individuals who could effortlessly evade his arrows and nonchalantly incapacitate him. Yet, such overwhelmingly powerful figures met their demise at the hands of Casillas. Gradually, what should have been a life devoid of desires began to awaken aspirations within him, not for gourmet food, beautiful women, or wealth, but for strength. He yearned for his archery to become more formidable, capable of effortlessly slaying an officer known as the Fox Hunter, and possessing greater power and range than the miraculous weapon called the AK-47. Thus, during this period, he diligently practiced his archery skills, longing for a superior bow and more exquisite technique. To achieve this, he realized he could not remain a mere foot soldier. He understood that the strong in this world each possessed their own means of becoming more powerful, so he pondered whether he could seek such methods from Casillas. He needed sufficient merits coupled with adequate strength to possibly obtain such knowledge. Consequently, he consented to this endeavor. Although Acho was not foolish and remained indifferent to others' opinions regarding his appearance, he had previously lacked aspirations. Now, with newfound ambitions, he began to strive toward his goals. Hawk nodded thoughtfully, recalled everything that needed to be said, and then stated directly, "Come, let me show you the Royal Navy's warships. This is the finest vessel we currently possess, and acquiring the next one may take quite some time." Just as they were about to depart, a person hurriedly ran in. This is precisely the place where Casillas once resided in the town of Duan, albeit modest in size. Two individuals, responsible for guarding the entrance, rushed in. They were formerly wanderers, though not part of the same cohort as the older drifters who congregated nearby. The 20 or so individuals who remained loyal to Casillas have now ascended to positions of minor leadership. Some tasked with establishing shops while others serve as instructors for the newcomers. They are fortunate, and due to their newfound responsibilities, the morale of the community, shaken by the loss of 180 individuals, has gradually stabilized. Hawk has generously provided financial aid and various privileges to the families of the fallen, and his benevolent actions have indeed yielded commendable results, effectively fostering loyalty and restoring confidence. Some even regard Casillas as a savior, a beacon of hope amidst their former existence as precarious wanderers amidst refuse. What further aspirations could they possibly entertain? Consequently, the initiative to rally other drifters is steadily advancing. With nearly 400 newcomers undergoing training, many of whom have already been assigned to Apoli, and the subsequent recruits for HO will also be selected from this group. Upon entering the living room, the individual exclaimed, "Boss, someone has brought the devil fruit." Hawk had previously admonished his subordinates on numerous occasions to simply address him by name rather than using the term boss, as he believed that only Casillas was deserving of such reverence from these underlings. They could refer to him as chief, or by any other title, even his own name. However, it was evident that the new recruits had yet to internalize this distinction. Nevertheless, Hawk momentarily set aside this previously valued concern. Rising to his feet, he inquired with a hint of surprise, "Is that truly the case?" The scene unfolds in Rog Town. This indeed stands as the most vibrant locale in the East Sea. Akin to a brilliant gem, and at this moment, devoid of the presence of any notorious smokers, the pirates roam freely in and out of this island, a crucial passageway of the Grand Line. Consequently, commerce flourishes, settlers multiply, and though the streets may not be thronged to the point of jostling, they are certainly bustling with an unceasing flow of pedestrians. However, in Robin's eyes, this place is rather ordinary. Having been a fugitive for years, she has witnessed many lands far more prosperous and opulent than Logue Town. If one were to identify a singular distinction of this place, it would be the legacy of the Pirate King. This is the birthplace of Gold, Roger, the legendary pirate. A place that serves as both his hometown and the site of his execution, marking the conclusion of an extraordinary era. However, perhaps it is not yet truly over. Robin gazed up at the elevated execution platform, contemplating this thought. The platform itself was rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. Its only uniqueness lay in the extraordinary individual who had met their fate upon it. Many would linger here. Not only Robin, but also several individuals whose demeanor suggested they were far from virtuous, gazing at this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly significant platform, their eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and excitement. Pirates traversing from the East Blue to the Grand Line would likely make a pilgrimage to this site. Unfortunately, few have managed to establish themselves in the Grand Line, let alone achieve worldwide renown. At this moment, Robin was clad in simple attire, her features illuminated in the light. She had made subtle alterations to her appearance. For instance, the corners of her mouth were slightly downturned, her eyes appeared more rounded, and her irises had transformed into a striking blue. Her long hair was dyed a mundane brownish yellow. These minor adjustments rendered her almost unrecognizable, complemented by plain trousers that concealed her curves and a cloth tightly cinched around her chest. At this juncture, Robin appeared quite ordinary, her figure almost devoid of definition, making it exceedingly difficult for her to attract attention. Since acquiring the powers of the devil fruit, her use of such disguises has gradually diminished. However, in the naval-occupied town of Rogue Town, caution remains paramount. Blending into the crowd, Robin sought refuge in a bustling tavern. Before even pushing the door open, she overheard a high-pitched voice exclaiming loudly, "Hey, do you know that our East Blues clown, Buggy, was once a crew member of the Pirate King's ship? And he is also a friend of one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks?" Chapter 97. Turbulent Waters. Who told you that? How could that guy possibly be a crew member of the Pirate King, or a friend of red-haired Shanks? Who would believe such nonsense? Instantly, someone retorted, expressing disbelief. Robin approached the bar, ordered herself a glass of red wine, and quietly savored it while eavesdropping on the gossip. Discussions surrounding the Pirate King were a beloved topic among the patrons. Although many ordinary individuals harbored grievances against the notorious pirates, blaming them for the calamities they endured, those immersed in the tavern seemed indifferent to such sentiments. The existence of the treasure proclaimed by the Pirate King and the reasons behind his surrender often sparked fervent debates among the inebriated. How can you be so sure it's false? The man countered, then continued to divulge his version of events. It is said that Buggy was once an intern on the Pirate King's ship, and at that time, red-haired Shanks was also an intern. They were already good friends. Later, before Roger surrendered, he disbanded the crew, and Shanks established his own pirate crew, quickly gaining fame and becoming one of the four emperors. As for Buggy, he wandered aimlessly, ultimately beginning to recruit in our East Blue. His tale seemed vivid and animated, albeit most listeners were merely enjoying the spectacle. Curiously, they were more intrigued by the mention of red-haired Shanks. Forget Buggy. How formidable could he possibly be? I refuse to believe it. His crew has reportedly been annihilated multiple times, and recently, he encountered someone named Casillas, selling out his own subordinates to survive. How could he possibly have connections to the Pirate King or red-haired Shanks? Exactly. It's more plausible that Shanks was once part of the Pirate King's crew, but Buggy? No way. Believe it or not. It's just what I heard from others, the man replied dismissively. There exists a conspicuous point of incredulity regarding this matter. The widely held belief that all individuals aboard the Pirate King's ship are formidable warriors. How could someone like Buggy possibly belong? Although Buggy undoubtedly surpasses the drunken braggarts in the tavern, they would never concede to such a truth. It is certainly not Buggy who can silence the inebriated patrons. Yet, Robin finds herself intrigued by this notion. She quietly notes it, pondering the veracity of this information and its potential authenticity. The name Buggy the Clown she has indeed never encountered before. Furthermore, she has never come across any records pertaining to the Pirate King, Roger. Her interest remains piqued. Despite the mere passage of a decade, it constitutes a fragment of history. Roger, the Pirate King, who conquered the Grand Line and reached Raftel, is believed to have uncovered immense treasure and profound secrets. Therefore, his final words before death heralded the dawn of the great pirate era. To comprehend the life of such an individual would surely be a profoundly significant endeavor. However, as a wanted criminal of the world government and its most formidable adversary, records concerning him are likely scarce, most likely destroyed. Contemplating this figure, Robin occasionally feels an inexplicable sense of kinship. After all, they are both outlaws in the eyes of the world government. After finishing her drink, she rises and departs, seeking a temporary place of refuge. Initially, her journey from the West Blue into the Grand Line was motivated by a desire to observe the other four seas, or perhaps to meander through the Grand Line itself. However, after witnessing the weapons of Gray and Lucien, her previously unconsidered target, the East Blue, has now captured her interest. Though often regarded as the weakest sea, it has nonetheless been the birthplace of a figure such as the Pirate King. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, Logtown holds significance. This is not entirely incomprehensible. Roger was merely born here and subsequently met his demise in this very place, leaving little behind aside from the gallows. Over the years, Robin, apart from meticulously concealing her identity, could hardly remain in one place for long. She resembled a traveler, having left her footprints in every corner of the West Sea and having perused numerous historical texts. Yet, in her heart, what she yearned for most was the essence of history, the very words that had obliterated everything she once possessed. Shortly after stepping out of the tavern, Robin suddenly became aware of a crucial fact. The world government was exceedingly sensitive to all matters concerning the Pirate King, Roger. To this day, it is said they are still pursuing his crew and everything related, including the enigmatic Rayleigh and the possibility of the Pirate King having an heir. The veracity of the claim that this so-called Joker Bucky is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates remains uncertain. Nevertheless, regardless of its authenticity, such matters invariably pique the interest of many, ensuring that they will inevitably circulate widely. This is bound to attract the attention of the global government. This could potentially attract the likes of CP9, the underlings of the world government. With this thought, Robin's expression grew notably grave. As the infamous daughter of the devil, who was sought after by the world government, She has gradually come to comprehend information about the intelligence agencies that remains unknown to the average person. The world government has an extensive network of informants throughout the globe, existing wherever humanity resides, even in remote locations like Fishman Island. For instance, should her current whereabouts be divulged, it would not be long before members of CP9 arrived on the scene. The entire process would unfold in mere days. She must exercise utmost caution. Upon further reflection, a faint premonition began to stir within her. The so-called Jester Buggy being a member of the Pirate King's crew is likely a rumor deliberately propagated by someone. Regardless of its veracity, it stands to reason that Buggy himself would not disclose such information, especially since he had remained silent following the demise of the Pirate King. How could he possibly make such claims now? Unless the entire narrative is fabricated, conjured by this individual known as Buggy for the sake of self-aggrandizement. She feels that this possibility is rather slim. Rather, it is more plausible that it is connected to someone named Casillas. Although lacking any concrete evidence, this remains mere conjecture. However, she was indeed not mistaken in her assumptions. The rumors surrounding the clown, Baki, are indeed disseminated by Casillas. This can be regarded as yet another strategy to address the calamities provoked by Gray's provocations. As long as we successfully attract the attention of the intelligence agencies of the world government, within a mere 2 months, the celestial dragons will arrive in the East Sea, coinciding closely with the arrival of Doflamingo's associates. Should the adversaries arrive prematurely, we shall have to allow Gray and Lucien to navigate the Grand Line for a while. When the time comes, with the celestial dragons, the world government, the revolutionary army, and Doflamingo's subordinates all converging in the East Sea, it shall be a veritable gathering of heavyweights, providing him with ample opportunities to maneuver amidst the chaos. At that juncture, any disturbances can conveniently be attributed to Buggy the Clown, as he is a member of the Pirate King's crew, or even to the Revolutionary Army, which serves as a commendable scapegoat. As for how to instigate turmoil without detection, naturally, by utilizing the devil fruit to exchange for a Gauss sniper rifle. With an effective range of 12 kilometers, a shot fired from such a distance would leave no trace of its origin. Originally, Casillas had dispatched Gray and the others to the Grand Line with the intention of acquiring several devil fruits for trade. Now, in urgent need of this remarkable electromagnetic rifle, he instructed Hawk to disseminate news of his acquisition of devil fruits. To his surprise, within just a few days, a lead materialized. The individual appeared to be someone returning from the Grand Line to the East Sea, with the gentle sway of a small boat swiftly navigating along the coastline. Casillas found himself in high spirits. The rear of the vessel was propelled by a wide ice formation, resembling an arm, urging the small craft forward, leaving behind a trail of dissipating frost in the seawater, akin to the white vapor trails left by a fighter jet soaring through the sky. Chapter 98. Fortune. After bidding farewell to the clown, the incessant rain returned, causing Hawk to feel somewhat irritable. He harbored a strong aversion to rainy days. As in his previous life of residing in a makeshift shelter, the rain would invariably seep through the walls and roof made of tattered cloth and straw, leaving him with a singular impression of dampness and chill during the rainy season. Although he no longer bore such concerns, he still found no solace in the rain. The window stood ajar, and the diagonal gusts of wind carried the fine drizzle indoors, dampening the modest wooden table and soaking the few plates of fruit arranged upon it. Despite his newfound wealth, Hawk had refrained from furnishing the room with luxurious and practical items, instead allowing the exposed wood grain and the marks of age to remain evident on the table and chairs, which were the very pieces he and Casillas had used during their brief time together here. The table had been moved to the window's edge, now slick with rainwater, its surface dark and shimmering like the surface of a lake. Yet, Hawk had no intention of closing the window. The gentle breeze from the rain swept into the room, gradually shedding the warmth of summer, and this current bore the distinct chill of autumn, enough to send shivers through anyone dressed lightly. Hartrog sat opposite him, a half-eaten plate of desserts resting before him. This is already the third plate he has consumed, while many have a penchant for sweets. Despite indulging in 2.5 servings without feeling excessively cloyed, his stomach is beginning to reach its limit. Although the desserts crafted by Hawk are quite delectable, their portions are rather generous. Observing him struggle to finish, Hawk inwardly sighed. Perhaps it is due to his fruit powers that he has recently developed a fondness for personally creating desserts. Many of the newcomers in the Merchant Guild have tasted his creations and showered him with compliments. However, it is evident that without the use of his abilities, his confections can only be deemed satisfactory. If he were to employ his powers in crafting desserts, Hartrog could likely consume 4 or 5 plates and still continue to indulge, even when his stomach is already distended. The disparity in the situation was considerable. Hartrog, by this time, had grown somewhat impatient. Since his arrival here with the devil fruit, he had anticipated an immediate acquisition of his desires, only to be informed by this youth that his superior would come personally and requested that he wait. Naturally, he had no option but to bide his time. Yet, as dusk began to fall, hours had passed, 5 or 6 at least, without any sign of the individual named Casillas. Hartrog was not inherently a patient man. Although Hawk had consistently displayed courtesy, offering delightful confections and fruits as hospitality, he could no longer contain himself and was about to voice his thoughts. However, before he could speak, he noticed Hawk suddenly rise, a smile illuminating his face. He has arrived. Upon hearing this, Hartrog followed Hawk's gaze to the window. In the dim, drizzling rain, the streets appeared almost deserted. A figure, seemingly cloaked in shadows, was making its way through the puddles with deliberate strides. Had it not been for the illumination and the figure's dark coat, Hartrog might have entirely overlooked the individual hastening through the murky surroundings. This person was of modest stature, approximately 1.5 meters tall. A stark contrast to Hartrog's imposing 2-meter frame, rendering the newcomer almost diminutive. In a short while, Casillas had arrived at the door. Hawk had already opened it. Waiting by the entrance, his head bowed slightly. "Boss, you're here." Casillas lifted the black hood from his head and removed his coat, which Hawk naturally accepted, folding it with care and draping it over his arm. "Where is it?" Casillas immediately inquired about the devil fruit. Hawk stepped aside, gesturing to Hartrog, who had already risen to his feet and was following closely behind him. "This is Boss Yass." Hartrog, momentarily taken aback, noticed that the black coat hanging on Hawk's arm bore no trace of moisture. Instead, it emanated a chill that was noticeably lower than the surrounding temperature. With keen observation, he even discerned tiny shards of ice falling from the coat. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Casillas inquire, "You were formerly under Ronald's command?" "Indeed." Hartrog replied, "I served under Boss Ronald before embarking on my journey to the Grand Line and have only recently returned to the East Blue. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in avenging Boss Ronald." As he spoke, he took a moment to scrutinize Casillas' features. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he regarded Casillas from a height, exuding an air of superiority, though he would never dare to entertain such a notion. Although he had spent several years navigating the Grand Line and believed himself to possess considerable strength, he knew that he could never hope to contend with someone of Hunter's caliber who was undeniably an elite of the Navy. Yet, the youth before him had slain such a formidable opponent, one he felt utterly incapable of resisting. Despite having mentally prepared himself and being informed by Vladel that his adversary was seemingly of similar age to Hawk, he could not help but be awestruck upon witnessing him in person. With his raven black hair and youthful visage, the penetrating gaze in his eyes imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Casillas, though grateful, chose to ignore his emotions and seated himself at a table by the window. He picked up a rain-drenched banana, peeled it, and while consuming it, remarked, "You need not thank me. Casillas simply deserved his fate. Hawk mentioned that you would provide me with the devil fruit without any monetary compensation." Hartrog chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I seek no financial recompense. However, I hope that in the future, both Vladel and I may find refuge under the Black Flag Trading Company. That poses no issue." "Is there anything else?" Casillas asked, reclining in his chair, crossing his legs, and lighting a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. "How about I gift you 10 AK-47s? Following Casillas' demise, Vladel, who had inherited Ronald's influence, found himself without support. While he had learned that Christina was seemingly affiliated with the Black Flag Pirates, he had yet to express any intent to ally with Casillas. Perhaps he remained unaware of this or simply wished to maintain his tavern operations. "Do not worry. I will not impose any demands upon you. This is merely the return on this devil fruit. You have indeed rendered me a great service, and I am profoundly grateful." Hartrog was elated. His initial intention had merely been to secure protection through the devil fruit. Although Tina had already become associated with Casillas, he still regarded himself as an outsider. The assurance that they would not be required to perform any tasks alleviated his concerns about parting with the devil fruit, and he felt quite satisfied, especially with the prospect of receiving 10 such powerful weapons. "Ah, Hawk," Casillas said, a smile gracing his lips. "Bring the items and assist me in sending him off." Hartrog followed with a broad smile, while Casillas reached for a wooden box on the table, casually opening it to reveal a banana-shaped, violet blue devil fruit inside, his excitement evident. This is quite a surprise. Who knows if the Gauss sniper rifle will reappear after being removed? Even if it does, how long would it take? Originally, Casillas had ultimately regretted abandoning the idea of acquiring this high-tech weapon, yet Gray inadvertently attracted a formidable adversary. He spread rumors about acquiring devil fruits, merely holding on to a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, who could have anticipated? I wonder just how much luck this European emperor has consumed this time. Chapter 99. The Gauss sniper rifle. After bidding farewell to Hartrog, who was carrying a wooden box containing 10 firearms along with their accompanying ammunition, Hawk returned to Casillas. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, at that time, when he mentioned not wanting any money, I truly couldn't believe it. Casillas smiled faintly. In any case, we should look after them in the future. However, they already have a close relationship with Tina. This devil fruit would indeed be a delightful addition. Boss, I haven't asked you yet, why the sudden interest in devil fruits? Hawk inquired, somewhat puzzled. Previously, when they were on the Sarah's Islands, Casillas had instructed Gray and Lucien to search for devil fruits along the Grand Line. Hawk had been curious then but had refrained from asking. If it was to select some individuals among his subordinates to consume devil fruits in hopes of developing powerful abilities, Casillas' sudden urgency to acquire them now seemed rather peculiar. Hawk thought of the devil fruit he had consumed, which seemed only suitable for making desserts. He truly had no idea how to develop combat capabilities from it. Although he had recently contemplated using his abilities to mass-produce cakes for sale, he figured it would likely be quite profitable. But it seemed only useful for making money. Casillas did not respond, but instead pulled out a mass of black material from his pocket. Unfolding it revealed a large fabric pouch, the opening of which measured nearly a meter in diameter. Under Hawk's curious gaze, Casillas reached into the expansive cloth bag, as if grasping something. "Hawk, let me show you something extraordinary," Casillas exclaimed, and as he spoke, he pulled forth a shimmering silver object from the previously empty pouch. The item measured over 2 meters in length, and Casillas' arm was simply not long enough. He had to hold on to one part with one hand while releasing the bag with the other. With a swift motion, he flung the black cloth bag aside, revealing the entirety of the object. Though it was not Hawk's first encounter with such a phenomenon, he was still struck by its marvel. It seemed as if the ordinary black bag concealed another dimension, as Casillas had consistently retrieved weapons from similar places. Now, he had produced something that left Hawk utterly speechless. The Gauss sniper rifle, measuring approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters, appeared quite unwieldy in Casillas' grasp. The object before him gleamed in a resplendent silver hue, adorned with an array of smooth lines that emitted a soft blue luminescence, meticulously arranged yet exhibiting a certain chaotic charm across its entire body. The barrel, extending over a meter in length, was encircled by perfectly aligned rings of blue, resembling exquisite glass or crystal, bestowing an enchanting beauty upon it. "Is this a gun?" Hawk inquired hesitantly, for it indeed bore a structural resemblance to the AK-47, featuring components such as the trigger, grip, and stock. Indeed. Casillas grasped the Gauss sniper rifle with one hand, his index finger poised delicately on the trigger. The streamlined surface of the weapon reflected the metallic sheen, harmonizing splendidly with the seemingly animated blue lines that shimmered and flowed. He raised this formidable piece towards the window. Its weight of over 20 kilograms was not particularly burdensome for a weapon of such magnitude. To Casillas, it felt as light as a feather. On the weapon's body, there was an apparatus reminiscent of a telescope. This was the scope. However, it did not take the form of a monocular. Rather, it resembled binoculars, extending about 7 or 8 centimeters from the rear, aligned with the barrel's direction. Casillas pressed his face against it, a smile breaking across his features. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell amidst dense clouds, and with the sun long set, the world appeared shrouded in darkness. Yet, through the scope, the scene was illuminated as if it were daylight. With a mere glance, Casillas spotted a dilapidated wall at the end of a street several hundred meters away. He adjusted his view slightly, traversing the vast distance, as the automatic focusing feature brought the distant forest of Galbo Mountain into sharp clarity, revealing the intricate veins of deep green leaves and the raindrops that splattered and burst upon their surfaces, transforming into perfectly spherical beads due to surface tension, saturating the confined space. The scope provided a remarkably exaggerated field of vision, displaying data such as wind speed, wind direction, and the current distance to the target, all in constant flux. With the slightest shift of his aim, the entire scene within the scope underwent a dramatic transformation. revealing everything from the nearby brick walls mere meters away to the fine raindrops scattered high above, several kilometers in the air. Furthermore, with a gentle press of the trigger, the automatic scope calculated the trajectory and various influencing factors, marking deviations and fine-tuning the position of the muzzle. Indeed, the muzzle of this remarkable weapon could be adjusted within minute ranges, yet this correction of the trajectory was executed automatically, requiring no manual adjustment from the user. For ultra-long-range shooting, allowing the machine to handle the meticulous angle corrections over distances of several kilometers was undeniably more reliable than relying on human precision. This is a technological weapon that is entirely foreign to the era familiar to Casillas, its formidable capabilities evident. The Gauss weapon can be plainly referred to as an electromagnetic weapon, based on Casillas' scant knowledge of military hardware. He is aware that such weapons have long been the subject of research within the laboratories of various great nations. Yet he has not heard of any that have been successfully deployed in practice. An electromagnetic weapon, as its name implies, utilizes electric currents and magnetic fields to propel metal, imbuing bullets with kinetic energy. Compared to traditional firearms that evolved from black powder to chemical propellants, its greatest advantages lie in both firepower and rate of fire. The firepower, needless to say, is remarkable. The muzzle velocity of electromagnetic projectiles can reach over 1,000 meters per second, with claims suggesting that they might even approach sublight speeds, contingent upon the strength of the magnetic field. Regarding the rate of fire, it is rumored that several thousand rounds per second could be achievable. However, since this Gauss sniper rifle is designated as such, it is not intended for rapid fire. The bullet's muzzle velocity, while impressive, does not approach the speed of light, instead hovering around 4,000 meters per second. After rummaging through his pocket, Casillas produced a silver bullet. The bullet was as thick as a finger and nearly the length of 2 middle fingers. It was uncertain what metal it was crafted from. However, upon meticulous examination by Casillas, it became evident that this was a completely solid metal bullet, devoid of any mechanism. This is one of the ordinary bullets from the 100 that came as a complimentary gift. With a gentle press on the circular blue button at the rear of the firearm, a mechanical whirring sound ensued, revealing a slender aperture located towards the middle rear of the gun, perfectly sized to accommodate the bullet. Hawk observed as Casillas inserted the projectile, and the elongated opening promptly sealed shut. The flickering blue lines on the gun's body began to illuminate brightly. "Boss, you can't possibly intend to fire it here. Can you?" Hawk urgently cautioned. "How could I? I merely wish to experience it," Casillas replied, aiming the Gauss sniper rifle, its muzzle shifting within the confines of the narrow window. Although his index finger rested on the trigger, he was not foolish. The bullet exits the chamber at an astonishing velocity of 4,000 meters per second, meaning it would take merely 3 seconds to strike a target 12 kilometers away. The commotion such a shot would create is beyond imagination. For now, Casillas could only indulge in the thrill of the moment. If he were to truly test the weapon, it would certainly not be in a place like in town. Chapter 100. The Merchant Guild's Guard Training Camp. After stowing the ostentatiously designed Gauss sniper rifle into a black cloth bag, Casillas crumpled the bag and tucked it into his pocket. "Let us go. We should see how the guards are training," he said to Hawk. What prompted this sudden interest, boss?" Hawk asked, somewhat bewildered, as he recalled that, apart from establishing some rules and training schedules and intensities, Casillas had never taken much interest in the matter before. Casillas donned his black trench coat, pulling the hood over his head. "I've suddenly taken an interest. I want to see how well these individuals are training. Afterward, I'll set off for Rogue Town. I have some matters to attend to." "Rogue Town? What is the purpose of going there?" Hawk inquired with curiosity, as Casillas had not yet divulged the troubles caused by a certain individual. Even now, Casillas had no intention of revealing it. "It's nothing, just a minor issue." Even if he were to inform Hawk, there was little he could do at this point. This matter would require strength to resolve, and if all went well, there was a possibility of turning Doflamingo from foe to ally, although for someone like him, the concept of friendship was merely synonymous with profit. Casillas, however, possessed a form of profit to offer. Hawk, merely curious, did not press further. He donned a waterproof trench coat and followed Casillas, accompanied by several guards from the merchant convoy. As Casillas stepped onto the waterlogged streets of N-Town, a layer of white ice formed beneath each footfall, slowly melting away only after he had passed. Raindrops that ventured within inches of his presence transformed into small, oval ice beads, preventing even a drop from dampening his attire. Hawk had encountered such extraordinary circumstances numerous times before. Thus it did not evoke any sense of astonishment within him. However, the armed guards accompanying him exchanged glances filled with both surprise and delight. They were aware that this individual was the true leader of the Black Flag Merchant Association, although this was their first encounter and they had not received a warm greeting. Witnessing a supernatural power that seemed to belong solely to tales of old instilled in them not only a sense of fear and wonder, but also a profound sense of pride. This individual is their leader, providing them with shelter, sustenance, and employment, and to some fortunate souls, even a wife. They have all aspired to be near those fortunate women, who were said to have once been slaves in the service of the noble class of Gaussian, renowned for their fair skin, beauty, and tall stature. To men emerging from the depths of poverty, they seemed like celestial beings, utterly unattainable. Many of those who initially followed the esteemed leader, Casillas, have now risen to positions of minor authority, and they possess wives bestowed upon them by the leader, inciting envy among others. Originally, the training grounds for the merchant convoy's guards were established in an abandoned village by the seaside. However, Hawk, considering factors such as distance and the complexity of the training environment, recently relocated this site to the foothills of the Galbo Mountains. The former grounds have been transformed into a dwelling place for the elderly, women, and children under the Merchant Guild's care. As the previous location was unsuitable for docking vessels or serving as a transfer point or warehouse for the guild, from a distance, one could observe the training camp, where massive logs were driven into the ground to form a makeshift wall. As the guild's operations have yet to fully commence, the majority of the recruited guards remain in training here, along with cooks and instructors, totaling fewer than 600 individuals. Thus, the camp is not as vast as Casillas had envisioned. Currently, this space suffices, and expanding it would be a simple task, requiring only the dismantling of the perimeter to increase the area as needed. Hawk casually explained this to Casillas by his side. As they approached within 30 or 40 meters, they were soon noticed. However, upon Hawk waving and calling out, the sturdy wooden gate, constructed from thick logs, swung open, and several individuals dashed through the rain towards them. "Boss Hawk, what brings you here?" One figure, armed with a rifle, quickly approached with a brisk stride, stopping before Hawk with a puzzled expression. "Boss Yas has arrived and wishes to assess your situation," Hawk replied directly. The individual's demeanor shifted as he glanced at Casillas, who was cloaked and dripping with frozen rainwater. Noticing the ice spreading beneath his feet, he straightened up abruptly, saluting. "Boss, you have come." The salute was a practice borrowed from the training protocols of a past life, and this was not the first time it had been witnessed. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, exuded a robust aura, especially with an AK-47 fitted with a bayonet slung across his back. It is worth noting that Casillas had merely invested in equipping each AK with a bayonet, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. The individual known as Casillas appeared somewhat familiar. Upon deeper reflection, it dawned on me that he was one of the 20 individuals who had previously accompanied me at the Grand Estate in Gaussian, prompting a slight smile. I retrieved a pack of rolling papers from my pocket, extracted a cigarette, and extended it towards him, inquiring, "What is your name?" The young man, taken aback, bent slightly in the rain, extending his hands to receive the white cigarette Casillas offered, while carefully stowing it away as he replied, "Boss, I am Paul Walker, but everyone calls me Monkey." "Ah," Casillas responded nonchalantly, and proceeded to stride forward. Monkey, devoid of any discontent, immediately stepped ahead to guide Casillas, stating, "Boss, our training camp is currently at full capacity with 400 individuals. After Butler Appley and Ugly extracted several personnel, we promptly conducted replacements. Each day begins at 6 in the morning with morning exercises, followed by breakfast at 8. Subsequently, we embark on weight-bearing cross-country treks through the mountains and forests. Lunch is resolved with provisions carried by each individual or through hunting. We then return to the camp for formation drills and shooting practice, followed by dinner at 7:30, and conclude with strength training until 9, when we retire for the night." As Monkey recounted the daily regimen of the caravan guards, I inquired, "Is it arduous? Have any individuals been unable to endure such rigorous training?" Although I sensed that this regimen paled in comparison to my recent intensive strength training, it was undoubtedly strenuous for these ordinary individuals. Monkey hesitated momentarily, glancing at Hawk, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he replied, "Indeed, there are a few, but we expunge those individuals immediately. There is no shortage of vagabonds eager to join the Merchant Association as guards. Young men are abundant and readily available. Those who dare to complain simply do not appreciate the opportunity." Monkey spoke with indignation before swiftly changing the subject. However, this represents merely a small minority. The vast majority are exceedingly grateful to you, boss, for rescuing them from the brink of starvation on the streets. They train diligently and are unafraid of hardship. Casillas had merely posed a casual question, yet received such a response, which, while instilling a subtle sense of pride, he chose not to reveal. Monkey's words rang true. The inhabitants of the camp were indeed content with their lives. They enjoyed 3 hearty meals daily, each replete with meat. And for those who once languished in fear of starvation, this existence was nothing short of paradise. Moreover, for those with families. When a man enters the training camp of the guard, his wife, children, or elderly parents are assured of ample sustenance, warm clothing, and shelter. They may even secure employment at the distillery or various shops that are being established, marking a truly splendid era. It would be even more delightful if the training were not so harsh and relentlessly grueling. Chapter 101, Solo Voyage. Upon entering the gates, one is greeted by rows of meticulously arranged barracks, constructed from simple wooden materials. After all, this venture is still in its infancy, leaving little time for the construction of brick dormitories. However, according to Hawk, a more comprehensive camp development plan is already underway. The expansive shooting range and training grounds are also drenched in rain. The monkey remarked, although it has been perpetually raining with few pleasant days, outdoor training has not been neglected. Activities that could be conducted indoors have been moved inside, while shooting practice has been sheltered under canopies, continuing unabated each day. At this moment, dinner time had arrived. In a corner of the camp's large mess hall, aside from a few on guard duty, everyone else gathered to partake in their meal. From a distance, the enticing aromas of pork sausages, bacon, onion soup, and bread wafted through the air. Boss, would you like to join everyone for dinner? The monkey, emboldened, extended an invitation to Casillas. Shaking his head, Casillas had no intention of approaching. To be frank, the cuisine of the Kingdom of Goya was hardly commendable. The array of sausages and bread had long since lost its appeal to him. He had no desire to partake in communal dining, feigning camaraderie, and sharing in the toil of others. This is the world of the Pirate King, utterly distinct from another realm, where individual strength can reach cataclysmic heights, rendering numbers irrelevant in the face of the formidable. Even if Casillas were to train thousands of loyal soldiers, they would be of no use against a powerhouse like Don Quixote Doflamingo. With his mastery of observation hockey, armament hockey, and the powers of the string fruit, Doflamingo could effortlessly massacre ordinary individuals armed with AK-47s, let alone his ability to eliminate weaker foes with Conqueror's hockey. And Doflamingo is merely one of the many formidable beings in the New World. Above him lie Katakuri, a high-ranking officer among the 4 emperors, as well as the emperors themselves, admirals, and others. These ordinary individuals can only be regarded as the grassroots forces of the future. At the very least, they are capable of handling the same minor challenges with ease. Casillas, satisfied with this, observed them from a distance for a while before commenting with a smile, "Not bad. Keep up the good work." With that, he turned and departed. The monkey stood there for a moment, following him to the door but then halting in his tracks. He found himself somewhat bewildered. Did the boss truly just glance at them casually and then leave? He had initially anticipated that Casillas would surely engage with the guards undergoing training at the Merchant Guild. However, contrary to his expectations, Casillas merely indulged in a fleeting glance. After departing from the camp, he soon returned to the streets of Duan Town, but his trajectory did not lead him home. Instead, he aimed to traverse the town directly towards the coastline beyond the realm of uncertainty. Throughout the journey, Casillas remained silent, his strides brisk and purposeful. "Boss, where are we headed now?" Hawk inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, a look of perplexity adorning his face. "Did I not inform you that I was bound for Rogtown?" Casillas replied casually. Yet, Hawk had harbored doubts. The only vessels capable of venturing out to sea during such a season were the recently acquired warships, yet those had already been commandeered by Ho. Hawk pondered if perhaps he could request another ship from that rotund old fellow, Pander. But would he acquiesce? Moreover, judging by Casillas's demeanor, it appeared he intended to set off immediately. Had his boss acquired a sizable ship unbeknownst to him? Casillas extended his palm, catching a few raindrops. And as he gazed at the thin layer of ice resting in his hand, he remarked, "I require no ship at all." In the late hours of the night, around 10 o'clock, Casillas and Hawk, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at the seaside. The refuse heap of the realm of uncertainty stretched into the ocean. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Goya was devoid of significantly polluted waste. At worst, there were merely human remains. As for animal carcasses, those were often considered sustenance and had long been scavenged. Even animals that succumbed to disease provided nourishment for the wanderers, who consumed them without hesitation. Moreover, the proportion of corpses was relatively minor compared to the mountainous refuse, resulting in minimal pollution of the sea. If this situation persists, it is conceivable that several centuries hence, this area may yield an expanse of land reclaimed from the sea through the accumulation of refuse. In truth, the refuse submerged in the waters has already filled the shallower regions along the shore. To Casillas, this debris hardly qualifies as severe pollution. However, the clarity of the surrounding waters has indeed diminished considerably, particularly evident on a rainy night such as this, especially to Casillas, whose vision surpasses that of the average person. Casillas ventured onto the surface of the sea, utilizing the power of his temperature fruit, which caused a sturdy layer of ice to form beneath his feet. After advancing for more than 10 meters, he paused momentarily, and the ice beneath him expanded into a thick, solid surface, continuing to spread forward and laterally. Hawk. Behold my new invention. Casillas called out to Hawk, who stood atop a mound of refuse. In an instant, a piercing shriek emanated from his heels, and a slender plume of scalding white vapor erupted from them, slicing through the torrential rain and enveloping the shore. Where Hawk and the others felt a wave of scorching heat wash over them, as these two serpentine jets of vapor shot forth. Casillas' figure darted away like a released arrow, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Take care of Tina and Sasha for me. Casillas' voice, now blended with the night, left behind only the faint impression of the white mist. Hawk stood for a moment, bewildered, scratching his golden short hair, then sighed. The captain truly was that scalding vapor just now also an application of the temperature fruit's abilities? What about my own fruit? On the surface of the sea, Casillas breathed in the fierce wind that rushed towards him, continuously employing his abilities to heat the icy shards within the metal tubes of his boots. His speed escalated, for beneath him lay a path of ice. Wherever his soles brushed against the shapeless water, it transformed into a solid pathway capable of supporting the weight of a robust man. Casillas had devised a small mechanism within the soles of his leather boots, featuring two hollow metal tubes embedded in the sole, each equipped with tiny nozzles at the rear. Before them lay a delicate apparatus designed to shatter the icy surface, transforming the water or ice shavings within the metal tube into a high-temperature mist that is forcefully expelled. As this mist is ejected, it creates friction against the icy terrain, allowing the scraped ice particles to enter the metal tube, thus providing a continuous source of kinetic energy. However, a complication arises. This mechanism cannot perpetually discharge mist, as the incoming ice particles must pause to enter the reaction chamber. During the mist's expulsion, a completely sealed environment with only a minuscule opening is required, necessitating manual intervention to allow the collected ice shavings to flow into the rear section. While this method is not infallible, it is nonetheless quite effective. The speed propelled by the steam across the icy surface is remarkably swift, although it can only be sustained for just over a minute at a time. This duration proves entirely sufficient. With exceptional balance and reflexes, even when faced with the undulating sea, one can leap over or gracefully slide down the waves. Occasionally glancing at the compass in his hand, Casillas squints against the biting wind and rain, estimating his current speed to exceed 100 kilometers per hour. This is a significant improvement compared to the traditional wind-powered vessels. Further acceleration is indeed possible. However, increasing speed also heightens the risk of mishaps, for reckless driving is bound to invite disaster. Indeed, I have taken another leave. Whether to make up for it depends on my mood. Chapter 102. Redfoot Zepp. At the port of Rogtown, a dense array of sailing ships stood with their bare masts, swaying in rhythm with the turbulent waves of the storm. The vessels varied in size, including merchant ships, passenger ships, and notably, a fair number of pirate ships. The pirates, however, maintained a low profile. Their once flapping Jolly Rogers were now furled. Rogtown serves as a crucial nexus for the East Sea's entrance into the Grand Line, with a formidable naval presence stationed here. To brazenly flaunt one's piratical identity in such circumstances would be an act of sheer folly. Discretion is the better part of valor, sparing one from unnecessary trouble. Yet, there are always those pirates oblivious to this truth. With a stroke of luck, they may evade capture, but should they encounter a naval patrol without sufficient strength, imprisonment is inevitable. In stark contrast to those pirates awaiting entry into the Grand Line, the chef pirate crew has just traversed the Red Land and successfully returned to their homeland, the East Sea. They too have lowered their sails and Jolly Rogers, blending inconspicuously among the multitude of vessels. Some pirates, unable to contain their impatience, press forward through the storm, believing the Red Land to be within reach. Such reckless ventures often end in disaster, with ships wrecked and lives lost before they can even glimpse the contours of the Red Land. Those fortunate enough to survive may navigate into Reverse Mountain, defying the currents. In Zep's eyes, such actions are undeniably foolish. Achieving the correct angle to enter Reverse Mountain during tranquil weather requires both luck and extensive experience, let alone in the tumultuous conditions of the rainy season. At this moment, the illustrious captain of the chef pirate crew, Zep, successfully withdrew from the Grand Line, immersed in his culinary endeavors within the ship's kitchen. Known by the moniker Red Leg, he once instilled fear across the East Blue as a formidable pirate. However, since the chef pirate crew ventured into the Grand Line and vanished from the East Blue, he has been nearly forgotten by its inhabitants. Yet, the mere fact that he has successfully returned unscathed from the Grand Line will soon reignite his fame throughout the East Blue. After all, it is a significant feat to emerge intact from such treacherous waters, especially in the East Blue. In the ship's kitchen, equipped with an array of culinary tools, gleaming knives danced in the light as they were deftly wielded. Various meats, fish, and vegetables were rapidly transformed into neatly cut pieces, awaiting their turn in the pot. Such scenes are rarely witnessed on ordinary pirate vessels, where one might find only a handful of cooking utensils and a simple approach to preparing meals, perhaps a few extra spices and a couple of cuts to make handling the fish and meat easier. But aboard Zep's ship, the atmosphere was markedly different. With his exceptional culinary skills, Zep, a trained chef, possessed a discerning palate and a deep appreciation for food, leaving no room for negligence in his culinary pursuits. Though he seldom cooked himself anymore, as most of his crew boasted impressive culinary talents, some even hailing from chef backgrounds. Today, an unexpected whim had him taking to the kitchen once more. A rich steam enveloped the space, prompting Zep to push open the porthole, inviting the cool breeze to sweep away the stifling heat and disperse the rising clouds of vapor. As he gazed at the relentless curtain of rain outside for a moment, he was about to proceed with his next task when a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. "Hey, look over there. There's someone." "What? Let me see." "No way. There's really someone out there on the water. Come quick. They're moving so fast. This person is skating on the sea. Indeed, look at the ice beneath their feet. Could this individual be a user of some ability?" The clamor persisted, causing Zep to furrow his brow in irritation. As a chef, he despised being disturbed during his culinary focus, especially by a raucous crowd. Yet, amidst the din, he managed to catch snippets of crucial information. Someone skating on the sea? A user of abilities? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the East Blue. With a thoughtful stroke of his prominent nose and a tug at his braided golden beard, he pushed through the kitchen door and strode confidently onto the deck. Just as he reached the deck, a hurried pirate unexpectedly blocked his path. With a swift motion, Zep unleashed a kick, sending the intruder flying. "What's all this noise about? You rascals, quiet down." Jipu, casting not a glance at the minion he had just sent flying, whose body was now crumpled against the mast and struggling to rise, was enveloped in a tempest of fury that instantly quelled the raucous crew aboard his ship. The infamous Redfoot Jipu was no benevolent figure. He was a merciless pirate, despite his crew adhering to certain codes, such as never stealing food from their victims. He remained fundamentally a tempestuous and ruthless marauder. However, compared to his earlier self, after a year navigating the Grand Line, he had mellowed considerably. Upon realizing his dreams were unattainable, he resolved to return home and began planning to open a restaurant in the East Blue, thus shedding his life of piracy. In the past, the unfortunate pirate he had just dispatched might have found himself lifeless on the deck. "What is the matter?" The golden braids of his mustache quivered as he inquired of his trusted subordinate, already suspecting the answer. Paddy, rubbing his hands together, his muscular arms bulging like those of a cartoon sailor after consuming spinach, beamed broadly as he reported to his captain, "Captain, look." He pointed towards the ocean. Jipu squinted into the distance and, indeed, observed a dark silhouette rapidly approaching, growing larger by the second. The commotion among the crew aboard nearby vessels became palpable. "Fetch the binoculars," Jipu commanded, and Paddy promptly handed him a pair of telescopic lenses. Peering through them, Jipu discerned the figure's features, a youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, with an unmistakably youthful visage and a modest stature. Yet, juxtaposed with the encroaching ice beneath his feet and the majestic sea surrounding him, coupled with the rain cascading through the air, the scene was nothing short of astonishing. "A boy in black. Ice," Jipu murmured, when suddenly a voice from his ship cried out, "Hey, it seems he is heading straight for us." Jipu examined the situation closely and confirmed the alarming truth. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 100 meters. And at the pace the boy was moving, it would not be long before he collided with their pirate ship. A flush of urgency spread across Jipu's face as he bellowed, "Prepare for battle." He is getting closer. Mere moments later, within a few dozen meters and under the watchful eyes of many, the sea beneath the boy erupted into a frothy tumult, followed by a violent burst of steaming vapor that coalesced into a massive cloud of white mist. The dark figure launched forth like a cannonball, soaring high above the billowing steam. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped their forehead and exclaimed, "It is he, the malevolent demon Casillas." The phrase, whose origin remains unknown, resonated alongside the sound of the black-clad youth descending directly onto the deck of the chef pirate cruise ship. Someone interjected, "Is that the one mentioned in the latest bounty notice? The one with a staggering reward of 30 million berries?" As Casillas landed on the ship's edge, he silently criticized the moniker of this dark demon, deeming it both unoriginal and unappealing. Yet, he maintained a faint smile, standing upon the slick deck, where the pervasive chill froze the surrounding water droplets. He gazed at Zepp, noting his uniquely styled whiskers. "Red-footed Zepp, fortune favors me. It seems I shall indulge in a sumptuous meal. By the way, who was it? Do I have a bounty? Bring forth the notice for me to examine." Chapter 103. I perceive you are putting me in a predicament. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence as the members of the chef pirate crew, with bewildered expressions, gazed at this unexpected visitor, uncertain whether to apprehend him or. This individual is indeed a person with a bounty of 30 million. And although there are those even more formidable encountered along the Grand Line, it is certain that such a character is not one to be trifled with. Furthermore, the remarks he just made seem to imply that he considers himself a guest. They all turn their attention back to Zepp. In such moments, one naturally awaits the captain's command. Jipu fixed his gaze, locking eyes with Casillas. "I thought you were running a restaurant? Are you truly going to turn away your guests?" "After all, I am your very first one." Casillas, undeterred, exuded an air of confidence. Should the situation turn hostile, he could always make a swift escape. For with his temperature-manipulating abilities, fleeing posed no challenge, and he felt no burden concerning the need for a vessel. The vast ocean offered countless destinations. As he spoke, the temperature around Casillas visibly dropped, with frost gradually spreading. Perhaps it was due to the intimidating demeanor Casillas projected, or perhaps it was the realization that welcoming their inaugural guest, after years of planning to operate a restaurant, was indeed a splendid idea. The jovial Jipu let out a hearty laugh. "What are you waiting for? Show our guest to the dining area." With that, Jipu turned and made his way to the kitchen, while Casillas followed Patty's guidance into the elegantly appointed dining room. The pirate ship's space was rather limited, making it impossible to have a grand dining hall like that of the Baratai. Within the modestly sized restaurant, there was but a single table. This is the dining table typically reserved for Jipu. The pristine white tablecloth remains unblemished, and the gleaming silver cutlery is meticulously arranged upon the immaculate plates. As Casillas takes his seat, Patty courteously presents a napkin. Gently adjusting the collar of his trench coat, Casillas nonchalantly states, "I have endured several days of dry grilled fish. Please refrain from serving any more fish dishes. Furthermore, I do not wish for those meager portions of Western cuisine. I have but one request, generous servings to satisfy my appetite." "Understood," Patty replies before departing. Truly, they are the chef pirates. Several initially fearsome pirates have transformed into dapper figures, clad in suits and vests, their polished black shoes gleaming. Two of them stand flanking Casillas, one holding a tray adorned with an array of beverages. "Mr. Casillas, here is the bounty notice you requested. Additionally, would you like to drink?" Casillas accepts the thin brown paper without a moment's hesitation, inquiring, "Is there banana juice available?" The server, who bore the appearance of a pirate, was momentarily taken aback. He pondered, "Can bananas truly be juiced? How have I never heard of this? Is he jesting with me? Is he attempting to put me in a difficult position?" Yet, his expression did not suggest humor. Could it be that I am simply ignorant, and that bananas can indeed be juiced? As a member of the culinary pirate crew, I had never encountered this notion. Banana juice. I envisioned the process of peeling a banana and extracting juice from it, and I couldn't help but think, are you truly trying to perplex me? He did not voice his thoughts. Instead, after a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, he replied, "I'm afraid not." It was evident that Casillas felt a sense of disappointment. He picked up a silver dinner knife and gestured with it, remarking, I would have expected something from your chef pirate crew, yet it appears there is none. What is it? Redfoot Zepp entered the scene, single-handedly carrying a colossal platter, coincidentally overhearing Casillas' words and inquiring. The serving pirate hurriedly approached to relay the information to Zepp. Observing this, Casillas casually stated, "Then I shall have a glass of grape juice." Zepp, with a peculiar expression, cast a sidelong glance at Casillas but ultimately refrained from commenting. He took a few steps forward and set down the large platter, which measured about a meter in diameter and was covered with a silvery metallic dome. Without mentioning anything about banana juice or the like, he directly lifted the lid from the platter, revealing a massive roasted piece of meat still attached to the bone. The form of this object evoked a sense of déjà vu in Casillas, resembling the straight, pristine white bone often depicted in anime, with a substantial round mass of meat at its center. Although it lacked the perfect roundness, the incision made by a knife revealed a tender interior still tinged with a hint of rosy hue. Its surface was golden and crisp, adorned with chili, cumin, and a medley of spices whose names eluded him. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air the moment it was unveiled, enticing him to salivate with anticipation. Although he was curious about the origin of this meat, pondering which creature could yield such a straight and robust bone, the grumbling of his stomach led Casillas to resolve, regardless of any questions, he would indulge in the feast first and contemplate later. The piece of meat was several sizes larger than Casillas' head. While it was impossible to be fully satisfied, he estimated that a state of near satiation was within reach. Grasping the still piping hot bone, he took a hearty bite from the freshly seared meat that continued to ooze with oil and release copious amounts of steam. How to describe it? Crisp and fragrant, melting in the mouth. Full of texture, delicious and savory? Alas, Casillas' limited vocabulary, which had been mostly accumulated from culinary shows, fell short. In short, it was undeniably delightful. After swallowing the tender morsel, Casillas exclaimed, "Incredible! This is absolutely delicious." A proud smile spread across Zepp's face. His culinary skills were his greatest source of pride. He did not embark on the journey to the Grand Line solely for the legendary treasure spoken of by Roger, but rather for the mythical sea itself. Unfortunately, his abilities were insufficient to support such dreams. After hastily praising the exquisite flavor with an exclamation, Casillas' mouth was never idle. The sound of smacking lips filling the air. He wished he had chosen Luffy's gum-gum fruit, so he could devour this delectable roasted meat without restraint. Zepp, maintaining a serious demeanor, performed a bow. This was the customary gesture of gratitude from a chef in response to a patron's compliment. Adjusting his tall chef's hat, he inclined his head slightly. Despite many years away from the restaurant scene, he still remembered these details clearly. A guest's praise was the highest accolade for a chef. He then returned to the kitchen, clearly aware that one piece was insufficient. Minutes later, Casillas had gnawed the bone clean, leaving it as spotless as if a dog had devoured it, gleaming white. Lifting his glass, he downed the tart and sweet grape juice in one swift motion. This beverage is evidently crafted from superior grapes, its acidity perfectly balanced, and its sweetness just right. It is unmistakably freshly squeezed, as grape juice that has been stored for a while tends to ferment slightly, imparting an alcoholic flavor. Just as I set down my glass, the second serving of grilled meat was brought to the table, prompting another bout of voracious consumption. After the meal, Casillas contentedly let out a satisfied belch, sipped another glass of orange juice, and reclined comfortably in his chair. In a relaxed posture reminiscent of Goya, Casillas extracted a cigarette and glanced at Zeppu, who was seated opposite him, having removed his chef's hat. "No need," he said. Casillas lit his own cigarette, exhaling plumes of smoke. His gaze drifted over the table, landing on the bounty notice that had been carelessly placed down, now marred by grease stains. He reached for it, and the contents immediately captured his attention. Chapter 104. Hiding upon closer inspection of the color, this paper could be described as a shade of straw yellow, albeit leaning towards a deeper, browner hue. Its texture was reasonably resilient, certainly superior to the quality of the newspapers sold by the newsboy. It is rumored that some individuals collect such bounty notices, especially those of notorious pirates who instill fear in the New World. Their bounties can fetch considerable sums. Amidst the paper's hue and texture, Casillas' attention was drawn to the photograph on it. A bounty notice, after all, must provide a likeness of the target. However, the image on this notice was a drawing. Naturally, Casillas had never been photographed, nor had he ever been captured by the paparazzi of the pirate world. The illustration resembled a sketch, presumably created based on some intelligence. Yet upon closer examination, Casillas felt the likeness bore little resemblance to himself. Well, At least it wasn't a grotesque caricature, which was a small mercy. Above the illustration were the seals of the world government and the Navy, while below were some descriptive texts: devil fruit user, specific abilities unknown. Suspected to generate both high and low temperatures, approximately 16 years of age, prefers to wear all black clothing, and is known for brutally murdering Rear Admiral Fox Hunt of the East Blue, exhibiting considerable strength. After a brief description of the text, the bounty amount follows. A colossal number 3 is followed by 7 zeros, indicating a bounty of 30 million berries, a sequence of figures that is rendered in bold, capturing immediate attention. To be candid, upon seeing his own bounty notice, Casillas felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction and pride. It is no wonder that pirates often take pride in their high bounties, as this sensation is truly quite marvelous. Of course, there are those who do not desire an increase in their bounty, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. After finishing his meal, Casillas leisurely sat and finished his cigarette, then picked up a toothpick from the table to methodically attend to his dental needs. The crew members of the chef pirate crew frowned at the sight. Yet Zep remained silent, leaving them reluctant to voice their thoughts. "Little one, you've finished your meal. If you wish to eat more, we will be opening a restaurant in the East Blue soon, and you may dine as much as you like and linger as long as you please. For now, you may leave." After a while, noticing that Casillas seemed to be endlessly picking at his teeth, as if they were crammed with bits of meat, and still fiddling with the toothpick even after 10 minutes, Zep could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Casillas sprang to his feet with a grand gesture, causing the crew members to tense up, nearly drawing their weapons. "Thank you for the hospitality. I look forward to the grand opening of your restaurant." He laid a stack of banknotes on the table, took the oil-stained napkin, folded it neatly, smiled at the crew of pirates, and turned to leave. Truth be told, encountering Zep, who had just returned to the East Blue, was quite unexpected. To unexpectedly enjoy a delicious barbecue was perhaps what one might call a delightful surprise. He had no intention of imposing on them to cook for him. The timing was not right for stirring up trouble, at least not until this crisis had passed. Besides, while Zep's culinary skills were commendable, it was unlikely he would agree to such a request. Perhaps he could at most enlist someone skilled in cooking. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Casillas took a firm step on the deck, leaping a distance of 5 or 6 meters across the gap between the shore and the ship, landing gracefully on the land. It was time to greet Gray. Whiskey Peak is a vast island. Beneath its enormous cactus peaks lie numerous interconnected currents. The widest of these is the very passage through which pirates enter Whiskey Peak, flanked by welcoming shores, traversing the island like a skewer through roasted meat. More intricate waterways resemble the bronchial tubes within lungs, linking various parts of the island. Gray and Lucien, along with their band of brothers, were hiding within one of the inconspicuous waterways. In recent days, under Lucien's meticulous planning, they have concealed themselves in this location, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, typically dispatching a single individual during daylight hours to procure essential supplies when water and food run scarce. These hidden waterways remain unknown even to many locals. The expanse of Whiskey Peak comprises less than a tenth of its entirety, a selection made by Lucien after considerable deliberation. Not far off lies the sea. Should they detect an enemy and wish to escape into its vastness, it would take mere minutes to navigate through the narrow channels and reach the open waters. "Say, Lucien, is this truly a reliable plan?" Gray mused, clutching a bottle of rum, sipping intermittently while gazing at the towering cliffs flanking the narrow waterway, adorned with countless cacti. The sight of these cacti now filled him with a sense of vexation. The landscape of Whiskey Peak is dominated by these prickly green entities, and in this desolate terrain, their overwhelming presence has rendered Gray weary of their aesthetic. He felt as though the image of cacti was indelibly etched in his mind. Yet remaining confined within the cabin was equally tedious. The subtly sweet and tangy rum did little to alleviate his gloom. Lucien cast him a questioning glance. "What troubles you?" Scratching his blue hair with the hand that held the bottle, Gray replied innocently, "All right, I acknowledge my folly, but you bear some responsibility too. After all, you didn't stop me at the time. Initially, we had no idea she was affiliated with the Don Quixote family. By the time we learned the truth, it was too late." Gray shamelessly attempted to share the blame with Lucien, who offered no retort, having tacitly permitted Gray's actions. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Only after engaging did they realize the complexity of their adversary's identity. Yet, it was too late to voice regrets. Even if they had released Baby 5 at that moment, would the other party simply let it go? They would not gamble on such uncertain outcomes. "Our captain has instructed us to stall for time. Do you think the Don Quixote family has already arrived here? I genuinely wish to see what these individuals look like and gauge their strength, Gray lamented, only to fall silent under Lucien's indifferent gaze. Sighing, Gray reflected, Lucien possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is excessively hard on himself. His reticence often leaves Gray, who tends to be more loquacious, feeling somewhat exasperated, yet there is little he can do. They have been close friends since childhood, bound by the trust of life and death as comrades in arms. Gray tolerates Lucien's shortcomings. As for himself, Gray has never conceded to possessing any flaws. Who else in the world could rival his charm and prowess? He is, without doubt, the epitome of perfection, the model of manhood that is Gray. After a prolonged silence, Gray suddenly heard the chirping of the phone bug. Brew, 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 brew. Brew, brew. Chapter 105, 2 days. Gray glanced at Lucien. It must be the boss. Would you like to answer it? As the instigator of the trouble, Gray felt a twinge of apprehension about facing another reprimand and instinctively shrank back before the phone bug was even connected. Lucien remained silent, nodding slightly. The voice of Casillas emanated from the phone bug. What is the situation? Lucien, well aware of Casillas's inquiry, replied, It is still early. I am unsure if the members of the Don Quixote family have arrived. However, even if they haven't, they are likely close. We have been hiding in a rather inconspicuous location, so for now, we are relatively safe. In that case, return for now. I am in Rogue Town. Exercise caution on your way back, and if you spot any of them, call me again. By the way, what is the route back from the Grand Line? Every so often, the currents around Reverse Mountain would reverse, but there was still ample time before the next occurrence. Casillas took a puff of smoke on the other end, contemplating for a moment before saying, If that's the case, abandon the ship and ascend to the Red Line. I will come to meet you. Lucien acknowledged and then disconnected the call. Did the boss not mention me? Gray inquired, approaching cautiously as Lucien opened the door. His demeanor fraught with anxiety. No, Lucien replied nonchalantly. The boss instructed us to return to the East Sea, to Rogue Town, where he is currently located. Oh, Gray scratched his head, then called the crew to row the boat. In such a narrow waterway, raising the sails was not an option. Moreover, the topography on both sides towered above the highest mast of the ship, leaving little wind. After more than half an hour, the Black Flag pirates emerged from the constricted passage and into the open sea, promptly adjusting their course, raising their sails, and heading full speed towards the Red Line. To return to the East Sea, they would have to wait for the reversal of the currents, which would allow safe passage back to the Four Seas. However, Tom was not on their side. Upon reaching the Red Line, they would need to abandon the ship. Fortunately, while the Red Line was desolate, it was not particularly difficult to climb. At a corner of Whiskey Peak, an individual lowered their telescope and hurriedly vanished from the summit. Shortly thereafter, a ship also departed from Whiskey Peak, following closely behind the Black Flag pirates. Diamante would require 2 days to reach Whiskey Peak. But the members of the Don Quixote family had already established comprehensive surveillance over the area. The appearance of the Black Flag pirates' vessel would not escape their notice. Dressed like a tribal native, Diamante scrutinized the directional compass in his hand. Due to the chaotic magnetic fields of the Grand Line, a specially crafted compass that recorded the magnetic fields of the islands was essential for ensuring the ship's navigation. Otherwise, it would be lost in the vast ocean. In the initial segment of the Grand Line, each of the 7 routes possesses its own distinct magnetic field. Generally, vessels are confined to navigate along these predetermined paths. In Diamante's possession is a compass pointing towards Whiskey Peak, with their ship still requiring 2 days to reach its destination. It is indeed an unavoidable circumstance. Even the fastest of vessels, like the Buffalo, cannot surpass this pace. Glancing up at the flag fluttering atop the mast, Diamante felt a twinge of boredom. Their maritime journey had persisted for nearly 10 days, and were it not for Baby Five's capture, he would have had no desire to venture to such a remote location. The starting point of the Grand Line offered no prospects that would pique his family's interest. However, the firearms mentioned by Senior Pick intrigued Diamante, and it appeared that Doflamingo held them in high regard. Should these weapons prove to be as formidable as suggested, they would undoubtedly bolster the family's arms trade, which explains Doflamingo's fascination. Their ultimate aim for this expedition was to acquire the blueprints for such weaponry. Diamante believed that the endeavor would encounter little resistance. Nevertheless, the family's business had recently been rather hectic, and only one member of the Spade Army, Gladius, was able to accompany him. Furthermore, it would not be long before the Celestial Dragons would embark on an inspection in the East Blue, rendering the situation exceedingly tedious. Although Doflamingo always expressed disdain for the Celestial Dragons, Diamante was acutely aware that such sentiments were merely superficial. The celestial dragons remained a formidable force, instilling considerable trepidation. It would be ideal to resolve everything before their arrival, yet time was of the essence, and that was merely a fanciful notion. Dressed in an eccentric ensemble reminiscent of a flamboyant noble, Gladius emerged from the cabin. He cast a cursory glance at the crew diligently scrubbing the deck and approached Diamante. "There is news from the Whiskey Peak. The Black Flag pirates have resurfaced, and it seems they are heading back to the East Blue." "Oh, is that so?" Diamante replied with a mischievous grin, brandishing his slender rapier. "It appears we may have the opportunity to venture to the East Blue, and I have long desired to visit Logtown. The gallows there have a notorious reputation. Doflamingo was even present as a spectator when Roger met his end." "Indeed. But first, we must deal with the Black Flag pirates," he mused, stroking his chin. Gladius seated himself beside Diamante, his helmet fitted with glass lenses concealing his features entirely. The myriad metallic gears, triangular spikes, and silver chains adorning his form clattered together, rendering him a veritable assemblage of moving adornments. This is a young man in his 20s, appearing rather frivolous in comparison to the more mature Diamante, who is in his 30s. As he settled into his chair and crossed his legs, he inquired, "Our pace is rather sluggish. Is there no way to hasten it? If you possess the capability." Diamante cast a glance at him and replied, "There exists no swifter vessel in this world, unless you wish to pray for a stronger breeze in the coming days, one that does not escalate into a tempest." Upon uttering these words, Gladiolus fell silent. However, he soon found himself unable to resist the urge to speak again. Is that firearm truly as formidable as they say? Frankly, aside from its capability in the hands of a marksman, delivering long-range shots or bestowing a formidable aura upon the bullets, what other weapon possesses such might? Diamante raised an eyebrow. "Do not underestimate firearms. Have you heard of the revolver machine gun? Allegedly, it is a byproduct of the scientists who experiment with augmentations, designed to enhance the combat abilities of the altered individuals. Not only does it boast tremendous firepower, capable of unleashing hundreds of rounds in a minute, but it ultimately proves ineffective against true powerhouses. Furthermore, we lack access to its schematics. As for the firearm that Pick mentioned, it is by no means inferior to the revolver machine gun. It is quite an impressive piece." "Do you possess the ability of armament hockey?" Diamante inquired, casting a glance at him. "Surely not. Without the prowess of armament hockey, one cannot hope to withstand the assault of such firearms. Unless one can outpace the opponent's firing speed, they would simply be struck by the bullets, leading to dire consequences." "Is that so?" Gladiolus mused. Having never encountered the so-called revolver machine gun, his skepticism evident. He longed to encounter that Shinon Casillas swiftly, yearning for him to relinquish the coveted item. Diamante muttered this thought and then began to meditate. Meanwhile, Casillas, the individual on Diamante's mind, had just entered a sword shop, surveying his surroundings. "Ah, esteemed guest. What may I assist you with?" The shopkeeper approached him. This man was none other than Ipin, the seller of the third-generation Ghost Slash and the renowned Sword Snow Walk to Zoro, sporting a bald head and an unusual hairstyle resembling two wings. Compared to a decade later, he at least had a bit more hair atop his head, not reduced to a mere tuft. The middle-aged proprietor, with a rosy nose and a face full of smiles, greeted Casillas. However, Casillas was not genuinely interested in purchasing a blade. He merely sought to see if he could stumble upon the third-generation Ghost Slash among the ordinary cutlery, hoping for a fortunate find. Yet after a prolonged search, he found nothing. After all, a decade is no trivial gap. Who knows where that third-generation Ghost Slash might be now? It could very well be reduced to mere raw material. A touch disappointed, Casillas shook his head at the eagerly expectant shopkeeper. "Never mind. I haven't seen any fine blades." Chapter 106. The renowned sword Muramasa. The moment the words "no fine blades" left his lips, they provoked a vehement reaction from the proprietor Ipin. He was undoubtedly proud. As the largest sword shop in Roguetown, he would dare to claim second place, for no one else would assert their weapon shop as the finest. Certainly, although Roguetown is considered the most prosperous settlement in the East Sea, when compared to the Grand Line and other regions, it still falls significantly short. Nevertheless, Ibn Song, in this thriving little town that flourishes due to its proximity to the Grand Line, undoubtedly possesses a sense of pride. His establishment is renowned as the finest in Roguetown, perhaps even in the entirety of the East Sea. The proprietor, with his prominent nose seemingly tinged with a hint of crimson, spoke with a blend of boastfulness and discontent. "Dear customer, one cannot make such sweeping statements. The swords in my shop are undoubtedly the best in Rogtown. Just take a look at these displayed goods. The diminutive owner, with one hand on his hip, gestured toward a row of gleaming blades that exuded a cold, sharp brilliance. Observe closely. If you are a discerning swordsman, you will surely recognize the folly of your previous assertion. Each of these weapons is meticulously crafted, forged through countless trials, and their quality is beyond reproach. Visit other shops, and you will find that their so-called fine swords may pale in comparison to those I have on display. Listening to the proprietor's earnest and lengthy discourse, Casillas displayed an air of indifference. He glanced at a pile of discarded blades in the corner of the shop, casually picking one up. The blade, marred by rust and lacking its former luster, had long since lost its potential as a formidable weapon, having succumbed to the ravages of time and battle. Ibn Song noticed and, with a smirk, remarked, "These are swords reclaimed from swordsmen, not items I intentionally offer for sale. However, they are not entirely devoid of value. The one you hold has indeed lost all worth, but many here remain intact, and there may yet be some fine blades among them. Are you interested?" Casillas thought to himself, perhaps he is attempting to exploit the psychology of bargain hunters. Yet, he refrained from voicing such potentially offensive thoughts. His earlier claim that there were no fine swords was merely a jest. "I have no interest in that, merely browsing," he replied, as he returned the worthless piece of scrap iron to its relatively intact sheath. "However, considering you proclaim to be Rogtown's finest weapon shop, is it not rather exaggerated to claim such when you lack even a single renowned blade? It is worth noting that the concept of a famed sword differs greatly from that of the widely circulated good swords, swift swords, and supreme swift swords. The world possesses a history so profound, and the renowned blades within it are far more numerous than one might imagine. The concepts of die, and mush are merely a ranking derived from a plethora of esteemed swords. In truth, beyond these classifications, there exist blades of formidable power that can rival those of the and die series. They simply remain unrecognized. Take for instance the third generation of It, which, when compared to the first and second generations classified as mush and die, does not even reach the status of a blade, yet still belongs to the category of notable swords. Does it fall short of Yakai's? Certainly not. The renown of a celebrated blade stems primarily from the prowess of its wielder, rather than solely from the blade's inherent might. Consider the contemporary Mushkirat, Black Blade. Hailed as the strongest, a title it owes to its master, the current foremost swordsman in the world. The essence of the Black Blade originates from the powerful swordsman's haki, which continuously permeates the blade, ultimately merging with it to create the so-called Black Blade, a manifestation of the swordsman's will, a kind of duality. This explains the origin of many black blades, including the Akiyuki wielded by the dragon-slaying warrior Rima. Thus, the fame of a renowned blade is intrinsically linked to the strength of its bearer. Of course, I have elaborated on this to enlighten you regarding certain nuances of this setting. When Casillas mentioned the absence of renowned blades in the shop, it only served to further aggravate the owner, Matsumoto. As a connoisseur of blades, Matsumoto has always been on a quest to collect esteemed swords, and recently, he has made a significant acquisition. Who told you there are no renowned blades in the shop? Just wait. Casting aside such a remark, Yibin-song turned and entered the small door behind the counter. In his heart, Casillas mused that it was accomplished. It turned out that Snowfall had already fallen into the hands of the shopkeeper a decade ago, though he felt a twinge of regret. Snowfall was destined to be ruined by the rusty fruit in Zoro's possession. It would be better to allow Casillas to purchase it, thus providing a fine blade for Tina's use. As a token of gratitude for the exquisite sword, the young girl would undoubtedly become devotedly attached to Casillas. Of course, whether a single fine blade could truly win over this somewhat precocious girl remained uncertain. All of this belonged to the realm of his fanciful imaginings. To be frank, if only the tales of the world could unfold as they did in the countless exhilarating novels Casillas had perused, it would be simply splendid, achieving the strength of a general in mere months, defying the world government within years, and then, with the emergence of a regal aura, compelling the original characters to bow in submission. The men would be at his command, while the women would fall effortlessly into his embrace. To wield such power and effortlessly vanquish the celestial dragons, establishing a beautiful and harmonious new world. In a brief moment, Casillas' thoughts had soared beyond the heavens. Well, extravagant developments were not entirely unheard of. Although he had once exclaimed in horror at such toxic narratives, now he was the one who had traversed worlds, yearning for even more exhilarating and mindless plots to unfold in his own life. Though such an outcome was improbable, indulging in fantasies was harmless. No one could cast judgment upon him. Shortly thereafter, Song returned, cradling a long sword wrapped in white silk. Before him, the shopkeeper wore a self-satisfied expression, proclaiming, "The famed blade, Murakumo." Aside from those 4 words, he uttered nothing more, tearing aside the silk cloth to reveal the full visage of the weapon in his grasp. The long blade, sheathed within its scabbard, was entirely white, while the hilt was intricately entwined with red threads. However, beneath the rows of diamond-shaped hollow weaves on either side, the snow-white surface revealed that both hilt and scabbard shared the same hue. Observing this object, Casillas felt a twinge of surprise. Yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After nearly a decade, it was only natural for this master to possess another renowned blade. It appeared that Yukazu was still unaware of its whereabouts. Casillas had a vague recollection of the name Muramasa, albeit from a past life. It was said that Muramasa was forged after killing 1,000 men, its murderous aura intensifying, with fine droplets of water appearing on the blade when stained with blood, cleansing the traces of violence. However, in this world, the demonic blade Muramasa he possessed seemed entirely unknown to the red-haired figure, suggesting that the legendary sword did not exist here. If Yukazu was absent, Muramasa would suffice. After all, Casillas merely sought a renowned sword. Though the system also offered swords and blades, those of legendary caliber were not exchangeable for belly. Ordinary, standardized swords could be purchased with belly. In the system shop, weapons like Kusanagi, Longquan, Taya, Yanhong, Emetsukami, and Victory Oath, among others, required the exchange of devil fruits. The demonic blade Muramasa had been randomly acquired as a reward, and Casillas was not particularly inclined to trade a devil fruit for a famed sword. Especially after the emergence of a high-tech goods store, he was even less inclined to make such an exchange. Each devil fruit was unique. And although those weapons were as well, Casillas thought it more advantageous to trade for powerful weapons akin to the Gauss sniper rifle. Unless, of course, the sword of the Victory Oath could wield an EX curry stick. However, after examining the image closely, Casillas felt that it was unlikely to be the weapon of the king from the anime. "May I take a look?" he inquired, and the master promptly handed him Muramasa. "Thank you." Upon grasping it, the scabbard, made of a material reminiscent of jade yet not quite, felt smooth with a subtle elasticity. Its origin unknown, perhaps the hide of some creature or another material. For Casillas, the sword was not heavy. In fact, it felt light, considering his considerable strength. Untying the red silk that bound the hilt to the scabbard, he applied a gentle force, and a cold gleam emerged. The red was somewhat subdued, forming a striking contrast against the lustrous silver blade and the scabbard. The circular hollow design, with its dark brownish-black mouth, seamlessly connects 2 entirely different hues, resulting in a remarkably harmonious appearance. Casillas completely unsheathed the blade, raising it high. The store's lights cascaded upon the smooth metallic surface, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The entire length of the Muramasa, slightly less than 1.5 meters, provided a delightful sensory experience for Casillas. With a couple of swings, the sound of the blade slicing through the air was melodious and pleasing. When the gift was presented to Tina, would she be utterly thrilled? Recalling the 13-year-old little girl, whose attempt at maturity could not conceal her vivacity, Casillas thought she might leap with joy and reward him in some innocent manner. "How much?" Casillas casually sheathed the Muramasa and smiled as he inquired. Chapter 107. Coffee. Even in inclement weather, the flow of people in Rogtown remained considerable. Outside the shop, the foot traffic was steady, though the number of individuals seeking to purchase weapons was rather limited. A shop like Song's typically enjoyed a tranquil atmosphere, free from disturbances. Song scratched his ear, appearing bemused. "What did you say?" "I want the Muramasa. How much do you say?" Casillas repeated with a hint of exasperation, adding, "While I am not a swordsman myself, I intend to gift it to someone who is. Not for sale." Song asserted decisively. His demeanor suggested that negotiation was futile as he swiftly reclaimed the Muramasa. It was no small feat to acquire such a renowned blade, and he intended to keep it as the prized possession of his shop. Selling it was out of the question. 2,000,000 berry. Casillas extended 2 fingers. Song remained unmoved, even as he wrapped the Muramasa once more and set it behind the counter, casually picking at his nose with his pinky. 3,000,000 berry. Casillas nonchalantly added another finger. "Ha! My dear customer, while I may be greedy, you must understand that for a lover of swords, the value of a renowned blade cannot be measured in mere berry." Song flicked away a piece of nasal debris. Although the 3,000,000 offered exceeded by nearly 1,000,000 the price he had paid for the blade, it was insufficient to part him from his cherished treasure. 5 million berry. Casillas, not wanting to waste further words, directly increased the offer by 2 million. Despite recent expenditures, he found it easy to produce 5 million. In that moment, Ikeben Satsu's expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth, yet the words of refusal failed to escape his lips. The prospect of selling Murakumo and instantly netting nearly 3 million berries was an opportunity as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. What should he do? Should he sell? Ikeben Satsu found himself in a quandary. He cherished swords and took pride in possessing a renowned blade, which would enhance the reputation of his weapon shop and ultimately yield greater profits. However, this was a gradual and modest income, amounting to only several 100,000 berries over the course of a year. Yet now, the prospect of nearly 3 million in profit loomed before him. No. Though I am indeed tempted by wealth. No. 8 million berries. Just as he was about to utter a half-hearted refusal, he heard Casillas announce an even more astonishing figure. In the next moment, Ikeben Satsu bellowed, "Deal." The force of his voice sent dust tumbling from the ceiling, catching the attention of a woman passing by outside the shop. The woman, seemingly ordinary in appearance, curiously stepped inside, only to witness Ikeben Satsu speaking urgently with Casillas. Cash on delivery. It felt as though they were negotiating the sale of illicit substances. Casillas mumbled under his breath, and upon seeing Ikeben Satsu clutching Murakumo tightly, he reached into the pocket of his trench coat. He then produced a stack of bills wrapped in paper. "This is not 8 million berries. Are you mocking me?" Ikeben Satsu's frustration was palpable, his face contorted with anger. "Don't be hasty." Casillas placed a neat stack of cash on the counter beside him, then delved once more into the inner pocket of his coat, producing another pile, and then again, until he had amassed a staggering 16 stacks of berries. Ikeben Satsu was left in stunned disbelief. It dawned upon him that the man before him was no ordinary individual. Observing his chest, smooth and unburdened, it was hard to believe he could conceal such a fortune. Accommodating even 2 or 3 stacks seemed more plausible. Regardless of the methods employed by this man, it was clear he was far from ordinary. However, what concern is it of his? Regardless, the money is in hand. This stack amounts to 500,000 berries, doesn't it? Casillas remarked with a smile. Ibn Suk, unreservedly, began to count the banknotes. After a considerable time, he lifted his head and declared, "Indeed, Muramesa is yours." Ibn Suk had sold it without any burden, although he cherished exquisite blades. The allure of profit overshadowed that sentiment. Moreover, earning nearly 6 million in one go, could there be anything more delightful in this world? Besides, even if he chose not to sell, if his wife were to find out, he would be in for a world of trouble. Casillas picked up Muramesa, tossing aside the white silk cloth that wrapped it, and was just about to stow it away in his system space when he heard a voice behind him, slightly husky yet resonant, saying, "A renowned blade like Muramesa is worth the 8 million. Turning around, he saw a woman of unremarkable appearance, dressed rather ordinarily. Casillas, intrigued, asked, "Do you know about Muramesa?" The number of famous blades in the world has never been accurately quantified, although each blade likely carries a story. Who truly knows these legends? The tales that are well known are merely a handful, and with so many stories, no one can remember them all. The woman smiled, gazing at the Muramesa in Casillas' hand, and said, "According to some vague records in ancient texts, the name Muramesa originates from Murasame. And Murasame, in a time long past, was the name of a cursed sword." Casillas' interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "Do you know about Murasame? Can you elaborate?" The shopkeeper Ibn Suk also appeared quite expectant. Despite Muramesa being a renowned blade, the stories behind it had long been forgotten, and he was naturally intrigued. Interrupting others is not the behavior of a gentleman. Yet the woman maintained her composure. Casillas said somewhat sheepishly, "I am not a gentleman. And as far as I know, the term gentleman does not carry a favorable connotation." "Oh." The woman displayed a curious expression. "In my homeland, gentleman is synonymous with pervert." "Your homeland? Where do you hail from? Does such a place exist? Could you tell me more?" Casillas slipped Muramesa into the pocket of his trench coat. As if performing a magic trick, the blade, over a meter long, seemed to vanish into another realm. The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her curiosity evident. "This isn't the right place for conversation. Perhaps we should find a more suitable venue to discuss further?" With a brisk nod, the woman stepped out of the shop alongside Casillas, leaving the proprietor to gaze forlornly at their retreating figures, as if to lament, "I wish I could join them." A few minutes later, within a CAF adorned with elegance, where a violinist played melodiously, this establishment was renowned as the finest CAF in Rog Town, a favored haunt of the affluent. Gray and his companions had returned from the upside-down mountain approximately a day prior, yet Casillas remained unperturbed. Intrigued by the enigmatic Yd Muramesa, of whom even the red-haired woman had knowledge. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire further about the details. As a silver spoon stirred the rich brown liquid, incorporating a splash of milk, the woman gracefully savored a sip of her coffee and began recounting the tale of Muramesa that piqued Casillas' interest. It is a story I chanced upon in a rather ancient and severely fragmented tome from my childhood. Muramesa is the name of a clan, likely residing in what is now known as the Land of Harmony, a family renowned for their exceptional sword forging. They inscribed their blades with the name Muramesa. Thus, these weapons came to be known as such. However, at some point, the moniker Cursed Blade began to circulate, as it was said that the wielders of Muramesa often met untimely fates, akin to the current tale of the Cursed Blade, It. Even the lineage of the Muramesa clan gradually withered, ultimately vanishing entirely. Upon finishing, Casillas inquired, "Does the Muramesa still exist today? And what of the village reign?" Among the renowned blades of today, I have not heard the name Muramesa mentioned. The age of the records is quite obscure, likely stretching back millennia, and certainly not in the script we utilize now. If one were to claim that a modern Muramesa exists, your possession of the village reign might be deemed a contender. Casillas raised an eyebrow. Why is that? The records indicate that the village reign was originally named Muramesa, being the last blade forged by the final descendant of the Muramesa clan, who sought to break the curse of the Cursed Blade, ultimately renaming it to Village Reign. Yet, this did not alter the fate of the Muramesa lineage's extinction. Thus, the tale unfolds. So, one could say the Village Reign is a cursed blade? Casillas mused. The woman shook her head, though the origins of this famed sword are never explicitly mentioned. The accounts of its various masters do not suggest it bears the traits of a cursed blade. After shedding blood, it cleanses itself with droplets of water. Do you consider that indicative of a cursed blade? Casillas fell into contemplative silence. Thus, one must ponder whether the cursed blade, Muramesa, which I possess, bears any connection to the Muramesa of this world. Observing his silence, the woman began to inquire. Now it is my turn. Whence do you hail? The notions of perversion and chivalry are synonymous, a concept that eludes comprehension. Casillas mused, you are still quite youthful. It is not merely these two terms that share meaning, but also the flower and that which is unspeakable, alongside the peculiar uses of cucumbers and eels, as well as various other analogous matters that you could scarcely envision. Nevertheless, upon reflection, this woman exudes an air of peculiarity. According to records predating a millennium, the origins of the cursed blade Muramesa and the sword Murasame, alongside her keen interest in the discourse regarding gentlemen and perverts. Perhaps her curiosity is more piqued by my method of stowing Murasame within the confines of the system space. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck Casillas' mind. In his childhood, ancient tomes, a dialect unlike that of today. The woman appeared to await Casillas' response, delicately lifting her coffee cup, her every movement harmonizing perfectly with her surroundings. Her demeanor was fitting for such an opulent CAF. However, her appearance was somewhat lacking. It is likely that this disparity in her ordinary looks initially sparked Casillas' intrigue. Her visage was unremarkable, which mattered little. She was dressed plainly, akin to an impoverished passerby, yet when she sipped her coffee, she resembled a pampered heiress, creating a notable dissonance between her attire and her bearing. As Casillas did not provide an explanation regarding gentlemen and perverts, she observed him as he smiled and uttered, Nico Robin? Chapter 108. Humans evolved from monkeys. The name Nico Robin did not elicit a significant reaction from the woman. She displayed a flicker of surprise, her faint smile remaining largely unchanged. Do you presume I am that child of the devil? Why? Merely because I possess a familiarity with historical knowledge? Casillas scrutinized her expression, finding no indication of deceit. His thought had simply emerged spontaneously, leading him to tease her momentarily. Whether this woman was a disguised Nico Robin or merely an ordinary individual well-versed in historical lore remained indeterminate. Regardless, he found himself unable to ascertain the truth, only harboring suspicions. Her appearance was rather commonplace. Her skin was far from flawless, marked by dark splotches and an ashen hue, her hair and eye colors diverging. Given your knowledge of a relic such as the cursed blade Muramesa, dating back thousands of years, and your understanding of ancient scripts, I must admit, it compels skepticism. With a blink, Casillas maintained his composure and remarked, "However, I am quite curious. If you are not the notorious demon from O'Hara, with a bounty nearing 80 million, how might you possess such rare historical knowledge? I recall that only the now-destroyed O'Hara possesses such an extensive historical record. Hence, even if you are not Nico Robin, you might very well be a remnant overlooked by the Buster Call." When Robin was merely 8 years old, her first bounty stood at 79 million. Throughout the years, she has not engaged in any significant activities, resulting in her bounty remaining unchanged. Mr. Casillas' perspective is rather one-sided. Indeed, O'Hara does house the most comprehensive historical records, with the vast majority of ancient knowledge found solely there. However, how can one ascertain that the world government and the Navy obliterated all those records during the Buster Call? Furthermore, even if those records were entirely lost, O'Hara is not the sole repository of historical knowledge in the world. There are undoubtedly other invaluable records scattered across the globe. The woman, or rather Robin, calmly countered Casillas' assertions. She is not a mere child. Her experiences afford her the psychological resilience required to confront Casillas' sudden accusations. At 18, Robin has endured experiences that even an 80-year-old woman might find incomparable. She discerned that Casillas was merely suspicious and had not genuinely unmasked her identity. "You make a valid point," Casillas remarked, taking a sip of his coffee and grimacing. "This coffee is not particularly delightful. I find it rather agreeable," Robin replied with a smile. As their conversation progressed, Casillas began to suspect that he might be overly paranoid. Her arguments were indeed quite reasonable. The pirate world is vast, encompassing both the seas and the Grand Line, covering an entire planet's expanse. It would not be astonishing if 100 young women rich in historical knowledge existed. And perhaps he had simply encountered one of them. Moreover, at this juncture, it would be improbable for Robin to appear in the East Blue. In his hazy recollection, she had remained in the West Blue for some time before venturing into the Grand Line, where she would encounter the ambitious Crocodile and initiate the formation of her infamous crew. Of course, that possibility still lingered. But what of it? Invite Robin to join him? Casillas certainly held a favorable opinion of the characters within the original story, particularly the alluring and enigmatic Robin. However, to be frank, what purpose would it serve to recruit Robin? To assist him in uncovering historical texts? To fulfill her dream of deciphering such knowledge? That notion was absurd. Such perilous endeavors were not to be trifled with. Beyond that, what benefits could he offer her? To save a heart that was on the verge of withering? In Casillas' view, that would likely require someone like Luffy, the protagonist, as he himself could not undertake such a task. With his doubts regarding the woman gradually suppressed within, Casillas' curiosity began to flourish. "I am intrigued. Setting aside matters such as the blank century, how long has history persisted in this world? Based on the historical records I am familiar with, one can only speculate in a rudimentary manner." In response to Casillas' inquisitive query, Robin, concealing his true feelings behind a facade of normalcy, revealed a joyful smile and began to elaborate in detail. To trace back to the earliest times, the Kingdom of Alabasta, a significant entity along the Great Sea Route, is acknowledged as the longest existing kingdom, allegedly exceeding 5 millennia, predating even the Tree of Omniscience. However, the specific intricacies and timelines remain shrouded in obscurity. The most comprehensive records we possess regarding this kingdom date back to the establishment of its capital 4,000 years ago. The era preceding the birth of the Tree of Omniscience is collectively referred to as the Ancient Epic. 5 millennia ago, during this ancient epic, Casillas pondered these two terms repeatedly, recalling the meager fragments of historical knowledge from his previous life. The Huaxia civilization is regarded as one of the oldest ethnic groups on Earth, spanning from tribal times to the 21st century, encompassing merely around 5,000 years. Yet, it was only in the last 2 millennia that it truly coalesced into a unified nation and ethnicity, with the advent of modern technological advancements solidifying the global landscape, which could be quantified as a matter of mere centuries. In contrast, the Kingdom of Alabasta boasts a historical legacy that surpasses 5,000 years. This world is indeed a most intriguing one. Is it conceivable for the realm of pirates to establish a dominion that governs the entire world? The answer appears to be affirmative. The conditions for communication and technological productivity are already in place. It has not been reported that any nation has succumbed to destitution solely due to a lack of sustenance. The poverty observed in countries like Wano is primarily a result of the ruler's folly and tyranny, even with the Grand Line segmenting the world into 4 parts. Overcoming the obstacles of the calm belt is not insurmountable. as the Navy has already developed vessels capable of navigating through the calm seas. What secrets lie hidden in the century of blankness that prompted the ancestors of the celestial dragons to congregate and marry Geos? What awaits at the terminus of the Grand Line? What is the truth? The ruins encountered by Enel on the moon. What do they signify regarding the existence of cosmic pirates? The origins of sea kings and devil fruits, among myriad other mysteries. There are simply too many enigmas. A veritable headache. 5,000 years, what an eternity. The development of this world is painfully slow. Casillas remarked. Slow? Robin inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? Development is too sluggish. Observing her expression, a blend of confusion and curiosity, Casillas chuckled. Allow me to share a tale. Very well. Do you know how humanity came into existence? How so? There is a theory that humans evolved from monkeys. How could that be? It's merely a conjecture. However, in my homeland, this notion is widely accepted, as it presents a seemingly reasonable explanation. Your homeland? Please elaborate. As they continued their conversation, they shared coffee, savoring it before it cooled, refilling their cups with sugar and milk, and repeating this ritual several times. Two strangers had transformed into friends. I must take my leave, Casillas remarked, glancing outside at the dimming light, finishing his last sip of orange juice, having switched to a more familiar fruit juice. Until we meet again. Throughout their interaction, Casillas did not inquire about her name. Robin watched him depart, stirring the remaining brown liquid in her cup with a spoon. Her mind swirling with unfamiliar terms such as evolution, biology, survival of the fittest, and cells, ultimately returning to the moment when Casillas had uttered her name. To be honest, she had nearly convinced herself that her identity had been compromised. In retrospect, she ought to have refrained from engaging with this individual and revealing her extensive knowledge of history. Setting aside the perplexing knowledge from his homeland, did he still harbor doubts about her? Placing the white porcelain cup down, Robin also exited the CAF, feeling the need to alter her appearance, just in case. I require rest and clarity. Perhaps others could provide me with some insights regarding any issues that may arise in the forthcoming updates over the next 2 to 3 weeks. For an extended period, I have accumulated merely 10 collections, which has left me utterly disheartened. Although I explicitly expressed my desire to complete this narrative in its entirety in the previous chapter. The dismal collection data has incessantly prompted thoughts of abandoning this book. I have even contemplated adopting the approach of others, becoming a silent overseer and then donning a new guise to embark on a fresh venture. I shall provide updates tomorrow. I sincerely hope for some constructive feedback. Truly, I feel that the updates over the past 3 weeks have been quite satisfactory, devoid of any significant shortcomings. Could it possibly be an issue with Robin's premature introduction? As an author, I might be akin to someone unable to perceive the true essence of Mount Lu. Chapter 109. Anticipation. The Red Earth continent encircles the world, intersecting with the Grand Line and dividing the globe into 4 parts. At the intersections located at opposite ends of the world, one leads to the only passage into the Grand Line, known as Reverse Mountain, while the other is the location of the Holy Land, Mariehua, along with the Subordinate Archipelago and Fishman Island. Korokasa leads a life of remarkable routine. As a skilled physician, he understands the importance of maintaining a healthy lifestyle. The monotonous guardianship of Twin Cape holds little interest for the incessant stream of pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Aside from attending to his basic needs and perusing newspapers, his daily activities consist of sporadically maintaining the lighthouse and soothing the frenzied whale, Laboon, whenever the creature grows agitated. Laboon's size resembles that of a mountain. However, it pales in comparison to the expansive red earth continent that encircles the globe. Over the years, Laboon has merely accumulated more wounds upon his own body. Yet, in recent days, in this desolate meeting point of the 4 seas, additional individuals have appeared on the barren red earth continent, alongside the solitary lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. This should be a band of pirates. The reason for the word should is that he observed clearly that the opposing flag displayed a peculiar silhouette of 2 crossed flintlock pistols, devoid of any imagery related to bones or skulls. Upon their arrival, these individuals had already captured the attention of Carolcas. However, aside from the peculiar pirate flag, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about them. He surmised that they were likely awaiting the reversal of the upside-down mountain, preparing to return to the 4 seas, a type of pirate crew that has always existed. Nonetheless, the journey back to the 4 seas is considerably more arduous than entering the Grand Line, with few achieving success, although it remains safer than traversing the doldrums. Casillas stood by the seaside, his feet on a steep slope that slanted into the sea. He stretched out his hands and called out, "Spicy Tempest." A rush of mixed hot and cold air surged forth, and as it met the surface of the nearby sea, it absorbed a substantial amount of external air. The interaction of the two air currents, differing in weight, birthed a swirling tempest that rapidly escalated, lifting vast quantities of seawater into the air. Chunks of ice, frozen by the cold air, erupted forth, accompanied by steam that burst under the high temperature. The storm grew ever larger, swelling to a diameter of 4 or 5 meters before it finally subsided as the air temperature returned to normal, ultimately vanishing. How far off? Casillas mused softly to himself, playing with an irregular ice chunk he had captured. He imagined how magnificent it would be if he could one day shout like that and obliterate the holy land of Mary Geos. Alas, lacking the Rinnegan, the sheer power of high-speed air currents and repulsive forces are entirely different. Yet, the system does not offer such abilities for sale. As for whether the subsequent rewards would grant him any talents, who could say? Since the battle at the Celestial Islands, he had not only resumed rigorous physical training, but had also continuously developed his abilities. His proficiency in manipulating explosive air currents had improved significantly, to the point where he no longer inflicted harm upon himself. Engaging in steam-powered ice skating on the sea was merely one aspect of his training. What he was currently undertaking was an application of another ability, utilizing the contrasting effects of heat and cold on air to conjure storms. Mastering the art of weather manipulation should not pose an insurmountable challenge, although it would be difficult, as controlling the weather requires a vast influence over the environment. Presently, Casillas could only affect a limited radius around himself. Perhaps, once he attains observation hockey, he might achieve this? The process of elevating the temperature thresholds is lengthy, and progress is not readily observable in the short term. Conversely, creating a whirlwind has seen him advance at an astonishing pace. After reflecting on his previous actions, Casillas endeavored to make adjustments, recognizing that the chain reactions triggered by temperature are numerous. He looked forward to a day when he could master the thunder, manipulate the climate, and effortlessly conjure hellish lava, where absolute zero would no longer be a mere fantasy. Such aspirations felt distant indeed. Spicy. Boss, we've grilled some lamb chops. Would you care to try? Casillas, poised to extend his hand forward, froze mid-motion, then casually retracted it. What did you just hear? Gray cast a peculiar glance at his superior, reminiscing for a brief moment before responding. It seems there's nothing much. Casillas exhaled a sigh of relief. Gray, to speak of this incident, it was you who instigated it. How do you think I should penalize you? Snatching the plate from Gray's hands, upon which lay some rather charred lamb chops sprinkled with an abundance of spices, Casillas took a piece and bit into it, continuing. How about you remain in the East Sea from now on? I believe it would be better for Lucien to venture alone into the Grand Line. What? Why would you say that? Gray's expression immediately fell. Boss, I assure you this is the only time. It won't happen again. The meat was indeed poorly cooked, tough, and overdone. The seasoning far too overpowering, with numerous burnt spots. Casillas struggled to swallow a piece of lamb, remarking, and it has a gamey taste. Could this possibly be your handiwork? Boss, please don't wrong me. This was grilled by Lucien himself. The plate I brought to you is the best he could manage. Is that so? Casillas eyed the remaining charred rib with skepticism but ultimately continued to eat. He was taken aback that Lucien, who appeared quite reliable, could produce such a dismal dish. Had it not been for his hunger, he would never have dared to take a bite. He found himself reminiscing about Zep's grilled meats. It was astonishing that such a vast disparity in culinary quality could exist in this world. After he had managed to force most of the plate of meat into his stomach, Casillas finally tossed the plate back into Gray's hands. All right, let me be alone for a moment. But, boss, I still have something I want to ask. What is it? Casillas turned back to see Gray grinning broadly. Disgusted, he hurled the remaining bone in his hand at Gray. Get lost. This time I'll let it slide. Thank you, boss. Gray replied hurriedly, scampering off along the nearly vertical rock face, the half-plate of grilled meat securely in tow. Casillas produced a box of toothpicks that he had pilfered from the chef's pirate ship and began to clean his teeth. He wondered when the main subject would finally arrive. After parting ways with the woman who resembled Robin, Casillas had come to this place that very night. After expending considerable effort to traverse the towering crimson earth, Gray and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the inverted mountain, only to pause for a mere half-day. Subsequently, they endured over 2 days of waiting. From this vantage point, they gazed out at the sea, faintly perceiving the shadow of a vessel belonging to the Black Flag pirates, serving as their lookout, anchored motionlessly like a ghost ship. Drawing forth his Gauss sniper rifle and utilizing its powerful telescopic sight, Casillas could distinctly observe the figures and banner aboard the ship. Indeed, it was the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 110, The Candidate for General Cap. You've been elusive lately. Where have you been? Just as Sengoku delivered a document to his desk, the office door swung open with a resounding click. Striding in with a casual gait, Carp, clutching several bags of sabe, plopped down on the sofa, awaiting the tea that Sengoku's subordinate would bring. In response to the inquiry from his old friend, Sengoku, Carp leisurely picked his nose, flicking a speck of debris from his pinky. Mind your own business. Afterward, as a steaming cup of tea was set before him, Carp tore open the packaging of the senbei, crunching delightfully as he devoured several large pieces. Only when his mouth felt parched did he finally lift the hot tea to his lips, draining it in one go. Feeling satisfied, just as he was about to continue, he noticed that the senbei he had left on the table had vanished. Turning his head, he found half a pack of senbei had found its way into Sengoku's mouth. If you wanted some, you could have just asked. I would have bought some for you. Why steal mine? Carp exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. However, noticing that several more bags of senbei remained on the nearby sofa, he decided not to dwell on it, opening a new pack and resuming his feast. Observing Carp's reaction, Sengoku, despite having gained a slight advantage, felt increasingly irked. Nonetheless, he managed to compose himself, refraining from snatching the remaining senbei. I sought you out for a reason. With how busy you've been, did you think I wouldn't come looking for you? Sengoku returned to his desk. Retrieving a document, take a look for yourself. With a flick of his wrist, the paper sailed through the air like a flying blade, tearing through the atmosphere toward Carp. With his rough, calloused hand, still gripping the senbei bag, Carp deftly caught the document, grumbling, why not just say what you need to say? What else with all the paperwork? I'm tired of you high-ranking types and your flowery language. A mere glance was sufficient for Carp to skim through the text, after which he promptly tossed the document back. Not interested. Sengoku's expression soured, his white hat threatening to slip from his frizzy hair as he stood, voice booming like thunder. Look at you, now that I'm an admiral. The vacant position of general remains unfilled. Is it so difficult to have you appointed as a general? Look at the others in the Navy. Each one is eagerly eyeing the general's position. Who else, like you, has clung to a vice admiral's rank for so many years, too lazy to move? You're always gallivanting about, and when there's work to be done, you're nowhere to be found. If there's nothing to do, you keep appearing before my eyes every day. The sound echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. In another room, a middle-aged man clad in a suit of golden stripes, casually swinging his legs while perusing a newspaper, nonchalantly dug at his ears and remarked in a sarcastic tone, how terrifying. Do you think once we attain the rank of admiral, we will endure such lectures daily? Just the thought of it. The yellow-haired man wore an expression of exaggerated fear as he glanced at the burly figure before him, dramatically uttering his final words. So scary. If Cassius were present, he might quip, you are quite flamboyant. However, Akaino had long grown accustomed to this fellow's theatrics, maintaining his stern demeanor and ignoring him entirely. Both men, having spent many years in the position of vice admiral, were typically occupied, but the gathering today was undoubtedly due to the beckoning of the admiral's position. The admiral represents the pinnacle of naval power. During the time when Steelbone Kong was still a fleet admiral, the position of admiral had never been fully occupied. Since Zephyr transitioned back to logistics, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku remained as an admiral. With Sengoku now having ascended to Fleet Admiral, all admiral positions were consequently vacant. Initially, it would not have been an issue for Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp to collectively fill the three admiral roles. Yet, the legendary Garp, who vanquished the once mighty Sea Overlord Rox and is hailed as a hero of the Navy, adamantly refused to assume the role of admiral, leaving one position unfilled. Now, the nominations for the three admirals were laid before Akainu and Akiji, jointly submitted by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Commander Steelbone Kong, with the third nominee naturally being Garp. However, persuading Garp to dutifully embrace the responsibilities of an admiral would prove to be a formidable challenge, as evidenced by Sengoku's relentless tirades. Those familiar with Sengoku knew him to be generally composed. The sheer anger directed at Garp was unparalleled. Despite Sengoku's vehement outbursts, Garp merely nonchalantly cleaned his ears, flicking away the remnants with a casual gesture, dissipating them into the air. With a frustrated slam of his hand on the table, Sengoku sat down, clearly not losing his composure but rather venting his dissatisfaction towards an old friend. After venting, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, restoring his usual tranquility. Had he truly been enraged, that strike would likely have caused the Navy headquarters to crumble. Since Garp was unwilling, Sengoku decided to seek alternatives. Rear Admiral Tsuru opened the door and, casting a glance at the now composed Sengoku, remarked, "Currently, the Navy has another candidate who could assume the admiral role. Although he is relatively junior compared to Kazuru and Akainu, Kazan's strength is already formidable." Click, click. Akiji is indeed commendable. Garp, with crumbs scattered about, looked far from dignified, declaring, "I like that kid." Hawkeye cast a glance at Carp and settled into the sofa. Compared to the two of them, she appeared more aged, yet when it came to reprimanding Carp, her words held more weight than Sengoku's. "You too, always shirking responsibility at your age." Carp chuckled heartily, stroking his grizzled hair, a morsel of food slipping from his mouth onto his collar. After a moment's pause, he suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Hawkeye, I'm only 67. Hardly old. Indeed, forever a child." Sengoku interjected with an eye roll. After pondering Sengoku's comment for a couple of seconds, Carp remarked, "I suspect you're insulting me, but I have no proof." Sengoku, uninterested in further engaging with this childish elder, turned his attention back to Vice Admiral Hawkeye and the matter at hand. "Akiji is indeed a natural fruit user, and his strength is commendable, though he lacks in experience. As for the world government, what nonsense is this world government? If those 5 old fools dare to say no, I'll crush them." Carp, who shared a good rapport with Akiji, relished the admiration from the younger Navy personnel, especially from the most formidable among them. Though he rarely displayed it, his enjoyment was undeniable. "You are the old fool, get lost." Sengoku's anger flared again. As Carp's antics rendered any serious discussion futile, Carp made a face and, clutching his unfinished rice crackers, scampered away. Were it not for Sengoku's summons, he would have avoided this entirely. With the troublemaker gone, Sengoku stroked his beard. Among the three, he, the eldest, appeared the most youthful, with his hair and beard still a deep black, despite turning snowy white shortly after stepping down from his position as Fleet Admiral. This guy is infuriating. Just after assuming the role of Fleet Admiral, with the death of Rosinante looming over him and a myriad of burdensome affairs ahead, he felt more overwhelmed than ever. Perhaps living as carefree as Carp was the true path to enjoyment. "Don't dwell on him. You've known him long enough." Vice Admiral Hawkeye maintained a tranquil demeanor, cradling her teacup with poise. Indeed, Sengoku reminisced about his youth, recalling the days when he, Hawkeye, Carp, and Zifa were all recruits together. Eventually, he and Zifa ascended to the rank of Admiral, and he fought alongside Carp against the Golden Lion. Now, Zifa was preoccupied with training new recruits rarely seen, while Carp only managed to irritate him upon meeting. Only Hawkeye was there to share the burden and engage in occasional conversation. The past was like smoke, ethereal yet tangible, reaching out only to find emptiness. "Let us resubmit the report," adding Akiji's name. Vice Admiral Hawkeye watched as Sengoku handed the document to the small white lamb. Suddenly recalling something, the Don Quixote family has begun to stir once more. As Sengoku raised his head, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Is that so?" "Indeed. One of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, has recently ventured to the first half of the Grand Line, seemingly with the goal of reaching Whiskey Peak." "And what of Doflamingo? What are their intentions?" "According to the intelligence, it appears to be related to a group known as the Black Flag Pirates. As for the New World and the Sabaody Archipelago, it remains unchanged." Admiral Tsuru sipped her tea and replied. Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before abruptly rising and returning to his desk, rummaging through a stack of substantial files. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. "Enter." A naval lieutenant, carrying a box, stepped inside and caught sight of Sengoku uncovering a wanted poster. The Black Flag Pirates, Casillas. Chapter 111. Admiral Tsuru takes action. "What is it?" Sengoku placed the bounty notice before Admiral Tsuru and then turned to the lieutenant inquiringly. "This is something sent by the Rear Admiral of the East Blue Navy, insisting it must be taken seriously. The commanders of the 4 seas are all of the Rear Admiral rank. Although the naval power in the East Blue can be described as feeble, it nonetheless holds the title of Rear Admiral, and a figure like Hunter Fox, who is not valued at headquarters, would still bear the rank of a major general there." "Oh." Sengoku exhibited a peculiar expression. Although the lieutenant could not discern it, Admiral Tsuru was quite familiar with Sengoku, yet she refrained from asking directly for the moment. The naval lieutenant saluted and exited the room. Only then did Admiral Tsuru inquire, "What is happening in the East Blue? You seem rather perturbed. Has something occurred there?" Sengoku, however, did not answer directly. Instead, he opened the box to reveal its contents to her. "A gun?" Taking the box in both hands, Admiral Tsuru immediately recognized its contents. Compared to the dark and crude weapon she had seen before, she had to admit this item appeared strikingly beautiful, not in a way that would appeal to women, but rather with a rugged aesthetic favored by men. This item is called the Desert Eagle, a novel firearm she had never encountered before. Sengoku observed as Admiral Tsuru picked up the silver short pistol, scrutinizing it before setting it down. An undercurrent of gritted teeth in his tone. The structure of this weapon is not particularly complex. I have seen similar designs. However, its distinction lies in the ammunition. After preliminary research, we have come to a conclusion. The ammunition structure of this Desert Eagle differs from that of traditional firearms. It consists of a casing and a bullet, with the hollow section filled with gunpowder. Upon ignition, the gunpowder explodes, propelling the bullet down the barrel, while simultaneously ejecting the casing. Ignition? Admiral Tsuru inquired as she lifted a brass bullet from the box, examining it closely. How does one ignite the gunpowder in such a seamlessly constructed object? Zhangguo chuckled. This is it. Look here. He picked up a bullet. Directing General Crane's attention to its base, it is this minuscule amount of filler right at the center. A mere application of moderate external force will instantaneously ignite the gunpowder within. Remarkably, this gunpowder is unlike any seen before and exhibits extraordinary stability. According to an insight from a scientist within the world government, he believes that aside from this small substance at the bullet's base, everything else can be replicated and manufactured. Even this gunpowder could potentially be substituted, albeit with a significant reduction in potency and other qualities. So, can this be mass-produced? I am uncertain about the actual circumstances. But the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce in the East China Sea is currently trading in such weaponry. General Crane, upon hearing this, glanced down at the bounty notice. It was indeed him, the Black Flag Pirates. The individual who has provoked Don Quixote Doflamingo appears to be one of his subordinates. Initially, I did not regard this fellow, named Casillas, with much importance until recently, when someone from CP9 of the world government handed this information to me. CP9 holds it in high regard. One might say the 5 elders of the world government do. Do you comprehend what it signifies if this can be mass-produced? General Crane set the bullet down, his expression shifting from calm to one of grave seriousness. Could the knight Yasha be interested in this? Zhangguo shook his head. It should not be, at least not for the time being. Diamante is merely a minor player, and Doflamingo is just a pirate. His intelligence network is still confined to the Grand Line. If he had already recognized the value of this, he would not merely send someone incapable of using hockey to handle it. At the very least, it should be Sika, or even he himself should go. However, we cannot guarantee that he will remain oblivious to it moving forward. Thus, indeed, according to CP9's intelligence, once he sees what Say or Pink brings him, he will likely realize what he has overlooked, and that could be within these few days. Zhangguo's gaze lingered on the bounty notice on the table. Unable to tear himself away, CP9's personnel have already begun their operations, but if there is one more Doflamingo involved, the variables become too great. My old lady's wash fruit has not been utilized in quite some time. General Crane exhibited a faint smile. Then let us not delay. Of course. As he watched General Crane depart, Zhangguo began to tidy up, placing the box back on its lid. Although General Crane had not inquired, Zhangguo had already resolved to execute a significant reshuffle within the upper echelons of the Navy in the East China Sea upon receiving all this information from CP9. Had the imbeciles of the East Sea delivered this item sooner, matters would not have been prolonged to this extent. Even a fortnight's advance would have sufficed. Yet, until a few days ago, when CP9 came to confer with him, the East Sea Navy exhibited no intention of dispatching it, despite the fact that tens of thousands had already been sold among the pirates of the East Sea. What were those fools contemplating? Could he not surmise their thoughts? That scoundrel, Hunter Fox, was likely incited by the East Sea Navy's desire to seize such a weapon, and given Casillas' considerable strength, he was undoubtedly encouraged to take action. The outcome was that the strongest naval officer of the East Sea, Hunter Fox, met his demise, causing this band of incompetents to retreat into obscurity. Furthermore, there are those firearms that boast denser firepower and greater might. The efficiency of CP9 in their undertakings is indeed commendable. For rumors of a jester originating from Roger's ship have reached the East Sea, setting aside the veracity of the existence of Roger's remnants. They have stumbled upon an even more significant revelation. The elders berated their newly appointed admiral over this matter, and though he bears some blame, the failures of the East Sea Navy undeniably fall under his jurisdiction. One must shoulder the responsibilities that accompany their position. He cannot escape culpability. May the endeavors of CP9 proceed smoothly, however, as he gazed upon the sketched visage on the bounty notice. Sengoku felt an inexplicable sense that this individual would prove to be a formidable adversary. It is imperative that this matter be resolved before the celestial dragons conduct their inspection, as time is of the essence. However, it is CP9 that is tasked with executing the mission. Though the fleet admiral senses a degree of unease at this juncture, he finds himself powerless to intervene. Should he dispatch some formidable naval forces? Yet, the objective at hand cannot be achieved solely through sheer might. Despite his disdain for the intelligence agency of the world government, one cannot deny their efficacy in handling such affairs. With a calm demeanor, Sengoku dispelled these lingering thoughts. At the naval headquarters, the vessel commanded by Vice Admiral Tsuru has set sail. This has drawn the attention of many. After all, the naval warship commanded by Admiral Crane is manned by an array of young and beautiful female sailors, whose formidable prowess undoubtedly makes them the focal point for the predominantly male crew. A sentry, shielding his eyes with his hand, gazes at the ship unfurling its sails and gradually receding into the distance, whispering to his companion, "What do you suppose Admiral Crane's mission entails? Mind your tongue, lest the instructor hears you." Chapter 112. A single shot to obliterate the ship, and so what if the instructor hears? The last time I saw him, he was laughing and chatting with a female colonel by Admiral Crane's side. He indulged in such camaraderie himself. Why shouldn't we entertain our thoughts? Shoo, speak no more. The soldier assumed his companion would continue to advise him against further chatter, as was customary in their exchanges. Instead, the latter completely disregarded him, standing at attention, his gaze fixed forward, embodying the loyalty expected of the sentinels. Alas, I say to you, bang, while on duty, do not engage in idle chatter. Save your words for after the shift. A burly naval officer, reminiscent of a bear, struck the loquacious soldier from behind, sending him crashing to the ground, accompanied by a torrent of merciless reprimands. The fortunate soldier, spared from further punishment, kept his eyes steadfastly on the air ahead, silently mourning for his fallen comrade. This fellow is utterly devoid of awareness and thus deserves to be punished. Fortunately, the instructor did not overhear the initial remarks. Otherwise, this individual would have been doomed. As Admiral Crane's warship cleaved through the waves en route to the Shambadi archipelago, far beneath the inverted mountains of the Red Earth continent, Casillas finally discerned the pirate flag of the Don Quixote family. The vessels of true pirate crew members distinctly differ in the manner of displaying their flags compared to those affiliated with the pirate faction. It is easily recognizable. The Don Quixote family has arrived. Perched atop the Twin Cape Lighthouse, Casillas brandished a gleaming Gauss sniper rifle and remarked with a smile, "What's up?" Gray and Lucian climbed up in succession, both casting inquiring glances at him, as if to ask, "Shall we engage or seek peace?" Through the telescope capable of scanning the maximum range of the Gauss sniper rifle, Casillas focused on the two individuals standing at the bow of the opposing ship and cheerfully stated, "If it were the notorious Doflamingo himself, we might stand little chance. But it is evident he is not present, and neither are his most formidable subordinates. Thus, we shall indeed engage. Let us commence with a show of force followed by diplomacy." The 2-meter-long Gauss sniper rifle emitted a series of mechanical whirs as the folding bipod automatically deployed, securing itself atop the lighthouse. The crosshairs were already aligned with the waterline of the enemy vessel. He could still recognize Diamante. Characters from the world of One Piece are quite distinctive, such as Usopp's nose or this individual's indigenous attire. With this fellow's fruit abilities, sinking the ship posed no risk of harming anyone aboard. Ignoring Lucian's eager gaze, he thought humorously that he had yet to fire a shot himself. The inaugural use of the Gauss sniper rifle ought to be his alone. Circles of blue translucent lines gradually intensified, the formidable electromagnetic field causing the three atop the lighthouse to feel as if their skin were being pricked by the feet of ants. A slight itchiness ensued. Just as Casillas was about to pull the trigger, he heard the old man's bellow from below. "Hey, you little rascal, don't damage the roof. Watch it, or I'll lose my temper." Casillas tilted his head, extending his hand in a dismissive gesture, signaling the other not to worry. "Rest assured, old man. If the roof gets damaged, we shall repair it for you." Iker Casillas harbored considerable confidence in the capabilities of the high-tech weapon in his possession. After all, it was a product of domestic craftsmanship, specifically from the esteemed Huawei company. He believed that the recoil would not be sufficient to compromise the structural integrity of the ground beneath him. Not long ago, Casillas had ventured here, presenting an assortment of food as a token of goodwill, seeking permission from the lighthouse keeper to utilize the highest vantage point in the area. Casillas, a former crew member of Roger, was quite accommodating, graciously accepting the offering and granting him free rein. The silvery metallic bullets had already been loaded into the Gauss sniper rifle. The blue lines illuminated once more, their radiant glow gradually enveloping all the contours, appearing almost dazzling even in broad daylight. This time, Casillas decisively pressed the trigger. A faint sound emerged, and both Gray and Lucien seemed to perceive a subtle distortion in the airflow at the muzzle. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the bullet had already been discharged. It was only when they observed Casillas exhale deeply, his finger having already pulled the trigger, that they exchanged puzzled glances. With a staggering velocity of up to 4,000 meters per second, the bullet, upon exiting the chamber and encountering air, would collide as if striking a solid wall. In reality, the projectile from the Gauss sniper rifle appeared as a singular metallic entity, yet it featured additional designs. Prior to firing, a powerful electromagnetic field would activate the internal mechanisms of the bullet. Although Casillas was unaware of the underlying principles, he understood that this mechanism could mitigate air resistance. Absent this clever design, the bullet would have generated a series of sonic booms right before the muzzle, stretching far into the horizon. Not only does this influence the velocity and power of the bullet, but it also affects its accuracy. Consequently, when the bullet is discharged, it produces a remarkably subdued sound. If one were to describe it, it might be likened to the faint sound of a person releasing gas, a rather crude comparison. Yet it captures the essence. Meanwhile, Casillas had not diverted his gaze from the scope. At the moment he squeezed the trigger, he began to mentally count. The target distance was 10 kilometers. The ballistic calculations and automatic corrections had been completed. 1. Diamante was engaged in conversation with Gladiolus at the bow, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, exuding a sense of contentment and pride. Perhaps he had received some praise and was expressing his humility. As for the masked figure, it was impossible to discern any expression. Casillas had no intention of using the transparent scope to scrutinize the individual's appearance or emotions. 2. Suddenly, Diamante's expression shifted, as if he had become aware of something. Yet in the next moment, Casillas witnessed the bullet strike the three-masted ship. At the waterline, it appeared as though an enormous, unseen maw had opened wide, biting down and creating a gaping hole. The silver bullet spun, and upon making contact with the hull, it seemed to disturb the air, causing the splintered wood to scatter like confetti, while the compressed air formed razor-sharp blades, inflicting even greater damage upon the vessel. In an instant, the bullet traversed the entire ship from bow to stern, tearing through the starboard side at the front and exiting from the port side at the rear, creating a hole the size of a barrel in the water several meters away before vanishing into the depths of the ocean. The unfolding events caused a drastic change in Diamante's expression, who had just begun to sense the impending danger. The relentless sea surged rapidly into the ship's cabin. The wooden planks of the vessel, hastily joined together, began to splinter, and in the blink of an eye, even the deck beneath their feet erupted with a cacophony of creaking and cracking wood. "What has transpired?" Gladius shouted, glancing back at the ship that had been monitoring the Black Flag pirates. They had already passed by a considerable distance of over 100 meters. It was too late. The ship had commenced its descent into the depths. Chapter 113, 2 shots, 2 vessels. The three-masted sailing ship twisted and fractured. As bullets from the Gauss sniper rifle severed its keel, the very backbone that supported the vessel was obliterated, causing this long-standing ship, which had roamed the seas for years, to disintegrate instantaneously. Its own weight led it swiftly towards ruin. Sailors working in the cabin, blissfully unaware of their fate, were abruptly cleaved in two. Those fortunate enough to evade the bullets were not necessarily spared. The onrushing seawater surged violently, swiftly inundating much of the cabin, and the force of the currents violently slammed these individuals against the walls, floors, and furniture. Fractured bones were but minor injuries, and those unfortunate enough to collide with the cannons found their skulls exploding like watermelons. Those who did not succumb to unconsciousness struggled desperately against the overwhelming torrent, a force that ordinary people could hardly withstand. Sailors are renowned for their swimming prowess. However, even the most skilled among them faced slim chances of survival amidst such catastrophe. Moreover, the robust wooden hull, riveted and pieced together, was continuously cracking, with sharp splinters claiming the lives of the few still fighting for survival. Conditions were equally dire on deck. As the ship disintegrated, it continued to sink, the mast collapsing, and the thick sails unfurled toward the deck, which was riddled with gaping holes. Although Gladius was somewhat perplexed by the current situation, he was no novice devoid of composure. Facing the overwhelming descent of the sails, he calmly extended his hand. A violent explosion suddenly tore through the sail covering the bow, sending charred remnants spiraling in all directions, reminiscent of fireworks. Though not particularly noticeable in the daylight, the large sail, emblazoned with the skull emblem of the Don Quixote family, had lost a significant portion of its design. The remaining fragments continued to burn, gradually transforming into ash. Some sailors decisively leaped into the sea, desperately swimming towards the distance, hoping to escape the pirate ship that had turned into a coffin. Unfortunately, the whirlpool created by the sinking vessel claimed them without mercy. More seasoned sailors and their leaders fought valiantly to draw closer to Diamante and Gladius. This reflects a blind psychological inclination to seek refuge under the protection of the powerful. In truth, Diamante is indifferent to these individuals. The tumultuous deck beneath his feet continually emits the sound of splintering wood. A once vibrant vessel has, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to ruins. His gaze shifts toward the Gemini Cape, a distance of nearly 20 miles, where an intense intuition informs him that this is not merely a pirate ship that has run aground or fallen victim to a sea creature's assault, but rather that an attack has been launched from that direction. He notices a gaping hole that has suddenly appeared on the starboard bow of the ship. Such power, such range, can only belong to the most elite snipers of the vast ocean. A surge of astonishment, shock, and disbelief churned within him. A person of such caliber could undoubtedly hold a significant position within the ranks of the four emperors, the dominant pirate crews of this new world. Why? Why would such a formidable individual suddenly launch an attack against them? Could it be? Diamante gritted his teeth and shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. Impossible. How could this Casillas possibly have such a formidable powerhouse backing him? Remain composed, Diamante, as the expression on his face shifted rapidly. The bow of the ship was now merely a meter or two above the surface of the sea. At such a critical moment, Diamante dared not delay any further. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself onto the water's surface, unleashing his abilities. Ocean Flag. In that fleeting moment, the sea underwent a remarkable transformation. The water, which had previously evaded all beings, seemed to thicken slightly, as invisible waves emanated from around his body. The undulating surface of the ocean appeared to morph into a dense, viscous buffer, upon which Diamante stood, sinking only to a depth of a hand's breadth with each brief step. This was facilitated by his ability to levitate, significantly reducing his weight. Were it Gladiolus, half of his body would have been submerged in the water. Nonetheless, the power of the float fruit could not alter the intrinsic nature of the water, while it considerably enhanced the water's buoyancy. Allowing numerous shattered fragments of ships to float more steadily, it did not truly transform the sea into a flag. After all, the moniker Flagman was merely a nickname. His fruit's power did not permit any object to be converted into fabric. As Diamante activated the float fruit, the descent of the surrounding debris slowed considerably, and the turbulent whirlpools created by the sinking of large objects diminished or even vanished. A few fortunate crew members, having miraculously survived, struggled to climb onto nearby pieces of driftwood, gasping for breath, their minds overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, to the point of almost forgetting their own identities. Observing that his feet were entirely submerged in the water, Diamante kicked forcefully and leaped to Gladiolus's side. They found themselves on the largest fragment of the shipwreck, nearly the entire bow that had broken away from the vessel, now flipped upside down. In silence, Diamante and Gladiolus exchanged glances over the jagged edges of the wreckage. After a lengthy pause, Gladiolus could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "What is happening?" Diamante glanced back at the approaching vessel, which was originally monitoring the Black Flag pirates, then turned to the indistinct figure of Twin Cape, murmuring, "We may be in trouble." Just then, the dilapidated bow beneath their feet suddenly plunged downward, and Diamante's ability faltered. This so-called ocean flag is merely a half-baked stratagem. It is not that Diamante lacks the desire to develop it further. He has long harbored dreams of possessing the capability for maritime combat without reliance on vessels. Thus, he whimsically envisioned transforming the ocean surface into a terrestrial equivalent of an army flag, a tangible foundation upon which he could stand. However, after years of endeavor, he has only managed to achieve the current state. By enhancing the viscosity of the seawater, he enables the surface to support his body for a brief period after it has been animated. Yet it is utterly impossible to convert the seawater into something akin to flag fabric. The land beneath an army flag can support a person's weight, while the ocean is an entirely different matter. Perhaps one day he may attain the ability to transmute seawater into a flag, but that might only be the threshold of awakening the fruit's true potential. This goal appears exceedingly distant. Even Doflamingo, whose string fruit abilities have reached an extraordinary level, has yet to attain the realm of awakened powers. The remnants of the ship, once buoyed by the thickening seawater, have all succumbed to the depths. Diamante and Gladius leaped onto a relatively broad plank, presumably a portion of the ship's side. How shall I put it? Gladius's strength pales in comparison to that of Diamante. Even now, he remains bewildered as to how an intact vessel could have sunk. Just as Diamante was about to utter a word, he observed a ship drawing near with great speed, poised to rescue them, suddenly sprouting a gaping hole in its hull. It was not until the seawater began to pour in that the sound reached their ears. The dark fissure rapidly expanded, and under Gladius's watchful gaze, the vessel hastened to follow in the path of their own demise. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was only then that I realized it was not an accidental grounding or a collision with a formidable sea creature, but rather an attack from the enemy. Chapter 114. A brief discourse on dominance atop the lighthouse. Casillas revealed a smile. Dispatching the enemy with merely 2 bullets was indeed unexpected. This left the adversaries stranded upon the sea. The only individuals of significance were Diamante and Gladiolus. Capturing them would likely facilitate a substantial discussion with the formidable Doflamingo. With satisfaction, he caressed the slightly warm barrel of his rifle, casting a glance toward Gray and Lucien. Would you care to take a look? Gray eagerly approached. Occupying the space Casillas had vacated, scrutinizing through the scope with keen attention, exclaiming in astonishment, "Boss, this gun is absolutely incredible. Can I have one too?" Casillas' lips twitched. "Give you one? That is sheer fantasy. There is only this one, and it is improbable that a second Gauss sniper rifle will ever exist. If I could produce a multitude of these like the AK or Desert Eagle, would I still be lingering in this insignificant place known as the East Sea? Come on." Gray sighed in disappointment. Despite receiving several kicks from Lucien, he remained glued to the scope of the Gauss sniper rifle, pleading, "Then can I at least use this one?" "Please, boss. I am your most loyal subordinate. Such a fine weapon cannot be squandered. With it, wouldn't we be able to traverse the Grand Line with ease?" "Traverse with ease?" Casillas scoffed. "That is merely a fantasy. The Gauss sniper rifle is indeed formidable, boasting significant power and an impressive range. Its automatic holographic scope can even function somewhat like observation hockey. However, it pales in comparison to true powerhouses. Top-tier snipers can shoot accurately over 10 kilometers or even farther. While the Gauss sniper rifle may achieve such distances, it cannot compete. The bullets cannot be imbued with hockey, and any hockey enhancement is merely basic. What can such individuals truly accomplish? The original narrative has yet to demonstrate their true extent. Gray, Lucien, do you comprehend the true strength of the powerful? In any case, the 2 individuals over there were not in any mortal peril, and it was highly unlikely they could traverse the ocean without a vessel. Thus, Casillas resolved to engage these 2 in a conversation about a topic he had never broached before. Both Gray and Lucien possessed considerable strength. Yet apart from having recently witnessed the scenery at the starting point of the Grand Line, their experiences were rather limited. This statement naturally piqued the curiosity of 2 individuals. Gray immediately turned to face him, while Lucien, who had been fixated on the Gauss sniper rifle, also shifted his gaze. "Boss, do you know?" Gray inquired. Casillas nodded. His tone tinged with longing as he spoke. "You are all familiar with the likes of Pirate King Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, as well as the naval hero Garp. These individuals are among the pinnacle of strength upon the seas. Yet do you possess an accurate understanding of just how formidable they truly are?" After delivering this statement, Casillas paused briefly before continuing, "We need not dwell on them. Instead, let us discuss what constitutes a true strongman in the New World. The standard is hockey." "Hockey? What is that?" Gray, ever the chatterbox, inquired with curiosity. Hockey is an innate ability that every individual possesses, a kind of talent. However, the effort required to awaken and utilize this ability is difficult to articulate. In this world, only those who master hockey can rightfully be called strong, while those unable to harness it can never ascend to such heights. Hockey is astonishing. For instance, armament hockey can harden the surface of one's body or weapons. Once hardened, the strength of the body and weapons reaches an extraordinary level. No blade, no matter how sharp, can cut through a hand fortified with armament hockey. Moreover, armament hockey serves more than just this purpose. Only those who possess this capability can contend with the Logia-type devil fruit users who are immune to physical attacks. Of course, there are more advanced applications, but we shall refrain from discussing them for now. As for observation haki, it is said to be akin to a form of hearing, allowing the possessor to perceive without the need for sight, enabling them to grasp an opponent's attack trajectory and see everything within a certain radius, even possessing the incredible ability to foresee the future. In short, its wonders far exceed those of armament haki. Gray stared blankly at his outstretched palm, repeatedly examining it, envisioning the possibility of striking a blade with force, imagining the blade bending at the impact. The shock within him lingered, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lucien's eyes, however, brightened. His thoughts had been solely on the Gauss sniper rifle, but upon hearing about observation haki, he immediately recognized its significance for a sniper. The disparity between a sniper with observation haki and one without is monumental. Yet, he pondered, how does one master this ability? Lucien was the one to pose this question. I am not entirely certain, but I believe it may have something to do with one's willpower, Casillas replied. Casillas reminisced about Luffy's rigorous training over the past 2 years and contemplated the various theories surrounding haki. He thoughtfully remarked, the armament haki can be awakened through combat against formidable foes. As for observation haki, one might try to evade attacks by closing their eyes, relying on sensation rather than sight or sound to perceive the external world. It is said that haki is a power that emanates from the soul, a concept that is rather elusive. Besides armament and observation, there exists a rare form known as Conqueror's haki, possessed by very few individuals. Conqueror's haki? The name itself sounds formidable. Gray suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Those who wield Conqueror's haki possess the innate qualities of a king. Casillas regarded Gray carefully before shaking his head. I believe you might not possess much hope in that regard. Gray's countenance immediately fell. Let us set this aside and deal with the members of the Don Quixote family. Haki is not something one can simply learn by listening. I anticipate that you will master this ability in due time. Boss, do you possess haki? Gray, oblivious to the decorum expected of a subordinate, bluntly posed a question that left Casillas feeling rather awkward. Dismissing the inquiry, Casillas began to stow away the Gauss sniper rifle. Wait, boss. Let me have a go with that Gauss sniper rifle. Gray grasped the silver barrel of the weapon, pleading insistently, as if unwilling to relent without a response. Allowing him to play with it was not out of the question, but it was imperative that Gray did not waste ammunition. After all, the bullets were still in his possession. Conceding to Gray's request posed no significant issue. With these thoughts in mind, just as Cassius was about to acquiesce to Gray, he suddenly heard Lucien exclaim, Boss, it seems Gray has already damaged 5 or 6 AK-47s. What? Cassius turned to Lucien. Is that true? The AK-47 is reputed to be one of the most resilient firearms, known for its simplicity and durability. Gray, let go, or else. With a mournful expression, Gray had no choice but to release his grip. Only after Cassius leaped from the pinnacle of the lighthouse did he cast a fierce glare at Lucien. We agreed not to report such things. Chapter 115. Guest descending from the towering lighthouse. Cassius brushed off the dust from his hands and greeted Casillas, who was leisurely swaying in a deck chair. Ah, my boy, have you completed your tasks? The old man, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt suited for the climate, epitomized the casual attire of the region. While the world experiences the cyclic nature of seasons, the Grand Line and places like Twin Cape either endure perpetual snow or enjoy a temperate climate year-round, with this locale being no exception, where temperatures seldom dip below 20 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Cassius possessed the temperature fruit, rendering him impervious to the heat. Ah, indeed. I have accomplished most of it. Raising his hand, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep draw before gazing out at the vast ocean, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. Mr. Casillas, your days are so serene, merely reading the newspaper and tending to the lighthouse. It is truly the life I have always dreamed of. Is that so? Casillas, his hair graying and chin broad enough to overshadow his slender cheeks, wore a skeptical expression. Young people are unlikely to appreciate my way of life, nor would they recognize the name Casillas. I happen to have heard of your esteemed name, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Cassius replied with a sincere smile. Considering that a young man like me remembers your kindness, I hope Mr. Casillas might lend a hand should any troubles arise. Of course, if it pertains to illness, I would be more than willing. Casillas shook the newspaper in his hands. Aside from painting within the belly of a whale, his daily entertainment revolved around reading the news. Observing the ship's doctor once again engrossed in the newspaper, Cassius shook his head, preparing to confront his adversary stranded at sea. By the way, young man, Casillas suddenly raised his head, causing both Gray and Lucien, who were trailing behind Cassius, to turn back in unison. The old man bore a hint of a mysterious smile. "We have new guests arriving. I suggest you exercise a modicum of caution." Casillas momentarily paused his steps, absorbing the weight of the words before resuming his forward march, his hand already delving into the deep pocket that contained a Gauss sniper rifle. A few minutes later, standing by the shore and gazing at the pirate ship anchored a few dozen meters away due to the water's depth, Casillas addressed Lucien and Gray. "You two board the ship and apprehend those individuals. If they remain composed, they shall not resist." Gray, though often perceived as somewhat slow, became acutely aware of the situation at hand. "Rest assured, I shall extend a warm welcome to our new guest. You may proceed." Casillas remarked with a faint smile directed at Gray. As Coloccus uttered those words, his rarely encountered system re-emerged. Random task: host the guest. A formidable guest approaches you. Please entertain them well. Objective: repel, defeat, or eliminate the adversary. Given their strength, rewards will be upgraded. Upon successful completion, rewards include 1 random talent draw, unlocking a new weapon in the shop, 1 random high-tier shop item, and 5 purchase permissions for unlocked weapons. Best of luck. Rob Lucci is a rather unique individual. Though he himself may not share this sentiment, those who know him often harbor similar thoughts. However, in the presence of this ruthless weapon of slaughter who single-handedly eliminated 500 soldiers from the kingdom 5 years prior, most would refrain from openly expressing such notions. He sports unusually shaped eyebrows and a faint stubble on his chin. At 18, he has yet to cultivate a thick black beard. Clad in an all-black suit, he is a combat enthusiast and a training fanatic, typically unperturbed by anything he encounters, except for pirates, the sole source of his disdain. Traversing the rugged, uneven terrain of the Red Earth continent, Rob Lucci moves as if gliding along a smooth path, his body erect like a flagpole, the glossy black hair peeking from beneath his black top hat catching the light. Having joined CP9 only a few years prior, he has already emerged as the most formidable force within the organization, boasting a combat power nearing 1,000, mastering the 6 styles, beginning to practice life return, and having gained a preliminary grasp of hockey. His impressive track record speaks volumes, heralded as a genius by others. Whispers of him being the strongest in CP9 in 8 centuries have begun to circulate. Lucci remains uncertain if he truly is the mightiest in CP9's history. After all, such a standard, when applied to the world at large, may not suffice for the title of the best. He never relaxes his guard, fully aware of the strength possessed by the truly powerful, although this world is populated by the weak. Those who occupy positions of superiority are as numerous as the stars in the night sky. At the tender age of 18, he evidently has yet to reach such a formidable level. In a place like the New World, can one truly envision a formidable youth of this age? He is merely an exceptional newcomer capable of astonishing a crowd. This time, only he from CP9 has arrived here. Firstly, intelligence indicates that Casillas' strength is patently insufficient to contend with him. In this regard, Lucci can only utter, "Weakness is a crime." Secondly, their objective is not Casillas himself, but rather the entire industrial apparatus he possesses, capable of producing 1, 2, or even more unprecedented and powerful explosive weaponry. Indeed, after compiling intelligence, CP9 remains baffled by how Casillas has quietly concealed and transported such an extensive facility. It is evident that this munitions factory resides within the Kingdom of Goya. Despite numerous lingering questions, such as the origin of the workers, investigations reveal that Casillas has not acquired any slaves, aside from those taken for the celestial dragons. There have been no reports of missing persons in the Kingdom of Goya, its surrounding regions, or even the entire East Blue. Could this factory be operating autonomously? And what of the materials? The raw materials necessary for producing weapons, ammunition, and explosives, where could they possibly originate? Investigations into this matter have yet to yield progress. Perhaps the time frame is too short, and Casillas' channels are exceedingly clandestine. In any case, what the world government desires is this factory and its equipment. The good news is that once Casillas is captured, these questions should have a high probability of resolution, even if he remains silent. The operations in the Kingdom of Goya have not borne fruit, and they possess ample time to gradually unravel the issues at hand. Ultimately, capturing him is paramount. Lucci clutched the brim of his black top hat, the shadow of the lighthouse at Twin Cape distinctly looming ahead. Meanwhile, within the Kingdom of Goya, in a warehouse guarded at both ends, the air shimmered with a subtle ripple, a vague outline, hinting at the shape of a door. materialized out of thin air and was then seemingly pushed open from within, revealing a verdant space. A young man with horn-like hair emerged gracefully, glanced around, took a few steps forward, and the door standing in the air behind him vanished silently. Approaching the wall, Bruno, leaning sideways, peered through the glass at the guards patrolling with AK-47s slung over their backs. If this goes awry, I hope I won't have to swallow 2 bullets. Who deemed his capabilities to be so effective? Aside from Lucci, the most challenging tasks were directly assigned to him. Glancing at the thick straw laid against the wall, concealing the tightly covered cargo boxes, Bruno listened intently to the sounds outside and gradually approached. Chapter 116, Rob Lucci. The waterproof oilcloth combined with the thick straw mat concealed what seemed to be a significant secret within the layers of protective wooden crates. Bruno scratched the back of his head and gently lifted a corner, finding it somewhat laborious due to the covering of the oilcloth and straw mat. However, for Bruno, endowed with a physical prowess of 300 to 400, this posed no challenge. The entire process was executed without a whisper, flowing smoothly. Inside the box lay a series of gleaming desert eagles. Bruno certainly recognized what they were after surveying his surroundings. He estimated that there were at least thousands of such weapons in the warehouse, along with a substantial amount of ammunition. Yet, this was not what they sought. It could only be regarded as an unexpected discovery. Considering the multitude of guards outside, armed with formidable firearms, Bruno dared not touch the weapons. Instead, he stealthily pocketed a handgun and a box of ammunition before slipping through a door, vanishing from the warehouse. Within an abandoned building, Bruno opened a seemingly materializing door and addressed his companions. That entrance does not lead to a factory. I have inspected it thoroughly. If there were any hidden passages, they could not possibly evade my notice. As he spoke, he produced the silver Desert Eagle, adding, however, I stumbled upon an unexpected find. There are numerous of these weapons. But regarding the so-called AKs, there are too many boxes for me to check individually. Such a yield could not be reported to the superior. A blonde young woman, clad in alluring fishnet stockings and a black leather jacket adorned with black mesh fabric that exposed large swathes of her fair skin, presented a striking figure. Her burgeoning form seemed at odds with her age, exuding a mature aura as she cast a sidelong, mocking glance at Bruno. Now, Khalifa, you are but a newcomer. After all, Bruno is your senior. Gabra, sporting a catfish-like long beard, glanced at Khalifa. Although the young duo had entered CP9 through their strength and effort, they often exchanged banter with their teammates and exhibited a touch of arrogance. Nonetheless, Gabra, possessing a similar physical prowess nearing 1,000 and ranking just below Lucci, was not inclined to see discord between Bruno and Khalifa. The task at hand is of paramount importance. Naturally, there are no trivial missions for CP9. Gabra turned to Bruno and inquired, have all the suspicious locations been thoroughly investigated? Without hesitation, Bruno replied, indeed, I have even inspected the bandit camp atop Mount Galbo. As well as the territories of the nobles in Gaozhen and the royal palace, there were no anomalies to report. What of your intelligence gathering? Gabra asked, shaking his head. We have acquired all the necessary information, yet thus far, nothing of substantial value has come to light. Could it be that the so-called factory does not exist? Or perhaps it lies outside the Kingdom of Goya? Such a notion seems implausible. Should we reach out to Lucci? If there are no leads here, perhaps hope resides with him, suggested Khalifa, observing them intently. I shall handle it, Gabra declared, retrieving his din-din mushy from his pocket. Clad in a coat without a shirt, yet adorned with a tie, he felt quite content, though one could only wonder about his comfort. The din-din mushy connected, emitting a series of ringing sounds as he awaited a response. On the red soil continent, having just ascended to the pinnacle and glimpsed Twin Cape, Lucci paused upon hearing the summons from his din-din mushy. Just as he raised his arm, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Boom. The air before Rob Lucci was violently compressed and distorted by an immense force, creating ripples akin to those on water, which tore through the surrounding rocks and earth, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated with a deafening roar, potent enough to rupture the eardrums of an ordinary person and sending a vast cloud of dust skyward. 2 seconds prior, Casillas stood on the shore, his adjustable stand stabilizing the Gauss sniper rifle as firmly as a mountain, resembling a cannon aimed at the heavens. Through the holographic scope, Rob Lucci's figure had just materialized, and without granting himself a moment's pause for contemplation, Casillas pulled the trigger. Only halfway through the bullet's journey did he recognize the man before him. That distinctive mustache and brow were unmistakably recognizable. Had CP9 set their sights on him? Rob Lucci from a decade ago. With such a substantial reward for the mission, this fellow would undoubtedly possess hockey. Otherwise, the shot would have resolved matters swiftly. The bullet struck its target, yet it was evident that it did not inflict fatal harm upon Rob Lucci. Although the powerful force of the Gauss sniper rifle disturbed the air, rendering the opponent's position nearly invisible to the naked eye, Casillas relied not on mere sight. Beneath the holographic scope equipped with scanning capabilities, Rob Lucci's condition was laid bare. In the instant the bullet made contact, Lucci instinctively raised his arm, utilizing his hardened forearm coated in armament hockey to deflect the projectile. However, the immense kinetic energy of 4,000 meters per second rendered even his formidable defenses inadequate against the bullet's overwhelming force. The bullet, no thicker than a finger and barely longer than one, collided with the surface of his hardened arm, unleashing a force that sent Rob Lucci hurtling backward. Though he attempted to angle his arm to deflect the bullet, he was taken aback to find that the bullet's tip had penetrated the protective surface of his armament hockey, embedding itself in his obsidian-hued arm. Damn! His mastery of armament hockey was still too nascent. What was this? Was someone aiding him? Or was it some formidable weapon? A flurry of thoughts raced through Rob Lucci's mind as his body was propelled backward, ascending from the ground and crashing into the rocky wall of a mountain after escaping the chaos of exploding air and smoke. His physique, honed to an unyielding hardness, met the mountain wall with a resounding impact, causing the rock to shatter instantaneously. He was thrust into the stone, fracturing it in a web-like pattern that spread across a large section of the cliff. Less than half a second had passed from the moment of impact to being driven into the mountain's core by the bullet's force. Finally, the power carried by the Gauss sniper bullet waned, and in the next moment, Casillas witnessed Lucci erupting forth like a shadow from a 2-meter-deep crater in the rock, instantly darting behind a massive boulder. At that moment, Casillas had just chambered a second round. However, as he prepared to take another shot, he realized that Rob Lucci was still on the move. Clearly, he had discerned that a several-meter-thick wall of rock could not withstand such a bullet, and at this distance, the shooter, even without the ability to sense, must possess an ability akin to observation hockey. It was indeed not so simple. Rob Lucci had transformed into his leopard form, moving with such speed that he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Even under the holographic scanning scope, Casillas found himself unable to take aim. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the automatic targeting mode. Casillas forcefully toggled a seemingly inconspicuous protrusion on the gun's body. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci maneuvered around a towering peak, skimming the ground. With each contact of his leopard-like paws against the earth, his speed intensified. The turbulent air he generated capable of shredding the surrounding underbrush as he plunged down from the peaks of the red Earth continent toward Twin Cape. The barrel of the Gauss sniper rifle adjusted its orientation automatically, emitting a distinctive mechanical sound as it discharged the second bullet. Rob Lucci, moving at high speed, suddenly halted like a kite severed from its string, collapsing onto the hillside and crashing through several massive boulders, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris, and carving out a pit over 20 meters deep into the earth. The automatic targeting system of the Gauss sniper rifle proved to be remarkably effective. However, Casillas could not derive any joy from this. Hitting the target was commendable, yet Lucci sustained only minor injuries. As he loaded a third bullet, Lucci, covered in dirt and debris, emerged from the pit, extracting the silver bullet embedded in his chest and examining it in his claw, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gazed towards Twin Cape, deducing that the shooter must be positioned by the sea, a chill creeping into his heart. Although he had yet to master Kenbunchaku, he was fortunate enough to possess a sufficiently strong intuition, having utilized Busashoku for defense on 2 occasions. Otherwise, those 2 bullets might have shattered his heart twice over. Perhaps the day when he would master Kenbunchaku was not far off. Chapter 117. High explosive incendiary bullets. At present, the situation appeared rather unfavorable for Lucci. Yet this was merely an illusion. For him, the straight-line distance was only about 10 kilometers. Although powerful sniper fire posed a distraction, it did not inflict any decisive harm. Minor injuries could not impede Lucci's mobility. 10 kilometers could be traversed in a mere minute or two at full sprint in his half-beast form. He flexed his ankles slightly, his well-defined muscles rippling, causing the spotted fur of his leopard form to undulate. Before Casillas could fire his third shot, Lucci transformed into a streak of yellow lightning. Leaping from the pit he had excavated, and in an instant, he stomped the ground a dozen times, momentarily vanishing from sight while still clad in his black suit trousers. Shave. Like a teleportation, Lucci's speed had increased severalfold compared to before. The enhancement of his physical prowess and leopard form allowed him to use shave continuously. Each time he struck the ground, he left behind a chaotic array of fissures, further accelerating his speed beyond its original limits. Such speed reached a level beyond his own control. However, this was of no consequence. Tripping over oneself and falling awkwardly was hardly a matter of concern. The crux of the matter was that Lucci hoped this velocity would render his opponent unable to aim accurately, while simultaneously accelerating the reduction of the distance between them and the enemy. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective. Rob Lutch's sudden outburst rendered the auto-targeting system of the Gauss sniper rifle incapable of achieving precise shots. The persistent alerts of less than 50% hit probability flashing within the scope instilled a sense of anxiety in Casillas. On the third shot, the bullet grazed Lutch's side, embedding itself into the ground and creating a cloud of dust along with a massive crater. The high-velocity projectile generated a fierce wind pressure that burrowed several meters into the earth, fracturing the surrounding ground. Although the bullet missed its mark, its impact was still felt. Lutch inadvertently stepped onto the edge of the destruction zone, where a crack formed by the bullet's penetration coincidentally extended to his position. His speed was too great for him to adjust in time. With uneven footing, Lutch tumbled like a rolling gourd, plunging into a deep ravine. He was violently tossed between the narrow walls of the cliff, shattering a robust tree rooted in the rock face and crushing two interspersed red boulders, before finally landing at the bottom, amidst a heap of dark red rubble. The earlier bullet wound had left his head bloodied, and the immense force of the Gauss sniper rifle had even inflicted internal injuries, causing a lingering pain with each movement. Yet, he showed no outward signs of discomfort. However, the situation was different now. The rubble at the bottom of the gorge, likely weathered and dislodged from the cliff walls over time, appeared severely eroded on the surface, while its inner structure remained steadfastly intact. As he descended, he refrained from employing his armament color for defense. After all, hockey is a resource that depletes with use, and he was reluctant to squander it on mere bullets. Consequently, he sustained several lacerations across his back and limbs, with a few sharp fragments of rock embedded within his muscles. However, one particular shard was lodged in a rather sensitive location. With great difficulty, he managed to roll over, trembling as he extended his hand to probe behind him. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the obstinate stone. Damn it! A cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he leaned against the moss-covered, muddy rock face, slowly rising to his feet. He had never realized that an injury in such a place could be so excruciating. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary individual. Pain was merely a hurdle he could endure. After applying some analgesic and hemostatic medication, he ensured that vigorous movement would not exacerbate the wound further. He then gazed at the narrow sliver of daylight peeking between the towering rock faces, his eyes bloodshot, and he placed his feet against the wall, propelling himself upward. Lucci had lingered in the mountain gorge for a minute or two, causing Casillas to grow somewhat impatient. A fiery red bullet was poised within the chamber of the Gauss sniper rifle, ready to be unleashed. Having exchanged a devil fruit for the Gauss sniper rifle, he received a supply of 100 standard bullets and 20 high-explosive incendiary rounds. Casillas had already expended 5 of the standard bullets, while none of the high-explosive incendiary rounds had yet been used. This marks the inaugural engagement utilizing the Gauss sniper rifle. Another reason for caution is the exorbitant cost of high-explosive incendiary ammunition. Just how costly is it? After exchanging for the Gauss sniper rifle in an upscale shop, specialized ammunition became available in the inventory of the system's ordinary store. A standard bullet is priced at 1,000 Baileys, a figure that is not overly burdensome and is quite acceptable. However, a single high-explosive incendiary round demands a staggering 1 million Baileys. This price is undeniably steep, rendering it quite prohibitive and financially draining. This is not the most expensive. There exists a bullet known as the high-frequency tremor bullet, which costs a staggering 10 million Bailey each, while this price is merely tenfold that of the high-explosive incendiary round. 10 million Bailey is akin to a colossal diamond mine in Africa for the current Casillas. In essence, Casillas' finances are insufficient to procure even a single one of these bullets, even prior to contemplating the purchase of Murakumo. His remaining funds amount to just over 1 million Bailey. Fortunately, the bullet priced at 1 million Bailey comes with a complimentary 20. Given the audacity to price a bullet at such a rate, one can only surmise that its potency would indeed correspond to its cost. At 1,000 times the price of a standard bullet, how formidable could its power be? The high-explosive incendiary round, as the name suggests, detonates upon impact, igniting objects and unleashing a torrent of flames. Thus, Casillas must wait. Wait for Rucci to ascend. Through the scope, the rocky mountainside transformed into a transparent, three-dimensional image, and Rucci's figure became distinctly visible. Just as he was about to reach the summit and depart from the ravine, Casillas squeezed the trigger. Circles of blue light ignited sequentially, illuminating the scene with an intense brilliance. The stable low-temperature nuclear fusion battery supplied a robust current, generating a powerful magnetic field that propelled the flame-like red bullet from the chamber. Unlike the silent departure of ordinary bullets, the high-explosive incendiary round emitted a piercing shriek the moment it left the muzzle. The red material on the bullet's surface ignited instantaneously, creating a streak of crimson light that roared forth, leaving in its wake a series of explosive, fiery smoke clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the newly emerged Raub Rucci. The overwhelming momentum and acute sense of peril compelled Rucci to instinctively curl into a ball, his body transforming midair into a spherical shape as he unleashed his armed color with abandon, enveloping himself in a chaotic black orb. The clash of scarlet and ebony ensued, and in the next moment, a fierce conflagration and shockwave engulfed a radius of 100 meters. Casillas stood, momentarily stunned, gazing at the erupting crimson flames, as a small mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The terrifying heat had incinerated everything within 100 meters to ash. Even the rocks began to melt. Is this the power of high-explosive incendiary shells? Chapter 118, momentarily extinguished. Given such formidable might, 1,000,000 berries per bullet hardly seems exorbitant. Casillas found himself contemplating this notion. To date, aside from his initial arrival in this realm, he had never harbored any profound desire for wealth. With over 20 years of life experience surpassing others, it was unlikely he would develop an obsession with money akin to Nami's frenzied avarice. The fiery crimson substance of the incendiary shell dispersed upon impact, igniting almost every molecule at once. Any material that came into contact with even a trace of this substance was incinerated by the extreme heat, while rocks and soil gradually shattered, turning red and ultimately melting into a viscous paste. The magma fruitability of Akainu was somewhat diminished, perhaps reflecting its current potency. One should not underestimate this apparent weakness. Individuals of admiral caliber possess the capacity to reshape mountains and fill seas. Even in its weakened form, such an assault would undoubtedly overwhelm most beings in this world. Optimistically speaking, Raub Rucci might already be in a state of disarray. Yet, the marvel of hockey was not to be underestimated. The intense heat disrupted the observational capacity of the holographic scope, which only began to recover after several seconds. What unfolded next compelled Casillas to marvel at the opponent's abnormal resilience. He beheld Raub Rucci, positioned over 20 meters from the epicenter of the explosion, his body cloaked in a layer of semi-melted earth that continued to radiate heat, having just emerged from the shelter he had excavated for himself. His obsidian form, hardened by armament hockey, trembled slightly, causing the protective soil to fall away. Rucci was somewhat astonished by the latent potential he had unleashed under duress. At the moment of the explosion, he had curled into a ball, his body shielded by hardened hockey while simultaneously executing a combination of moonwalk and shave for aerial teleportation, propelling himself over 20 meters away. Though he could not completely evade the blast, he significantly mitigated the damage from the high-explosive incendiary shell. Employing moonwalk alongside shave to achieve high-speed movement in the air was something he had long mastered within the 6 styles. To his surprise, he had to execute it under such perilous circumstances today. The feeling in that fleeting moment indicated that he would likely not be able to replicate such a feat in the near future, especially as he now felt a strain in his leg muscles from the exertion. The impact on his combat capability was not substantial, yet the prospect of performing at such an elevated level again seemed unattainable. Having distanced himself from the explosion's core, he began to dig downward as the shockwave of the blast began to spread. Indeed, maintaining a posture with his hands clasped behind his head and his body curled, Raub Rucci accomplished all of this with his feet. In that fleeting moment, although he had only excavated a small pit sufficient to conceal himself, the extensive layer of loose earth covering his body was the reason he had not sustained severe injuries. Even with the protection of hardened hockey, coupled with a considerable thickness of loose soil, he still suffered from severe burns on the nape of his neck and other vulnerable areas. Once the hockey's hardening subsided, what remained was a charred, dark yellow surface riddled with cracks from dehydration. The intense pain persisted, and even 2 specially formulated pain relief pills offered little respite. As he shook off the semi-melted earth, Raub Rucci did not dare to slacken his focus, intensifying his mental concentration despite the persistent, subtle aches coursing through his body. At full speed, the leopard man, resembling a true cheetah, utilized all four limbs to deftly navigate the nearly 100-meter diameter area of soft, crimson earth, continuing his descent toward Twin Cape at the foot of the mountain. At this juncture, the distance between the two was approximately 8,000 meters. As the gap narrowed, Casillas felt an increasing sense of urgency. 2 consecutive ordinary bullets had failed to strike their target, merely grazing Rob Lucci's form by mere millimeters. Once, Rob Lucci pivoted unexpectedly, causing the bullet to miss entirely. After 2 failed attempts that brought him no trouble, Casillas began to contemplate retreating to the sea. The strength of the temperature fruit lies in its ability to facilitate combat on the water. By utilizing low temperatures to freeze seawater, the surface of the ocean became as accessible to Casillas as solid ground. As for launching another explosive incendiary, the muzzle velocity of this bullet is somewhat slower than that of a conventional bullet. In such circumstances, even ordinary bullets struggle to make contact, let alone high explosive incendiaries. Although there is a powerful blast radius of 100 meters, this distance is indeed trivial for this individual. Had it not been for his earlier ascent from the ravine and the slight lead calculated by Casillas, the high explosive incendiary would scarcely pose any threat to the opponent. Damn, does this fellow possess observation hockey? Casillas cursed resentfully, remarking, having armament hockey is one thing, but possessing observation hockey is truly unfair. In the original story, this character was merely 28 years old and lacked armament hockey. I can only hope to wait a dozen years until the people of this world awaken what is referred to as hockey. Resolute in his thoughts, Casillas waved to Casillas, who had been observing beneath the lighthouse, and with a brief greeting, he swiftly stowed away his over 2-meter-long Gauss sniper rifle and turned to sprint across the ocean's surface. The ice layer held Casillas momentarily, but as he departed, it melted away instantly, leaving no trace of frost. Lucci had already witnessed this spectacle. At this juncture, the distance was approximately 5,000 meters. In merely 2 minutes, he could reach his destination. However, the perplexing fact was that this individual had ventured out to sea. Clad in a black trench coat, it was undoubtedly Casillas. And that silver firearm, was it indeed the very weapon capable of unleashing such formidable bullets, even creating explosions of that magnitude? Was this an artifact from a weapons factory? Could it possibly be the legendary weapon said to obliterate islands with a single shot, akin to the mythical Pluto? If such a device could be mass-produced. Without reducing his pace, Lucci occasionally veered slightly off course, navigating around colossal cliffs to evade any sudden gunfire. After a little over 2 minutes, Lucci arrived at the seaside. In this process, it seemed improbable for Casillas to successfully capture this individual, and he refrained from continuing his gunfire. He crouched down, glancing over at the original shooting position of Casillas, then turned his gaze towards the sea. Casillas had already boarded the pirate ship belonging to Gray and his crew. The unilateral gunfire and sniping had only lasted a few minutes, and the pirate ship, unfurling its sails, had scarcely departed from the shore. Lucci squinted, calculating the distance. At this distance, he could indeed traverse the water with remarkable speed to catch up to the vessel. However, considering the peculiar weaponry at play, such a course of action would undoubtedly be unwise. Yet, if he refrained from pursuing, would this Casillas simply depart from here and commence his journey across the Grand Line? Given his current presence, even if Casillas had no intention of entering the Grand Line, it was entirely plausible that he could venture forth without return. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, Lucci finally exhaled in relief. This is hardly a significant issue. Although the outcome of Bruno's actions remains uncertain, it is improbable that he would carry the factory with him. As long as the factory remains in the East Sea, this endeavor cannot be deemed a failure. Moreover, this individual has formidable adversaries, such as Doflamingo within the Grand Line. It is regrettable, however, that the opportunity for revenge has slipped away. Lucci felt that familiar pain beginning to resurface. After a day of idleness, he watched helplessly as Casillas boarded the pirate ship, his delicate brows furrowing in frustration, an emotion he seldom experienced. The prowess of this individual is indeed as the intelligence reports suggest, possessing an almost absolute advantage at sea, much like the newly appointed admiral Akiji, whose capabilities are somewhat enigmatic. A faint sense of foreboding lingered in Lucci's mind, recognizing that this person would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary in the future. Just then, the phone bug began to ring. Fortunately, despite being nearly devoid of clothing except for a few scraps around his waist, the phone bug nestled in his pocket remained unscathed, a miraculous occurrence when compared to the extensive burn blisters covering Lucci's body. Perhaps this was fate at play. Hello. What is the situation? Lucci inquired, casting a glance at the towering Twin Cape lighthouse, where he spotted an elderly lighthouse keeper. Bad news. Aside from a few desert eagles. We have found nothing. The phone bug mimicked Califa's voice in response to Lucci's query. How is that possible? Lucci expressed his confusion. Could it be that Bruno has faltered? With his abilities, no concealed facility could possibly evade detection. Unless, of course, you are treating this mission as a jest? By the end of his statement, a hint of menace crept into Lucci's tone. You know we could never engage in such foolishness, Califa retorted, glancing at her two silent companions. Bruno would never be so careless during a mission. This outcome suggests only one possibility. Are you implying that this factory is not located in the Kingdom of Goa? Lucci pondered aloud. In fact, I would be more inclined to believe that this factory may not exist at all. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he finally spoke. If the mission remains unaccomplished, we must persevere. I am certain the commander would not accept such an explanation. The factory must exist, otherwise it would not account for the weapons produced by Casillas. I will keep this individual occupied here. You must locate the target and compel Bruno to exert himself. Califa responded with a nonchalant hum, but soon realized the implication of his words. You mean to say you did not capture Casillas, Lucci? Indeed, Lucci replied, exhibiting neither shame nor concealment regarding his failure, calmly recounting his experience. A silver firearm with power rivaling that of a top-tier sniper. Capable of delivering strikes with the force akin to that of an admiral? Am I listening to a tale? Califa could not suppress her urge to voice her incredulity. I am not spinning a tale, Califa. The mission continues. I will exercise caution. I will not be unable to contend with this individual unless he directly ventures into the Grand Line. Rouge found a massive boulder to sit upon and took out some food to gnaw at. After sustaining injuries, replenishing one's nutrition is essential. And the sustenance he consumed had a commendable effect, albeit with a somewhat unpalatable taste. As he ate, he continued, this incident has been rather fraught with complications. In any case, we must strive to locate our objective. With that, Rouge ended the call. Within the dilapidated house of the town, Califa reluctantly hung up the phone and turned to Bruno and Gabra, inquiring, do you think he is jesting? Such firearms. It is too unimaginable. Isn't it? Gabra leaned against the wall, seemingly unfazed by the dust above, and spoke to her with the tone of an experienced individual. Califa, you are still not well acquainted with Rouge. I possess greater insight into his character. He would never trivialize such matters, or rather, he has never jested with anyone at any time. Rob Rouge is an exceptional individual, calm and composed, immensely powerful, and tirelessly dedicated to his training. Although his sense of justice may be peculiar, it is justice nonetheless, not malevolence. Gabra, indeed, understood Rouge better than Califa, yet he dared not claim complete comprehension. Well, regardless of the veracity of this matter, it is certain that Rouge has not succeeded. Thus, we can only continue our attempts. Bruno's responses were always somewhat delayed. But in contrast to the two of them, he focused on the pressing matters at hand. The members of CP9 were certainly not limited to just the three of them. However, only these three had come to the Goa Kingdom, while the others were scattered across the East Blue, gathering clues. Initially, the greatest hope rested upon these three and Rouge's two factions. Yet now, they found themselves without any immediate results. Bruno, are you certain you have explored every possible location? Califa inquired. Yes. Califa turned in place, noticing Gabra had no intention of interjecting, and thus directly presented her opinion. One of Casillas' subordinates, a golden-haired lad named Hawk. I will attempt to make contact with him. I hope to extract some information. Since Bruno has found nothing, we must assume that this factory is not located in the Goa Kingdom. In that case, Bruno might as well search in other suspicious areas, such as where Casillas first appeared. Upon hearing this, Bruno pondered before responding. The issue is that this fellow has not returned for 2 months. Is that even possible? Aside from the Goa Kingdom, is there anywhere else? Califa had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Could it be the Casillas Islands? Or perhaps a nation across the sea? Or are we simply chasing shadows aimlessly across the ocean? Bruno fell silent. Also, about that nameless tavern, AK, right? I will leave that to you, Senior Gabra. Is that acceptable? With a hint of sarcasm directed at Carly, Gabra smiled slightly and remarked, then let us proceed. Until we have results, it is best not to seek out the commander, as that would only lead to reprimands. I believe Lucy understands this well. Meanwhile, as soon as he stepped onto the deck, Gray rushed over, exclaiming, Boss, this gun possesses such power. May I use it? Observing his eager gaze, Casillas responded with a smile. Can you assure me that you won't damage it? Of course. Gray nodded vigorously. Really? Casillas seemed tempted, drawing closer to Gray and scrutinizing him closely. Yes. I promise I won't break it. However, after caressing the gun's surface, Casillas handed it to Lucien, hesitating for a moment before finally uttering, Catualo. I refuse. Boss, that guy? Lucien fondly caressed the gun before glancing towards the coast where Lucy stood, quietly inquiring. Don't worry about him for now. As soon as he ventures into the sea, we will use the Gauss sniper rifle against him. However, I doubt he will act so recklessly as to enter waters unfavorable to himself, Casillas stated calmly. Let us first address another issue. Ideally, we should seek to reconcile with the night demon. Doflamingo is a man driven solely by self-interest, and such individuals are often the easiest to negotiate with. Chapter 120. Communication. The explosion of the high-explosive incendiary round was clearly visible even to Diamante, who floated upon the sea. The consequence of this situation is that they have essentially lost any inclination to resist. Currently, they find themselves waiting for their adversaries to strike. Setting aside others for the moment, Diamante is certainly not inclined to risk his life. As one of the most senior members of the Don Quixote family, his initial motivation for joining was, undoubtedly, the pursuit of wealth and advantage. Although his admiration for Doflamingo has since been added to the mix, it does not detract from his original intentions. Diamante cannot be regarded as a formidable warrior. His ascent to the highest ranks within the family has been primarily due to the dividends of time, much like Toripol, relying on credentials, the passage of time, and Doflamingo's trust. If one were to assess purely based on strength, neither he nor Toripol would qualify among the elite of the Don Quixote family. In a world where power reigns supreme, it is indeed a mockery that the highest-ranking officials beneath the heavenly Yuksha are incapable of wielding haki. Though few dare to laugh at this irony. To put it elegantly, one might say that Doflamingo is showing compassion towards the elderly by providing them with better treatment. Yet, in truth, the reason behind Doflamingo's actions lies in the trust he has bestowed upon Diamante, who has proven his loyalty over time. Furthermore, Diamante, along with Toripol and Sikar, were among the initial four who granted Doflamingo the lineage fruit, recognizing him as their leader and establishing the pirate crew. It can be asserted that these four individuals are those whom Doflamingo holds in the highest regard. Consequently, three of them occupy the highest ranks within the family. While Vigor has infiltrated the Navy, becoming a pivotal piece in Doflamingo's grand scheme. As the black flag of the pirate crew hovered ominously nearby, Diamante and Gladius, who had been persuaded by him, offered no resistance, obediently binding their hands and standing in line with several surviving subordinates on the deck. Casillas, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, scrutinized the two individuals before him. Until now, Casillas had encountered numerous characters from the original narrative, including the red-haired pirates, Luffy, Ace, and even the rookie pirate Black Cat Kuro. However, this was the first occasion he had met members of the Don Quixote family in an adversarial role. As for Buggy, Casillas did not consider him a true enemy. If I were to say that there has been a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke, attempting to clarify. This was merely an impulsive act by my subordinates, as a minor player. I would never dare to oppose an entity as formidable as the Don Quixote family. Therefore, how about we conclude this matter by safely returning Miss Baby? 5 to you. Diamante contemplated for a moment, well aware that Casillas might be speaking the truth. However, their mission extended beyond merely rescuing Baby 5, signaling Gladius to remain silent. He turned his gaze towards Casillas. Such a decision is beyond my authority. I must consult with Doflamingo. Narrowing his eyes as he assessed the grease paint on Diamante's face, Casillas nodded slightly. In that case, shall we place a call to His Excellency the Night Devil? It would be a splendid opportunity for me to witness a figure of such stature. In future encounters with other pirates, I could boast about my conversation with Doflamingo. Observing the ambiguous smile on Casillas's face, Diamante acquiesced with a nod. Release him. Lucien drew a gleaming silver dagger and approached to sever the ropes binding Diamante's hands. Once liberated, Diamante did not deliberate on whether to free Gladius from his restraints. Instead, he promptly produced a transponder snail and began dialing. In truth, he had attempted to call earlier, but no one had answered. The situation is somewhat unusual, which has caused Diamante some concern. Thus, he did not decline Casillas's request for this reason. The sound of the phone, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing of the waves, creates a truly remarkable harmony. After a considerable time, the call finally connected, and the voice of Doflamingo resonated from the other end. Diamanti? What is it? Dof, there have been some changes here. It may require your decision. Diamanti refrained from hastily inquiring why the call had not been answered earlier or if any issues had arisen, especially with Casillas' men watching closely. Oh, what is happening? Diamanti succinctly outlined the circumstances. In the Sabaody archipelago, Doflamingo had just removed his customary pink feathered coat. Feeling somewhat warm, though this was merely a psychological effect, he had just boarded a pirate ship, its surface gleaming with a fresh coat of varnish. While Treble was directing the unloading of supplies, Treble, dragging a long string of mucus, hurried over, exclaiming, Dof, Dof, everything is ready. We can set sail at any moment. Doflamingo raised his hand, signaling for him to be quiet. The disheveled uncle, exuding an overwhelmingly repulsive aura, fell into a sudden silence as he drew closer, intent on eavesdropping on the voice emanating from the phone insect. Diamante spoke with clarity. Intriguing. Casillas? Let him speak. I am eager to hear what he has to say. Toripole appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at Ming with words unvoiced. Ming propped one leg up, seated at the edge of the vessel, his shorts revealing sparse tufts of coarse leg hair that were quite conspicuous. On the other end of the phone insect, a youthful voice, remarkably imitating the original, resonated. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Youngster, you are well aware of whom you have provoked. Given this, do you truly believe that returning baby 5 will resolve the issue? Ming, his crimson sunglasses reflecting a fleeting glimmer, replied with a menacing tone, Of course, I know that is impossible. Casillas extinguished his cigarette but, fixating on the phone insect as he enunciated each word. However, what if I were to offer you some weapons? Ming, your arms trade spans the globe. While my endeavors are merely trifles, yet, there is one distinction. My weaponry is far superior to yours. Offering weapons? Why not the technology to manufacture them? Casillas chuckled. You haven't yet witnessed what an AK-47 truly is, have you? But you shall soon enough. Never mind that. Let me inform you that Rob Lucci is currently blocking my path at the exit of the Grand Line. Upon hearing the name, Ming instinctively furrowed his brow. Rob Lucci? The one from CP9? This individual is merely a minor character, at least for Doflamingo, at this moment. Doflamingo felt as though he had overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, his thoughts pierced through the veil of ignorance. His signature laughter erupted. Grasping the snail phone, he brought it close to his face, fixating on the expression of Casillas. Mimicking it with an air of menace, he declared, Very well, but be forewarned, should you dare to deceive me, prepare your own grave. With that, Doflamingo terminated the call and addressed Treble, stating, The plan has changed. We shall not proceed to the New World. Redirect towards the entrance of the Grand Line. What? Doflamingo? Treble exclaimed, his mouth agape, oblivious to the snot trickling into his mouth. But Vice Admiral Tsuru, under Doflamingo's watchful gaze, Treble ultimately swallowed the remainder of his words and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Doflamingo's gaze shifted toward the Marine headquarters. He had begun to comprehend why Vice Admiral Tsuru, who would typically be recuperating at the headquarters during such times, had suddenly mobilized, with herself as the target. He had indeed been negligent. When Pika had called him, he should have recognized this fact. The world government had discerned these developments far more swiftly than he had, and they had taken the initiative. How can this matter allow the world government to monopolize the benefits? Chapter 121, The Arrival in Lobetown. What did you say? Sengoku abruptly rose, grasping the snail phone nearby to make a call. What is it? Admiral Tsuru answered the call in her cabin, her tone tinged with curiosity. Is Doflamingo attempting to escape? Such occurrences are rather commonplace. With the Navy's vastness, information leaks are to be expected. If he intends to return to the New World, that would be fortuitous. Sengoku gestured for his secretary to leave and explained to Tsuru. He may have uncovered something. According to our intelligence, the Don Quixote pirates, who were initially poised to withdraw, have suddenly commenced dispersing their operations, with their members scattered across 7 routes. Doflamingo himself has seemingly vanished. He might be concealing himself among one of these 7 groups, or perhaps making his way to the Grand Line starting point independently. In any case, it appears he is aware of matters we hoped he would remain ignorant of. Admiral Tsuru remained silent, gazing at the turbulent waves outside the porthole. Before finally speaking, Doflamingo is adept at scheming, and his identity seems rather peculiar. The world government's stance towards him is also ambiguous. I have even heard whispers of his aspirations to join the Shichibukai. Sengoku refrained from responding. The notion of Don Quixote Doflamingo becoming a Shichibukai is precisely what he most dreaded. The Shichibukai system is one that has garnered considerable discontent among many within the Navy, allowing notorious pirates to assist the Navy in curbing piracy? Is that not akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Moreover, pirates are enemies, for a Navy that prides itself on justice. Relying on their strength is a disgraceful act. However, it is the world government that enforces this system, the absolute ruler of this world. As subordinates, the Navy possesses no authority to oppose it, a sentiment echoed by former admirals. Presently, this system appears to yield remarkable results. In the first half of the Grand Line, where the Seven Warlords hold sway, although some, like the Empress of Amazon Lily, fail to fulfill their responsibilities. The emergence of the Seven Warlords has significantly diminished the rampant power of pirates prior to entering the New World. The Navy stands as the most formidable military force in this realm. However, it cannot address every challenge. Following Gold. Roger's proclamation that ignited the Great Pirate Era, the strength of pirates has grown unprecedentedly, particularly among the four emperors, each of whom possesses a level of power capable of rivaling that of the Navy. To suppress the pirates of the New World and contain the four emperors and other formidable pirates, the Navy has concentrated its might in numerous powerful individuals in the New World, rendering the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line somewhat lacking in strength. Despite any aversion to the Seven Warlords system, upon assuming the position of admiral, Sengoku could not deny, upon reviewing the real intelligence statistics, the system's utility. The extent of its side effects remains to be seen. Regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo's ambition to become a Seven Warlord, Sengoku was deep in thought when he was swiftly brought back to the present by the voice of Admiral Tsuru. Sengoku, speculating on his whereabouts is futile. I will proceed directly to his target location. Fortunately, my journey will be shorter than his. By the way, do we have any updates from CP9? To this inquiry, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration and shook his head. No, whether their operation is a resounding success or a complete failure, CP9 cannot directly contact me, the fleet admiral, unless they require Navy assistance. Otherwise, understood. Tsuru interjected decisively. Then let us proceed as I instructed. Ending the call, Tsuru turned to the striking woman standing at the door. Let us head to the Red Line. The woman, extraordinarily tall at over 2 meters, bore a conspicuous spider tattoo on her alabaster thigh beneath her tailored Navy uniform, adorned with the rank of colonel. Her short, dark hair was elegantly styled into an updo, and her captivating features, accentuated by fiery red lips, exuded an alluring charm. She is a woman of extraordinary beauty. Sister Crane, what troubles you? This individual is none other than Peach Rabbit, originally named Guillaume, with Peach Rabbit being her affectionate nickname. She is treated like a sister by Admiral Crane, though the nature of their familial ties remains largely unknown. At this moment, Peach Rabbit has already become a formidable swordswoman, her renowned blade, Jean Pira, serving as irrefutable evidence of her prowess. Although she is on the cusp of attaining the rank of Rear Admiral, her actual strength is not significantly inferior to that of Admiral Crane. On this vessel, Peach Rabbit occupies a prominent position. However, once she ascends to the rank of Rear Admiral, it is unlikely that she will remain by Admiral Crane's side, as she will need to lead her own crew. With a hint of helplessness in her smile, Crane, resembling a benevolent matron, remarked, Doflamingo has begun to play tricks. We shall cut off his escape route and ensure he spends an extended period in prison. Oh, Peach Rabbit responded with a charming smile. May I take the lead this time? I am quite eager to witness the true strength of this night demon. Can it withstand my Jean Pira? To this, Crane merely smiled. Peach Rabbit is indeed powerful, currently possessing a level comparable to that of a typical Rear Admiral. However, combat cannot merely be measured against arbitrary standards. Moreover, the circumstances this time are uncertain. Once CP9 and the world government become involved, matters are often far too complex to resolve with simple skirmishes. Take Doflamingo for instance. Crane had apprehended this notorious pirate multiple times, yet the outcomes were all too predictable. She silently hoped for a favorable resolution. For Crane, her perception of the world, like that of most naval officers, is divided into shades of justice and injustice. However, each individual's interpretation of justice invariably differs. As Peach Rabbit directed the naval vessels to alter their course, in a secluded alley of Loketown, a certain individual with a prominent red nose was stealthily making his way forward. For Buggy, fortune had truly turned sour. After the sacrifice of an inconsequential subordinate on the Celestial Islands, Buggy felt no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he had quickly forgotten the unfortunate fellow's name. Shortly thereafter, Buggy commenced preparations for setting sail, as treasures of the Grand Line awaited the illustrious Buggy. Yet, fate is often capricious, and calamity strikes unexpectedly. His new pirate ship, along with his new crew and subordinates, met with disaster once more. As they neared Logue Town, a tempest diverted them from their safe course, leading to their ship's wreckage upon the rocks. According to his later accounts, that is how the calamity unfolded, an unexpected obliteration. The suddenness of the misfortune was overwhelming. Fortunately, Buggy had survived. Fortunately, the site of the shipwreck was not far from Rogue Town, merely a few kilometers away. He was fortunate to encounter the right current, allowing him to ride a large piece of debris and reach the island where Rogue Town lay. To his astonishment, he discovered that people here were discussing him. If they were recounting the adventurous tales of the notorious Captain Buggy, it would be one thing, but it was infuriating that some despicable, lying scoundrel was disseminating fabricated tales about him. Buggy could swear on his honor. I, Buggy, have absolutely never. No, that is not the point. I, Buggy, have certainly never been aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger. I, Buggy, also do not know anyone by the name of Shanks the Red-Haired. He was so convincing that he almost believed his own words. Thankfully, he was not foolish enough to think that others would believe him as well. In Buggy's eyes, at this moment, Rogue Town and perhaps the entirety of the East Blue were likely under the watchful gaze of the world government's intelligence apparatus, all in pursuit of him. Therefore, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 122. The turmoil of Rogue Town in an effort to conceal his most notable feature, that vibrant red nose. Buggy sought out a piece of tattered black cloth to cover his face. This way, aside from his eyes, both his nose and mouth were hidden, and he dared to claim that this disguise was utterly flawless, so much so that even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. As for the effect, the passers-by on the street cast him puzzled and wary glances. Yet it was evident that no one could identify him as the infamous clown Buggy who had once sailed with Roger. Donning the black mask, Buggy initially felt a twinge of anxiety, but gradually began to strut with an air of arrogance, his gait becoming increasingly brazen, resembling that of a crab. In terms of disguise, it was clear that I, Clown Buggy, was indeed exceptionally gifted. He mused, lost in thought as he unwittingly found himself at the heart of Rogue Town, within the square that housed the towering gallows. The throngs of people here remained dense. Buggy's gaze fell upon the empty execution platform, prompting memories of a distant past, of that fearless captain who, despite being besieged by the overwhelming forces of the Golden Lion, harbored not a single thought of surrender. To speak of it, it seems he himself had contemplated capitulation at that time. But who could blame him? Who could have foreseen such fortuitous luck, as a sudden tempest annihilated the Golden Lion's fleet? Much like his own pirate crew, that vast armada capable of filling the horizon was utterly obliterated by the storm. Had it not been for that tempest, his actions would have been justified. Why did that detestable Roger possess such extraordinary fortune? Why was his own luck so lamentable? Buggy found himself lost in thought. He failed to notice the gentle breeze that, while not strong, was sufficient to lift the edges of his clothing. The loosely tied black rag at the back of his head had gradually loosened over time and movement. Now, like the final straw that broke the camel's back, one corner of the tattered cloth, adorned with several holes, fluttered up from his chin and subsequently freed itself from his face. Initially, Buggy remained oblivious to the unfolding events, still enraptured in his reminiscence, merely sensing the wind without paying it any heed. It was only when he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him that he became aware of the abnormality. Some seemed to regard him with a fervent intensity. Buggy recognized this sensation. It was the same look he displayed upon discovering a clue to treasure. So, what is happening? Why do they gaze at me in such a manner? After a few seconds, Buggy suddenly felt a chill on his nose. The gentle caress of the wind unmistakably familiar. My disguise has been compromised. Realizing this, panic surged within him. In the next instant, Buggy turned on his heel and fled. Following suit, a throng of individuals, all pirates or bounty hunters, surged after him, their motives to pursue him as clear as day. Buggy was, after all, a figure of immense interest. The news regarding this individual, once a member of the Pirate King's crew, has gained remarkable momentum. Those with idle time have begun to concoct tales of his past exploits, such as his apparent discord with Shanks, his knowledge of the whereabouts of Gold, Roger's legendary treasure, and his unwavering resolve during the Battle of Ed War, where he fought valiantly alongside Roger to vanquish the formidable fleet of the Golden Lion. Following Roger's surrender, disheartened, he retreated to the East Blue, choosing to conceal his prowess and live as an ordinary pirate. When Casillas carelessly disclosed that Buggy was a crew member of Roger's, He could not have anticipated that the rumor would escalate into a wildfire. Initially, the whispers merely suggested that the clown Buggy was associated with Roger and had an acquaintance with Shanks. However, as tongues wagged, embellishments proliferated, leading many to lose sight of the truth. Ultimately, the consensus became that Buggy the Clown was a figure of considerable significance, with the most crucial point being his knowledge of the elusive One Piece, the treasure of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This news has begun to gradually spread beyond the East China Sea, captivating both ordinary individuals and pirates in ways that are almost unimaginable. The motivations of these pirates and bounty hunters diverge significantly. Some, driven by ambition and confidence in their own abilities, entertain the notion of capturing this individual to extract secrets regarding the legendary treasure. Others, enamored by tales of such mythical figures, pursue him with the fervor of devoted fans. However, these two groups constitute a minority. The majority of the crowd harbors thoughts of seizing this individual and delivering him to the Navy for a reward. Despite the formidable reputation of Buggy the Clown, they believe their sheer numbers, 100 strong, render them fearless. Should fortune smile upon them, and they succeed in capturing him, the bounty offered by the world government for remnants of Roger's crew would be substantial. Ordinary people, lacking experience, remain oblivious to the true extent of power wielded by such individuals. If Buggy were indeed as powerful as rumored, a mere flick of his hand could dispatch them with ease. Yet, their ignorance fuels their fervent pursuit. A throng of individuals relentlessly chases after him, kicking up clouds of dust that stretch like a serpent behind them. Street vendors, caught in the chaos, suffer greatly. Some stalls are upended and wares scatter across the ground, while others are thrust to the ground, trampled in the tumult, leading to some unfortunate souls meeting their demise. As Buggy rounds a street corner, he is met by a massive contingent of the Navy, forming a barricade before him. Soldiers stand in disciplined ranks, weapons raised, and artillery is being readied for action. Upon witnessing this scene, Buggy's head nearly spins from fright, rotating comically before settling back into place. The Navy, however, remains unaware of the unfolding situation. They have received word of a large group of pirates wreaking havoc in Logue Town, several hundred strong, rampaging through the town. The station soldiers are left embarrassed by the audacity of these ruffians. In response, the commander swiftly mobilizes nearly all available forces to intercept this audacious scum. The officer in charge, sporting a bushy mustache, notices Buggy standing 100 meters away. This recognition triggers a memory. He recalls the significance of that bright red nose. It is Buggy the Clown. Capture him, he commands. If you succeed, promotion to my rank is assured. The soldiers erupt with enthusiasm, and some instantly recognize the notorious figure before them, prompting them to open fire. In an instant, bullets rained down upon the streets, striking several civilians who were unable to find refuge in nearby buildings. Although there are still some civilians present, the allure of substantial rewards overshadows any concern for their safety. Moreover, the majority of these naval personnel are not local recruits from Rogue Town. If they were carrying out such deeds in their hometown, they would undoubtedly exercise caution. However, they are indifferent here, as they are unfamiliar with the people. What does it matter if a few civilians perish? Capturing the clown, Buggy, makes it all worthwhile. The unfortunate Buggy scurried across the ground, his body fragmenting into countless pieces to evade the onslaught of bullets. The pirates and bounty hunters who were initially in pursuit of Buggy began to scatter, with some hot-headed individuals opening fire on the Navy. This scene was utter chaos. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed a pristine white arm quietly appearing beside a fallen civilian, pulling him into a nearby alley. Disguised as an ordinary woman, Robin tested for breath and discovered that this unfortunate soul had already succumbed. With a sigh, she acknowledged that it was once again time for a pause in the narrative. The first volume is approaching its conclusion, and while I intended to begin writing today, I found myself bereft of inspiration. In simpler terms, I find myself at a standstill. I apologize. To be honest, I am not a master of this craft, lacking innate talent. My writing experience can hardly be described as substantial, merely half a volume's worth. As my previous work on Naruto followed the original plot only to falter in the latter stages. As for the unfinished tales, let us not even mention them. This time. Tomorrow there will be 2 updates to supplement. Let us refrain from harshly cursing in our hearts. Chapter 123. The little girl. The streets of Rogue Town are engulfed in chaos. The deafening sounds of gunfire reverberate through the sky, mingling with the roars and screams, creating a cacophony that warns those wishing to avoid trouble to steer clear of this place. Although Rogue Town is a crucial juncture for pirates entering the Grand Line, such disorder is a rare occurrence. One can only blame the sudden appearance of Buggy. Both pirates and navy have lost their rationality, for this fellow is a delicacy that everyone wishes to partake in. Just a taste could leave one satiated. The bewildered townsfolk hide within their homes, praying that they remain unscathed. Alas, such hopes are futile. Many astute individuals choose to flee. Yet those unfortunate enough to encounter pirates might meet a swifter demise. The turmoil is rapidly escalating. Some pirates, driven by fervor, opt to retaliate, drawing numerous followers through the power of herd mentality. Conversely, there are those among them who, retaining their sanity, instinctively seek refuge, and thus, breaking down doors or shattering windows to enter nearby residences becomes a rather sensible choice. Once the wolf enters the flock, it is inevitable that a few lambs will fall prey. Piracy and slaughter are inherent traits. While they might normally refrain from such acts in Rogue Town, the chaos now prevailing renders such concerns obsolete. They seize valuables. And those with a depraved mindset will not hesitate to indulge in the company of women who are not too aged. Do these frail civilians dare to resist? As a competent pirate, one is certainly indifferent to the loss of a few lives beneath their hands. Indeed, there are those who, in their brutality, indiscriminately take the lives of innocents, finding twisted delight in the act. Buggy also chooses a path of escape. Although he is the focus of attacks from both sides, the barrage of bullets poses no threat to him. His ability to fragment, courtesy of the chop-chop fruit, has been mastered to perfection, particularly in evading assaults. Splitting into numerous fragments allows bullets to pass through the gaps. At times, it may appear as though they have struck him, yet they fail to impede his speed. His velocity is remarkable. Amidst the crossfire between pirates and navy, Buggy feels as though he has sprouted 18 legs, performing beyond his usual limits. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass, his fragmented form crashes through a window, tearing apart the closed brown curtains. He reassembles before a pale pink children's bed, his face awash with trepidation. The recent experience evokes memories of his youth aboard Roger's ship, where countless foes would arrive in succession and perilous encounters were a daily occurrence. After all, the captain was a man prone to stirring up trouble. By the gods, had it not been for my quick reflexes, I might well have met my end here today. After a narrow escape from peril, Baki leaned against the wall beneath the window, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed a young girl, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, hiding beneath the bed. Upon being discovered, the terrified child attempted desperately to shrink further into the depths of the bed's confines. However, given the limited space of a children's bed, it was already a struggle for her to conceal herself, let alone find any additional room. Realizing this, a profound sense of fear and panic caused the little girl to tremble uncontrollably. Her dark, crystal-like eyes, clouded by terror, reflected a blend of pleading and despair as they met Bucky's gaze. Just then, several bullets flew in through the window, shattering a mirror on the wall and sending shards of white plaster spiraling into the air. The girl, startled anew, trembled again, instinctively retreating deeper into her hiding place. Her delicate arms scraping against the floor until they drew blood, yet she remained oblivious, mechanically repeating her frantic motions. In that fleeting moment, Bucky's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. As he observed the girl fixated on him, he hesitated for less than a second, listening to the staccato gunfire erupting just beyond the thin walls. In an instant, he surged forward, his body rushing toward the door while one hand reached out to grasp the girl. The series of actions unfolded with remarkable swiftness. As he pushed open the door, he simultaneously grasped the little girl's hand, securing it back around his wrist, with one hand covering her mouth to prevent any panicked cries that might reveal their position. Buggy swiftly led her out of the room. He darted down the corridor like a bolt of lightning, his gaze fixed firmly on the main door of the room. With a resounding thud, Buggy crashed through the thick wooden door, the lock splintered and rendered utterly useless, while he cradled the girl in his arms, who appeared somewhat bewildered but otherwise unharmed. As Buggy emerged onto the street, a mere 3 or 4 seconds had elapsed since he entered the room, showcasing his remarkable speed. At that moment, a bounty hunter armed with a firearm and a blade leaped into the room, quickly surveying the surroundings before unhesitatingly pursuing him. Shortly thereafter, several other bounty hunters and pirates followed suit, leaping through the shattered windows. Upon converging, they did not engage in conflict, but rather focused their attention on Buggy. At this juncture, among those initially pursuing Buggy, the pirates had almost entirely forgotten their original intent. Instead of hunting him down, they were either fleeing in chaos or clashing with the navy. Conversely, some bounty hunters, sensing the tide turning against them, opted to retreat. while a significant number remained steadfast in their pursuit of Buggy. Although separated by a row of houses, the streets were noticeably devoid of pedestrians, with a few bodies lying by the roadside. The acrid scent of blood wafted from dark crimson pools, gradually permeating the surrounding air. After leaving the room, Buggy hesitated not for a moment, swiftly selecting a nearby room to enter. At a cursory glance, this was the only establishment with its window ajar. He drew the curtains, partially obscuring the light, which cast the room into a dim gloom. Buggy then ventured from the corridor into yet another room within the house. It was shrouded in darkness, and with the faintest glimmer of light, Buggy discovered a cabinet into which he carefully placed the little girl. Little one, remain silent here. Your survival henceforth depends solely on you. Upon uttering these words, he released his grip. Though the girl's face was etched with fear, she nodded obediently, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance as she watched Buggy prepare to depart. Suddenly, he turned back. Remember to close the cabinet door. Hide well. She promptly nodded in affirmation. With an inexplicable sigh of relief, Buggy scrutinized the girl once more before turning to leave, gently closing the door behind him. Just as he was about to turn away from the door, a woman's voice unexpectedly echoed, "You should have concealed her in the kitchen cabinet. It would have significantly increased her chances of survival. If pirates or similar intruders were to breach this place, they would first search the locations where valuables are hidden. Comparatively, the kitchen offers a modicum more safety. Of course," she continued, "if you are willing to protect her continuously, her likelihood of survival would surpass 50%. Chapter 124. The escape. In that instant, as the woman's voice resonated, Buggy's fear surged to its zenith, sending shivers coursing through his body. Indeed, the terror invoked by another can at times be utterly paralyzing. After much effort, he managed to quell the tumult within his heart and turned to face the source of the voice. Perplexed by what manner of woman would dare to speak so recklessly in such dire circumstances. What did she mean by surpassing 50%? Surely, if she lacked the ability to speak wisely, she ought to refrain from uttering unnecessary words. He had only just shown a modicum of kindness, and yet someone had the audacity to witness it, and to criticize him? Was she courting death? Buggy began to contemplate silencing this reckless woman before hastily vacating this cursed place. It was prudent to avoid drawing attention in the East Blue for the time being. After all, should word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the illustrious reputation of Captain Buggy. In the dim light, Buggy discerned the woman's features. Cascading golden curls framed an unremarkable face that somehow struck him as oddly peculiar, her fair skin clad in the most ordinary of attire. Standing at the end of the corridor, a faint smile graced her lips, a smile that incited considerable irritation within Buggy, as if she were mocking him. With caution, Buggy inquired, "Who are you?" Regarding Buggy's perception that he is being mocked, Robin could confidently assert that it was never her intention to ridicule him. Rather, the man before her was simply overly sensitive. After having changed her disguise several times, Robin wore an elegant smile while addressing the matter. "Captain Buggy, your inquiry is rather impolite. After all, this is my rented abode, and you are the intruder here. At the very least, a proper introduction is in order. Wouldn't you agree?" "Huh, I am certainly no gentleman." Buggy scoffed disdainfully, "And besides, don't you already know who I am?" "That may be true," Robin began, but was abruptly interrupted by Buggy. "Enough. My patience is not infinite. Speak. What is your purpose?" "Well, it's rather simple. I merely wish to remind you that if you leave now, she may find it exceedingly difficult to escape the clutches of death. The Navy of the East Blue has been alerted and will take several hours, perhaps even half a day, to quell the chaos. I am but a frail woman, left to fend for myself. Are you truly intent on departing at this very moment?" Buggy furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in the woman's words. Although his decision to save the young girl had been impulsive, the notion of abandoning her here, knowing the likely outcome, was one he found distasteful. Yet, there was something about this woman that irked him. Perhaps it was because she had glimpsed the flicker of compassion within him, a quality unbecoming of a pirate. Or perhaps it was simply an innate aversion. Even now, gazing at her countenance, a strange and inexplicable feeling lingered, a sense of dissonance. What is happening? Buggy does not consider himself a noble person, yet he is certainly not one to judge by appearances. He seeks to uncover the source of this sensation. Is there something on my face? Observing the man staring intently at her, Robin curiously touched her own face. She held a firm confidence in her disguise, convinced that Buggy would not be able to see through it. Suddenly, Buggy noticed that the expressions on her face as she spoke, along with the subtle curves at the corners of her eyes and mouth, were somewhat unnatural. The reason for this realization was clear to Buggy. "You are not an ordinary person, are you?" who can still converse with a pirate that has entered their home. Buggy stepped back 2 paces, leaning against the door behind him, ever wary of the enigmatic woman just a few meters away. Moreover, I doubt this is even your home. And I am certain you do not truly look like this. Buggy thought that revealing her secret would at least astonish the woman, yet to his dismay, she merely paused for a moment before continuing to smile. I did not expect to encounter someone with discernment today, without any sign of anger at being uncovered, nor any inclination to attack. Buggy let out a disinterested sigh. Back when I was aboard someone else's ship, there was a person skilled in this art. But he was far more adept than you. I certainly could not perceive his disguise. Such a person exists? I would indeed like to witness that. Buggy turned to push open the door, speaking in a flat tone. That depends on luck. Who knows if that fellow is even alive now? He may have long since become a skeleton, or perhaps he is somewhere, embracing a woman and drinking, boasting to complete strangers. Upon hearing this, Robin inquired, "Were you on the ship of the Pirate King, Roger? Are those rumors outside true?" Although Robin framed her words as a question, she already harbored a degree of certainty in her heart. Buggy turned his head and shouted, "You ugly woman. Do you think I would admit it? If you want to know the truth, first remove your makeup and those fake eyebrows. Afraid to reveal your true self while seeking others' secrets? Tell me who you are first." Just as Buggy's words fell, a voice rang out loudly from the street. "We found it. Over there." The sound seemed to come from not too far away. This situation left Buggy feeling somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that his loud speech would inadvertently reveal his whereabouts. As for cursing, surely Buggy is not that kind of person. How could he ever resort to insults? It was merely that his voice had been a tad too loud. Damn it, those wretched bounty hunters and oblivious pirates. As he muttered curses under his breath, Buggy moved with remarkable speed, darting into the room to scoop up the little girl and hurriedly making his exit. Robin stood at the doorway, observing him as he carried the girl, her smile radiant. This way. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy, clutching the child, followed Robin as they leapt through the window, landing in a secluded alley flanked by walls, with only a few windows offering any semblance of passage. Buggy's fortune remained intact. That room was indeed Robin's hideout, given that it was a safe haven. She had undoubtedly mapped out an escape route for emergencies, making their advance far more efficient than aimless fleeing. In the midst of such chaos, Robin instinctively attempted to save the girl, but soon recognized that this situation posed a significant threat to her as well. The rampant activity of pirates and bounty hunters, coupled with the inevitable search by the Navy throughout the town, rendered their escape from Logtown a matter of utmost importance. However, just after returning to the room to gather a few essential items, Buggy had barged in. In this day and age, a pirate capable of saving lives is indeed a rare breed, and for Robin, it was her first encounter with such a being. She thought that aiding this individual would pose no significant challenge. Meanwhile, within the minds of the two hastening figures, Buggy's thoughts were consumed by a singular concern. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not let me discover who spread these rumors. Even if it's Shanks, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Wait, could it truly be Shanks who is behind this? At that moment, Casillas, who was engaged in fishing, sneezed. Several days had passed, and he remained anchored in the sea, with a clear view of Twin Cape in the distance, his gaze fixed intently on Lucci, who was lying in wait. Occasionally, curious pirates venturing into the Grand Line would approach, only to find themselves either robbed or meeting a grim fate. Stuck in this predicament with no means of retreat, Casillas had grown rather relaxed. Aside from his daily regimen of muscle-building exercises, he had ample time to indulge in the leisurely pursuit of fishing. However, over the past few days, most of the fish had not been caught but rather frozen solid along with the seawater, and when the ice melted, one could argue that it counted as fishing. Chapter 125, Contemplation of the Situation. Unbeknownst to Casillas, turmoil had erupted in Rogue Town, separated only by a stretch of red soil continent. What began as a mere skirmish between a few hundred pirates in the Navy escalated into a fierce and tumultuous conflict, drawing nearly all the pirates present in Rogue Town into this sudden chaos, which would soon attract the attention of the Navy headquarters. However, this would require time. Even if the East Blue Navy were to arrive to quell the unrest, it would still take a while. A glass of watermelon juice sat before Casillas, yet his thoughts were far removed from it. He gazed out at the azure expanse of the sea, lost in contemplation. Rob Lucci had yet to depart, and as a result, the impromptu mission remained unfulfilled. While forcibly expelling this individual with the cost-no-object precision of his Gauss sniper rifle seemed a viable opportunity, after much deliberation, Casillas ultimately discarded this notion. The appearance of CP9 indicated that the world government had taken notice of him. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to exhaust Lucci's hockey to the point of severely wounding him and returning to the East Blue, he would subsequently have to confront adversaries potentially stronger than Lucci, such as a vice admiral from the Navy. At that time, although the Gauss sniper rifle is formidable, it cannot solely rely on this weapon to confront all dangers. The world government has taken note of its own reasons, which can only be attributed to weapons such as the Desert Eagle and the AK-47. Now, it may also include a Gauss sniper rifle. Originally, the plan was to use the Gauss sniper rifle against members of the Don Quixote family, ideally to capture them alive and leverage hostages in negotiations with Don Quixote Doflamingo, ultimately resulting in concessions, such as selling weapons at a reduced price to the opposing party. The unexpected arrival of Rob Lucci has disrupted Casillas' plans. Yet it does not significantly alter the course. The forthcoming arms may not solely be sold to Doflamingo, but also to the world government. Naturally, the world government may not favor such an outcome, preferring instead to acquire the methods of weapon production to manufacture these arms in bulk, thereby arming their navy and other military forces. However, that is an impossibility. It is conceivable that the other members of CP9 are currently scouring the Goa kingdom for a non-existent factory. If they cannot locate it, they will likely expand their search. And if time permits, they might even comb through the entirety of the East Blue. Unfortunately, these individuals will ultimately expend their efforts in vain. At most, they might find the Desert Eagles and some AK-47s stored in warehouses, a far cry from their expectations. Casillas remains quite confident. Regardless of the approaching Doflamingo or the world government, neither can afford to recklessly eliminate him without justification. Despite his absolute disadvantage in strength, he believes he faces little threat. Doflamingo is not a rash individual. He is one who weighs his actions carefully. As for the highest echelons of the world government, composed of the 5 elders, they are likely even more rational than Doflamingo, unless matters concerning the celestial dragons arise. The thought of the celestial dragons conjures images in Casillas' mind of those absurdly dressed individuals, encased in glass helmets, acting with impunity, representing the epitome of malice in the world of One Piece. Though exceptions exist, such as the kind-hearted fool who was Doflamingo's father or masquerade saint, who was saved by the mermaid princess Shirahoshi and later aided her and her companions in the Holy Land. Such individuals at least demonstrate a sense of gratitude. Overall, these individuals epitomize the most obstinate scourge of this world. They are both foolish and unrepentant, driven by insatiable greed and a relentless pursuit of their desires. Their malevolence is of a nature so profound that it seems even the vast oceans of the 4 seas and the Grand Line cannot cleanse the stains of their wickedness. Nonetheless, one might consider the collective misdeeds of all pirates for comparison. The Void Century, the True History, Raftel, Mary Geos, the Lunarians, the Sky Islanders, the enigmatic Celestial Kings, the gigantification of humanity, the Kingdom on the Bridge, and the Celestial Dragon King Imu, along with the colossal straw hat frozen beneath the Holy Land. What secrets do all these enigmas encompass? This is a world replete with secrets, with the Red Earth continent and the Windless Zone being but a fragment of these enigmas. The ultimate truths are likely concealed within the realms once traversed by Roger, particularly in the sacred land of Mariehua, home to the celestial dragons. The more he contemplated, the more an exhilarating emotion burgeoned within Casillas. Might there come a day when he could unravel all of this himself? Speaking of which, Doflamingo seems to possess some knowledge regarding the mysteries of the sacred land, having once been a celestial dragon himself. Yet, that knowledge remains his greatest leverage. Extracting such secrets from this nefarious individual is akin to an unarmed commoner attempting to wrest a piece of meat from a tiger, an exceedingly arduous task. Thus, it is imperative to hasten his journey towards strength, for that is the essence of the matter. Lifting his cup to take a sip, he found the taste lacking. Yet the mere ability to enjoy watermelon juice upon the sea was a rare delight indeed. In recent days, Casillas has been indulging in orange juice daily, to the point of weariness. Hey, may I touch it? The crisp voice belonged to Baby 5, who had been captured by Gray. On the adjacent deck, Lucien was meticulously polishing the gleaming silver body of the Gauss sniper rifle with a cloth. In truth, there were hardly any specks of dust on its pristine surface, nonetheless. Lucien was unfazed, adhering to a routine of cleaning this weapon at dawn, noon, and dusk. As for disassembling the rifle for lubrication and maintenance, it was unnecessary. Its internal design was entirely self-sufficient. Having never been conceived with the notion of repair, should it break, it would simply cease to function. Baby 5 stared wide-eyed at the silver Gauss sniper rifle in Lucien's hands. Perhaps due to her consumption of the weapon fruit, her affection for arms was undeniable. Especially for a powerful weapon she had never encountered before. She had witnessed the terrifying explosion that day, making her all the more envious of Lucien's daily handling of the Gauss sniper. However, Lucien paid her no heed. He was acutely aware of the abilities bestowed by the weapon fruit, and should this little girl learn to transform into a Gauss sniper rifle, it would pose a significant problem. Casillas had already acknowledged the necessity of returning her, which would undoubtedly aid the enemy. Frustration surged within Baby 5, her ample chest heaving in agitation. No matter how fervently she pleaded or how angrily she berated him, the stoic figure before her would merely cast a glance her way before returning to his own affairs. Since Casillas had conversed with Don Quixote Doflamingo, she had gained a modicum of freedom to roam the ship, yet it felt less liberating than being confined to the cabin. At least then, she would not have to witness these individuals, armed with Desert Eagles and AK-47s, who wouldn't even allow her the slightest touch. Gray, on the other hand, would engage her in conversation, but it was evident he could not fulfill her desires. For the first time, Baby 5 turned her gaze toward Casillas. Chapter 126. Baby 5. Smoking Baby 5 was an obedient girl, and thus, Casillas had granted her a few privileges of freedom in recent days. The other two individuals and several surviving lackeys were not afforded such leniency. They remained confined to the cramped cabin, strictly ordered not to wander. They were relatively compliant, equally obedient. As Baby 5 trotted over to him, her dark, expressive eyes fixed upon him, Casillas felt a twinge of annoyance. This was indeed the first time she had taken the initiative to approach him. To be honest, Baby 5, in her childhood, possessed a certain charm. Despite her physique beginning to develop, she was still merely a 13-year-old girl, her slightly chubby cheeks exuding a round and endearing quality. Even though she frequently referred to herself with terms like old lady, it did little to diminish her delicate allure. Compared to the impression of her as a coarse yet stunningly sensual beauty, there existed a notable contrast. This would evoke memories for Casillas of Christina, who was left behind in Windmill town. However, there is one aspect that Casillas finds somewhat displeasing: the height of Baby 5. Logically, at his age of 15, he should be taller than this girl before him, who is in her early teens. Yet, in reality, Baby 5 stands just a tad taller than he does. It is indeed a rather disheartening matter. Although the world of pirates is populated by numerous individuals towering over 3 meters, Baby 5 may well reach a height exceeding 2 meters in the future. Consequently, encountering someone taller is not particularly difficult to fathom. He harbors modest aspirations. Attaining a height of a respectable 1 meter 80 would suffice. In this context, Tina appears to be more endearing, particularly since she is shorter than herself. Hey, Baby 5 gazed at him, speaking with an audacious tone. Aren't you going to show me that weapon of yours? Why should I? Casillas replied, shaking the half-full cup of watermelon juice in his hand, teasing her like a child. Those things are perilous. You are still a child, instead of pondering such matters daily. Why not learn to cook in the kitchen? I am not a child. I refuse to learn how to cook. Baby 5 lifted her chin defiantly. You are not taller than me. You cannot be older. If I am a child, then you must certainly be one too. Casillas remained unfazed. You must be 12 this year, right? Although I am. He hesitated, swallowing his words. Engaging in an age debate with a little girl. Comparing who is older, how embarrassing. What has come over me? Has my mental age regressed alongside my physical stature? What's wrong? Have you realized that you're younger than me? Who is the child now? Fine, I admit it. I am a child. Happy now? Casillas reluctantly conceded this point, choosing not to reveal that he was actually 3 years her senior. After all, considering the height disparity, she might not believe him, and it seemed unnecessary to dwell on the matter. He reassured himself internally. Perhaps it was merely boredom over the past few days that led him to debate such trivialities with a little girl. That's all I needed to hear. The 12-year-old Baby 5 triumphantly plopped down across from him, grabbing another cup of orange juice from the table and drinking heartily, completely unreserved. Feeling somewhat melancholic, Casillas took out a cigarette and lit one. Observing this, Baby 5's eyes sparkled. Can I have one too? You smoke? Casillas was taken aback, recalling that this girl indeed had a habit of holding a cigarette 12 years later. Yet, she was only just over 12 now. Had she already learned? What is wrong with smoking? Baby 5 retorted, a resolute glint in her eyes as she faced Casillas. I see others do it all the time. Let me try. No way. Casillas firmly refused. In his view, children absolutely should not be smoking. At the very least, one should wait until 16 or even 18. Then show me the AK-47. That is not happening either. Casillas shook his head once more. Stingy. Jerk. This is not permissible, nor is that. Gazing at baby, 5 pouting in frustration across from him, Casillas found it difficult to fathom how such a girl could possess a fatal character flaw, leading her to casually marry an older gentleman. Oda, much like AB, revels in the whimsical pairing of characters, and to Casillas, the union of baby, 5 and old Kai seemed as arbitrary and unreliable as the coupling of Ino and Saiyan Naruto. However, a comic is merely a comic. And this is, after all, a tangible world. Mental afflictions. Casillas could not help but drift into contemplation. Is there a remedy for such ailments? It appears quite challenging. Mental illness is indeed one of the greatest conundrums in the annals of medical history, is it not? It is indeed a pity. Casillas could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young girl. After a moment of contemplation, he finally retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it on the table. Baby, 5 immediately brightened with excitement, just as she was about to reach for it. She heard him stipulate conditions. Firstly, for the next few days, you must behave and refrain from causing any more trouble. I haven't caused any trouble. Baby, 5 thought to herself, feeling a bit wronged, yet she did not voice her thoughts. Secondly, there are only 2 cigarettes left in this pack. You may smoke only 1 per day. Counting today, you shall not expect to procure any more from me for the next 2 days. Baby 5's expression immediately fell. 1 cigarette a day. She had indeed not misjudged him. Casillas was an exceedingly stingy individual. Had it been the young master, he would have likely bestowed upon her an entire pack. It was merely a cigarette, after all, not worth much. Nonetheless, she refrained from retorting, nodded, and picked up the cigarette box. It felt light, and upon inspection, there were indeed only 2 cigarettes inside. Baby, 5 inwardly gritted her teeth, lamenting Casillas' miserly nature. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku was vocally expressing his ire. A bunch of scum from the East Sea. How could such a situation arise? He was quite agitated. Moreover, this matter was not reported by the East Sea Navy, but rather relayed by a member of CP9 stationed in Lobe Town, who subsequently informed Sengoku. Thus, the Marine Admiral Sengoku only learned of the incident nearly a day after it had occurred. His frustration stemmed from the fact that this chaos had engulfed the entirety of Lobe Town. Not only the Navy suffered, but the civilians also endured grievous losses, with countless casualties. It is worth noting that not only pirates are to be feared, those bloodthirsty bounty hunters are equally nefarious, seizing any opportunity to kill and plunder. As for Buggy, the instigator of the incident, Sengoku did not place much importance on him. Matters related to the remnants of Roger were the concern of the CP organization, while Sengoku was primarily focused on the Navy's dignity and the extent of the casualties. The Navy on the island where Lobe Town is situated had likely been annihilated. A few hundred Navy personnel were no match for the thousands of rioting pirates and bounty hunters. The outcome was all too predictable, as they were merely ordinary sailors without formidable strength. Sengoku felt a sense of exhaustion. The repercussions of this matter must be swiftly suppressed, as the day of inspection by the Celestial Dragons draws near. Should they become aware, no one can guarantee the consequences that may ensue. It is entirely possible that the entire town of Rogu could be reduced to ashes. Gently stroking the lamb beside him, Sengoku pondered for a considerable time before arriving at a decision. It shall be Smoker. Chapter 127. Appointment at this juncture. Smoker had already acquired the moniker of Smoke Man, having consumed the smoke fruit, a natural type devil fruit. He was adorned with several cigars bound to various parts of his body, perpetually clutching one in his mouth. Each day, a swirling haze of smoke enveloped him, a density of secondhand smoke that would be intolerable for the average smoker. Recently graduated from the training camp, Smoker had spent a period in a state of idleness. This is considered a normal procedure. However, Smoker is not entirely accepting of this arrangement. He desires to secure his position as swiftly as possible. During this idle time at the Navy headquarters, he often feels as though he is becoming rusty. Consequently, aside from seeking out his superior to inquire about the allocation of his role, he diligently trains in the drills, perspiring profusely. Even when gasping for breath, he still clutches a cigar, the smoke never choking him, a trait that many seasoned smokers envy. The future white hunter, Smoker, recklessly expends his energy until he collapses onto the ground, panting heavily. With some effort, he scratches his head, adorned with silver-white, spiky hair, feeling an inexplicable itch on his scalp. At that moment, he senses someone approaching. Turning his head, he finds his peer, Lieutenant Tina, approaching. Having graduated from the training camp together and commenced their naval careers under the tutelage of Zifa, Tina, though currently lacking an official position, returns daily to assist in the administrative department, starkly contrasting Smoker's idleness. Yet, he is reluctant and ill-suited to tackle the mountain of paperwork like she does. Tina appears fatigued today. As she stands before the collapsed Smoker, she utters her catchphrase and nonchalantly tosses a document onto him, taking a deep drag from her lady's cigarette without uttering a word. Is this for him? Could it be that his position has been confirmed? Smoker immediately rises, seizing the document, flipping the upside-down writing board to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, it is a letter of appointment. However, the destination evokes a sense of puzzlement and confusion within him. Loeb Town in the East Blue. He shakes the document and queries Tina. Why am I being sent to the East Blue? Aren't the pirates there typically weak? Even if my strength is insufficient for the Grand Line, wouldn't it be better to be assigned somewhere else, like the West Blue? How could Tina possibly know? The striking beauty with pink hair and fiery red lips rolls her eyes in disdain at Smoker, stating, I only brought this to you because I happen to know you. Now you should go see Admiral Sengoku. Officers dispatched from the Navy headquarters do not often have the opportunity to meet the Admiral before departing. Yet, Smoker finds himself an exception this time, which leaves him perplexed. Although he possesses the rare ability of a Logia-type devil fruit user, his strength and demonstrated potential are evidently insufficient to garner significant attention from the higher-ups. This is a dilemma he cannot resolve. The question of how to wield the smoke with formidable power has eluded him, leaving him devoid of any concrete solutions. After resting for a while, Smoker performs a swift maneuver to rise and prepares to depart. Wait, Smoker, you can't possibly meet Admiral Sengoku looking like that, covered in mud. Tina interjected to halt him. Smoker was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Then I shall change into a different outfit. Meanwhile, along the coast of Twin Cape, Rob Lucci was grilling a piece of meat from an unknown creature, occasionally pinching a few herbs to sprinkle delicately upon it. His injuries had nearly healed. For an ordinary person, severe burns would require several months to mend, yet Lucci, having consumed the cat fruit in its leopard form and diligently practiced the art of life restoration, had already made significant progress. Coupled with his formidable physical constitution, the wounds that merely scorched his flesh healed at a pace that would astonish many physicians. As the meat neared completion, Lucci took a bite, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his otherwise stoic visage. Throughout the act of eating, his gaze remained fixated on the distant vessel, which appeared diminutive upon the vast expanse of the sea. Are we not departing? Such a notion leads one to suspect that the adversary has sought assistance. As Lucy pondered this in his mind, he realized that Casillas' choices were limited to either venturing into the Grand Line or defeating him to return to the East Blue. The current stalemate suggested the likelihood of external aid, and it was probable that this assistance surpassed his own capabilities. Assistance. He absent-mindedly stroked the stubble on his chin. Thanks to the full-body protection of armament hockey, he was spared from becoming a bald powerhouse. Yet his meticulously groomed beard had become uneven and ragged. The hardened armament hockey could not entirely shield him from the terrifying heat. Otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries. Who is the ally that this fellow has summoned? Firstly, their strength must undoubtedly surpass his own, despite possessing such peculiar and formidable weaponry. This individual chose to retreat in the face of his aggressive advance. However, Lucci harbors no disdain towards them. On the contrary, he perceives their actions as quite rational. Typically, a brainless pirate, armed with a weapon capable of inflicting harm upon themselves, would charge headlong into battle without thought. In such circumstances, although Lucci possesses great confidence in his abilities, the outcome remains uncertain. He cannot ascertain whether he will defeat his opponent before his own hockey is exhausted, leaving him at a high risk of being cleaved in two by a single strike. This is a perilous and formidable undertaking. Lucci even harbors a desire for his adversaries to initiate an aggressive assault, thus cornering him into a desperate situation. It is unclear when it transpired. But Rob Lucci has not encountered defeat. The foes he faces are mere trifles, and even when formidable opponents do appear, they merely require a modicum of extra effort, posing no genuine threat to him. Without formidable adversaries, how can one transcend their limits? Thus, Lucci contemplates the notion of provoking his opponents. Yet it remains but a fleeting thought. He is a man of principle and responsibility, and the paramount concern is the mission, no distractions. The telephone snail rang again. It was Spandam, a superior whom Lucci regarded as ineffectual. This judgment pertains solely to personal capability. However, just as he would not allow his personal desires to interfere with the mission, Lucci refrains from showing disrespect towards this superior, regardless of his disdain. In a world governed by hierarchy, this is the truth, this is his conviction. Hello, Lucci, can you hear me? Spandam's insidious voice resonated, the former CP-5 commander. Now the leader of CP-9, unceremoniously shouted through the telephone snail. I can. Lucci replied coolly, gazing at the snail's large eyes. Just keep an eye on the Casillas group. They have reinforcements, the Night Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, the Navy's Vice Admiral Tsuru is en route, and I will join shortly. It seems that matters cannot be resolved through force anymore. Those wretched fools have squandered so many days without locating even a single factory. Utterly useless. After listening, Lucci remained composed, acknowledging with a brief response before severing the connection. Still no factory found? How strange. Lucci pondered in bewilderment. Could it be that this factory does not exist at all? No, that cannot be. Otherwise, how did Casillas acquire those weapons? What precisely is amiss? Has Bruno lost his sight? Lucci found himself engulfed in profound confusion, ultimately realizing that this question might require an answer from Casillas. Chapter 128. The unexpected visitor outside Frostmoon Village in the East Seas. Frostmoon Village. Acho had been residing there for some time. The pirate ship, adorned with a pirate flag and docked at the village's harbor, initially instilled a sense of terror in some villagers. However, as days passed without any sign of activity from the pirates, they gradually fell into oblivion. Curiously, it was the children who became more fascinated by the ship, particularly those who were diligently studying swordsmanship at the dojo, as it was the only establishment near the coast. Most of the villagers had constructed their homes amidst the sprawling fields, prioritizing convenience. The decision to send children to the dojo for sword training stemmed from two reasons, one being the minimal fees charged by Gongsilang, which the villagers could easily afford, and the other was the rampant piracy that necessitated equipping the children with some skills to defend themselves should they encounter pirates in the future. They did not expect their children to become formidable masters or to learn the most exquisite techniques. Naturally, they hoped for the absence of pirate raids and invasions. Frostmoon Village could be considered remarkably peaceful. While pirates had appeared before, the petty ruffians were easily dealt with by Gongsilang, which was one of the reasons villagers allowed their children to learn swordsmanship at the dojo during their free time. They held deep gratitude and respect for Gongsilang, the dojo master, and thus honored him. Aside from that, the village enjoyed tranquility, unlike the frequent accounts of nearby places being pillaged or bloodied by pirates. Frostmoon Village had remained unscathed since Gongsilang's arrival, as if existing in an entirely different realm. Thus, in the eyes of the villagers, the docked pirate ship was not particularly fearsome. The children chattered excitedly, thrilled to witness a pirate ship up close for the first time. Although it was not their first day observing it, they continued to discuss it animatedly. With their innocent perspectives, they eagerly engaged in games of pretend, acting as Navy soldiers and pirates, exchanging fire in imaginary battles. Acho stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the carefree children in the distance while restringing his bow and inspecting its elasticity. Typically, bows should not remain strung for extended periods. In a combat scenario, the bowstring remains tautly stretched. If this condition persists, it could lead to damage to the bow, potentially causing hidden fractures that affect its elasticity. Likewise, if the bowstring is not regularly detached to rest, the likelihood of it breaking increases significantly. In the heat of battle, should the bowstring snap, such experimental endeavors were instinctively understood by him during his days as a vagabond, without the need for external instruction. The strings of broken bows numbered no fewer than 70 or 80, all of which were of inferior quality, crafted by his own hands. With a determined effort, he bent the bow's frame, securing one end of the already ensnared string into a small mechanism at the opposite end of the bow. Upon releasing his grip, the string naturally tightened. A gentle probe with his fingers confirmed that the tension was perfectly calibrated. Such endeavors have been undertaken numerous times, and Acho accomplished the task with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, practice breeds proficiency. With deft hands, he knocked an exquisitely crafted arrow, its triangular steel tip designed to pierce armor, adorned at the fletching with unknown white feathers of avian origin. Slowly, he drew back the longbow, deliberately decelerating the motion. His elongated arms were more than capable of drawing this bow, which surpassed the standard length, to its full moon state. The extended length of the bow allowed for greater force to be imparted to the arrow, bestowing it with enhanced range and formidable power. Archery is an ancient profession, long regarded as a pivotal role upon the battlefield. However, in the world of pirates, the proliferation of advanced firearms has rendered this weapon's practitioners exceedingly rare, nearly invisible. The saga of One Piece has spanned such a vast expanse of time that Luffy has already arrived in the land of Wano, nearing the completion of his circumnavigation of the globe. Yet, how many wielders of this weapon have been encountered? It seems only the warriors of Amazon Lily employ such arms. Perhaps there is also a tribe of furfolk? In any case, this weapon remains exceptionally niche. Acho drew the bowstring with a deliberate slowness, repeating the action as a means to strengthen his arms and maintain his skills. For an archer, prolonged absence from the bow can lead to a disconnection from the craft. Moreover, there exists within him a profound affection for this practice, to the extent that a day without handling his bow brings an unsettling sensation. After surpassing 50 repetitions, beads of sweat began to form, and his pace slowed until, after 103 draws, he finally ceased, allowing himself a moment of respite. A sip of water refreshed him, and he resumed. However, during this second round, reaching 50 draws proved to be his utmost limit. In the third attempt, he managed merely 20 before fatigue claimed him entirely. During this period, Acho adeptly utilized both arms interchangeably, displaying a rare ambidextrous skill. After accomplishing his tasks, he took a brief respite before producing a substance resembling soap, which, to Casillas, might have appeared to be a carving tool. In actuality, it was intended for maintaining the bowstring. With the soap-like material in hand, Acho delicately disassembled the bowstring and gently rubbed it against the surface, ensuring that every segment of the string was evenly coated with the greasy substance. Only after completing this meticulous task did he begin to partake of his meal. The cargo had long since been delivered, while the recruitment of personnel was still underway. A short distance from Frostmoon Village, the camp was gradually taking shape, with only a handful of individuals remaining on the ship, including himself. The sensation of leading his subordinates was indeed gratifying. He found himself with ample time to leisurely engage in his daily training, as other tasks were being attended to by others, requiring only his light supervision. After finishing his meal, time had crept close to noon. Acho seized the moment to commence his sit-ups, an exercise that Casillas had recommended, and he executed it with remarkable proficiency, finding it far easier than the act of drawing his bow. Although his appearance remained somewhat unremarkable, the muscles on his body had become increasingly defined over this period, as life had been improving. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to weight gain, as his daily physical exertion had significantly increased compared to before. During his intervals of rest, he often found himself observing the children frolicking on the beach. The reason for anchoring the ship here rather than moving to the nearly completed camp was precisely this. He relished the feeling it gave him. Suddenly, a lookout stationed atop the mast called out, "Captain, at 4 o'clock, there is a ship, a large vessel." Acho, drenched in sweat, sprang to his feet and hurried to the bow of the ship, seizing a pair of binoculars to gaze in the direction indicated by the lookout. This is a grand vessel, comparable to a formidable naval warship. A mere cursory glance reveals that the ship boasts 2 levels above deck, while the hold beneath contains at least 3 to 4 more layers. The predominant hue of the ship reflects the natural color of the wood, accented by some vivid red embellishments. Notably, the masts and sails are devoid of any patterns or flags. The most striking feature, however, is the pair of magnificent dragons adorning the sides of the vessel, vividly lifelike and resplendent in their colors. At this moment, the grand ship approaches at a leisurely pace. Acho furrows his brow, the small fleshy growth on his face quivering with tension. Who are these unexpected visitors? What purpose do they serve here? Regardless, it is evident that this is not a naval ship. True to their nature, naval vessels invariably display their ensign wherever they go. Acho swiftly retrieves his bow and arrow, realizing his oversight. Having encountered few adversaries of late, he had grown accustomed to unwinding his bowstring. As he readies his weapon, he begins to contemplate his strategy. Undoubtedly, retreat would be a prudent choice. Yet, the likelihood that they are pirates, perhaps intent on plundering Frostmoon Village, causes him to waver in his decision. It is somewhat amusing to note that Acho, a member of the pirate crew, now assumes the role of a pirate captain. However, hailing from a background of vagabondage, he lacks the inherent awareness of such a title. Much like Luffy, his instinctive response to similar situations is to extend a helping hand to others, though he finds himself in a moment of hesitation. Chapter 129. The Revolutionary Army. As the Wintergrama sails through the waves, a group of individuals clad in black robes, their hoods obscuring their faces, stand at the bow of the ship, catching sight of the indistinct coastline of Frostmoon Village. The leader, a towering figure with a deep voice, inquires, "What business does a pirate ship have here? The black dual pistols? Is this a newly formed pirate crew? Meh? Who cares? Just drive them away," responds another, whose voice, despite its masculine timbre, carries an oddly effeminate lilt, sending chills down the spine of anyone hearing it for the first time, regardless of gender. He maliciously mimics the sound of a cat. Upon closer inspection, although he is shrouded in a black robe, one can discern a remarkably large chin. His head nearly twice the width of his shoulders, an astonishing anomaly in structure. Moreover, beneath the robe, hints of dark stockings and brightly colored female attire can be perceived with his movements. Yet, setting aside his feminine garb, he is not alone in his peculiar physique. Another individual among them is even more extraordinary. This is a colossal figure, towering nearly 7 meters in height. However, the disparity between the upper and lower halves of his body is astonishing. The height below his waist is merely about 1/3 that of his upper body. If one were to consider only his legs, they might constitute a mere quarter of the upper portion. While the legs and waist may not appear particularly unusual when compared to an ordinary person, a glance upwards reveals a rather frail impression of these limbs. Ascending from the hips, the breadth of his physique begins to expand significantly, reaching a width at the shoulders that is more than double that of the hips, presenting a striking silhouette reminiscent of a powerful physique with a narrow waist. His robust arms are several times thicker than the exposed legs. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a Bible cradled in his hands, resembling the one that Casillas once encountered. This is the former king of the Ice Cream Kingdom, now a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew Bear. His enormous head belongs to Embryo Ivankov, known as the King of Transvestites, who delights in transforming men into women and women into men. As for the leader, he is the enigmatic Monkey D. Dragon, the head of the Revolutionary Army. Regarding the King of Transvestites, Ivankov, Dragon merely shook his head slightly. If the other party intended any malice, they would have been repelled long ago by Mr. Gungshurlang. Since these individuals do not seem to harbor ill intentions, we need not interfere further. Since when did you become so benevolent? Ivankov lifted his head, revealing a face adorned with heavy makeup, vivid purple lipstick, and long lashes that nearly obscured his large eyes, feigning surprise. His pristine, white teeth gleamed in the air. However, no one paid him any heed. Dragon remained silent, and Bear was particularly taciturn, leading to an awkward lull in the conversation. Yet, Ivankov was undeterred. Seeing no reaction from the two, he exuberantly proclaimed, "Ha ha, full speed ahead." As the revolutionary group hastened towards them, the onlooker, Acho, finally resolved to act. He turned to one of his subordinates and instructed, "Head to the camp and summon everyone, including the newcomers. Ensure they are armed with AKs." "Is that really necessary?" Acho turned to gaze at the subordinate for a moment, until the latter awkwardly averted his eyes. He then replied coolly, "Here, I am the captain. Hurry." Watching this clearly reluctant individual depart, Acho turned back to the approaching ship, his hands gripping the bow and arrow tightening with anticipation. Taking 2 steps forward, he strode to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vessel still several hundred meters away, and nocked an arrow. At this moment, the waters were relatively calm. Inhaling the briny scent carried by the breeze, the shifting winds and currents seemed to form a dynamic visualization in his mind, allowing him to complete various calculations in an instant, a skill honed from years of archery experience. The arrowhead pointed skyward. This is a high arc shot, where the distance achieved is significantly greater, yet the challenge of hitting the target is considerably heightened. At such distances, it is improbable for him to strike with a level aim. Moreover, his intention is not to inflict harm upon those individuals, but merely to issue a cautionary reminder to the unacquainted. Perhaps one day, his bow and arrows will surpass even the finest firearms of this world in range. But that day is not today. It is in this very moment. His vast experience enabled Acho to seize the optimal moment for his shot, with impeccable timing. He released the bowstring. The flexed limbs of the bow abruptly regained their form, and in unison with the taut bowstring, they generated an immense force that propelled the arrow forth. The meticulously crafted arrow ascended into the sky, effortlessly penetrating the atmospheric resistance, tracing an almost flawless high-angled parabola. As it descended, the arrowhead angled downward, perfectly aligned with the apex of the bow of the Winter Glamour. This is a perfect shot. Acho felt a subtle sense of satisfaction, akin to the precision of a long-range projectile, a skill not easily mastered. However, in the next moment, his joy began to wane. It seemed as though a fierce wind had suddenly arisen, and the arrow, which had flown steadily toward the bow of the grand ship. Though it had lost some of its initial kinetic energy, still bore considerable force. Yet, this violent gust inexplicably altered its trajectory, as if an invisible hand had seized it, directing it into the hands of an opponent. With keen eyesight, Acho even discerned the tattoo on the left side of the man's face as he looked up at him. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Although he felt uneasy, he ultimately suppressed the urge to retreat immediately. Gazing at the approaching vessel, he found himself contemplating the potential malice of his adversary. Should they prove hostile and his side unable to contend, he would feel he had been somewhat irresponsible towards his captain. Yet, the risk of plunder loomed over Shuangyue village, leaving him no choice but to remain vigilant. Even now, he was a subordinate of Casillas, nominally a pirate of a pirate crew. Aboard the Winter Grandma, the king of transvestites, Ivan, possessed sharp eyes. He extended a hand clad in the black sand lady's glove, pointing toward the opposite side with genuine astonishment, exclaiming, "They are armed with that weapon, the Desert Eagle, and that which is called the AK, items that the Black Flag pirates do not even sell." In truth, regardless of the original narrative's implications regarding Dragon's purpose in the East Sea at this juncture, the weapons possessed by Casillas were indeed one of their objectives for this venture. Of course, Dragon was aware that Casillas was currently being pursued by CP9. It seemed as though both parties were at an impasse. If the Revolutionary Army lacked such intelligence capabilities, they might have already met their demise. The reason for not making contact sooner to warn Casillas stemmed from the Revolutionary Army's limited strength. Engaging their intelligence operatives within CP9's operational territory posed immense risk, necessitating extreme caution. Initially, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence merely encompassed information regarding the efficacy and advantages of these weapons. It was only after some time that they began to delve deeper into understanding Casillas himself. Dragon had only just entered the East Sea when the activities of CP9, the world government's intelligence agency, commenced. Correspondingly, the Revolutionary Army's operatives began to curtail unnecessary actions. Their knowledge of Casillas was quite scant, let alone that of Acho and his contingent from the Black Flag pirates who had arrived at Shuangyue village. They truly remained in the dark. This may well be considered a delightful surprise. Originally, Dragon intended to assess the situation, perhaps to seize an opportune moment to intervene in the affair. However, he was genuinely taken aback by the sudden appearance of individuals resembling members of the Black Flag pirates. Yet, he soon came to a realization: where the Black Flag pirates are present, it is very likely that CP9's investigative and combat personnel would also be in attendance. Though he felt no fear, after all, apart from adversaries of the caliber of an admiral, none posed a significant threat. He understood that should the world government become aware of his whereabouts, the situation could escalate beyond the concerns of CP9. It might very well involve CP0, the Navy admirals, along with a formidable fleet of naval vessels. Contemplating this, Dragon furrowed his brow. Chapter 130, Stinky. After dinner, as the setting sun gradually painted the clouds at the horizon of vivid crimson, Casillas lit a cigarette for himself, relishing the sensation of the acrid smoke permeating his lungs. However, in this sacred and tranquil moment, an inconsiderate individual shattered his pleasant reverie. "Hey, you smell terrible. Hurry up and take a bath." The familiar voice belonged to Baby 5. Opening his eyes to behold the girl's beautiful visage, Casillas chuckled. "What did you say?" "I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts more clearly." "I said you smell awful." Baby 5 was undeterred, perhaps having discerned the current dynamics of their situation. She felt secure, and since Casillas was to personally hand her over to Doflamingo, she began to exhibit a certain recklessness. Aside from refraining from crossing any lines, such as seizing the crew's weapons, she had been behaving like a rambunctious child, running amok on the ship and speaking rather coarsely. Perhaps she had always been a bit of a troublemaker, merely aged enough to be on the cusp of leaving childhood behind. "Who smells?" Casillas feigned innocence, continuing to disregard her remarks, taking a drag from his cigarette before reaching for a banana to peel. "You. It's you, Casillas." Baby 5 could no longer contain herself and bluntly clarified. "At first, I didn't pay much attention, but once I got within a meter of you, I could detect an overwhelmingly pungent odor. How long has it been since you changed your clothes? You should promptly remove your underwear and check if it has begun to mold. Who knows, perhaps those things of yours have sprouted bean sprouts." The girl unleashed a torrent of words, unabashedly using certain expressions. Upon uttering those words, Casillas found himself in a rather discontented state. He felt an urge to express his annoyance, yet when gazing at the young girl, he was unable to do so. Though his physical age was merely a little over 15, he was not an innocent child of that age. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, cherishing the elderly and nurturing the young is a traditional virtue. There was no point in quarreling with a naive girl over trivial matters. A foul odor? Where could it possibly be? He detected nothing amiss. Surely, there was no unpleasant scent. Bending down to inhale a few deep breaths, Casillas firmly concluded that the odor baby 5 mentioned was non-existent. As for any signs of childish growth, that was utterly impossible. Witnessing his demeanor, baby 5 was on the verge of exasperation. Yet this fellow stubbornly disregarded her words. After a brief moment of contemplation, baby 5 turned on her heel and departed. Shortly thereafter, she forcibly brought Gray over, insisting, "Come here and take a whiff. Doesn't your captain reek of something?" Gray, with utmost seriousness, extended his neck and inhaled deeply. Under the bemused gaze of Casillas, he resolutely proclaimed the truth. There's no odor emanating from the captain. It must be the scent of someone else. Or perhaps it's the aroma clinging to you, young lady. Baby 5's lips, adorned with lipstick, parted slightly as she glanced back and forth between Gray and Casillas, her expression shifting from normalcy to one of doubt regarding her sense of smell. She wrinkled her nose and took another few sniffs. That scent lingered unmistakably, and it clearly radiated from the insufferable Casillas. The odor diminished when she distanced herself. "You, TSK, colluding together," baby 5 exclaimed in frustration, leaving those words behind as she dashed away. Taking a bite of the remaining half of a banana, Casillas turned to Gray. "Tell me, Gray, do I truly have an odor?" Gray's reaction was unexpectedly alarming. He appeared flustered, turning away and daring not to meet Casillas' gaze, hastily retreating while tossing over his shoulder. I've got things to attend to, Captain." Scratching his slightly itchy scalp, Casillas finished off the rest of the banana, beginning to doubt himself, given Gray's reaction. Could I really be unpleasantly odorous? Reflecting on it, he recalled that his last bath was during the rescue of Tina, but he was uncertain. Had he bathed again afterward? Yet, he couldn't completely remember. A mere sensation of having bathed. TSK. Perhaps I shall indulge in a hot soak shortly. After all, it is indeed time for a bath. If not for baby 5, I might have forgotten entirely. He unconsciously scratched his scalp, blissfully unaware of the flakes of skin swirling around him like snowflakes, and proceeded to peel an orange. Should I try my hand at extracting some banana juice, I wonder? His mind swiftly shifted to other matters. On that night, across the vast, impenetrable darkness of the sea, a striking pink figure soared like an enormous bird. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a tall man with golden hair. Don Quixote Doflamingo finally encountered a fortuitously cloudy night. The empty sky had finally become a canvas for his abilities. The delicate threads in his grasp extended towards the clouds above, sprouting numerous branches like blossoms, which further divided into countless fine strands, connecting with myriad vaporous particles, thus enabling him to ride the clouds and soar rapidly below. This seemingly ordinary string fruit was indeed being manipulated with remarkable ingenuity by this man. The whiskey peak loomed ominously ahead. Soon, at this pace, he should catch sight of the one known as Casillas before dawn breaks, perhaps. It remains uncertain where this individual acquired such peculiar weapons. It is possible that there are others lurking behind him, with Casillas merely a fade, while the true mastermind orchestrating the weaponry resides in the shadows. In hindsight, it was indeed a miscalculation. How could he have overlooked the unique aspects of that weapon, whatever it was called? He had merely expected Diamante to seize it casually. It was only when he received a call informing him that CP9 was pursuing the target that the realization dawned upon him. The world government would undoubtedly take this individual seriously, as there must be a reasonable explanation for it. The potency of such weaponry is indeed formidable and significant. Pika's strength was not particularly impressive, which was one reason why Doflamingo initially did not regard it with the seriousness it warranted. Well, mistakes can be rectified as best as possible. Regarding Casillas' men abducting baby 5, Doflamingo was not particularly enraged. Rather, he merely harbored thoughts of retaliation, seizing the opportunity to also acquire the opposing weapon manufacturing knowledge. As for the subsequent kidnapping of Diamante and Gladius as hostages, that could only be attributed to his own shortcomings, and he felt no ire whatsoever. The tension in his forehead, marked by pronounced veins, was telling. Indeed, Doflamingo was not angry in the slightest. In recent times, with the expansion of power, there are indeed few bold enough to challenge the Don Quixote family. Those who dare to do so are often nothing more than audacious imbeciles. Diamante has consistently performed admirably, managing affairs with great skill. However, this time, he has disappointed Doflamingo. Though this may be attributed to the formidable silver weapon capable of targeting a master like Rob Lucci. Doflamingo flicked his middle finger, sending another slender line soaring into the sky. Alas, today was not the day I intended to write. I had planned to begin at 9 o'clock, but suddenly received a message to repair a phone. While I am tinkering with it, business cannot be neglected. It is quite rare to encounter someone fixing phones in the neighborhood. Most of my time is spent grooming dogs. Chapter 131. The Arrival of Doflamingo. As anticipated, at around 3 or 4 in the morning, Doflamingo spotted a pirate ship silhouetted against the night, adorned with black twin guns. At that moment, Casillas was lost in a dream. He dreamed of an inexplicably endless banana, taking bite after bite, yet as he gazed at the remaining half, a sense of unease lingered. Though he could not discern what was amiss. Such is the nature of dreams, one rarely realizes they are dreaming. A cacophony of shouts and screams jolted Casillas from his perplexing slumber, and without the time to recall the fading memories in his mind. He donned his black trench coat and stepped out. As he prepared to retire for the night, he indulged in a warm bath, reminiscent of a self-heating hot spring. Just as he stepped out of the cabin, still grappling with the unfolding situation, Casillas was greeted by a voice that was both familiar and haunting. Is this how the Black Flag pirates entertain their guests? The response was a cacophony of bullets being chambered. On the deck, Lucien and several members of the pirate crew, armed with ominous black AK-47s, aimed their weapons at a towering figure, grinning maliciously, his white teeth glinting in the darkness. Don Quixote Doflamingo, regardless of whether he wept or smiled, always emanated a distinct aura of malevolence. If the celestial dragons epitomized the pinnacle of wickedness in this world, then Doflamingo undoubtedly stood at the precipice before that abyss. Trafficking in slaves, contraband, and arms, controlling more than half of the underground market's transactions. He could be aptly described as a colossal figure in the underworld. While his influence predominantly thrived in the Grand Line, the dark forces and underground dealings in the Four Seas likely accounted for less than a tenth of the global market. As an array of formidable individuals congregated in the Grand Line and New World, their convergence giving rise to immense demand. Beneath Doflamingo sat an injured pirate, the extent of his wounds suggesting they were quite severe. This is not my fault. He was the one who intended to shoot first. I merely acted in self-defense. Doflamingo chuckled softly, twirling a silver desert eagle in his hand, an acquisition from the wounded pirate beneath him, while justifying his actions. He glanced at the injured member of the Black Flag pirates with a sinister smile. Isn't that right? Lucien's heart raced, his grip on the trigger wavering as he observed his fading comrade. Typically composed, he steeled himself, prepared to pull the trigger. After all, saving a life should always take precedence. Lucien was acutely aware of the identity of the man before him, recognizing him as a significant figure within the New World, undoubtedly powerful enough to pose a formidable challenge. Yet, the chief's AK-47 was not to be trifled with. It was imperative to at least attempt a rescue. Could he stand idly by and watch that familiar face perish before him? In that critical moment, Lucien felt a hand upon his shoulder. Casillas, remarkably unperturbed, navigated through the encircling pirates and addressed the imminent figure with a smile. What an honor it is to have someone of your stature visit our humble abode. Doflamingo, surprised by Casillas' approach and words, raised an eyebrow. You are Casillas? With arms outstretched, Casillas replied, What is the matter? Are you disappointed? The unexpected turn of events with Doflamingo is reminiscent of the youthful exuberance of Casillas, who appears to be merely in his teenage years. When gauging by age, he is uncertain whether he possessed the same formidable prowess as this individual in his own adolescence or how his own capabilities had evolved. Such reflections are rooted in memories from over a decade ago, now somewhat hazy. Yet, one thing is clear. The weapon wielded by this man is extraordinarily powerful. A fleeting glance at the deck reveals several severed AK-47s, and he distinctly recalls the sense of peril that enveloped him when these weapons were aimed in his direction. Although the feeling was slight, it was enough to instill in him the awareness that such arms necessitate hardening with hockey for effective resistance. Of course, factors such as agility, evasion, and the marksmanship of the shooter are separate considerations. Indeed, these are items of immense value. How splendid it would be if I could possess them exclusively. However, as he contemplates the intelligence acquired along the way and the imminent arrival of Ms. Crane, Doflamingo's aspirations gradually fade. It is not to be. Doflamingo rises, his towering height of 3 meters rendering him twice as imposing as Casillas. His movement causes Lucien, who had just finished writing, to tense up once more. "Oh, I harbor no ill intentions." Doflamingo reveals a signature malevolent grin, extending his arms like Casillas. "You may take him for treatment now. Rest assured, the lad won't perish. I am quite measured in my approach, merely a case of excessive blood loss." At Casillas' silent cue, 2 crew members holster their weapons and cautiously approach to assist the injured man. Lucien casts a glance at Doflamingo before following the wounded individual. Along the way, the one assessing the injuries wears an expression of astonishment. Lucien inspects closely and discovers that this unfortunate subordinate is marred by a multitude of narrow, elongated lacerations. Though shallow, the sheer number of these wounds results in considerable blood loss, with cuts marring both skin and clothing, reminiscent of a sharp blade having sliced through with precision. When Doflamingo made his entrance, Lucien was also present. Alongside this ill-fated soul, he had aimed his weapon at Doflamingo, who stood atop the mast. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, the man vanished, only to reappear moments later, eliciting a horrified scream from the unfortunate one as he collapsed, bloodied. His AK-47 severed into worthless fragments by an unseen, intangible blade. Is this person's ability to control invisible blades? Lucien could not have guessed that it was merely a thread, exceptionally resilient, sufficiently slender, and sharp enough to slice through solid steel without hesitation. In retrospect, this individual had indeed held back, refraining from attacking Lucien while he was armed. Lucien felt a twinge of frustration, beginning to ponder whether a Gauss sniper rifle could pose a threat to this man. However, from snippets of conversation with his superior in recent days, he had gleaned that Doflamingo was significantly more powerful than the one on shore. Meanwhile, as he followed Casillas to the captain's quarters, Doflamingo repeatedly examined the Desert Eagle. Although it was designed with great ingenuity, its structure was fundamentally simple. The materials were commendable, yet not top tier. Doflamingo remarked, "The only aspect that holds an unfathomable mystery is the bullet." He extracted a brass-colored round from the magazine and scrutinized it closely. Casillas merely smiled, choosing not to speak. Chapter 132. In exchange with Doflamingo once seated, Casillas slowly articulated, "Indeed, I am confident that even if Vegapunk were to personally study these bullets, he would not be able to decipher their intricacies in a short time. Doflamingo, the technological prowess embodied in this weapon may well rival that of artificially engineered devil fruits." This sentence conceals 2 subtle probes. Firstly, Casillas addresses the other as Doflamingo, neither as Tenyasha nor as Joker, establishing a foundation for an exchange of equals. Regarding this, it seems that Mingo is unconcerned. Rather, he responds to the second probe, artificial devil fruits. "You are aware of such a thing?" A seemingly insignificant character from the East Blue unexpectedly possesses considerable knowledge. How intriguing. This represents the second piece of intelligence that Casillas is eager to discern. While it may not hold significant value, it aids him in comprehending the current state of the Minga faction. Clearly, Doflamingo merely expressed a degree of astonishment regarding Casillas' awareness of this confidential research initiative belonging to the world government, yet did not seem particularly concerned. This indicates that, at least for the time being, he has not yet encountered the individual known as Caesar. Furthermore, there has been no involvement with artificially created devil fruits, nor has a stable trade relationship been established with the beast pirate, Kaido. This signifies that Mingo is currently a formidable figure within the shadowy underbelly of the world, a grand pirate of the New World. He has yet to attain the status of a warlord of the sea. According to the intelligence possessed by Casillas, Mingo's bounty now stands at 320 million. Although he cannot precisely recall the exact bounty when the individual became a warlord, his vague recollection suggests it was in the vicinity of 300 million. It is likely that it will not be long before he plunders the heavens and compels the world government to grant him the title of warlord. Does it truly matter if one is a mere pawn? Perhaps I shall meet my end tomorrow, or even within mere seconds, yet who can definitively predict the future? Might I not one day find myself reigning over a territory in the New World? In this world, one must recognize certain secrets to navigate life more successfully. Wouldn't you agree? Mingo astutely discerned the latent implications in Casillas' words. His facial expression underwent subtle shifts as he unconsciously adjusted his posture. Due to his height, the somewhat ill-fitted chair rendered him rather uncomfortable. Secrets? This word instantly reminded Ming of a certain piece of intelligence he possessed, which he could use to threaten the world government regarding the leniency it had shown him. Does this fellow know about it? Is it possible? In an instant, Doflamingo's thoughts had shifted numerous times, ultimately leading him to blandly utter 2 words. For example, Casillas, carefully considering his tone and phrasing, seemingly responded with an unrelated topic. Sometimes I ponder. What right do the world government and the celestial dragons have to rule this world for 8 centuries? Is it merely because the world government was established by 20 kings? Or due to the might of the navy? Can the supposed protection of those 20 heroes truly sustain itself for 800 years? After these words, a heavy silence enveloped the two. Through the crimson lenses, Casillas could acutely sense Doflamingo's murderous gaze sweeping over him. Casillas' words were unambiguously clear, almost blunt. I am aware that you were once a celestial dragon. I know you possess the secrets of the celestial dragons. I understand that you leverage this secret to threaten the world government and the celestial dragons. My knowledge surpasses your imagination. For Doflamingo, the presence of this individual evoked a slight sense of dread. Casillas, who are you? How do you know these things? Contemplating these questions yielded no answers. Regardless of how the other party acquired this knowledge, the most reasonable conclusion seemed to be that this person's background was far from ordinary. Even if he himself might be a mere pawn, those behind him were undoubtedly formidable. This individual undoubtedly has powerful backing, which serves as a most reasonable explanation. He even felt an immediate impulse to crush the young man before him into a pulp. For Doflamingo, sensing danger and encountering elements beyond his control naturally leads him to consider annihilation as the preferable solution. Yet, in the end, he refrained from uttering further words. The knowledge of such a secret, could it suggest the involvement of high-ranking officials from the world government? Do the 5 elders harbor ulterior motives? If so, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Doflamingo had long been dreaming of how to eradicate the celestial dragons. However, the likelihood of this is rather slim. The only entities capable of comprehending such secrets, on par with the world government, are the 4 emperors in the Revolutionary Army, or perhaps some force even he does not comprehend. The more he pondered, the more he found this fellow detestable. To subdue him in such a manner? To instill fear and make him hesitant to act? Very well, Casillas, you have succeeded. Doflamingo, with a sardonic smile, gazed intently at Casillas for a prolonged moment before breaking the silence. The existence of the world government is an impediment to people like us. I hope you will not become a mere footnote in history. And what of Diamante? Casillas, donning a solicitous expression and tone, replied, let us not rush, shall we? With the Sea Rogue and the Nightwalker gracing the Black Flag pirates, how can we not share a meal? Doflamingo feigned disinterest. We'll discuss dining later. What piques my curiosity now is what you can offer me. With exaggerated gestures, Casillas replied, how about the entire underground arms trade of the Grand Line? As he clumsily loaded a brass bullet into the magazine of a Desert Eagle, Doflamingo fired off 3 shots in rapid succession. Following the cacophony of gunfire, he had, unbeknownst to him, placed his other hand before the barrel, the hardened effect of his hockey rendering his large hand a glossy black capable of reflecting any colored light. In that instant, Casillas nearly leaped out of his skin, fearing the man might turn hostile. Cold sweat soaked his clothing. Doflamingo opened his palm, and the misshapen bullet heads tumbled onto the floor, just as the sound of Gray pushing open the captain's quarters door echoed. Captain. Casillas feigned calmness, adjusting his expression to reveal dissatisfaction. Get out. Gray, upon witnessing the scene in the captain's quarters, hesitated momentarily before quietly shutting the door, letting out a sigh of relief. He thought something had gone awry. Doflamingo paid no heed to this trivial interruption, entirely oblivious to the awkwardness stemming from his casual demeanor. He merely stared at the misshapen bullet heads for a while before picking up a brass shell still exuding the scent of gunpowder, smiling. How much can you provide? Each month, 10,000 units, along with accompanying ammunition. Casillas revealed a smile, filled with excitement at the prospect of sealing a substantial order. As for the price, it would be 100,000 berries per unit. However, Doflamingo was far from satisfied, not due to the lack of a discount on the price, but because Casillas had failed to mention anything regarding the addition of AK-47 weaponry. 100,000 per unit was acceptable, and I do not demand more. But what about the AK-47? Casillas displayed a troubled expression regarding that, as it belongs to a different category of weaponry, the quantity. Doflamingo abruptly rose to his full height, nearly brushing the ceiling of the captain's chamber, and declared with formidable authority, for the AK-47. I require at least 1,000 units each month. Otherwise, gazing into Doflamingo's menacing eyes, Casillas pondered silently. Otherwise what? Eliminate me, or will the deal fall through? Such words, of course, he dared not utter. Previously, he had boldly exploited the advantages of being a time traveler to reveal Doflamingo's secrets. a calculated risk with a considerable chance of success that had emboldened him to take such a leap. Now, however, caution was paramount. Dealing with a volatile and irascible individual required utmost discretion. Ultimately, Casillas responded with a reluctant expression, stating, "Certainly, it's a deal. However, each AK-47 will cost 50,000 berries." Chapter 133. The threat of Admiral Crane at 50,000 berries per unit, that amounted to 500 million berries each month. While this sum was indeed substantial, it was not particularly daunting for Doflamingo, who could procure it with relative ease. Yet, when adding the Desert Eagle at 100,000 berries apiece, that would bring the total to an additional 500 million berries. The sum of money at hand poses a slight constraint for Doflamingo, given his financial prowess. Typically, a standard flintlock costs merely a few thousand berries, and even the most expensive firearms sold by his subordinates do not exceed 18,000 berries. Nonetheless, this presents only a minor inconvenience. By relinquishing some inconsequential investments, Doflamingo can still afford a monthly expenditure of 1 billion berries. Furthermore, the profits to be gained in the future will undoubtedly be greater. Therefore, he displayed no inclination to negotiate and directly responded, "Of course, 500,000 berries per unit is acceptable, but I have another stipulation." Doflamingo resumed his seat, lifted the glass of red wine prepared for him, and with a flick of his finger, the cork was ejected with a pop. "What is it?" "First, henceforth, these weapons must not be sold for less than 200,000 berries for the Desert Eagle and 1 million berries for the AK-47. Secondly, you will be supplying the world government, correct? My condition is that the prices for them must also be 200,000 and 1 million berries, respectively. What do you think?" This is undoubtedly a pair of requests. However, Casillas paid little heed to this and instead pondered its feasibility. His intuition suggested that this was indeed a favorable course of action, highly advantageous for him. Given its benefits, how could he possibly decline? Observing Mingo, who tilted his head back to sip a few gulps of red wine, with the crimson liquid trickling down his muscular chest without a care, Casillas couldn't help but break into a cheerful smile. "This is simple. I can certainly agree to your request." In truth, the current demand for the Desert Eagle emerging from the East China Sea had waned compared to its initial surge. It was likely that in a few months, it would evolve into a steady but slow-moving business, were it not for the subsequent need of the world government for a portion of the supply. Casillas would have happily relinquished the entirety of his Desert Eagles to Mingo. As for the East China Sea, the existing stock of several thousand units would likely suffice for at least a month. After a price increase, sustaining the business for a longer period would certainly not pose a challenge. Casillas was untroubled by the prospect of the world government rejecting this price. The AK-47 was solely within his possession, and they could not replicate it. 1 million berries might seem a tad excessive, yet this was the nature of monopolistic trade. He was prepared to demand an even higher price, though the willingness of buyers remained uncertain. Otherwise, would they resort to violence? Would they dare to seize the goods? The world government, which had supported the celestial dragons for so many years, was not foolish, and one must ponder whether such an acquisition could even be realized. "Shall we collaborate pleasantly? Would you care for a banana?" Casillas plucked a banana from the bunch on the table and offered it forward. Mingo set down the half-empty bottle of red wine, wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, and, though he felt a twinge of oddity, accepted it into his hand. The banana was fresh, after all, as a bunch would hardly last half a day in Casillas' presence. This was a purchase made by Casillas during his time in Rog Town. The yellow skin had a somewhat firm texture, entirely different from that of a ripe fruit. As Mingo hesitated over whether to peel it, he heard the door creak behind him, followed by a familiar voice. "Doflamingo." Diamante appeared, his complexion less than favorable. Under the layer of makeup, he appeared even paler. He understood clearly that, fundamentally, Doflamingo was not a man of true loyalty. His leniency towards certain elders of the family, granting them high positions, was merely superficial. Should Diamante ever threaten the family's interests, he would likely be crushed by Mingji's own hands without hesitation. It was evident that he was loyal, firmly seated in his position, and given that this incident hadn't caused significant damage to the family, he should be able to weather the storm. Nevertheless, he remained anxious and fearful. While some admire the malevolent strong, they also feel fear when faced with the threat of evil. Diamante was such a person, or rather, a considerable portion of the world comprises individuals of this nature. In contrast, Gladiolus, who simultaneously called out to young master, knelt beside Diamante, his head bowed in shame. A man of strong honor, He relished the idea of eliminating those who harmed or betrayed the family's interests. In his early 20s, Gladiolus was in the throes of youthful idealism, wishing he could atone with his life. Lastly, Baby 5 felt little, merely calling out young master obediently and standing silently to the side. Her relationship with Doflamingo was not particularly close, especially after the incident where he had personally disposed of her fiancé. After all, what could one expect from a girl in her teens, blossoming so beautifully? In reality, for Doflamingo, had it not been for this young girl emerging from a group of orphans and eventually consuming a rather impressive devil fruit, he would never have tolerated someone like Baby 5, who had once raised a weapon against him. However, the weapon fruit was indeed valuable, and the girl proved to be quite useful. A mere word from him was all it took, making it hard to part ways. The three hostages greeted their leader, and after observing them for a moment, Doflamingo gestured for them to step back. Next, Casillas began to articulate his requests. Doflamingo, I hope you can assist me with a small favor, such as letting me come ashore first. After quietly finishing 2 bananas and watching as the 3 guests moved to stand against the wall, Casillas initiated his demands. Doflamingo ultimately did not touch that banana. He calmly placed the yellow fruit back on the table. Your request poses no significant issue, however, he said with a chilling chuckle. Do you know that Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy is following closely behind? It likely won't be long, perhaps half a day, maybe a day? She is about to arrive. Since you possess such extensive knowledge, you must also be aware of my concerns. To be frank, any naval officer would suffice. As long as they are not those monstrous individuals, I could manage a typical vice admiral with relative ease, but, Miss Crane, this is unacceptable. Surely, Casillas is not oblivious to this reality. He is undoubtedly aware, as evidenced by his reference to Ming. Ms. Crane. Vice Admiral Crane is indeed Ming's nemesis. The ability of the wash-wash fruit can forcibly cleanse Ming of his malevolence and brutality, rendering him momentarily docile and amiable, akin to the kindly grandfather next door. However, once that brief period passes, the mere recollection of those experiences becomes nothing short of hell for Ming. For him, the absence of his wickedness leaves him with nothing at all. If only the effects of the wash-wash fruit were permanent. And if Ming could transform into a paragon of virtue, he would surely be free of such troubles. Alas, the effects are not everlasting. This is rather vexing. In any case, the threat posed by General Crane to Mingu is reminiscent of a mouse restraining an elephant in certain games, somewhat ludicrous, yet undeniably true. Casillas is acutely aware of this, so he was somewhat taken aback to unexpectedly hear that Lady Crane would be coming. He hesitated momentarily. However, given the circumstances, retreat was out of the question. Thus, Casillas's first words would leave Mingu utterly enraged. Chapter 134, Confrontation. Mingu is a man of considerable narrative depth. For instance, he awakened his conqueror's haki during a life-and-death crisis in his childhood, or the fact that he killed his own father, believing that the calamities he faced were solely his father's doing. Although he later realized that the responsibility did not rest solely on his father's shoulders, he harbored no regrets. Furthermore, not long ago, he took the life of his own brother for betraying him. Mingji's life is rich with experiences and stories. He harbors a great disdain for many things, such as ignorant commoners and those celestial dragons who possess what he once believed should rightfully belong to him. However, throughout his life, what he detests most is hearing others reject him. This will remind him of the ruthless rejection he faced as a child when the celestial dragons demanded his return to the Holy Land, to reclaim his identity as one of them. If that is the case, Casillas slightly spread his hands, adopting a stoic expression as he declared, the previous agreement, of course, is now void. My terms are singular. Conversely, Doflamingo, do you expect to contribute nothing? Veins bulged from Doflamingo's forehead, anger altering his countenance slightly. Yet, even in this moment, he refrained from immediate confrontation. We can discuss other matters later, but I genuinely cannot assist you with this. Even I have no desire to revisit the memories of my time in the Navy's prison. For Doflamingo, he had already extended the best offer possible to this individual before him and displayed utmost sincerity. Regardless of the forces backing Casillas, he himself was merely a minor player. As understood by the majority, being a minor character, what right did he have to negotiate with someone of Doflamingo's stature? Casillas found himself in a somewhat precarious position. The original plan was to enlist Doflamingo's aid in returning to the East Blue, a task that should have been relatively simple. Even the entire CP9 would likely not pose a challenge for Doflamingo. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru's unexpected intervention complicated matters, as this man, reluctant to engage, sought to extract those benefits. The crux of the issue is that Doflamingo possesses the strength to back up his position. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Even if one feigns an air of mystique, suggesting the existence of an unseen benefactor, such an ethereal force has yet to manifest. How then can it instill fear in someone like Casillas? Moreover, whether the other party believes it remains a question. Some say that a portion of weaponry was indeed allocated to the world government. Subsequent negotiations could follow. It must be stressed, however, that Casillas lacks sufficient strength. Engaging in trade with representatives of the world government, as he does now? Do you suppose they possess any scruples? For them, the goal is undoubtedly to acquire everything from Casillas, only to obliterate him thereafter. Indeed, the world government may not kill him outright, but capturing him and subjecting him to severe interrogation is quite customary. Thus, during this period of negotiations with world government personnel, Casillas requires someone to ensure his safety. As for Ming Ji's absence, secretly devising a strategy, the same logic applies. Without Mingo present, what deterrent exists? Unless he wields that secret to coerce the celestial dragons. But such a secret should only be revealed at the most opportune moment. Mingo is no fool. Without these weapons, his business can still thrive. Possessing them would merely embellish his success further. Although the potential gains are substantial, it simply remains insufficient. The lament of the weak. Casillas is truly experiencing this sentiment for the first time. Previous adversaries had never exerted such pressure. Rob Lucci's words ring profoundly true. My conditions shall not waver. Casillas resolved. His expression unchanging as he uttered this declaration. Mingo abruptly rose, and in an instant, a tempest surged forth, the weight of pressure crashing down upon him. One hand spread wide, fingers splayed like claws, with the index and ring fingers curling, a clear indication of an impending assault. Casillas felt the gust of wind and the forceful aura pressing upon him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicative of the immense strain. Yet he maintained his smile. Nearly another obstacle in life. To safeguard oneself? To yield and retreat? He had made such choices numerous times before. And the outcome? To live again. Akin to a dog, what meaning does that hold? Casillas' eyes reflected a stark indifference, wholly contrasting his outward smile, as they clashed with Doflamingo's gaze, brimming with lethal intent. Devoid of any hint of retreat. Grant me time. One day, all shall tremble at the thought of such actions. Do you think I lack the resolve to kill you? Doflamingo first erupted into a wild laugh, and with that utterance, a faint sound sliced through the air. Though subtle, the lines piercing the atmosphere, encircling Casillas, were unmistakably clear. The innocently afflicted table lay shattered into several pieces, sprawled across the floor, which had been similarly cleaved, its edges smooth and reflecting light with a mirror-like sheen. Meanwhile, along the axis of Casillas' body, a dichotomy of cold and heat began to unfurl, visible frost rapidly coalescing and expanding, resembling an orderly white jungle striving towards the blazing sun. Within the wooden confines of the captain's quarters, the surface, scorched by intense heat, quickly turned to char, emanating the aromatic scent of burning wood. Having reached the critical point of combustion, Casillas, of course, would not resign himself to inaction, despite the grim reality that a 99% chance awaited him in confronting Ming. At times, humanity lacks courage, while at others, it is burdened with an excess of it. He was uncertain whether he was, at this moment, overflowing with bravery. Ultimately, this was his choice. Outside the captain's quarters, Gray and Lucien sensed something amiss, immediately rallying the crew to raise their firearms. With a forceful kick, they burst through the door, witnessing a scene charged with tension. Everyone stay back. Maintain your distance from the captain, Gray bellowed, yet he dared not approach. Though unable to comprehend the nature of the twisted air and pervasive frost around Casillas, which bore an uncanny resemblance to fine threads, it was evidently perilous. Lucien, at some point, had taken up his exaggeratedly long Gauss sniper rifle, a blue luminescence gradually blossoming from the stripes therein. In this scenario, if someone were to nervously discharge a firearm, Casillas would likely meet an untimely demise. Therefore, Lucien simultaneously prevented the other crew members from approaching the doorway, instructing them to immediately secure the entire deck. An eerie silence, laden with tension, persisted for several seconds. Suddenly, Ming made a movement. The lines encircling Casillas abruptly vanished, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from everyone, save for Ming. He withdrew his hand and, with a sudden smile, remarked, "You, little one, possess quite the audacity." Since I must assist you, let us not delay any further. It is time to meet the CP9 agents. I hope the sycophants of the world government have already arrived, as I cannot afford to waste any more time. At the pinnacle of Chapter 135, Deception, on the weathered red earth of the Twin Cape, traces of life were evident upon the rocks by the shore, such as a few thoroughly gnawed bones and some subtle footprints. Among them sat Rob Lucci, who at that moment appeared rather unkempt. His meticulously groomed beard had grown a tad unruly, despite having washed his face and tidied his appearance. The days spent in the wilderness had inevitably left their marks. His already tattered clothing had become dirtier, and his hair was somewhat disheveled, even after washing. It remained in a state of disarray, as he lacked the feminine habit of carrying a comb. This morning, the sun was obscured by clouds, yet the light was adequate, rendering the weather relatively pleasant. The once stationary Black Flag pirates finally stirred into action. The ship has begun to move. It sails towards this direction. Lucci moved swiftly, retrieving a telescope to clearly observe the vessel, one he had become quite familiar with over the past few days. He could even recognize most of the crew members of the Black Flag pirates. In the realm of espionage, possessing unique skills is essential, and Lucci exhibited remarkable talent in this regard. Is help on the way? He murmured softly, hastily pulling out a Danzhen mushy as he carelessly tossed the telescope onto the ground before him. His fingers danced like a phantom, quickly dialing the code for the Danzhen mushy. After a moment, hello? Lucci? Sir, the other party is making a move. Where are you now? Spandam had embarked on his journey days ago, yet he had yet to arrive. Oh, I am in Logtown. I will be there shortly. Lucci surmised Spandam's intentions. As a subordinate, he was well aware of how Spandam leveraged his father's connections to ascend from the CP5 commander to the position of commander in CP9. Cunning and ruthless. These traits might not even be considered flaws, given the nature of their profession. However, Spandam harbored numerous other problematic attributes. His arrogance, indulgence in pleasures, ostentation, and lack of strength were all factors. It was likely he had lingered in Logtown for 2 days already. Indeed. Why endure discomfort here when he could find a tavern in Logtown, enjoying fine food and drink, and sleeping soundly? It is crucial to emphasize that Lucci held a low opinion of this commander. The mere fact that Spandam relied solely on a mere sword as his entire combat prowess was enough for Lucci, who believed weakness to be a sin, to look down upon him. Yet, his own convictions compelled him to obey this superior, for Spandam remained loyal to the world government. Despite his myriad flaws, he was generally reliable as a commander for CP9. While they were the ones engaging in battle, Spandam primarily focused on his expertise and schemes, providing intelligence and command from afar. However, in truth, Lucci had misjudged Spandam this time. The reason for his prolonged stay in Logtown was due to the recent uprising, which had been met with a massive crackdown by the East Blue Navy and was now gradually subsiding. Yet, the antics of the clown buggy had caught Spandam's attention. Initially, he had approached Logtown with a casual interest, only to stumble upon significant intelligence. Someone had witnessed a woman fighting alongside Buggy, utilizing the powers of a devil fruit, an ability that allowed hands to emerge from the ground. Such a description left a profound impression on Spandam. It was the devil's child, Nico Robin. At that moment, Spandam was exceedingly excited. Capturing this long-sought fugitive would be a monumental achievement. Perhaps it would even garner more attention from the higher-ups than acquiring advanced weapon manufacturing technology. However, the endeavor did not proceed smoothly. Nico Robin's skills in disguise were formidable. Although she had revealed some traces of her whereabouts, no matter how diligently Spandam deployed the intelligence personnel of Roguetown or sought assistance from the Navy's intelligence system, he was unable to grasp even a fleeting hint of this elusive woman. Nico Robin might still be in Roguetown, yet Spandam found himself losing considerable hair over the past few days, ultimately realizing his impotence in the matter. Seated in a tavern, his complexion fair, and yet to don the leather mask that would later conceal his wounds, Spandam resembled a pampered nobleman. Amidst a sea of gazes, some alluring and others sinister, he had just returned from the restroom after taking a call from Lucci. He drained his coffee in one gulp, casually ran his fingers through his light lavender hair, and sighed. He had already informed the higher-ups. The lockdown in Roguetown would persist, and the pursuit of Nico Robin would continue, but for now, it was no longer his concern. Unless he could swiftly resolve the matter of Casillas, perhaps he might return to exert further effort. Indeed, it was no surprise that the survivor of O'Hara, the devil's child Robin, could evade such a hefty bounty and live freely until now. Spandam silently vowed, "I hope you do not hasten your departure from here. I shall capture you with my own hands." Your luck will not last much longer. As a loyal hound of the world government, beyond his earnest desire for merit, Spandam harbored a steadfast belief that the existence of individuals like Robin was the utmost affront to justice. Capturing such people and bringing them to justice would be an honor. Nonetheless, Spandam departed, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel from Rogue Town, setting sail towards the Red Continent. Meanwhile, the very Robin he sought so fervently strolled nonchalantly down the street. The patrolling Navy officers paid him no heed, for Robin now appeared as a man, albeit one who looked rather repulsive. He seemed frail, his face marred by an array of pockmarks and blemishes, some of which still oozed pus. His teeth were discolored and decayed, and his lips bore the marks of a cleft lip. Such a countenance effectively deterred the Navy's inquisitive tendencies. Even when a few soldiers bore responsibility for certain transgressions, their inquiries were limited to trivial matters such as the purpose of entering the town, revealing no significant issues. And thus they hastily permitted passage. Robin was on her way back to their hiding place, following the successful completion of their escape mission with a young girl. They took advantage of the ensuing chaos to arrive at the more secluded area on the opposite side of the bustling port of Rock Town. This area was predominantly inhabited by refugees living in poverty for various reasons, and many had perished amid the pirate upheaval. The frenzied pirates showed no regard for the worthiness of their targets. Even those who chose not to resist faced a lamentably slim chance of survival. In this neglected area, numerous houses remain unoccupied. Despite their disheveled state, they offer a perfect refuge, as the household registration statistics of Rogue Town conveniently overlook such locales. These so-called houses are marginally better than the makeshift shelters amidst the refuse outside the town, for the townsfolk seldom come to clear the garbage. One must seek out a heavily damaged zone and find an abandoned dwelling. When the Navy conducts inspections, they can claim to have resided there for an extended period. Buggy plays the part of a gravely ill master of the hovel, exuding an unpleasant odor, while his brother Robin clings to a dirty little girl, fearfully observing the well-dressed Navy officers before them. Deception is thus achieved with such simplicity. Chapter 136. Buggy's delicacies this day has become unbearable. There isn't even enough food and drink, nor can we venture outside. What meaning does life hold? Just as Robin pushed open the dilapidated door, she overheard someone grumbling. Dressed in tattered rags, with his prominent red nose still strikingly visible, Buggy sat cross-legged on a frayed mat, the pitiful girl beside him clinging to his arm, silently absorbing his incessant, meaningless complaints. Robin's disguise was not akin to the transformations of a Zoan-type devil fruit. She could not conceal Buggy's conspicuous nose. Therefore, the task of procuring food fell solely upon her. You finally returned. Hurry, bring me food. Did you buy any alcohol? Quickly, show me. Upon seeing Robin, Buggy's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the door like a whirlwind, snatching the bag from her hands. I'm nearly starving. My throat feels parched. Before long, however, his expression fell. The contents of the bag were woefully insufficient, 3 meager, dry pieces of black bread, with nothing else in sight, let alone the coveted alcohol. Even the bread was burnt, its portion barely enough for a single bite. Upon returning to their hideout, Robin made no move to remove her disguise. She glanced at Buggy, who was scowling with dissatisfaction. Our current identities are those of impoverished individuals struggling to fill their bellies. This 3 pieces of black bread are nearly sufficient. If you desire something better, you can procure it yourself. I wager the Navy would promptly earn a commendation. Perhaps our next encounter will be within the confines of a naval prison. Buggy, with a fierce expression, retrieved a piece of black bread, hesitated for a moment, then offered it to the little girl beside him. Truth be told, Buggy regretted his decision. Escaping with a child had proven perilous. And had it not been for Robin revealing her devil fruit abilities, Buggy, the esteemed master, might have met his demise in such a trivial place. What a cursed fate. With a piercing glare directed at the little girl, he soon realized it bore no fruit. This wretched little creature was utterly unafraid of him, the illustrious captain of pirates. Day after day, she insisted on trailing him, and if it weren't for the ever-present naval forces, he would have long since abandoned her. Grabbing a second piece of charred black bread, he took a reluctant bite of its burnt, unpalatable crust. Despite his aversion to such fare, the gnawing hunger in Buggy's belly compelled him to eat. After all, should the need for a hasty retreat arise, it would be unjust to find himself too famished to flee. Reassuring himself, he handed the bag to Robin. To his astonishment, he found himself in the presence of the famed demon child, Robin. With such a bounty on her head, he mused, if he were to sell her, All those rewards would be his. Observing Robin sitting gracefully while nibbling on the black bread ignited a flicker of irritation within him, prompting him to utter a threat. Were it not for this insufferable woman's sudden appearance, he would have cast aside that little nuisance long ago. Robin, unfazed, retorted, "Very well. But it depends on whether you have the life to claim it. It's not that I underestimate you, Buggy the clown of Roger's crew, but you couldn't even best me." Buggy clicked his tongue in disinterest and dryly replied, "You believe such baseless rumors? Besides, it's not that I, Buggy, am reluctant to fight women. I would have sent you to the naval headquarters for the bounty long ago." Having hardened his words, Buggy fell silent. Robin's statement was indeed grounded in reality. The powers of the flower fruit were particularly effective against his chop fruit. Even if he could evade blades, sprouting additional hands would be a source of great vexation, especially since they would be beyond his control. How had Buggy the Great come to such a predicament? He began to ponder the origins of all this. Ultimately, a revelation dawned upon Buggy. All of this is due to the person who spread those false rumors. What of my time aboard Roger's ship? Did not the red-haired also have a share? Why must you single me out, Buggy, for trouble? Why not confront that red-haired fellow instead? Ultimately, Buggy reached a conclusion. Those cowardly pirates and bounty hunters are equally to blame for his current plight. The tasteless black bread he was forced to eat resembled the act of chewing on sawdust. Frankly, reflecting on the days filled with meat and wine brought tears to his eyes. But he must not cry. The esteemed Captain Buggy, a true man. He would swallow his broken teeth and blood. He would bleed, but not shed tears. One day, the illustrious Buggy shall rise. At that time, even the detestable red-haired will show him the utmost respect, and that little Robin, begging at his feet, would be met with indifference. Humph! Unbeknownst to him, the flavor of dark bread seemed to have lost its unpleasantness, as our dear Uncle Baki consumed a substantial piece of dark bread, savoring it as if it were a delightful dream. Iker Casillas had just set foot on the long-anticipated land, a sensation that felt somewhat nostalgic. Although Casillas had experienced prolonged stays aboard a vessel before, the feeling of being compelled to depart only to return was rather pleasant. The sea was calm and serene, granting him a sense of honor. Casillas set up a sunshade along the shoreline, arranging tables and chairs, inviting the wild-looking Rob Lucci to share a meal. Dressed in the new attire provided by Casillas' subordinates and having taken a bath, Lucci sat across from him at the not-so-long table, eyeing the abundant fruits before him. Suspecting that Casillas was attempting to test him, to be frank, upon disembarking, Casillas had initially intended to take this fellow by surprise. However, upon encountering Don Quixote Doflamingo, such thoughts were swiftly dismissed. Apart from bananas, the table displayed a variety of fruits, oranges, sliced watermelon, and the notoriously difficult-to-preserve grapes. With patience, Lucci nibbled on a couple of grapes, refraining from touching the other delicacies. It was not that he feared poisoning. He trusted that Casillas was not a fool, and whether common poisons would affect him remained uncertain. In simple terms, he was not in the mood. Imagine a detective facing a criminal who nearly evaded capture, yet could only watch as the latter leisurely indulged in food and drink. The feeling was ineffable. In summary, it was discomforting. During this time, Lucci scrutinized Doflamingo, the sea rogue and celestial demon, a figure he had only seen in photographs, never in person. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo was, albeit reluctantly, one of the formidable individuals in Lucci's mind. Moreover, Lucci was acutely aware that this man's ties to the world government were anything but simple, unlike the average pirate. In contrast, Lucci naturally appeared as the weaker party. Doflamingo, on the other hand, found the situation somewhat tedious. Rob Lucci could not represent the world government. At the very least, it would require the presence of the CP9 commander. Moreover, the individual's propensity for wasting time was astonishing, especially given that Lady Crane could arrive at any moment. Doflamingo felt a tinge of impatience. Nevertheless, the succulent morsel so tantalizingly close was hard to relinquish, and he was willing to take a calculated risk. As for the prospect of forcibly seizing without consequence, Doflamingo had discerned from their previous altercations that Casillas was a tough nut to crack. Could he eliminate this man? Certainly. But acquiring those weapons would be an entirely different matter. Contrary to Casillas' belief that the promised share of weaponry was inconsequential, Doflamingo recognized its significance. Indeed, he controlled a substantial portion of the arms trade in the underworld of the Grand Line, and while those weapons might merely enhance his market share, the benefits were far from negligible. The most crucial aspect is that these weapons can yield substantial profits, and, importantly, they can equip a formidable military force. He could indeed forego this transaction, as Ms. Crane is undeniably terrifying. However, he is currently devising a plan that, if successful, could elevate him to the status of a Seven Warlord and enable him to take control of Dressrosa. The advantage of acquiring an additional powerful armament is significant. This matter transcends mere monetary interests. Casillas, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, was about to light a cigarette when Spandam arrived. Chapter 137, Rising in Anger. Spandam, of diminutive stature, appeared to be a frail scion of wealth, his fair complexion seemingly polished to a degree that could evoke envy in many a woman. Adopting a serious demeanor, he took a seat, accompanied by a contingent of approximately several dozen naval soldiers, their journey having been rather sluggish. At this moment, by the shores of Twin Cape, two factions of pirates sat alongside officials of the world government. Despite the vast disparity in their power, the three factions appeared to coexist in relative tranquility. As for the naval personnel, they seemed to have garnered little regard. The lighthouse keeper, resembling a timid old man, had retreated into the lighthouse ever since Casillas' fervent gunfire directed at Lucci, choosing not to emerge. During this period, the whale, Labu, did not emerge to wreak havoc. Doflamingo's cold gaze lingered on this individual for an extended moment, suppressing the urge to eliminate him as he settled into his chair, elevating his legs and resting his feet upon the table. Such behavior is exceedingly rude, yet no one dares to voice their dissent. He was the first to speak. Now that the representatives of the world government have arrived, shall we commence without delay? My time is rather limited, and should this continue to be squandered, it would undoubtedly incite my profound displeasure. On the side of the world government, it was naturally Spandam who took the lead. Of course, I am aware. The pallid young man, exhibiting an almost sickly demeanor, leaned against the wile, saying, to have delayed the time of the great pirate, Tenyasha, is indeed a source of great trepidation for me. These words appeared innocuous, yet were laced with a tone of mockery and schadenfreude. Ming merely regarded him with a chilling gaze for a moment, offering no further response. This revelation cast a shadow over Spandam's heart, for it was somewhat unexpected that Don Quixote Doflamingo could endure such verbal provocation. However, upon reflection, there was little to marvel at. The weaponry possessed by Casillas bore tremendous power, and to partake in this matter, swallowing one's pride seemed a trivial sacrifice. Yet, Don Quixote Doflamingo, you are merely a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. In the New World, there are at least 70 or 80 such entities. Even if you possess certain peculiarities, does that truly grant you the means to contend with the world government? Spandam pondered, his gaze turning once more to Casillas. Mr. Casillas, since we are gathered here, the purpose is all too clear, he began, abruptly rising to his feet and slamming his palm upon the table. The surface laden with fruit trembled, and a plate teetering on the edge, jolted by the impact, plummeted to the ground, shattering upon the hard rock below. However, the cluster of grapes remained suspended in midair. In that very moment, Lucci also rose, adopting a defensive posture, poised to unleash his devil fruit powers and transform. He discerned clearly that several fine threads ensnared the grapes. These threads were so delicate that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, concealed within the air, serving as a terrifying weapon. Yet, Doflamingo appeared to wield them with remarkable control. Despite their lethal sharpness, the grapes remained unscathed, untouched by any harm. Simultaneously, Spandam's voice rang out. Immediately surrender all information regarding weapon manufacturing technology and the location of your factories. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences of opposing the world government. At that moment, Ming's laughter echoed. The world government? How terrifying indeed. Yet, there was no hint of fear in his tone. Spandam was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly realized that, without his knowledge, his body had become immobile. This left him utterly astonished, yet he swiftly regained his composure. This is the puppetry line of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Spandam immediately shifted his gaze to his side, only to be horrified to discover that Rob Lucci, much like himself, was trembling uncontrollably, rendered utterly immobile, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As the commander of CP9 and a seasoned intelligence officer, Spandam had always approached danger with utmost caution. His audacity to provoke Doflamingo stemmed from his belief in the formidable presence of Rob Lucci by his side, CP9's most formidable warrior in 8 centuries, a title of great prestige. Yet, in this moment, Spandam suddenly realized the sobering truth. The strength of this subordinate he had always deemed reliable was, in reality, woefully inadequate when measured against true power. He could not even evade this puppetry line. It dawned upon him how naive he had been. There is little that can be done. Although CP9 is considerably powerful compared to other CP organizations, excluding CP0, they find themselves at a disadvantage when confronted by formidable pirates like Don Quixote Doflamingo, who stands several tiers above them. Typically, situations involving such formidable adversaries require the intervention of organizations like CP0, yet fate has dealt them an unfortunate hand this time. Spandam, in a moment of regret, found himself losing his composure, even contemplating begging for mercy, while simultaneously harboring deep resentment towards Lucci. What nonsense about being the strongest in 800 years. Yet he overlooked the internal dynamics of CP9. To be fair, Lucci is indeed no weakling. He has already reached the level of a substantial force on the high seas, akin to the threshold of the Navy's rear admirals. At his age, possessing such strength is undeniably the mark of a prodigy. However, when faced with Doflamingo, it becomes evident that the enemy is simply too powerful. Who is Doflamingo? He awakened his conqueror's haki in childhood. He is the captain of a pirate crew that has established a new world, and he stands in the prime of his life, poised for continuous growth and strength over the next decade or two, being still under 30. These additional 10 years of life afford Doflamingo the means to utterly overwhelm Lucci. For powerful individuals, the period from 30 to 50 years of age is regarded as the pinnacle of their capabilities, and Doflamingo is precisely at this stage. Lucci is not Luffy. He cannot defy the natural order of progression. Perhaps had Doflamingo been a decade younger, Lucci could have contended with him, but facing the current Doflamingo, that is clearly unfeasible. Lucci continues to strive, yet time seems to stretch infinitely. In reality, however, only a few seconds have passed. The Navy soldiers stationed not far behind them remain oblivious to any peculiarity, fixated instead on a cluster of grapes floating in the air, watching as they gracefully descend onto the pristine tablecloth before Lucci. After all, the two merely stand there. While they may appear somewhat rigid, to the untrained eye, everything seems perfectly normal. Doflamingo's smile is wicked as he remarks to Lucci, "Since you enjoy grapes, why not indulge a little more?" Suddenly, Lucci made a slight movement, causing Spandam to feel a flicker of hope, only to be met with disappointment as he mirrored the same action. The two seemed as if their joints were rusted, or like puppets being manipulated by invisible strings, slowly and awkwardly descending into their seats. Then, Lucci plucked a purple grape and brought it to his mouth. At this moment, they regained their freedom. The four individuals seated here fell into silence, prompting the naval soldiers to exchange curious glances with one another, their hearts filled with unspoken disdain. The world government official named Spandam. What purpose does he serve in bringing them here? Is it merely to observe them partake in a fruit feast? Is there truly anyone in this world who entertains guests with nothing but a modest assortment of fruit? Just moments ago, Spandam abruptly slammed his hand on the table, apparently incensed by the perceived lack of hospitality. Yet, why did he fall silent and take his seat once more? Moreover, the guests are pirates, after all. This silence did not endure for long. Casillas, glancing at the grapes before him, turned to the pensive Lucci, who seemed lost in thought, and spoke for the first time. As Director Spandam has stated, now that we are all seated here, we are acutely aware of the current predicament. To be frank, I can supply the world government with those weapons, but only to provide, nothing more. Chapter 138. The death of Spandam. That is impossible. What we seek is far beyond a mere trifle. We require the manufacturing technology. You must surrender it. Although he had just liberated himself from the puppet strings of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Spandam swiftly regained his composure. He realized that Doflamingo would never take his life. With his existence secure, what was there to fear? As the commander of CP9, backed by the colossal power of the world government, he should possess more confidence than anyone else present. Thus, in response to Casillas' assertion of selling a certain quantity of weapons to the world government, Spandam resolutely rejected the notion. This was indeed the initial objective of CP9, and it must be accomplished. After resolutely stating this, he turned to observe Casillas' reaction. Casillas flicked the ash from his cigarette, letting the embers of the half-burned smoke disperse in the wind. Regarding Spandam with an expression of incredulity, "Do you believe my intellect is insufficient? Spandam, what if I perish after you relinquish the technology? Here." He clearly expressed his disbelief in the world government, fearing that the Five Elders, a group of bureaucrats, would abandon him once they had extracted his weapon manufacturing technology. After all, once he lost that, Casillas would no longer hold any value to the world government. Therefore, to prevent such technology from falling into the hands of other factions, Eliminating him would undoubtedly be the most prudent and correct course of action. The world government will ensure your safety. Spandam appeared exceedingly serious, his resolute tone suggesting that he had even deceived himself. Mr. Casillas, as long as you surrender those technologies, the world government will guarantee your safety. That is assured. I can vouch for it. Upon hearing this, Casillas could hardly resist the urge to laugh aloud. Do I need to be informed about the nature of you? Spandam, will the world government truly shield me? Will they personally vouch for my safety? Undoubtedly. This is something Spandam remains oblivious to. Casillas shook his head in disbelief. This caused Spandam's expression to darken significantly. The implication was unmistakable. He was to manufacture weapons to supply the world government. However, such an arrangement would undoubtedly be met with disapproval from the higher echelons of the world government, a fact Spandam was acutely aware of. Under the current circumstances, it seemed that the only viable strategy was to buy some time. Vice Admiral Sengoku was on his way. His presence could effectively counter the audacious Don Quixote Doflamingo. At that point, manipulating Casillas would be a trivial task for Lucci. Spandam pondered this notion and found it quite agreeable. Thus, he fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, he felt no urgency. Time was on their side, and since it favored them, prolonging the situation was a shrewd choice. Spandam could afford to remain patient. Yet, Casillas and Doflamingo could not afford such luxury. Through the wisps of smoke rising from his hand, Casillas observed the silent Spandam, who had been mute for nearly half a minute, seemingly lost in thought, and decided to unveil his trump card. Knowing this, would you and your world government dare to continue stalling? Casillas smirked inwardly. Casting a glance at the increasingly agitated Doflamingo, he extinguished the cigarette but in the glass ashtray, an action that immediately drew the attention of both Lucci and Spandam, who turned their gazes towards him. I am aware of your attempts to delay, Casillas asserted, casually lighting a second cigarette and looking at Spandam. But is this truly effective? This statement left Spandam momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Whether it is of any use, who can tell? Unless His Excellency the Night Demon decides to eliminate us right now, I have ample time. No sooner had he spoken than, with astonishing speed, he seized a silver dining knife from before him and plunged it into his own neck. Don Quixote Doflamingo, known for his volatile temperament, chose to respond to this incessant provocation with immediate violence. In his eyes, Spandam was merely a lackey of the world government. To eliminate him was no more significant than swatting a fly. Surely, the high-ranking officials would not trouble themselves over such a minor figure in Doflamingo's realm. However, with a mere flick of his finger, Spandam's blood spattered the scene. The knife accurately sliced through the soft flesh, creating an opening at the slightly tougher trachea while simultaneously severing a major artery on one side of his neck. Spandam's expression was one of astonishment. As he felt a sharp pain in his neck, he had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation until, in the next instant, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the gaping wound. It erupted like a water gun, staining the tablecloth and the fruits before him with its vivid hue. Doflamingo, please, remain calm, Casillas remarked, observing the plate of fruit now marred with droplets of blood, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Murder is rather unbecoming. We are supposed to be negotiating. Seemingly having vented his anger, Doflamingo's mood lightened considerably. He merely smiled at Casillas' admonition and remained silent. He picked up a piece of watermelon, now bloodied, and took a hearty bite. Delightful. Casillas was not particularly perturbed by Doflamingo's grotesque behavior. Yet this near-cannibalistic act stirred a sense of discomfort within him. With a tinge of sympathy, he glanced at Spandam, aware that this notorious villain would survive for another 2 years, eventually becoming a member of CP0. The outcome here was too audacious, provoking Brother Ming's wrath, which promptly transformed the individual into a lifeless corpse. Had the trachea merely been severed, there might have been a chance for survival. Perhaps even a complete recovery given the medical technology of the world government. However, with the major artery severed and the volume of blood loss observed, it would not be long before he bled out completely. The very essence of human vitality, the heartbeat, had now become a harbinger of death for Spandam. Desperately, he clasped his hands around the wound on his neck, yet this could not halt the crimson life force that gushed forth under the pressure of his heart. From an initial eruption to a steady stream, the diminishing quantity of blood within him was evident as oxygen-rich blood flowed out, leading to symptoms of hypoxia manifesting in his body. Cold was his first sensation, swiftly followed by dizziness as his brain began to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Frantic gasps for air proved futile. It appeared as though Spandam beheld the specter of death before him, in a final, desperate glance towards Lucci. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, lifeless. From the moment the knife sliced through his throat to his fall, barely 10 seconds had elapsed. The sudden turn of events prompted the Navy personnel to swiftly assume combat stances, however, as they lifted their weapons. Their formation was not yet complete before they found themselves frozen in place. Brother Ming's fingers danced with dexterity enough. Spare them. Lucci witnessed the abrupt demise of his superior, yet he maintained his composure, rising to address Don Quixote Doflamingo. The sorrow of a comrade's death? Lucci felt none. What? Have you come to a realization? With a casual wave of his hand, Doflamingo sent 30 to 40 Navy men tumbling to the ground, a chaotic heap of bodies. With the commander's death, by protocol, I could temporarily assume leadership of CP9, yet I am not authorized to make decisions on behalf of the higher-ups. Observing Doflamingo spare the Navy and return to his seat, Lucci turned to Casillas. Thus, you comprehend the conditions set by the higher echelons of the world government. There can be no alterations without unexpected circumstances, even if Doflamingo were to slay all of us here. Casillas, what leverage or conditions do you possess? Speak, and I shall communicate with the higher-ups to reach a decision. Today, I can no longer endure. Allow me a day of rest, and I shall refrain from further updates. Chapter 139, Stealing Blackbeard's Thunder. Lucci displayed remarkable calmness, even with his superior lying dead nearby, maintaining an expression of normalcy as he continued to discuss matters of importance. Leverage? In response to Lucci's inquiry, Casillas made an astonishing declaration. Does the Revolutionary Army count? The mere mention of the term Revolutionary Army nearly caused Lucci to leap from his seat, while his second reaction was to question whether he had misheard. Even Brother Ming suppressed his smile. What manner of entity is the Revolutionary Army? In a recent global summit, the world government solemnly acknowledged a figure who poses a threat to them, Monkey D. Dragon. For the first time, they indicated the existence of a formidable organization capable of overturning the authority of the world government, namely, the Revolutionary Army. The enigma surrounding Dragon and the very existence of the Revolutionary Army are both considered taboos, particularly for the world government. Can it be true that Casillas regards the Revolutionary Army as his support, as a bargaining chip in his negotiations with the world government? Is this genuine? This was the first notion that Ming Gu and Lucci conjured up. Could it merely be a case of someone wielding power through another? How could he possibly be associated with such an organization? Of course, I am not a member of the Revolutionary Army. Casillas rose from his seat, circled the table, and approached Lucci, saying, in fact, it was the Revolutionary Army that first contacted me. They expressed a need for a certain quantity of advanced weaponry and were willing to offer substantial monetary compensation in return. Mr. Lucci, you are aware that I am a businessman. It would be folly to refuse such an opportunity when a lucrative deal presents itself so readily. Ming Gu stroked his chin, realizing the implications. It made sense that the world government would take note of Casillas and his arsenal. It was only logical that the Revolutionary Army, which garnered such attention from the world government, would reach out to him first. As long as he was not affiliated with them, all would be well. If Casillas were to admit to being a member of the Revolutionary Army, he would likely face the full wrath of the world government. Wait a moment. A thought struck Ming Gu. Even if Casillas was not a member of the Revolutionary Army, his potential assistance in supplying advanced weaponry to them would surely render him a target for the world government. Could he truly be unaware of this? Through the lenses of his sunglasses, Don Quixote Doflamingo scrutinized Casillas. It seemed unlikely. Indeed, Casillas had not yet finished his statement, naturally, due to production limitations. The Revolutionary Army has yet to receive a single firearm from me. This is my bargaining chip. Casillas fixed his gaze on Lucci, enunciating each word with emphasis. You want to grant me a way out? That is quite all right. The Revolutionary Army is still willing to accept me. Lucci fell silent for a moment, reaching to extract a den mushy from Spandam's lifeless body, preparing to contact the higher-ups of the world government. Yet Casillas' words were not yet concluded. Hold on a moment. Interrupting Lucci's actions, Casillas raised his hand, still holding the cigarette butt, and reinforced his tone. This alone is not sufficient, I am aware. Even if the Revolutionary Army were to rescue me at this very moment, I still have my factory. Do I not? I cannot simply uproot all the machinery and skilled workers currently in operation, can I? You could easily seal off the entire East Blue, could you not? Haraha. As he spoke, he could not contain his laughter, which continued unabated for half a minute before he finally paused, slightly out of breath. My apologies. Casillas took a puff of his cigarette, only to find it had burned down to the filter, emitting a peculiar odor. He took a couple of steps back and extinguished the butt in the ashtray. What I mean to say is, how shall I put it? He chose his words carefully. UCP-9 agents must have already begun your search for my weapon factory, Haven TU? What findings have you gathered? Lucy began to sense that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Despite days of searching, no trace of the arms factory that ought to exist within the borders of the Kingdom of Goya had been uncovered. And now it was being brought up by the opposing side. Lucy felt a thrilling confusion, as if a riddle was on the verge of being unraveled. Yet she also experienced an unsettling intuition. Such emotions are seldom manifested. Ever since he took the lives of 500 soldiers from the kingdom, leaving behind 5 scars, these feelings have become increasingly rare. There seems to be no gain, as if this factory were a mere figment of imagination. Lucci's response was remarkably candid. He understood that uttering vague lies to probe Casillas would likely be a futile endeavor. The secret of this factory must be the second leverage the other party holds against the world government, and it is on the verge of being unveiled. Why is it elusive? Casillas even sensed a flicker of intensity in Lucci's gaze. Meanwhile, Brother Ming listened with rapt attention, momentarily forgetting the looming threat of Ms. Crane, who was inexorably approaching the Red Soul continent. Because it does not exist. Lucci was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he retorted, that is impossible. If such a manufacturing facility did not exist, how could those mass-produced weapons, with identical components, ever come into being? This is the understanding of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, Casillas must possess an armaments factory of considerable scale, at the very least, fully automated, requiring no laborers whatsoever. This is the limit of Lucy's reasoning. Oh, you do not believe it? Casillas inquired with a smile. Have you discovered the location of my factory? Have you traced the origins of the workers? Have you found out where the raw materials are sourced from? None of these, I presume. Absolutely none. Perhaps you have concealed it well. Lucy remained silent for a moment before uttering this line. Casillas, do not keep me in suspense. Time is of the essence. At this moment, Mingo began to feel restless. These two individuals were squabbling, and it was his time they were wasting. If he were to catch him in this predicament, would it not be he who would suffer? Thus, do you truly not care at all? Very well, Doflamingo. I assure you it was not my intention. Casillas waved his hand, offering a slight apology to his partner, and then revealed the truth. In reality, it is the power of the devil fruit. Simultaneously, he substantiated his claim. Reaching into his flat pocket, he produced several silver Desert Eagles, along with 6 or 7 magazines and a scattered assortment of bullets. This is indeed the power of the devil fruit. I can conjure a multitude of weapons within an unknown space and retrieve them through places such as pockets. Just like that. He observed the bewildered Lucci and succinctly summarized his explanation. The power of the devil fruit. Lucci suddenly felt a clarity wash over him. So it was the power of the devil fruit. The abilities of the devil fruit are indeed remarkable, particularly those belonging to the Paramecia class, which are exceedingly difficult to categorize. Though he had never encountered a similar ability before, Lucci accepted this revelation. It certainly made sense. Casillas might have concealed many details concerning this ability. Perhaps he merely possessed a space-type devil fruit that opened up an alternate dimension filled with machinery, raw materials, and workers. Nevertheless, such intricate details could be set aside for the moment. This implies that Lucci has come to comprehend the significance of this chip, which indicates that Casillas himself represents a vast arsenal of advanced weaponry. Unless he is detained, captured, or eliminated, the world government will not acquiesce to the opposing party's demands. Consequently, it is highly probable that the Revolutionary Army will intervene to rescue him. In that eventuality, those formidable weapons capable of arming extensive armies will become the private property of the Revolutionary Army. Very well, Mr. Lucci, you may now confer with your superiors. Casillas exuded an air of unshakable confidence. Either concede to my terms, or I shall align myself with the Revolutionary Army. There is but half an hour remaining. Once that time elapses, I shall notify the Revolutionary Army. We shall then see whether the Navy and the world government act more swiftly than the Revolutionary Army. Lucci, clutching the transponder snail, approached the group of Navy personnel who, though visibly shaken, had yet to flee. Meanwhile, as Casillas settled into his seat, he was met with Doflamingo's inquiry. The weapons are crafted from devil fruit abilities is not your power one of extremes, either high or low temperatures. Rob Lucci, perhaps preoccupied with the negotiations, did not immediately recall this detail, whereas Doflamingo grasped it swiftly. Is it not permissible for me to have consumed 2 devil fruits? Consumed 2? Doflamingo tilted his head in disbelief. Did not those who ingested 2 perish? Is it not special in my case? Casillas flicked away non-existent dust from his trench coat. The act of usurping Blackbeard's title as the first to wield the powers of 2 devil fruits was inconsequential. And it also offered a plausible explanation for his abilities. After all, the variety of devil fruits is boundless, with entities like the Eastern Dragon and those enabling time travel. The addition of my own system barely stirs the waters. Though I may have overshadowed Blackbeard, that fellow is likely oblivious to my actions. Regardless of whether he will ever have the opportunity to seize the dark fruit or the tremor fruit from Whitebeard. This unprecedented achievement of being the first to possess the powers of 2 devil fruits belongs to me. Unparalleled. A feat with no precedent. Chapter 140. The decision of the 5 elders. If you find this place too perilous, you are welcome to return. Lucci remarked with casual indifference to the weary Navy personnel. He held no admiration for those who remained here, trembling in fear without contributing any meaningful assistance to the situation. Regardless of the Navy's subsequent actions, Lucci directly initiated a call on the transponder snail. BRR on the other side of the azure-hued planet. The red line reached its zenith, and therein lies the epicenter of the world government, the holy land of Mariehua. The inhabitants of this place are all celestial dragons. However, there exists an astonishing number of slaves. Although many have been liberated by Fisher Tiger, this small fraction pales in comparison to the vast multitude that remains. At the very heart of Mariehua, a towering and magnificent structure rises, interspersed with the spires characteristic of the world government's administrative center. Busy officials incessantly come and go, engaged in a myriad of tasks. An institution wielding dominion over the entire world certainly has a plethora of responsibilities, with bureaucratic paperwork that is nothing short of an ocean, capable of entangling an individual for decades until they are gray with age. Within a spacious grand hall, a few sofas are simply arranged in a circle. This magnificent establishment is sufficiently resplendent to render any royal palace in the world pale in comparison, whether in terms of scale or the expenditure of wealth. It is simply in a league of its own. However, the space feels rather desolate. Apart from these sofas, there are few adornments, creating an oddly stark atmosphere. Surrounding an unremarkable table, 5 individuals are seated upon the sofas. There are 5 elderly gentlemen, each possessing robust physiques and vibrant spirits, seemingly unburdened by the grayness of their hair and beards, which might suggest old age, despite some sporting age spots upon their visages. They're engaged in a conversation of significant import, as the 5 individuals who wield the utmost authority within the global government. Every critical decision concerning this colossal entity is deliberated and resolved by them, a tradition upheld for many years. Even the fleet admiral is merely regarded as a subordinate of higher rank in their eyes, as is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Suddenly, an aide entered, traversing the expansive hall to approach their side. The subordinate, clad in a black suit, inclined his head slightly, presenting a snail-like telephone. The elder with a round face, adorned with a thick, curled mustache resembling the horns of a bull, accepted the device and placed it upon the table. "I am Rob Lucci of CP9, declared the bald elder, who was always accompanied by a long sword and wore round, rimless spectacles. He spoke. "Proceed. What is the matter?" A few minutes later, the elder with the curled mustache closed the device, shattering the silence with his inquiry, "What are your thoughts?" It appears this individual is not merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. Intelligence suggests that the notorious Monkey D. Dragon may indeed be operating within the East Blue. The square-faced elder, who bore golden hair and a beard, his demeanor resolute, spoke next. He appeared the youngest among them, though strands of his golden hair and beard were beginning to gray. "And so?" inquired another elder, whose small head was dominated by 3 large tufts of beard that cascaded down to his chest. The final elder, resembling the philosopher Marx with his bushy beard and flat black hat, a scar etched above the corner of his left eye, decisively stated, "In that case, we must acquiesce to his demands." However, the concern arose that this did not preclude the possibility of him supplying weapons to the Revolutionary Army. The current generation is rife with ambition, as exemplified by Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is currently aiding him. Mere monetary compensation is unlikely to satiate such ambitious individuals. The bald elder, filled with trepidation, posed a question while instinctively stroking the hilt of his sword. "Then shall we eliminate him?" The issue lies in who possesses the capability to do so. Reaching that location in less than half an hour is a formidable task. Even Kizaru may find it challenging. Moreover, should Kizuru arrive in time, what if Dragon intervenes personally? The powers of the Pika Pika Nomi are indeed formidable, yet Dragon is no mere lightweight. But we cannot allow such an individual to threaten us to achieve his ends. The crux of the matter is not merely that this dragon has uttered a few threats. It is the potential for him to arm the revolutionary army with weapons capable of equipping vast legions, allowing ordinary people to slay multitudes of foes. If such armaments fall into their hands, our circumstances could deteriorate rapidly in the coming years. 5 individuals fell into a profound silence simultaneously. In numerous matters, disputes seldom arose among them, for each had occupied their respective positions for many years, amassing ample experience in handling various affairs. However, today, a slender thread of tension emerged. The gravity of the situation had caused their opinions to diverge. Should Casillas directly join the revolutionary army, it would signify the most critical predicament. But what of acquiescing to the other party's terms? The crux of the issue lay in trust, as seasoned politicians. They understood that trust is not something to be bestowed lightly. Even many officials, having served within the world government for years, could not attain sufficient trust, let alone someone like Casillas, who had suddenly appeared on the scene. Who could guarantee that this individual would not turn around and engage in business with the revolutionary army? Should he be permitted to enter the Holy Land? The philosopher proposed this course of action, deliberating with the other 4. No, he was not a fool. Such terms would be impossible to accept. What then? The group exchanged thoughts for several minutes until the bald-headed one proposed the most prudent solution. Let Kizuru take action. They would initially agree to the terms, but inform him that Rob Lucci would accompany him to ensure his peace of mind. Once Kizuru arrived, they would seize the opportunity to control him. Even if control was unattainable, and with Dracul Mihawk present, Kizaru's strength would surely afford him a chance to eliminate Casillas. Indeed, Bible, the other 4 concurred, and thus, the decision was made. As for the powers of the Devil Fruit, I have yet to encounter someone with dual Devil Fruit abilities. Once we capture him, I am eager to witness it firsthand. Perhaps we could have Vegapunk examine him, if he could unravel the secrets of that bullet. We might also study what makes this individual unique, how he could possibly consume 2 Devil Fruits. The old man with horned whiskers spoke with enthusiasm. Yet, the nearby blonde elder doused his excitement with cold reality. While this plan is indeed feasible, it is prudent to mobilize the Navy in the East Blue and the accessible regions as a precaution. Yes, theoretically, Kizuru has a significant chance of eliminating the relatively weak Casillas in the presence of Dracul Mihawk. However, one must always prepare for the unexpected. The group promptly dispersed to issue commands to the Navy. The bald-headed man lifted the cover from the transponder snail's eye, conveying their decision to Rob Lucci. On Lucci's end, a considerable number of Navy personnel remained. However, he was not inclined to focus on that. Should I be assigned to shadow Casillas, monitoring his actions to preclude any potential collusion with the revolutionary army? A lingering sense of unease pervades the air, suggesting that matters may not be as straightforward as they seem. In light of the current circumstances, it appears that the upper echelons of the world government have little choice but to acquiesce to the conditions proposed by Casillas. Chapter 141. The Yellow Ape Takes Action. Oh, what business do we have over at Reverse Mountain? The scruffy yellow ape inquired lazily, nonchalantly picking his nose with his pinky finger, addressing the dark-clad official of the world government before him. The officer had just relayed the orders of the 5 elders. Despite the yellow ape's lackadaisical demeanor, the man in the black suit dared not voice his discontent. Anyone who would audaciously speak out against someone capable of extinguishing their life must surely possess a flawed intellect. Fortunately, his mind was quite sound. With a patient tone, he reiterated, "Proceed to Twin Cape at Reverse Mountain. Locate Casillas and bring him back. If you encounter Drago, eliminate him." Wiping his booger-stained hand carelessly on his trousers, the yellow ape interjected with a peculiar tone, punctuated by discomforting pauses. How curious. This individual seems quite significant. Yet, if I were to leave here impulsively, and the Yonko's crew were to cause a ruckus, the repercussions would not be on me. You know? Of course. Absolutely. The world government official nodded fervently, internally contemplating. Who would dare blame you? Even the 5 elders would not cast responsibility upon you in such matters. The yellow ape paid no heed to the officer's thoughts. At this moment, he stood at the strategic gateway of the Navy headquarters in the New World, to contend with the vast pirate forces of the New World. Establishing a foothold deep within was of paramount importance. Moreover, this location served as a barrier between the New World and the Holy Land, merging 2 distinct realms into one. thereby rendering it one of the most critical sites for both the world government and the Navy. Here, towering walls have been erected, the waters teeming with warships, and elite naval soldiers patrol incessantly. More importantly, this strategic location is typically guarded in rotation by 3 formidable admirals. Kizaru found himself rather unfortunate, as this troublesome matter had fallen upon him first. In comparison, the task directly assigned by the 5 elders was likely to be far more vexatious. Given its connection to the Revolutionary Army's leader, Monkey D. Dragon, the more one fears complications, the more they seem to manifest. Naturally, Kizaru could not openly defy orders. He could only hope that Dragon would not make an appearance, or if he did, that he could effortlessly eliminate the target and complete the mission. Having recently assumed his position, the prospect of failing his inaugural assignment from his superiors was unsettling, even for someone of Kizaru's stature. A blinding golden radiance emanated from him, and in an instant, he transformed into a brilliant orb of light. Any ordinary person, confronted with such intense luminosity, could only avert their gaze in fear of being blinded. At the heart of the heavily fortified naval stronghold, a golden stream of light shot skyward, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. This scene captivated the eyes of many. Some of the stationed naval soldiers expressed their astonishment, engaging in hushed conversations about the remarkable achievements of the newly appointed Admiral Kizaru. Meanwhile, the higher-ranking officers pondered more deeply. Some began to worry about potential issues arising from the departure of the Navy's most formidable combatant. Various spies commenced relaying information, and it would not be long before the news reached the 4 emperors and other interested parties. Admiral Kizaru was on the move. What was his purpose? Amidst the pristine clouds, flickers of light danced, as Kizaru transformed into a golden radiance, accelerating and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Little did Casillas know, a formidable adversary had chosen him as the target and would soon arrive. He cheerfully sipped a glass of orange juice. "We will soon be comrades, Rob Lucci." Casillas affectionately draped an arm over Lucci's shoulder. "Come, let us see you smile." However, Lucci did not respond favorably, subtly pushing his hand away and coolly stating, "We need to discuss some details. Mr. Casillas, you may take a moment to rest while we await the world government officials responsible for this matter." What a bore. Casillas reluctantly released him, preparing to return to the ship in search of sustenance, while he could indulge in as much fruit as he desired. It was the hearty meal he truly craved. Satiating himself solely with fruit would require an excessive amount, and hunger would return swiftly. In terms of energy, no fruit, no matter how splendid, could rival a substantial portion of fatty meat. Although Casillas held a disdain for fatty meat, he had no aversion to lean cuts. Yet, this was indeed the world of pirates. Contemplating the diverse ecosystems of the Grand Line, with its myriad of peculiar flora and fauna, he wondered if certain species might be rich in protein and fats, capable of substituting staple and meat foods. He would have to remind Gray and Lucien to keep an eye out for such treasures on their next venture to the Grand Line. "Are you quite pleased?" The voice of Doflamingo jolted Casillas from his reverie. "What? Am I not entitled to my happiness?" Casillas retorted, "I am unaware of the truth regarding your connections to the Revolutionary Army, but if they are indeed real, I advise you to summon them for your rescue, preferably with Dragon himself." Doflamingo's tone was grave, devoid of humor. "Do you comprehend?" Casillas narrowed his eyes, the exhilarating feeling of certainty within him gradually dissipating as he sensed the looming danger. "What do you know?" However, Doflamingo chose not to elaborate further, shaking his head as he turned away. "I have lingered here long enough, Casillas. Should you find your way back to the East Blue, I will send someone to retrieve what is mine. May your fortune be sufficient." Watching the wretched individual, whose head was festering and feet oozing, turn away with a smirk, Casillas felt his initial joy and excitement evaporate entirely. "Lucien, bring the phone bug." However, before Lucien could take more than 2 steps, Casillas called him back. "Forget it, let us go together." Lucien glanced at Rucci, not far off, and nodded. In truth, the relationship with the Revolutionary Army had only been formed a few hours prior, just recently, after Mingo finally agreed to stand up for Casillas. During their journey towards Twin Cape, he had received a call from a Cho via the phone book. The caller was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, the illustrious and infamous king of transvestites. When this fellow introduced himself, a shiver ran down Casillas' spine, and it was no wonder his voice sounded rather peculiar. It turns out that Ho had been taken captive by a group of revolutionaries, though the reasons remain unclear. However, he is currently quite safe. The purpose of the call from the transgender king as Casillas had mentioned, was indeed to negotiate a transaction to purchase those weapons. Naturally, he readily agreed, leading to a rather pleasant conversation. After this, sensing the dire situation, Casillas naturally invoked the Revolutionary Army as a formidable ally, and he spoke no falsehood. It is highly likely that Dorag is currently in the East Sea. At this moment, he fervently hoped that his conjecture was not mistaken. Casillas had come to realize that utilizing the Revolutionary Army as a shield bore both advantages and disadvantages. Now, the drawbacks had surfaced. Chapter 142. The arrival. It took Casillas over half an hour to return to the shore. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. However, he lacked the inclination to engage in conversation with Lucci, instead heading straight back to his seat to smoke. Anxiety and restlessness aptly described his current state of mind. For he had received a staggering piece of news from the Revolutionary Army. Just moments ago, the Yellow Ape, stationed on the other side of the world, had mobilized. At that instant, Casillas felt a chill run through him. Why would the Yellow Ape suddenly take action at such a critical time? Was he the target? Did the world government hold him in such high regard? Or was it perhaps due to the Revolutionary Army? The thought of a Marine admiral fixating on him was indeed unsettling. Time passed slowly. Doflamingo had already departed, leaving only Lucci and a handful of Marines at Twin Cape. Aside from Casillas' group, of course, there was also the old man who remained shut away in the lighthouse. Casillas sat by the window of the lighthouse, heartily consuming his meal while observing the scene before him. A vibrant array of feathers, belonging to an unknown bird species, fluttered behind his head. He felt a sense of contentment. Ever since departing from the Roger Pirates, Casillas' life had settled into a tranquil rhythm. Aside from caring for the self-destructive whale Laboon and intermittently painting on the vast expanse of Laboon's body, he primarily engaged in selling log poses to passing pirates, earning a modest sum of belly, leaving him solitary. He did not require companionship. Rather, he occasionally desired a touch of color in his otherwise mundane existence. To him, Casillas was an enigmatic individual. This person, with a cheerful demeanor and youthfulness, had unexpectedly arrived in this locale, seemingly without a purpose. Suddenly, he sought to borrow space from Casillas, and out of gratitude for the gifts received, Casillas acquiesced. Indeed, Casillas was quite distinct, exhibiting a level of politeness surpassing that of most pirates he had encountered. However, this was inconsequential. The sea was vast, and during his time beside Roger, he had encountered a myriad of characters. What truly piqued his interest was the remarkable silver firearm that Casillas had produced, significantly larger and, how shall one say, more aesthetically pleasing than any he had previously seen. In any case, the weapon's power was unmistakable. Even through his telescope, Casillas had clearly discerned its formidable nature, and he could not deny its impressive capability. Suddenly, agents of the world government appeared, and Casillas aimed his silver gun to snipe. Alas, Casillas thought with a tinge of disappointment about that day's scene. He had eagerly anticipated the downfall of those sycophants of the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, this young man lacked formidable strength. While that weapon was indeed effective against ordinary individuals, it faltered when confronted by masters wielding hockey. The ensuing developments were equally unforeseen. Casillas had anticipated that the lad named Casillas would venture into the Grand Line, but unexpectedly, Doflamingo soon emerged, subsequently eliminating a newly arrived world government official. After satiating his hunger, Casillas patted his greasy belly and rose to rummage about, finally retrieving half a bottle of dark red rum. As a physician, he seldom indulged in alcohol. He recalled how Roger, that foolish fellow, always mocked him for abstaining from drink. In retrospect, he felt a pang of nostalgia. He poured half a glass and downed it in one swift motion. The mildly sweet flavor and the not-so-pleasant scent of alcohol stimulated his palate. Casillas burped, as if he had just partaken in a grand feast, and returned to his seat while continuing to monitor the events unfolding nearby. Simultaneously, he unfurled a newspaper. The well-thumbed publication displayed a full-page black-and-white photograph of Roger's visage, his carefree smile and bright eyes vividly striking Casillas's gaze. Casillas was somewhat taken aback. Has it reached this point? In truth, he had not specifically sought out this newspaper, residing in the remote Gemini Cape. Although he could purchase newspapers from newsbirds, one such publication hardly sufficed for long, perhaps half an hour at most. For an elderly man, the time consumed by a single newspaper was woefully insufficient, especially considering they were not available daily. Thus, he had accumulated a plethora of newspapers. When boredom struck, he would read them sequentially. The current edition conveyed the sensational news that once captivated the world. GOLD, Roger had arrived at Raftel, thus, the ruler of the seas. the pirate king Roger, was born. Although shortly thereafter, this pirate king surrendered to the navy and the world government, concluding his legendary life at his birthplace. He also heralded the dawn of an unprecedented age of piracy, all sparked by a singular proclamation. Lost in reminiscence, Casillas lingered in thought for a moment before regaining his composure. It was not for any particular reason. The usually tranquil Gemini Cape had new visitors. Possessing the ability of Kinbunchika Haki, Casillas immediately perceived a majestic vessel materializing atop Reverse Mountain, its sides adorned with vividly coiling azure dragons. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. The towering, inverted mountain at the location of Casillas appeared shrouded in mist, rendering the visibility of its surroundings nearly impossible to discern. However, relying not on the limitations of sight, the perceptive Haki revealed to him every intricate detail of the approaching figure. To his astonishment, he recognized the individual Dorag. How could this man be here, at such a moment, and so brazenly? At that moment, clad in a flowing black robe, Dorag stood at the bow of the ship. The massive vessel soared over the waterfall at the summit of the inverted mountain, defying expectations by not plummeting swiftly downwards. Instead, the roaring winds cradled the entire ship, propelling it like a sharpened arrow toward Twin Cape. At the foot of the inverted mountain, along the shores of Twin Cape, Rob Lucci sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze toward the inverted mountain, just in time to witness this astonishing sight. A ship, nearly as grand as the Navy's mightiest warships, descended from the mountain's peak. This striking scene momentarily rendered Lucci motionless, until he became aware of the two azure dragons adorning the sides of the vessel. This revelation dawned upon him. In the next moment, Lucci immediately turned his gaze towards Casillas, only to find that the latter had already aimed his silver firearm at him. The azure circles began to flicker one by one. This left Lucci's scalp tingling. He was acutely aware of the immense power this weapon possessed when fired, especially at such a close range. The distance between both parties was merely a mere 10 or 20 meters, simultaneously accompanied by the fierce sound of an approaching tempest. A faint golden light emerged in the sky from another direction. Casillas, meanwhile, wore a radiant smile. Having arrived at this juncture, he felt no pressure at all. The moment of life and death had arrived. The next step was either to escape or to become mere ash. It was a matter of fate and fortune. Chapter 143. Collision. For some individuals, every action they take can influence the world, such as the President of the United States. In the realm of One Piece, the pinnacle of power, the Five Elders, can be described as understated, their existence largely unknown. In contrast, the admirals of the Navy command the attention of the entire world. Although their actions may not directly impact ordinary people, they are sufficient to stir up turmoil among the upper echelons of power across the globe. The Five Elders, however, did not anticipate this. Kizara's actions prompted Dracula to appear more swiftly. Yet, this presents a relatively insoluble dilemma. Kizaru is not a user of the invisibility fruit. To arrive quickly, he must exert his full capabilities to accelerate, inevitably drawing the attention of the outside world and thus becoming known to Dracula. However, if Kizaru does not come, there is no other individual in this world who could reach Twin Cape in such a short span of time, rendering the situation paradoxical. Every choice seems erroneous. In reality, Kizaru took approximately 3 hours to reach the location. This was indeed his utmost speed, just as Casillas had surmised. The flash fruit fell considerably short of the speed of light. Nonetheless, traversing the world in merely 3 hours was an unparalleled feat. Perhaps Enel from Skypea, having consumed the rumble fruit, might approach such velocity. In any case, Kizaru displayed no semblance of restraint, expending considerable stamina to arrive at the location. After all, the faster one moved, the greater the chance of evading the formidable drag. Not only did Kuroka's know drag, but Kizaru was also familiar with him. In terms of age, they belonged to the same generation. Thus, Kizaru was acutely aware that this individual was not merely elusive. His prowess was undoubtedly on par with any of the three admirals. Therefore, upon seeing the colossal ship engulfed by the tempest, his instinct was to retreat and concede. However, such thoughts could only remain as musings. How could one settle matters without engaging in combat? At this juncture, Drag had removed his black cloak, and a hint of a smile graced his resolute features. "I shall go meet an old friend. You all take the little one away." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing in midair, as if the invisible currents of high velocity formed a solid staircase, firmly supporting his form as he swiftly ascended toward the distant golden light amidst the clouds. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lucci lay ensconced in a hollow of the rocky wall. over 100 meters away, with his arm pierced by a silver bullet that had become somewhat deformed. The grotesque state of his arm clearly indicated it was broken. Lacking adequate preparation, Casillas' shot had struck true, the bullet nearly penetrating his arm. Had Lucci not managed to activate his hockey at the last moment, it would have surely traversed his arm and pierced his chest, though he had averted the grim fate of being shot through the chest and suffering a ruptured heart. Lucci's condition remained dire. A broken arm was merely a minor inconvenience. Far more critical was the fact that one of his fractured ribs had punctured a lung, resulting in blood filling the cavity. Thus, he needed to perform self-rescue, ideally avoiding jostling to prevent exacerbating his injuries. Fortunately, after firing his shot, Casillas had disregarded him, instead hastening toward the rapidly approaching Revolutionary Army with his crew from the Black Flag Pirates. There was little to lament over the survival of Rob Lucci. The utmost priority was to escape this cursed place promptly. Remaining here risked being obliterated by the aftermath of the clash between two titans, an outcome that would surely invite ridicule from certain individuals. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Drag had made contact with Kizaru, contrary to what Casillas had envisioned when they met. The yellow ape did not unleash a barrage of beams for a long-range assault, for he understood the futility of such an approach. Rather than squander more energy, he sought an opportunity. Dorag allowed himself to be propelled by the howling winds, colliding with the yellow ape, who had just regained his physical state. At an astonishing speed, the elemental transformation of the natural type is not infallible, especially when facing a powerhouse of Dorag's caliber. Recklessly elementalizing could easily lead to being injured by the opponent's hockey. The restored yellow ape, his arms enveloped in hardened hockey, met the dragon claw-like fingers of Dorag, which were equally pitch-black and curved sharply. Undoubtedly, the yellow ape possessed greater speed, while Dorag wielded superior strength. Clad in the white cloak of naval justice and a suit adorned with yellow stripes, the yellow ape did not appear particularly robust. In stark contrast, Dorag's exposed arms showcased iron-like muscle definition, delivering an indescribable visual impact of sheer might. The instant they collided, the tremendous force of their struggle instantly displaced the surrounding air, generating a shockwave of explosive intensity. The clouds were entirely dispersed, and the sea beneath them surged into towering waves, seemingly bowing and trembling before their formidable strength. Yellow ape, you remain as you were, lacking significant advancement in your martial prowess. Dorag spoke as if conversing with an old friend, his dragon claw grip firmly clutching the yellow ape's arm. The muscles of his arms flexing as if they could rip apart the yellow ape's very being. Yet his expression remained calm, devoid of even a heavy breath. Oh really? I dare not claim the same. It seems your strength has not progressed either? The yellow ape responded with a mischievous grin. The yellow ape's antics were not easily encapsulated in mere words. The struggle yielded no clear victor. Although Dorag's strength was formidable, the yellow ape, being an admiral-level contender, could not afford to rely solely on brute force. Should Dorag succeed, the yellow ape would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. His martial skills may have been weak relative to his fruit abilities, yet he truly held his ground against the far stronger Akaino, thanks to his fruit powers. The teachings of his mentor, Zifa, were met with palpable impatience from the yellow ape, resulting in a strained relationship. Ultimately, the yellow ape harbored a certain intrinsic laziness. However, such laziness would not have allowed him to ascend to the rank of admiral. In truth, while he fervently developed his fruit abilities, he had somewhat neglected his martial training. After a moment of entanglement, the yellow ape realized he could not break free from Dorag's grasp. TSK, it's been many years, no need to be so enthusiastic. Right? The sardonic tone nearly led Dorag to release his hold. Meanwhile, a flash of golden light flickered between them. A longsword formed from the radiance appeared in the yellow ape's hand. Amaterasu. At the moment when the lightsaber was only partially formed, Dorag released one hand and seized the Amatsumi Kaboshi sword, radiating with searing heat and intense brilliance, with his dragon claw. However, Huang Yuan, perceiving the situation, immediately dispersed the half-formed lightsaber, allowing his liberated arm to envelop itself in luminescence, resembling a miniature sun as it swung towards Dorag's head, which was perilously close. Simultaneously, with his other hand still restrained, the Amatsumi Kaboshi sword began to take shape once more in Huang Yuan's grasp. Chapter 144. In response to Huang Yuan's sudden trickery, Dorag reacted swiftly, letting out a low growl. Dragon Claw. A brilliant azure light erupted from the curved fingers of the dragon claw, manifesting as razor-sharp blades of highly compressed air. Ignoring Huang Yuan's luminous fist, the dark and deep azure-hued dragon claw relentlessly aimed to strike at the crown of his head. In that fleeting moment, the expression on Kizaru's face changed dramatically. Engaging in a strategy of exchanging injuries was neither his forte nor his desire, thus he had no choice but to retreat from Dorag's claw. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru unleashed his maximum speed, his arm transforming into an elemental form. Upon regaining his corporeal state, he found himself directly in front of Dorag's dragon claw. The golden, searing radiance collided with the nearly solidified air blades, akin to pouring molten lava into a tranquil lake, causing the golden light to blaze intensely. Accompanied by a rapidly expanding shockwave capable of shattering rocks, a chaotic whirlwind suffused the surroundings, throwing everything into disarray. The sea level beneath his feet plummeted several dozen meters in an instant, creating a chaotic concave area spanning several kilometers. As if an irregular yet predominantly spherical colossal invisible sphere had pressed down upon it. Several unfortunate sea creatures met their demise, the most tragic among them. A creature several dozen meters long had half of its body reduced to a gruesome pulp, swiftly dissolving in the deep blue waters. Subsequently, the remnants of its carcass were engulfed by the overwhelming tempestuous waves. Injured and preoccupied with stabilizing his condition, Rob Lucci, who was valiantly striving to restore his bodily structure and suppress internal bleeding, witnessed this scene and hurriedly sought refuge behind a large rock, striking a deep indentation on the side facing away from the sea. This was imperative as the fierce currents and towering waves over 10 meters high were rapidly approaching. This is merely the aftermath of a battle occurring just a few kilometers away, where even a formidable warrior like Kizaru, who has already ascended to the ranks of the elite, can only hide in humility amidst such tumultuous waves. The 3 admirals and the 4 emperors possessed the capability to conjure calamities at will. The 2 individuals at the eye of the storm have temporarily ceased their conflict. Akin to the calm at the center of a torrential downpour, all instability around them has been expelled by these 2 titans, rendering the scene deceptively tranquil except for the swiftly vanishing concave surface of the sea beneath them. Kizaru, with a hint of sympathy, brushed his hand over the singed sleeve of his striped suit and inquired with the tone of an old acquaintance, "What is that young lad to you? Is it truly necessary to protect him so? Would it not be wiser to simply remain incognito?" A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he grasped his hand, which had met Drago's with force, unsure whether the pain was genuine or merely an act. "Ah, by the way, he wouldn't happen to be your son, would he? Yet. I heard from old man Garp that the lad is still quite young." Having indulged in a fanciful train of thought, upon observing Drago's unperturbed demeanor, Kizaru finally adopted a serious tone. All right. I was merely inquiring. So, is there truly no room for negotiation? If it were someone else, say Akainu, I might not have chosen to spare him." As Drago spoke, his aura began to ascend steadily, and it appears you remain steadfast in your disposition. Therefore, if it is within your power, why not act? Kizaru emitted a sound that was difficult to articulate. "How underestimated you are of me." The wind's roar suddenly intensified, and unbeknownst to them, the once clear and serene atmosphere transformed into a swirling tempest of azure gales. Kizaru glanced around, realizing that the entire landscape had morphed into a singular hue. He ceased speaking. In that moment of silence, Kizaru transformed entirely into a radiant golden light. To the naked eye, he appeared as a diamond-shaped spark reminiscent of a star, his form obscured from view. Yada no Kagami. A torrent of golden light erupted from Kizaru's being, all aimed precisely at Drago, who was mere meters away. Meanwhile, Dolag's body began to undergo a series of transformations, as a multitude of azure storms visibly coalesced around him, enveloping everything in their midst. At the Gemini Cape Lighthouse, Kalokas opened the doors of the lighthouse, beckoning the disheveled Navy personnel to seek refuge within. The seawater, expelled during the prior battle, was now cascading down once more, creating a brief deluge reminiscent of rain. Kalokas did not forget to gather up the drying beach shorts and other garments. To be honest, he had never anticipated witnessing such a formidable clash of powers again after so many years. A glance across the horizon revealed that the colossal azure storm almost entirely dominated the visible expanse of the ocean, reaching skyward in its grandeur. Amidst what appeared to be a vast tempest descending from the heavens, flickers of golden light intermittently shone through, indicating the intensity of the battle between the 2 adversaries. At least, it appeared that way. Kalokas cast a worried glance towards the slightly lower shoreline of Gemini Cape, which had been ravaged by the waves. Only 4 or 5 Navy soldiers had survived, while the rest had perished in the recent tsunami. These 2 individuals better not wreak havoc on my side as well. Meanwhile, Casillas, having just boarded the revolutionary ship with a group of crew members, observed the magnificent spectacle of the battle and smiled as he inquired of Gray, "Do you still believe that the Gauss sniper rifle can reign supreme in the Grand Line?" Gray merely stared blankly at the scene, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. It is not surprising, in Gray's heart, just how formidable is a true strong individual. Perhaps before this, he believed that someone akin to Rob Lucci was already nearing the pinnacle of strength. Yet what he now witnesses utterly shatters his previous convictions. What defines a strong individual? Indeed, such a power, capable of single-handedly obliterating nations. Lucien, at least outwardly, did not display the same stunned demeanor as Gray, whose astonishment was rather embarrassing to behold. However, it was hardly a significant matter. The revolutionary vessel settled securely at the mouth of the upside-down waterway, its robust metal anchor plunging into the depths of the sea, firmly securing the ship. In the face of the recent tsunami, the Demon King merely blinked, and all was rendered inconsequential. Frankly, Casillas felt a flicker of curiosity regarding whether this ability to blink was a manifestation of his devil fruit powers or a skill akin to martial arts. It seemed rather implausible that blinking had any connection to his fruit at all. With these thoughts in mind, the flamboyant Ivankov approached with an exuberant gait. He affectionately draped an arm over Casillas' shoulder and, with his large face drawing closer, inquired, "Oh, my dear boy, how are you? You aren't frightened, are you?" A delightful fragrance wafted from Ivankov. It was not merely a scent of perfume, but rather a harmonious blend of a woman's natural essence and fragrance, undeniably enchanting. If one were to rely solely on their senses, without the visual cues or the tangible sensation of his robust hand and muscular arm, Casillas might genuinely question whether this individual, draped in a disguise, was in truth a striking beauty. However, being the flamboyant Ivankov, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Although Casillas considered pushing him away, he found no justifiable reason to do so. A direct dismissal would come off as rather impolite. Thus, he merely tilted his head away, avoiding the alluring scent, and replied, "No, no. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, a voice intervened, alleviating Casillas from his predicament. The flow was about to commence. The tone of the voice was notably subdued, imbued with a remarkably gentle timbre. Casillas turned his gaze to discover a towering figure before him, Bartholomew Kuma, a wielder of the pawpaw fruit. It is said that he was once the king of a certain nation, a formidable contender among the future warlords of the sea. Yet, the true extent of his power remains shrouded in mystery, as he has never engaged in direct combat with others. Kuma's voice, surprisingly, did not align with his imposing appearance. Unlike Ivankov, whose distinctly masculine voice carried an undertone of femininity, Kuma's tone was unexpectedly unassuming. "What did you say? The reverse mountain?" Ivankov finally released Casillas, darting to the side of the ship to peer backward. Kuma, in turn, offered a slight nod to Casillas, uttering his trademark phrase, "If you wish to travel. Where would you like to go?" Casillas hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his mind that this individual might suddenly discard his gloves, revealing his somewhat endearing paw-like palms, ready to send him flying. However, he deemed such an occurrence unlikely. After a moment's contemplation, he responded earnestly, "If possible, I would like to visit Raftel." Since Kuma had not removed the dark cloak enveloping his head, Casillas could not discern the expression on the half-visible face, though he presumed it might convey a hint of resignation. "Raftel is a splendid place, but I do not know the way." Kuma's tone remained largely unchanged. And after a brief pause, he added, "Bartholomew Kuma." Subsequently, he stood motionless, resembling a statue, his gaze fixed in an indeterminate direction. Although Casillas was inclined to engage him in conversation, he ultimately refrained, recalling Kuma's taciturn demeanor in the original narrative. His interest in Kuma stemmed from the future implications of Kuma joining the warlords of the sea, becoming a pawn of the world government in the eyes of the outside pirate world, and voluntarily undergoing transformation by the mad scientist Dr. Vegapunk, thus relinquishing his own consciousness. The secrets and reasons behind it piqued Casillas' curiosity, although the bears currently present may have no connection to the events that are yet to unfold. Conversing with them is undoubtedly more pleasant than engaging with the flamboyant Ivankov. Casillas felt a strong aversion to Ivankov's tendency to approach with his large face pressed close, considering that he was a man with such firm arms. If he were to transform into a woman, it might indeed be much more agreeable. As Casillas indulged in these whimsical thoughts, Ivankov had already discerned the situation at Reverse Mountain. With urgency, he began to command, "Children, move. Everyone, get moving. Turn around. We must leave this place at once. Staying even a moment longer could spell danger. Hurry." Casillas followed his gaze and beheld the waters of the Grand Line, which had been flowing smoothly, gradually slowing down. As the Revolutionary Army exerted their control, the massive vessel began to turn, and at last, the waters ceased their flow entirely, resolutely beginning to surge upwards through the riverbed of Reverse Mountain. The tumultuous waters surged fiercely, affecting the turning Winter Grandma, which was being propelled ever closer to the raging currents. "Hey, Arms Boy, why are you just standing there? Get to work," Ivankov urged Casillas and his companions. After nearly 3 minutes of frantic activity, adjusting the sails and vigorously wielding the spare oars, they finally managed to align the ship just as it was about to enter the channel of Reverse Mountain, successfully embarking on their journey back to the East Sea. However, Casillas gazed apprehensively at the cerulean storm brewing behind them, coupled with the increasingly dense dark clouds and flickering lightning in the sky. "Are you worried about Dorag?" Ivankov approached, startling Casillas, though he had gained a measure of immunity to his presence, dismissing the fragrance and true appearance of his companion as he replied nonchalantly, "Not quite. My concern lies with the summit of Reverse Mountain. It features a significant waterfall. How will such a large ship pass through?" Upon reflecting on this, Casillas began to understand why those returning from the Grand Line to the Four Seas were so few. It was not merely due to enemies in pursuit. The reverse currents of Reverse Mountain represented a path akin to a dead end. Ascending vertically through a waterfall, how many vessels could navigate such a route? It was comparable to the upward currents of Gaia Island, and the difficulty was no jest. "There's no need to worry about that." Ivankov, fully aware of the challenges and possessing sufficient countermeasures, emphatically patted Casillas on the shoulder, indicating that his concerns were unwarranted. Casillas nodded. He had anticipated a crisis akin to a life-and-death race, only to realize that with Dorag's timely arrival, it seemed as though all dangers had dissipated. The situation unfolded smoothly, almost beyond imagination. The peril appeared to have been thwarted by Dorag, lingering just within reach. Casillas, who had braced himself to witness the grandeur of a naval commander, found himself feeling rather uninspired. This situation is somewhat absurd. Yet, at this very moment, Casillas truly embodies the sentiment. When danger seems out of reach, an unexpected sense of monotony envelopes him. Shaking his head, Casillas reassures himself that he is not a masochist and decides to dismiss such thoughts. In stark contrast to the tumultuous battlefield where two formidable adversaries clash, Casillas finds himself sailing towards the summit of the inverted mountain, where, aside from the brewing storm above, a certain tranquility prevails. At the shores of Whiskey Peak, a military vessel lies anchored. The vast azure storm cloud, even from this distance, can be distinctly perceived with the naked eye. Thanks to the offerings of the gods, this typically serene stretch of sea has become markedly tempestuous. Admiral Crane has been observing through his binoculars for quite some time, and with a sigh, he declares, "There is no necessity for us to proceed." "Why is that so?" complains the discontented Peach Rabbit beside him. "I was looking forward to the opportunity to explore the East Sea." "We shall see about that when time permits," Admiral Crane responds, displaying a particular fondness for Peach Rabbit. Typically, a female officer expressing such sentiments would be met with stern reprimands, yet he merely advises, "Peach Rabbit, your prowess is commendable, but when it comes to comparing yourself with such monsters, you are still quite distant. It would be recklessly dangerous to venture forth. Let us await the outcome here." There was one thought Admiral Crane refrained from voicing. She was not particularly keen on encountering that young rascal, Dracula Myhawk, who had certainly vexed Old Man Garp. Meeting this junior would only serve to put her in an awkward position. Naturally, she hoped that Kazara could apprehend Myhawk directly. Yet, such an outcome seemed improbable. Moreover, if Myhawk were to be captured, he might not even have the chance to be incarcerated in the underwater prison. He would likely face execution instead. Thus, Admiral Crane's thoughts are rife with complexity and contradiction. While she steadfastly upholds the justice of the Navy, even she cannot maintain her composure indefinitely. Chapter 146. The departure of Doflamingo. Very well. Peach Rabbit pouts her vividly red lips, somewhat displeased as she leans against the ship's rail, her gaze fixed on the swirling tempest of storm clouds where silver bolts of lightning flicker, accompanied by the resounding roars of thunder. The intensity of the battle between Kizaru and Myhawk seems to have escalated significantly. The storm, previously confined to a certain area, begins to spill over into the surrounding environment, provoking a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The winds in the air appear to have intensified. As the ordinary folk of Whiskey Peak experience this sensation, the chaotic and disordered breeze rapidly transforms, swiftly escalating into a howling gale. The sea surface is upheaved by colossal waves, resembling moving mountains. The torrential rain that had hesitated to fall now descends in a deluge. As General Crane witnessed the first splash of water erupting from the rain before him, a mere second passed before the torrential downpour followed, crashing down with ferocity propelled by the fierce winds. A female naval officer, flustered, hurriedly raised an umbrella to shield the general. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit, standing amidst the deluge, gracefully spun twice and remarked, "How impressive. This is the prowess befitting an admiral of the Navy." As a swordswoman, despite her femininity, Peach Rabbit harbored an intrinsic admiration for strength, which served as one of her motivations to relentlessly hone her skills. Observing the catastrophic environmental transformations triggered by the clash of the ocean's foremost warriors granted her a glimpse into such formidable power, evoking a thrill akin to peering into the forbidden. Surrounded solely by women on the ship, Peach Rabbit felt no need for modesty. She directly shed her drenched naval uniform, revealing a delicate, shoulder-bearing undershirt. Her finely sculpted, alabaster arms and the neckline of her garment, slightly revealing a hint of her form, were left exposed to the relentless onslaught of rain. In such inclement weather, visibility was severely diminished, rendering even objects just a few meters away indistinct. The relentless curtain of rain obliterated any chance for a man to indulge his gaze. Amidst this seemingly apocalyptic atmosphere, the melodious laughter of Taudu rang out, filling the boat with a delightful resonance. Her laughter was so clear and vibrant that it brought smiles to the faces of the busy female naval soldiers, who, despite their tasks, couldn't help but respond with joy. "Taudu, brace yourself, the winds may intensify," ordered Admiral Crane, calling out to the exuberant Taudu. With an inexplicable sense of joy, Taudu, who had been laughing heartily under the stinging raindrops, was about to respond when she glanced towards a certain direction amidst the tempest. "Could it be Doflamingo?" she inquired, looking towards Admiral Crane. However, the Admiral merely shook his head, his weathered face betraying a sense of indifference. "He is of no consequence now, and capturing that scoundrel under these conditions would be quite the challenge. The ongoing battle is of paramount importance. Regardless of the outcome, we must contribute. Let Doflamingo go." "Oh, very well," Taudu replied, a hint of disappointment creeping in. She had hoped to encounter a worthy adversary on this outing, only to find that the preordained Doflamingo would have to be released. With her current capabilities, she was unable to intervene in the situation. What a pity. Meanwhile, aboard a small boat, Doflamingo, crowded with Diamante and others, silently rejoiced. Upon spotting Admiral Crane's warship anchored not far from their return route, his heart sank. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take a risk. After all, under such tumultuous weather, attempting to fly was futile, as the cloud's chaotic movements rendered it impossible. Fortunately, as he had surmised, Admiral Crane seemed disinterested in pursuing him. That was a relief. The outcome of this endeavor has proven somewhat unpredictable. Take, for instance, the conditions previously agreed upon with Casillas. Once he uttered the term Revolutionary Army, and with the revelation that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, personally intervened to rescue him, those terms became effectively null and void. Who could have anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable backing? Yet, it is plausible that Casillas' support does not stem directly from the Revolutionary Army, if he were indeed one of their own from the outset. How could the Revolutionary Army refrain from utilizing these weapons for their own purposes, opting instead to sell them extensively in the East Sea? Ultimately, the emergence of the Revolutionary Army signifies that Doflamingo can no longer coerce Casillas into collaboration, unlike the elusive and ambiguous affiliations of other entities. The oars, composed of slender lines, churn through the tumultuous waters, propelling this modest vessel, barely larger than a typical lifeboat, through the deluge of rain and surging waves, enabling it to swiftly escape the unprecedented chaos engulfing the sea. At the stern of the boat, Doflamingo, releasing a multitude of lines to provide both power and protection, gazed at the dark, tumultuous ocean and the flickering lightning above, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "We shall meet again. I am certain of it, Casillas. Unless you prefer to abandon the East Sea and follow the Revolutionary Army, becoming a hunted rat by the world government." Doflamingo harbored no illusions that Casillas would find himself with but a single option in the future, although he currently finds himself entangled with the Revolutionary Army. Having received aid from its leader, the dynamics between the world government and Casillas remain uncertain, contingent upon whether he manages to evade this peril. Should Casillas seek reconciliation with the world government? Would the Gorosei truly relinquish arms capable of forging a potent military to the revolutionary army? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Doflamingo possesses a profound understanding of the mindset of politicians. For them, there exists only self-interest, devoid of enduring adversaries. The revolutionary army and the Yonko might stand as the only entities of note to the world government. Yet in comparison, the revolutionary army represents a genuine existential threat. Any endeavor to bolster the revolutionary army must be strictly avoided. For the Gorosei, those lackeys, the interests of the world government, or rather, that individual, are paramount. Thus, Doflamingo finds himself rather intrigued by the forthcoming developments. It hinges on whether Casillas can grasp this reality. Should he forsake everything in the East Sea to wander the world with the revolutionary army? He would no longer warrant significant regard unless he possesses the prowess akin to that of Kizaru or Dragon. The intensity of the winds and waves began to wane, signaling their imminent departure from this tumultuous region. Yet, Doflamingo felt a twinge of discontent. Much like Kaido and the other Yonko, Kizaru, Dragon, and the other three admirals represent formidable forces that he cannot simply oppose. No matter the number of conspiracies and schemes, if one's strength does not reach that level, it is ultimately impossible to ascend to that position. This is not the first time Ming has witnessed the spectacular phenomena triggered by the combat of formidable beings with monstrous power. Yet, this occasion still manages to leave him in awe. There remains a considerable distance to cover. Who shall ultimately occupy the throne of the last king? Chapter 147. The yellow ape also flees as torrential rain descended. The winter grammar vessel had just ascended halfway up the slope, propelled forward by the vigorous currents, drawing closer to the sheer cliffs of cascading waterfalls. The ferocious wind and rain did not hinder the ship's speed in the slightest, since the king of the half-humans asserted that there was a way to navigate past this waterfall obstacle. Casillas refrained from inquiring further and instructed his crew to seek shelter in the cabin to evade the rain. Although he remained invigorated due to his innate abilities, the ordinary seamen lacked such physical resilience and were utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, he, along with Gray and Lucien, busied themselves on deck with the king and other members of the revolutionary army, steering the ship and lowering the sails that had previously been raised, all of which required a considerable number of hands. The current winds were excessively strong and erratic. If they did not act promptly to lower the sails, it could jeopardize the vessel's stability along its course, and in dire circumstances, a mast could very well snap. At that moment, in the direction they were heading away from, a golden radiance suddenly illuminated the surroundings. It was as though a blazing sun was concealed within the tumultuous storm, its fierce golden light piercing through the dense clouds and rain, illuminating the entire world. This is the full-force strike of the general. The brilliant light brings forth a terrifyingly high temperature, accompanied by a violent explosion. In the central area of the battlefield, the once dense dark clouds have been completely evaporated. At this moment, the yellow ape is no longer a shining star, but rather the blazing sun that evaporates mountains and seas. Even the previously rampant storm has been entirely pushed aside under such horrific heat and radiance, expanding into a realm of resplendent brightness. This represents the pinnacle of the yellow monkey's prowess. While he cannot truly transform into a sun, the sheer might he emanates evokes such an impression. The ocean beneath his feet has been completely evaporated, with the boiling seawater lingering at the periphery of the storm controlled by Drago. Each step forward threatening to instantaneously convert into vapor and vanish without a trace. However, the ocean's Drago is equally formidable. Unexpectedly, he caressed the tattoo etched vertically beneath his left eye, standing amidst the verdant storm, his front illuminated by golden light, casting a faint red hue. He murmured softly, "Let us have another round." The external world, including the far-off Vice Admiral Crane, witnessed a striking transformation. The rampant winds and rain suddenly diminished to a bearable level, akin to a summer storm that arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. The golden light that had nearly breached the storm clouds was swiftly suppressed, as the rapid winds evaporated vast amounts of seawater, generating a multitude of water vapor upon the surface, further augmented by the yellow monkey's explosive power that evaporated even more moisture, inadvertently enhancing Drago's strength. Upon realizing this, the yellow monkey acknowledged his miscalculation internally, yet remained utterly unfazed. This can be considered a misstep, yet it bears little consequence, as he merely sought to make a final effort. The outcome against Dolarge was not the primary concern. Rather, it was a last attempt to fulfill the task assigned by the five elders. As one who embodies the ideal of diligent work, Casillas believed that completing the mission was paramount, especially given the discerning nature of his superior. No one could fully grasp the specifics of the situation when the golden radiance erupted, accompanied by a cacophonous roar and a shockwave that spread simultaneously. However, light traveled faster. So initially, Casillas heard little. Yet, the visible shockwave was already apparent, accompanied by towering waves and a temporarily cleared curtain of rain. The distorted air ripples had caught up to the ship's stern. The waves crashed against the mountain's base, gradually subsiding. The lighthouse at Gemini Cape also suffered damage, but fortunately, by that point, its power had diminished significantly, ensuring that the structure remained standing. The crew dared to glance towards the source of the light only after its brilliance had waned, simultaneously covering their ears to safeguard against a potential temporary deafness from the overwhelming sound. Casillas followed suit, albeit perhaps unnecessarily. In an instant, the figure of the king of transvestites flickered and darted to the stern, his large head swelling once more. Hell's allure. His resounding voice shed the peculiar lisp of before. The shockwave, now close to the ship's rear, was dissipated by this blink, sending water splashing high into the air, mingling with the relentless downpour. What immense power! But what is the principle behind it? He silently mused, unaware that this skill of the king was not a result of a devil fruit ability, but rather a shockwave generated by rapid blinking. Casillas, oblivious to this fact, struggled to comprehend the peculiarities of Oda's ability design. However, before the Revolutionary Army could celebrate the king of transvestites' actions, a new flash of light flickered into existence, though still several hundred meters away. It rendered Casillas' body rigid and his heart constricted, instilling a profound sense of peril. The king of transvestites had yet to turn around. But Casillas had already perceived the beam of light. Without needing to ponder, he recognized it as undoubtedly an attack from Kizru. However, he was far too late to pivot. And even a warning would come too late. By the time the king opened his mouth to utter his first word, Casillas might have already been reduced to cinders. Of course, that was an exaggeration, but sustaining a fatal wound was indeed a real possibility. In the fleeting moments, Casillas' thoughts raced with little time for deliberation. And he could only think, am I about to die? If time could be paused, one would notice another figure still in motion. If the bear's movements were slowed to a perceptible degree, the entire crew aboard might indeed resemble the motionless bystanders often depicted in films during a moment of suspended time. One of its hands still clutched the Bible against its chest, while the other gestured with a flourish, reminiscent of an arm movement in a calisthenics routine. In the subsequent frame, the bear's colossal form loomed before Casillas, who, as the one being protected, only then realized the presence of an individual before him. Before he could ascertain the identity of the bear based on its stature, a beam of light struck the bear's palm. This beam then ricocheted downwards, penetrating the deck and the ship's hull before piercing into the turbulent waters below the upside-down mountain. The yellow monkey had executed his covert strike flawlessly. Alas, he was unaware that a certain individual with the ability to reflect any attack, a user of the rubber fruit, was aboard the vessel. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the yellow monkey wore a lecherous grin. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Their clash had concluded, yet the outcome remained inconclusive. In the final moments, the yellow monkey exerted all his strength to ensnare Dragon, unleashing a final burst of light with the last vestiges of his energy. While the power was commendable, it was the swiftness that truly mattered. Ultimately, it was in vain. Thus, the yellow monkey resolved to depart. Further conflict would yield no results. And given the advantage in stamina and terrain that Dragon possessed, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, his opponent was no pushover. After uttering a playful remark, the yellow monkey transformed into a beam of light and made his escape. Naturally, Dragon made no attempt to pursue. The peak confrontation ended with a whimper. Chapter 148. Return to the East. See, the bear's hand was still clad in a gray leather glove at that moment. A circular charred hole had formed in the center of its palm, revealing the fleshy pinkness of its palm beneath. This was merely an attack executed by the yellow ape with residual strength. The bear could easily withstand it, provided his speed was sufficiently swift. The king of the mermen could not achieve such a feat. Only the bear, utilizing the powers of the Machi Machi no Mi, could propel himself through the air with near-instantaneous velocity. Casillas, still somewhat shaken, took a while to compose himself before expressing his gratitude to the bear. The bear remained silent, replacing his old gloves with a new pair. The temperament of the tyrant bear was even more somber than that of Lucien. Suddenly, The imposing figure of Drago appeared in the air, accompanied by a gust of wind that dispelled the rain around them, descending before the crowd like a great bird of prey. "Well done." Drago commended the bear for his actions, then turned to Casillas with a grin. "How about that? Was I quick enough?" Speaking of Drago, there is an amusing anecdote. The voice actor for Drago in the animation is the same as that for the third Hokage in Naruto. When Casillas first heard Drago speak, he felt an undeniable sense of dissonance. The voice seemed more fitting for an elderly man rather than a robust middle-aged figure. Thankfully, Drago's voice before him sounded far more appropriate. "Of course, I am quite satisfied." Casillas had to pay a price for the Revolutionary Army's assistance. He was obliged to provide a stable source of weaponry for the Revolutionary Army at prices significantly below market value. Nevertheless, even with this arrangement, Casillas still stood to gain, as the cost of exchanging weapons through the system was quite low. "The waterfall is here," someone exclaimed, interrupting the conversation between the two. Without a word, Drago suddenly ascended into the air. How could a massive warship traverse a magnificent waterfall hundreds of meters high to return to the East Blue? The answer lay with Drago. In an instant, a concentrated stream of high-pressure air enveloped the entire vessel. Under Drago's control, it ascended like a blue balloon, slowly rising along the sheer drop of the astonishing waterfall. In truth, Drago's ability to navigate such a ship in and out of the East Blue, eluding the watchful eyes of the world government, was attributed to his capability to carry his people through the doldrums. For the Revolutionary Army, the constraints of the Grand Line were, to a certain extent, non-existent. At present, the only force capable of traversing the doldrums through conventional means was the world government. It was said that the design to embed Seastone to evade Sea Kings was devised by Vegapunk. Effortlessly, just as they had arrived, the Revolutionary Army's ship crossed the waterfall and seamlessly entered the inverted mountain channel leading to the East Blue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yellow Ape had just landed before Admiral Crane. "Oh, it is indeed a predicament, if there is no one aboard that vessel capable of withstanding my radiance." This mission should have concluded successfully. Should Admiral Sengoku inquire later, "I kindly ask for your assistance in speaking favorably on my behalf, General Tsuru." The Yellow Ape, with an air of flamboyance, nonchalantly took a seat at the table and grinned. At that moment, General Tsuru was engrossed in examining a map alongside Peach Rabbit. Without even raising her eyelids, she remarked, "This task was not assigned by Sengoku. He would not reproach you for it. Instead of wasting time with me, you should contemplate how to account for this to the elders." Sighing heavily, the Yellow Ape displayed a thoroughly dejected expression, his distinctive features rendering him quite the target for annoyance. "It is precisely for this reason that I dread returning." Peach Rabbit glared disapprovingly at the Yellow Ape, exclaiming, "Stop wasting time here. Hurry and leave. We have serious matters to attend to. Go entertain yourself elsewhere." The tone of reprimand is hardly indicative of a typical naval officer's demeanor towards a general. Yet, the Yellow Ape remained unperturbed, merely displaying a facade of fear. Why must a woman be so fierce? The identity of Peach Rabbit is somewhat exceptional. She holds a significant position within the naval headquarters, having reprimanded both the Yellow Ape and the Akiji. After all, she has connections to Vice Admiral Crane. And who is Vice Admiral Crane? A venerable veteran within the Navy, a long-standing friend of the naval hero Garp and the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ultimately, even the Yellow Ape would think twice before engaging in a quarrel with such a woman. Given his reluctance to argue, he simply uttered a remark and departed. As for what Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral Crane were deliberating, the table was laid out with a map of the East Sea, prominently featuring the Kingdom of Goya, the realm to which Frostmoon Village belongs, the very kingdom where the king met his demise at the hands of a wild boar, along with numerous other independent nations, including the Kingdom of Bridge. The details were meticulous, with even the larger towns clearly marked. The base of Casillas was likely within the Kingdom of Goya, though other locations could not be entirely ruled out. Setting aside other matters, I am particularly curious about the Revolutionary Army's purpose in the East Sea. It is evident that their arrival is not merely for a transaction with Casillas. Vice Admiral Crane scrutinized the map, engaging in discussion with Peach Rabbit. "I don't believe that is the issue. Rather, will Casillas join the Revolutionary Army after today, or will he seek opportunities to expand his influence elsewhere?" Their discourse was, in truth, born of ennui, as there was little of substance to address. The outcome of their inquiries had already been communicated to Sengoku, and the consensus was for Vice Admiral Crane to linger a while longer in this area. There was no immediate action required, typically. Any ensuing developments would fall under the purview of intelligence operations. Their extended stay was intended for the forthcoming inspection by the celestial dragons. As per customary protocol, the Navy tasked with surface-level protection must undertake numerous preparatory measures. Vice Admiral Crane had initially unfurled the map in preparation for this very purpose, though the conversation was diverted by Peach Rabbit, who seemed to have taken an interest in the mere lad of 15 or 16 years. Casillas' choice, one would presume, would typically lead him to join the Revolutionary Army, as there was no longer a sanctuary for him in the East Sea. Moreover, with the celestial dragon's impending inspection, would Dragon dare to continue offering him assistance? Peach Rabbit shook her head, envisioning a scenario where Dragon remained in the East Sea, while the world government dispatched elite forces to hunt him down. However, her thoughts quickly shifted. But I have heard that Casillas wields a weapon capable of allowing an ordinary person to slay a master devoid of haki. Would the world government willingly allow that? One cannot simply give up, Admiral Tsuru replied with a sense of resignation. Unless that Casillas is unwilling to join the Revolutionary Army and remain in the East Sea. Yet, in the face of the world government that holds the power of life and death, how can a mere Casillas ensure his own safety? Thus, he has no choice but to align himself with the Revolutionary Army. Really? Is it not possible that those 5 elders might offer him a position as a warlord to entice him into serving the world government? Admiral Tsuru fell silent. Chapter 149. Entering the battlefield having lived to this age, Admiral Tsuru has come to a profound understanding of one truth. Anything is possible. In the days before the warlord system existed, who could have anticipated that pirates would one day be legitimized and recognized by the world government? When news of Roger's arrival at Raftel spread across the globe, who could have foreseen that this pirate king would willingly surrender to the world government and subsequently meet his demise in the very place of his upbringing? Moreover, consider the formidable rocks, whose influence over the seas surpassed even that of the current 4 emperors, yet fell from grace with astonishing swiftness. Thus, faced with the inquiries of Ein, Admiral Tsuru hesitated for a moment before refraining from providing a definitive answer. I wish to see the battlefield over there. Ein suddenly interjected. The battlefield she referred to was, of course, the site of the clash between Kizaru and Dragon. At this moment, the torrential rain had subsided considerably, reduced to a mere heavy downpour. Seizing the opportunity, Ein was eager to witness the events unfold. Do as you wish, but do not act recklessly. Admiral Tsuru consented without hesitation. I understand. Ein swiftly darted out of the room and made her way to the deck, instructing someone to prepare a small lifeboat. With her capabilities, despite the still formidable waves, a small vessel would suffice to navigate the waters between Whiskey Peak and Twin Cape. Kizaru sat at the bow of the warship, his countenance appearing rather listless. The female soldiers dared not inquire further about the suddenly appeared admiral, allowing him to remain in his silent state. Amidst the rain, one soldier busily attended to her duties while whispering to a companion. Do you think this Admiral Kizaru is a lecher like those other despicable men? Why else would he suddenly come here? Surely not. Could Admiral Kizaru truly be such a person? Someone who has risen to the rank of admiral must possess a character beyond that of a mere lecher. Her companion, however, was not as preoccupied. This demure-looking female soldier wiped the rain from her eyes and continued to untie the thick ropes securing the lifeboat. Yet, the woman who had initially sparked the gossip was unwilling to let the topic die. With arms as robust as a typical man's thigh and a chest hard enough to crush stones, the brawny female soldier retorted, "You know people as faces, but not their hearts. Have you heard about a rear admiral at the naval headquarters? I believe he is called T-Pig. He is quite the lecher. And rumor has it he's set his sights on our illustrious Major Tofu. Moreover, I've heard his looks leave much to be desired." The burly female sailor babbled on. But her hands worked swiftly, soon lowering the small boat into the sea. Against the towering hull of the Navy warship, the diminutive lifeboat resembled a mere leaf, bobbing perilously upon the surging waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Major Tofu paid no heed to her companion's whispered gossip. In fact, had she not had tasks to attend to, she might have joined in with a disdainful remark, noting that T-Pig had professed his feelings for her more than once, all of which she had rebuffed. As for the reason, well, it was simply due to his looks. Such a pity. As women, such matters were not strictly forbidden by General Crane, as long as they did not disrupt normal affairs. After all, it was part of a woman's nature. Stepping onto the ship's edge, Tofu seemed like a leaf detached from a branch, gracefully alighting on the small lifeboat. The relentless tossing of the waves did not induce any discomfort in her. As a naval officer, one of the most vital qualities was undoubtedly swimming ability and an understanding of the sea. Naturally, Tofu was well acquainted with the ocean, and piloting a small vessel was one of her specialties. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her golden sword from her waist and struck it forcefully against the surface of the water at the boat's stern. The explosion of water seemed to bestow remarkable speed upon the little lifeboat, propelling it like an arrow released from a bow, skimming across the ocean's surface. Waves several meters high were effortlessly cleaved apart, shattering into froth and spray, vanishing into the vast sea. Wow, look at Major Tofu. How impressive. The quiet female soldier, undeterred by the rain, widened her eyes in awe as she spoke, glancing at her sturdy companion as if seeking agreement. Of course, Major Tofu's prowess. She began, but faltered. She truly did not know what level of strength Major Tofu possessed within the Navy. Ultimately, she managed to conclude, at the very least, she's no weaker than a vice admiral. Her statement was indeed accurate. Tofu's capabilities had reached the level of a vice admiral, and in fact, surpassed many. Within the naval hierarchy, the standards of vice admirals varied greatly. Typically, they exuded a certain commanding presence, constituting the core strength of the Navy. However, a select few were so formidable that they even approached the threshold of admiralty. The current trio of generals, during their tenure as lieutenant generals, indeed belonged to this distinguished category. To be more precise, one could assert that they possessed the prowess of full generals even at that stage. When they refer to lieutenant generals, it is undoubtedly the esteemed ranks within the headquarters, as opposed to the casually promoted lieutenant generals from the four seas. Casillas gazed vacantly at Trafalgar Law as she piloted her small craft into the tumultuous sea, his mind preoccupied with another thought. How long must I conceal myself here? An hour? Or perhaps 2? Should I not make myself appear a tad more disheveled? After all, it would lend an air of having endured a fierce battle, making for a more convincing excuse. Contemplating this, he glanced down at his already tattered yellow-striped suit. It seemed sufficiently disheveled. Should I perhaps inflict a few superficial wounds? During this period of seclusion, I have found the opportunity to reflect. I have been injured. What does a little delay matter? It seems to be quite a constructive idea, worth trying to see its effects. While the esteemed admiral contemplates how to respond to the impending accountability from the 5 elder stars, Peach Rabbit has already discerned traces of a confrontation between certain individuals. A scent, more pungent and briny than ordinary seawater, wafts through the vicinity. A charred fragment of flesh narrowly passed by, which Peach Rabbit seized with her hand. This dark piece had nearly transformed into a lump of char, rendering it unrecognizable as any particular creature. A thick crust resembling salt coated its surface, and she could discern that it was the unrefined sea salt crystallized from boiled seawater. A mere whiff of it was enough to induce nausea. Discarding this detritus, Peach Rabbit pressed onward. The wind began to subside, and the rain diminished. At last, she beheld the heart of the battlefield. The weather here is entirely distinct from that of the outside world, verging on what one might deem clear skies. Above, the expanse is adorned with a deep azure sky, devoid of even the faintest trace of clouds. The surface of the sea also appears to be altered. Dipping my hand into the water and tasting it reveals a mere hint of salinity. The massive volume of seawater evaporated by the yellow ape has transformed into rain clouds, which Drac is currently controlling in this vicinity. A significant portion of the seawater here has almost lost its salinity, nearing the state of freshwater. However, in just a day or two, this place will revert to its original condition. The saline-rich seawater will inevitably mix back in, and the crystallized sea salts will once again dissolve into this marine area. Moreover, in the profound depths of the ocean, the orange and bright tangerine hues emanate from the seabed, where rocks have already metamorphosed into magma. Even with the ocean's surface covering, it is improbable for this molten rock to cool in a short span, for several days. Visitors to this location will witness the twinkling spots of molten lava peeking through the fractured, pitch-black crust of solidified magma. Chapter 150. New weapons. The Revolutionary Army flows downstream, returning to the East Blue from the upside-down mountain, experiencing no further obstacles along the way. The journey is remarkably smooth. Casillas, accompanied by Gray and Lucien, sits upon a sofa engaged in conversation with Drac. As for the topic, it is, of course, concerning the Desert Eagle and AK weapons. I am uncertain how much you know about our Revolutionary Army. However, Drac, not clad in a cloak but rather in a deep navy uniform, candidly states, I can be quite forthright with you. Our situation is far from favorable. It is only natural that opposing a colossal entity like the world government poses insurmountable challenges, even with formidable figures such as Dorag and others within the Revolutionary Army. For us, The weapons you promised are of paramount importance, as they would enable many of our less capable revolutionary soldiers to fight and defend themselves more effectively. At the time of the verbal agreement to provide these arms to summon the revolutionary leader for assistance, neither party meticulously discussed the specifics regarding quantity or timing. 1. Due to the constraints of time, and the other, as Dorag wished to ascertain the sincerity of this young individual. After a moment of contemplation, Casillas stated directly, "I understand. Regarding the Desert Eagle, I believe your revolutionary army's demand will not be particularly high, so we can be flexible with that. It is likely that the AK-47 is the weapon you truly require, but my supply of that is quite limited. The maximum I can promise is 2,000 units along with corresponding ammunition per month." How does that sound? This indeed represents the utmost quantity that Casillas can offer. After all, he had also pledged 1,000 units to Mingo, although he could choose to disregard the terms set with that individual. He truly does not wish to forfeit such a commendable partnership with Mingo. The task triggered by Lucy's appearance only recently indicated completion, and it was not until the return of Dorag that this became apparent. Naturally, Casillas unhesitatingly opted to exchange the limited 1,000 AK-47s for an upgrade, allowing him to procure 5,000 units each month. This is also the reason he promised Mingo 1,000 units. After allocating 2,000 to the Revolutionary Army, he is left with merely 2,000. It is not that he cannot give them all to the Revolutionary Army. The primary concern is that Casillas must also contend with the world government and needs to retain a portion. He does not believe he will become a wanted criminal shunned by society, nor does he wish for such a fate. Observing Dragon makes it evident. Even someone as formidable as him cannot roam freely, let alone himself. As for exhausting these resources, what will he use for himself? Let us not forget that this reward also includes the unlocking of new weapon exchanges. He has yet to examine it thoroughly and has not decided on which weapon to select. For now, he will defer until matters here reach a temporary conclusion. As for the quantity of 2,000, would you inquire if Dragon is satisfied? Naturally, he is pleased. Thus, he smiles, although 2,000 is still insufficient. Since you claim this is the maximum you can provide, it is beyond our control. A few more months should suffice. Regarding the Desert Eagle, 2,000 units will also suffice. In comparison, it is indeed not as effective as the Desert Eagle, so a smaller quantity is warranted. The number of Revolutionary Army soldiers cannot exceed 10,000 even when fully counted. Within 4 months, they should accumulate enough weapons to equip them. As for the wave of ordinary people rising against the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons and the world government, what will become of the weapons for the masses? The Revolutionary Army led by Dragon does not aim to overthrow the world for selfish gain, in the short term, or at least over the next decade. They will not engage in actions that lead to the needless sacrifice of ordinary people. Toppling the world government cannot be achieved by a single revolutionary army alone. Over this prolonged period, Dragon has been patient, gradually amassing a substantial stockpile of arms and supplies in preparation for a momentous future. One wonders when we will receive the first batch of weapons. Without hesitation, Casillas replied, "Next month." Dragon nodded, trusting his words. His gaze then fell upon the Gauss sniper rifle held by Lucien, and he curiously inquired, "Is this weapon capable of mass production?" Regrettably, Casillas expressed genuine disappointment. As his words were entirely truthful, this weapon is a masterpiece, crafted by a master gunsmith using the most advanced technological theories. There is no other like it in the world. Indeed, every item in the high-end shop is marked as a limited edition. Casillas speaks the truth. Dragon nodded, feeling a twinge of regret. To him, this weapon resembles a work of art, with its silver body and elegant blue stripes forming a seamless structure that is unmistakably a masterpiece, or rather, a piece of art. Truth be told, Dragon has never encountered a firearm of such style. The Desert Eagle may possess some aesthetic appeal, yet it pales in comparison to the distinctive allure of this silver-hued long rifle. As for the AK-47, its design is entirely functional, serving the dual purposes of ease of use and formidable power. Casillas recalled the introduction of the Gauss sniper rifle and mused that the Huawei company must have considered that without a touch of flamboyance, their export products would struggle to attract attention. Speaking of which, do you only have those 2 types of weapons available for mass production? Is there not a broader variety? Upon hearing this inquiry, Casillas was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Well, for the time being, we only have these options." However, his thoughts shifted, and he suddenly recognized an oversight. He turned to Dorag and remarked, "I believe the Desert Eagles and AK-47s would no longer be necessary for the Revolutionary Army." The statement seemed somewhat abrupt. At first glance, it appeared as though Casillas intended to sever ties after crossing the river. But did he truly possess such audacity? Would he dare to act so recklessly in the presence of Dragon? Naturally, that was implausible. The bear, standing behind Dragon, showed no reaction, while the cross-dresser king exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise, which quickly subsided. "What do you mean?" Dragon inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Could you provide me with a quieter environment? I will soon present you with a delightful surprise," Casillas proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Moments later, in a remarkably tranquil cabin, Casillas accessed the system interface. Without immediately examining the rewards he had yet to scrutinize, he delved into the firearms section in search of his objective, to achieve at least a superficial reconciliation with the world government. He could not supply weapons to the Revolutionary Army. Initially, he had intended to limit Dragon's usage, intending to inform the world government that his dealings with the Revolutionary Army had been a one-time occurrence. Such a statement was contingent upon the world government's willingness to believe it. However, he now conceived a more refined strategy. If he employed a weapon that had never been showcased before, the issue would be easily circumvented. "You claim the Revolutionary Army's weapons were procured from me? Where is your evidence? Do not speak recklessly without proof." To this end, Casillas needed to select a rather unique weapon, one markedly different from the Desert Eagle and AK-47, thus effectively concealing the existence of his prolonged transactions with the Revolutionary Army. Despite his lack of military expertise, he was indeed aware of such a weapon. It seemed to be called the G11, a firearm that did not require cartridges. Chapter 151. Blockade. The East Sea appeared to be bustling with activity. This sentiment resonates with many, particularly the pirates, as the chaos in Lowtown serves as a catalyst for the increasing presence of the East Blue Navy. Naval vessels patrol the seas relentlessly, and those criminals daring enough to show their faces are met with dire consequences. This phenomenon extends beyond the tumultuous Lowtown, permeating the entirety of East Blue. News of one group of ill-informed pirates after another being obliterated by the Navy has significantly uplifted the spirits of the common folk, especially those merchants who have suffered grievously at the hands of pirates. Ultimately, the misfortunes of pirates are a boon for the general populace. After all, one need not experience their atrocities firsthand to be well acquainted with the malevolence of piracy through mere hearsay. According to numerous newspaper reports, the eradication of pirates is posited as a panacea for all the world's conflicts, including the vexing issue of sky gold, which has plagued many allied nations, as it is intended to bolster military resources against piracy. The upheaval in Lowtown has indeed claimed many lives, all attributed to the pirates, although perhaps such a stance should not be so absolute. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that a significant majority of the civilian casualties fell victim to the pirates' hand. The death toll has long been accounted for, and today marks the solemn occasion to honor these fallen souls with a funeral. The event is spearheaded by the officials of Lowtown and Smoker, who has only recently arrived. Coffins are buried beneath the earth, accompanied by the mournful cries of grieving relatives. While some families are interred entirely, and others lie in solitary confinement within their coffins, their identities lost to time. Smoker puffs on a cigar, silently observing the somber scene before him. A figure officiating the funeral reads aloud, but Smoker remains indifferent to the words. Amidst the mournful gathering, Robin, disguised and cradling a little girl, stands alongside Buggy, whose face is swathed in layers of white bandages stained with blood. The girl's family has been located, nestled among the coffins. Her parents were absent at the time, leaving her as the sole survivor, an unexpected stroke of fortune. Buggy, however, feels no sense of luck. Instead, he laments his misfortune at having saved a little girl in a moment of madness. Initially, upon finding her relatives, he could have cast aside this burden. Yet, mere hours later, he begrudgingly leads the girl by the hand, following Robin aboard a merchant vessel destined for transport. After conferring with Robin, Buggy resolves that staying in Lowtown any longer is not an option. The naval presence here is increasing, and a formidable character has arrived, the individual known as Smoker, a wielder of the Logia-type devil fruit, a foe that can only be confronted with hockey. One must wonder if the officers at the Navy headquarters have lost their senses, stationing such a powerful figure in a small place like Lowtown. In any case, Lowtown has become exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Robin's disguise ensures that they remain unrecognizable, although Buggy's prominent nose is hard to miss. With a slight cover and wrapped in white bandages to simulate burns, he can blend in somewhat. As for sneaking aboard a cargo ship, that is quite a common affair. The naval soldiers tasked with inspecting the vessels lazily glanced around the cargo holds, accepting the tributes offered by the captain, their expressions revealing satisfaction. All is well. A few minutes later, as the sails unfurled and the bulky cargo ship gradually departed from the harbor of Logetown, Buggy finally managed to remove the bothersome bandages from his face while hiding in the cramped hold. I say, where are we headed? To the Goa Kingdom. What? Isn't that far more dangerous than Logetown? The celestial dragons are about to arrive. While Robin was tidying the little girl's clothes and gently wiping the dirt from her face, she explained in a calm tone, in truth, the Goa Kingdom is significantly safer. As long as you refrain from drawing attention to yourself, those tasked with guarding the celestial dragons will hardly bother with unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, the search for us in Logetown has never ceased. The girl, having her face cleaned by Robin with a damp towel, stepped over to Buggy and silently embraced him. The little girl was taciturn. Whether due to her fright or a natural speech impediment remained unclear. Buggy, on the other hand, wore an expression of helplessness. Although the space was cramped, there was at least a porthole, preventing it from becoming stifling. As two individuals accompanied by a burden made their way to the Kingdom of Goya, our protagonist, Casillas, had already returned to the Kingdom of Goya. At the terminus of uncertainty, where the refuse sprawled into the sea, he waved farewell to the revolutionary ship, Winter Grandma. There exists a curious episode. A Cho, whether due to some personal inclination or a subtle indoctrination by the Revolutionary Army, unexpectedly enlisted with them. This revelation came as a surprise. However, Casillas merely smiled, betraying no other emotions. Could one truly turn against the Revolutionary Army after having already bestowed 1,000 G11 rifles? With the delivery scheduled for next month? Boss, shall we return? Gray inquired, glancing around while discreetly pinching his nose. Having been away for a while, he suddenly found the prevailing odor intolerable. Casillas cast a sidelong glance at him, a half-smile gracing his lips. Fear not, this scent shall soon dissipate. Moreover, I shall ensure it does not return thereafter. Gray felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He recalled that upon his initial arrival in this place, he had reacted similarly, only to find that after a period of absence, he was once again confronted with the same unpleasantness. How embarrassing. Let us first return to Danzhen, he suggested. Casillas stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. These past days have indeed been rather exhausting for everyone. Let us take a few days to rest. The crew of the Black Flag pirate crew displayed evident delight at this announcement. Yet, Casillas, with his back turned to them, maintained a more serious demeanor. The essential arrangements had been made. Now, it was a matter of observing the reactions of others. He hoped the five elders would not hastily decree his annihilation. After all, it seemed unlikely they would act with such irrationality. The path ahead still relied on the Revolutionary Army, which remained rather feeble. At the city gate of Central Street, squads of city guards were stationed, but unlike their previous merely perfunctory checks, today they received the order. No one from Danzhen or the residents of the refuse heaps was permitted entry into Central Street. In other words, the royal city was effectively sealed off. This has sparked some discontent, particularly among a certain trio of brothers eager to venture into the city for a bowl of ramen. Not to mention an additional figure, the formidable Christina. Luffy, with a naive expression, gazed at the city guards brandishing their rifles and inquired, why are they not allowing anyone to enter? Perhaps some unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Sabo, donning a blue top hat, regarded the scene with suspicion, a sense of unease brewing within him. He understood all too well that the orders from the noble elite were hardly made with the common folks' welfare in mind. But who cares? Let us charge in, the combative ace declared, though he was careful to seek Tina's opinion, casting a glance towards the red-haired maiden. What do you think? Sister? Synopsis. It is said that the fortune amassed from his arms dealing could purchase an entire nation. Rumor has it that he once rampaged across countless lands, leaving a trail of slaughter in his wake, before disappearing into the horizon. It is also said that the world government harbors fears regarding the power he wields, ultimately yielding to his influence and granting him a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. He is known as the Black Emperor of the East Blue.